Crossing into the One Piece world, from an ordinary boy to a powerful pirate, I carry a check-in system. At the beginning, I check in the Conqueror's Haki, so, from then on, embarking on a path of reversal in the One Piece world, where even the Admiral's orders cannot stop me. Chapter 1. Robin's House. The sign-in begins. The world of One Piece, the West Blue Sea, on the famous archaeology island Ohara. Lion lay beneath the shade of a large tree, a blade of grass in his mouth, eyes slightly closed, as if asleep. Lion, come home for dinner. From not too far away, a sweet voice came, calling Lion to awaken. Coming, Robin. Has Auntie Olivia returned already? Lion opened his eyes, stood up, and looked toward the source. There, standing not far away, was a little girl around 8 or 9 years old, with dark hair, large eyes, and baby-faced cheeks, undoubtedly Robin. Lion had been in the world of One Piece for over a month now. He still didn't know why he had been suddenly transported here. This pirate-filled world was dangerous, but fortunately, he appeared on Ohara, where the people were kind-hearted. Even luckier was that he had been taken in by Robin's mother, Olivia. Yeah, my mom is back and brought us gifts too. Robin quickly ran over, gazing up happily at Lion. Lion wasn't very old in this world either. When he arrived, his body had regressed in age, so now he was only 2 years older than Robin. That meant he was just 10 years old. At such a young age, it was a good thing he ended up in Ohara. If he'd appeared alone on a strange island and ran into pirates, he might have died without even understanding what happened. In that case, that's great. Let's go back. Lion smiled and held Robin's hand, walking back together. Suddenly, Lion came to a stop. A trace of surprise and delight appeared on his face. Ding! The system energy is fully charged. Binding host. 1%, 5%, 96%, 100%, binding complete. The sudden voice startled Lion, but then he couldn't help smiling. A system, just as expected. I thought so. How could a world traveler like me not have a special advantage common to such characters? In the past month, he had dedicated himself to learning the language of this world. With his naturally high IQ and exceptional intelligence, he was now already able to communicate normally. And now, finally, his unique advantage was unlocked. Energy fully charged? So this system came along when I was transported to this world, but it couldn't activate due to insufficient energy and had to charge for over a month. Good thing it's officially active now. Lion contemplated silently, then asked mentally. System, what functions do you have? Host, this is a check-in system. You can receive various rewards by checking in at different locations. Rewards come from all worlds, skills, items, bloodlines, cultivation methods, and more. This is the first activation. Please proceed with the first check-in, the system replied. A check-in system. Lion thought for a moment, then asked, is there any limit on check-in frequency? And are there any limits on the level of items you obtain from check-ins? After all, since he just received the system, it was better to clarify some things first. There is 1 check-in per day. The item levels increase along with your power level. The system explained. I see. I understand. Lion nodded, then started thinking about where he should perform his first check-in. Decided, right at Robin's house. After all, since there's 1 check-in allowed per day, starting tomorrow, he could wander all over Ohara, 1 check-in per day. Eventually, he would cover the entire island. Once he was done here, there'd still be plenty of places left to check in later. Then he could sail the seas wherever he pleased. With the check-in system in hand, as time passed, his growth speed would be unstoppable. One day, admirals, Yonko, Shichibukai, everyone would be left in his dust. Soon enough, Lion and Robin had returned to Robin's home. It was a small yet cozy house, and standing by the door was a kind-looking woman with silver hair, smiling warmly as the two approached. Mom, we're back. Robin cheerfully ran forward, taking Olivia's hand, and saying with a smile. Lion rushed back immediately when he heard you brought us gifts. Hearing that, Lion helplessly scratched his nose. Did he really seem like someone who couldn't resist the lure of presents? Auntie Olivia, welcome back. Lion politely greeted. Lion. Thank you for taking care of Robin while I was away. Olivia nodded with a smile, then reached out and patted Robin's head. And you didn't give Lion any trouble, did you? No, no way. How could that happen? I've been such a well-behaved girl. Robin rolled her bright eyes and immediately objected. In that case, all the better. I've already prepared dinner. Hurry up and wash your hands before eating. Wah, finally get to eat Mom's cooking. Robin cheered and ran off. Auntie Olivia, how long are you staying this time? Lion asked after a moment's thought. Calculating based on the timeline, the pacifista order must be coming soon, right? Originally, Lion had been thinking of finding an opportunity to take Robin and run, avoiding the Buster Call. After all, with his small size and weak strength, he could only escape in advance based on the plot he already knew. In order to prevent changing the storyline due to his presence and ending up with both himself and Robin dying beneath the Navy's bombardment. But now, with the check-in system in hand, he had a new idea. Ohara was a world-famous archaeology island. He didn't want to abandon it so easily. Instead, he now thought about saving all the people on the island, making preparations for the future. Moreover, he had been living here for over a month, and the other people on the island had all been very kind to him. If he could save them, of course he would. I'll stay for a while, but there's an archaeological mission next month too. About 30 other people are going as well. It said the ruins were going to contain clues to the Rio Poneglyph, so we absolutely cannot give up. Olivia replied solemnly. All right then. Lion knew that once it involved clues to the Rio Poneglyph, Olivia would absolutely never give up. He stopped trying to persuade her and instead reminded. Then, Auntie, you must be careful. I heard recently the world government has been strongly opposing the search for the Rio Poneglyph. Accidents might happen. Don't worry, I understand. The two entered the house, where Robin was already seated at the table, eating greedily with both hands. Seeing this, Olivia and Lion couldn't help but smile slightly. That night, in Lion's room, he lay on his bed and mentally contacted the system. System, begin check-in. He hadn't used today's check-in yet. If he didn't use it now, it would be overwritten by a new one tomorrow. No way he would waste it. Ding. Beginning first check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host. First check-in includes a new player bonus. Additional rewards granted. Rewards increased tenfold. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Obtained check-in skill. Conqueror's Haki. Lion was shocked. The first check-in came with such benefits. A tenfold reward bonus, immediately granting him the Conqueror's Haki, one of the 3 types of Haki in the One Piece world. That felt amazing. Once a day check-in, each day receiving a reward. Just imagine, Lion's strength would rapidly increase at a terrifying, rocket-like speed. Chapter 2. A tremendous reward. Ruanan's rapid growth. Early the next morning, Ruanan woke up early, greeted Olivia, and then went out. The reward from the first check-in yesterday was so generous that he couldn't wait to begin his second check-in. However, the first check-in had beginner's bonus, allowing him to receive a great reward like the Conqueror's Haki immediately. Today, for his second check-in, the reward might not be that good, but that wasn't a problem. According to the system, as his strength grew, the rewards from check-ins would also improve. Moreover, the location of the check-in would also influence the quality of the reward. Thinking of this, Ruanan felt a little regret. He wished he had chosen a more prestigious place for his first check-in, maybe the largest library in Ohara or under that world-famous giant tree. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Since the result was already decided, there was no need to dwell on it anymore. Ruanan wandered around, looking for a suitable location to check in. Because the check-in system couldn't be used again at Robin's home, he had to choose a different place. According to the system's range definition, as long as it wasn't Robin's house, he could check in again. Thinking about it, he decided to head toward the Grand Library in Ohara. Along the way, he encountered many island residents, most of whom were elderly and knowledgeable people. Many of them were archaeologists from all over the world, and some were locals who treated Ruanan quite well, greeting him as he passed. Ruanan politely returned their greetings. Upon arriving at the Grand Library, he immediately checked in. System, let's do today's check-in here. Ruanan said. Ding. Check-in successful at the Ohara Grand Library. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a special skill, Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. Flowing Cloud Sword Technique? What kind of thing is that? Ruanan scratched his chin. This sword technique probably came from some martial arts world, which didn't really fit with the pirate world. Host, the Flowing Cloud Sword Technique comes from a high martial world among the 10,000 realms, an elite sword technique, effective in your current world as well. There are sword masters in this world, and sword techniques can be used without much restriction. However, some cultivation techniques would face many restrictions. The system explained upon sensing Ruanan's confusion. I see. Ruanan nodded in realization. Then, he claimed the Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, which existed in the form of a book-based skill. After claiming it, he directly chose to use it. The entire book transformed into a stream of light, entering his mind and becoming a special skill. Thus, on the second day since the system was activated, Ruanan already possessed 2 skills, both active abilities. System, open the status panel. Ruanan said. Host, Ruanan. Age, 10 years old. Physique, 8. Strength, 6. Agility, 9. Spirit, 34. Conqueror's Haki, level 1. Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, level 1. Why is the spirit stat so high? Oh right, it must be the bonus from the Conqueror's Haki. Ruanan thought to himself, finally understanding. As for why his strength was so low, it wasn't because of any particular reason, but simply because of his young age. With such a small body, how much strength could he possibly have? System, is the average attribute value for a normal adult around 10 points? Ruanan asked. Yes, host. For normal adults, the average attributes are roughly around 10 points. Host, because you have awakened the Conqueror's Haki, your spirit has already reached many times that of an average person's. When using the Conqueror's Haki, it can stun ordinary people within a radius of hundreds of meters, and all enemies with lower spirit than yours. The system explained. The Conqueror's Haki, worthy of its name as a technique to clear out infantry, but against powerful enemies, it's not enough. It would be better if it were Observation Haki. Ruanan chuckled. Keep checking in, host, and you will eventually obtain Observation Haki, the system said. After all, statistically speaking, abilities and items from this world are easier to acquire. Upon hearing this, Ruanan smiled, and then looked at the Flowing Cloud Sword Technique again. This sword skill wouldn't be that simple to improve, obviously requiring practice. To rapidly increase his strength, he also needed to obtain a sword. Ruanan thought for a moment, turned, and walked toward the town, entering a blacksmith shop and obtaining a discarded long sword from the blacksmith uncle, who didn't even ask him for money, considering it just a child's plaything. Sword in hand, he returned to his usual quiet training ground and began wielding the sword, practicing the Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another month had gone by. During this month, Ruanan checked in every day, continuously obtaining various rewards. Numerous items and skills appeared one after another, though none were as impressive as the reward from his first check-in. During this month, most of the items he obtained were consumable potions. Only 2 items were of significant use to him. one obtained by checking in near the giant tree, and the other by checking in near the seashore. Healing Potion can heal all kinds of minor wounds and ease severe injuries. Quantity, 8 bottles. Spirit Potion can replenish spiritual energy consumption and relieve spiritual damage. Quantity, 8 bottles. Stamina Potion can replenish physical stamina, increase endurance, and relieve hunger. Quantity, 10 bottles. Besides these 26 bottles of consumable potions, there were also other items, such as Nichiren Blade, a weapon from the Demon Slayer world, effective against evil and demonic spirits. It was comparable to a high-quality fast blade in this world. Swift Thu, Swift Talisman, a low-level talisman from the cultivation world. Upon use, increases agility by 10 points, lasting for 30 minutes. Devil Fruit, Flame Fruit, a natural-type devil fruit native to this world, with great potential. Great Wave, a large ship comparable to the Navy's large warships. These 4 items behind were extremely valuable to Ronan. The Nichiren Blade from the Demon Slayer world officially replaced the discarded iron sword he had obtained from the blacksmith uncle, becoming his exclusive weapon. As for the Swift Talisman, it served as a powerful trump card in crucial moments. As for the Flame Fruit, it needed no introduction. It was originally the devil fruit belonging to Ace in the original story, but Ace probably hadn't been born yet, or had just been born. In any case, Ronan now got his hands on it first, having already consumed it and begun the digestion process. He was now officially a devil fruit user. Lastly, there was the large ship, Great Wave, a vessel comparable to the Navy's major warships, likely not much worse than the Emperor's flagship. So now, just 1 month after the system activation, Ronan's strength had rapidly escalated to an astonishing level. Whether in terms of personal power or external advantages, the only thing he lacked compared to those great pirates was manpower. System, open the status panel. Ronan said in a deep voice. A month had passed. Tomorrow was the day Olivia would leave. According to the story, after Olivia's departure, the Buster Call fleet would soon arrive to annihilate Ohara. This entire month, Ronan had been constantly striving to improve himself, with the clear goal of preserving Ohara and even completely destroying the Navy fleet when the Buster Call was launched. Chapter 3, Power Surges. The Marines arrive. Host, Luonan. Age, 10. Physique, 68. Strength, 66. Agility, 69. Spirit, 94. Conqueror's Haki, LV7. Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, LV7. Mera no Mi, LV6. Healing Potions, 8 bottles. Spirit Potions, 8 bottles. Stamina Potions, 10 bottles. Suncutter Blade, Dash Talisman, the Great Wave. Looking at his attribute panel, Luonan showed a confident smile on his lips. His current power had already surpassed ordinary people by far. Although he wasn't exactly sure of his exact level, he was certain it wouldn't be much lower. In fact, he felt as though with Conqueror's Haki, the Mera no Mi, and all sorts of items as trump cards, he was already close to the level of a Shichibukai. How much time had passed? Only about a month since obtaining the system. From being weaker than average, he had rapidly grown into the formidable power he was now. And considering there was still a long time ahead, Luonan couldn't even imagine how mighty he would become in the future, at the very least, reaching the level of one of the Yonko or admirals, perhaps even beyond that. Luonan's cultivation speed was astonishing. In only 1 month, he had increased his Conqueror's Haki to level 7, and the Flowing Cloud Sword technique also to level 7. The Mera no Mi was slightly behind, but had reached level 6. Having these 3 abilities combined within a single person, one could imagine just how strong he was now. Olivia is about to leave, and the Marine fleet is also approaching soon. I must grow stronger in the upcoming days. While my current strength is not afraid of the enemy, and with the Great Wave under my control, I can save some people's lives, I still can't be certain of completely wiping out the approaching Marine fleet. I hope I can obtain some powerful items through check-ins in the next few days. Luonan thought to himself. According to the original storyline, after Olivia's departure, she herself would face no real danger, but all of her companions would perish. Luonan could not stop this expedition, but if he went along, he could avoid the deaths. However, he had no way to protect Ohara, so he had to stay here. The Great Wave remained in the system space, not hastily taken out for use. This was his hidden card, just in case things went bad. He could escape, right? After several more days passed, Olivia and the other archaeologists departed. In private, Luonan gave Olivia some healing potions and stamina potions just in case. During these days, he had checked in again and obtained a few more items, mostly potions. There wasn't much really good stuff, but that was okay. He still had time before the Marines arrived. During this time, Luonan practiced swordsmanship every day and trained his Haki and the abilities granted by the Mera no Mi, striving to enhance his strength continuously in the short term. Robin had already obtained the Hana no Mi at this point. She obtained the devil fruit much earlier, at a very young age. She found the Hana no Mi while playing outside one day, and out of curiosity, she ate it and gained its ability. Because of this same ability, she had been ostracized by the other children on Ohara Island, who considered her strange, even demon-like, and feared her, so they wouldn't play with her, leaving her quite lonely. Luonan's arrival brought Robin great joy. Robin had become especially dependent on him, basically doing whatever Luonan told her to do. Therefore, when Luonan instructed her to intensively train with her Hana no Mi abilities, she didn't slack off at all, and trained every day right alongside Luonan. It had already been 2 weeks since Olivia left. On this day, movements finally appeared in the far ocean. Luonan also received the news and, with a solemn expression, came to the shore, gazing at the massive warships appearing on the horizon. The marine fleet has finally arrived. Luonan sighed, then steadied his expression, his lips curving into a cold smile. Now that the Marines had arrived, there was nothing more to be said. They had come to destroy Ohara, and he definitely wouldn't show mercy. Throughout these past half months, Luonan checked in every day, and finally, in the recent days, obtained several powerful items. He obtained many potions, among which there even appeared a new kind he hadn't seen before, likely because as his strength increased, so had the level of items obtainable through check-ins. Longevity Potion, a potion from a magical world. When used, it can extend the user's lifespan by 100 years. 3 bottles in total. This longevity potion was an excellent item. A potion that directly extended life was extremely rare. In addition to the longevity potions, the other 3 powerful items he obtained were his strong hidden weapons to deal with the Marines this time. Sword Emperor's Sword Chi. A talisman paper sealing the sword chi of a sword emperor from a high martial world. Extremely powerful, the user is advised to use it carefully. Sea King Summoning Scroll. A relic left behind by a mermaid princess hundreds of years ago in this very world. When used, it can summon 10 Sea Kings to aid in battle. Field Protection Device. A high-tech defense apparatus from an advanced technological world. When activated, it creates a protective field covering a radius of 10 kilometers, shielding the area from all physical attacks. The duration depends on the stored energy, ranging from 10 to 30 minutes. These 3 items were the most powerful treasures Luonan had obtained from his check-ins in the past 2 days. They could be considered top tier. The Sword Emperor's Sword Chi, from an unknown high martial world, was undoubtedly devastating in power. It could be considered the strongest single-target attack. Judging from the sharpness and intensity of the sword aura, even if the admirals themselves arrived, Luonan was confident he could severely wound them. Gung Buster Call was merely a vice-admiral. The Sea King Summoning Scroll was an even more powerful item for group combat. With 10 Sea Kings under his command, it wouldn't be impossible to annihilate the entire marine fleet. And the Field Protection Device was the tool Luonan planned to use to protect the entire island. Only with this would he be able to charge into battle without any worries left behind. Luonan stood alone atop a seaside cliff, coldly watching the fleet advancing across the ocean, saying nothing. Meanwhile, in Ohara, many people had already noticed the approaching fleet and chaos erupted. The archaeologists of Ohara weren't unaware of the fact that they were being targeted by the world government. In previous explorations, they had been repeatedly obstructed by the world government. But they never expected the world government would go as far as issuing a buster call against them. They had no idea that the fleet's purpose was to destroy Ohara entirely. They merely assumed they were being sent to capture them. So while frightened, they were not yet hopeless. Luonan, so you're here. From behind Luonan, Robin's voice rang out, slightly startling him. Robin, what are you doing here? Quickly go back home and hide. Remember to stay in the basement. No way. Robin stubbornly ran to stand behind Luonan, pouting. The entire island is already in chaos. Everyone noticed the marine fleet approaching. The elders say they're coming to arrest us. Luonan, is that really true? Chapter 4. The Demon Extermination Order arrives. 1 man, 1 ship to meet the enemy. No. Luonan shook his head. I knew it. It's definitely not to arrest us. Robin immediately relaxed upon hearing this. Just then, however, Luonan continued. They didn't come to arrest us. They came to kill us. They mean to wipe out Ohara completely. Robin instantly wore a look of disbelief. Luonan turned his head toward the open sea. There, the approaching Navy fleet was forming up. One by one, the cannons were already pointing at Ohara, waiting only for the admiral's command to fire. On the deck of the flagship of the naval fleet, there stood a Navy vice admiral and another man, and CP9 members sent by the world government to supervise the mission, Spandam. Just Ohara alone? With me personally supervising, not a single one of you will escape. Spandam sneered coldly, standing proudly with his hands behind his back on the warship. His sharp eyes were locked on the nearby island, filled with cold-blooded intent to kill. Vice Admiral, begin firing. Remember, no one must escape. Spandam ordered gravely beside the naval officer. Understood. Though this Vice Admiral felt somewhat uneasy about attacking civilians, there was no helping it. It was an order from the world government, and he had to obey. All hands, open fire. The command was issued, and immediately, the well-prepared Marines aboard the various warships operated their cannons toward the island, launching an unrelenting bombardment on Ohara. Boom, boom, boom. With the first volley, the entire island was covered in explosive fire. Innumerable shells rained down from the sky in a deafening roar toward Ohara. Heavens, they opened fire. No good. Take cover quickly. Quickly, get the children out of here. Across Ohara, countless screams echoed, none having imagined the Navy fleet would open fire without a word. How ruthlessly cruel they were. By the seaside, Robin too stared wide-eyed, crying out in disbelief. How dare they? How dare they fire directly? There are so many people on the island, so many innocent people, children and elders too. There's nothing they dare not do. The entire world belongs to them. Who is there left they would fear? Luonan snorted coldly. Then, looking upward toward the sky, filled with incoming cannonballs, the entire sky seemed darkened with the sheer number. Without him, Ohara would have been destroyed just like in the original story. Luonan, let's hide somewhere quickly. We should wait for Mama. Wait until she comes to save us. Robin's little face had gone pale with fear, helplessly shouting. No need. Luonin shook his head, then sprang into action. He activated the force field shield immediately. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to withstand such a bombardment alone. Bzzzt. With a light buzz, a semi-transparent force field spread out, covering all of Ohara. Countless cannonballs slammed into the shield, sending ripples across its surface, but could not break through it in the short term. Such primitive cannon fire could not possibly break this kind of barrier. It barely consumed any energy at all, leaving the device still capable of lasting nearly half an hour, more than enough time for Luonin to deal with the Navy fleet. Robin, stay right here and don't move. Above all else, don't run into the sea, understand? Luonin gave one last instruction. Okay, I understand. I won't move around at all. Robin, still watching the suddenly appearing transparent shield above curiously, now quickly understood it must have been Linon's doing and immediately promised not to move. Then Luonin waved his hand, summoning the mighty wave from the system space. Suddenly from beneath the cliffs, out in the ocean, a large ship appeared. Luonin leaped off the cliff, landing precisely on the mighty wave. Then, spinning the ship's wheel and hoisting the sails, the vessel swiftly moved toward the fleet. Wow, Luonin is so amazing. Just waving his hand summoned such a big ship, and this semi-transparent shield blocking cannon fire. Where did all that come from? He's truly incredible. Standing on the cliff, Robin's eyes sparkled with admiration, watching Luonin sail off. Obediently, she stayed put and waited. What's going on? What kind of strange thing is this? How could it possibly stop our cannonballs? That's so weird. I've never seen anything like it before. Could it be some bizarre devil fruit ability? On the Navy flagship, officers cried out in confusion. Seeing all the cannonballs mysteriously blocked by a shield, all the Marines were stunned, their faces frozen in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what this strange thing was. Spandam furrowed his brows, surprised as he looked at the shield above Ohara. He exclaimed in disbelief, "What is this thing? How can it actually block cannon fire?" "I don't know." The Marine Vice Admiral beside him was equally puzzled. This was something he had never encountered before. Throughout his life battling pirates, even facing off against powerful pirates and once fighting against an Emperor's crew, he had never seen anything like this. Damn it. Spandam glared furiously at the island, snorting coldly. Increase the attack strength. No matter what the hell it is, just blow it to pieces. Understood. The Marine Vice Admiral was also visibly angered. He had thought this mission would be an easy one. Against such a powerful Marine fleet, shouldn't a mere island fall instantly? And yet now, an unexpected obstacle had appeared. How could he not feel furious? Immediately, the Vice Admiral issued orders to increase the firepower. In an instant, an even more intense bombardment was unleashed upon Ohara. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, under the heavy fire-filled sky, a massive ship sailed headstrong against the wind, rushing straight toward the naval fleet. It wasn't long before Luonan's mighty wave was discovered by the Marines. After all, it was a huge ship. There was no way the Marines wouldn't notice it. Commander, there's a large ship approaching from the sea ahead. Its direction appears to be coming from O'Hara's location. A Marine messenger hurriedly reported before Spandam and the Vice Admiral. What? A large ship has come from Ohara. The two exchanged a surprised glance. Then both of their eyes burned with cold, killing intent. Are these survivors trying to escape? Spandam sneered cruelly. Send 2 warships over immediately to sink that ship. Spandam waved his hand dismissively as he ordered. Tubaran, don't you want to capture them first? The messenger hesitated slightly. No need. Sink it directly. Understood. Directly sink it. After the messenger left and the command was relayed, 2 warships detached from the formation, quickly surrounding the mighty wave. Cannons aboard the ships were aimed directly at Luonan's ship. Standing atop the mighty wave, Luonan's expression remained calm and collected. Gazing calmly at the approaching 2 warships, he quietly murmured, "Only sending 2 warships to hunt me down? Don't you think you're underestimating me too much? Fine, I'll destroy your 2 ships first. Let's see how you handle my assault next." Chapter 5, Sword Chi pierces the heavens. One sword slash splits a warship. Utter shock across the battlefield. The warships approached the Gulang, surrounding it from both sides. The Marines aboard both ships wore smug expressions of imminent victory. Why? Ha! There's only one person aboard that big ship. A Marine on the lookout platform pointed at the Gulang and burst into laughter, spreading the news. Upon hearing this, other Marines also broke into laughter. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" A Marine questioned. "I heard from above that it was a ship escaping from the island. How could there be only one person on it?" "I'm not mistaken at all," the Marine on the lookout quickly replied. "The entire ship is completely empty. There really is only one person." "Wait, something's off." The Marines seemed to have noticed something wrong and hastily shouted for a stop. Down below, the Marines immediately felt a sense of dread before realization dawned on them. They must be walking into an ambush. After all, how could a huge ship truly have only one person aboard? There must be others hiding. However, the lookout Marine stammered frantically. "Tejish, there's only one person on that ship. Actually, just a child. Yes, it's just one child, a 10-year-old kid." "What?" The Marines on the deck erupted into commotion. What the hell was going on? Not only was the huge ship seemingly empty, but its sole occupant was just a 10-year-old child? Was this guy here to commit suicide? There were at least 100 grown Marines between their 2 ships, each armed with muskets. The warships even carried ship-mounted cannons. They had joyfully surrounded this ship, only to discover they were facing nothing more than a 10-year-old child. Immediately, the Marines were overcome with the sense of using a sledgehammer to kill a mosquito, a heavy cannon to shoot a fly, suddenly feeling deflated. What nonsense. There's just a child on the ship. We got all worked up for nothing, one Marine sighed in disappointment. Yeah, I thought there'd finally be some credit to claim, another Marine added with a frown. Colonel, a Marine approached the ship's captain on one of the warships. There's only a child on that ship. Do we still need to sink it? The Admiral's orders are to sink it. The captain's voice was heavy and firm. Whatever the order, we must obey. But this is a huge ship. It would be worth quite a fortune. To sink it for just a single child seems excessive. The messenger Marine hesitated. The captain fell silent briefly, also hesitating. Indeed, capturing such a valuable ship would have yielded substantial worth. However, after considering the consequences of disobedience, he decisively shook his head. He could not afford to defy orders. Even if he captured the vessel himself, higher-ups would question his actions, and he'd still be held responsible. No need to capture. Sink it immediately. The same dilemma occurred aboard the other warship as well, and both captains ultimately made the same choice. Fearing responsibility, they chose to fire upon Luo Nan's gulang. Adjust the aim, fire. With a booming shout, the cannons were aimed toward the gulang, preparing to destroy it. By now, the gulang had gradually drawn near the two warships. On its deck, Luo Nan's eyes flickered. On his blade, Solstice, sword energy began to manifest. The distance is still too far. If I could get a bit closer, I'd use the Conqueror's Haki to knock them all out instantly. But now, I've no choice but to play my last card. Luo Nan let out a sigh before suddenly raising his head to glare at the two warships preparing to fire. Let's begin with these two ships. With that, he tore apart the talisman, sealing the sword energy of a sword emperor from an advanced martial cultivator world. Fly it. At the crisp sound, the entire sea air abruptly froze, as though everything solidified, and a terrifyingly sharp aura erupted violently. Originating from Luo Nan, a heaven-piercing sword beam tore through the sky, even slicing through the clouds above. A silvery white sword energy coiled around the Solstice blade. Blade tip raised skyward. Luo Nan swung his right hand down fiercely toward one of the warships. Boom. CSHHH. With a crisp slicing sound, the fully armed warship was cleaved in half in the midst of the horror-struck gazes from the Marines aboard the other ship. Everyone aboard who even came into contact with or approached the sword beam was instantly shredded into pieces, blood splattering, limbs and body parts scattering into the ocean as the sliced ship slowly sank. For a moment, the entire scene upon the sea fell into eerie silence. Not only the warship near the destroyed one, but the entire Black Cloak Division fleet not far away also fell into shocked silence. Utterly shaken, the entire battlefield was stunned into silence. Countless Marines stared in wide-eyed shock, watching the slowly sinking warship with terror, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. This. After a long while, one Marine finally managed to stutter out a few words, yet failed to form a complete sentence. What in the world was that? Another Marine muttered in stunned disbelief, eyes wide as saucers. He had only seen a flash of silvery white light, and then the warship had been sliced clean in half. Could even the full strength of a rear admiral back at headquarters possibly reach such terrifying power? No one knew. For lowly Marines like them, the level of a rear admiral was completely beyond their imagination, something they could only look up to in awe. Not only were the Marines stunned into silence, even Spandine and the rear admiral from headquarters had become motionless with shock. What just happened? Spandine growled through gritted teeth, his face twisted with fury. I don't know. The rear admiral frowned deeply, utterly confused, but he understood one thing. Something had gone terribly wrong. There's something off about that ship, the rear admiral stated gravely. Nonsense. That white light just sliced a warship in half. Even an idiot could see something's wrong. Spandine snapped coldly. Forget about Ohara. With that strange barrier covering it, we won't be able to break it open in a short time. And now this mysterious ship suddenly showed up with unknown power. Concentrate all our forces and destroy that ship immediately. That's exactly what I was thinking. The rear admiral nodded. They had bombarded Ohara for so long, but the protective barrier above it seemed unbreakable, refusing to collapse. Now another strange ship had approached. To be safe, they must deal with this new threat first. Then, the rear admiral decisively issued orders to the entire fleet, commanding them to surround the gulang and destroy it. However, before the fleet could close in, Luo Nan's expression remained cold and calm. Feeling the terrifying and boundless power of the Sword Emperor's sword chi, he sighed inwardly. What an astonishing power. Truly worthy of being sword chi from an advanced martial cultivator world. One slash split a warship in half. If the Sword Emperor himself were here, he might be able to single-handedly destroy the entire world. But with the check-in system in my possession, I won't be far behind. Soon, I'll also possess such incredible strength, perhaps even stronger. He was completely confident in this, absolutely certain. Then, the next target will be that other warship. The Pacifista fleet is already gathering? Just coming to die. As Luo Nan turned his attention toward the other warship, he also noticed movements from the entire Pacifista fleet. Clearly, they had been frightened by his earlier display of power. However, it didn't matter. They were still only coming here to die. Whoever dared to raise a hand against him would have to face the consequences of doing so. Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. Rolling Cloud Detonation. Luo Nan roared softly, unleashing the Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. and channeling the remaining sword chi of the Sword Emperor directly at the other warship. Boom. This strike was even more terrifying than the last. The previous sword strike had been merely a casual slash, but this time, it was a precise sword technique wielding the sword chi. The difference in power was immense. Boom. Boom. Chapter 6 instantly slay Grace. The Marines are terrified. A silvery white sword beam came crashing down. Unlike before, this time, nearly none of the Marines aboard the ship severed by the sword survived. On the previous ship that had been split in two, some Marines had survived by falling into the water, but this time, when the ship was severed, surges of sword energy erupted outward like clouds, tearing through the skin of any Marines they touched and slicing through flesh and bone alike, killing them instantly. The entire warship shattered into pieces, far more horrifying than the last. Some Marines who had been lucky enough to fall into the water tried in terror to swim away, but they were quickly caught in the sweeping wave of sword energy. In their eyes filled with despair, their bodies were mercilessly shredded into pieces. Blood spread into the ocean, drawing in hordes of bloodthirsty sharks. Even these terrifying sea beasts, however, dared not directly breach the surface to feed, choosing instead to lurk beneath the waves, devouring the sinking remains. There's still a little sword energy left. It should be barely enough for one more strike. Luonan tested the weight of the Sunwheel's sword in his hand, a faint smile curling his lips as he coldly observed the sunken warship. His expression remained entirely devoid of pity. These Marines were part of the Buster Call fleet sent to annihilate Ohara, and in his eyes, not a single death among them could be considered excessive. Luonan gazed toward the ships now approaching again. This time, it wasn't just 2 vessels but rather the entirety of the remaining Buster Call fleet, around 10 ships in total. Among them was a massive flagship, even larger than the Stormwave, bristling with no less than 36 onboard cannons, and personally guarded by the division's Vice Admiral. The Vice Admiral was a human, whose name Luonan did not know. He was not a character familiar to Luonan from the original story, which was unsurprising since the main plot had yet to begin by 20 years. At this point, the protagonist Luffy had not even been born yet. Even Luffy's father, Dragon, was still just a teenager not much older than Luonan. It was perfectly natural that Luonan didn't recognize some of these vice admirals who would likely die in the next 2 decades. The current balance of power among the world's strongest forces was not yet the oceanic rule of the 4 emperors and 7 warlords of the sea. Who are the current admirals of the Marines? Is it Kong, the Ironbone Fleet Admiral? Not sure. Luonan mused over these thoughts while the Buster Call fleet drew closer. However, the cruel method he'd used before had neither scared them off nor stopped them. It had only provoked their anger. Dare to attack the Marines? Whoever you are, you will suffer the Navy's most severe punishment. There will be no place for you to survive in the entire world. A stern, furious voice rang out from the flagship, clearly the Vice Admiral. Just a child who, after eating some kind of devil fruit, dares to oppose the Navy outright. He clearly doesn't even know how to write the word death. Spandine glared at Luonan at the bow of the Stormwave, snarling. He sank 2 warships, killed over 100 Marines and 2 Marine captains. Boy, you're finished. Luonan remained expressionless. He disdainfully replied, You people? That's all. Arrogant. Outrageous. Reckless fool. Upon hearing Luonan's calm words, both Spandine and the Vice Admiral became even more enraged. Clearly, Luonan had no respect for them. This could not be tolerated. They had to destroy him completely here and now. Otherwise, how could the world government maintain its dignity? If they let him go, then in the future, wouldn't anyone dare to ignore the world government and the Marines? Kill him. Spandine roared furiously, the first time he had ever wanted someone dead so intensely. Even earlier, when he issued the command to destroy Ohara, he had remained cold and indifferent. Now, however, he could no longer hold on to that calm exterior. Luonan had enraged him beyond control. He must die, the Vice Admiral coldly commanded. A mere child. Where did he get the audacity to confront our fleet head-on? Just because he's eaten some random devil fruit? We have over a dozen warships. Do you think his powers can deal with that many ships, with that many Marines? Humph. It seems I have no choice but to act myself. Fine. Let's see what tricks this brat still has up his sleeve. After speaking, the Vice Admiral immediately stepped onto the deck and launched forward. By now, the flagship had drawn extremely close to the Stormwave. He had realized already that for someone with devil fruit abilities, ordinary cannonballs were ineffective. Even if they sank the enemy's ship, it might still do nothing to harm Luonan. Therefore, he decided to personally go and kill Luonan himself. Haha, Grace is going in personally now. Let's see how long you can act cocky for. Spandine sneered coldly, then waved his hand to issue orders. Surround him completely. Don't let this bastard escape if he begins to lose. The messenger instantly relayed the order. More than 10 warships completely surrounded the Stormwave. The Marines glared at Luonan ferociously, as if already seeing the scene of Grace beheading him. With the headquarters Vice Admiral personally stepping in, even if this 10-year-old child possessed some strange devil fruit ability, there was no way he could survive. After all, Grace was a Vice Admiral, also possessing a devil fruit ability himself, and armed with the 6 powers of the Marines. There was simply no way he could possibly lose against such a child, right? 1 strike left. I'll take your head as an offering. Luonan glanced at Grace, who had leaped from the flagship, and calmly spoke. Raising the Sunwheel's sword in his hand, the Sword Emperor's sword energy abruptly erupted, slashing fiercely down toward Grace. Guard fruit. Block it. Grace's devil fruit was a power Luonan had never seen before in the original story. The guard fruit could transform both his arms into a shield with extremely strong defensive power. His shield's defensive capabilities were overwhelming. He absolutely could not believe Luonan could ever break through it. Grace charged toward Luonan while enduring the incoming sword energy, simultaneously preparing to quickly counterattack after blocking the assault, aiming to annihilate Luonan. The clash between the Sword Emperor's sword beam and the shield formed by the guard fruit produced a grating sound, like a dull blade striking hard wood, emitting a sharp, eerie noise. Luonan's expression remained calm, but Grace's face suddenly changed. No. Stunned, Grace felt an intense pain surge through his arms. Seeing the shield his arms had transformed into shatter piece by piece, he shouted in disbelief. Impossible. What power is this? How sharp is it? It actually managed to break my guard fruit ability. This can't be real. Impossible? You're just ignorant. Luonan sneered. This was the Sword Emperor's sword energy, extremely powerful and high-ranking. Did this Vice Admiral really believe that with just one devil fruit power, he could dare to withstand such a strike? He truly didn't know how to die. Fate had it that he deserved to die here today. Hiss. With a sharp sound, Grace's body was ruthlessly cleaved into two halves, collapsing onto the deck of the Stormwave. Blood spilled across the ground, ending his life then and there. At this point, Luonan's Sword Emperor's sword energy was completely exhausted. Next, he would be stripped of this powerful ability while facing the siege of more than 10 warships. However, he felt no fear whatsoever. Without Grace, a Vice Admiral with a devil fruit power, the others were all weaklings, complete pushovers that Luonan didn't even bother to acknowledge. No. Vice Admiral Grace. How could it be? Vice Admiral Grace actually. The Marines who had personally witnessed Grace being instantly slain by Luonan's sword were shocked into disbelief. They then screamed in terror, looking as if they'd seen a ghost. In their eyes, Vice Admiral Grace, a mighty force of the Marines, had actually been struck down with a single blow by Luonan. Spandine was even more stunned, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. Deep inside, fear surfaced, an intense fear of Luonan. Unlike Grace, he wasn't as powerful, nor did he possess any devil fruit ability. If Luonan could kill Grace in one blow, then dealing with him would be even easier. Just a single slash would end his miserable life. Run. I need to run away. This kid is simply a demon. Terrified, Spandine took several steps back, his face changing color drastically, his eyes darting around. He had already decided to flee in his heart. The other Marines weren't any better off. If even someone as powerful as Grace could fall, what hope did ordinary Marines like them have? Even though they were numerous, with hundreds of Marines aboard more than 10 ships, it gave them no sense of security at all. Each one of them had been utterly stunned by Luonan's terrifying might, frightened to the bone. Chapter 7. Sea Kings clean up the battlefield. The Pacifista fleet is annihilated. Nyan moved, stepping toward the ship's railing. With one leap, he jumped onto the nearest warship. Splash. The Marines were shocked by Nyan's sudden movement, then scattered around in panic. Of course, there were still some who gathered their courage and shot at Nyan with muskets. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out, yet just as expected, these musket bullets couldn't inflict any damage on Nyan. SHSHSH. Nyan swung his Nicaran blade so fast that it formed a wall of wind, blocking all bullets. They fell onto the deck with a clatter. To the Marines, these sounds were like the Grim Reaper's sigh, ready to take their lives. They panicked. Ah, run. He's a monster. A monster. The Marines, filled with fear, started running away. The surrounding warships began moving too, completely losing the heroic Shishru they had when they surrounded Nyan, instead fleeing in a hasty and disgraceful manner. Quick, change course. Damn it, what devil is this guy? Spandam waved his hands frantically, commanding the Marines beside him to turn the flagship around. He wanted to escape this terrifying area and the dreadful child reaping lives. After blocking the bullets, Nyan noticed the movements of the ships and raised his eyebrows, smirking with mockery. Trying to run now? Don't you think it's a little too late? Conqueror's Haki. Boom. Nyan unleashed the Conqueror's Haki. Instantly, an invisible terrifying wave spread outward, sweeping over thousands of meters in all directions. Every Marine aboard the nearby warships was affected. The power of Conqueror's Haki was evident. Every Marine was overwhelmed and petrified on the spot, as stiff as wooden sticks. A gust of wind blew past, and they toppled like ninepins with clattering sounds. Even Spandam, a CP9 officer, collapsed with the rest. Just this much. Shaking his head in slight disappointment, Nyan glanced at the surrounding warships. He was hoping to wreak havoc once he boarded them, but it seemed like everything ended with just one burst of Conqueror's Haki. Obviously, just a bunch of weaklings. Not enough to entertain me at all. With a bored wave of his hand, Nyan sheathed his Nicaran blade and returned to the Giga's current, shaking his head. Then, glancing at the dozen or so warships around him, he rubbed his chin and took out a scroll, a Sea King summoning scroll. Rip. Nyan tore the scroll apart, sending an invisible ripple deep into the ocean. Roar. Growl. Gurgle gurgle. From the depths of the sea came a series of low growls. Then, wandering Sea Kings started swimming toward this location. Even those in the calm belt near the West Blue responded to the summons, coming from afar. It's over. The world government's pacifista order is nothing but this. Easily defeated, Nyan stepped onto the Giga's current and headed back to Ohara Island. Behind him, the sea surged violently. One after another, massive Sea Kings emerged from the water. Their bodies reached tens, hundreds, even nearly 1,000 meters in length. With a thunderous crash, they smashed the warships to pieces and feasted on the corpses of the Marines. Sharks that came earlier, attracted by the blood, fled in panic. They dared not compete with the Sea Kings for food, lest they end up as prey themselves. Thus, the Pacifista fleet, dispatched by the world government to eliminate Ohara, was officially annihilated. And the one who destroyed this fleet was Nyan, who was only 10 years old. In this battle, Nyan only used the protective force field meant to safeguard Ohara, which was now most likely useless. After all, Nyan had been out at sea for about 30 minutes. This world had no advanced technology to recharge the force field. As for the Giga's Current, the ship that brought him out to sea, it remained unscathed and intact. Besides that, his Sword Emperor's sword energy from the high martial world was exhausted. The Sea King's summoning scroll, used for the final cleanup, was completely depleted as well. As for other resources, not much else was consumed. This battle was an absolute victory for Nyan. The Pacifista fleet was wiped out completely. This victory would shake the Four Blues, and this feat would announce to the entire ocean, the entire world, the arrival of a terrifying man, boy, who would soon shake the seas and make a name for himself on the Grand Line. On Ohara Island, seeing the Giga's Current return undamaged, Robin felt the anxiety leave her heart, letting out a deep breath, then showing a lovely smile. Nyan, you're back. Did you get hurt? The Giga's Current approached the shore. Before Nyan could disembark, Robin hurried over, looking directly at him with a concerned expression, examining him carefully to make sure he wasn't injured. How could I possibly get hurt? Nyan walked up to Robin, reached out, and patted her head with a smile. See? I'm back safely. Phew, that's such a relief. Robin exhaled deeply again, her face breaking into a delighted smile. It was clear how worried she had been about Nyan. Nyan waved his hand dismissively. They were just a bunch of weak Marines anyway. I've dealt with them completely. Ohara is out of danger now. Come on, let's go check on everyone. Okay. Robin nodded quickly, and together with Nyan, walked toward the island. A few days later, shocking news from the West Blue spread rapidly across all four seas within a short time. Morley's newspapers, operated by Morgan's, used newsbirds to deliver this terrifying report across the entire ocean, and the world at large. In an instant, the entire world was shaken. Chapter 8. The world shakes. The Marines are in turmoil. Another powerful figure, just like Roger, has appeared. Only 10 years old. How can there be such a monstrous person in this world? That's impossible. Who would believe such fake news? I don't buy the idea of a monstrous child like that. Ha, it's simply impossible. Yeah, I also find it hard to believe. Morgan's is truly money hungry, spreading such news. But remember, he's the president of the World Economic News Agency. He's super rich. Do you think that wealth came from nowhere? Could it be from selling fake news? Across the four seas, countless people saw this news, and most didn't believe it. A child of 10 single-handedly destroyed the powerful Buster Call fleet. Very few actually believed this message, and most considered it false news. Meanwhile, at Mary Geos, in the Grand Conference Hall, the 5 elders were all present, their faces extremely grim. Spandam, you bumbling fool. One of the 5 elders, a short and fat old man, said with a dark expression. Yes, just a mere child, only about 10 years old, yet he managed to defeat more than 10 warships of the Buster Call fleet? How could Spandam and Grace fail so badly? Another tall and thin elder coldly said. They are already dead, along with nearly 1,000 Marines. All Sherduaso Jinjan were completely destroyed. The third speaker was a burly old man. He spoke with a murderous look. For those who dare to challenge the authority of the world government, we must strike back with harsh measures. Otherwise, how can we suppress other pirates? The short and fat elder snorted. This matter must be the Marine HQ's responsibility. We should send additional fleets to pursue and eliminate that person immediately. By the way, have we identified the child's identity yet? A previously silent elder with a mustache suddenly asked. We have. The child's name is Lauren. I heard he was an orphan, adopted by the Alvia family on Ohara Island. We don't know how he gained such tremendous strength. This strength, is it from a devil fruit ability? I've never heard of such a fruit before, the tall and thin elder said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. There's not much information available. Further investigation is required. The burly elder shook his head, then continued. Regarding this Lauren, I suggest a huge bounty be placed immediately to suppress him before he fully grows up. Gentlemen, this child is barely over 10 years old now, and he's already this powerful. Imagine how terrifying he'll become when he grows up. The other 4 elders immediately pondered deeply, their eyes flashing with a glimmer of shock. Indeed, just how old was this child? Now he could single-handedly destroy an entire fleet all by himself. Keep in mind, the commander of that Buster Call fleet was Vice Admiral Grace himself, who possessed a devil fruit ability and mastery of the 6 powers of the Marines. An ordinary great pirate wouldn't necessarily be his match. And yet this time, he lost his life to Lauren. Just imagine how much of a threat he would become if allowed to grow stronger. This child must not be allowed to live any longer. He must be eliminated at all costs while he is still young. Then, what amount would be appropriate for the bounty? One of the 5 elders asked. The bounty must be enormous. I propose 10 billion belly. What do you think? The burly elder declared fiercely. 10 billion belly? Others exclaimed in shock immediately. Isn't that bounty unusually high, even for great pirates? Only a few of the big pirates who had split from the Rocks pirates after their dissolution in the New World had such a high price on their heads. Even the ones who had recently split from the Roger pirates hadn't achieved such a value. At this time, red-haired Shanks had just left the Roger pirates and hadn't yet become one of the 4 emperors. Even the great pirates who had left the Rocks pirates, like Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and others, were still fighting for territory in the New World and hadn't yet consolidated their positions as 4 emperors, so their bounties were not that high. In the current world structure, the highest bounty ever assigned was that of Shiki the Golden Lion, who was currently imprisoned in Impel Down. The Rocks pirates had long been disbanded, and people like Whitebeard had not yet risen to prominence. This was the time when the world government and the Marines held the highest prestige. However, recently, the government had executed Joel D. Roger. Roger, shortly before his death, triggered the Great Pirate Era. This was the time when adventurous youths across the globe began to pursue the dream of pirate freedom, and countless young people set off toward the ocean for their adventures. Many affiliated countries often suffered pirate raids, keeping the world government and the Marines extremely busy. Amidst this, the emergence of Lauren was causing the 5 elders immense headaches. Set it at 10 billion belly then. Let all the bounty hunters deal with this Lauren. I'd like to see how long he can survive with countless bounty hunters after him. The short, fat 5 elder angrily said. Since we've decided, then let's proceed. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. At this time, the current fleet admiral of the Marine Headquarters was still Kong the Iron Body, who would later become the commander-in-chief of the 3 Tin forces. Sakazuki, the future fleet admiral, was still an admiral. Sakazuki's face darkened as he carried Lauren's file into the fleet admiral's residence. He glanced at Kong and approached quietly, saying, Fleet Admiral, I've brought Lauren's file. Kong nodded slightly, his expression calm. He accepted the file and started reading. After a long while, he looked up and asked Sakazuki, Admiral Sakazuki, what's your opinion of this Lauren? This child has unlimited potential, Sakazuki said in a low voice, his eyes flashing with sharp brilliance behind his glasses. I believe we must not give him any time to grow. Otherwise, he'll definitely become a major threat in the future. Kong nodded approvingly as he said, Indeed, this kid is barely 10 years old now. Such a young prodigy. Unfortunately, he is not one of our Marines. Because of the Ohara Island incident, he has already become our enemy. If that's the case, we absolutely must eliminate him. Then, shall we start chasing him now? Sakazuki asked solemnly. If we decide to hunt him down, we should do it quickly. Sakazuki, relay my orders. Have the West Blue headquarters fully pursue and capture Lauren. Also, issue the world government's wanted notice and bounty reward for Lauren immediately. Understood. With Kong's pursuit order and the world government's bounty announcement issued, instantly, the Marine headquarters vice admirals and admirals were shocked. The entire Marine force was rattled. In the East, South, West, and North Blue, all the regions were shaken by this pursuit order. At the same time, the entire world's bounty hunters were ecstatic. A 10 billion belly bounty, and the target was just a 10-year-old child. To bounty hunters, wasn't this practically an easy catch? Therefore, countless bounty hunters, filled with excitement and determination, began to converge toward the West Blue to go after Lauren. It seemed as though the 10 billion belly reward was already in their grasp. Chapter 9, A Huge Bounty. The turmoil caused by 10 billion berries. A huge bounty had been announced, shaking the 4 seas. Countless bounty hunters began heading toward the West Blue, ready to hunt down Rowan. Because of Rowan's appearance, the entire sea had become turbulent and filled with rising winds. 10 billion berries. This was by no means a small sum. For some small island nations, even 3 to 5 years' worth of fiscal revenue would hardly amount to that. Only a large country like Alabasta could barely match such a figure in a single year's budget, and even that required the efforts of a nation with tens of millions of people. No wonder so many bounty hunters went crazy over this. Accomplishing this one job would allow anyone to retire in luxury, living an easy life anywhere they pleased with that fortune. Therefore, not only the bounty hunters went mad with excitement, but pirates as well. For vicious, lawless pirates, how many nations and ports would they have to raid and pillage to accumulate such an enormous amount of wealth? For many smaller pirate crews, it would probably be impossible to plunder such a sum within their entire lifetimes. How about turning on each other, then? For pirates, such things were common occurrences. If an opportunity arose, they wouldn't mind stabbing fellow crews in the back, let alone the case of Rowan, just a lone individual. Defeating him and claiming the 10 billion berries would mean untold riches. Even the major pirates and powerful pirate crews thought similarly. With such a massive sum, they could enjoy a comfortable existence for many years, even expanding their operations and advancing to the New World to vie for territory with the big shots among the 4 emperors. In the New World, the future 4 emperors were locked in fierce battles. Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and others caught in heavy combat. As one of the former members of the once greatest pirate crew, the Rocks Pirates, all 3 of them had taken away tremendous resources from the crew and had grown powerful in the New World. As for red-haired Shanks and the other former members of Joel D. Roger's crew, Shanks was not yet as formidable as he would be 20 years later. He was still in his developmental phase, needing time to catch up with Whitebeard and the other 3. The Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard himself, still young back then, had just broken away from the Rocks Pirates and stood in his prime, full of youthful vigor. Across the seas, few could stand as his equals. Only Big Mom, Kaido, and the imprisoned Golden Lion remained. Glug glug. Whitebeard drank deeply from his flask of medicinal sake, proudly standing upon the deck of the Moby Dick, gazing at the distant ocean where the beast's pirate's flag fluttered proudly in the wind. Whitebeard burst into laughter and loudly proclaimed, Kaido, shall we have another match? We cannot let some young pup steal our spotlight. Ha ha ha. Edward, you want to fight? I'll fight you. If you can, go ahead and kill me. From the flagship of the Beast's pirates came a deep, thunderous laugh in response. As for that little brat, ha ha, gotta say he did something impressive, but he's still far behind us. He's still too green. Ha ha, Kaido, you speak too boldly. When you and I were 10, we weren't nearly as strong as he is now. Whitebeard chuckled, shaking his head. Back when they were 10 years old, they had just entered the Rocks Pirates as trainees, junior crewmen. Compared to Rowan's present feats, their early days were like night and day, utterly incomparable. He still has a long way to go before reaching that stage. Now, I don't even consider him worth noting. Kaido scoffed. Just a fleet of marine buster call ships. None of them could actually fight except maybe someone like Bueno. Even he's still not strong enough in front of me, so these accomplishments are really nothing much. Haha, we shall see then. When that boy arrives in the new world and stands before you, whether he might beat you to a pulp. Edward, you seem to really respect that boy. You don't want to adopt him, do you? Kaido asked with a grin. Actually, that's exactly what I want. I wonder if the brat will agree. Whitebeard laughed out loud. Enough about that. With a tilt of his head, Whitebeard hurled his sake bottle into the ocean, then roared, Kaido, let's fight. You think I'm afraid? This area is claimed by the Beast's pirates. Edward, let's go. Back at the Big Mom Pirates territory, Cake Island. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin sat at a massive round table, gobbling down mountains of desserts. Her son sat respectfully beside her, reading aloud from the newspaper and reporting all the news about Rowan. Swallowing her food, Big Mom's eyes sparkled with interest. That little Rowan fellow is quite impressive. Ha ha ha. Imagine quietly wiping out an entire fleet without warning. Mom is absolutely right. Standing beside Big Mom was just a young boy, not much older than Rowan, yet he was extremely respectful in her presence. The world government really went all out. 10 billion berries. I've been plundering for years and haven't even accumulated that much. They actually put up such a huge bounty at once. Big Mom said, raising her eyebrows. Then, Mom, should we head to the West Blue and capture this Rowan? With 10 billion berries, plus Whitebeard and Kaido tearing each other apart, it would be a perfect opportunity for the Big Mom Pirates to expand. The boy narrowed his eyes and said, Humph. Big Mom glanced at the boy before saying casually, the news has already spread across the 4 seas. There are plenty of people already after him. By the time we get there, there might not even be leftovers. For now, let's just see if this little brat can survive among all those hungry wolves. If he does manage to survive, then maybe I'll personally take action. And if he knows what's good for him, perhaps I'll even offer him a chance to join us. Then are we just going to ignore him for now? No need to interfere. Big Mom waved her hand. Focus on watching Edward and Kaido closely. If the right opportunity arises, I wouldn't mind giving them a hard time myself. Chapter 10. The Arrogant Golden Lion. Preparing to set sail. Impelled down level 6. As the lowest level of the prison, this is where the most dangerous and violent pirates in the entire sea are held. Among them, the most notable figure is none other than Shiki the Golden Lion. Although confined in the Great Prison, Shiki still maintains his own channels of information. Impelled Down houses countless talented criminals, each possessing unique skills. Some of them have even grown close with the wardens after prolonged imprisonment, and naturally have access to the same information as the guards. Once one prisoner learns something, the news quickly spreads among the inmates. Eventually, it reaches Shiki's ears. Mwahaha, Luonan, 10 years old. He wiped out an entire pacifista fleet alone, and slaughtered nearly 1,000 marines? Ha ha. Inside the dark and damp cell where Shiki resided, his powerful and imposing figure sat upright as he burst into laughter upon hearing about Luonan, his eyes gleaming with interest. This kid isn't bad. He's got courage and strength. Though I personally don't consider pacifista fleets much, for a 10-year-old to accomplish such a feat is truly impressive. Shiki grinned, eyes filled with mockery. And to think the world government offered a 10 billion belly bounty out of fear. These useless cowards are scared of a mere child. Huh? They really are pathetic. Just wait until I escape. I will surely overthrow the celestial dragon's rule. As for this Luonan, he's not bad. When the time comes, I'll recruit him as my subordinate. If he refuses, well, I'll just eliminate him casually. Ohara, Robin's home. It had been 2 days since Luonan destroyed the pacifista fleet, and during these 2 days, island residents had learned about the incident through the newspapers. Knowing that Luonan single-handedly saved all their lives, the people were extremely grateful. They enthusiastically invited him to their homes for meals to express their thanks. Over these 2 days, Luonan and Robin were treated to endless feasts. However, Luonan was well aware that not everyone shared this gratitude. Although unspoken, some residents looked at him with a trace of fear. After all, he had personally killed nearly 1,000 Marines. Even though they knew these Marines were there to kill them, due to the world government's long-standing propaganda and 800-year legacy as the de facto authority, some islanders felt that Luonan had stirred up major trouble, and that the government would definitely not let him go after issuing a 10 billion belly bounty. Once the government sends a more powerful fleet for revenge, undoubtedly, the islanders would be caught in the crossfire. Everyone has their own concerns. Even though Luonan had saved their lives, some still selfishly feared that he might bring misfortune to them in the future. Luonan knew all this, but he chose not to say anything. He had saved Ohara not for these people. The majority of the islanders were still kind. More importantly, Avalai and Robin were still here, so he couldn't just ignore their safety. I'll wait for Avalai to return, then leave the island with her and Robin. Luonan thought to himself. He wasn't worried that Avalai or Robin would refuse to leave. After all, Avali's dream was to decipher the poneglyphs, which required traveling across the seas to explore ruins from 800 years ago. If he accompanied them, their safety would be better assured, and it would allow Robin and her mother to reunite. Avalai would definitely agree. Besides, staying on the island any longer wasn't safe anymore anyway. Oh right, Robin. Suddenly thinking of something, Luonin turned to ask Robin, "Do you know where Avalai went this time?" "I do." Though only 8 years old, Robin, the child prodigy, had already completed most archaeological studies, something many of the island's elders acknowledged. So for this question, Luonin might not know, but Robin definitely did. That's great. Upon hearing that, Luonin immediately smiled. In that case, he didn't have to wait for Avali's return in Ohara anymore. The island was currently safe, and unless they captured him first, the world government probably wouldn't target the island again. Otherwise, they would suffer an even greater wrath from him. "What's great?" Robin curiously asked. "Robin, what do you say we go find Avalai together?" Luonin looked at Robin with a smile. "Fine, Mama." Hearing that, Robin's eyes lit up immediately, and she happily exclaimed, "Yes, yes, let's go find her. Haha, let's surprise her." If it were before, Robin might not have agreed to something like this. After all, the sea was extremely dangerous with countless pirates. It would have been far too risky for just two little kids like her and Luonin to drift across the ocean alone. But now she felt completely at ease, because Luonin was here. Luonin had single-handedly challenged an entire pacifista fleet, annihilating more than 10 warships and nearly 1,000 marines. With such terrifying strength, it didn't matter if it was the West Blue or anywhere else. He could traverse the seas fearlessly. "All right then, let's prepare today, and we'll set out tomorrow." Luonin waved his hand and said, "Yay, then I'll tell Grandpa Gorin and the others that we're setting sail tomorrow." Robin cheerfully ran out, leaving Luonin alone at home to pack their belongings. Chapter 11. Check in again. Reward, the Marines' 6 powers. Early the next morning, at the port of Ohara Island, stood 2 small and slender figures on the slowly departing deck of the Grand Wave, none other than Rorin and Robin. Both were waving to the port, where a group of people waved back in farewell. When the figures at the port could no longer be seen, Robin finally lowered her hand and sighed. "Brother Rorin, this is actually my first time leaving Ohara. Have you always stayed on the island before?" Rorin asked, originally assuming that Robin had left with Alvia before, but thinking back, Robin was only 8 years old. Alvia's journeys had always led her to ancient ruins, and with the seas being so unsettled, it was understandable she hadn't brought Robin along. "Yes, this is truly my first time leaving," Robin replied excitedly. "Wow, our adventure is beginning." Setting out to sea was the dream of many young people in this world, and especially so after Roger's execution, it had practically become a trend, or rather, a race for the so-called ultimate treasure. Robin was no different. However, unlike others, she didn't desire treasure, but instead wished to follow in her mother's footsteps to decipher the historical texts. "But if you've never been to sea before, how did you even know where Auntie Alvia was headed?" Rorin frowned slightly. Robin couldn't possibly not know the location, could she? "We have a sea chart, of course." Robin replied with a glance, pulling out a sea chart and pointing. "See, this time Mother is heading to the island of Traft in the West Blue. Previously, archaeologists discovered an ancient ruin on this island, unearthing many ancient artifacts. Mother has probably found something important in that ruin. If we hurry, we'll arrive in time." "I hope so. However, a huge ship like the Grand Wave is difficult to handle with only the 2 of us. We can't sail very fast." Rorin glanced at the large vessel. With no additional crew, he could only proceed as he had previously against the pacifista fleet, raising the sails and letting the wind take them forward freely. Plus, without a navigator on board, they would be unable to avoid harsh weather such as storms. The one consolation, however, was that they were currently in the West Blue, not the perilous Grand Line, so the likelihood of storms was much lower. "We'll have to make do for now. We can find more crew members in the future," Robin said helplessly as well. The small number of crew members definitely affected their speed. The ship moved slowly, but as time passed, the Grand Wave steadily approached the island of Traft. After several more days passed, they finally passed by an island. Rorin breathed a sigh of relief. During the past few days at sea, he had only managed to check in once, earning a bottle of stamina potion. For the rest of the days, he hadn't been able to check in for rewards because he was on the same ship constantly. Now that they had finally reached an island, he couldn't possibly waste the opportunity. He had to go ashore to check in again, hoping to obtain a good reward this time. "Rorin, this island doesn't seem large, and it isn't even labeled on the map. It might just be an obscure little island. Let's go take a look whether it's uninhabited. If it isn't, let's get some food and water before setting off again." Robin's small frame was busily steering, guiding the Grand Wave toward the island. "All right, I'll handle the ship's direction. You go get ready. We'll both disembark shortly," Rorin said, stepping over and taking the wheel. "Okay, I'll go prepare. I've been stuck on the ship for days. Finally, we can land. I hope there are people here. I want to eat a real feast." Robin exclaimed joyfully and hurried off to prepare. Shortly after, Rorin found a suitable spot to dock near the island. The two tidied up before landing. "This island seems deserted," Robin said, slightly disappointed. "Could it really be uninhabited? That explains why it isn't even marked on the sea chart. Possibly an uninhabited island indeed." Rorin nodded slightly with a furrowed brow. Even if he could check in here, the reward wouldn't probably be anything particularly great. If given the chance, he would prefer to check in the Holy Land, Mariawa. it must have significantly greater rewards. However, he wasn't in a hurry at the moment. There would be plenty of time in the future. The 4 blue seas, the 2 ends of the Grand Line, and places like Mariawa, Marine Ford, and well-known large islands such as Alabasta, Amazon Lily, Justice Island, Dressrosa, and even Logue Town, none of these places would escape his plans. Hey, Roran, look, are these not human footprints? Suddenly, Robin cheered excitedly, pointing at a spot on the ground ahead. These really are footprints. Someone is here. Roran smiled and nodded, looking at the footprints on the ground. They were indeed human footprints, which proved that even if this was a deserted island, it was not completely uninhabited. If there were people here, there would likely be supplies. It should be possible to find some villagers to buy food and water from. Come on, let's follow the footprints. Look, they lead toward the center of the island, Roran said, pointing ahead. There was a forest ahead, stretching all the way to the island's center like a basin, filled with trees and plants. If there were inhabitants, they were sure to be at the island's center, safer and more concealed, making them less likely to be discovered by pirates or passing sea creatures. All right, let's go. I hope there are more people on this island. Robin agreed and followed closely beside Roran toward the island's center. As he walked, Roran mentally contacted the check-in system. Since they had arrived on the island, he might as well use his check-in for the day. This wasn't a famous island, so checking in for the entire island might yield a better reward. System, check in on this island. Roran said in his mind. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the user. Reward, the Marine's 6 powers. The system's voice echoed in his mind, followed by the appearance of a book, an advanced skill in the pirate world, the Marine's 6 powers. The Marine's 6 powers? Roran was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected that such a small and insignificant island would grant him a skill like this. This wasn't just a single ability, but included 6 techniques like finger pistol and moonwalk, making it a considerable reward indeed. System, how come I got such a reward on such a desolate island? Roran asked curiously. Master, the rewards obtained from the check-in system improve as your strength increases. This was explained to you before, the system replied. When you become stronger, you will receive better and more powerful rewards. This time, you checked in for the entire island at once. For a short period of time afterward, you won't be able to check in again on this island, which is why this reward is so good. Okay, I see. Roran nodded, a smile on his lips. Gaining such a good reward at once certainly made him feel happy. Just as Roran and Robin were about to reach the island's center, suddenly, there was rustling in the trees ahead. Roran's eyebrows lifted as he looked up and saw over a dozen pirates with swords and spears suddenly emerging from the forest, encircling them with eyes full of greed and murderous intent. Ha! Who'd have thought that 2 little brats would wander into our home base of the Tiger Fang pirates? Brothers, capture them. Chapter 12, Intercepting xuanhuan, an awe-inspiring massacre. Where did this brat come from? Xuanhuan remained calm, scanning the surroundings and glancing at the group surrounding them. Each of them was a strong, muscular man, some towering 2 or 3 meters high. But in this world, that wasn't strange at all. There were giants nearly 100 meters tall and miniature humans the size of fingertips. There were even merfolk, plenty of bizarre species. These oddities weren't uncommon. These dozen bandits clearly mistook him and Robin for ordinary people who had accidentally wandered onto the island. But it just so happened that this island was the headquarters of the so-called Tiger Shark pirates. Wow, Xuanhuan, did we really walk into a den of thieves? Unlike Xuanhuan, who remained fearless despite his superior skills, Robin was genuinely startled and immediately grabbed the sleeve of Xuanhuan's shirt, asking nervously. It's nothing, just a few small-time thieves, not worth mentioning. Xuanhuan said calmly, not even considering these pirates as worthy of his attention. Hey, little thieves. One of the pirates, the leader of this group, was a bald giant over 2 meters tall. He chuckled and patted his head. Never thought we'd be underestimated by 2 kids today, huh? Brothers, what do you think? Very funny. Ha, I'm dying here. A man beside him who held a long sword had a scar across his face, shaped like a centipede. His grin was terrifying, scaring Robin so much that she immediately hid behind Xuanhuan and refused to look at him. 2 little kids talking big. They've intruded into the Tiger Shark pirates' territory without even realizing it. They really don't know when they're beaten. Another pirate with a tall, thin frame glared at Xuanhuan with a gloomy expression. Holding a pistol in his hand, he had already aimed at Xuanhuan's head and was ready to strike. Vice Captain, should we just kill them now? A short pirate with a sleazy face glared at Xuanhuan and Robin with cold eyes and asked the giant. Kill them? Didn't you hear what I just said? The giant glared at the short pirate. These 2 kids have delicate skin and tender meat. Tie them up and bring them back. Lately we've been short on food, so we'll feast on them a bit. Upon hearing this, the pirates smiled gleefully at each other, eyeing the pair as though they were delicious meals. Xuanhuan, however, frowned deeply. Eating people? These guys were indeed vicious pirates. They actually dared to eat humans. Judging from their expressions, they'd clearly done it before. They deserve to die. Eat us. Robin clearly realized the same thing and immediately turned pale with fear, trembling all over as she stared at the pirates with pure terror. Quickly tie up these 2 kids. Seeing Robin's terrified face, the giant laughed loudly and then waved his hand, signaling his men to capture them. Die. The moment the pirates moved, Xuanhuan also struck. He didn't use his haki this time. Killing them while they were unconscious would be too merciful. He drew his Nicaran blade and slashed at several pirates closing in on them. Swish, swish, swish. With a flash of blade, several pirates were instantly cut into pieces and died tragically. Fighting against these common pirates with Ruanan's current abilities was like slicing vegetables with ease. He didn't even need to use the power of the Mera Mera Nomi. With swordsmanship alone, he could effortlessly wipe out these trash. Killing them in an instant was no exaggeration. Several pirates didn't even have time to scream in pain before being sliced to bits. With such incredible speed and flashing swords, they had no time to react before they fell in pools of blood, causing an eerie silence to settle over the scene. Across from them, the giant and his men were left stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Ho, how is this possible? Wah, what's going on? Just 2 kids, and they instantly killed several of us. A pirate stuttered, trembling violently as if he'd seen a ghost. No way. What exactly are those 2 kids? The giant shook his head hard, as if trying to clear it, believing himself to be dreaming. Bang! The pirate with the gun snapped out of his shock, and, upon regaining his senses, shot immediately at Ruanan. Swish! Thwack! Ruanan didn't even look at him. He casually swung his Nickerin blade. Thwack! It sliced the bullet in 2. Both halves flew to the sides of Ruanan and hit the ground. The cut was smooth and precise. Blocking bullets with sword swings and slicing them apart had become effortless for him now. This guy is simply a demon. The pirate with the pistol was trembling, his lips quivering, his hands shaking uncontrollably. His face twitched as he stared at Ruanan in utter terror. He had just shot, yet Ruanan had effortlessly blocked it, cut the bullet in half, no less. How could he not be shocked? How could he not be afraid? Quick, run. Hurry back and report to the captain. This kid is a demon. The giant, now stripped of all arrogance, trembled in his legs, his eyes bloodshot. With a low growl, he immediately turned around, not daring to fight Ruanan any longer, nor even having the courage to face him. All he could think about now was saving his own life and reporting to the captain of the Tiger Shark Pirates, planning to use the overwhelming numbers of his crew to deal with Ruanan. Wanna run? Did you even ask me? Ruanan's cold voice came from behind him, like the voice of a grim reaper. Pussy eye. A flash of blade, and the Nickerin blade had already pierced through the giant's chest. The massive, muscular body collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, his eyes filled with disbelief. Run quickly. Hurry back and report to the captain. Scatter and run. When the other pirates saw their powerful vice-captain being instantly killed by Ruanan with just one move, they were overcome with even greater fear. Terrified, they scattered in all directions, fleeing toward the central part of the forest, their headquarters. Ruanan's expression remained cold and calm. He slowly walked behind the fallen giant, retrieved his Nickerin blade, and paid no attention to the pirates running away. Instead, he followed them closely with Robin. Ruanan, are we really going to keep going forward? Robin asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Although she knew Ruanan was incredibly strong, the forest ahead was the enemy's base. Would it be too dangerous to rush in like this? Of course we're going forward. These scum dared to eat people? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. If I don't wipe out the Tiger Shark Pirates today, I won't leave this place. Ruanan said in a deep voice, his eyes brimming with killing intent. He had no intention of leaving at all. Instead, he planned to follow the fleeing pirates to their hideout and destroy them completely. Okay, hearing this, Robin, who had been somewhat scared, was no longer afraid. Ruanan was right. If they didn't eliminate these despicable villains, more people would fall victim to them. After all, she had a devil fruit ability. Though she was only 8 years old and hadn't yet mastered its use, she had been momentarily frightened earlier. But now, she couldn't afford to be a burden to Ruanan. Later on, she would help him fight by using her fruit ability to hold down the enemies. Robin mentally encouraged herself and, with a serious expression on her little face, followed closely behind Ruanan. They moved forward along the trail of the fleeing pirates, heading straight toward the headquarters of the Tiger Shark Pirates. Chapter 13, The Ferocious Tiger Pirates? Just a bunch of weaklings. At the center of the forest, which was also the center of the island, the terrain was wide and open with many village houses scattered about. It wasn't a prosperous place, quite the opposite in fact, it was very poor. At the very heart of the village stood a relatively tall and large building. This structure was filled with people, but they weren't villagers. They were members of the ferocious tiger pirates who had taken over the village. Inside the grand hall were about 7 or 8 large round tables. At the head table sat a tall man with a black tiger tattoo. Although not as towering as the giant previously seen, this man appeared much more ferocious and ruthless, his sharp, cruel eyes occasionally flashing with glints of light. Surrounding round tables were filled with other pirates, each holding wine cups and roasted ham, devouring meat and drinking heavily. Ha ha ha, Captain, where are we going to raid next? One pirate asked with a mouthful of meat. That's right, Captain. Our food supplies are running low, and the villagers here are nearly used up. Who's going to do the odd jobs then? Surely not us, right? Another pirate took a swig of alcohol and said, we need to pick a good target next time. I heard there's a rich island to the north. How about we hit that place? No, I know that place. The island you're talking about has a marine garrison, even an officer from the West Blue headquarters, a major. He's not easy to mess with. So what if it's a marine major? Are we the ferocious tiger pirates afraid of him? Not afraid exactly, but we might suffer heavy losses. Then let the captain decide. Yeah, Captain, what do you think? Everyone turned their eyes to the captain of the ferocious tiger pirates sitting at the head. The captain of the ferocious tiger pirates took a big swig of alcohol, exhaled the stench of liquor, and coldly said, though that island has a marine major and more than 100 troops stationed there, Even a little more than our number of pirates, I still want to raid it. We won't engage them directly anyway. We'll pick a night, land from the direction farthest away from the marine base, grab everything quickly, and then run. Haha, let's see how that marine force can chase us. Haha, brilliant idea, Captain. Right, brilliant idea. Only our captain could think of such a clever plan. He's the boss after all, definitely smarter than us. The pirates immediately started heaping on praise, making the captain grin with pride. Just then, heavy, hurried footsteps were heard approaching. Bad news. Chief, bad news. The vice captain has been killed, along with several other brothers. Chief, save us. Several fleeing pirates burst into the hall, panting heavily and looking utterly disheveled. Huh. The captain of the ferocious tiger pirates frowned, clearly annoyed. What the hell is going on? Didn't I tell you to guard outside? What about the vice captain? Killed? Are you making some joke? Joke? This is our base. How could the vice captain be killed? Someone doubted. Did the Marines attack? Someone else exclaimed in surprise. No way. If the Marines really attacked, the vice captain wouldn't have stayed and fought. He would have come back to report. Another person thought aloud. Then what happened? Calm down. Tell me exactly what went on. The captain of the ferocious tiger pirates stood up, waved his big hand, and glared at the few who had returned. We found 2 kids sneaking onto the island. The vice captain decided to capture them, but one of the kids was too strong. He killed the vice captain with a single move. A pirate said, his eyes filled with fear. And he isn't afraid of bullets. Another added, some of us shot at him, but the bullets just bounced off. We barely managed to escape back here. Humph. At these words, the pirate captain's face immediately darkened. With a cold snort, he said, so such a thing has actually happened. Brothers, grab your weapons. I want to see who dares to cause trouble at my ferocious tiger pirate's base. Yes, boss. A pirate immediately grabbed the long blade beside him, rising angrily as he prepared to go find Lon. Daring to cause trouble at our base, he must be tired of living. Another pirate shouted furiously, raising the long spear in his hand. Let's go check it out together. Killing our vice captain? He must want to die. Let's go. Kill him. Avenge the vice captain. The pirates were clamoring noisily, ready to follow the captain of the ferocious tiger pirates to cause trouble for Lon. But just then, a cold, sharp voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Who? The pirates inside were shocked and turned their heads toward the entrance. The pirate captain roared furiously while his body gradually sprouted thick black tiger fur, and on his forehead, a black king mark appeared. Aren't you guys going to come after me and avenge your vice captain? Luan casually pushed open the big door with one hand, pulling Robin, walking in with a calm expression. He glanced around the room and fixed his gaze on a muscular man without a shirt, clearly the captain of the ferocious tiger pirates. Why? There were so many people in the hall, but only this one possessed a devil fruit, an animal-type tiger devil fruit. His fighting power wasn't weak at all, and apart from him, there were no other devil fruit users in the entire crew. Among such a pirate gang where the strong ruled, this man was clearly the only one capable of being the captain. Pirates followed strength. They would never obey anyone weak. Kid, is it you who killed our vice captain? A pirate glared viciously at Lon and shouted. The other pirates also looked at him with bloodthirsty eyes. Unfortunately, Lon didn't even spare them a glance. They were just small fry, completely unworthy of his attention. Even the captain himself, the devil fruit user, wasn't worth much in Luan's eyes. Dealing with these guys was too easy. For example, Conqueror's Haki. Luan had no intention of wasting time with these trash. He directly unleashed the elite technique of the Qing Bing Yin, Conqueror's Bachip. Boom. With a tremendous roar, crackling, and popping, every pirate in the hall, except the captain who managed to withstand the shock, collapsed unconscious without exception. What is this? Bachip. The pirate captain's eyes widened, stunned and shaken, his expression dark with horror. He trembled all over, not from fear, but because resisting Luan's Conqueror's Bachip had nearly crushed him. Though he didn't collapse immediately, he was close to it. Luan's strength was far beyond his. The reason he hadn't fallen was because he immediately transformed into a tiger, enduring the pressure of the Bachip. But he couldn't do anything else. Under the suppression of the Bachip, Luan calmly approached him, casually swung his Nicaran blade, and kacha, the head rolled. The mighty captain of the ferocious tiger pirates, before Luan, lasted only a single move. The second strike, a light, effortless slice, ended his life. Luan looked around the room without any change in expression. With his sword in hand, he moved about, killing each pirate one by one, ending their sinful lives. These so-called ferocious tiger pirates are nothing but chickens and dogs, wiped away with a single sweep of the hand. Luan smiled faintly and then pulled Robin, who looked at him with admiration in her eyes, out of the hall. He even set a fire afterward, burning all the pirate corpses inside. Chapter 14, The Baki Family and the Marines Scheme. Ronan, you're amazing. Robin looked at Ronan with admiration. So many pirates, and you wiped them all out so easily. Now they won't be able to keep causing trouble anymore. Yeah, there are still some villagers left in this village. Without those pirates dominating the place, they can finally live peacefully from now on. As they passed through the village, Ronan saw faint shadows moving inside the broken houses. He even noticed a few children peeking at them fearfully through the cracks in the doors. Obviously, those who had lived in terror looked at everyone with wary and frightened expressions. After Ronan and Robin left, the villagers finally came out of their houses. The number wasn't large. Most of the survivors were elderly, weak, or injured. Looking at the building engulfed in flames, they knelt to the ground and cried bitterly, weeping as though releasing their pent-up emotions. Ronan and Robin walked away along the forest path. The small village had been occupied for a long time by the xuanhuan Otori pirates, and there was hardly any food left behind. There was no point in staying any longer, so it was better to set sail again sooner rather than later. Robin, take a look at the sea map. What's the nearest major island from here? Back on the ship, Ronan took the helm and steered the giant wave away from the island while asking Robin. It's to the north, not too far from here. If we move quickly, we should be able to get there by tomorrow afternoon. But, Robin looked at the sea map for a while before replying, hesitating at the end. But what? There are Marines stationed on that island. Western Sea Branch Marines. Robin knew Ronan was currently a world government wanted man. If they ran into the Marines unexpectedly, a confrontation would certainly happen. Oh, upon hearing that, Ronan raised his eyebrows, but he didn't show any fear. Instead, he asked, how many Marines? How many fleets are stationed there? Well, there's no fleet, just about 100 regular Marines and 2 medium-sized warships. And the leader is a branch commodore. Robin paused for a moment before continuing. That's it. Ronan was taken aback for a second, then somewhat disappointed. He had thought there might be dozens of warships, thousands of Marines, maybe even admirals waiting in ambush. But in the end, just this small force? Yeah, that's all. Robin nodded in confirmation. Then forget about them. We'll just go there to resupply. Ronan adjusted the sails, following the wind and current toward their destination. This small group of Marines wasn't even worth his attention. He didn't even have the slightest thought of dealing with them. It was too weak to even provoke his desire to fight. At night, Ronan took out the reward he had received from daily sign-in, Marine 6 styles *, and started to study it. After a few hours, he was already halfway proficient in using the skills. Within 10 days to half a month, he would master all 6 skills completely. In fact, he could probably reach the same level as veteran Marines who had studied the 6 styles for years. Of course, because the user was different, the 6 styles in Ronan's hands were much more powerful than when used by others. System, bring up my status panel. Lying on the deck watching the stars, Ronan asked the system to display his status panel. He wanted to see how much his stats had increased in recent times. Host, Ronan. Age *10. Physique *71. Strength *68. Agility *72. Spirit *99. Conqueror's Haki *LV7. Flowing Cloud Sword Art *LV7. Mera Mera no Mi *LV6. Marine 6 styles *LV2. Healing Potion *8 bottles. Spirit Potion *8 bottles. Stamina Potion *11 bottles. Longevity Potion *3 bottles. Nicaran Blade, Speed Talisman, Giant Wave. The increase in stats wasn't significant, just a few points each, since Ronan's original power was already quite high. He could barely feel any change in his own strength. The Marine 6 styles still has great potential. When the level increases, there will be a significant boost in all 4 attributes. Looking at the level of the Marine 6 styles, Ronan thought that increasing its level would greatly enhance his physique, agility, and strength, though it wouldn't boost his spirit much. Even so, it was definitely worth some effort to practice. With these thoughts, Ronan fell asleep. He didn't go inside the cabin to rest, staying on the deck the entire night. With limited manpower, the little girl Robin needed to rest inside the cabin, so he had to stay outside to keep watch, in case any sea kings approached unnoticed, and to monitor the ship's course. No point waking up in the morning only to find the ship drifting off track. The next day, the giant wave continued sailing through the morning. By the afternoon, they finally arrived at a relatively large island. The ship approached the harbor without even attempting to hide. Ronan and Robin disembarked directly and entered this bustling port city. Baki Island. That was the name of the island, apparently derived from the name of a family that ruled it. Ronan didn't bother to find out the exact identity of the family. Anyway, he and Robin only planned to rest here for a day, resupply food and water, and then set sail again the next day. They were already not far from the island where Olivia was. This time, they would gather more supplies so they could reach that island directly. As soon as Ronan and Robin entered the city, inside a tall building located within the city, on the top floor of an office. You're telling me that Ronan, worth 10 billion berries, has come to this city? Seated on the office chair was a short, plump man in his early 20s wearing a black suit. A cigar thicker than a thumb stuck in his mouth. Through the smoke, his small eyes occasionally flashed sharp glances. Yes. The man sitting opposite him was a thin middle-aged man in a white Marine officer uniform. His face darkened as he spoke. This Ronan actually dared to come here alone with just a child. Carib, this is a perfect opportunity. If we capture him, 10 billion berries will be ours. That's way faster money than dealing in weapons and human trafficking. That's right. The cigar-smoking man seated on the boss chair was none other than Carib Baki, one of the future supernovas. At this time, however, Carib Baki wasn't as powerful as he would later become, both in terms of personal strength and family influence. He had just taken over his family business and was planning how to seize control of the entire underworld of the West Blue. Unfortunately, at this time, he only controlled this single island that his family had ruled for over 100 years. He still had a long, long way to go before dominating the entire underworld of the West Blue. And now, here came an opportunity to make a huge fortune. Colonel Verrill. Carib Baki gave him a cold stare. Yes, I admit I desire that 10 billion berries bounty. But this Ronan is someone who alone annihilated an entire pacifista fleet. Do you think I'm so stupid as to provoke him? He knew exactly what the other party was thinking, wanting to join forces with his family to fight Ronan. Otherwise, How could this Colonel Verrill dare to confront Ronan with just over 100 Marines stationed on this island and his mere status as a Marine branch colonel? But he wasn't stupid either. Clearly, Verrill wanted the Baki family to take the lead in this attack. Could he easily agree to such a request without any real benefits offered? Definitely not. Carib, all these years, we have always worked together extremely well. Colonel Verrill suddenly smiled. Do you think your family business could have lasted this long and prospered so steadily without me, and without the secret permission of the West Blue Marine branch? Are you threatening me? Carib's face suddenly turned cold. You call this cooperation? Yet you've always taken your share of profits. Did I ever forget you whenever I made a big profit? What are you implying now? You misunderstand me. How could I possibly threaten you? Verrill straightened his expression. I'm just reminding you that this opportunity must not be missed. The headquarters has already received word. The world government won't allow this Ronin to remain unchecked any longer. Marineford has already dispatched an admiral from the New World and is preparing to personally lead a task force to the West Blue to capture Ronin. If we don't act now, that 10 billion berry reward will slip right through our fingers. Upon hearing this, Karabaki immediately fell silent, taking a fierce puff from his cigar, exhaling even more smoke. After thinking deeply for a while, Karabaki lifted his head. His eyes were filled with ruthless resolve. All right, we'll go big this time, but I want the lion's share of that 10 billion berries. Agreed. Colonel Verrill immediately broke into a wide grin. Chapter 15. Surround the hotel. Capture Luonan. Inside a luxurious hotel in the port city of Becky Island. Luonan, this looks delicious. In the hall on the second floor of the hotel, Robin sat at a table holding a menu, looking at the various delicacies pictured on it, nearly drooling. If it looks good, just order it. We still have enough money. No need to be frugal, Luonan chuckled. They had already replenished enough food and water on the ship. Now it was time to enjoy the good food. They couldn't possibly prepare such fine meals on the ship like this hotel could. At sea, they could only cook simple meals. Nothing as sumptuous as this. Also this one, and I want to try this dish too. Upon hearing Luonan's words, Robin didn't hesitate at all and ordered a large amount of delicious dishes. She handed the menu back to the waiter, then waited eagerly. Luonan, do you think after we find Mom, should we still return to Ohara? Robin had really grown fond of their traveling lifestyle. For her, the tragic experiences depicted in the original timeline never occurred. Now she was free to travel wherever she wanted with Luonan nearby. Ensuring her safety was never an issue. And they could eat so many delicious things. Life couldn't be better, much more enjoyable than staying alone in Ohara. Luonan thought for a moment before revealing his original plan to Robin. My idea is to take you and Aunt Olivia out to sea with me, to pursue the truth behind the Rio Poneglyph. That is Aunt Olivia's dream, and I also want to travel around a bit myself. As for the Pirate King's treasure, I have my own thoughts about it too. Actually, it wasn't really about the treasure at all. His true intention was to travel around, primarily to check in at various locations and receive rewards. That was his real purpose. Helping Olivia uncover the truth behind the Rio Poneglyph was just an added convenience. The Rio Poneglyph. Upon hearing that, Robin immediately became excited. I also want to know the truth behind the Rio Poneglyph. What really happened during those 100 blank years? That's the dream of every archaeologist. Luonan smiled faintly, nearly forgetting for a moment that Robin herself was also an archaeologist. As she grew older, her expertise in the field would rival even Olivia's, perhaps even surpass it. Right now, she was still young and hadn't quite reached the level of the great archaeologists like Olivia, though she was already quite close. If you don't have any objections, then we'll work together to convince Aunt Olivia? Luonan said. Sure, leave it to me. I'll definitely be able to convince Mom. Robin said confidently, thumping her chest. She was very excited about the possibility of traveling with her mother and uncovering the mysteries of the Rio Poneglyph together. Staying in Ohara was so boring. Robin had already basically completed all the major academic subjects related to archaeology. For a top student like her, there was no longer any need to continue studying in depth. All that was left was practical application. Now, with such a great opportunity before her, she certainly didn't want to let it go. Then it's all up to you. As Luonan spoke, he accepted the tray from the waiter. The beautifully prepared dishes were now on the table, and the two of them wasted no time beginning to eat, setting aside all other thoughts. There was no denying it. The food in the One Piece world was incredibly delicious. The hotel chef was among the very best, and the food he prepared was so exquisite that the two nearly swallowed their tongues in delight. This is amazing. It's so much better than what we ate on the ship. Robin mumbled between bites. That's for sure, Luonan replied, chewing on a piece of chicken leg and drinking delicious juice. On the ship, we could only eat simple, easy-to-store grains and some sea fish, and the spices were never quite enough. Plus, our cooking skills aren't exactly great. How could we possibly compare with professional chefs? Oh no, then when we set sail in the future, we'll have to starve on the ship? We won't be able to enjoy food this delicious anymore. Robin frowned slightly while chewing on her meal. Don't worry yet, Luonan replied after a moment's thought. In the future, we can find a professional chef and recruit him as a companion. Then we'll be able to eat delicious food every single day. Whoa, Luonan, you're so smart. How come I didn't think of that? That settles it then. Luonan, you have to find us a really good chef to join our crew. Robin grinned. Even if we can't find one, Aunt Olivia will be around. She can cook way better than either of us ever could. Luonan laughed with a hearty he. Mom's cooking is really good, definitely better than ours. But, compared to this hotel chef, there's still a gap. I think it's better to find a professional chef, Robin thought for a moment and said. That's true too. We can't make Aunt Olivia work too hard. Leave it to me then. I'll definitely find us a great chef. As the two of them were enjoying their delicious meal, downstairs in the hotel lobby, a large group of people suddenly arrived with a loud commotion. As soon as this group came in, the entire first-floor lobby immediately fell silent. The civilians all changed expressions, then hurriedly left without daring to utter even a single complaint. At least these guys know better than to cause trouble. Saves us the trouble of clearing the place out ourselves. The two leading this group were none other than Capone Beach and Colonel Vero. Behind the two, the group of people divided into two distinct factions. One faction consisted of Vero's subordinates, about 100 Marines armed with guns. The other consisted of over 100 muscular men wearing black suits, carrying both guns and knives. They stood behind the two, exactly Beach's men from the Beach family, the underground fighting forces maintained by Capone Beach. They looked ferocious and menacing. Where's Luonan? Vero looked toward the hotel and asked. According to my subordinate's report, he's having a meal on the second floor. Beach answered coldly, his eyes also turning toward the hotel's second floor. Surround the hotel right now? Upon hearing this, Vero immediately gave the order to the Marines. In an instant, 20 or 30 Marines with guns completely surrounded the entire hotel, preventing Luonan from escaping. As for the rest, follow me upstairs. We must capture this Luonan. Beej waved his hand and directly led the charge toward the second floor. We're going upstairs too. Seeing Beej's back disappear, Vero quickly led the remaining Marines to follow. He felt that given Luonan's strength, Beej alone might not be enough. If they worked together, Vero and Beej, there would still be some chance of capturing Luonan. Plus, with nearly 200 subordinates with them, this mission was guaranteed to succeed. On the second floor hall, Luonan took a sip of juice, slowly placed the glass down, raised his eyebrows slightly, and had a faint icy smile on the corner of his lips. Who are these crawling insects, daring to interrupt our meal? Chapter 16, The Mara Mara no Mi, Scorching Heaven and Earth. Who is it? Robin was taken aback. She hadn't yet noticed that the first floor of the hotel had already been cleared out. A faint sound of footsteps was now closing in from all directions toward the second floor. But Ruonan had already sensed it. Although the second floor was filled with many customers and quite noisy, his mental perception had nearly reached 100 points. Even without the observation haki, he could generally sense what was happening around him. After all, he was a top-tier expert. If he couldn't even detect others approaching closely, he would have been truly too disgraceful. It's nothing. Ruonan shook his head calmly. Just some annoying little bugs. Anyway, we've already finished eating. Get ready, we'll leave soon. It seems we can't stay overnight on this island tonight. After dealing with these bugs, we'll take the ship to spend the night at sea, which is fine too. Oh, okay. As she spoke, Robin also sensed something was off because a large group of people had already ascended the stairs to the second floor and was now driving away the other diners. At the sight of this scene, the guests dared not utter a word. They all lowered their heads and allowed themselves to be chased away. Even those who hadn't paid, yet saw the hotel staff's anxious expressions, but they still dared not say anything. They understood better than anyone who these people were, both the Becky family and the Marines stationed on the island. To dare to obstruct them would be to risk being forced out of this island altogether. Helplessly, the hotel staff could only suffer this silent injustice and retreat to a safe distance. With so many people here, if a fight broke out, they might get caught in the crossfire with no way to appeal for justice. Rustle, rustle. A group of men in black suits and Marines filled the second floor hall of the hotel, completely surrounding Ruonan and Robin. It was as if not even a mosquito could escape. Robin felt scared and moved to stand beside Ruonan, watching this group with growing tension. But Ruonan remained calm and composed. He calmly took the last sip of his juice, then stood up and raised his head, facing the crowd. You people, Yoruban's are Bushawa. Ruonan spoke calmly, his tone gentle and soft, completely unconcerned by the menacing group before him. Clomp, clomp. Two pairs of heavy footsteps approached. Ardun's a Bushak. Capon Baiki and Varer stepped forward, coldly glaring at Ruonan and Robin as they spoke. Ruonan, it seems like it's you whose Danzuk is big. You, who exactly are you? Why are you surrounding us? What do you want? Robin asked nervously, already mentally preparing her plan. She had decided that if a fight broke out, she would use her flower fruit abilities to help Ruonan, ensuring he wouldn't be attacked by so many people alone. Last time, on the island of the Lion Tiger pirate crew, she had wanted to help too, but those pirates had been too weak, not even able to withstand a single strike from Ruonan, giving her no opportunity to act. But now, with such a large number of people here and two obvious strong individuals among them, she was certain this time she would get the chance to assist. Ha! Capon Baiki sneered and glanced disdainfully at Robin without giving the girl much thought. In his eyes, only Ruonan mattered. Only Ruonan, the one who had once single-handedly destroyed an entire Buster Call fleet. Even if he were a 10-year-old child, Capon treated him with extreme caution. This time, he had brought so many people instead of coming alone precisely for that reason. He and Varer were both devil fruit users. Even together, they wouldn't have complete confidence against Ruonan alone, and they had brought so many additional people to ensure total certainty. Who are we? What do we want? Capon Baiki continued with a cold smirk. I am the current head of the Becky family, the current ruler of this island, and the future king of the underworld in the West Blue. We are here for you too, or more precisely, for the 1 billion belly bounty on Ruonan's head. If you know what's good for you, just kneel here and beg for mercy. You might suffer less. Otherwise, once the fight breaks out, none of the weapons in our people's hands will show any mercy. Var added with a sinister grin. The world government's bounty doesn't necessarily require the target alive, xuanhuan. If you're smart, surrender now. Otherwise, we'll take your corpse and still collect the reward money. xuanhuan. Robin glanced nervously at him. Indeed, with so many enemies present now, could they even stand a chance? The two leaders of the enemy group didn't look easy to handle at all. Don't be afraid. xuanhuan gave Robin a reassuring look, then turned his gaze toward Capon Baiki and Var. He pointed casually at the nearly 200 men surrounding them in the hall and spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. You really think these ants pose any threat to me? Humph, with so many of us, each armed with guns and blades, even one strike from each could turn you full of holes. Capon Baiki sneered coldly. And don't forget, both Var and I are here. Together, we're more than enough to take you down. There's no way for you to escape today. Give up the resistance, xuanhuan, Var said with confident arrogance. No matter what you do, you won't be leaving this island today. I've already surrounded the outside of the hotel, and even your ship at the harbor is now under our control. You have nowhere to run. Rather than fighting to the bitter end, it's better to surrender early. Just the two of you. xuanhuan sighed, shaking his head. You're not even worth the crumbs in my teeth. Who gave you the courage to think your abilities are sufficient to capture me? Ridiculous. Today, I'll show you what true power really is. Oh, you actually dare to resist. Capon Baiki and Var exchanged glances, somewhat surprised. Even under such overwhelming encirclement, this xuanhuan still had the guts to resist. He really didn't know the meaning of the word death. The two smirked darkly, then suddenly raised their hands and signaled their men to move forward first to test xuanhuan's strength. If their subordinates couldn't handle him, they wouldn't even need to lift a finger themselves. That would make things incredibly easy, effortlessly earning them the 10 billion belly bounty, a truly delightful outcome. Receiving the signal from their leaders, the men, both in black suits and marines, eagerly rolled up their sleeves, ready to take down xuanhuan. However, Conqueror's Haki, a cold shout echoed, and a vast, crushing pressure bore down from above. Needless to say, there wasn't even a hint of suspense in the result. Not a single man, whether dressed in black or in marine uniform, had the chance to attack. Not even a single shot was fired. They collapsed in waves, falling unconscious and unable to move, their fates unknown. Instantly, the smiles on Var's and Capon Baiki's faces froze. Even under the azure of the Conqueror's Haki, both of them were struggling intensely to resist the terrifying pressure. B-boss, Conqueror's Haki? Damn it, he possesses Haki. You damn bastard, Var. You've doomed me. Capon Baiki glared angrily at Var. Var's face also turned grim, and his body was already transforming. He was using his devil fruit ability. To resist xuanhuan's Conqueror's Haki, he had to summon his full power. And Capon Baiki had already activated his own devil fruit ability. His power came from the xianxia fruit, stronghold fruit, which allowed him to store various weapons inside his body, even an entire small castle. Resisting the Haki pressure wasn't particularly difficult for him, at least much easier than it was for Var. Oh, you can still resist my Haki, but that's all you'll manage. xuanhuan watched the two struggle under the pressure of his Haki. He decided not to waste any more words. He should end this quickly and leave the island. This was boring, extremely boring. These people weren't even worthy of his full strength. Mera Mera no Mi, scorching heaven and earth. Boom. A torrent of blazing flames erupted into the sky, scorching heat sweeping across the entire battlefield like a tidal wave, consuming everything in its path. Chapter 17, The Reputation Shakes the West Blue. Scaring away a group of people. xuanhuan has already reached level 6 in his Mera Mera no Mi abilities. Although not very high, it was more than enough to deal with Capon Beej and Valor at this moment. The two were struggling under xuanhuan's Conqueror's Haki suppression. This terrifying flame poured down upon them, sealing their fate in an instant. No, they barely had time to roar in despair before watching helplessly as the flames engulfed them. Even Capon Beej's durable wall fruit couldn't withstand it, let alone Valor's Zoan-type devil fruit abilities. The two were forcibly melted away, dying in an instant. And as for the nearly 200 people who had been knocked unconscious by the Conqueror's Haki, they didn't even stand a chance, also perishing in the flames. In an instant, the entire second-floor hall was completely emptied. Job done. xuanhuan clapped his hands lightly, glancing indifferently at the ruined second floor before walking away with Robin. Robin felt somewhat bewildered. She had just been about to assist when, once again, she didn't get the chance. Helplessly, she could only say the enemies were just too weak. They couldn't last more than a few moves before being reduced to ashes before xuanhuan. Outside the hotel, the Marines who had been ordered to surround the building were also confused. How could their commander be taken down and killed so quickly? Seeing xuanhuan and Robin walk out of the hotel, they were terrified and not a single one dared to show themselves, all fleeing for their lives. There was no other way. If nearly 200 men plus 2 devil fruit users couldn't stop him, how could they manage with just their small numbers? They had no choice but to flee. As for xuanhuan and Robin, they couldn't be stopped, and the incident was immediately reported to the West Blue Marine Branch. Meanwhile, the events occurring on Beej Island quickly spread throughout the entire West Blue, even reaching the other seas. Many people were once again shaken by xuanhuan's name. At the West Blue Branch headquarters, the branch commander went blank with shock upon receiving the news before cursing Valor as useless. That damn Valor, who does he think he is? xuanhuan once alone was capable of destroying an entire Buster Call fleet. Did he really think he could take him on alone? Commander, Valor must have been after the 1 billion belly bounty on xuanhuan's head. Unfortunately, he underestimated Luo Nan's strength and paid a terrible price as a result. A vice admiral under his command spoke gravely. This is a lesson for us. We can't underestimate Luo Nan again. From the intelligence, Luo Nan at least possesses a Logia-type devil fruit, a flame type with tremendous offensive power. We must not underestimate him. Correct. The West Blue Branch commander was a rear admiral from the Marines headquarters, and now his brows were tightly furrowed with an extremely solemn expression. We can't follow in valor and grace's footsteps. Underestimating Luo Nan would be a grave mistake. That guy is far more powerful than we imagine. Then, what about the capture order issued by the Marines headquarters? The vice admiral hesitated. Immediately halt the operation. The commander waved his hand firmly. We cannot risk the young Marines' lives any further. We will wait. Wait for an admiral from headquarters to arrive, and then we'll act together. I understand. The vice admiral sighed in relief and nodded in agreement. I'll issue the orders right away to stop the fleet heading out to capture Luo Nan. Once the news that the West Blue Branch had halted operations against Luo Nan spread, it immediately pressured all the bounty hunters who had come to the West Blue. They hadn't expected the Marines here to be so frightened by Luo Nan. Additionally, a large portion of the bounty hunters also postponed their attempts on Luo Nan while turning their focus to gathering information on him. The news of Luo Nan possessing a Logia-type devil fruit also reached those interested, even including information on Robin's Hana Hananomi. Most of them were frightened by Luo Nan and didn't dare to act recklessly. Only a small group of arrogant bounty hunters still prepared to confront him. After all, the temptation of 1 billion belly was just too great. On the Grand Line, Luo Nan was unaware of the turmoil his actions had caused across the West Blue. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't have cared. In any case, he was still leisurely sailing towards his destination with Robin. Luo Nan, we're almost there. On the deck, next to Luo Nan, Robin excitedly pointed at a nearby island while holding a map. Is that so? How much longer? Luo Nan asked with a smile. It had been a day and a half since they left Beach Island. He had thought it would take several more days to find Olivia, but Mei Shangda, they were already almost there. The weather these past 2 days had been good, and the wind was favorable, pushing the sails and speeding up the ship's progress. Now, they were already approaching the island where Olivia was located. We should arrive by tomorrow at the latest. We'll have to work hard tonight. So long as we don't deviate from the course, it'll be fine. If we do stray off course, it will become a problem, Robin said seriously. We don't have a professional navigator. If we get off track, figuring out our exact position will be quite difficult. Fine, I'll take the night shift tonight, Luo Nan said helplessly. Without a navigator, this was a real disadvantage. Ships with proper navigators could quickly adjust their course if they went off track, but the Grand Line had no such person aboard, which put them at a disadvantage, and made Luo Nan wish even more for finding a capable navigator to join their crew soon. Come on, we'll get to see Mom tomorrow, Robin said excitedly, clenching her small fist in enthusiasm. Yeah, I hope Aunt Olivia and everyone are safe and sound. Luo Nan murmured softly. He knew very well that in the original storyline, Olivia would soon encounter some serious trouble. Apart from Olivia herself, all other archaeologists died. This time, thanks to Luo Nan's intervention, he had given Olivia some medicine, which might save a few lives. But deep down, he still lacked full confidence. Everything depends on tomorrow. The night passed, and the next morning arrived with cloudy skies, nothing like the bright weather from the previous day. Dark clouds filled the sky, as if a heavy storm was about to break. Luo Nan, it looks like rain is coming. Robin raised her hand to her forehead, glancing at the sky with a hint of worry. The wind direction has already gone chaotic. I can't be sure of our course anymore. Was our heading correct so far? Luo Nan asked with a slight frown. It was correct, but once the storm hits, it will definitely affect our course. I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the island where Mom is before noon today, Robin said, also frowning. Don't worry, we'll keep heading straight for our destination. The deviation won't be that great. As he spoke, Luo Nan turned the ship's wheel and steered directly toward the island where Olivia was located. Meanwhile, Olivia was facing an extreme crisis at this very moment. Chapter 18, Olivia, the Hunted. On the island where Olivia resides, inside an ancient ruin. Olivia, you must leave quickly. Get out of here. An old man covered in blood pushed Olivia away with great effort, coughing up blood in the process. No, I still have this potion Ronan gave me. You must drink it, Olivia said anxiously, holding up a vial as she tried to administer it to the elder. The old man shoved her hand away, coughing a few more times before speaking weakly. Keep that last potion for yourself. Listen to me, go now. You can't save us. Haven't you seen old Evan? Even after the potion revived him from serious injury, those Marines still blew his brains out with a single bullet. We're old and can't run anymore. We're just a burden now. You're still young. You mustn't die here. Those damn Marines. Just to stop us from deciphering the Rio Poneglyph, they actually went so far as to kill us all. Olivia clenched her teeth in fury. She never would have guessed that the world government would go so far as to send in Marines to kill them, just to prevent their archaeological team from exploring the Rio Poneglyph. Their brutality knew no bounds. What she didn't yet know was that after she left Ohara, the world government had even dispatched a Buster Call fleet in an attempt to completely destroy the entire island. This group of several dozen people she traveled with had now been reduced to just 2. The old man now refused to be a burden on her and declined the healing potion. Judging by his condition, he wouldn't last long. Behind them, over a dozen Marines were in hot pursuit, all armed with guns, clearly far beyond the capabilities of a mere scholar like herself to deal with. Olivia was nothing more than a simple scholar, with no devil fruit ability to speak of, and the others were the same. There was no way they could fight against trained Marines, so they could only run. Unfortunately, along the way, they had been caught and picked off one by one. In fact, when the information about this ruin was leaked, the Marines simply ambushed the ruins, waiting for their arrival and then attacking with full force, completely catching them off guard. Cough cough. Hurry up and go, Olivia. Go back and warn everyone to be careful. Ohara might not be safe anymore. The world government won't give up easily. They'll certainly target the other archaeologists next. It would be best if everyone scattered and fled. If they can escape from the West Blue Sea, it'd be great. If not, they could head to the New World. That's the territory of the great pirates who can stand up against the Marines. The old man said with difficulty, pushing Olivia with his hands, urging her to leave. Yet Olivia was unwilling to go. So many people had come together, but now only she and this elder remained. Even if she abandoned him and fled, how could a frail woman like herself truly escape from the Marines' pursuit? She lacked confidence. Quick, they're just ahead. Follow me. Just then, a voice from behind reached their ears, making both of their faces change. Run, Olivia, are you? Before the old man could finish his sentence, a loud bang rang out. A spray of blood erupted from his chest as a bullet tore through his body. Run fast. Olivia's eyes widened as she watched the old man collapse lifelessly to the ground, momentarily frozen in shock. Then she snapped out of it and immediately turned around, fleeing into the distance, tears streaming down her face. A squad of Marines rushed over, checking the old man's pulse and confirming his death. They exchanged glances and said, "He's dead." But judging from the footprints, there's still one more left. Quickly follow the tracks. The orders were to eliminate all of them. Failing to kill even one means the mission isn't complete. A lead Marine took the initiative and began chasing after Olivia, the rest quickly following without hesitation. Dealing with a bunch of ordinary people was no challenge for them. The old men in Olivia's group had all been shot and killed along the way. Now only one young woman was left. Compared to these strong, physically fit men, for a woman to escape from their relentless pursuit was like climbing to the heavens. After fleeing from the ruins, Olivia rushed into the desert, struggling forward in the distance without even considering the direction. Any direction, as long as it led her away from the Marines' gunfire. Luckily, the weather today was terrible. A violent wind blew across the desert, kicking up a sandstorm. While not too severe, it was enough to obscure the pursuer's line of sight. Meanwhile, as Olivia was being hunted, Ronan and Robin finally arrived on the island. Phew, finally reached our destination. Ronan exhaled deeply. The weather today was extremely bad. The tempest had been blown off course by the storm, but fortunately they were already very close to the island. Through the storm, they could barely make out the dark silhouette of the island on the horizon. Although slightly off course, they had finally reached their destination. This island seems to be uninhabited, and not very big either. After stepping onto the shore, Ronan surveyed the environment. This island was a bit larger than the one where the Ashura pirates had been stationed, but much smaller compared to Beach Island. Its environment was harsh, mostly desert. So far, Ronan hadn't found any signs of human habitation. This indeed is a deserted island. Robin shook her head. Except for passing pirates, there have been basically no residents living here. However, several hundred years ago, people definitely lived here. Back then, the environment was still very good, but now it has become a vast desert. I wonder what happened that caused this once beautiful island to turn into a wasteland. Perhaps it was due to war. Ronan thought for a moment before replying. Can a war really cause such a large island to become a desert? Robin widened her eyes, expressing disbelief. It can. A faint smile formed on Ronan's lips. For example, me. If I were to go all out, I'd be able to turn a place this big into a burning hell. Wah, Ronan, you're too amazing and powerful. Though Robin already knew Ronan was strong, she never truly had a scale to measure his strength by. Now, hearing his words, she instantly realized that Ronan's might exceeded her imagination. To be able to transform such a vast island into a flaming hellfire inferno at full strength, that was truly terrifying power. Alright, let's not waste any more time. We should hurry and go look for Annie Olivia. I wonder how she is now. Ronan didn't dwell on talking about his own strength. There was no need to boast in front of Robin. Okay, let's go find Mama quickly. The location of the ruins is that direction. After studying the map for a while, Robin pointed in a certain direction. Good. Come on, I'll carry you. That'll make us faster. Ronan crouched down in front of Robin. Hee okay. Robin cheerfully jumped onto Ronan's back. Chapter 19. Check-in. Reward. Blueprints of the ancient weapon, Pluton. Robin was on Luo Nan's back as he moved quickly across the desert. With his current physical strength, carrying Robin, who was only 8 years old and quite small, was effortless. He ran swiftly without feeling any fatigue. Is the direction correct? Luo Nan asked while sprinting. I think so maybe. Robin examined the map while resting on Luo Nan's back, then looked around at the sandstorm-ridden environment, speaking hesitantly. The sandstorm is too heavy. I can't see far ahead. Without reference points, I'm not sure if we're going the right way. In terms of the direction before, it's correct. Robin added, I just don't know whether the direction changed much after we entered the desert on this island. Then it's fine. Luo Nan said confidently. I've been running straight the entire time, so the direction should be pretty accurate. Even with the sandstorm interfering, we can still find that ruins accurately. After all, judging from the map, that ruins isn't small at all. Yeah, the ruins cover a large area. Once we get there, even if there's some deviation, we can still find our way. Robin nodded in agreement. If that's the case, hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate. Luo Nan grinned, then suddenly sped up significantly, moving even faster than before. He wanted to reach the ruins as soon as possible because his one daily check-in opportunity was reserved for that exact place, not for use immediately after arriving on this island. He had already roughly figured out the underlying pattern of the check-in system. Except for the check-in on the deserted island where the Xuanhuan pirates were, which was somewhat unexpected, other rewards were decided based on the location of the check-in. The more famous and historically significant the place was, the better the reward received. It wasn't 100% certain, but Luonin felt about 70% confident that this theory of his was correct. Back on Beck's island, although the island appeared prosperous, it lacked historical depth or fame, so the reward he had obtained was merely a life extension potion. Although such a potion could extend one's life by a century and was extremely rare for ordinary people, it wasn't particularly valuable to Luonan. But now, in ancient ruins from 800 years ago, combined with the glorious history of this island in the past, checking in at this ruins gave him a very good chance of receiving a remarkable reward. This made Luonan feel excited, and his steps quickened. About half an hour later, after Luonan had even used the speed talisman, significantly increasing his speed, the two finally arrived at a ruin site that only had broken earthen walls remaining. "Wow, we're here!" Robin cheered, jumping down from Luonan's back. Looking at the ruins excitedly, she said, "Luonan, we're finally here. Mom must be inside this ruins. Let's go find her now, okay?" "Okay." Luonan also exhaled in relief and smiled as he looked at the massive ruins. "Let's go inside. Stay close to me and don't run off, just in case there's some danger in the ruins." "I know, Luonan. Don't underestimate me." Robin crossed her arms, tilted her head up, and declared proudly, "I am also an archaeologist, and my knowledge about ancient ruins far surpasses yours." "But that knowledge is just from books," Luonan shook his head. "In real situations, you might find it difficult to deal with dangers, so it's better to be cautious." Luonan himself was not afraid of any danger. With his current strength, even something dangerous from ancient times would pose no threat, let alone just an abandoned ruins that had been lost for over 800 years. However, Robin was different. He didn't want Robin to face any danger and get hurt, so being careful was still better. The two entered directly from the south gate of the ruins and soon spotted some Miji footprints along the way. "These are Mom's footprints. They've already entered the ruins. Luonan, let's hurry up. Haha, I'm going to give Mom a big surprise." Seeing the footprints on the ground, Robin laughed joyfully and waved Luonan forward. All right. Luonan helplessly followed behind. He had just been calling for his system within his mind when Robin spoke, so he hurried to keep up, hoping not to let the girl rush into any dangerous situations carelessly. "System, let's check in here at this ruins to complete today's task." Luonan spoke to the check-in system in his mind. "Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host. Today's check-in has been successful. Reward obtained. Complete blueprints of the ancient weapon, Pluton." The system responded, and at the same time, a set of dozens of extremely complex blueprints appeared in the system space. "Huh." Luonan was startled inwardly, then looked at the blueprints with a sense of pleasant surprise. "These are the blueprints of the ancient weapon, Pluton. Wow, this is definitely something extremely valuable." Luonan couldn't help but laugh to himself. As expected, his guess was correct. The rewards obtained from checking in at such a historically rich location were absolutely much better than checking in dozens of times at ordinary places. 100 times better, even. Pluton, the ancient weapon, was one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons. Just think about Poseidon. Each generation of Poseidon is a mermaid princess from the merfolk tribe, and the princess can summon and control all the sea kings in the ocean. All the sea kings. Sea kings were terrifying and powerful in this world. If all of them united, not only would Luonan have to step aside and admit defeat, even the so-called 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, the Marines admirals, the entire marine force, and even the world government would stand no chance. This was a force powerful enough to overturn the world. If thousands of sea kings, each dozens or even hundreds of meters in size, gathered together, their power could truly shake and destroy the entire world. And Pluton, the ancient weapon, was the most powerful weapon ever constructed by the ancient humans of this world. Pluton was the name of a ship. With the blueprints of Pluton, one could build countless ships of that design. Legend had it that the main cannon of these ships was extremely powerful. It could sink an entire small island with a single shot. If someone could assemble a fleet of 100 or so such ships, anyone who controlled them would be strong enough to crush the entire world effortlessly. When it came to the 3 ancient weapons, if even Poseidon and Pluton were that terrifying, then Uranus, the so-called strongest of the 3, must be even more unimaginable. However, even in the original story, Luonan had never seen what Uranus looked like. It had only existed in legends. According to rumors, Uranus was under the control of the world government's ruling class, the Celestial Dragons. The leaders of the Celestial Dragons were the 5 elders, and above them was a hidden figure pulling the strings from the shadows, Emu. Luonan strongly suspected that Uranus was in Emu's hands. Someday, I must confront this Emu, but not now. Uranus is too mysterious. I still need to accumulate more strength before that. Luonan thought to himself, then gazed at the Pluton blueprints, pondering how he should maximize the value of this treasure. I never really thought about ruling the world before, but now that I have these blueprints, maybe I can consider it. However, conquering the world sounds way too troublesome. I should look for potential allies instead, but I need to be selective. Someone like Dragon is no good. How about Amazon Lily? That's a promising option. If I can win over the pirate empress of the future, Amazon Lily will fall completely under my control. The dwarves? The giants? They can be considered too. And then there's Arabasta. I wonder if Princess Vivi has already been born. Probably not. It should still be a few more years. No need to rush. No need to hurry. Thinking of these possibilities, Luonan felt no sense of urgency. He had plenty of time. He didn't need to rush at all. System, show me my attribute panel. Luonan called out, asking the system to display his character statistics. Host, Luonan. Age, 10. Physique, 73. Strength, 69. Agility, 74. Spirit, 99. Conqueror's Haki, LV7. Flowing Cloud Sword Art, LV7. Mara Mara no Mi, LV7. Marine 6 Styles, LV4. Healing Potion, 8 bottles. Spirit Potion, 8 bottles. Stamina Potion, 11 bottles. Longevity Potion, 4 bottles. Sun Cutter, Swift Talisman, Great Wave, Pluton Blueprints. Chapter 20 Roan's Wrath. Annihilation of the Pursuers. Roan, hurry up. Just as Roan was checking his attributes and items, he suddenly heard the desperate cry from Robin in the distance. Her voice was filled with terror, fear, and worry. What's wrong? Roan's expression turned serious in an instant. He stomped his foot and dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the dozens of meters and arrived at Robin's side. There, he saw Robin crouched on the ground, tears in her eyes, staring at a corpse lying before her. This is... Roan's face instantly darkened. If he wasn't mistaken, the elderly man lying dead on the ground was one of the archaeologists who had arrived at this ruins with Alvia, an unexpected casualty. Roan, Grandpa Failer is dead. Tell me, could Mom have also? Tears already spilled from Robin's eyes, her pupils brimming with unshakable agony. No, Robin, that won't happen. Roan spoke gravely and crouched to examine the body of the late Failer. The corpse was relatively intact, except for a gaping wound in the abdomen. Roan pressed his hand against the wound, and a bullet popped out of the hole. This is a standard bullet from a Marine soldier's musket. He held up the bullet, his expression growing grim. Though he knew that Olivia would face danger this time, before she had left, he had given her some life-saving potions. According to the original plot, she was capable of escaping unharmed. With Roan's warnings and the aid of the potions, she should have been safe, and the others too. Yet the scene before him was unexpected. Could it be that because I destroyed the Buster Call fleet, the Marines deployed even more forces to hunt Olivia? A slight sense of guilt crept into Roan's heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have definitely stopped Olivia from leaving. But now, regret was too late. Now, the most important task was to find Olivia. Until he saw her body with his own eyes, he would absolutely refuse to believe she was dead. Judging by the rigidity of the corpse, the time of death hasn't exceeded a day. Roan stood back up, pulling Robin to her feet and glancing around. Robin, come on. This must be the spot where Aunt Olivia and them encountered the enemy. Look at the blood trail on the ground. It heads eastward. We should still be able to catch up if we leave now. I hope we aren't too late, Roan muttered inwardly, his eyes flashing a fierce, merciless glint. If anything happened to Aunt Olivia, I will obliterate Marine Ford and Mary Geos. Right? Let's go find Mom right now. Robin hastily wiped away her tears and, together with Roan, quickly made their way eastward. Along the way, they encountered several more corpses. All were elder archaeologists from Ohara, esteemed scholars who had perished in this ruins, killed by the hands of the Marines, simply because the world government wanted to protect the truth hidden within the ancient texts of 800 years ago. Was that truth really that important? What secrets could there be? And why did the world nobles value it so much? Roan and Robin moved swiftly, and before long, they emerged from the eastern exit of the ruins. Before them stretched an endless desert. Aunt Olivia must have entered this desert. She used the sandstorm to escape from the Marines. Roan immediately scooped Robin up into his arms, then dashed forward at full speed into the heart of the desert. 2 hours later, following the faint traces left in the sand, he finally caught up with the Marines who had been chasing Olivia. It was a squad of over a dozen Marines armed with muskets. While the number wasn't overwhelming, to defenseless archaeologists like Olivia, they posed a deadly, impossible-to-resist threat. Roan, look. These must be the ones who killed Grandpa Failer and the others. Holding onto Roan tightly, Robin spotted the Marines and immediately shouted. Who's there? The Marines, who had been searching for Olivia, suddenly heard the voice and swiftly turned their weapons around, aiming in the direction where Roan and Robin stood. Seeing that only 2 children had appeared, they lowered their guard slightly. However, the sergeant leading the group paled drastically. Unlike the regular soldiers, he recognized Roan. Or rather, after Roan had previously annihilated the Buster Call fleet, during communications with the West Blue Branch, he had already received details about Roan via Den Den Mushi. And now, this boy of about 10 years old among the 2 children, a boy and a girl, looked exactly like the Roan the West Blue Branch had described. Roan, you're your Roan. The Marine sergeant at the front stared at Roan in horror, trembling all over, completely at a loss as to how to react to this sudden situation. Captain, what's wrong with you? The other Marines beside him were puzzled. They had no idea who Roan was. To them, the appearance of 2 children in this desolate desert seemed a bit strange, but that was all, just 2 kids. Would they, a group of more than 10 musket-wielding Marines, actually be afraid? That was a joke. Roan, on the other hand, felt a wave of relief. Judging by the Marines' current behavior, they were clearly still searching for their target. If their mission had already been completed, they would have withdrawn. The fact that they were still conducting a search meant they hadn't finished their objective, meaning they hadn't completely wiped out Olivia's archaeological team. And Olivia is still alive, Robin. Roan gently set Robin down and said, Really, Roan? Mom is okay? That's such great news. Upon hearing this, Robin let out a big sigh of relief. She had been extremely worried about her mother's safety all along the way. Now, upon hearing Roan's words, she finally felt at ease. Even though she hadn't seen Olivia yet, if Roan said it was true, there must be a reason for it. Believing Roan was enough. You brats, who are you and how did you get here? Without waiting for the captain's order, one of the Marines became enraged at Roan and Robin's casual conversation and immediately aimed his rifle at them, shouting angrily. Us. Roan gazed coldly at the Marines, indifferent, and replied. We are here to kill you. No. The Marine captain let out a feeble cry of despair, but he could not stop what was about to happen. Blazing crimson flames, red as blood, shot into the sky like an erupting sandstorm, engulfing everything around and swallowing the dozen or so fully armed Marines within. They were completely consumed and incinerated. Under the raging flames, there was naturally no exception among the Marines. Roan effortlessly annihilated them all. Finished. Robin, and Olivia should be just ahead. Let's go find her now. Okay. Chapter 21 Reunion. The fleet at the island's edge. The desert, approximately 2 kilometers ahead of where Ronan had eliminated the pursuers. Fufu. Alvilda gasped for breath. She had been fleeing all the way here, and her physical strength was nearly exhausted. She could barely stand and was close to collapsing on the ground entirely. Looking back, she still saw the Bimon Shachan. Noticing her footprints gradually being covered up, she felt slightly relieved. Still, she couldn't let her guard down yet. She had to keep running for her life. These people, how despicable. Alvilda clenched her teeth angrily, yet helplessly. The power behind these pursuers was far too great. The Marines' headquarters, the world government, even the celestial dragons. None of them were ones she could afford to provoke. Does that mean I'll never again be able to seek the truth of history? Thinking this, even if she managed to survive this escape, they would probably keep hunting her down. It would surely be extremely difficult to pursue the truth of history again. I wonder how Robin and Ronan are doing. I hope they're alright. Alvilda felt uneasy, concerned in her heart. Since the world government had already sent people to hunt them down, it was highly likely that they had targeted Ohara as well. She wasn't a child, but an intelligent adult. From the fact that they had killed nearly everyone in her group, sparing only her while still persistently chasing her, it was clear they were aiming for total extermination. If they truly intended to exterminate them, how could they possibly leave the archaeologists in Ohara unharmed? Their goal was to prevent all archaeologists from uncovering the truth of history. They would definitely strike against all of them. Realizing this, Alvilda summoned her spirit again, forcing herself to keep going forward. In her hand, she tightly held the last bottle of healing potion. Though it wasn't a stamina booster, it might still be life-saving at a critical moment, but now wasn't the time to use it yet. However, Alvilda hadn't gone far when she suddenly heard a set of light, rapid footsteps from behind, immediately causing her expression to change. Not good. They found me. Mom, it's us, it's me and Ronan. Just as Alvilda began to despair, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Robin? How is it you? Alvilda turned around, eyes wide in shock as she watched Ronan carrying Robin quickly approach. She couldn't believe it at all. She had never imagined she would run into Robin and Ronan here. How did they even get here? This didn't make sense. Ronan, Robin, how did you get here? Alvilda asked urgently. Mom, Ronan brought me here. We arrived just in time, or you would have been in danger. Before Ronan could even bend down, Robin had already jumped off and ran toward Alvilda. Seeing her mother's ragged and exhausted state, tears welled up in her eyes instantly. Aunt Alvilda, are you alright? Ronan asked with visible concern, relieved to see she had no injuries. He was glad he had arrived in time. Otherwise, with his own presence altering the storyline, he feared Alvilda might not be able to escape safely. In the original plot, Alvilda didn't die here. Instead, she was killed later. In the original Ohara massacre, Robin had been the only survivor. I'm fine. Alvilda glanced nervously at the distance before quickly saying, Did you two encounter anyone else on your way here? We must leave quickly. There are still people chasing me. Don't worry, Mom. Robin immediately replied, seeing her mother's tense expression. The people who were chasing you have already been dealt with by Ronan. He's also avenged Grandpa Farrell and everyone else. Dealt with? Did you enter the ruins previously? Alvilda asked, surprised. Yes. Ronan nodded. After we entered the ruins, we discovered the bodies of the killed researchers and followed the trail here. We encountered several Marines armed with muskets on the road behind, but they've already been taken care of by me. Phew. Alvilda sighed deeply with relief. As her tense spirit loosened, her body suddenly went limp, collapsing, but was caught by Ronan and Robin nearby. Mom, are you alright? What happened to you? Robin asked anxiously, worried her mother might have suffered an injury or been shot. She hurriedly checked Alvilda over. I'm fine really. I'm just too tired. Alvilda held Robin's hand, finally managing a slight relaxed smile. You two kids, daring to sail out here alone? Don't you care about your lives? Don't you know how dangerous the sea is? Don't worry, Mom. As long as Ronan is with us, we won't be in any danger. Robin replied. On our way here, we also encountered some danger. We ran into pirates and Marines, but Ronan took care of all of them. Oh, and after you left, Ohara was also in great danger. Was Ohara also in danger? Upon hearing this, Alvilda's heart leaped with anxiety, and she quickly asked, what happened? Yes. Ronan cut in. A few days after you left, the Buster Call fleet from the world government arrived at Ohara, planning to completely destroy the entire island. I stopped them and, while I was at it, wiped them out entirely. Ronan spoke as if it were a simple thing. Without even changing his expression, as though wiping out a Buster Call fleet were an ordinary task. Alvilda, however, knew it couldn't have been easy at all. She had heard of the Buster Call fleet, how many rebellious forces against the world government had been destroyed by them. Over the past few centuries, the number of islands annihilated and races eradicated was almost countless. And Ronan had managed to stop a Buster Call fleet? Although she already knew this boy wasn't ordinary, Alvilda still couldn't imagine how on earth he had managed to accomplish such a feat. Looking at Alvilda's astonished expression, Ronan scratched his nose slightly and remained silent. But Robin proudly said, Ronan is amazing. He ate a Logia-type devil fruit, and he can use incredibly powerful flames, much stronger than my Hana Nomi. Those enemies were no match for him at all. You've eaten a devil fruit too, Ronan. At this, Alvilda found herself starting to believe. After all, she was aware of the supernatural powers of devil fruits. With the strength granted by such an ability, even though Ronan was young and inexperienced, he might indeed be capable of such extraordinary feats. Come on, Mom. Let's not talk about this anymore for now. Let's go back to the ship with us first. There's plenty of food and drinks on board. You can rest there. Looking at her mother's exhausted state, Robin said with Shintung in her heart. Yeah, and Alvilda. This is a desert, and the environment here is too harsh. Right now, you need to rest. You should come back with us as soon as possible, Ronan added. No. For once, Alvilda shook her head, her eyes showing sadness. Farrell's and the others' bodies are still inside that ruin. I must go there and bury them properly. Oh, right. Ronan couldn't possibly refuse such a request. He nodded, then took out a stamina-enhancing potion and handed it to Alvilda. Then, drink this potion first, or your body won't make it to the ruins. Okay. Alvilda didn't refuse, and drank the potion immediately. Instantly, as if an endless surge of energy had entered her exhausted body, she returned to her peak condition. After that, the three of them turned back toward the ruins. Not long later, they reached the ruins, buried Farrell and the others' bodies, and then left the ruins, heading toward the edge of the island where the Grand Wave was docked. Yet on the shore, where the Grand Wave was docked, 3 warships flying the Seagull flag had already completely surrounded the Grand Wave. Chapter 22 Trapping Ronan, waiting for Cap to come and wipe him out? At the seaside, on one of the 3 warships surrounding the Grand Wave. Are you certain? This is the ship Ronan was on. You didn't make a mistake? A solemn middle-aged man, wearing a navy coat, stood at the bow of the ship, gazing intently at the Grand Wave as he questioned his aide. The aide responded seriously. Yes, Vice Admiral Brusco. I've seen photos of this ship in intelligence reports. There's absolutely no mistake. You've been chasing archaeologists recently and haven't been paying much attention to Ronan, but I've been in constant contact with the branch, and I've kept track of all information about Ronan. This is his ship, the Grand Wave. Ronan's ship appearing here is strange. Although Vice Admiral Brusco hadn't been paying attention to Ronan lately, he knew about this person. Ronan was someone ruthless despite his youth. He was a great enemy of the Navy and couldn't be taken lightly. It could be said that anyone who underestimated Ronan had already ended up dead. He didn't want to follow in the footsteps of those unlucky fools. Report, sir. The ship is empty. One of the Marines who had been assigned to search the Grand Wave came forward to report. Empty? So, does that mean Ronan has already gone ashore? Brusco thought for a moment and said, pass my orders down. We'll take the ships away and trap Ronan on this island. What a brilliant idea, sir. The aide's eyes immediately lit up, and he gave a thumb up, exclaiming, trapping Ronan here and then notifying headquarters to send an admiral. We'll surely be able to surround and kill Ronan on this deserted island. Hearing the compliment from his subordinate, the Vice Admiral finally showed a smile. It's all Ronan's fault for having eyes but no insight, daring to provoke our Navy. How many young Marine soldiers have died by his hands? For such a bloodstained criminal, we must strongly suppress him. If not for his considerable strength, I would personally go and kill him myself, the Admiral snorted. He truly dared not go looking for trouble with Ronan alone, and even bringing these 3 warships, he still didn't dare face Ronan directly. It couldn't be helped. Ronan was just too strong. Just the intelligence about Ronan alone wiping out an entire pacifista fleet terrified him enough to avoid facing Ronan recklessly. After all, Rear Admiral Gra was a Rear Admiral in headquarters, while he himself was merely a Vice Admiral stationed in the West Sea branch. If they were in Marineford, he'd be no more than the level of those Vice Admirals, completely incomparable. And not only rank, but also power. Nepuro, you'll go right now and inform the branch of this news and consult their opinion. If it's feasible, we'll quickly request the headquarters to dispatch an admiral. The admiral ordered his aide. Understood. I'll go and notify the branch immediately. Nepuro received the order, then went to the cabin and contacted the branch via a Den Mushi. When the West Sea branch heard of Vice Admiral Brusco's plan, they thought it was very feasible. Then they contacted Marineford and passed this news to Sakage no Kumo. After thinking for a while, Sakage no Kumo didn't contact the admirals who were currently in the New World, but contacted Garp the hero, who was on vacation in the Windmill Village. Garp was no ordinary Marine. Though holding only the rank of Rear Admiral, his strength was undeniably at the Admiral level, or even higher. As a Rear Admiral who defeated Shiki and repeatedly drove Roger to desperation, his strength was beyond question. He had even once joined forces with Roger to defeat Rox in the God's Valley. It's easy to imagine how seriously Sakage no Kumo treated Ronan, otherwise he wouldn't have sent Iron Fist Garp to deal with him. Meanwhile, Nepuro, the aide in the West Sea, immediately reported the news to Brusco after receiving the reply. Thus, Brusco began setting a trap for Ronan, intending to keep him trapped on this deserted island until Garp arrived, at which point they could capture and even kill him. On the deserted island, Ronan, Robin, and Olivia walked slowly. They were no longer in a hurry. There was no need to rush since everything had been resolved. Mom, did you find any information about the Rio poneglyph in the ruins? Robin asked. No. Olivia shook her head. In fact, we were ambushed by Marines as soon as we entered the ruins, so we didn't even get a chance to investigate. But, thinking for a moment, Olivia continued, I got a slight look at the ruins during the brief period we were burying the bodies of Farah and others. I feel that there's actually no information about the Rio poneglyph in the ruins. Most likely, it was misinformation deliberately spread by the Marines to confuse people, aiming to wipe out everyone planning to explore the ruins to uncover the truth of the Rio poneglyph. Why do these guys always try to stop people from exploring history? Robin said indignantly. Because they don't want these historical truths to be uncovered. Olivia sighed. The world government erased those pieces of information, and clearly, those details were unfavorable to them. That's why they're determined to stop anyone from investigating further. Then, are we just giving up from now on? Robin said, somewhat disappointed. She also shared the same dream. As a fellow archaeologist, her dream was to uncover what had happened during that lost century. But now, with the world government actively suppressing the truth, it seemed unlikely that anyone would be able to investigate it clearly. It looks like we have no choice. If we want to survive, we must live under the rules set by the world government and the celestial dragons. Anyone who opposes them has never had a good ending. Olivia sighed. At this moment, Ronan suddenly let out a light laugh, looking at Olivia. Auntie Olivia, I think you should continue your research. I can protect you. What do you think, Robin? Hearing this, Robin's eyes lit up immediately. That's right. She had already agreed with Ronan before. They would set sail together with her mother to study the poneglyphs, and Ronan would handle their protection. Considering how powerful Ronan was, there definitely wouldn't be any problem. That's right. With brother Ronan around, everything will be fine. Robin quickly shouted. Olivia hesitated. After all, it was the world government they were talking about, the aristocrats, the celestial dragons. Ronan was only 10 years old now. Could he withstand such terrifying pressure? Mom, don't hesitate anymore. With brother Ronan, everything will be fine. Brother Ronan is really powerful, Robin said proudly. She had witnessed his strength with her own eyes. Well, maybe we should think it over again. Olivia was hesitant because she was thinking about Ohara's safety. Previously, Robin had mentioned that after she left, a Buster Call fleet had come to destroy Ohara. Although Ronan had prevented that threat, what if the world government sent another fleet? Then what would she do? Are you worried about Ohara, Auntie? Ronan saw through Olivia's concern and said, Don't worry. I've already had word spread among the people of Ohara. So long as I'm still alive, anyone who dares to attack Ohara will be my enemy. If the world government dares to strike against Ohara, in the future I will personally march to Mary Geos and destroy the entire world government. Ronan's words shook Olivia deeply. But thinking carefully, it was possible the world government might actually be deterred by such a threat. After all, Ronan was already this strong at 10 years old. Before fully eliminating Ronan, they might be reluctant to take action against Ohara. Otherwise, if Ronan went into hiding and grew stronger over the next few years, becoming unmatched in power, he just might really destroy the world government. The world government would rather face a visible Ronan than a hidden one secretly growing in strength and watching his chance. So, thinking this way, Ohara wouldn't actually face much danger, at least not as long as Ronan remained alive and hadn't been captured. Thus, Olivia finally agreed. Before long, the three of them finally reached the seashore, but upon seeing the situation there, they were both stunned. Where's our ship? Robin widened her eyes in disbelief at the empty seashore. What the hell? Where's my ship? Ronan was also shocked. Where had the Grand Wave gone? Look, what are those dark spots on the distant sea surface? Olivia suddenly pointed to several black dots on the horizon. Chapter 23, An Angry Luonan. Sign-in reward skill card? Could those people have been pirates? Did they steal our ship? Robin asked in confusion. It's possible. Olivia nodded. The sea was full of dangers, and pirates were everywhere, far more numerous than the Marines. It was entirely normal for pirates to snatch a ship that had been moored by the beach. These damned bastards. Luonan was furious. They actually stole our ship. Just let me catch them. TCH. Robin also pouted angrily. They had just set off with her mother, only to have their ship stolen. Who could they possibly turn to for justice? It was so awkward. Big brother Luonan. Without the ship, what should we do now? Robin looked at Luonan. In her mind, he was all-powerful. Now that they had no ship, how were they supposed to leave? This is a bit troublesome. Luonan scratched his head helplessly. Without a ship, there wasn't much he could do. They couldn't fly off the island, and he didn't currently have any flying abilities. The check-in rewards hadn't dropped a flying skill yet either. Therefore, Luonan was equally at a loss now. No matter how strong his combat strength was, the enemy had escaped, and he couldn't chase them down. He was powerless against this situation. Oh right. Luonan suddenly turned to Olivia. Aunt Olivia, where's the ship you came here on? Since Olivia was here for archaeology, she must have arrived by ship. Surely, the vessel was docked somewhere too. In the original story, she had successfully escaped, so now the question was whether the ship was still there or not. Our ship is on the other side of the island, quite far from here. Olivia frowned. On foot, it would take at least 2 days to reach the dock. 2 days. Luonan frowned. He looked out at the sea again and noticed that those dark spots on the water hadn't left. They were simply floating still. This is strange. If they were regular pirates, they would have left already, heading for some bustling island to sell the ship. Luonan narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the sea. But these people, they're not leaving. They're not ordinary pirates. Upon hearing this, Olivia's expression stiffened. She then spoke hesitantly. Could it be that these people aren't pirates? The Marines? That's probably it. Luonin laughed coldly. Only the Marines would do something like this, stealing our ship and trying to trap us on this island, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Let's see what kind of trick they'll pull next. They dared to take my ship away. Luonin, you can't be careless. Olivia frowned and said, since they dared to do this, they must be confident. Perhaps the reinforcements are coming from Marineford, possibly even an admiral. If it really is an admiral, you might be in danger. You think I can't handle a Marine admiral, Aunt Olivia? Luonin smiled slightly. I've been longing to see just how strong an admiral truly is. Yeah, admirals are nothing. Big brother Luonin is invincible. Robin raised her chin proudly. She had absolute confidence in Luonin. Whether the opponent was an admiral or not, they would never defeat Luonin. Anyone who dared to show up would get their heads smashed. Robin, stop adding fuel to the fire. Olivia gave Robin a disapproving look, then turned to Luonin. Luonin, we should still proceed carefully. Since they've decided to confront you, they definitely won't just send someone to fight you one-on-one. There might be many coming to capture you. With me and Robin around, we'd only slow you down. We can't allow them to pick the battlefield. That would put us at a disadvantage. Aunt Olivia is right. Luonin had to admit Olivia made sense. Even though he feared nothing and had confidence to counter any move they might make, accepting their challenge passively wasn't his style. If the enemy had some special method or decided to take Robin and her mother hostage to threaten him, how should he respond? Robin and her mother weren't the same as the people of Ohara Island. If the world government captured those scholars on Ohara to threaten him, he wouldn't allow himself to be dominated or surrender obediently. But Robin and her mother were different. They were the closest people to him in this world. They absolutely couldn't come to any harm. Then, let's head for the ship that Aunt Olivia and you came on. I have no choice but to say this. Luonin Winitic Soda, his tone filled with frustration. This was the first time he had encountered such a helpless situation. He realized now that their lack of manpower had been a serious disadvantage. If only there had been someone on the ship to guard it, such a thing would never have happened. At the very least, they could have sailed away without a problem. The Great Wavehawk's speed was no slower than the Navy's large warships, so they wouldn't be stuck in this embarrassing predicament now. All right, let's set off immediately then, Olivia nodded. Thus, the three of them started their journey again. Before leaving, Luonin cast a cold glare at the sea surface. He hoped he would get the chance to settle scores with those who had taken his ship. These people had truly enraged him, and once they crossed paths again, they would certainly suffer Luonin's deadly retaliation. They began their arduous trek. At night, they found a safe place to rest. It was indeed a harsh journey, which only deepened Luonin's hatred toward the Navy squad that had stolen his ship. The next day, they continued their journey, and Luonin took this opportunity to complete his sign-in for the new day. This time, instead of the usual potions, the reward was something new. A skill card, able to increase the level of any skill by 1 rank. Luonin looked at the skill card in his system space and finally showed a faint smile. This skill card was far better than those potions. It could directly improve a skill level, saving him a lot of training time. Thinking for a moment, Luonin immediately used the skill card to upgrade his Mera fruit level by 1, bringing it to LV7, the same level as his first acquired Haki and Luyun sword techniques. The power of the Mera fruit had increased significantly. This skill card is pretty good. I hope I can get a reward like this again next time. Luonin mused aloud with a slight pout. With such cards, he didn't need to personally train anymore. It saved time and boosted his combat power instantly. Having such powerful strength by his side was truly comforting. Pity again, no flying ability this time. He still desired a flying skill. Having a flying ability would be extremely convenient. If he could fly now, he could immediately turn around and wipe out that group of Navy officers who stole his ship instead of being stuck walking painfully through this desert now. If Olivia's ship was also taken by the Navy or pirates during this time, he would be in a desperate situation, truly trapped on this island. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 24. Can't tolerate this. Going back to cause trouble. Another day and night had passed. Luonin and the other two finally arrived at the other side of the island. By noon on the third day, they successfully reached a simple port and saw the ship that Olivia and the other archaeologists had ridden. This let the three finally relax. Fortunately, the ship was still there and hadn't been discovered by the Marines or pirates. Besides, the sea was so vast. Even this island, though considered small in comparison to the various bustling islands of the West Blue and the entire sea, was actually hundreds of square kilometers in size. Otherwise, Luonin and the others wouldn't have walked for more than 2 days. Such a large island meant an incredibly long coastline. A small ship like this could dock anywhere along the coast, and finding it by chance was quite difficult. Unlike the Great Wave, which really was unlucky enough to be found by the Marines. After boarding the ship, the three finally relaxed, washed up, and didn't rush to set sail. Instead, they prepared a hearty meal, ate well, rested, and then set off. The 2 days of traveling across the desert had exhausted all three of them. Even Olivia, who frequently went on archaeological expeditions in harsh environments, was somewhat worn out, let alone Luonin and Robin. Luonin was fine. He was strong and healthy, but Robin truly suffered. If it hadn't been for Luonin occasionally carrying her along the way, she might have collapsed in the desert. Food sources in the desert were also a problem. For the past 2 days, the three of them nearly starved. Luckily, they now successfully exited the desert. However, these sufferings only increased Luonin's hatred for the Marines. No way, I won't let those Marines off. Luonin immediately stood up, strode onto the deck, raised the sail, and directly steered the ship toward the other side of the island where the Great Wave was located. Luonan, are you going to cause trouble for those Marines? Olivia said anxiously. They're on a warship with cannons. My ship is just a regular archaeological vessel, not armed. Fighting them head-on would put us at a disadvantage. No problem, Luonan said coldly. I'll handle it myself. As long as I can get slightly close, I can take down all of them by myself. If he got close enough, he could use his physical abilities and skills to jump directly onto their ship. Though he couldn't fly, one of the Navy's 6-style skills allowed him to stay airborne for a short time. As long as the distance wasn't too far, he might just be able to jump onto their ship and deal with them. These Marines truly enraged Luonan. He couldn't move forward without dealing with them. His mind would be clouded with unresolved anger. If this were a world of cultivators, it would even form a heart demon. Although he hadn't practiced any cultivation methods in this world, what if one day a top-tier cultivation technique appeared as a check-in reward? Would he dare to cultivate it or not? Plus, he was simply angry, wanted to kill them, and had the ability to kill them. Therefore, he naturally had to go. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to swallow this rage. Well then. Seeing that persuasion wouldn't work, Olivia stopped talking. She hadn't truly witnessed Luonan's abilities, so she was just a bit worried about him confronting them directly. But Robin was full of confidence in Luonan. Hearing this, she immediately said, Mom, don't try to stop Luonan, Gugu, elder brother, anymore. Those Marines brought this on themselves. Humph, daring to steal our ship and making me eat sand for 2 days in the desert. Definitely shouldn't let them off this easily. Robin clenched her small fists angrily. After hearing Robin's words, Olivia didn't say anything else. Propelled by the sea wind, the ship moved quickly, cutting through the waves and swiftly advancing across the water toward the location of the Great Wave. Now with Olivia aboard, many things were easier to handle. As a frequent maritime archaeologist, she had much more experience in sea navigation than Luonan and Robin did. As a result, the voyage was very smooth, and they successfully reached the sea area where the Great Wave was located, the other side of the island, arriving in the afternoon, in less than 2 hours. On the sea where the Great Wave was located, 3 warships were floating. On the observation deck of one of the warships stood Marines watching the sea surface. Suddenly, one Marine narrowed his eyes as he spotted the fast-approaching archaeological ship. Report, an unfamiliar vessel is approaching quickly. The Marine immediately went to the cabin to report to General Brusco. What kind of ship? Pirates. Brusco raised his eyebrows, daring to head straight toward his warship. Was some pirate stupid enough to come looking for death? Not a pirate ship. The reporting Marine shook his head. It seems to be an archaeological vessel. Archaeological vessel. Brusco and Nipolo exchanged glances, their minds suddenly clicking as they recalled something. Weren't they here on this island precisely to hunt down those archaeologists from Ohara? And now they had detained Luonan's ship, while yet another archaeological vessel approached. They understood the implications all too well. It must be Luonan. He must have realized his ship was missing, and is now trying to come and reclaim it by taking an archaeological ship. Colonel Nipolo sneered coldly. Exactly what I was thinking, Brusco agreed. But I wonder if those archaeologists were all killed. The squad assigned to chase them on the island hasn't sent any updates. They might have encountered Luonan and been eliminated by him, though Luonan arrived a bit late. If the squad managed to kill off the archaeologists before being wiped out themselves, at least they died with some purpose. Sir, what should we do now? Nipolo asked. Let's go check the deck first. The two went to the main deck and immediately spotted the fast-approaching archaeological ship in the distance. Moving pretty fast, Admiral Brusco smirked. But does he really think an archaeological vessel can catch up to our warship? That's a joke. Sir, Nipolo frowned slightly. Of course the archaeological vessel can't keep up with our warship, but what about the ship Luonan left behind? That ship still needs people to operate. Are we going to take it with us when we flee? He certainly didn't believe their crews across the 3 warships could defeat Luonan. But if they fled, should they bring the Great Wave with them? Besides, now that Luonan had already boarded an archaeological ship, their original plan was completely ruined. Yes, they had intended to trap Luonan on the island, and wait for the fleet admiral to come eliminate him. That entire scheme had utterly failed. At this point, Brusco clearly realized the same thing, and his frown deepened. As the two pondered for a countermeasure, the other 2 warships also sprang into action, having obviously spotted the rapidly approaching vessel. They sent signals to Brusco, asking whether they should launch an attack or intercept the bold, approaching ship. Chapter 25. Is the Vice Admiral wise? No, just courting death. Your Excellency, Nipolo said solemnly. We don't have time to think anymore. That ship is about to enter the range of our cannons. It's time to decide, fight or retreat. After hearing this, Brusco clenched his teeth and said, I'm not the type to run away without even fighting a single battle. Although xuanhuan is indeed powerful, and our small crew isn't his match, don't forget, he's a devil fruit user. We just need to sink his ship from a distance, and drowning him in the sea will surely kill him. There's absolutely no need for us to engage him in close combat. Vice Admiral, Your Excellency is brilliant. Nipolo's eyes lit up as he praised. Exactly. Although we might not be his match, he still has that weakness of devil fruit users, his fear of seawater. As long as we sink this archaeology ship, we can eliminate him without even lifting a finger. This way, we'll have removed a great threat for the entire Navy. Headquarters might even commend us for this. Then, Your Excellency could easily be promoted to Rear Admiral in the branch, or even in the main fleet. Then let's do it this way. Upon hearing this, Brusco burst into loud laughter and immediately issued attack orders. Once this archaeology ship entered the attack range, all 3 warships would open fire together, determined to sink it before it got too close. Undeniably, Brasico was thinking optimistically. His plan seemed perfect. However, they forgot that xuanhuan had once rapidly approached the Pacifista fleet with the gigantic wave and annihilated the entire fleet back then, even before he had mastered the Marine's 6 powers. If he could achieve that without knowing the 6 powers, how could he possibly be destroyed now that he had the 6 powers and the ability to hover in the air? Although back then the destruction of the Pacifista fleet had also been due partly to the recklessness of Spandine and Klaus, it still represented xuanhuan's strength. Boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. As soon as the archaeology ship entered range, the 3 warships opened fire. However, their aim wasn't great. Most of the shells landed in the sea. On the archaeology ship, xuanhuan climbed onto the crow's nest on the mast. He handed the helm to Alvia to control while he took responsibility for dealing with the occasional cannonballs hitting the ship. Several cannonballs aimed at the deck were intercepted by him mid-air using the 6 powers hover technique. This hover technique is indeed handy. With one Jeppu kick, xuanhuan kicked away a cannonball, a satisfied smile on his face. With this hover ability, his combat power had increased dramatically. Now he had effective methods against these falling cannonballs, not a single one landing on the ship. No matter how fast the cannonballs were, they couldn't match xuanhuan's speed. Using Jeppu to hover and launching Shurgan-style vacuum blade kicks from Rankyaku, he was able to send all approaching cannonballs flying away. Very soon, with the cannonballs all deflected by xuanhuan, the archaeology ship approached safely near the 3 warships, which terrified Brasico and Nippolo. Damn it, how is this possible? This guy can actually kick away cannonballs. Brasico gritted his teeth in anger. We didn't sink the archaeology ship. We're in big danger now. Vice Admiral, what should we do now? Nippolo asked, fear in his voice. You asked me about everything. What use are you as a staff officer? Upon hearing Nippolo's words, Brasico immediately turned and glared at him angrily. As a field staff officer, Nippolo was absolutely useless. Every time trouble came, all he did was ask him what to do. Why couldn't he think of solutions himself? Aye. Nippolo's mouth twitched. Truth be told, there was nothing he could do. His position as a staff officer had been obtained purely through connections. If you were to ask whether he had real ability, the answer was definitely no. Now, faced with this dangerous moment, he really was panicking. Shut up. Brasico gave Nippolo a fierce glare, then turned to look at the rapidly approaching archaeology ship, his expression darkening as he issued orders. Hurry up and relay my orders. Turn the ships away. We're Navy warships, faster than that archaeology ship. We'll definitely escape xuanhuan's pursuit. Right. I'll go past the orders immediately. Nippolo hurried away to relay Brasico's orders. What a waste of space. Watching Nippolo's retreating figure, Brasico sighed heavily, his expression turning grave as he looked at the archaeology ship where xuanhuan stood. At this speed, maybe I simply can't escape. I can only hope that xuanhuan fears my large force of marines and dares not directly come after me. But he didn't know that xuanhuan already despised him completely. Today, unless he killed him, xuanhuan definitely wouldn't let things end peacefully. Robin, you all stay on this ship. Don't do anything else. Leave these 3 warships entirely to me. Wait for me here. Looking at the 3 approaching warships, xuanhuan said a few words to Robin standing on the deck below, then leaped forward, his body rapidly shooting into the air. He stomped hard with his right foot mid-air, activating the Shinsaku technique. A powerful impact surged through his body as he dashed like a phantom toward one of the 3 warships. Whoosh! Bang! xuanhuan's figure dropped down from the sky before the stunned gazes of the Marines and landed heavily on the deck of the warship with a loud thud. Slowly rising upright, he coldly stared at the soldiers surrounding him. Though xuanhuan appeared as just a 10-year-old boy, to the Marines, he was like a demon descending from the heavens. His icy glare pierced into their bodies, sending waves of chilling pain through their very bones. Die already. Unable to bear the unbearable pressure, one Marine raised his musket and fired directly at xuanhuan. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets flew out, but there was no sign of xuanhuan being hit or wounded. Faced with the bullets, xuanhuan simply waved his right hand and then opened his palm. With a crisp sound, the bullets dropped onto the deck. The Marines' eyes widened in shock, their expressions frozen with terror, as if they'd seen a ghost. He actually caught all the bullets. One Marine stammered in fear. If their opponent could catch bullets, it meant their regular muskets had no effect whatsoever. What hope did they have left to fight against xuanhuan? Attack hand to hand. The Marines exchanged glances, but no one dared move a muscle. None of them dared to take the initiative. I don't have time to waste with you lowly grunts. xuanhuan's eyes flashed as he lowly commanded. Haki no Ugo. An overwhelming authority descended upon them like a tidal wave. The Marines felt a thunderous roar in their heads before losing consciousness entirely. xuanhuan didn't change expression in the slightest. Lifting his hand, terrifying flames appeared, engulfing the entire ship in fire. Every single Marine aboard perished alongside the warship as it was consumed by flames and sank into the sea. It took xuanhuan less than a minute to destroy a warship carrying nearly 100 Marines. Chapter 26. Instant Annihilation of Brusco. This terrified the Marines on the other 2 warships beyond measure. They had originally thought that the Marines on that ship would at least be able to resist for a while, giving them a chance to escape. Never had they expected that Ronin had boarded the ship for only a moment before completely annihilating it. It was just too terrifying. That damned Ronin. Brusco nearly bit through his teeth, eyes burning with fury as he stared at the burning warship. There had been nearly 100 Marines on board, all under his command for years on missions in the West Blue. He did have feelings for them, and he never expected them to perish like this. All dead, they're all dead. Neplo stood trembling on the deck beside him, watching the burning ship gradually sink, his face pale and his lips white with fear. The Marines wielding muskets were in similar states, trembling as they watched the sinking ship ablaze, their courage completely shattered, no longer having the slightest will to resist. That Ronin is so terrifying. Heavens, he's a demon, a demon. He killed so many Marines. He burned down the entire warship. Hurry, hurry, we must escape. Damn it, why is the wind so weak? Our sailing speed is too slow, we absolutely cannot escape. The Marines were falling into despair, especially those raising the sails. Watching the sails billow with the wind, but unable to gain speed quickly enough, they knew at this moment Ronin had already arrived. Bang! A loud sound came from the air above. Ronin's figure had already landed on the second warship. Just like the previous ship, the same fate fell upon this vessel. Conqueror's Haki. Bomu Bomu no Mi. Blazing heaven. Upon landing on the second ship, Ronin gave the Marines on board absolutely no chance to resist. He first swept forward with Conqueror's Haki, then unleashed the full power of his Logio ability. Flames covered the entire ship, setting it alight. The crackling sound of burning would spreading far into the distance. Without wasting any time, not a single person aboard the burning ship could escape. Even some of the officers couldn't withstand the effects of Ronin's Bong Surabachit and the flames of his fruit, all perishing in the fire. He had already leapt into the air, heading for the final warship. Bang! Landing once more, the third time on the deck, Ronin raised his head toward the towering figure standing at the bow of this final ship. This person wore a marine coat and had stars of rank on his shoulders, clearly the commander of the entire fleet. It must have been him who captured his gigantic wave, trapping Ronin on the deserted island. Ronin! Brusco took a deep breath, his expression dark as he glared at Ronin. Before him was truly only a 10-year-old child, not even reaching his waist in height. Yet this child had caused massive losses to the West Blue Marine base, killing over 1,000 Marines so far. Though he appeared to be only an innocent child, the deeds he committed were those of a true demon, ruthless, cold, cruel, and evil. If possible, he would personally execute this demon himself, restoring peace to the West Blue and fulfilling the true justice that the Marines stood for. You are the commander of this fleet. Ronin gazed coldly at Brusco and spoke calmly. That's right. I am Rear Admiral Brusco of the West Blue Marine base. Ronin, for once again killing so many Marines, you are unforgivable. Brusco glared at Ronin with red eyes, growling out his words, his gaze as if ready to devour Ronin alive. You dare steal my ship? You deserve death, Ronin said indifferently. I haven't even come to settle accounts with you yet, but you actually dared to come find me. How foolish. Ronin, don't get too cocky. The headquarters has decided to take action against you now. Admirals will intervene. You won't remain free for long. Brusco scowled furiously at Ronin and said, I will wait and see the day justice brings you to judgment. Humph, justice's judgment? You won't live to see it. Ronin's figure flickered, instantly appearing in front of Brusco. With a slash of his Nicaran blade, Brusco was unable to resist even one move. Although Brusco was also a devil fruit user with knowledge of the 6 powers of the Marines, unfortunately, his strength was far inferior to Ronin's, light years apart. In an instant, he was killed in a single strike. Ronin's current strength was at least equal to that of an admiral or emperor. Defeating a rear admiral from the West Blue base was nothing more than a simple wave of his hand, was it not? Marines' 6 powers? Just now he hadn't seen clearly, but now witnessing Ronin instantly killing Brusco, Neplo finally saw clearly. Ronin had moved at high speed toward Brusco using the Marines' 6 powers technique, called Shave. Then thinking back to how Ronin had descended from midair earlier, wasn't that the moon step of the 6 powers? How is it possible that you know the Marines' 6 powers? Neplo stammered, his face filled with terror. Impossible. Impossible. You've actually mastered the Marines' 6 powers. No wonder you could walk on air. How I learned the Marines' 6 powers is none of your concern. Ronin glanced at Neplo. Although the latter didn't seem like an ordinary Marine, in Ronin's eyes, he was still just a tiny ant to be crushed at will. Hiss! The blade swept past Neplo's neck. His head, still bearing an expression of fear and despair, rolled across the deck, dead beyond any doubt. Die! Surrounding Marines witnessed firsthand the deaths of their 2 officers and roared in a broken, furious panic. Gunfire erupted from a large group of musket-wielding Marines. In their hearts, they understood clearly, there was absolutely no way they could escape. They were about to share the fate of the previous 2 warships. However, they did not accept their fate silently, instead deciding to fight back desperately. Endless musket shots rang out. A dense, black wave of bullets formed a curtain of death flying toward Ronin. However, it was useless. Such ordinary bullets could never harm Ronin. Not only was his movement speed terrifyingly fast, even if he stood still and allowed the bullets to hit him, they couldn't break through his monstrous defense. Don't forget, among the Marine 6 powers, there was a particularly powerful defensive technique. If he truly activated the Iron Mass defense, even being hit directly by the main cannon of a warship wouldn't harm him. Perhaps only Haki combined with a famous sword could hurt him, and even that would require someone at the Admiral, Emperor, or Shichibukai level. Unfortunately, there was no one of that caliber aboard this warship. Even if there was, Ronin would never stand still while being slashed. Conqueror's Haki. Bomu Bomu no Mi. Blazing heaven. The final warship was also destroyed by Ronin. Thus, all 3 warships under Brusco's command and hundreds of Marines aboard, along with several officers, Brusco himself, and Neplo, had perished completely. This battle left the West Blue Marine base suffering severe losses. After completely wiping out these enemies, Ronan leaped into the air and landed on his gigantic wave ship not far away. After effortlessly eliminating several Marines hiding inside the cabin and throwing their bodies into the ocean, he sailed his gigantic wave toward the nearby archaeology ship. Chapter 27. The Navy Headquarters in Rage. Carp and Sengoku. Ronan, you're back. You're not hurt, are you? Although they weren't far away, Robin and Olivia hadn't personally witnessed Ronan's fight with the enemy. They had only seen Ronan board the warship, and shortly after, 3 warships caught fire one by one and sank. They were still somewhat worried about Ronan's safety. I'm not hurt. These little thugs couldn't possibly harm me. You don't need to worry. Jumping onto the archaeological ship, Ronan smiled slightly, showing that he was unharmed. Then he glanced at the nearby Stormbreaker. He felt a bit troubled. Both the archaeological ship and the Stormbreaker were here, but there was a serious lack of manpower to sail them. There were only 3 of them. How were they supposed to sail 2 ships away? Thinking for a moment, Ronan spoke up. Auntie Olivia, whether it's speed or size, the Stormbreaker is much better than your archaeological ship. Why don't we transfer onto the Stormbreaker? Great idea. Great idea. Before Olivia could say anything, Robin jumped up, clearly agreeing with Ronan. There were still many supplies she had personally purchased on the Stormbreaker, even some clothes and delicious food she had bought. She had already lived on the Stormbreaker for several days and had become accustomed to the environment. Compared to this archaeological ship, which felt significantly worse, this was a much better idea. But then, what do we do about this archaeological ship? Just abandon it. Just transfer some of the supplies from the ship to the Stormbreaker, and then I'll set it on fire. We can't just leave it floating on the sea, can we? As for this archaeological ship, Ronan could only deal with it like this. After all, it was impossible for 3 people to sail 2 ships at the same time. The Stormbreaker alone was more than enough. Well, okay. Olivia nodded. After that, the 3 of them started to move the supplies, not only food, but also some archaeological tools, and even some books, maps, and sea charts. Soon, the transfer was completed. Ronan lit a fire and burned the archaeological ship, and then the 3 sailed the Stormbreaker away from this sea area. Ronan had already left. However, several days later, the West Blue's Marine branch finally noticed the fleet under Bluescope's command had been destroyed by Ronan. Upon receiving this news, the commander of the West Blue branch became extremely furious, yet was utterly helpless against Ronan. He could only report this information to the Marine headquarters at Marineford. At the Marine headquarters, Marineford. Inside the office of the Fleet Admiral in the headquarters building, Kong's expression was dark and gloomy. Obviously, the bad news from the West Blue had affected his mood. Originally, the achievements the Marines had made in the New World had slightly cheered him. Recently, many of the great pirates there were heavily engaged in internal conflicts. Battles over territory were practically happening every day. Whitebeard and Kaido, for example, had small fights every 2 days and major fights every 3. Additionally, Big Mom, who had been at odds with the admirals before, was now focusing on the conflict between the 2 pirates, avoiding a direct confrontation with the Marines. This caused the Marines' influence in the New World to increase somewhat. Kong, of course, understood Big Mom's intentions. She clearly wanted to take advantage of the chaos. The Navy had the same idea, even issuing orders for the Marines not to target Whitebeard or Kaido's territories, but rather Big Mom's territories instead, carrying out operations to eliminate Big Mom's pirate subordinates. This relieved both Whitebeard and Kaido as well. After all, neither of them were fools who would fight to the death and risk mutual destruction, only allowing Big Mom to reap the benefits. Now that the Navy was no longer targeting them directly, and instead focusing on Big Mom, both sides felt at ease to fight each other. Therefore, at this moment, the balance of power in the New World had reached a new equilibrium, giving the Navy a chance to develop its influence step by step. After all, previously in a place like the New World, the Marines were at a complete disadvantage compared to the pirates. Now, however, the progress of the Marines was clearly much better than before. However, in the midst of this, Kong was deeply frustrated by the news from the West Blue. It's that Ronan again. Does he truly believe that we Marines can't do anything about him? Kong slammed the table furiously, his eyes filled with rage. At this moment, someone entered the office, an elderly woman wearing a marine coat. Her figure was slim, and her eyes radiated wisdom. Admiral, Carp is back, the woman said. Good that he's back. Kong nodded grimly, his face dark. Still worried about the West Blue incident, Admiral? The woman spoke again. With Carp stepping in this time, there should be no problem. After all, he was able to handle even Rox and Roger. How could a mere child pose a problem for him? That's true, but Kong lifted his head, looking at the woman and saying, Hag, what do you think of this Ronan? The woman was none other than Vice Admiral Tsuru of the headquarters. She was not yet the elderly figure she would become 20 years later. Upon hearing Kong's words, she paused in thought before replying. Indeed, this Ronan is no ordinary person. He's only a little over 10 years old now, yet he's already this uncontrollable. If possible, we absolutely cannot allow him to grow unchecked. He must be captured as soon as possible. Otherwise, aside from other concerns, the disturbances he caused in the West Blue alone have already started to shake the morale of Marines across the 4 seas, and even at headquarters. Exactly, Kong nodded firmly. This guy has already killed several officers, and over 1,000 Marines in the West Blue. It's only natural that our troops are unsettled by the news. Therefore, this time, with Carp stepping in, we must capture him. Better still, we should execute him publicly, just like Roger. Only in this way can we erase the humiliation he has inflicted upon the world government and our Navy. and it could even further elevate the reputation of the world government and the Marines. Yes, if successfully done, it would indeed greatly enhance our prestige, making all the allied nations more obedient and even intimidating the pirates across the four seas, Saru agreed. Then, Kong said, focusing, regarding this mission by Carp, do you think we should deploy more manpower? My idea is to send Zephyr along as well, so the two of them together can ensure success. As you said, this kid is barely 10 years old now. We must not allow him any more time to grow. If we let a few more years pass and he reaches adulthood, who knows? He might become just another difficult foe like Roger or Rox. Rather than Roger or Rox, Saru replied gravely. I feel that Ronan might be even more difficult to deal with. Therefore, Fleet Admiral, your approach is correct. Having Zephyr and Carp go together ensures nothing goes wrong. After all, we can't afford to fail again. If this operation fails once more, the Navy's reputation will suffer a huge blow, and the consequences would be unbearable. Saru spoke solemnly. Kong nodded gravely. One day later, Carp returned to Marineford from Windmill Village in the East Blue. After meeting with Kong and Saru, he immediately departed from headquarters with Zephyr aboard one of the Navy's large warships bound for the West Blue, on a mission to capture Ronan. If capture proved impossible, they were to eliminate him on the spot. Chapter 28, Heading to Reverse Mountain. Taking the Elixir of Immortality. In the West Blue, Ohara, Ronan and the others returned to this place once again. Coming back here wasn't about planning to stay permanently. During their journey back, Ronan and Olivia had already discussed it. They would leave Ohara, even leave the West Blue. After all, if they stayed, should the Marines attack again, the people of Ohara would be dragged into the danger. Olivia agreed with this decision entirely. To be honest, she still felt somewhat guilty deep in her heart. Everyone who had gone to the ruins for the archaeological expedition had died, and only she had survived. Although it wasn't entirely her fault, she still carried some guilt within. Leaving Ohara was also for the sake of protecting its peace. As Ronan rightly said, before the Marines could capture or kill him, they probably wouldn't target Ohara again. Not that they wouldn't. The three of them just didn't know yet that indeed in Marineford, there had been exactly such a concern. A certain headquarters staff officer had even suggested using Ohara to threaten Ronan. But Kong refused the suggestion with one word, and the plan had even been strongly opposed by the advisor Sakazuki. The reason? None other than Ronan himself, a demon-like figure who had slaughtered thousands of Marines. Would such a person really be affected by your threats? Forget about it, it's absolutely impossible. If they truly attacked Ohara, according to their analysis of Ronan, he would definitely not back down. Instead, he'd go into hiding, and once he vanished, secretly developing his strength and growing stronger, he'd return to target the world government or the Marines again. Now that would be a real problem. At this point, after returning to Ohara, Ronan had only spent one day there. Olivia quickly packed her belongings at home, then boarded the ship again together with Ronan and Robin, departing far from Ohara. On the open sea, the Grand Line currents pushed the ship big wave along, as the trio leisurely lay on sun chairs beneath an umbrella on the deck, each occupied with their own activities. Olivia was reading, Robin was studying recipes, and Ronan was fast asleep. Ronan, brother, stop sleeping. Come help me take a look. How do you make this dish? This recipe looks so complicated. Robin shook Ronan while pointing at the cookbook in her hands. Ask me? How should I know? I'm not a chef. Ronan rolled his eyes and replied. You can ask the chef once we have one on board, right? Are you planning to switch careers to become a chef? No way, we just don't have a chef on the ship yet, Robin said. Does that mean during this time we shouldn't eat delicious food? You should go ask Aunt Olivia. Ronan waved his hand, not understanding cooking at all. He only knew how to eat. Mom's food is pretty good, but not as good as the food in fancy restaurants. Besides, I've eaten her food every day since I was little. I'm already fed up with it. Robin pouted. Fine, Robin. Then tonight, you don't have to eat my dinner. Hearing that, Olivia nearby gave Robin a glare. Upon hearing this, Robin immediately stuck out her tongue. Oh no, she'd upset her mother and probably wouldn't get to eat anything good tonight. Mom, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Robin quickly apologized and even got up to cuddle beside Olivia. Watching the two playing around, Ronan smiled slightly. This was the kind of life he truly longed for, far more comfortable than the dull days in Ohara, and he could travel anywhere. Most importantly, he could check in at different places. Thinking of that, he realized he still had one check-in chance left today, but there was no place to use it yet. He didn't know if they would reach a new island before nightfall. Their destination this time wasn't any ordinary location, it was Reverse Mountain. Ronan and Olivia had already discussed their plan. They were going to pass through Reverse Mountain to enter the East Blue. Olivia wanted to conduct an archaeological expedition in the East Blue. There were several ruins there that she believed might contain information about the poneglyphs. Ronan naturally had no objection. The East Blue was great. There were far more famous locations here than in the West Blue. Logue Town, Roger's birthplace, Windmill Village, Garp's hometown, Kokoyashi Village, Nami's hometown, all places he could check in at. Of course, there wouldn't be as many check-in opportunities as on the Grand Line, but he would definitely go there later, or rather must go. Before that, visiting the East Blue first wasn't a bad idea. At least it would save time for future travel. Oh right. Ronan suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Aunt Olivia, I still have an elixir here. You and Robin can drink it together. What kind of elixir? Olivia asked curiously. She didn't know where Ronan had obtained the potion, but she understood its miraculous effects better than anyone else. Physical potions could quickly restore one's energy, mental potions could rapidly refresh the mind, and healing potions were even more incredible, instantly healing non-serious fatal wounds, or at least alleviating and suppressing even severe, life-threatening injuries. For those adventuring at sea, such potions were extremely important. This one, Ronan smiled slightly and pulled out a vial of potion. This potion is called the Elixir of Immortality. After taking it, a person's lifespan can be extended by 100 years. It's extremely precious, and I only have 4 doses in total. Indeed, the Elixir of Immortality was the most valuable potion Ronan had ever obtained through check-ins. After all, it could extend life by 100 years and had absolutely no side effects. What? There's actually such a potion? Olivia exclaimed in surprise. A potion that could extend life had truly shocked her. Wah, 100 more years of life. Robin also widened her eyes. Though still young, she wasn't naive. A potion that could extend life was just too valuable. Yes, but I only have 4 doses. 1 each for the 3 of us, and 1 remaining for a future crewmate. But to receive this potion, they must pass our trials. It wouldn't be right to give such an amazing thing to someone who just joined. Only the most loyal companions are qualified to receive it. Ronan explained. Of course, such a valuable item couldn't just be handed out to anyone. It must be given only to those who were acknowledged by him and his companions. Right, something so precious must not be given away carelessly. Olivia nodded seriously. Precious things must not be given away easily, otherwise people wouldn't appreciate them. Only those who had passed certain trials should be allowed to obtain it, a point she fully agreed with. Still, giving this potion so easily to me and Robin, don't you think it's perhaps too simple? Olivia thought again, feeling that she and Robin had received such a potion too easily. Olivia, Aunt, and Robin, you're the 2 people closest to me. When you took me in when I had nothing and treated me like family, how could I possibly make you take a trial? Ronan replied earnestly. Haha. To me, Ronan brother is just like a real older brother. Mom, you're thinking too much. Ronan brother would naturally think of us first when he gets something good, Robin said cheerfully. Exactly. Ronan nodded and smiled. To me, Robin is just like a real younger sister, so please don't think about it too much, Olivia Aunt. Well, okay then. Finally, Olivia nodded. She had always regarded Ronan as family, even treating him like her own son without any discrimination. That Ronan would think of her and Robin first when he had something valuable made her deeply happy. The 3 of them drank the Elixir of Immortality. The taste was sweet and pleasant, and they felt comforted throughout their bodies. They could even feel a warm energy emerging inside them, a breath of life steadily nourishing and enhancing their physical strength and health. Chapter 29, Check-in at Reverse Mountain. Reward, Flying Technique. This potion is too powerful. Olivia was visibly shocked, especially when she felt that some of her previous minor ailments, such as deteriorating vision from years of reading and dry skin from archaeological excavations and ruins, as well as other small issues, had completely disappeared. She felt her body had never been healthier. This effect far surpassed even a healing potion. Healing potions mainly treated superficial injuries. Ailments such as vision and skin issues could not be healed, yet this elixir of life was able to do so. She felt as if she had reverted back to when she was 17 or 18 years old. No, even better, with more energy and vitality than ever before. Wow, I can feel it too, amazing. Robin exclaimed. Although her sensations weren't as clear and precise as Olivia's, she too could sense the physical changes. Her body felt healthier and more energetic. As for Ronan himself, there wasn't much obvious change, except he could feel his vitality had become stronger and more profound. Without even checking his attribute panel, he knew all his attributes had certainly increased somewhat, maybe not by much, but there was definitely some improvement, particularly in his constitution. After drinking the elixir of life, all 3 were happy, and Ronan was no exception. Who wouldn't be pleased about gaining an extra 100 years of life? That very evening, the trio celebrated with an especially rich dinner, eating and drinking heartily until their mouths were dripping with oil. 2 days passed. During this time, Ronan needed to find a location to check in, and the Great Wave also needed to find somewhere to dock to replenish supplies. They found an island and anchored there. Upon arriving on this island, just as they finished resupplying, the 3 were ambushed by a group of bounty hunters. A gang of 8 bounty hunters sprang out from the only path the 3 were taking to return to the Great Wave while they were purchasing supplies, surrounding them, and preparing to make their move. However, these guys were used to easily handling ordinary pirates, but they had no idea that Ronan was someone even the Marines were helpless against. Therefore, their fate was almost predetermined. The 8 bounty hunters stood in perfect formation. Ronan released a single wave of Elixir of Haki, then swung his blade, swiftly killing all 8, before walking away casually, leaving arriving bounty hunters who later rushed to the scene after receiving news completely shaken with fear. That Ronan guy is too powerful. We shouldn't provoke him, one bounty hunter said, already planning to abandon this hunt of Ronan. 10 billion berries were great, but you needed the life to enjoy them too. Indeed, right now Ronan is simply not someone we ordinary bounty hunters can handle. Let the stronger guys deal with him instead. Personally, I've already decided to quit. Another bounty hunter also shook his head, sighed, and decided to give up on hunting Ronan permanently. These guys are just foolish. I won't be giving up. If I get my hands on the 10 billion berries, I'll retire and live luxuriously wherever I want. Another stubborn bounty hunter still insisted, determined to continue chasing Ronan. Then go ahead. I'm not going. What? But we had a deal to work together. Don't drag me into your suicidal mission. Get lost, you bastard. Fine, just don't regret it later. Then the entire 10 billion will be mine. You always thinking you can hunt Ronan? Don't you think the Marines were anything less? They've suffered tremendous losses against Ronan repeatedly. Do you think you can surpass them? I'll think about it again. Haha, weren't you still determined to pursue Ronan earlier? Shut up, that was just foolish talk when I was mad. Ronan was unaware that the subsequent bounty hunters who arrived had already decided to give up hunting him. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. Whether they pursued him or not, he wouldn't object. As long as they dared to attack him, they had to be ready to die. After finishing their resupplying, the trio set off once more. They wouldn't need to replenish supplies again until arriving at Reverse Mountain. Their next stop would be in the East Blue. Reverse Mountain was a very unique location in the pirate world. This place was where waters from the four seas converged, and aside from the Calm Belt, it was the only other place where you could pass from the four seas into the Grand Line. Of course, unless you happen to have a flying ship, in which case forget this rule. Finally arrived at Reverse Mountain. How magnificent! Robin stared joyfully at the surging waters gathering ahead. She had never before had the opportunity to witness such a magnificent sight. Long had she heard how Reverse Mountain was the most spectacular scene in the four seas, and today she finally saw it with her own eyes. It's truly magnificent indeed. Ronan was also seeing such a magnificent sight for the first time. Reverse Mountain, the place where waters from the four seas converged, seemed to defy natural laws. Without seeing it with your own eyes, merely hearing about it made it impossible to imagine such a landscape could occur naturally. Even seeing it with his own eyes now, Ronan still felt somewhat disbelieving. He even had a slight suspicion this place might be an ancient ruin left behind by a lost civilization. This thought wasn't baseless. The world of One Piece itself was far from normal. Think about it. The giants, standing dozens of meters tall, the diminutive Tontata tribe the size of a finger, fishmen living in the sea, angel-winged Scipions floating in the sky. Even more exaggerated were the Sea Kings. Could these creatures possibly be species left behind by an ancient civilization with advanced biotechnology? And then there were devil fruits. According to legend, all of them came from a single devil fruit tree. Could something like that naturally occur? Not to mention the three ancient weapons. Pluton might possibly have been developed hundreds of years ago by humans, but the mermaid princess representing Poseidon wasn't so simple, let alone Uranus, which was even more mysterious. Ronan highly suspected there had once been a brilliant ancient civilization, and the main force of that civilization was none other than the D-Clan. The D-Clan had always been the target of suppression by the world government, the rulers who would later become celestial dragons. The 20 kingdoms that formed the world government 800 years ago were originally slaves under the rule of the D-Clan. For some unknown reason, they later turned on their masters, established the world government, and then concealed the truth of those 100 years. If that was the case, many things would finally make sense. Ronan, we're going over Reverse Mountain now. I feel a bit scared. While Ronan was lost in thought, Robin, standing beside him, tugged at his hand and nervously spoke. Ronan looked up and saw that the great wave was already riding up the reverse-flowing waters, rapidly heading toward the peak of Reverse Mountain. The entire ship was nearly tilted at a 90-degree angle. Hold on to me. And Olivia, you come here too. Ronan immediately said, pulling Olivia beside him. Standing firmly with his feet rooted to the deck, he didn't budge despite the ship's tilt. Oh, this thrilling moment made Robin scream involuntarily, but not out of fear. With Ronan beside her, she wasn't worried about her safety at all. Instead, she screamed happily, her mischievous expression completely unlike the mature and composed Robin from the original story after adulthood. Olivia also showed a slight smile, though her hands tightly gripped Ronan to avoid being thrown off. At this moment, Ronan himself had a smile on his lips. Reverse Mountain, an iconic landmark of the world. Who knew what reward awaited here? It would definitely be a great one, right? System, check in at Reverse Mountain. Ronan immediately issued the check-in command to the sign-in system inside his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the master. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. Flying technique. Chapter 30 arriving at the East Blue. A perfect miss. Wow. As soon as Lunan heard about the reward, he became visibly excited. Flying Nimbus? Wasn't this the Flying Nimbus technique from the Dragon Ball world? He hurriedly checked the details. Flying Nimbus. A flying skill from the Dragon Ball world. The maximum flying speed depends on the host's strength. Lunan was truly delighted. Previously, he had been worried that without the ability to fly, traveling over the sea would be problematic due to the fugium of devil fruits, which caused a fear of seawater. Now with the Flying Nimbus, those concerns were gone. No matter how vast the ocean was, what was there to fear? With this flying ability, Lunan's previous weakness was completely eliminated. He no longer feared any enemy, regardless of whether they were numerous or individually powerful. Surrounded? If I can't beat them, I'll just fly away. If I can beat them, I'll wipe them all out. One-on-one. Now that he had flight capability, Lunan was unafraid of anyone across the four seas, be it one of the Yonko or an admiral. With his current strength, he even had the power to defeat and kill an admiral. Lunan tilted his head back and laughed heartily. With the Flying Nimbus, his mood was exceptionally good at this moment. The giant wave soared through the mountains, reached the peak of Reverse Mountain, gradually stabilized, and soon several waterway entrances came into view before the three. This is where the waters of the four seas converge. Lunan, look at the largest waterway entrance ahead. That is the entrance to the first half of the Grand Line. Olivia, who had been here before, pointed ahead and explained to Lunan. That's the entrance to the Grand Line? Robin's eyes widened as she looked at it. Hee, the Grand Line. We'll definitely go there eventually, but not now. Lunan chuckled, then asked, which entrance leads to the East Blue? This one on the right. Olivia pointed to another entrance. Seawater was also gushing from this opening, rushing toward the sea where the Grand Line began. Then let's turn the ship around and head for the East Blue. Lunan steered the giant wave toward the east blue entrance. Although the channels at the entrances of the four seas led downward, the water was actually surging upward. To go downstream, the giant wave had to move against the current, which required considerable effort. Hold on tight, Lunan shouted, then steered the giant wave against the current toward the east blue. Rumbling. Though the seawater flowed against them, it could not stop the giant wave from rushing forward toward the east blue, slowly descending bit by bit. Finally, after much effort, the giant wave successfully arrived at the east blue. We're here. The east blue. Robin took a deep breath, let go of Lunan's arm, spun around on the deck, and did a little dance. I haven't been to the east blue in a long time either. Olivia laughed. As the giant wave safely reached the east blue, she also relaxed, for Reverse Mountain was no easy place to pass through. Many weaker vessels had been destroyed during the attempt, their crews lost. It was innumerable. Even some powerful pirate crews and marine fleets had suffered damage while passing through. Yet the giant wave had made it through successfully, proving itself a sturdy and powerful ship indeed. Now that we're in the east blue, where do we go next? Robin asked. Of course we first find a place to dock, restock supplies, and have a good meal. Lunan replied without hesitation. Wah, I totally agree with this idea. Robin nodded enthusiastically. The cuisine in the east blue is truly great. Olivia smiled. I've eaten many delicious dishes here before. This time I'll take you both to try them all. Hee hee, just thinking about it makes me drool already. Robin giggled. Then what are we waiting for? I'll go raise the sails. And Olivia, you take the wheel, and Robin, check the map to find the nearest island to dock at. With that, Lunan had already run toward the mast. Let's set sail. At this very moment, as Lunan and his companions had passed Reverse Mountain from the west blue and successfully arrived at the east blue. In the Grand Line, at Twin Cape, a massive marine battleship had already arrived here from Marineford. Marineford itself lay in the first half of the Grand Line. The weather here was certainly not as calm as in the Four Seas, and the risks of navigation were far greater than in the Four Seas. Thus, even though Full Body and Black Arm Zephyr had hurried along the way, they still wasted some time en route. Phew, finally arrived at Reverse Mountain. At the bow of the battleship, two towering, powerful figures stood like mountains, making the Marines operating the ship feel somewhat suffocated. Carp, we're entering the West Blue soon. That little brat running, leave him to me. You just guard our rear. One of the imposing figures turned his head and said to Carp beside him. His figure was even more massive than Carp's, fully muscular, except that his right arm was missing, replaced by a mechanical limb that looked terrifying and grotesque. Zephyr, you mustn't underestimate Runin. Although this kid is only about 10 years old, his strength is truly terrifying. Don't take him lightly, Carp said solemnly. Although he only held the rank of Vice Admiral, not as high as Zephyr's Admiral rank, it wasn't that he was incapable of holding the title of Admiral. It was simply that he had refused it. As someone who had once fought against Rox and Roger, his strength within the Marines was unquestionable. Of course, the strength of Black Arm Zephyr was also unquestionable. Even before he became a Marine Admiral, he was already a famous figure, and over a decade ago, he began teaching at the Marine Academy, nurturing countless elite talents for the Marines. The most famous among them were Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, the three future admirals. Additionally, many current Marine Vice Admirals had been trained under him. One could imagine how powerful this man truly was. Precisely for this reason, the Marines were dispatching these two most formidable figures to the West Blue to deal with Runin, showing just how seriously they regarded him. Even more, these two were arguably the strongest individuals the Marines could offer at the moment. What's there to worry about? He's just a little brat. Zephyr said indifferently. All right then. Carp crossed his arms, and hearing this, didn't say much more. Both of them were peak fighters within the Marines, possessing their own pride. Since Zephyr wouldn't listen, talking further would be pointless. If Zephyr wanted to act alone, let him. Carp guarding the rear wasn't bad either. He could observe more of Runin's abilities, then seize the right moment to act, and capture Runin in one fell swoop, with no issues. The battleship swiftly passed through Reverse Mountain, arriving at the East Blue with a time difference of over 10 minutes from Runin's group, missing them perfectly, and continuing directly toward the West Blue. Their goal of arriving directly in the West Blue and immediately capturing Runin might be unachievable. Carp and Zephyr didn't realize they had missed Runin by just over 10 minutes. Runin himself also didn't know that the Marine HQ had sent two such powerful figures to chase him. He leisurely began his daily check-in mission in the East Blue. There were many places in the East Blue waiting for him to check in. With the Flying Nimbus skill now at his disposal, visiting various locations would be even easier. Chapter 31, Lobetown. Future Head Chef Koluman. In the East Blue, Lobetown. The Grand Wave slowly docked at the port of Lobetown, and Ruanan and the others disembarked, walking into the small town. So this is the birthplace of that pirate king? I heard he was executed here several years ago. Robin gazed at the pedestrians around her. Lobetown was still quite prosperous. After all, it was now the pirate age, and as the birthplace and execution site of Joel D. Roger, the pirate king who started this era, countless pirates came here every day to pay homage to him. Of course, there were Marines stationed here too. Those pirates had disguised themselves as adventurers or commoners, and the Marines could do nothing about them. After all, they couldn't easily tell whether someone was an ordinary citizen or a pirate, unless the pirate had not taken any measures to hide. This island is indeed quite prosperous. Olivia nodded as she spoke. When I came here before, it wasn't nearly this lively. Well, back then Roger wasn't dead yet. Hee. So you're saying that Roger's death actually contributed to the development of Lobetown? Ruanan chuckled. In truth, it was almost exactly like that. Before, due to Roger's connection, Lowtown had been despised by the Marines, and the Marine garrison here was also very elite. It could even be said to be the most elite unit in the entire East Blue. The East Blue Marine headquarters were also located not far from Lowtown. Speaking of the Marines, xuanhuan stroked his chin and glanced at the civilians passing by on the street. He didn't see any patrolling Marines. He wondered whether the Marines stationed here, upon discovering his arrival, would dare to take action against him. Xuanhuan and his companions weren't trying to hide at all. If the Marines spotted them, they would definitely recognize them. After all, Xuanhuan was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries issued by the world government. Xuanhuan, as the birthplace of the Pirate King, there must be many capable crew members here. Can't we recruit some crewmates in Lowtown? Robin suggested thoughtfully. She hadn't forgotten Xuanhuan's earlier plan to recruit crewmates. She was particularly hoping that someone with culinary skills could join the Grand Wave. That's a great idea. We're not in a rush anyway. All of us have taken the Elixir of Immortality, so we have long lifespans. In the future, we can stay longer on different islands, eat more, visit interesting places. Xuanhuan said lazily, hands behind his head. Good idea. Let's find a restaurant to try the local delicacies of Lowtown. Robin said joyfully. You're not in a hurry either, Aunt Olivia? Xuanhuan asked. Not in a hurry, Olivia said gently. Anyway, searching for the Rio Poneglyph is not something you can rush. Otherwise, with all these centuries past, if it had been easy to find, those who came before us would have already done so. Right, Xuanhuan nodded. In fact, I suspect most of the Poneglyph inscriptions should be in the Grand Line. There might be some scattered in the Four Blues, but definitely in minority. Once we head into the Grand Line, we'll definitely discover many Poneglyphs. Let's go then, find a good restaurant to taste the local specialties. After walking for a while, they finally saw a restaurant. It wasn't big, but there was already quite a queue of people waiting outside the entrance, indicating that it must be a restaurant with a good reputation. This is the one. So many people queuing up to eat here means the food must be good. Xuanhuan smiled. I'll go get in line. Robin had already quickly run ahead to join the line behind the crowd. Olivia shook her head smiling. This girl really was eager when it came to food, such a gluttonous girl. After a little waiting, it was finally their turn. When they tasted the food, it really was extremely delicious. Indeed, better than any of the restaurants Xuanhuan, Robin, and Olivia had eaten at before. Wow, the food here is so good. Mom, Xuanhuan, you must try this fish. It's absolutely delicious. Robin dove into a golden brown roasted fish, amazed as she dug in. This is really good too. Xuanhuan ate a dish in front of him, a grilled squid that was incredibly delicious. This soup is also amazing. Olivia praised a bowl of soup with a spoonful. Customers, here is your food. Please enjoy. At that moment, a girl's voice rang out. Carrying a large tray of steamed shrimp and crab, she carefully placed it on their table. Woohoo, I want to eat. Robin immediately dove in. Xuanhuan looked at the girl who had just brought them food. She had red hair and a youthful face, no more than 10 years old, not much older than himself. A sudden thought struck him. There was something familiar about this girl. Thinking carefully, could she be Kaluman, the one who had once challenged Sanji to a cooking contest in Lowtown in the original story? Was this restaurant her family's? Xuanhuan stopped eating and looked at the girl, asking, Excuse me, is this your family's restaurant? Or are you just a waitress here? The girl was taken aback for a moment before answering. Yes, this restaurant was founded by my father. Robin, who had just been happily devouring the shrimp and crab, immediately stopped, her big eyes turning toward Kaluman. This girl was the owner's daughter? She wondered, how skilled was this girl in cooking? Earlier, Robin had thought about asking Xuanhuan to try recruiting the owner of this restaurant for the Grand Wave crew, but she had already seen the owner and his wife. This couple had a restaurant and a stable life here in Lowtown, so they likely wouldn't be willing to join a pirate crew. But this girl, as the owner's daughter, must have inherited their culinary skills, right? If she could cook dishes this delicious, perhaps there was a way to recruit her. As Robin thought about this, she was already preparing to speak up. But Xuanhuan spoke first. Hi, I'm Xuanhuan. Do you know how to cook? Could you make food as delicious as what's on the table? Me? When the topic of cooking came up, Kaluman immediately raised her chin proudly. I've inherited all my father's cooking skills, and my food is just as good as his. Some of the dishes on your table were even made by me. Is that so? That's truly impressive. Xuanhuan's face immediately lit up with a smile, while in his mind, he was already thinking about how to convince her to join his crew. Wow, you're so amazing. Robin chimed in, giving her a look of admiration, her eyes spinning with ideas. It was clear she and Xuanhuan were thinking the same thing. Olivia, watching the two of them, couldn't help but smile slightly. She clearly understood their intentions, though she also thought it would be difficult. After all, the girl was still so young. Her parents would surely never allow her to go off with strangers and join a pirate crew. I'm definitely amazing. Kaluman placed her hands on her waist proudly. I will definitely become the greatest chef in the world someday. You have such a big dream then. Chapter 32, Deceiving. Settling down in Lowtown. Xuanhuan said with a smile. But I've heard that the world's greatest chefs all come from the North Blue. Even the best chefs from the East Blue can't even make it into the top 10 worldwide. If you want to accomplish your dream, it's going to be difficult. Aye. Hearing this, the girl was momentarily speechless. Indeed, most of the world's greatest chefs came from the North Blue. At the very least, 7 or 8 out of the top 10 chefs worldwide were from there. One could imagine just how amazing the chefs from the North Blue were. I will definitely defeat those famous chefs from the North Blue in the future. Just wait and see. Kaluman stubbornly replied. Actually, we're adventurers from the West Blue. We're planning to head for the Grand Line in the future, and we might even go to the North Blue. Luo Nen replied with a pause. Many of those great chefs from the North Blue gather along the Grand Line. If you want to compete with them, you must go to the Grand Line or the North Blue. For a girl like you to go there, it won't be easy at all. Upon hearing these words, Kaluman also frowned. Indeed, nowadays the seas were filled with pirates. Accomplishing her dream would be extremely difficult. However, if you're willing, you can set sail with us. Luo Nen revealed his true intention. Sail out to sea with you. The girl raised her head and looked doubtfully at Luo Nen and the others. This trio consisted of 1 adult and 2 children. Could such a group even sail the seas? They were probably going to be killed by ruthless pirates the moment they set sail. Noticing the girl's distrust and the look of contempt in her eyes, Robin immediately became displeased and spoke up. What? Do you look down on us? Let me tell you, Luo Nen is actually very, very powerful. I'm also very strong, and I'm a devil fruit user. A devil fruit user? Kaluman's eyes widened upon hearing this. She had heard about devil fruit users before, people who had eaten devil fruits and gained unique abilities. They were very powerful, extremely powerful. Once, she had even seen a battle in the streets between the Marines and a pirate who possessed a devil fruit ability. That pirate was especially powerful, even injuring several Marines before successfully escaping from the encirclement of the Marine fleet. Later, the Marines even sent a lieutenant commander, also a devil fruit user, to chase that pirate. Whether they captured him or not, she didn't know. That's right. Look, Robin said excitedly, and with a movement of her right hand, her arms suddenly multiplied. Her fair-skinned arm flowered like petals, revealing several additional arms, greatly startling Kaluman. However, she quickly turned to excitement as she stared at Robin. A devil fruit user appeared right before her eyes, so close to her, and she couldn't help but feel curious and fascinated. What a strange ability. It can actually create so many hands. Kaluman exclaimed happily. If I had this ability, it would be so much easier when I cook. Well, she was indeed a real chef. Could this be said to be worthy of someone who dreams of becoming the world's greatest chef? Are you really that strong? Kaluman was still somewhat skeptical. Although having a devil fruit user was impressive, pirates also had ability users. Robin was just a little girl under 10 years old. Although she had abilities, she probably couldn't rival adult pirates who also possessed such powers. Of course not. My abilities are nothing. Luo Nen is truly the one who is amazing. Robin pointed at Luo Nen, saying, earlier in the West Blue, Luo Nen defeated an entire pirate crew all by himself. He is also a devil fruit user and has extremely powerful strength. No pirate is his match. Robin exaggerated his feats as if Luo Nen had become omnipotent. Kaluman was convinced by Robin's words. At the very least, this trio must possess considerable strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have safely traveled from the West Blue to the East Blue intact. There were countless pirates along the way, and the perilous Reverse Mountain. It was no simple feat to safely arrive in the East Blue. This made Kaluman start to feel tempted. She felt that her cooking skills had already hit a plateau. Her father's culinary skills had already been fully learned by her, and there were very few chefs in Lowtown who could rival her. To achieve her dream, she definitely couldn't remain in Lowtown forever. She must leave to challenge famous chefs, travel through the 4 seas and the Grand Line, and experiment with various precious and rare ingredients to create even more delicious dishes. Before, she was still too young to survive alone at sea, and her parents would never allow someone so small to travel the ocean by herself. If she wanted to go to sea, the only option was to join adventurers, but who could tell whether those so-called adventurers were actually pirates in disguise? Although there were many kind pirates in the world, there were far more ruthless ones, and she simply couldn't tell the good from the bad. These 3 in front of her didn't seem like bad people. There were 2 children around her age, and a woman with a gentle expression, unlikely to be evil. Maybe. I'll think about it. Kaluman hesitated. Okay, no rush. We plan to stay in Lowtown for a while, so you can take your time to decide. Luo Nen wasn't in a hurry. Obviously, persuading her to leave right away was impossible. To Kaluman, they were complete strangers. How could she possibly trust them instantly? However, before Kaluman boarded the ship, they still needed to keep a low profile. Otherwise, if she found out that Luo Nen was actually a massive pirate wanted by the world government with a bounty of 1 billion belly, she would surely be frightened away. As for the future, once she was on the ship, it would be too late for her to regret. And perhaps Kaluman herself might even end up with a bounty one day. Just like Robin and Olivia now. Robin had already been pursued by the world government since before, and her current bounty had reached 10 million belly. Olivia had also been pursued later with a bounty of 5 million belly. Therefore, Luo Nen had already decided to keep a low profile during their stay in Lowtown for now. Once this chef was convinced to join the ship, everything would be fine. After Kaluman left, Luo Nen and the others soon finished their meal and paid before departing. After leaving, the 3 quietly found a hotel to stay in, settling down in Lowtown. It's already late. I haven't used today's check-in chance yet, which would be a waste to lose. Inside the hotel room, Luo Nen mumbled and then mentally called out to the system. System, check in at Lowtown. Luo Nen directly checked in across the entire Lowtown, aiming to obtain a major reward at once instead of splitting the check-in. Although this would prevent him from checking in again in Lowtown within a short period, he could check in at other locations in the East Blue afterward. Although he planned to settle in Lowtown for a while, he didn't want to check in bit by bit slowly. A few days later, he could simply travel to other parts of the East Blue to check in and then return to Lowtown. While he intended to settle down for a period, that time wouldn't be very long anyway. Chapter 33 Lowtown Check-In. Reward, Zampicudo. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Check-in successful. You have obtained a Zanpakuto. Luo Nan's expression shifted. A Zanpakuto? He hadn't expected to actually receive a Zanpakuto this time. No wonder it's Lobetown. The reward was definitely impressive. Zanpakuto, a special weapon used by the Soul Reapers from the Bleach universe. Forged from souls, capable of shifting between spiritual and physical forms. Depending on the wielder's spiritual power and mental state, it can awaken into different forms and functions. It inflicts extraordinary, unimaginable damage against spirits. Current status, unawakened. Luo Nan carefully read the description of this Zanpakuto and quickly became interested. He wondered if this blade was the Zangetsu. After all, Zangetsu was the Zanpakuto used by the main character of Bleach. Even if not the strongest, it was definitely the most famous. But Luo Nan thought for a moment. Who among all the Zanpakuto would suit him best? Probably Ryujin Jaka? He currently possessed the power of the Mera Mera no Mi. Although he couldn't say his control of flame abilities was masterful or peerless, it was already quite formidable. Combining that with Ryujin Jaka, who in this pirate world could possibly match him in a single clash. I hope it's Ryujin Jaka. Luo Nan muttered lightly as he claimed the reward. Instantly, a name that seemed somehow always present in the depths of his mind appeared, imprinted in his memory as if carved into his very soul, never to fade. Senbenzakura. Luo Nan was a little surprised. The Zanpakuto he had obtained wasn't Zangetsu, nor was it the anticipated Ryujin Jaka. It was Senbenzakura. Well, even if it's not what I expected, Senbenzakura seems quite powerful as well. In the end, it's all about the user's skill. With my current soul strength, the released Senbenzakura wouldn't fear even the highest grade swords of the seas. Not to mention that practically all Zanpakuto were originally created to fight spirits. Luo Nan mused. Of course, even though Zanpakuto were primarily meant for fighting spirits, their ability to shift between spirit and matter made them nearly indestructible, since their essence was forged from the wielder's soul. The stronger the wielder's soul, the stronger the blade. The differences in strength between Zanpakuto mainly stemmed from the variations in their individual abilities. Now that he had obtained a Zanpakuto, and he had the time, Luo Nan decided to release it. Scatter, Senbenzakura. Luo Nan called out the Shirkai release command of Senbenzakura. Immediately, his vision blurred, and his whole body seemed to fall into slumber, while his consciousness entered a spiritual realm, or one could also call it an awareness realm. The soul space of Senbenzakura wasn't exactly the same as what was shown in the original Bleach anime. Unlike the original depiction where Senbenzakura's manifested form was a samurai wearing a demon mask like Byakuya's Zanpakuto, here it had taken the appearance of a young man resembling Luo Nan's future adult form. The man had a cold and strikingly handsome face, silently watching the suddenly appearing Luo Nan with indifference. In his hand was a long blade. Compared to Luo Nan's current appearance, the man representing Senbenzakura was undeniably breathtakingly attractive, with a chillingly charismatic aura, clearly the type to easily capture the hearts of countless women. Luo Nan twitched his lips, feeling slightly unsettled. Senbenzakura had taken the form of his future adult self? Was he really going to end up this arrogant-looking in appearance? Absolutely not. He was such a gentle person. This cold demeanor must belong to Senbenzakura itself. To achieve Shirkai, you must defeat me first. Senbenzakura said coldly, slowly raising the long blade in his hand, pointing it at Luo Nan. Just defeat you? Luo Nan raised his brow. However, seeing the opponent's blade, he felt a little helpless, because he himself had no weapon. How come a Zanpakuto is the one holding the sword? Luo Nan's thoughts stirred. This was his own soul space, or more accurately, a shared soul space between him and Senbenzakura. While Senbenzakura indeed had its own personality and independent thoughts, it was still born from Luo Nan's soul and couldn't appear out of thin air, just like how the manifested form of Senbenzakura mirrored Luo Nan's future self. In the end, despite having its own will and personality, this was still a weapon, something that required a user, and Luo Nan was its master. But to become its master, he first had to defeat it. The problem was, the opponent had a weapon while he did not. Yet Luo Nan wasn't worried. Since this was a shared spiritual domain, if his opponent could possess a blade, he himself could as well. Focusing his mind, Luo Nan's will solidified, and immediately, in his hand appeared a blade shaped like the Nichiren sword he often wielded. Don't forget, the Nichiren blade was also a powerful weapon specialized for slaying demons. Even if not as specialized as the Zanpakuto, it certainly wouldn't be much inferior. Thus, Luo Nan, wielding the Nichiren sword, faced off against Senbenzakura. The standoff didn't last long. Luo Nan had no intention of dragging things out. He needed to defeat Senbenzakura quickly and achieve the Shirkai. Letting out a light shout, Luo Nan dashed forward and slashed at Senbenzakura with one strike. Senbenzakura's expression remained calm as he lifted his long blade to block the attack, and soon the two were locked in intense combat. After some time fighting, Luo Nan realized with frustration that his opponent's swordsmanship was not only no worse than his own, but even included his very own technique, the flowing yun-style sword technique. Still, he understood that Senbenzakura had been born from his own soul. In a way, it could even be considered a second persona. It made sense that it knew everything he did, although it was indeed somewhat different from the Zanpakuto depicted in the Bleach series. Luo Nan fought relentlessly with Senbenzakura all through the night, until, through sheer willpower, he finally overcame Senbenzakura and successfully achieved the Shirkai. Early the next morning, Luo Nan opened his eyes. A sharp, sword-like gleam flickered briefly within them. Finally completed the Shirkai. Man, that was exhausting. He murmured to himself. Battling against an enemy that understood him completely had truly been difficult. Within the soul space, the humanoid Synopsis was no less powerful in combat than Luo Nan himself, and even more familiar with him. In the early stages of the battle, he had been completely overpowered. If it weren't for his unwavering willpower enduring the onslaught, he might not have defeated his opponent at all. Perhaps because my soul strength itself is too strong, defeating it was far more difficult than expected. In the original Bleach, achieving Shirkai wasn't this hard. Some people didn't even need to fight to do it. Just gaining its recognition was enough. Shaking his head, Luo Nan got up. Let me see what Synopsis looks like now. He whispered, "Scatter, Synopsis." As the release command rang out, in a flash, a long sword appeared in his hand, slender and beautiful, much more elegant than the Nichiren blade. Click. He drew the blade, gazing at its gleaming silver edge, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad at all. In terms of appearance alone, this Synopsis already passes. Once materialized, I believe it would easily rival even the greatest swords in this world. And as my soul strength increases further, Synopsis' room for growth will expand significantly. Brother Luo Nan, are you awake? A voice came from outside the bedroom door. It was Robin. Coming. Luo Nan responded. He then flicked his wrist, and Synopsis vanished into a flurry of beautiful purple light, like scattered petals dancing in the air before fading away entirely. Chapter 34, Initial Release. Zeph and Garp's anger. Synopsis had already achieved its initial release. Although the process was a bit strange and different from the original story, Luo Nan understood that this was because the system had directly rewarded it to him, so of course it would be somewhat different. In fact, he now completely knew the true name of Synopsis. The Zanpakuto itself had fully materialized, and he had already defeated it in his soul realm. As long as the spirit fully submitted to him as its master in the future, achieving Bankai would be effortless and without difficulty. Luo Nan thought for a moment, then got dressed and walked outside. Big brother Luo Nan, have you eaten breakfast yet? Robin cheerfully stood by the door looking at him. What kind of question is that? I just woke up. How could I have eaten breakfast already? Luo Nan rolled his eyes slightly. He had spent the entire night fighting with Synopsis. Although it was a battle of souls and willpower, his physical body wasn't tired, but mentally, he was still somewhat exhausted. Thinking about it, Luo Nan directly pulled out and drank a vial of mental potion. Instantly, all the exhaustion from the night vanished, and he felt fully restored. Oh, big brother Luo Nan, what good stuff did you drink? Robin looked at him enviously. Mental potion, used to recover energy. It's not something you need, Luo Nan said, then asked, where's Auntie Olivia? Why are you alone? Mom? She already went downstairs to buy breakfast. I just came to call you. All right, let's go. The two walked downstairs and found Olivia. The three of them had breakfast together, then quietly strolled around Lobetown. They temporarily settled in Lobetown, and time flew quickly. Half a month had already passed. Luo Nan occasionally left Lobetown, checking in at other locations on the island, but the rewards he obtained weren't particularly impressive. They were far inferior to the Zanpakuto. Sometimes he also went to the Karaman family restaurant to enjoy fine cuisine, continuously persuading Karaman to make a decision quickly. At this time, in the West Blue, however, Zeph and Garp were growing angry. The two were currently aboard a large warship belonging to Marine Headquarters, docked at the West Blue Branch's naval harbor. Right now, they were standing before the West Blue Branch commander. Half a month has already passed. Still no sign of that Luo Nan. Zeph angrily questioned him. Although the other was the West Blue Branch commander, commanding all Marine forces in the entire West Blue, when it came to actual rank, he couldn't match Zeph. After all, Zeph was a fleet admiral from headquarters. Although Garp was only an admiral of headquarters, holding the same rank as the commander, his reputation and status surpassed rank itself. That's right, Dorrance. Your efficiency is too low. Garp also looked at the current West Blue Branch commander with a frown. We've already been in the West Blue for half a month. You should know how important the current situation in the New World is. Although there are other admirals and many fleets stationed there, now that the two of us are here, headquarters will be a bit vulnerable. If Whitebeard and others suddenly stop fighting and decide to attack headquarters all at once, by the time we hear about it and rush back, it'll be too late. Gentlemen, I understand that your time is precious. The West Blue Branch commander, Vice Admiral Dorrance, displayed a bitter smile on his face. But I've truly done everything I could. Immediately upon your arrival, I dispatched numerous people to search for Luo Nan's trail. But that guy seems to have vanished completely. Just can't be found. How is that possible? Garp said sternly. That guy has never tried to hide himself before. How could he not be found? Could it be he's already left the West Blue? It's unclear, but it's possible, Dorrance replied. The last sighting of Luo Nan and his group was on an island near Reverse Mountain, where he killed 8 bounty hunters. Subsequently, the remaining bounty hunters, possibly intimidated by his ruthless methods, stopped pursuing him and dispersed. That's how we lost Luo Nan's trail. What do you mean? We've already lost Luo Nan's trail. Zeph was furious, his short temper threatening to erupt immediately, but Garp held him back. If that's the case, then it's indeed possible that the target has already left the West Blue. So now the question is, has he gone to the Grand Line, or to one of the other 3 seas? Garp was somewhat frustrated now. Without knowing where Luo Nan was, how were the two of them supposed to deal with him? The world was so vast, and the seas so wide. With just a single ship and 3 people, where were they supposed to look? I've already reported the information to the 3 other sea branches, asking them to pay attention to Luo Nan's trio. If there's any sighting, they'll immediately notify me. Dorrance quickly added. Sigh, I guess that's the only option left. Garp sighed, fully aware of how difficult it was to find Luo Nan across such a vast ocean, especially if he had already left the West Blue. But we can't stop searching the West Blue yet. What if he hasn't actually left it? Garp continued. Yes, I've already considered that. Dorrance nodded. While I wait for updates from the other 3 seas, I won't abandon the search in the West Blue. However what? Zeph asked gruffly. However, I'm worried that Luo Nan may have gone to the Grand Line instead of the other 3 seas. You both know how unpredictable the Grand Line is. I don't have the capability to locate him there. It might require the strength of headquarters. Garp paused thoughtfully and said, I'll report this to headquarters and have them dispatch fleets to search for Luo Nan as well. Even if he has entered the Grand Line, he can only be in the first half of it. If he were heading to the New World, he would definitely pass through Sabeti Archipelago. I'll station people there. What if he's gone into places like the Calm Belt? Zeph growled, clearly frustrated. How do we find him then? This mission is so annoying. I thought we could just take action and deal with Luo Nan once we arrived in the West Blue, but after all this time, we haven't even seen him. If that's the case, then indeed, there's nothing we can do. Garp sighed deeply as he spoke. ****ing frustrating. Zeph angrily muttered. Why don't we just return to headquarters then? Wait until he shows himself again and capture him. Are we supposed to remain stuck here in the West Blue forever? Let's wait a few more days, Garp said. If we truly can't find anything, we'll have no choice but to go back. After all, we can't stay in the West Blue for too long. Headquarters needs you. And as for me, I also need to go to the New World to oversee operations. Fine, Zeph nodded, then turned to Dorrance. You better make sure your men are doing their jobs properly. Don't let them slack off. I'll make sure of it. Dorrance said, and then went off to organize the personnel. What bad luck. Where exactly has this Luo Nan gone? Could it be that he really went into hiding? It's possible, but the more likely scenario is that he's simply left the West Blue. Let's hope for some good news from the other 3 seas. Otherwise, this whole trip would have been for nothing. Chapter 35, Super Reward, Primordial Cultivation Technique. Zephyr and Garp waited in the West Blue for quite some time, and this wait lasted over half a year. During this half year, the personnel they dispatched searched the West Blue for any trace of Luo Nan. Unfortunately, no news about Luo Nan ever came back. Not only that, but there was also no news about Luo Nan from the other 3 seas. As for the Grand Line, people sent by the Marines headquarters to gather information also failed to find any trace of Luo Nan. This left the 2 quite baffled. With no choice, the 2 had to return home to the Marines headquarters. This trip was meant to capture Luo Nan, but without even seeing his shadow, how could they proceed? They could only wait for Luo Nan to appear again and make plans accordingly. Garp and Zephyr returned to headquarters, while on Luo Nan's side, life was surprisingly pleasant. It had been roughly half a year since the 3 of them arrived at the East Blue. Of course, they couldn't stay in Lobetown the entire time. After a short rest and repair in Lobetown, they once again set off, heading to other parts of the East Blue to travel around, allowing Olivia to inspect ancient ruins along the way. Because the Great Wave had undergone modifications, and the 3 of them kept an extremely low profile, they weren't discovered by the Marines in the East Blue. As for those individual pirates who dared to target them, all of them ended up at the bottom of the sea. On this day, Luo Nan and his companions arrived at the village of Shabandi, the hometown of the protagonist in the storyline. It was here that Luffy was born and began his grand journey. Upon arriving at Shabandi village, Luo Nan immediately started checking in, directly checking into the entire island. To get a major reward, he needed to check into a large area. If not for the system restrictions, he would have checked into the entire East Blue. System, check into the island where Shabandi village is located. Luo Nan said solemnly. The island where Shabandi village was located wasn't merely the village. It was a large island housing the Kingdom of Goa, a relatively significant country in the East Blue. Checking into the entire island at once meant that the reward should be quite extraordinary, perhaps even better than the reward obtained from Reverse Mountain. Ding! Congratulations, the check-in was successful. Reward, Primordial Cultivation Technique. The system stated, Primordial Cultivation Technique originates from the Pangwan world. Due to the uniqueness of the Pangwan world, it has no limitations within this world. After cultivation, the host can directly use spatial energy to extract spiritual energy from countless worlds for cultivation. This technique is relatively common in the Pangwan world, but the Pangwan world itself is the supreme realm among all universes. Thus, this cultivation technique is of an extremely high level. Host, please treat it with caution. The reward from this check-in is really that good. Luo Nan's eyes widened slightly with a look of disbelief. Primordial cultivation technique, although relatively common in the Pangwan world, was still only considered common by standards of that world. According to the system, that world was among the topmost universes in the countless multiverses. Claim the reward. Without hesitation, Luo Nan immediately claimed the reward. Instantly, a grand and ancient, eternally distant aura as if from the birth of the universe surged from his mind, and a mysterious piece of information appeared in his consciousness. That was the martial cultivation method information for the primordial cultivation technique. After a while, Luo Nan opened his eyes again, with excitement in his gaze. So the primordial cultivation technique truly is amazing, of extremely high status. It can be cultivated in any world without being restricted by different world laws, and the highest realm of this technique reaches even the Deluo realm. Terrifying, powerful. What did the Deluo realm signify? Throughout countless parallel universes across time and space. As long as the universe does not perish, its cultivator endures eternally. It was second only to the realm of sages who transcended universes. The primordial cultivation technique had three major cultivation realms: Mortal Realm, Immortal Realm, and Luo Realm. Within these three major realms, there were further subdivisions. The Mortal Realm consisted of 9 layers, the Immortal Realm of 6 layers, and the Luo Realm of 3 layers, a total of 18 cultivation stages. Without delay, Luo Nin immediately started cultivation. Spending about a month or so, he finally entered the door of the Mortal Realm. As soon as he broke through, his strength significantly increased, and his lifespan was also extended remarkably, now reaching an overall lifespan of 500 years. And as his cultivation advanced, his longevity would continue to grow until he reached the Immortal Realm, where his life would be nearly endless. Upon reaching the Luo Realm, he would truly attain immortality. So long as the myriad universes remained unshattered, he would remain unharmed. Unless a sage decided to destroy the world and eradicate all universes, he would perish. After all beings below a sage were but ants. Only sages could truly attain eternity and freedom from all disasters. However, that was still too distant for the current Luo Nan. Only after reaching the Luo Realm would he have the qualification to even aspire to the Sage Realm. Yet Luo Nan believed that one day, he would eventually attain that qualification. After obtaining the primordial cultivation technique, Luo Nan spent most of his time in cultivation. Because of this, time passed even faster. Often, a single session of closed-door cultivation could last 10 days or even half a month. This made Robin somewhat disappointed. She frequently came to invite Luo Nan to go out and play together, but he was always busy cultivating. In the end, she could only go out alone or accompany Olivia on expeditions and archaeological digs. However, there were no particularly interesting archaeological sites around Windmill Village, so after staying for a while, the group decided to leave. At the Windmill Village port, the Great Wave was preparing to depart. Robin stood at the edge of the dock, saying goodbye to her friends from the village. Standing in front of Robin was a gentle and kind-hearted little girl around Robin's age named Makino. She was a close friend Robin had made here, and they got along very well. "Robin, next time you come to Windmill Village, come find me to play, okay?" Makino said, clearly reluctant to part. "Don't worry, the next time we come here, we'll definitely find you." Robin nodded, her eyes showing a trace of sadness as well. This was one of the few friends she had made. She even considered inviting Makino to join them on their adventurous journey, but unfortunately, Makino's family refused to agree, and Makino herself didn't like the kind of wandering, unsettled life at sea. "Then we have a deal." "That's right, we have a deal." After saying their farewells, Robin boarded the ship. The three of them slowly set off from Windmill Village. Makino on the dock was still waving her hand with effort, and Robin also waved from the ship's stern. "All right, we'll come back someday. Don't be so sad. When we head to Reverse Mountain, we'll pass by here again," Luo Nan said, yawning lazily. Now that we've left Windmill Village, I won't get to play with Makino for quite a while. I asked you to accompany me, but you said you were always busy, and these days you've been cultivating non-stop. I think you've even become obsessed with it." Robin said unhappily. "I'm busy with something important." Cultivating was a significant matter. How could it be treated like child's play? He needed to seize the time to reach the second layer of the Mortal Realm as soon as possible. At present, the first layer hadn't boosted his strength by much. Each of his 4 main attributes had increased by roughly over 30 points. At this point, his power was practically Wu-Di in this world, yet for the countless multiverses, he had only just begun. Judging from the cultivation technique granted by this system reward, his future couldn't possibly remain forever within the One Piece world. Without a doubt, there was a great chance he would step into the vast and boundless multiverses, a grand stage filled with infinite worlds. If he didn't enhance his power during peaceful times, how could he later compete with the world-shaking geniuses from the infinite universes? Chapter 36: The World Trembles. Gold Roger has escaped. While Luo Nan was vigorously cultivating immortality in the East Sea, had impelled down level 6 of the Grand Line, Shiki the Golden Lion stood with glimmering eyes and a cold smirk on his lips. "The time has come. The world probably already forgot my former glory. They really think I'll remain locked up here forever." Fair enough. After all, for hundreds of years, no one has ever successfully escaped this cursed place. And now, I'll be the first to break that record. "That young fellow named Luo Nan, I'm coming for you. Join me and help me overthrow the world noble's rule." That night, while the warden and guards were still asleep, a deafening explosion erupted from the 6th and deepest level of the underwater prison. Immediately, prisoners held in the upper 5 levels were startled awake, confused, and dazed. "What's happening? What's going on? Was it an earthquake?" "No idea at all. Such a huge tremor. Could it be a giant sea king attacking the prison?" "That's impossible. It's never happened before. Still, maybe we should see if there's a chance to." As the prisoners reacted with mixed emotions, the warden and guards were also alarmed, all scrambling to discover the cause of the commotion. "What's going on? Find out immediately, or else you'll suffer the consequences," the warden roared angrily at the guards. "We're on it right away, right away." Afraid to protest, the prison guards quickly complied, rushing to various levels of the prison to investigate the source of the disturbance. Meanwhile, at level 6, Shiki the Golden Lion had already broken free from his cell, laughing aloud as he charged outward. Soon afterward, the entire prison erupted into chaos. No one knew how many prisoners and guards died in the uprising, nor whether other prisoners managed to escape during the pandemonium. The next day, a shocking piece of news spread across the entire Grand Line. The infamous pirate Shiki the Golden Lion, imprisoned in the underwater level 6, had escaped. This news swept across the first half of the Grand Line. then spread into the New World and all four seas. The world trembled, and every nation stood in shock. Pirates, Marines, the world government, and all allied nations were thrown into uproar over this revelation. Perhaps to the world government, Luo-Nan was also a menace, but compared to Shiki, he was still not as notorious. Compared with the ambitious Shiki, Luo-Nan was practically an adorable slacker. Although many Marines had died at Luo-Nan's hands, they were always because the Navy initiated the confrontation. Luo-Nan had never actively attacked Marines, let alone raid countries and terrorize islands like other pirates. But the Golden Lion was different. This man was an utterly evil and irredeemable pirate whose name was once legendary. His successful escape from the underwater prison would send shockwaves across the world unlike anything seen before. In no time, all allied nations fell into panic. The world government immediately convened a World Summit meeting to discuss strategies to deal with the escape of the Golden Lion. They simultaneously held the warden and guards of the great prison accountable. Although most of the prison guards had died at Shiki's hands, and even the warden remained critically injured and in a coma, responsibility lay with them, and they were ultimately forced to bear the consequences. As for the Marines, Marineford immediately dispatched dozens of warships from the headquarters to pursue the Golden Lion. More than a dozen admirals from the headquarters sailed along with the fleet, aiming to recapture Shiki at the earliest opportunity. As for the pirates, the pirate crews celebrated like it was a grand festival, drinking beer and cheering loudly in every pirate ship, pirate base, and tavern. Everyone knew that since the fall of the former Supreme Pirate Rocks and the execution of the pirate King Roger, pirates had been under relentless oppression by the Marines. Look at the situation in the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line. Nearly all were under world government control. Many great pirates dared only to wander in the New World, while in other regions they could only hide cautiously, fearing detection by the Marines. And now, the legendary Golden Lion Shiki, second only in fame to Rox and Roger, had successfully escaped from the underwater prison. How could the pirates not be thrilled? The flying pirate Golden Lion has escaped. Ha ha ha, Commander Shiki actually escaped? This breaks the record of never having anyone successfully escape from the underwater prison before. Ha ha ha, now things are getting interesting. Looking forward to the Golden Lion's glorious return. Our golden era as pirates is about to arrive. Not only were these small-time pirates excited and surprised, even great pirates in the New World like Whitebeard were also taken aback. For the Golden Lion to have actually escaped from the Grand Prison was indeed incredible. After all, that prison was built deep underwater precisely to neutralize pirates with devil fruit abilities. After all, seawater was the greatest weakness of such powers. How on earth had he managed to escape from the bottom of the ocean? Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido were all stunned, unable to grasp the logic of such an event. Yet, Golden Lion Shiki had really done it. In the East Blue, on a relatively prosperous island, Luo-Nan and his companions had just left an ancient ruin and arrived here when they noticed the local people in a state of panic, whispering among themselves. What's going on? Luo-Nan asked curiously. No idea. Let's listen first, Robin replied. Something major must have happened, said Olivia. Soon enough, they learned the details from the locals. Who would have thought? This Golden Lion actually escaped from the underwater prison. He's really impressive, Robin exclaimed. I heard the underwater prison was ultra secure. No one has ever successfully escaped in hundreds of years. Yet he managed to do it. This man is a truly dangerous pirate. I wonder what kind of chaos his escape will cause, Olivia said gravely. Though all three of them were currently wanted by the world government, and even branded as pirates, Olivia herself refused to acknowledge that identity. Whatever he does has nothing to do with us, Luo-Nan said indifferently. As long as he doesn't come after me, I don't care what he does. Dealing with him is the world government's job now. The Marines have been chasing us pointlessly all this time. They're too bored. Now they finally have something to do. Let them go waste their energy on it. Right, it has nothing to do with us. Robin also nodded. Let the world government and the Marines deal with the mess. They need something to keep them busy anyway. If they keep having nothing better to do, they'll keep coming after us. It's so annoying. Hee hee, I wonder what kind of trouble this Golden Lion will stir up, Luo-Nan chuckled. According to the storyline, after escaping this time, this guy wouldn't immediately do something dramatic like everyone predicted. Instead, he would hide away for nearly 20 years. It wouldn't be until later when he encountered Luffy's group that he'd finally reappear, only to be defeated under Luffy's protagonist Gon, unrealistic advantage, then captured and sent back to the underwater prison. Truly pathetic. As for how Golden Lion Shiki managed to escape the prison, an enigma that baffled everyone, Luo-Nan actually knew the truth. Shiki had simply cut off both his legs shackled by chains, used his two legendary swords as substitute limbs, and, combined with his float-type devil fruit ability, escaped from the underwater prison. Of course, there must have been countless dangers and coincidences involved. Yet ultimately, this act had showcased the sheer power and cunning of the Golden Lion himself. Luo-Nan assumed that the Golden Lion would behave like in the original story, hiding away in seclusion. But he didn't know that the Golden Lion had already resolved to seek him out after escaping, hoping to form an alliance to discuss a plan to overthrow the world nobles. Chapter 37, Discovered. The Pursuit from the East Blue Base. 6 months later, inside the cabin of the Great Wave ship, on the surface of the East Blue, Luo-Nan exhaled deeply, a hint of joy showing on his face. After more than half a year of cultivation, the primordial chi cultivation technique had finally advanced from the first stage to the second stage of the mortal realm, extending his lifespan by another 500 years, now reaching nearly 1,000 in total. Luo-Nan, however, wasn't too focused on this. What mattered more to him was how strong he had become now. The second stage of the mortal realm had significantly increased his power compared to the first, reaching a truly extraordinary level. System, display my status panel. Luo Nan said in his mind. Host, Luo Nan. Age, 11. Constitution, 135. Strength, 128. Agility, 132. Spirit, 167. Conqueror's Haki, LV9. Flowing Cloud Sword Art, LV9. Mara Mara no Mi, LV9. Marine 6 Powers, LV9. Primordial Chi Cultivation Technique. Mortal Realm, Stage 2. Xuanhuan, LV6. Zanpakudo, Initial Release. Healing Potion, 36 bottles. Spirit Potion, 27 bottles. Physical Potion, 45 bottles. Elixir of Life, 8 bottles. Attribute Potion, 13 bottles. Skill Card, 6 pieces. Solar Blade, Swift Foot Talisman, Great Wave, Diagram of Xuanhuan. Looking at his current status panel, Luo Nan nodded in satisfaction. After such a long period of training, his strength had indeed grown immensely. All 4 attributes had seen significant increases. Other than that, whether it was the levels of his various skills or the items collected through check-ins, all had increased dramatically. Among the more valuable items were the attribute potions that directly boosted stats and the 6 skill cards which increased skill levels. Without wasting time, Luo Nan immediately began using the items. First, he drank all 13 attribute potions. The 13 attribute points were immediately added to his spirit, raising his 167 points to 180. Then, after using the skill cards, the 6 skill points were directly added to Xuanhuan, raising its level to LV12. At LV12, Xuanhuan saw tremendous improvements in both flight speed and altitude. Among the other items, he had acquired a lot of different potions, especially life elixirs. Now he had 8 bottles in storage. Other than that, there wasn't anything currently essential. The Great Wave sailed steadily across the ocean. Their destination this time was Lowtown. The 3 of them had stayed in the East Blue for over half a year and were now preparing to leave the East Blue and head toward the Grand Line. Before leaving, they planned to pass through Lowtown and take Caramon with them. Both Luo Nan and Robin had a soft spot for this talented chef. As for a navigator, they hadn't found someone suitable yet. What a pity. By my calculations, Nami hasn't even been born yet. Otherwise, taking her aboard would have been great. She would become the greatest navigator in the future. Luo Nan mused, stroking his chin. Not long after, the Great Wave arrived at Lowtown. They docked and disembarked, arriving at Caramon's shop. After finding Caramon, they asked whether he was willing to join them. Caramon, after over half a year of thinking, or rather, ever since Luo Nan and the others had left Lowtown previously, had already made his decision. He decided to follow Luo Nan and the other 2 out of the East Blue to challenge top chefs in the Grand Line and further improve his culinary skills. However, Luo Nan and the others had been away for over half a year across other parts of the East Blue and only now returned to Lowtown. Upon hearing their inquiry, Caramon immediately decided to join them. The 3 of them ate something in Caramon's shop before preparing to leave, packing up their things. Though Caramon's parents were a bit reluctant to part with him, his father deeply respected Caramon's decision. As a chef himself, he had once dreamed of becoming a world-class chef, but had never had the chance. Now his daughter had such an opportunity, so he finally decided to support her. After finishing their meal, the group left the shop together, walking along the street toward the harbor, preparing to leave Lowtown. Yet as they were about to leave, they were unaware that the Marines patrol team in Lowtown had finally noticed their unusual presence. The Marine patrol immediately reported Luo Nan and his companions' information. The East Blue Naval Base took the patrol's report very seriously. They quickly summoned officers and dispatched a fleet to surround them, at the same time reporting Luo Nan's reappearance to Marineford. The information received by Marineford was to stall him and continuously monitor Luo Nan's whereabouts. They also informed Garp and Sengoku of the reappearance of Luo Nan and his group after several months, preparing to launch a full-scale arrest operation. Meanwhile, Luo Nan and the others boarded the Great Wave, officially setting sail. After leaving Lowtown, they headed toward Reverse Mountain, preparing to cross it and enter the first half of the Grand Line. However, just before they were about to reach Reverse Mountain, a large warship accompanied by 8 medium-sized warships blocked their path in the open sea ahead. Oh no, oh no. As soon as Caramon spotted the situation, she immediately froze in fear. Because of the distance, she couldn't see clearly and mistook them for pirates coming to raid, instantly screaming out of fright. What's wrong? Robin immediately ran over upon hearing the commotion. Robin, look, there are so many ships ahead. Are they pirates? They're blocking our way. Are they going to rob us? Caramon asked anxiously. Don't be afraid. Robin comforted Caramon first, then carefully observed the sea ahead. After a while, she finally managed to make out the flags on the enemy ships. They were seagull flags. It's the seagull flag. They seem to be Navy ships from the East Blue. Robin said. It's the Navy? Phew. Caramon let out a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't pirates, that was good enough. But still, why would Navy ships block their way for no reason? She didn't quite understand this part. She still had no idea that she had just boarded a ship full of criminals. You stay safe. I'm going to find Luo Nan and Mom, Robin said and quickly ran off. She entered the cabin, found Luo Nan in his room, then went to Olivia's cabin where she found her mother reading a book. Together, the 3 of them went back up to the deck. It's really the Navy, Luo Nan said calmly. Still chasing after us? These Navy officers are indeed quite annoying. Olivia frowned. Wait, why would the Navy be blocking our way? Caramon was still puzzled. Looking at the others' expressions, they seemed to know exactly why. Because Luonan coughed slightly and replied, "We're all wanted criminals under the world government's bounty list." What? Karamon's eyes widened in disbelief. What was going on? These three weren't just ordinary adventurers. How could they be wanted by the world government? Outlaws? Pirates? Those two words instantly flashed through her mind. A vague sense of unease filled her heart. Had she been deceived? Was she on the wrong ship? Chapter 38, Annihilation. The branch commander is terrified. Seeing the changing expressions on Koluman's face, Robin felt a bit awkward. After all, she had a good relationship with Koluman before and now felt that she might have betrayed her. Luonan was fine, though. He frankly told her, "Yes, all three of us are wanted by the world government. They call us great pirates, and my bounty has already reached 1 billion belly. I wonder if they've raised it after such a long time, but I haven't heard any news about it. T10 billion belly bounty great pirate." Koluman looked at Luonan in horror. She just couldn't understand. Luonan seemed to be just a child of about 10 years old. How could he possibly have a bounty of 1 billion belly from the world government? This left her both terrified and puzzled with curiosity. "Well, we'll tell you later why we were wanted by the world government. Now, it's time to deal with the immediate crisis." Luonan coldly stared at the 9 warships rapidly approaching on the sea surface and emotionlessly said, "We've been keeping a low profile for over half a year, but it seems we were still discovered. Oh well, since you're asking for death, don't blame me for being ruthless." Now that Luonan had mastered the art of flying through the air, even if the enemy was far away, he no longer needed to get close enough to use the Marine's 6 powers technique, the moon step, to jump onto their ships. With the art of flight, all such issues were resolved effortlessly. Therefore, Luonan didn't allow the enemy ships to get too close to the giant wave. After all, Robin and the other two were still aboard. Their ability to defend themselves still needed improvement. Luonan even considered teaching them the ancient cultivation technique, if it hadn't been so difficult. Unfortunately, the technique was far too difficult. He had only briefly explained the beginning part to them, but they couldn't even understand that. Forget about the more advanced levels. Cultivation was getting harder and harder, and if they couldn't even grasp the basics, how could they cultivate further? Luonan was still hoping that in the future, he could receive some easier techniques through sign-in rewards, preferably ones that could increase lifespan. Otherwise, if he himself could live for thousands of years now, and even longer in the future, while Robin and the others passed away due to the end of their lifespans, that would be quite a problem. Without further thought, Luonan's body floated upward, and then, with a whoosh, he flew high into the air and headed toward the distant fleet. He's flying up. Seeing Luonan fly away, Koluman nearly popped her eyes out. This was incredible. Could this man really fly? Isn't it said that a person can only eat one devil fruit? From Koluman's understanding, the fruit Luonan ate was a Logia-type devil fruit that could control flames. So how could he now be flying? Don't be surprised. Brother Luonan knows many things, and there are even more impressive skills you haven't seen yet. Seeing Koluman's shocked expression, Robin proudly said, "Even more impressive?" Koluman exclaimed in disbelief. "That's right. Brother Luonan also has some other good things, but you'll have to pass our trials before you can get them." Robin obviously meant the Elixir of Immortality. Since Koluman had just joined them, she would need to go through some trials before she could obtain it. At this moment, Luonan had already flown to the upper air above the fleet. He stood aloof in the sky with his hands behind his back, looking down. The Marines on the ships all stared at him with great tension. He's here. It's Luonan. Inside the flagship's main hall, a colonel ran up to a burly man and trembled while reporting. "Luonan is here?" The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. Seeing the colonel's terrified expression, he angrily said, "Why are you so scared already? You're trembling like this even before fighting him. How will you dare to fight when the battle comes?" But he flew here. He has already arrived above our fleet." The colonel stammered. "What?" Upon hearing this, the rear admiral was greatly shocked. "Flew? How is that possible?" "Yes, that's what I thought too." The colonel said, "According to our intelligence, Luonan's devil fruit ability should be of the Logia type, a flame-controlling power. But now he can fly? This is extremely strange." "That's indeed strange." The rear admiral grunted, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, "Let's go out and take a look. Who exactly is this Luonan? So he can fly now. Could he have eaten a second devil fruit? No, that can't be right. No one has ever heard of someone being able to eat 2 devil fruits." The two stepped out onto the deck together. The rear admiral looked up at Luonan's figure hovering in the sky, his eyes half-lidded and gazing down at them, and his face involuntarily darkened. So it was true. He could actually fly. This Luonan was definitely suspicious. "Luonan," the rear admiral shouted toward the figure above. "Surrender now if you know what's good for you, otherwise." Annoying. Luonan snorted coldly, unwilling to waste more words. Honestly speaking, he didn't even see these 9 warships as a threat, let alone this Donghad branch rear admiral. He didn't even think the man deserved a serious glance. Since that was the case, why waste time here at all? He needed to wipe these minions out quickly and continue on his way. Thinking of this, Luonan gently raised his hand. Under his palm, flames surged skyward. Burn fruit, meteor. Boom. With a loud explosion, the fireball on Luonan's hand erupted, transforming into countless fireballs the size of basketballs. No one could count exactly how many there were. It was like the entire sky had turned red with fire. Go. With a wave of his hand downward, the countless fireballs rained down in a massive wave, descending over the 9 warships. Something's wrong. The rear admiral's face changed drastically. He immediately shouted, "Hurry, dodge it." Get off the ships now. Before the Marines could react, Luo Nan in midair had already coldly roared. You still think you can escape? If you dared to come after me, then you should have been ready to die. Conqueror's Haki. Boom. A roar of impact rang in every Marine's mind. Soldiers, officers, and even the rear admiral himself all froze, then stiffly collapsed to the deck, unconscious. With Luo Nan's current level of Conqueror's Haki, plus his terrifyingly high mental power stats, with all these layers of amplification, even an admiral from the headquarters wouldn't be able to resist his Conqueror's Haki, let alone a mere branch rear admiral. Instantly, all the Marines were overwhelmed by his Conqueror's Haki. Officers and the branch rear admiral leading the fleet, all were killed in the fiery meteor storm. Thus, the branch fleet's plan to intercept Luo Nan in the Donga ended in total annihilation. By the time Luo Nan and his group had already left the Donga, the message finally reached the branch commander, who was so terrified that he froze in place. After a long silence, he shakily sent this horrifying news directly to Marineford. Chapter 39, The Grand Line. Encounter with the Whale Laboon. When Monkey D. Garp, also known as Ironbone Garp, learned of the news from the East Blue, he was greatly shocked. So this Luonin has actually been in the East Blue all along? No wonder we couldn't find him all these years. Throughout these years, his main efforts have been focused on searching for Luonan in the West Blue, and later along the Grand Line. Although they had also conducted searches in the East Blue, South Blue, and North Blue, those efforts had not been particularly intensive. It was indeed unexpected that Luonan had been in the East Blue all this time. Garp immediately contacted Marihoa, and after some discussion between the two sides, a decision was made. The world government would increase the bounty on Luonan from 10 belly to 15 billion, while the Marines headquarters dispatched an admiral once again to the East Blue to pursue Luonan. This time, they absolutely could not afford to lose track of him again. Although the East Blue headquarters fleet was once again completely destroyed by Luonan, following in the footsteps of the West Blue fleet, they had successfully pinned down Luonan's location. Garp's orders to the East Blue headquarters commander were clear: do not approach Luonan's ship, but maintain distant surveillance on his movements until the admiral arrived to deal with him. As a result, Garp and Sengoku, who had been idle for over half a year, were back in action. This time, we absolutely must capture this Luonan. We must not let him slip through our fingers again, Sengoku said fiercely. Judging by his current direction of travel, it is highly likely that he is heading toward the Grand Line, Garp said gravely. Don't worry. We've already stationed people around Twin Cape. Even if he isn't heading for the Grand Line, but another sea, we won't lose track of him. Let's go. We're leaving now. The two immediately set off toward the direction of Twin Cape. Meanwhile, the world government also took action at the same time, releasing the new bounty on Luonan alongside the sale of newspapers throughout the four seas and various allied nations of the Grand Line. In an instant, the world that had been quiet for over half a year became restless again at the reappearance of Luonan. Those bounty hunters who had previously given up were once again captivated by the massive bounty. One after another, they rolled up their sleeves and prepared to act. However, many of them were filled with hesitation. This bounty had increased again. What did that mean? It meant that Luonan's threat level in the eyes of the world government had increased. It also meant that Luonan's strength had grown even stronger. Would they, as mere bounty hunters, really stand a chance against him? Therefore, a few sensible bounty hunters did not immediately take action but instead sat back and watched the situation unfold, amused by the sight of their greedy counterparts rushing to be the first to strike. In the East Blue, near the waters leading to Twin Cape, the giant wave sailed steadily across the ocean. So what you're saying is, you were framed? Karma looked dumbfounded at Robin, clearly stunned after hearing about the reasons and circumstances of their being pursued by the world government. She didn't know whether to believe Robin's words or not. Of course, Robin replied. Think about it. Why would we willingly oppose the world government? We were forced into it. Oh, Karma lowered her head in thought, then exhaled and sighed helplessly. Well then, is it too late for me to regret now? Hee, I'm afraid it's already too late. Maybe you're already on the wanted list by now, Robin said with a grin. I really should have known better than to agree to set sail with you all. Karma groaned while scratching her head. She had really boarded a ship she could never get off now. Just having stepped on the ship and barely done anything, she had suddenly become a wanted criminal out of nowhere. Sure enough, the very next day, with the release of the newspapers and the new bounty on Luonan, both Robin and Olivia's bounties were slightly increased. Indeed, Karma had made it onto the wanted list, albeit only a mere 2 million berries. However, it proved that she had been noticed by the world government, and countless bounty hunters were now aware of her existence. It was already too late for regrets. There was nothing left but to follow this path to the end. Passing the familiar Twin Cape, the giant wave smoothly continued forward and rushed straight into the Grand Line, arriving at the entrance of the reverse mountain. Wah! At this moment, Luonan suddenly heard Robin's excited voice. Robin, what's wrong? Luonan, look. Big. So big. An enormous fish. Robin shouted, pointing ahead. Where? Where? Karma ran over and, upon seeing it, was also astonished. What a massive whale. Ah, it's this one. Luonan walked over and, looking at the giant whale on the ocean's surface, smiled and said, this whale is indeed huge. It looks more like an island from afar. Yeah, a whale as big as an island, Robin said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How amazing it would be to go out to sea riding it. What are you thinking? Olivia walked over and tapped Robin on the head lightly. Such a huge whale. It's so dangerous. Luonan, do you think we might be attacked by this whale? Everyone felt somewhat afraid facing such a massive creature. There's no need to be afraid. Under normal circumstances, this whale won't attack people on its own initiative. This whale was named Laboon. It had been left here by Brooks' group when they first entered the Grand Line. Luonan's eyebrows lifted slightly. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Laboon in the distance. Though not as gigantic as he remembered from later times, the whale had already grown to a terrifying size, far bigger than when it had first arrived in the Grand Line, after more than 30 years had passed. The reason Luonan looked toward Laboon was because it seemed to have finally noticed the giant wave. To Laboon, a ship just a few dozen meters long like the giant wave was still just a tiny speck. Initially, it hadn't noticed the ship at all, but now, as the giant wave dropped into the sea from Reverse Mountain and headed toward Twin Cape, it finally detected the vessel. Upon noticing the giant wave, Laboon immediately turned its enormous body around, stirring the seawater so violently that the entire ocean churned. The giant wave rocked dangerously, nearly losing balance. What is this guy trying to do? Luonan frowned. What's wrong with the whale? Olivia asked immediately. It's hard to say. It really doesn't usually attack people. But judging from the situation now, something seems out of the ordinary. Luonan smiled slightly and wasn't particularly worried about Laboon. If he needed to act, Laboon wouldn't be much of a challenge. For now, he would simply watch and see what this little one wanted to do. Boom boom boom. Laboon surged forward, churning the sea as it moved. In a short while, it reached right in front of the giant wave. Its giant eye, nearly the same size as the ship, stared directly at Luonan and the others. Its massive mouth, large enough to swallow the entire ship in one bite, now faced directly toward the giant wave. With just a single opening and inhale, it could effortlessly consume them all. Little guy, what are you trying to do? Luonan stepped forward to the bow and asked Laboon. He thought the young whale might understand what he was saying. It had been raised since childhood by Brooke and the others. If not fully understandable, at least grasping the general meaning shouldn't be too difficult, right? Chapter 40. Crocus. The demon child, Ronan. Ooh. Lab made a deep sound, but Ronan didn't understand its meaning. He could tell that Lab had understood him, but he himself couldn't comprehend what the other was saying, which made things a bit awkward. Big whale, why are you blocking our way? Robin shouted loudly, showing no fear and instead looking at Lab with excitement. Next to her, Caramon and Olivia were too nervous to speak a word. After all, this was a giant creature capable of swallowing their entire ship in one bite. They couldn't help but feel frightened. Aozowo. Lab roared again, swishing his tail, slightly shaking his head, creating giant waves that splashed violently into the air, instantly causing the Grand Line cow to wildly spin and twist on the sea. Little guy, I can't understand you, so move out of my way now, Ronan huffed, finally managing to stabilize the ship, his gaze turning somewhat annoyed as he looked at Lab. Otherwise, I'll make sure you suffer the consequences. Cough, cough, cough. Just at that moment, a faint cough echoed from afar. A figure riding a small boat came into view, a tall, thin elderly man with a white beard. As the old man approached, he first glanced at Lab, then looked toward Ronan and his companions. A few of you must be new to the Grand Line, right? The old man's voice was aged, yet strong and firm. That's right. Ronan nodded, recognizing the old man's identity. Wasn't the person guarding the Twin Cape the ship doctor from GOLD, Roger's crew? Do you know why this whale blocked our path? Ronan asked. Oh, it wants you to take it along. It wants to search for its former master, the old man sighed. Upon hearing this, realization struck Ronan. So that's what it was. However, even though Ronan knew roughly where Brooke was, going to search for him would waste too much time. After all, no one knew where exactly that ghost ship was drifting. So, should he take this whale or not? He only knew Brooke's approximate location. Finding him would really take time. Who knew in which hidden corner of the sea that ghost ship might be? I think you don't need to be conflicted. Its master left it here for a reason. Look at its size now. It would cause you a lot of trouble to take it along, the old man said. Lab seemed to understand and immediately showed displeasure, swishing its tail again, creating a stormy surge in the sea. Yet, the old man's boat remained steady, unaffected by the waves. Little guy, your master will definitely come see you as promised. If you go searching for them now, they might already be in the new world, and you wouldn't be able to follow, the old man spoke to Lab. It took quite a while before Lab finally calmed down. My name is Crocus. I was once a doctor, and now I guard the Twin Cape and take care of this whale, the old man said. If you need to be on your way, go ahead. Lab won't stop you anymore. All right, Ronan thought for a moment and said, would you tell this whale something for me? I actually know some information about its master. Perhaps soon I will return here with its master. Let it wait patiently. Oh, you actually know about its master. Crocus stared at Ronan in surprise. The more he looked, the more familiar Ronan seemed, and suddenly, a thought hit him. He asked, are you Ronan? You know me? Ronan turned to face him. Who in the world doesn't know you by now? Crocus chuckled calmly. Ronan, the demon child. People all over the world call you that now. Your bounty has reached 500 million belly, and recently, you alone destroyed a fleet made up of 9 marine ships in the East Blue, including a fairly strong vice-admiral. Am I right? Exactly. Ronan shrugged his shoulders and admitted directly. You already had such a reputation even before reaching the Grand Line. You're even more impressive than Roger was back then. As the doctor on Roger's ship, Crocus had the qualifications to make such comments. Roger only became a legend after successfully traversing the Grand Line and leaving behind the one-piece treasure, ushering in the great age of pirates. As for pure individual strength, perhaps he couldn't even rival someone like Whitebeard, Kaido, or even Rox. Ronan's reputation was built through countless battles. Naval fleets and pirates alike had fallen to his blade. No one dared underestimate him. Even the world government was making every effort to suppress his growth. Didn't they raise his bounty all the way to 15 billion belly? They even gave him the title Demon Child, branding Ronan as evil while painting the world government as righteous. Ronan, before you leave, let me give you a warning. Crocus seemed eager to stay on good terms with Ronan. As the Grand Line Hall began to sail away, he called out, "Lately, marine ships have been frequently patrolling around here. Your arrival to the Grand Line is surely no longer a secret to them. Be careful, Marines." Hearing that, Ronan smirked slightly with disdain, curling his lips. They're all just a bunch of useless fools. Don't underestimate them. Last time, 2 admirals were dispatched together to the West Blue to capture you. You just barely avoided them. Now they're coming after you again, and this time, they won't be any weaker. Be especially wary of Garp. He might not hold the rank of admiral, but he has the strength of one. I'll be careful, Ronan said as he waved a hand at Crocus. Although he didn't really consider the Marines a serious threat, for the sake of the others aboard the ship, he took the warning to heart and began preparing for potential encounters with Marine admirals. Garp? That old man may not be bad, but if he dared target him, Ronan would make sure he tasted some bitter consequences. At the same time, after the Grand Line Hawk had passed the Twin Cape, a distant sight appeared on the ocean. A small marine ship was following far behind. A marine messenger on board was tightly hugging a din mushy, nervously reporting to someone on the other end. Yes, we are closely following Ronan and his group from a safe distance. Don't worry, we're not staying too close. Understood. We're predicting his direction, but the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line makes things difficult. Right. We'll report any unexpected situations immediately. After hanging up the call, the messenger relayed the report to the officer in charge of the small warship, an energetic young commander from Marine headquarters. Commander, the report has been sent up. Admiral Sengoku and Garp are already heading to the Judicial Island. We're to keep tracking Ronan and his crew very carefully and mustn't lose them. I understand. The commander nodded seriously and, continuing to observe the Grand Line Ka with a telescope, added, "This is a very important mission. As long as we keep tracking him until those 2 superior officers arrive, our job is done. Pass the word to everyone. Keep alert and on your toes. The headquarters will grant a great reward for completing this mission. Even Mary Geos will be awarding us." Understood. I will spread the word right away. Hearing the commander's words, the messenger marine was visibly thrilled and rushed off immediately. Left behind was the once energized commander who now looked grim. This was Ronan, the demon child Ronan, an extremely dangerous man. I truly hope this mission ends successfully. Sighing heavily, the commander kept his eyes glued to the Grand Line Hawk's course. Chapter 41 The Traveler Pirates is formed. After being reminded by Kurokas, Ronan also realized there must be marine spies following him, but he didn't take it seriously and calmly continued sailing forward. The weather on the Grand Line was indeed unpredictable. Just moments ago it had been clear skies, and now it had turned dark and cloudy, soon followed by heavy rain pouring down. It started raining. The weather here is indeed harsh. Robin sighed, looking at the stormy sea ahead with a frown. What's wrong? Calumet asked beside her. We don't have a professional navigator on board, nor do we have a Grand Line compass. It might be difficult to reach the next destination quickly, Robin explained. Then what should we do? Calumet asked anxiously. My mother knows some navigation knowledge, but not too deeply, Robin replied, shaking her head. Like her mother, she was a professional archaeologist. Although she had read about navigator knowledge in books, it was not as professional as real navigators. She could only barely understand some basics. In the 4 blues, identifying the course and understanding water currents and wind directions weren't a problem, but more advanced knowledge and operations were difficult. In that case, we really need a professional navigator on board, Calumet said. Yeah, we've been looking all along, but unfortunately haven't found anyone suitable, Robin said, then raised her head proudly. Our crew members are strictly selected. So, Calumet, it's really an honor for you to be allowed on board. No way. I was basically tricked into joining this ship, Calumet said in exasperation. Oh haha, Robin chuckled. Oh right, we are a pirate crew, right? What's our pirate crew's name? Calumet suddenly asked a question that left Robin stunned. That's right, they had been sailing together for so long, ever since leaving the West Blue nearly a year ago, yet they still didn't have a name. I'll go find Ronan, Robin said, already running off. Calumet stood there for a moment, feeling dazed. Don't tell me. We don't even have a name yet? What kind of people are these? They're so unreliable. In Ronan's cabin, he was sitting cross-legged on the bed meditating peacefully, happily cultivating his way toward reaching the 3rd level of the human realm as soon as possible. Ronan. Bang bang bang. A knock on the door interrupted Ronan's meditation. Fortunately, he wasn't in a deep trance, otherwise he might have been disturbed and suffered from a cultivation mishap. Of course, while sailing at sea, unexpected situations could arise at any moment, so it wasn't safe for him to go into a deep trance now anyway. What's going on? Ronan asked, opening the door to let Robin in. I just thought of an important issue, Robin said seriously. What issue? Seeing Robin's sudden seriousness, Ronan was taken aback. He couldn't imagine what matter could make Robin this serious. Could it be that an admiral attacked? That wouldn't come this fast, would it? Well, I mean, we've been at sea for such a long time, but we still don't have a name. Every other crew, whether it's adventurers or pirates, has a famous name. Yet we still haven't decided on one after all this time. Don't you think this is important? Robin said solemnly. That's it. Ronan rolled his eyes. He thought something major had happened. Isn't it important? Robin pouted. This is really a big deal. Actually, you're right. We have been a team for so long without a name, It's a bit embarrassing. Okay, gather everyone, and let's decide on a name together. Ronan nodded. Great, Robin said happily, rushing out and calling Olivia and Calumet to come together into Ronan's cabin. I think we should call it the Ohara Pirates, Robin declared loudly. After all, we're all from Ohara. Who names their crew after their hometown? Olivia objected. That would immediately reveal our background. Worse, it could even bring enemies to Ohara. This name won't work. Oh right, Robin suddenly realized, then started to deeply ponder again. How about calling it the Gourmet Diner Pirates? Calumet suggested. We aren't running a restaurant, Ronan said blankly. Although you're a professional chef, it doesn't mean the entire crew has to be chefs, right? With a name like that, people would think the Grand Surge is just some ship running around opening restaurants and doing business. If that gets out, our reputation would be ruined. It'd probably make countless pirates laugh their heads off. What kind of name is that? Calumet muttered under his breath. How about the Pirate King Pirates? Robin raised her hand again enthusiastically. If we use that name, we wouldn't even need the Marines coming after us. Countless pirates would already come looking for trouble. Ronan shot Robin a glare. We may not be afraid, but it'd still be such a hassle. Do you really want to fight pirates every single day? What about doing archaeology anymore? Robin fell silent, embarrassed. How about the Truth Pirates? Olivia suggested. We set sail to search for the poneglyphs and reveal the truth of history to the world. In a way, we're searching for truth itself. Not a good name. Robin and Calumet shook their heads immediately. Although Robin was also an archaeologist and loved archaeology, she was still only a 9-year-old child at heart. She wanted to choose a powerful, impressive name. The group argued over names for a long time without making a decision. Eventually, Ronan raised his hand and said, I've made up my mind. We'll be called the Traveler Pirates. What do you all think? The Traveler Pirates? Everyone was taken aback. Why that name? Just think about it. We mainly go to the Four Blues and various islands for archaeology, but we also travel and explore all kinds of places. Calling ourselves the Traveler Pirates sounds great, and it also lets others know we aren't evil pirates. We're a team focused on adventure and exploration. Ronan explained. All right then. Though Robin felt the name Traveler Pirates sounded a bit plain, she had to admit Ronan's reasoning was valid. They traveled around and did archaeology on the side. They weren't aiming to become the strongest pirate crew, nor did they want to be Pirate King. It was indeed accurate to call them a group of travelers. Then what should our Jolly Roger look like? Just keep it simple. We can make it with a simple illustration of the Grand Surge itself as the flag. Ronan decided not to think any further about it, and directly chose the ship's image as their pirate flag. No one wanted to think any harder about it either, so they agreed quickly. With that, the Traveler Pirates were officially formed. Chapter 42. Shock. Has the Navy discovered Roran's secret? As the torrential rain continued unabated, it wasn't only the great wave that struggled to move forward, but also the small warship trailing behind it. However, compared to the drifting great wave, this warship had a navigator, an actual Navy-affiliated navigator. Though not particularly famous, this navigator was certainly capable enough to ensure safe passage through the harsh weather. Any updates? Have we lost track of them? The colonel asked the navigator beside him. Under such weather conditions, he could no longer observe the great wave with his telescope and had no choice but to rely on the navigator to keep up. No, we haven't lost them, the navigator replied but hesitated slightly before continuing. But I've noticed their direction constantly changes. Sometimes they even seem to go backward. It's really strange. What do you mean by that? The colonel's face changed in alarm, his voice tinged with concern. Could it be that they've noticed us and are planning to come back and destroy us? No way. We're far too distant from them. We can barely see each other with the Navy's most precise telescopes. Do they even have equipment like that? That's unlikely. The navigator shook his head, then hesitated for a moment before saying, their ship behaves like it has absolutely no idea where it's going. Like it has neither navigator nor log pose at all. How is that possible? The colonel froze for a moment after hearing this, then argued. That's Roran's ship. Could there be no navigator on board? That doesn't sound right at all. There are 3 people aboard, right? One of them must be a navigator. Otherwise, how would they have entered the Grand Line in the first place? The navigator found the colonel's reasoning compelling. Who would dare to sail the Grand Line without a navigator or log pose? It was suicide. It wasn't just a matter of being strong. Without direction and facing the unpredictable weather, eventually food would run out, and they'd just wait to die. Therefore, he too believed there must be some deeper reason behind this. After all, they were talking about Roran, the so-called Devil's Child, whose reputation spanned the entire world. You're absolutely right, Colonel. The navigator became serious as he considered this. They're doing this on purpose to mislead us. If that's the case, then Roran must have already spotted us. From now on, we must be even more cautious in our surveillance. We must absolutely prevent Roran from detecting our position. As long as our location remains hidden, even if he knows we're following him in this weather, there's no way he'll be able to locate us, and that's how we'll complete our mission safely. Exactly. The colonel approvingly looked at the navigator, nodding in agreement. Our target this time is none other than Roran himself. No matter how careful we are, it's still not enough. Does that Roran actually think such a feeble fake-out can confuse us? He's underestimating me too much. Moving forward, we'll stay at a safe distance during surveillance, never letting him detect where we are. Only by maintaining maximum distance can we guarantee our complete safety. Understood. The navigator nodded gravely, then adjusted the ship's speed to ensure their location remained undetected by Roran and his crew. Meanwhile, Roran had no idea that the Great Wave's erratic course, caused solely by the lack of a navigator, had deeply alarmed the pursuers. Had he known, He might have been stunned, wondering how they could possibly interpret so much into his unintentional actions. The rain continued throughout the night, finally easing the next morning. Eventually, the sky cleared, revealing bright blue skies with scattered clouds. The weather truly had changed in the blink of an eye. Just minutes ago soaked in heavy rain, now basked in sunshine. Wow, the storm finally passed. Robin stretched lazily at the bow of the ship. Do you know where we are now? Koluman looked out ahead, but saw nothing unusual. No idea, Robin bluntly shook his head. Without a navigator on board, no one aboard had the slightest clue where the Great Wave was currently located. Even with nautical charts, they were useless. Roran himself was pondering this very question. Where were they now? If he were traveling along the same route as the original story's protagonist Luffy had taken, the nearest island with inhabitants should have been Whiskey Peak, the island Roran referred to as Whiskey Island. But after such a night of unpredictable sailing, their course might have completely shifted, possibly leading them onto an entirely different route. The first half of the Grand Line consisted of more than just one route. There were several others. Many of those who, like Luffy and his crew, had once been called supernovas had each chosen different paths, only later converging at Sabaody Archipelago. The Great Wave continued sailing forward, moving in a general direction without clear guidance, which once again left the Navy warship trailing distantly behind in confusion. What's going on? Just a few dozen nautical miles to the left is Whiskey Island. Aren't they going to go there to resupply? Maybe they still have enough food and water on board. Fine, but why are they heading in that direction then? That direction is another route entirely. Perhaps. Well, I don't know either. Who knows what this Roran is thinking? Half a day later. Why didn't they head toward the island just 40 nautical miles to the left? Still enough food and water? Another day passed. Why are they deviating to the right again? They've missed yet another route now. What is their navigator thinking? Why are they taking a detour? I don't know. By the third day, the Navy warship's navigator suddenly looked up from the map in realization and began explaining to the colonel and the perplexed crew around him. Look here, he said, pointing at the map. There's a small island ahead. Although it's not large, it's an inhabited island. This Roran must be coming here for something important. You see, all along, he's been heading straight for this island. Aside from a few intentional maneuvers to mislead us, they haven't deviated even slightly. I can guarantee you, there's something very important on this island, something that Roran must have. The navigator looked seriously at the others while still studying the map. You can clearly see, they didn't stop once during the entire trip. They've come straight toward this location. Their course had no detours at all. That means this island definitely contains a vital secret, one that Roran is determined to obtain. Upon hearing these words, not only the ordinary Marines, but even the colonel's eyes sparkled with excitement. Whatever secret could make a great pirate like Roran so eager to reach here must be enormous. This was a huge accomplishment for them. The colonel's lips trembled with excitement, and his voice became shaky from excitement. Quickly call the headquarters and report this news to the fleet admiral. Also, notify those two gentlemen and tell them to head directly toward this direction. We may have discovered a huge secret. All right, everyone was thrilled. They all felt they were about to complete their mission and receive great rewards, as they had possibly discovered a huge secret of the infamous pirate Roran. Maybe here lies the secret of how Roran became so powerful before he was even 20. Perhaps even why he managed to get another devil fruit ability, one that grants flight, after obtaining a Logia-type fruit. Whatever it is, it can't be ordinary. Hurry up and report it to headquarters. We must stop Roran at all costs. Headquarters will definitely reward us greatly. Chapter 43, The Island Ravaged by Pirates. A Tragedy. Robin. On this day, Robin was inside the cabin checking the remaining food and water supplies, looking somewhat worried. It had been many days since they last spotted an island, and their food and water were almost depleted. What was left would only last a day and a half at most. To conserve supplies, they had started fishing and eating sea creatures since yesterday to extend the lifespan of their stored food. If food was relatively easy to deal with, then fresh water remained a major issue. Suddenly, Robin's voice rang from outside the cabin. What's wrong, Robin? Robin quickly stepped out, finding Robin joyfully waving at him from the deck. There's an island. We found an island, not far ahead. Really? Robin's eyes lit up. Whether it was inhabited or deserted, it would solve their freshwater problem. As for food, they could perhaps hunt animals on the island to replenish their supplies. That's truly great news. Smiling, Robin walked up to Robin and, following her lead, came to the side of the ship. Looking forward, he indeed spotted a medium-sized island appearing on the horizon. Are we going to dock there? Robin asked. Of course. It's difficult to find an island like this, so we'll dock quickly and replenish water and food here. Robin immediately agreed, already planning that if there were people on this island, he'd try to recruit a navigator there. Hopefully, there'd be someone familiar with nautical knowledge. Such talent was quite rare indeed, much rarer than chefs. Hearing the news, Olivia and xuanhuan also walked out of their cabins. Seeing the island in the distance, they immediately felt relieved. The past few days of harsh weather and getting lost had truly been trying. Being able to dock and restock meant they could now relax properly. As the great wave approached closer and closer, the entire appearance of the island finally came into full view. Something doesn't seem right. Olivia let out a voice of confusion. There seemed to be some smoke rising on the island ahead, not the kind from kitchen fires, but more like the aftermath of burning houses. Is there a battle happening on this island? xuanhuan also said uncertainly. Possibly. Robin had better eyesight. He had already seen some damaged ships around the island's harbor. Further inland, he noticed several corpses lying prostrate on the ground, clear signs of a fierce battle that had taken place. Pirates, definitely pirates raiding this island, Robin said quite confidently. She had encountered similar situations with Robin during their time in the West Blue. Back then, she still felt some fear inside. However, that Tiger Gang pirates group had been easily dealt with by Robin. Nowadays, even if faced with scenes of pirate raids, Robin didn't show the slightest fear. After all, with Robin by her side, whatever danger might come would pose no threat. There are pirates raiding. So, should we still go over? Xuanhuan didn't really know exactly how strong Robin was. Previously, she only heard Robin boast about him, and now, standing before actual pirate activity, her heart couldn't help but pound in nervousness. Of course we should go. Hearing this, Robin responded indifferently while waving his hand. Speed ahead, dock at the harbor. Let's go see which pirate group dares to not only attack the port, but also push inland into the island itself. Pushed inland already? Olivia was startled. A pirate crew bold enough to enter inland meant they were probably very powerful indeed. From what she used to hear, most ordinary pirate groups dared only raid small islands, often only targeting cargo ships at anchor in the port and coastal villagers nearby. Any pirate group that dared to penetrate inland wouldn't be just a small-time pirate gang. They must possess formidable strength. However, seeing Robin's calm expression, Olivia calmed down. With Robin present, would such a so-called powerful pirate group really be a threat? As the great wave sped toward the island's harbor, indeed, intense fighting was happening inland, just as Robin had said. Actually, what was occurring now could be accurately described as warfare. Ha ha ha. These stupid, cowardly fools still dare to resist? Today, we'll show them the might of the xuanhuan pirate crew. A muscular, bald man brandishing a large sword roared with laughter after cleaving down a villager who tried to fight him with only a hoe. Captain, you're amazing. A pirate behind, holding a musket, laughed loudly. These fools still dare to resist when they see the arrival of the xuanhuan pirate crew? They really don't take us seriously. This time, we're going to take all their riches. There's also women and fine wine. Another pirate said greedily, eyeing the group of trembling farmers ahead and chuckling with a sinister grin. This was a fairly large village. In fact, even before arriving at the island's port, the xuanhuan pirate crew had already gained substantial loot. That port town, though not yet a full-fledged city, had been a rather luxurious village, much larger than this current village. The xuanhuan pirate crew had already numbered over 1,000 men, all fierce and battle-hardened. Their captain, xuanhuan, was even a devil fruit user, an incredibly powerful one at that. He was a well-known name across the first half of the Grand Line, with a bounty of a terrifying 45 million belly on his head by the world government. Calling him a great pirate wouldn't be an overstatement, though he still couldn't compare to those monstrous pirates in the New World. xuanhuan laughed proudly, filled with anticipation in his heart. After looting this fairly wealthy island, he would have enough wealth to recruit even stronger underlings. Then, he could set his sights on entering the New World and seizing territory there. He, xuanhuan, would also make a bid for the title of Pirate King. Meanwhile, at the village location, a group of farmers and villagers, armed only with farming tools like hoes and shovels, looked on in fear at the pirates rapidly closing in, each one filled with despair and resentment. Damn it, these pirates aren't even satisfied after looting Jim Town. They're coming for our village next. A thin, sickly-looking middle-aged man said angrily. These beasts are like ravenous wolves. Jim Town was much wealthier than our little village, yet they still insist on plundering us. How greedy can they get? Another young man also wore an expression of fury. Unfortunately, all the village's able-bodied men were already here, yet they were still no match for the enemy. After all, the pirates numbered in the thousands of strong, capable warriors, not ordinary men these farmers could hope to rival. The gap in physical strength alone was insurmountable, not to mention the disparity in weapons. We can't hold them off. An old man with a walking stick and a white beard sighed. Everyone, take the women and children and run. Run deep into the island, into the mountains and forests. These pirates won't stay here long. Once they're gone, you can come out again. Can we really just abandon our village and flee? Dozens of nearby people struggled to accept it. Ahead, hundreds of villagers were still trying to fight the pirates, though it could hardly be called a battle. It was more like senseless slaughter. The pirates cut them down like melons and cabbages, one by one, a horrifying, gruesome sight. Yes, run while you still can. Don't waste any more time. If we delay any longer, all the village's young men will be wiped out. The old man shouted fiercely. The elderly will stay behind and fight these despicable pirates, buying you time to escape. Okay, no problem. Son, take your mother and wife and run. Dad will hold off the pirates. Daughter, hurry and take the children. Take care of yourselves. One by one, the elderly picked up their walking sticks and rusty shovels, urging the younger men to run. Then, they charged toward the pirates themselves. Throughout the village, the women, children, and elderly wore terrified expressions as they watched their seniors rush to their deaths and the younger men pulling them to safety. At that moment, a confident, arrogant laughter echoed from not far ahead. Ha ha ha, trying to run? Our captain already guessed you'd do that. First mate Hikes, have already gone around and blocked your escape route. You still want to run? Ha ha ha, leave your valuables behind, and we might grant you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer, slicing you bit by bit. The sight of over 100 pirates, blades and muskets in hand, blocking the path ahead instantly plunged the women, children, and young villagers into despair. Their pale faces betrayed their hopelessness, their tragic fate seemingly already sealed. Chapter 44. Luonin takes action. Everyone is shocked. By the coast, the town of Jim, Luonin and his companions had already disembarked and arrived at this port town on the island. It was once a rather prosperous little town, though now its former vibrance could only be discerned from the ruins. The town was indeed quite large, yet everywhere was filled with corpses, mainly villagers, along with a few town guardsmen. It was rare to find the body of a pirate. It seems this town attempted resistance at first. Unfortunately, their strength was far inferior to that of the invading pirates. Olivia's face had paled, clearly disturbed by the horrific scene laid bare before her. If Olivia was this shaken, it was even worse for Kuruman. Ever since stepping onto the shore, she had already vomited several times, and now she and Robin, who looked equally pale, were supporting each other as they walked behind. At the lead, Luonin moved straight through the entire town, following signs such as bloodstains and footprints toward the front. These pirates haven't withdrawn yet after pillaging and massacring this town. Luonin pointed forward and said, "They've stormed deeper into the island. Most likely, something terrible is currently happening within." Still fighting? Robin and Kuruman widened their eyes. This was their first time witnessing such a cruel scene. Previously, they had only heard stories of how cruel and evil pirates could be, but now, they had finally seen it with their own eyes. Even Robin, who had encountered the vicious tiger pirates in the West Blue before, hadn't really seen much bloodshed that time. But the scene before them now had deeply shocked her mind. Olivia quickly stepped forward to support Robin and Kuruman. "Are you two alright?" "And no, we're fine." The two girls firmly shook their heads, then sighed. Pirates are truly evil, killing so many innocent and unarmed civilians. "One must say, most pirates are evil," Luonin replied. "But there are many pirates who are not like that either. However, overall, pirates as a whole bring no good to the common people, only plundering, slaughter, and chaos." "Right," Robin nodded. "Most pirates are bad, but our pirate adventurer crew is good. I've also heard of some good pirate crews before. Some were even organized by island nations to fight against other evil pirates. The Marines are mostly good," Luonin continued. "But there are bad ones as well, such as that Marine fleet in the West Blue that attacked the unarmed people of Ohara. Therefore, whether a person is good or bad isn't so simple to judge. We need to figure it out ourselves." "Exactly. Then, let's pick up the pace from here. Otherwise, if we arrive too late, those civilians might all be slaughtered by the pirates." Luonin turned his head and said to the others, "Alright, let's hurry ahead. Maybe we can still save some villagers." The three girls quickly nodded in agreement. Originally, they came to this island only to restock food and water, but now that they had encountered such a tragedy, they certainly wouldn't ignore the pirates' crimes. If Luonin lacked the strength, there would be nothing he could do, but since he did possess the power, he could never just watch helplessly. He must act. Besides, he also hoped to find a suitable navigator for his ship on this island. Rescuing the villagers would earn the favor of the locals, which would aid him in making that connection. With this in mind, Luonin led the three girls forward at a faster pace. Following the traces on the road, they soon reached a larger village, and sure enough, found pirates rampantly killing and looting within. "Just as I thought they were all here. Robin, you three wait here first. Be careful and protect yourselves. I'll also be keeping an eye on things here. Oh, take this blade with you. It's a special sword. Wait for me here, and I'll come get you later." Luonin had no intention of taking the three girls into the village. It would hinder his efforts to swiftly deal with the pirates if he had to watch over them. Dealing with these pirates who were already intermingled with the wounded villagers, he couldn't unleash the color of the Supreme King's Haki, as it would affect friend and foe alike. Some villagers were already critically injured and could be killed instantly from the shockwave of his Haki's pressure. To eliminate this numerous gang of pirates efficiently, he decided to use his xuanhuan to observe from above and combine it with sword techniques to quickly wipe them out. "Okay, Luonin, you can go. I'll protect Mom and Kuruman." Upon hearing this, Robin confidently nodded. Although not as strong as Luonin, she was, after all, a devil fruit user with decent fighting capability. Ordinary pirates couldn't even get close before she incapacitated or killed them. Moreover, Luonin had given her a long blade, not an ordinary one, but a Zanpakuto. Robin couldn't activate the initial release of the Zanpakuto, but Luonin had already completed his release and handed the released Sinbinzakura to Robin for protection. With it, not only could she easily handle one or two pirates, but even if the pirate captain came with over 100 pirates, she might end up killing them all. Wait for me. I'll be back soon." As Luonin spoke, his figure had already shot straight up into the sky, rushing like a gust of wind toward the village. "He can fly too. I'm so jealous." Kuruman gazed longingly at Luonin's retreating figure. "Luonin can do more than just fly." Robin proudly described Luonin's abilities, clearly enjoying the admiration sparkling in Kuruman's eyes. Nearby, Olivia looked on speechlessly at the exchange before turning her gaze back toward the direction Luonin had flown off in, a hint of worry still lingering in her heart. Above the village, none of the pirates who were wildly engaged in slaughter noticed that a small figure had already appeared high in the sky, standing upright in the air with a solemn expression, looking down coldly at the ground below. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he softly muttered, "Die." Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. 10,000 blades of infernal flames. Holding his Nicaran blade, Luonin activated a powerful area attack move he had created by skillfully fusing the Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, which had already reached level 9, with his Flame Fruit ability, also at level 9. The blazing, sword-shaped beams precisely shot down at the pirates. "Huh? Why is it suddenly so hot?" One pirate was running out of a house, clutching stolen coins and other belongings, when he suddenly felt intense heat above his head. As he looked up, he was instantly struck with paralyzing terror. Ah! Oh! Ah! Countless screams echoed across the village, causing the remaining villagers who had been enduring the slaughter to stop in stunned disbelief. What's going on? What happened? Why are all the pirates dead? Quick! Look up in the sky. Wounded villagers, initially confused and baffled, couldn't understand how the pirates had suddenly been killed. They saw only blazing, sword-shaped lights falling from the heavens, each killing a pirate, but had no idea where the glowing swords had come from. One villager looked up, finally spotting xuanhuan floating high in the air, and shouted in astonishment. Chapter 45, A Brave Girl. The Fame of xuanhuan. It seems to be one person. No, it's a child. Can he fly? The villagers looked at xuanhuan in awe, their discussions full of disbelief, and some were even frightened by xuanhuan's ability to fly. The villagers supported each other, most of them were wounded, and blood was everywhere. The old man with a white beard who had stayed behind as the leader was lucky enough to survive, partly because other elders beside him had shared the attacks. However, most of the other elders were already dead. The old man stepped forward, bowing to xuanhuan who was slowly descending, and said gratefully, "Young sir, thank you for saving our lives. Thank you for saving our lives. Thank you for saving our lives." A large group of villagers behind him knelt down in gratitude. Indeed, this was truly a life-saving act. If xuanhuan hadn't intervened, they would not have stood a chance against the pirates. Their only fate would have been death. There's no need to be so formal. xuanhuan waved his hand, then turned his gaze toward the distance, precisely the direction the young men had fled with the women and children earlier. There's still a battle going on over there. Let me deal with them first. What? The old man and others were immediately shocked. Could it be that the pirates had split up and sent people to chase after the young men and their women and children? What were they going to do now? Damn pirates, we must go fight them right away, shouted an angry middle-aged man. That's right, fight them, others immediately echoed. Be quiet. The old man struck his walking stick on the ground and scolded those people before turning his gaze toward xuanhuan. Since xuanhuan had brought up this information, he certainly wouldn't just stand by. Also, from xuanhuan's words earlier, he already sensed that xuanhuan was planning to deal with those pirates. Don't worry, leave those pirates to me. xuanhuan nodded, then in the blink of an eye, he had flown out, quickly heading toward where the young men, women, and children had fled. He really can fly. The villagers who remained watched xuanhuan fly away, once again filled with amazement. Great. With this powerful child helping us, those pirates definitely won't be able to harm my wife and child. A simple-looking man said happily, completely ignoring the blood pouring from his wound. All right, everyone first take care of your injuries, then let's try to find the others. Check if there are any survivors left, and bring them back for treatment. As the village chief, the old man knew exactly what should be done first now. He looked around sorrowfully at the many wounded people and the many corpses lying on the ground, some of the severely wounded occasionally groaning in pain. Yes, chief, we'll start treating the wounded immediately. At the chief's words, villagers immediately began rescuing those who were severely injured and unable to move. Meanwhile, xuanhuan had already flown to where the young men, women, and children were hiding. It was a small grove next to a little hill. The pirates blocking the area were, under the leadership of the first mate Hages, playfully torturing and killing the villagers. Some young men already lay dead, and the pirates' black hands were gradually reaching for the women and children. Ha ha, this woman is pretty nice. At this moment, Hages' eyes lit up as he spotted a pretty girl hiding in the crowd, trembling in fear, and he immediately called out excitedly. Then he slashed a young man in front of him dead with one blow and laughed wildly as he charged toward the girl. When the girl first saw Hages charging at her with laughter, she showed fear on her face. But when the first mate grabbed her arm, suddenly, she gritted her teeth fiercely and pulled out a dagger from her chest with her other hand, stabbing directly at the first mate's heart. Who was Hages? A powerful pirate who had followed Hageman across the first half of the Grand Line. Although he wasn't like Hageman, a user of a devil fruit, his strength was by no means inferior, perhaps even close to Hageman's. How could a normal village girl, an ordinary civilian, stand against the vice-captain of a pirate crew that had fought many battles? Even with a surprise sneak attack, she still couldn't succeed. Thus, Hages easily grabbed the girl's wrist and squeezed hard, causing her such severe pain that tears almost streamed down her face, and the dagger naturally dropped from her hand. Wow, daring to sneak attack me. Hages sneered coldly and stared at the girl with a cruel grin. I was planning on sparing your life for some fun, but now it seems I can't. Hee. I really enjoy watching the sight of a woman's head getting chopped off by a big blade. After speaking, Hages swung his large sword in his right hand straight toward the girl's head. Feeling the blade rushing down from above, the girl clenched her lips in despair and tears fell from her eyes. She thought she was doomed to die. What a pity. Her dream of traveling across the seas would never come true. All the skills she had learned from sailors who passed through various islands were now useless. But just at this moment, do you enjoy seeing a woman's head chopped off by a big blade? I wonder if you'd enjoy seeing your own head get chopped off too. A chilling voice suddenly echoed. The girl froze, then opened her eyes wide, only to see a child of about 10 years old standing in the middle of the scene, right behind Hages. A pale little hand was tightly gripping the massive sword Hages had swung toward her. The girl was stunned. Hages was stunned too. He widened his eyes and looked behind himself in disbelief at xuanhuan. How had this little brat appeared behind him without him noticing? He had thought Luonan was one of the children among the women and children being surrounded in front. There were indeed many children among them, even several infants. You little brat, are you looking for death? Hages grinned at Luonan, then with a flick of his left hand, he flung the girl aside. He wanted to deal with this annoying little kid first. Let go of my sword. With a shake of his right hand, Hages tried to force Luonan away. In his mind, his strength was more than enough to throw a 10-year-old child back, perhaps even crush his hand. Then, he could properly deal with this annoying brat. Let go. Luonan's expression remained emotionless. With his right hand, he tightened his grip. Crack. A sharp cracking sound echoed. The large steel sword in Hages' hand shattered completely. That mighty steel blade had been crushed by Luonan's delicate and tender little hand. This scene shocked not only Hages himself, but also the girl who had just been thrown to the ground. Her eyes widened as she stared at Luonan, her expression full of disbelief. From the eyes filled with despair and worry earlier, a glimmer of hope emerged, a desperate longing for survival. At the same time, the pirates who had been surrounding the women, children, and young villagers and brutally killing them noticed this situation too. Their vice-captain Hages was being humiliated. How unacceptable. The vice-captain's massive sword had been crushed by a little brat? How is that possible? Furious, the pirates rushed over, only to be shocked again. The anger they had built up was stuck deep in their chests, making them feel suffocated. Captain, what's going on with this kid? A pirate who seemed to hold some rank approached Hages and whispered, this brat is definitely not from this village. Hages wasn't a fool. He narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Luonan, then made this conclusion. This kid's power was not weak. Anyone capable of crushing his high-quality steel blade with one hand was certainly no weakling. If such a person had existed in this village, they wouldn't have let his pirate crew reach this point without intervening. The only explanation was that Luonan had come from elsewhere to rescue people. Hages kept narrowing his eyes, scrutinizing Luonan further, trying to recall any memory of him and determine who this sudden figure was. He felt like there was something strangely familiar about Luonan. It wasn't just him. Several other pirates had the same sense of familiarity. Just at that moment, among the encircling pirates, one suddenly screamed, his eyes staring at Luonan filled with unmasked fear. Luonan. He is Luonan. Chapter 46. A wave of the hand, annihilation, treating the wounded. Upon hearing those words, Hagen suddenly widened his eyes, his face instantly paling, even turning slightly bluish, and the fear in his eyes couldn't help but surface. The pirate beside him who held some status reacted similarly, his legs weakening, almost unable to stand steady. Among the encirclement formed by nearly 100 pirates, some had indeed heard of Ronan's name before, but they had never personally witnessed him. They had only seen his face in wanted posters. Comparing those images to the child before them now, they were immediately frightened to death. Of course, there were one or two ignorant pirates who still looked confused, watching others in fear and asking blankly, "What's wrong? Who is Ronan? Is it this little brat? Why are all of you so scared?" Damn it. Upon hearing this, one of the nearby pirates immediately slapped the bewildered pirate, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. You idiot. Ronan. You don't even know Ronan? The great pirate with a new bounty of 15 billion belly. The devil's child Ronan. What? Once this was said, everyone instantly understood. Looking at Ronan's appearance again, wasn't he exactly the same as the image on the wanted poster? A terrifying great pirate who, at only around 10 years old, had annihilated nearly 2,000 Navy soldiers, dozens of warships, and many high-ranking officers. The devil's child. Ronan. Immediately, the scene was filled with the sound of people sharply inhaling in shock. All the pirates from the Hagman pirate crew stared at Ronan in terror, completely unprepared to have encountered such a terrifying figure here. Can it be said that their Hagman pirate crew is strong? With a member count in the thousands, they were even comparable in sheer numbers to some of the great pirate crews in the New World. The only real difference was their lack of high-level fighters. Due to this gap in elite power, they fell a whole tier below those top crews, the only figures they could really show off being their Captain Hagman and Vice Captain Hagens. Even so, they couldn't accomplish feats like Ronan's. Forget engaging a Navy fleet head-on. Even when encountering lone warships, they would carefully weigh the consequences and, after considering the risks, dare not act, fearing retaliation from the Marine headquarters sending large fleets to wipe them out. In the end, they only dared to raid small islands, just like the island before them now, and even avoided those that had Navy bases stationed. But this Ronan here was impressive indeed. Just look at the things he had done before. Could any one of those feats be considered simple? Yet here he was, alive and well, with every fleet sent after him completely wiped out. This was strength. This was what a powerful elite fighter looked like. A bounty of 15 billion belly. Just thinking about this terrifying reward made it clear just how terrifying this figure, who appeared only as a child, really was. And now, such a terrifying presence was coldly staring at them, gazing at them as if at corpses waiting to die. How could this not make them fearful and terrified? What? Didn't you say I was asking for death? Ronan calmly looked at Hagens, saying indifferently, I'm right here. Come on, attack. Aye. Hagens stuttered, barely able to speak, his eyes darting wildly, his brain racing for survival strategies. Our Ronan Lord. We're from the Hagman pirate crew. I'm the vice captain. Our captain, Hagman, is also a devil fruit user. Please, for the sake of our captain, forgive us this once. Hagens said submissively, even bringing up his older brother Hagman's name. Devil fruit users were rare across the seas, and none of them were weak. He hoped using Hagman's name might earn some favor from Ronan. Hagman? Never heard of him. Ronan replied, glancing around and then snorting. Since you won't act, then I shall. You, let me tell you, our captain is in the village over there right now. Once he notices the situation here, he'll definitely rush over immediately. At that time, you will face a devil fruit user. Think carefully. Over there in the village? Ronan was momentarily stunned, then somewhat exasperated. After all, that so-called powerful devil fruit user you mentioned was actually in that village just now. When he had unleashed his AoE skill, he hadn't taken time to carefully observe whether there were any powerful presences among those pirates. If there had truly been a strong figure, he wouldn't have been instantly wiped out. Yet, in the end, all the pirates in the village had been annihilated instantly. What did that prove? It showed that their so-called devil fruit user captain, Hagman, was nothing but a weakling. Yes, we hope Mr. Ronan will consider carefully. Seeing Ronan appear as if in thought, Hagen's eyes instantly lit up. He assumed Ronan was weighing his options. After all, their Hagman pirate crew was no weakling force. It was a well-known name in the first half of the Grand Line. Ronan must also be intimidated. This was perfect. Consider what? Hagman, devil fruit user. Those are all just jokes. Ronan shook his head, glancing indifferently at the surrounding pirates. I don't want to waste more time with you all. Time to end this. Drifting cloud sword art. A single slash clears the leaves. Ronan's right hand moved. He drew his Nichiren katana from his waist and swung horizontally. A flash of sword light sliced through the air. Kacha! He sheathed his Nichiren katana without looking back, then turned around and walked toward the direction of the women, children, and the majority of young men who were injured. Hey, aren't you going to stand up yet? As he passed the girl, Ronan glanced at her. Oh well, still stunned from Ronan's presence. She quickly got to her feet upon hearing his voice. However, after glancing at Hagens and the others still frozen in place, she hesitated and asked, Mr. Ronan, what about them? Them? They're all dead. As Ronan spoke, as if to verify his words, all the pirates, including Hagens, still standing suddenly burst forth with streams of blood across their bodies, their torsos cleanly severed from their waists, and one by one they collapsed, each one dead. The girl stared wide-eyed at the sight, inhaling sharply. She looked at Ronan once more, filled with awe and admiration, but no fear. After all, he had saved her, and not only her, but many others. That was why his overwhelming power filled her with reverence and admiration, not fear. She followed behind Ronan toward where the women and children were gathered. Looking at the frightened and panicked faces among the crowd, and seeing the injured groaning on the ground, Ronan thought for a moment before speaking to the girl. Go tell everyone to bring all the wounded and return to your village. Huh? To the village? There are many scary pirates over there. The girl said nervously, eyes filled with apprehension. Don't worry. I've already taken care of those pirates. Let everyone return. Ronan waved his hand casually. Taken care of them all. The girl's eyes widened again in shock, quickly followed by an excited expression. If those pirates were gone, and these pirates here were also eliminated, then didn't that mean the entire pirate threat was completely eliminated this time? After exchanging a few words with the others, the girl immediately began calling on everyone to carry the injured back toward the village. Upon returning to the village, sure enough, all the pirates had been cleared away. Though many still bore injuries, they could not suppress their immense sense of relief for having survived. Everyone cheered loudly. Afterward, looking at the many wounded, sadness filled the crowd again. A group of young girls and children started crying. What's your name? Ronan called over the girl he had rescued from Hagens. I'm Elena, she replied nervously, standing before Ronan. Though she was much older than Ronan in age, being near him made her unavoidably anxious. All right, Elena, take this vial of potion, dilute it in a large water barrel, then have everyone who's injured drink it. It'll heal their wounds. Ronan handed her a healing potion and continued. I have a few companions waiting outside the village. I'll go get them. Okay. I'll go get the barrel right away. Elena hurriedly replied. You have companions too? How many? I'll let the village chief know so he can prepare rooms for you all. 3. Ronan waved his hand and suddenly shot up into the air, flying quickly toward the outskirts of the village, leaving Elena shocked and stunned. He flew. He actually flew. Chapter 47. Villagers kneeling in gratitude. After Luo Nen had left, Elena collected herself and began to act according to Luo Nan's instructions. She found a bucket, filled it with clean water, then carefully opened the vial of potion Luo Nen had given her and slowly poured it into the bucket. Immediately, the clear water inside the bucket began to change color. At first, a green hue spread through it. Then it shifted from emerald green to milky white, before finally turning back into crystal clear water. Elena stared wide-eyed at the transformation, fully understanding in her heart that this potion given by Luo Nen was truly extraordinary. Such strange changes clearly meant something significant. This will definitely save everyone. With that thought, Elena grabbed the bucket and went to the village square, where she approached the village elder and directly told him everything Luo Nen had instructed her to do. Upon hearing this, the old man was immediately overjoyed and quickly called for several young girls to assist Elena. The young women divided their tasks, some fetching bowls, some bringing spoons, and others taking ladles. They began distributing the potion-laced water to the wounded who lay sprawled across the village square. These injured villagers ranged from those with severe wounds to those with minor injuries. The gravely injured were mostly unconscious, and some elderly individuals had already passed away. Those with lighter wounds lay on the ground groaning, their faces twisted in pain. There wasn't even one proper doctor in the village, just a couple of barely trained barefoot healers who performed makeshift treatments with absolutely no effectiveness, often doing more harm than good. Seeing Elena and the other girls handing out water, the two village healers became suspicious. One of them rushed toward Elena and called out anxiously, "Elena, now isn't the time for people to just randomly drink water, especially not cold water." "That's right, Elena. If you don't understand medicine, don't go around messing things up for us," added the other healer. These two healers weren't trying to be harsh. They just worried Elena might unintentionally interfere with their work. "Don't worry. The potion was given to us by the great man who saved us," Elena quickly explained. "This water already contains medicine. He said this bucket of water mixed with the potion will have a strong healing effect on the wounded." The two healers were stunned. Potion-based treatments weren't unheard of, but they were only familiar with such things existing in big cities or major islands, requiring skilled doctors to produce such powerful medicine. Could this mysterious, great man actually be a renowned physician? But wait, shouldn't a powerful warrior like that be more of a doctor? While the healers stood there in bewilderment, the village chief arrived and spoke up. "If this is what the great man said, then we should believe it. We need to distribute the potion quickly. 2 more people died just now, and we can't wait any longer." Looking at the sorrow on the village chief's face, the two healers no longer hesitated and immediately began helping distribute the potion. One bowl after another was passed out, and the results were immediate. As soon as the wounded drank the potion, a sense of relief appeared on their faces, and even the pain from their wounds seemed greatly reduced. "It's working. It's really working." The two healers cried out happily. "The great man truly did not deceive us," shouted the village chief, his voice filled with excitement. Seeing that the villagers' conditions had basically stabilized after drinking the potion, and even some of the lightly wounded had already risen to their feet, he couldn't hide his joy. How powerful the great man is. The young women who had helped distribute the potion alongside Elena also showed delighted expressions on their faces. After all, they had personally fed the potion to the seriously injured. One of the gravely wounded had a deep wound across his abdomen, with his intestines nearly spilling out. The wound had only been hastily wrapped, but blood kept soaking through the bandages. Yet, after drinking that one mouthful of potion, the bleeding from the wound stopped immediately. The man's pale complexion gradually returned to a healthier tone, and even his ragged breathing grew steadier. A person on the verge of death had simply survived because of a single sip of potion. How could these girls not feel astonished? Elena, where's the great man? They say the great man is just a child? Why did he disappear so suddenly?" Once the potion had been distributed to all the wounded, only a small amount remained in the bucket. The girls carried this last portion very carefully over to Elena. Although they were envious of its value, not one of them considered keeping any of it selfishly. They passed it all to Elena respectfully. Gathering around Elena, the girls became deeply curious about Luonan, and they all began tugging at Elena, asking her question after question. Previously, under the pursuit and slaughter of the pirates, they could only tremble in fear and hide. At that time, Luonan had descended like a celestial god and saved them. The girls felt immense gratitude in their hearts, but they knew they didn't even have the qualifications to speak with Luonan, not to mention dare to approach him. Only Elena had been noticed by that great man and entrusted with such an important task of saving the wounded. The young girls looked at Elena with admiration in their eyes. Well, that great man, he still has a few companions outside the village. He went to meet them and will come back soon. Elena stammered out, blushing slightly as the other girls pressed her for details. "Oh my, Elena, why are you blushing?" One of the girls suddenly noticed Elena's flushed face and teased with a laugh. Yes, the other girls joined in laughter. "And nothing," Elena quickly replied, then added, "We should be very thankful to that great man for saving so many wounded people." Right. If it weren't for that great man, many people in our village would have died, or even all of us might have been killed by the pirates. Now that so many are saved, it's already very fortunate. Yeah, we really should thank him." At this moment, many of the villagers who had once faced certain death were revived, and the lightly wounded were no longer in danger. Joy filled the village, a sense of relief after escaping a great calamity, spreading happiness among everyone. Their gratitude toward Luonan came purely from the bottom of their hearts. Meanwhile, Luonan had returned to the village with Robin and the others. Indeed, he saw that some of the injured villagers had already been successfully treated. Some villagers were even moving corpses, mostly pirate bodies, though there were some villagers among them who had resisted the pirates. However, compared to the villagers, the pirate corpses far outnumbered them. It was only because Luonan had arrived in time that so many people were saved. Otherwise, many, perhaps even all, would have died. All along the way, the villagers cast grateful looks at Luonan and his companions. Some even fell to their knees before him, bowing with tears streaming down their faces, overwhelmed with emotion. Luonan, together with Robin and the others, arrived at the village square. There, they were instantly stunned by a sight. Led by the village elder, except for the gravely injured who couldn't move, the villagers were all supporting the lightly wounded as they knelt to the ground together, shouting in unison their thanks to Luonan. "Please rise, everyone." Luonan waved his hand, encouraging them to stand up. It took quite a while before he finally convinced the villagers to get back on their feet. Some dared not approach him closely, but the village elder and Elena approached his side. The village chief expressed his gratitude to Luonan again. Elena and the several girls behind her looked at Luonan with deep admiration. "I have already prepared a few clean houses for you, my benefactor. Please come with me. Later on, the cooks will prepare delicious food for you. Please do try it," said the village elder respectfully. "All right, thanks to you then." Luonan didn't refuse, nodded instead, and followed the village elder and others as they left. After a moment of thought, Luonan looked at Elena and said, "You come along too. I have a few things I'd like to ask you." All right, of course." Upon hearing Luonan's words, Elena quickly nodded, her eyes betraying obvious delight as she followed along. Chapter 48. A Navigator Joins. The joyful Elena. Ronan decided to stay in a village called Tula for the moment, as Jimtown was currently in complete standstill. While it wasn't entirely destroyed by pirates, most of its people had either fled or scattered in fear, and the few who had survived were hiding, likely too terrified to come out just yet. Ronan's intention of obtaining food and water would have to rely on the village of Tula. However, since the villagers had just gone through such a tragedy, it wouldn't be appropriate to demand supplies immediately. First things first, rescuing the injured was more important. Thankfully, the effects of Ronan's medicinal potion had successfully suppressed the injuries of the wounded. The lightly injured were already beginning to recover, while even those seriously injured had stabilized. With rest and basic follow-up treatment, they would likely survive. As for those who had lost arms or legs, the diluted potion could not regrow their limbs, but at least their lives were saved. Ronan approached the village chief and expressed his request to prepare some food and water for tomorrow, offering to pay for them. Upon hearing this, the village chief immediately refused. The entire village had been saved by Ronan. How could he possibly accept payment? Seeing the chief's firm expression, Ronan didn't argue further and accepted the offer. The elderly village chief then happily hurried away. Elena stood uneasily in front of Ronan, visibly nervous, unsure why Ronan had summoned her. Robin and Karuman also looked at Elena and Ronan with curiosity, wondering what Ronan could possibly want with this girl. "Elena," Ronan looked at her. "I remember hearing the villagers mention something before, that you studied navigation from passing sailors since you were a child. Is that true?" Elena was stunned for a moment before nodding hurriedly. "Why yes. My dream has always been to sail the seas, to become an adventurer, traveling across the oceans, seeing all kinds of beautiful sceneries. Unfortunately, I'm just a common village girl, and the navigation knowledge I know is very limited. I learned bit by bit from passing sailors. Real navigators wouldn't accept someone like me." As she spoke, her expression darkened. Even though she had some basic knowledge of navigation, she had only learned bits and pieces, here and there, from travelers. Real adventurers wouldn't take her, and pirate crews were even less likely to. As a weak young woman with no combat skills, going to sea alone was simply impossible. She wouldn't even be able to protect herself. Venturing out alone would be like seeking death, not to mention she didn't even have the money to buy a ship. A navigator? Upon hearing Elena's words, Robin and Karuman exchanged surprised and delighted glances, finally understanding why Ronan had deliberately called the girl here. How lucky. So this girl was actually a navigator. To meet someone exactly matching their missing piece right away, it was truly a delightful surprise. Even if she was just a half-trained navigator, someone who no other adventurer would take, she was still far better than people like them, who had no knowledge of navigation at all. Even Olivia allowed herself a faint smile. Having a navigator on board would make their journey much smoother, preventing them from getting lost at sea. "Elena," Robin quickly spoke up. "Elena, would you like to join our Traveler Pirates crew?" Huh? Elena looked at Robin in complete shock. Did she hear correctly? They were actually inviting her to join their crew? The Traveler Pirates? A crew focused on traveling, just like her dreams? Oh really? Regaining her senses, Elena immediately gasped in excitement. "I can really join you? I can really be part of Master Ronan's team." This was truly incredible news. Was her lifelong dream about to come true? Overjoyed, she nodded rapidly. "Why yes. I'm willing. I'm willing to join you. Please, don't look down on me just because I'm still an amateur navigator. I will study harder from now on and learn more about navigation. I'll definitely provide better help for all of you during our journey." "Woohoo! This is amazing." Robin cheered joyfully. "Our Traveler Pirates finally have a navigator." "That's right." Karuman smiled as well. "Now we won't get lost anymore. To be honest, I don't even know where exactly we are in the Grand Line right now." A faint smile also appeared on Ronan's face as he looked at Elena with satisfaction. Then, as the captain of the Traveler Pirates, "I officially welcome you to the crew, Elena." "Yes, Captain," Elena replied joyfully, looking up at Ronan with admiration. "Please continue to guide me in the future, Captain." "Welcome aboard, Elena." Olivia also smiled warmly. "My name is Olivia. I'm Robin's mother. This is my daughter Robin, and this is our ship's cook, Karuman." "Hello Olivia, hello Robin, hello Karuman. My name is Elena." After hearing Olivia's introduction, Elena formally introduced herself to the others and greeted them, feeling that from now on, they would be companions on their seafaring adventures. Moreover, the most important thing was that traveling with these companions posed no safety concerns whatsoever. She had personally witnessed Ronan's power. Even someone as vicious, brutal, and powerful as the Hagaman pirates had been effortlessly swept away by Captain Ronan like autumn leaves before the wind, as if facing a god. In this world, what danger could possibly stand against the mighty Captain Ronan? Elena couldn't think of any. Even the great pirates of legend in the New World couldn't possibly be stronger than Captain Ronan, right? She had personally heard Hagi say so before his death. The bounty on Captain Ronan's head had reached 1.5 billion belly. He was a super pirate, and more importantly, an adventurer focused on exploration rather than the kind of evil, bloodthirsty pirates who plunder and destroy. Ronan's act of saving the villagers had already proven that. Therefore, joining Ronan's group brought her absolutely no hesitation. In fact, she was filled with delight. "All right, Elena, you should go back and prepare now, and properly bid farewell to your family. We'll restock on food and water tomorrow, and then leave this place." Ronan looked at Elena and continued. In the future, it might be quite some time before you can return here, so make sure you're ready for that. I no longer have any parents. Elena's expression darkened as she shook her head. My parents passed away when I was young, and the villagers raised me together. I've been living at the village chief's house until now. Later, I'll go back and tell the old chief. I'm sure he'll support me joining your crew. Okay then, that's settled. Chapter 49 Attendance confirmed. Reward, Observation Haki. Early the next morning, Elena packed her belongings and came to report to Roran, officially joining the Voyager Pirates as a crew member and serving as the team's navigator. Meanwhile, the village chief had also prepared the necessary food and water for Roran and his companions the next day. The villagers, grateful for Roran's life-saving actions, were very enthusiastic while preparing these supplies. Even some of the lightly injured joined in to help. Once all the supplies were ready, Roran and the others departed the village amidst the villagers' reluctant farewells. Before leaving, Elena was pulled aside by a group of girls who held her hand and said their goodbyes before she finally followed the crew away. The group arrived at Jim Town, where some of the residents had already returned. These were villagers who had fled during yesterday's pirate attack, and others who had hidden themselves finally emerged as well. They also heard rumors that the marauding pirate crew had apparently been taken out, though they didn't know exactly who had done it. There hadn't been enough time for such news to spread from the village yet. The supplies had already been loaded onto the ship, while the Thelon pirates vessel was given by Roran to the villagers. Additionally, most of the Towu and ships belonging to the Thelon pirates were also handed over. Roran kept only a small portion of money, several million belly, for future daily expenses. Robin and the others began boarding the ship, preparing to set sail. Yet, just as Roran was about to step aboard, he suddenly remembered something. System, check in for this entire island. Roran nearly forgot to check in. This was the only island they had encountered in the past few days, and he hadn't checked in for quite a while, missing multiple opportunities. He absolutely could not forget this time, so he quickly performed the check-in. Roran didn't have time to check in at every single location on the island one by one. Instead, he chose the entire island as his check-in location, aiming to obtain the ultimate reward. It should be quite good, right? As these thoughts passed through Roran's mind, the familiar ding from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. Observation Haki. The system announced. Observation Haki. Roran's expression stirred slightly and a hint of delight showed on his lips. Not bad at all. He had finally received his second Haki reward, and it was Observation Haki, a very valuable type of Haki ability. In Roran's opinion, among the 3 types of Haki, the most useful one was definitely Observation Haki. In terms of combat power, Observation Haki was naturally not as powerful as Armament Haki or Conqueror's Haki. However, Observation Haki was a precognitive ability and was the strongest in terms of auxiliary effects. Roran was already absurdly strong. Even gaining Armament Haki didn't significantly enhance his combat ability as expected. However, Observation Haki was different. With his already nearly unbeatable strength now being further augmented by Observation Haki, it was like a tiger gaining wings. He had taken yet another step closer toward invincibility. System, activate Observation Haki. Roran said directly. As soon as he finished speaking, the system had already delivered the ability. A surge of information flooded his mind, followed by a cool sensation that filled his head and gradually spread through his entire body before slowly fading. But at the same time, Roran experienced a tremendous enhancement in intuition and perception. He could clearly feel the flow of air around him. Looking up, he saw Elena in the process of boarding the ship, yet before she lifted her right foot, he had already predicted exactly what her next move would be. Sure enough, Elena stepped exactly where and how Roran had foreseen. So this is Observation Haki? Truly powerful. With such an ability aiding me in battle, it would be terrifying. Moreover, this is only right after I just acquired it. Once I keep practicing and improve my Observation Haki level, there will surely be greater breakthroughs and even stronger predictive abilities. I've heard that at its highest stage, Observation Haki can even predict the future? Haha, I wonder whether that's true or not. Once I improve my Observation Haki skills, I'll have to try it for myself. Smiling slightly, Roran stepped aboard the Wave King using the gangplank. Elena, we're getting ready to set sail. By the way, do you know the exact location of this island you were on? Robin asked while holding Elena's hand. We had just departed from the Twin Capes a few days ago, heading in the direction of Water 7. Our first stop was supposed to be the direction of Whiskey Peak. Is this place Whiskey Island? At this moment, Carlman and Olivia were also looking toward Elena, and even Roran was paying attention. All of this made Elena a bit flushed and nervous. Hearing Robin's words, Elena stared at everyone in astonishment. You guys departed from the Twin Capes just a few days ago? Your destination was Whiskey Island? Oh my goodness, what's wrong? Carlman asked, sensing that Elena's shock surely meant something shocking had happened. Sure enough, Elena's eye twitched slightly as she began explaining. You've already drifted very far off course. The island I was on is already near the Comm Belt, belonging to one of the most marginal routes on the first half of the Grand Line. It's nowhere near the route you intended to take. How did you go so far off course? Upon hearing this, everyone, including Roran, suddenly felt awkward. Indeed, without a navigator, it was practically impossible to make any progress on the Grand Line. This was only the beginning. If they continued without a navigator, who knew, they might think they were heading to Water 7, only to end up back at the Twin Capes. That would be incredibly embarrassing. The weather and conditions of the Grand Line are simply too harsh, Robin pouted slightly while muttering. We only encountered a single storm, and yet we were blown so far off course. Back in the West Blue and East Blue, We never lost our bearings, even once. Elena could only helplessly shrug. The weather and environment in the Four Seas are much better than here. Don't you all feel like it's as hot as summer on the island where I live? Yeah. Robin and the others nodded immediately, confirming that the weather here was indeed quite hot, like summer, only cooling down a bit at night. But you probably don't know that our island had a heavy snowfall just last month. Several people even froze to death then. Elena spread her hands. Who knows, it might snow again in a few days. So, you guys really need to prepare clothing for all different seasons on the ship. The weather here can't be compared to that of the Four Seas. It's terrible and extremely unpredictable. Okay. Though surprised by these words, the group accepted them without objection. After all, they'd long heard of these extreme conditions on the Grand Line. It was just their first time personally experiencing them. That reminds me, Captain Roran, does our ship have a log pose? Elena suddenly thought to ask as she turned toward Roran. A log pose. Roran and Robin looked at each other briefly before shifting their gaze to Olivia. He remembered that Olivia had a log pose in her possession, which had been his confidence to set sail into the Grand Line even without a navigator. I do have one, but it's just a recordable log pose. Olivia took out her device and handed it to Elena. Such an item was best entrusted to a navigator. Just a recordable log pose. Elena seemed slightly disappointed, but seeing that the recordable log pose in her hands was already fully charged, pointing precisely in the direction of the next island leading toward the Sabeti archipelago, she still accepted it. Captain Roran, I think we need a permanent log pose, Elena said seriously to Roran. The next island is Rena Island. It's a much bigger and more prosperous island than the one I was on, and there should be permanent log poses for sale there. All right, then we'll buy a permanent log pose on Rena Island. Roran nodded with a smile, as he too understood the function of a permanent log pose. It was a needle that pointed permanently to a specific island. In contrast, the recordable log pose needed recharging every time a new island was reached, after which it pointed to the next one. Only by using both types together could navigation be truly guaranteed. After finalizing their plans, the group prepared to set sail. All hands, hoist the sails and let's go. Standing at the bow, Roran raised his arm energetically, and behind him, the girls laughed while starting the ship. Hoisting the sails, they set off once again toward the distant ocean. This time, having already gained a navigator, they no longer had to worry about getting lost at sea. Chapter 50. Focus on Reno Island. The Colonel pisses his pants. The next stop is Rena Island. After learning that Elena had given the route path for Ronan and the others to finally head toward Water 7, she recommended they first proceed along the outer Angshan, and once arriving at Rena Island, they could purchase a permanent pointer that locates Shimatsuki village, and then transfer to the central Angshan of the Grand Line, returning to the exact path originally taken by Luffy in the story, before proceeding toward Water 7. Ronan's reason for heading to Water 7 wasn't due to anything else. He had long obtained a blueprint for Pluton, and he wanted the skilled shipwrights there to construct it. Water 7, one of the most prosperous islands along the Grand Line, was also regarded as the world's most renowned center for shipbuilding. Legend had it that many of the flagship vessels used by great pirates in the New World had been crafted by the shipwrights of Water 7. Even more, it was said that the island preserved many ancient shipbuilding techniques, making it incredibly famous. Ronan even knew that there was once a shipwright family on Water 7 that had built Pluton. The mentor of Frankie and his apprentices was from that once great Pluton-building family, though it had long since declined. Of course, even if the family had faded compared to its glory days, it still remained world-class. That elderly man had personally built the Moby Dick for Whitebeard, and now the Moby Dick roamed the New World, building its fearsome reputation. In the original plot, after the old man's death, CP9 even believed that he had passed down the Pluton blueprint, which was why they specifically targeted Frankie and his brothers, only for Luffy to disrupt their plans. But in truth, those men didn't possess the blueprint at all, just myths and legends, and the actual blueprint had long been lost. Ronan deduced that by now, the Pluton blueprint should have already vanished completely from the world. Even the world government or the celestial dragons, should they possess it, would have long since constructed the ultimate weapon to dominate the seas and suppress the great pirates of the New World. There's no way they'd keep it hidden. Therefore, the Pluton blueprint Ronan held must be the only remaining one in existence. Back in the waters near Jim Island, not long after Ronan had departed, a small Navy warship hidden beneath the waves attempted to pursue him. However, a messenger rushed up behind the ship's colonel. Sir, Vice Admiral Carp has sent word. He's on his way. Carp is coming. At these words, the colonel immediately showed a bright expression, clapping his hands together with visible delight before raising his head. Bring the navigator over. I have something to discuss with him. Yes, sir. The messenger quickly left, and soon the onboard naval navigator arrived. Dorothy, I just received news. Vice Admiral Carp and Admiral Sengoku are arriving soon. The colonel looked toward the navigator and said, now that Ronan has just left this island, can you confirm that his next destination is Rena Island? Yes, Dorothy nodded solemnly. As I've said before, Ronan must have had an important purpose coming here. Unfortunately, the two commanders were a bit slow, and our chance to stop him from achieving his goal has already passed. He has successfully left Jim Island. Dorothy sighed and shook his head, slightly regretful. He had originally believed that the two commanders would arrive faster and trap Ronan on Jim Island itself. Earlier, both he and the colonel had suspected Ronan had come for some major purpose, possibly seeking out an important secret. But alas, they had arrived too late. Since Ronan's group had already left, they could only follow. With news now that Carp and Sengoku were coming soon, the upcoming battle was sure to break out at Rena Island. They must continue following to avoid losing track of Ronan and his party. Good. The colonel pondered slightly before asking. Oh right. Did the men we sent to Jim Island last night return yet? What exactly happened on that island? They have returned. The navigator's face darkened slightly as he answered in a hushed tone. Yesterday, the island was attacked by pirates, the Hegemon pirates. A massive crew with over 1,000 members. Though not particularly strong and elite fighters, they possessed great numbers. Within the first half of the Grand Line, they are widely feared. The entire harbor town of Jimtown was ravaged, looted, burned, and slaughtered. Almost 40% of the population was killed. Hegemon. The colonel furrowed his brow deeply. This Hegemon was no minor threat, but a fearsome pirate with a bounty over 10 million berries. Within these sea territories in the first half of the Grand Line, he was quite notorious. His most annoying trait was never engaging the Marines head-on. Instead, he often targeted remote islands like Jim Island while avoiding the more bustling and well-guarded locations. Because of this strategy, it had always been extremely difficult for the Navy to capture him. Who would have thought he had chosen Jim Island as his latest target, and killed so many people in the process? That guy is really asking for death. If only I had brought more than just this small warship, I'd show him what's what. The colonel muttered bitterly under his breath. The navigator opposite him replied awkwardly. Your Excellency, maybe you won't even have to lift a finger this time. What? Why not? The colonel asked in confusion. Because, the navigator hesitated before saying. Because the Hegemon pirates no longer exist. What? The colonel's eyes nearly popped out as he stared at the navigator in disbelief. What did he mean, the Hegemon pirates no longer exist? Weren't they just pillaging the island yesterday? One night passes, and you tell me they've just vanished into thin air. What the hell is going on? Yes, Your Excellency, the navigator continued. According to reports from the Marines we sent to investigate Jim Island, that man Ronan arrived on the island yesterday, and all by himself, he completely wiped out the entire Hegemon pirates. The navigator's expression turned grim, and in his eyes flickered a trace of fear. After all, this was the Hegemon pirates they were talking about. Though not as fearsome as the great pirates of the New World, they were still a well-known and powerful crew in the first half of the Grand Line. Yet here they were, gone cold and wiped out in such a minor place as Jim Island. A 1,000-man pirate crew, completely crushed by Ronan's hand. Although this was a conflict between pirates, and ultimately benefited the Marines and the world government, the navigator couldn't help but feel uneasy. The one who had done all this was Ronan, an extremely ruthless character. That's exactly why they were tracking him in the first place, because they were preparing to oppose him. Now he could hardly suppress the rising fear in his heart. The colonel sucked in a breath sharply, staring in shock at the navigator. As he saw the navigator nodding solemnly, he realized this wasn't a joke. Of course he wouldn't make something like this up. It was easy to verify by asking the reporting Marine officer directly. Yet the thought that such a massive pirate crew had been completely eradicated in one night on that tiny island left him completely dazed. A pirate crew that big just gone? This Ronan guy must be terrifying. The colonel's lips trembled as he struggled to form his words. That was a pirate crew of over 1,000 men. Even if they stood there and did nothing, it would take forever to kill them all. Let alone the fact they were a bunch of vicious, ruthless pirates. And the Hegemon brothers weren't weaklings, either. Your Excellency, this only proves how powerful Ronan truly is, the navigator said in a low voice. With all due respect, once we meet the two officers from headquarters, we should keep our distance. These kinds of battles are far beyond our ability to interfere. To be frank, even the collateral damage from their fight could cost us our lives. Exactly. The colonel didn't blame the navigator for his cowardice. On the contrary, the navigator's words struck right at his heart. He had seen some intelligence files on Ronan before. That guy could use the Conqueror's Haki. If they got too close during a fight, the shockwaves from his Haki alone might instantly kill them all, depending on how powerful Ronan really was. There was no way they could get anywhere near that. Pass the order. Follow Ronan's ship from the furthest distance possible. The moment the two officers arrive, we retreat immediately. No, better yet, just request immediate withdrawal back to headquarters. The colonel declared decisively. No way was he getting dragged into this mess anymore. You guys can sort this out yourselves. If the two headquarters officers can capture Ronan, that would be great. If not, it's no longer my problem. He was just an insignificant officer anyway. How could someone like him possibly confront such a terrifying force? Chapter 51, Gathering at Reno Island. Has Morgan's come too? A small warship followed the great wave from afar, never daring to get close. It wasn't until 2 days later, when the great wave arrived at the port of Reno Island, that the colonel finally exhaled in relief after stepping ashore. It really is Reno Island. The colonel turned toward the others beside him. How much longer until the two nobles arrive? Soon. They'll arrive today. They're traveling on a large warship from headquarters. It's very fast, the navigator nodded. And what time is it now? The colonel asked again. The navigator checked. It's 10:20 a.m. They should arrive by around 3 p.m. at the latest. Once they arrive and take over everything, our mission will be complete. Humph. The colonel nodded slightly before turning his gaze back toward the great wave docked at the port, saying solemnly, Then, until the two nobles arrive, we won't make any moves. Just keep watch on that ship the Ronan group is on. Understood. After arriving on Rena Island, Ronan and his group first took the girls to the best hotel and restaurant in the port city, where they feasted heartily. This port city of Rena Island was far more advanced than the earlier Jim Island. It was much more prosperous, even more bustling than Lowtown in the East Blue. Okay, everyone must be full and satisfied now. Ronan wiped his mouth with a napkin, watching the girls finish their meals. He said, Then it's time to get serious. Elena, you know where to buy eternal poses, right? I do. I'll take you there. Elena quickly raised her hand to volunteer. Though she'd never visited Rena Island before, this was the closest and most prosperous place to Gem Island. Through years of hearing about it from others, she was the most familiar among them, and naturally knew where to buy eternal poses. After a while, the group arrived at a specialized shop selling eternal poses and bought one directing them to the Shimotsuki village. Runin thought for a moment, then bought another eternal pose, this time setting its destination to Water 7. He also purchased several log poses as backups. Shopkeeper, do you happen to have eternal poses pointing to the new world? After a moment of thought, Runin asked. If he could get one pointing to the new world now, it would save a lot of hassle later. Sorry, young man. I don't sell eternal poses for the new world. The shopkeeper, a thin old man, shook his head. If you want to buy an eternal pose for the new world, I recommend buying one in Shimotsuki village. There are quite a few stores there selling those. Alright, thanks anyway. Since there was no supply, Runin didn't press further. He decided to buy one once they reached Shimotsuki village. After paying, the group casually exited the store with a lightened mood. Big brother Runin, shall we do some shopping? Robin's eyes lit up as she gazed at the vibrant shops lining the streets. She suggested, we've been on the ship for so long, and the journey to Water 7 will be long too. We need to stock up on supplies. We didn't get enough back on Gem Island. Alright, Runin looked at Robin. He could tell exactly what she had in mind. It was just an excuse to go shopping. Fine, let her go. Besides, after collecting a substantial sum of berries from the Hagman pirates, they had plenty of money to spend for now. Moreover, everyone had indeed been stuck on the ship for a long time. Their clothes had worn thin in the wind and sun. They needed some new clothes. As for Elena and Carriaman, they hardly had anything decent to wear, so he might as well let them all go shopping. If we're going shopping, let's buy more stuff. Not just supplies for the ship, but also clothes and snacks, Runin suggested. If we can't carry everything back ourselves, we can hire someone to help transport it to the ship. Wah? Runin, you're the best. Let's start right away. Robin cheered excitedly, immediately dragging Carriaman off in a rush. Elena and Alvia had no choice but to follow behind. Runin slowly strolled behind them with his hands in his pockets, completely at ease. Meanwhile, back at the port, a massive ship approached the harbor, startling the colonel and his distant observers. Who is that? That emblem. It looks familiar. It's the World News Agency. The navigator's eyes widened. Why would the World News Agency come here? The colonel puzzled. Could there be some big news happening here? Big news. The navigator fell silent for a moment before speaking up. The two nobles are coming here to capture and deal with Runin. Isn't this big news enough? The colonel was instantly horrified. This information, how could they find out? This was supposed to be a secret operation. Only headquarters knew about it. The navigator mused. But this is the World News Agency we're talking about. They're everywhere. They always know the latest secrets from every corner of the world. Also this ship. I feel like this time the World News Agency's arrival is somewhat different. Bring me a telescope. At the colonel's command, a nearby messenger quickly handed him a monocular telescope. The colonel took it and looked toward the large ship docked at the port. Through the telescope, he clearly saw what was happening on board. A massive white albatross, much taller than an average person, wearing a top hat, was stepping off the ship, escorted by a group of black-clad bodyguards. Behind him followed a large crowd of reporters carrying cameras and camcorder Den Mushi. They all marched straight off the vessel and headed toward the port city. At this sight, the colonel stood frozen in place. And Morgans? The colonel muttered, eyes wide with shock. It's actually Morgans himself showing up here. What? Morgans is really here? The navigator was also greatly startled. Who exactly was Morgans? He was the underground emperor of the New World, the CEO of the World News Agency. You could say that 9 out of 10 news outlets worldwide were under his control. Though he himself might not be an exceptionally powerful fighter, the soft power he wielded was genuinely terrifying. Even the world government had to show him respect. He had close ties with the Celestial Dragons, and indeed, the World News Agency itself had investments from their families. Not only was he a dominant figure in the underworld of the New World, but his influence was also immense across the 4 seas, even on Red Line, and in various great allied countries around the world. This alone showed how terrifying a person he was. And now, this underworld emperor had personally arrived at Rena Island. Though Rena Island seemed prosperous on the surface, to someone like Morgans, it was utterly insignificant. The most prosperous places in the world were the New World, the Red Line, and Mariawa, not a small island like Rena. For him to come here personally, what could be his purpose? The colonel and the others exchanged glances. Something big was about to happen. Hurry and inform the two nobles about this immediately, the colonel urged. Understood. Chapter 52, a live broadcast to the world? The world's attention. The message reached Kazaru and Zeke. As they were speeding toward Rena Island, they simply exchanged a calm glance upon hearing the news, with slight smirks forming on their faces. That old bird sure gets around with his information. Zeke chuckled. Yeah, there's hardly anything in this world that can stay hidden from that guy. Kizaru tossed a sunbae into his mouth, crunching it loudly. Well then, since he's already caught wind of our operation, there's no point in hiding anymore. Perfect, we can use this opportunity to officially capture Ronin, with Morgans present. We'll let the world witness the true might of the Marine headquarters and send a strong warning to every pirate out there. True, that'll show them. Zeke nodded solemnly. Since Gold Lion escaped from prison, these past few years have been nothing but chaos across the 4 seas. Those pirates have grown bolder than ever. Humph, once we capture Ronin this time, just see how much more they dare to jump around. No worries. Once this is over, we'll dispatch numerous squadron commanders leading fleets to suppress the chaos in the four seas. Kizaru let out a hearty laugh, clearly unimpressed by the small fry pirates. In his view, only the powerful pirates of the New World were worth his attention, and of course, the imminent threat of Ronin. Order everyone to speed up. Let's arrive at Rena Island by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Zeke turned and commanded the messenger officer behind him. Yes, Admiral Sama. The messenger officer respectfully took the order and departed. Soon after, the warship's speed increased again. Finally, a little after 2 in the afternoon, they officially arrived at Rena Island's harbor. After making contact with Captain's team and fully understanding all the information related to Ronin's recent actions, the formal handover was completed. Captain's team exhaled in relief, steering their ships to head back to headquarters. As for what was to come next, that was no longer their problem, and they left the following chaos to others. Inside the largest suite of a luxurious hotel on Rena Island, Morgan sat with a team of elite reporters from the World News headquarters gathered around. Morgans wore a top hat on his bird-like head and held a cane in his hand as he elegantly sat in the central seat, observing the reporters seated on both sides below. You all know exactly why I brought you here. Morgans began. The Marine headquarters has deployed 2 Admirals-level forces to capture the notorious pirate Ronin, and Ronin himself is right here on this island, with his ship, the gigantic Wave, currently docked at the harbor. According to my sources, both Zeke and Kizaru have already landed on Rena Island. A huge battle is about to break out. Sir, one reporter raised his hand and spoke up. Since we can't get near the actual battlefield between the two sides and can only watch from afar, wouldn't that hinder our ability to report accurate updates in real time? I already have some arrangements in place. Morgan said, I've requested 2 hot air balloons from the headquarters. At that time, you will be divided into 2 groups to film from the sky. Morgans continued, other personnel will shoot footage on the ground. This time, I want the entire world watching this massive battle. Why you mean? A live, worldwide broadcast. The reporters gasped collectively, their mouths agape as they stared at Morgans in disbelief. They had only expected Morgans to come and record the battle, then rebroadcast it for profit. But they never imagined Morgans would go this far. He intended to conduct a real-time live broadcast, a worldwide one. They had to understand, this would be a live broadcast reaching across the 4 seas, the Red Line, and even the Grand Line. At that time, every major country, every island, and even the pirate factions would be tuning in. The World News had outdoor large screens set up in every major city worldwide for this broadcast. The resulting influence would be massive. Exactly, of course it's a live, global broadcast, Morgan said confidently with a smile. Otherwise, why would I come here in person? But would the world government approve of such a thing? One reporter hesitated. What if, by any chance, Ronin actually defeats those 2 admirals from the headquarters? That would cause huge negative consequences. Haha, that's definitely not our problem to worry about. Morgans let out a sly chuckle. In fact, they were quite confident about this broadcast in the first place. When I proposed it, they not only supported it but also showed great enthusiasm, believing firmly that with Zeke and Kizaru personally taking on Ronin, things would be absolutely foolproof. Since that's the case, why should I refuse? On the contrary, I was more than happy to go along with it. This is a fantastic opportunity for the World News to gain tremendous recognition. Our only job is to broadcast the entire battle to the world. Win or lose, that's none of our concern. Broadcasting this massive news event to the people worldwide is exactly what we're here for. Morgans chuckled. Right? As the editor-in-chief said, what does it matter to us who wins or loses? We just need to do our job properly. Hee hee. After this worldwide live broadcast, the World News's position in the media industry will once again be unshakable. One reporter excitedly said, haha, after this, our share of the global news media market will rise again by a few percentage points from the current 90%. Those small newspapers won't even have room to survive anymore. Another reporter burst into laughter as well. Therefore, with the editor-in-chief personally overseeing, we must all perform well and absolutely not disgrace him. All the necessary arrangements around the world have been completed. We just need to connect the live signal here. Everyone, give it your best. After this mission, everyone's salary will double, and there will be paid vacations too. Morgan said with a smile. Long live the editor-in-chief. Everyone cheered, then orderly left the hotel to begin preparing for their respective tasks, eagerly awaiting the battle to begin. At that moment, Zeke and Kizaru had already arrived at the most prosperous street in Rena Island's port city with their forces. They had received information that Ronin's group was here. Everyone, Zeke and I will handle Ronin. Your task is to capture his accomplices and then stay clear of our battlefield. Do you understand? Kizaru said solemnly, looking at the Marines beside him and directly addressing the leading Vice Admiral from headquarters. Understood, Vice Admiral Kizaru. We will definitely follow orders and won't slow you 2 down at all. The Vice Admiral replied seriously, fully aware that the battle between the 2 admirals and Ronin was far beyond their ability to intervene. Even approaching could put them at risk of being caught in the battle's collateral damage. Also, this battle will be broadcast live worldwide by the World News. You must also cooperate with Rena Island's personnel to properly relocate the civilians, as well as manage compensation and rescue operations for any building damage and injuries sustained during the battle, Kizaru continued. This was a live broadcast for the entire world to see. All of these matters needed to be handled properly, so that the people of all nations could witness the justice of the world government and the Marine headquarters firsthand. They couldn't possibly leave any room for criticism. Don't worry, we know exactly how to handle all of this. The Vice Admiral nodded in agreement. Then that's settled. Kizaru took a deep breath, exchanged a glance with Zeke, and then with heavy steps and a solemn expression, they marched toward a shop on the bustling street. It was a clothing store where Ronan and his group were currently browsing. Inside the shop, Ronan watched as Robin and the others happily picked out various outfits. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned his head toward the entrance. The street, which had been bustling with people moments ago, had suddenly fallen silent. A large number of civilians were running away quickly, evacuating the entire street. So they finally arrived? Ronan smiled faintly, a subtle and enigmatic smile forming on his lips. Chapter 53, The World Trembles. The live broadcast begins. What's wrong, Luonan? Standing beside Luonan and not participating in the clothing selection, Olivia noticed the expression on Luonan's face and immediately asked. The Navy headquarters big shots have come to find me personally. Upon hearing these words, Olivia was instantly startled. Then, what should we do? The mere mention of an important figure from the headquarters sent waves of anxiety through Olivia. It was understandable. People in this world held deep reverence for the Navy headquarters. Even more so since Luonan indicated that this visitor was a high-ranking officer. How could Olivia not feel shocked and worried? Don't worry. Luonan shook his head calmly. Auntie Olivia, call Robin and the others over. When they come, make sure you all stand far away and watch out for your safety. There may be others coming after you, but I'll leave something with you for protection. As he spoke, Luonan moved his hand and pulled out his Zanpakuto, activating its initial release and handing the blade to Olivia. Take this sword. Even if you can't use it, it will automatically protect you. Under Luonan's exceptionally strong spiritual pressure, the Zanpakuto could be remotely controlled effortlessly. Okay, Olivia took the Zanpakuto and quickly walked over to Robin and the others, calling them over. Big brother Luonan, Mom said the Navy headquarters has come. Could it be true? Robin asked anxiously while the others looked equally worried. Yes, Luonan nodded. But there's no need to worry. I'm here. Everything will be fine. They nodded, though the worry in their eyes had not fully disappeared. The arrival of someone from the headquarters left them uneasy deep down. Come on, let's see who exactly has come. Luonan turned and strode straight out of the store, followed by the girls trailing behind him. Outside the shop, the once bustling street had gone eerily silent and deserted. Almost no one was around. Even the shops lining the street had shut their doors tightly. No citizen dared resist the Navy's strict orders. From the far end of the road approached two extremely muscular men, their imposing auras pressing heavily upon the air as they walked forward. A terrifying and suffocating presence filled the entire street, making it hard for anyone to even catch their breath. Two admirals? Luonan raised his eyebrows, eyes flickering as he looked toward the two approaching figures. Admiral Zephyr, Vice Admiral Karp. Oh. From afar, the two heard Lunan's murmuring and exchanged glances before smiling. Never thought the famous Luonan would actually recognize us. Navy hero Karp, the Navy instructor, Black Arm Zephyr. Their fame shakes the four seas. Who wouldn't know them? Luonan smiled faintly, showing no sign of nervousness, chatting casually with the two, although his words immediately left the girls behind him in deep shock. Navy hero? K-Karp, sir. Kaluman stammered, looking at the approaching pair with stunned disbelief. Navy Admiral, General Zephyr? Alana was also visibly shocked, never imagining that two such legendary figures had come personally against Luonan. Truly, these were no ordinary visitors from the headquarters. Robin stood silently, too stunned to even speak. Originally, she'd expected the important figure to be someone like a rear admiral from the Navy, never in her wildest dreams anticipating it would be these two. Olivia, too, clutched the Zanpakuto that Luonan had given her tightly, her entire body tense from fear. Elonan, is this really okay? Olivia whispered. Relax, it'll be fine. You all step back a bit further. Just remember what I said. Nothing will happen. Luonan waved his hand and nodded at the girls, urging them to keep distance. Such a battle was far beyond their ability to interfere in. Even the shockwaves could prove fatal to them. Okay. Then, be careful. Hearing that, Olivia took a deep breath and quickly pulled Robin and the others back. Big brother Luonan, you have to be careful too. Robin shouted out worriedly before leaving. Luonan simply responded calmly with a quiet wave, appearing serene and confident. Indeed, what a genius youth, renowned across the seas and the Grand Line. Karp's eyes shone with appreciation as he looked at Luonan. Were it not for the blood of so many Navy personnel staining Lunan's hands, he would hold immense admiration for him. This 11-year-old boy, standing calmly before them two seasoned warriors, was simply incredible. Such a prodigy was still a mere child. If allowed to grow, not only could he rival Rox and Roger, but perhaps even surpass the mighty power hidden behind the world government itself. However, precisely because of this, such a person was too dangerous. Standing against the world government, he was an enemy that absolutely couldn't be left unchecked. This time, he had to be captured and locked away forever in the deepest level of Impel Down. Karp made his resolution firmly in his heart. Beside him, Zephyr also looked at Luonan with admiration. Although the battle had not yet begun, and this was the first time he had seen the famous young boy in person, Lunan's current demeanor truly astonished him. Such an extraordinary talent was unheard of in the Navy Academy for years. Even the most outstanding students he had ever had, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borisarino, were no match for him. What a pity. What a pity. Zephyr sighed. If only you had joined the Navy, lad. The Navy's justice needs fresh talents like you with boundless potential to uphold it. Luonan smiled indifferently. I don't think I can uphold the Navy's justice. Let other Navy men do that. As for me, I yearn for a life of freedom. Enough said. This is a waste of time. The two big shots coming all the way here to corner me surely didn't come just to chat, did you? Hearing this, Carp and Zephyr knew it was time to reveal their hands. They exchanged glances, their auras suddenly surging with fierce intensity as they locked their burning gazes onto Luonan. Luonan, do you admit to the crimes of slaughtering Marines and multiple officers? I do. Luonan nodded calmly. Of course I do. Indeed, I killed them. As to how many exactly, well, I've lost count. As for the usual excuses, like saying they provoked me first and brought the fire upon themselves, I won't even bother with those. Are you here to arrest me? Then just come at me. Humph. Zephyr snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with overwhelming authority. Since you admit guilt, surrender yourself willingly and follow us back to headquarters to face judgment, and you may still keep your life, just locked away and impelled down. But if you dare resist, don't blame us for being ruthless. If you die by our hands later, don't expect any regret from us. That's right. Carp also nodded. Luonan, if you surrender willingly, we too shall personally guarantee your survival after judgment. Of course, your future will be spent permanently imprisoned and impelled down. You're just too dangerous. Luonan grinned, but did not respond. Instead, he curiously shifted his gaze elsewhere. He looked toward the sky. Above the blue sky floated two massive hot air balloons, where people stood holding cameras pointed directly at this location. Not only in the sky, but even on the rooftop of a tall building nearby, individuals held various equipment, all trained on this scene. Didn't expect you to record my confrontation like this. You're planning to broadcast my capture across the world for everyone to see, aren't you? What a brilliant idea, Luonan remarked. No, it's not recording, it's a live broadcast. Zephyr grinned, his eyes full of confidence. Morgans himself led people here specifically to broadcast our capture of you live to the entire world. By now, the 4 Seas should all be watching this moment unfold. Not only the 4 Seas, but also the Red Line, and every nation and island along the Grand Line. They're all watching. Luonan, under the eyes of the global public, we shall bring you to justice, demonstrating the might of the Navy. Carp declared firmly. A worldwide live broadcast? Now that's quite a spectacle. Luonan couldn't help but burst into laughter, deliberately raising his hand and waving toward the direction of the cameras, as if greeting the global audience. Hello to all the people of the world. Boom. The entire world population erupted in astonishment. Chapter 54, World Reactions. Luonan's unparalleled presence. This little kid is so arrogant. He's way too cocky. I heard he killed quite a few Marines. I know this guy. His name is Luonan, just an 11-year-old child, but already a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries. 1.5 billion berries? That's terrifying. In the East Blue, at the town square of Lowtown, a massive live broadcast screen had already gathered a large crowd. Seeing Luonan's confident gaze and his calm wave, the crowd immediately erupted into a frenzy of discussion. Similarly, in the West Blue, North Blue, and South Blue, countless people were also watching the live broadcast and engaging in heated discussions, all debating Luonan's audacity, daring to be so arrogant even when facing 2 admirals and a vice admiral of the Marine headquarters. However, as those who knew about Luonan explained further, they were immediately taken aback by his terrifying reputation. Some bounty hunters watching the scene felt chills run down their spines, silently thanking their lucky stars. Fortunately, I didn't act recklessly to go after Luonan before. If the Marine headquarters sent 2 high-ranking officials in person to capture him, there was no way someone like me could handle him. The first half of the Grand Line was also abuzz with chatter across its various islands. In Alabasta, the king and his pregnant queen were watching the live broadcast, both expressing their amazement. At the Judicial Island, numerous high-ranking officials watched Luonan with stern faces, their anger evident, burning eyes glaring at Luonan who showed no fear of the Marines, wishing nothing more than to tear him to shreds. On the Sabaody archipelago, the Tenryubito gathered together, watching the live broadcast while condescendingly ordering people around. The Marines are truly incompetent. To deal with just a little brat, they actually sent Carp and Zephyr. How disgraceful. That's right. It's definitely worth mentioning next time we meet the Gorosei. If even capturing a mere brat is so difficult, what's the use of having such a bunch of incompetent good-for-nothings? By the way, that Shiki guy managed to escape from impelled down. Are the guards and the warden brainless? They should all be replaced. These worthless creatures can't even handle such simple tasks. What good are they? This Luonan looks like a fun toy. Hee. Once he's caught, I'll have him taken to me as a slave. Haha, great idea. Let me play with him too. I'll make him my horse. At the Marine headquarters large meeting room, the live broadcast was also being shown on the giant screen. Sitting at the front was none other than the Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, Fujitora, along with the advisor Kushiro, Kaneko, and the Admiral Sengoku who had just returned from the New World. Everyone wore solemn expressions, not saying a word, and the atmosphere in the meeting room was very heavy. This battle was extremely important, as it was a worldwide live broadcast. As long as they could successfully capture Luonan, it would surely boost the Marines' reputation and strike fear into the hearts of all pirates across the 4 Seas and the Grand Line. In the New World, the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido had ended, yet both sides continued to follow this fight closely. Ha. This little guy is really getting stronger and stronger. Whitebeard laughed out loud while drinking his alcohol. Before he was only facing vice admirals from the headquarters, but now he needs to face admiral-level combatants. Carp is no ordinary vice admiral. And they even sent 2 of them together. This kid is in for a real test. At Kaido's territory, the mighty Kaido sat at the head seat with a circle of his subordinates around him. This Luo Nan is actually quite something. I've heard his bounty is now 1.5 billion berries. Kaido said in a deep voice. Yes, Captain. One of his similarly bulky subordinates replied. Though Luo Nan is young, he's indeed a formidable figure. About 2,000 Marines have already died at his hands, including several high-ranking officers. Looks like the Marine headquarters is really serious this time, sending Zephyr and Carp to deal with him. In that case, it seems this kid won't be able to escape. Kaido raised his eyebrows and shook his head. Those two are no pushovers. Even if Roger were still alive, it's uncertain whether he could defeat them both together. Seems like this time, the result is already decided. Just watch it as a good show, one of the subordinates remarked. But since it's a global live broadcast, if Luo Nan is captured, it might greatly enhance the Marines' reputation. Then not only the Four Seas, but even us in the New World might be affected, right? Ha ha ha. The New World is under the dominion of us powerful pirates. You think capturing a tiny little Luo Nan would easily influence that? You're exaggerating. Kaido scoffed disdainfully. At Big Mom's pirate base, Charlotte Linlin was still eating delicious desserts, but her eyes never left the broadcast screen. As she watched the live footage, she was contemplating the global impact Luo Nan's capture would have on the world's balance of power. She shared a similar thought with Kaido. If Luo Nan were truly captured, it would indeed have a certain impact on the global situation and deliver a heavy blow to the pirates, significantly boosting the Marines' reputation. However, influencing the New World itself seemed nearly impossible. The Marines sure know how to make a good calculation, directly broadcasting Luo Nan's capture live to the entire world. That old bastard Garp and the strategist Joker must both be behind this idea. Big Mom scoffed coldly, then muttered to herself. I heard Morgans personally went to Rena Island too. Who knows how much the Gorosei have bribed him with. Speaking of the Gorosei, in Mariewa, the seat of the Five Elders. Looking at Luo Nan's arrogant expression on screen, he's really slapping the face of the world government, said one tall and muscular elder with a blank expression. No need to get angry over this. The short, stout elder replied with a sinister smile. Let him enjoy his arrogance for now. With Carp and Zephyr personally stepping in, do you think he still stands a chance? That's right, chimed in the thin, frail elder with a grave tone. The more arrogant he is now, the more embarrassing his defeat will be once he's captured. During his trial, it will serve as a huge blow to all the pirates. Just wait and see. I'm really curious what expression all those pirates watching the live broadcast will wear once Luo Nan is successfully captured, added the remaining two elders quietly. Let us wait and see. Indeed, all across the world, many pirates were also watching this spectacle. Seeing Luo Nan stirred their hearts greatly. They admired his unmatched presence, secretly hoping he could defeat two top-ranking Marines. Yet at the same time, a worrying thought lingered in their minds. Luo Nan looked no more than a child. Could he truly stand a chance against two seasoned and world-renowned admirals? Back on Rena Island, after Luo Nan greeted the global audience, he turned his head and faced the two admirals seriously. I've given my greetings. Now then, shall we finally get started? He said. If you refuse to surrender peacefully, Zephyr growled lowly, exchanging a glance with Carp as they both prepared to fight Luo Nan together. Zephyr no longer possessed the same confidence he had the last time he went to the West Blue, where he had thought he alone would be enough to capture Luo Nan. This time, to ensure complete success, he no longer wished to take risks and had decided to team up with Carp, determined to capture Luo Nan decisively and efficiently. This time, Luo Nan, you absolutely won't escape. Carp clenched both fists, his whole body radiating immense pressure. With a thunderous boom, a strange-colored energy enveloped his fists. His armament haki had activated. Zephyr was the same, activating his own armament haki. The metallic joints of his right arm clicked loudly as he prepared to unleash his full power, determined to subdue Luo Nan swiftly. As for Luo Nan, his body slowly floated off the ground. His feet levitated midair as he stood gracefully with his hands clasped behind his back, staring calmly at the two men before drifting slowly toward them. Come on, I'm afraid if you don't attack now, you'll never get the chance when I make my move. Luo Nan spoke in a calm voice, yet brimming with unmatched confidence, radiating an oppressive arrogance. Despite facing two legendary admirals of the Marine headquarters, not a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Instead, he drifted forward toward them. This courage alone was enough to earn deep admiration from all the spectators and powers watching around the world. Luo Nan truly possesses an extraordinary demeanor. No wonder the Marines have sent two top-tier admirals to deal with him. That's right, he's still only 11 years old. Just imagine how powerful he'll be once he's older. Terrifying. Luo Nan truly possesses a fearless spirit. It's starting. It's finally starting. Look quick. Boom. Chapter 55, the battle begins. Rowan versus Garp and Sengoku. A thunderous explosion rang out. Rowan's Conqueror's Haki had already surged downward, crushing toward the two figures before him. Faced with Rowan's oppressive Haki, both Garp and Sengoku's eyes glimmered with sharpness. They let out a low roar and used their immense spiritual strength to resist the suppression force of the Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki was a force of area suppression, and its effect on individuals with great power was significantly weaker, especially against top-tier Navy warriors like Sengoku and Garp, both of whom had roamed the seas for decades, possessing immense combat experience and strength. Their mastery of the six powers of the Marines had already reached a very high level, rivaling or even surpassing Rowan. Besides the six powers, both possessed Haki, both had armament Haki, and Garp also wielded observation haki. Their arsenal of techniques was no less developed, making them unquestionably among the Navy's most formidable warriors. Therefore, resisting Rowan's Conqueror's haki suppression was considered normal. Otherwise, how could they be confident enough to go after Rowan? Haha, kid, do you think having the Conqueror's haki makes you invincible? Garp laughed loudly, his entire body vibrating as he shook off the pressure of Rowan's haki. With his observation haki activated, he had foreseen Rowan's suppressing move. As his voice fell, he charged toward Rowan with powerful steps. Sengoku, coordinate with me, Garp shouted. His iron fists were already smashing toward Rowan. Take this punch. The massive fist came roaring forward. Rowan's brows lifted slightly. He too had acquired observation haki not long ago on Jim Island, and the Marines probably hadn't received this information yet. Facing Garp, who also had observation haki, was a perfect opportunity to test it out. Rowan moved slightly, his figure already shifting sideways without so much as raising his hands, perfectly evading Garp's heavy blow. Garp was slightly stunned. His punch had been guided by observation haki, predicting Rowan's movement and perfectly blocking all possible directions Rowan might shift. He had expected that even if this punch didn't completely defeat Rowan, it would at least make him look clumsy. But Rowan had dodged it effortlessly. How is this possible? Garp looked at Rowan in disbelief before suddenly realizing and exclaiming, Observation haki. You have observation haki too? This wasn't in the earlier reports. Did you just recently learn it? Behind him, Sengoku, who had originally intended to assist Garp, was also taken aback, standing off to the side forming a triangle with Garp and Rowan. Observation haki? This Rowan also has observation haki. Now things are getting tricky. Sengoku himself didn't possess observation haki, only armament haki. In battles between fighters of similar levels, the presence or absence of observation haki could significantly influence the outcome. Fortunately, Garp had it, or else if Sengoku had faced Rowan alone, it would have been uncertain whether he could have subdued him. At this moment, Sengoku's heart grew even more vigilant, regarding Rowan with far greater seriousness. This was a once-in-a-lifetime genius who could not be judged by normal standards. He must not underestimate him just because of his young age, or else he might die without even knowing how, just like those Marines and officers who had fallen before Rowan. Sengoku took a deep breath and said seriously, Garp, if he also has observation haki, things will be a bit more difficult. And, don't forget, Rowan can fly. I haven't forgotten that. Garp responded in a serious tone, his expression more cautious as he looked at Rowan. Yes, he definitely can fly. This was already mentioned in intelligence reports from the East Blue headquarters. But first things first, we need to focus on defeating him now. As for flying away, haven't we already prepared a contingency plan? That's right. Then, Garp, my old friend, we must show our true strength in this battle. No more testing, we'll strike with full power right away. Sengoku said with a nod. Right, the others should start moving as well. Let's go, Garp whispered, then widened his eyes at Rowan. Attack. Crush cannon. Boom. Suddenly, a massive cannon barrel appeared on Sengoku's right arm. He fired a powerful shot directly at Rowan, the mechanical arm generating tremendous force that propelled the cannonball toward him. At the same time, Garp had already swiftly moved to Rowan's side, activating his observation haki, determined to suppress Rowan and prevent him from dodging the cannon fire. Should Rowan attempt to evade, he would inevitably run into Garp's attack. As for Rowan, he had already moved his left hand from behind his back and now held a long blade, his xianxia sword. Using a technique from the Vane sword style, he slashed directly at the incoming cannonball without showing the slightest intention of dodging. Move aside. With a light shout, Rowan's blade came down on the massive cannonball, actually slicing it cleanly in half. The two halves flew apart, zooming past either side of Rowan's body. They flew quite a distance, even smashing into several shops along the street before crashing onto the ground, creating two massive craters. These cannonballs sure are tough, Rowan muttered, glancing at the slightly bent edge of his xianxia sword. He then looked up at Sengoku and remarked, So you've even coated the cannonball with armament haki. It's not easy at all to apply haki beyond your own body. For you to have reached this level, I must admit, it's truly impressive. Haha, Mei Shangda, your swordsmanship is this strong either, Sengoku said with a smile, though inwardly he was deeply shocked. This cannonball wasn't something ordinary people could withstand head-on. And yet, Rowan didn't just endure it. He actually cut it apart, even though it was coated in armament haki. That was truly terrifying. From observing Rowan's long sword, Sengoku realized something. Rowan clearly didn't possess armament haki himself. To cut through his haki-enhanced cannonball without even strengthening his blade with haki. What kind of monster was this? Of course, Sengoku did have an advantage in coating the cannonball with armament haki. By first covering his mechanical right arm and then the cannonball itself, he could launch the shell while using fine threads of haki to maintain its coverage. But that technique required extreme proximity, like the current situation, where Rowan wasn't far away at all. And even so, it still failed to stop Rowan. That alone caused Sengoku to sigh deeply. This Rowan was truly a freak of nature. Chapter 56, Overwhelming Domination. Marine Operation. Kobe felt the same way, but he didn't have time to think about it. After Zephyr's failed attack, he charged forward again, launching a new offensive against Luonan. The two planned to take turns in combat, determined to wear Luonan out completely. During the battle between Kobe and Luonan, Zephyr didn't use any more explosive rounds. Instead, he switched to his mechanical right arm and stared at Luonan with a glint in his eye. You're a devil fruit user too, right? You must still fear Seastone, Let me let you taste the flavor of my Seastone bullets. Kobe dodged, suddenly shouting, Zephyr made Kobe's heart jump and quickly leapt backward. He had been suppressed during the fight with Luonan to begin with. Moreover, it was clear that Luonan hadn't used his full strength yet. At the very least, he hadn't activated the power of his Mera Mera no Mi, fighting purely with sword techniques against Kobe, and still managed to overwhelm him. How terrifying. As Kobe suddenly stepped back, Zephyr immediately launched his attack. Pew, 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 pew. Like a Vulcan cannon, Zephyr's right arm crazily sprayed a torrent of bullets, engulfing Luonan from all directions. It was practically unavoidable. Even the color of observation couldn't completely dodge such a barrage-style wide-area attack. Ha ha ha, Luonan. Let's see what you're going to do now. Zephyr burst into a triumphant laugh, seemingly already witnessing Luonan being defeated by his sea stone bullets. Kobe also showed a joyful expression. He couldn't imagine anyone surviving such a terrifying assault. And if one couldn't dodge, Luonan, being a devil fruit user, would, once hit by sea stone bullets, certainly become powerless and vulnerable. From there, their joint mission of capturing Luonan would definitely succeed. Luonan could be successfully captured and returned to Marineford for trial, thereby striking a heavy blow to all the pirates across the world and demonstrating the glory of the Marines. As for Luonan, he naturally understood all this. The color of observation at his current low level was operating at maximum speed within him, yet still couldn't foresee a way to completely evade such a torrent of bullets. Can't dodge, huh? Then I won't dodge at all. Did you really think I could be defeated by an attack like this? Luonan smiled slightly at the corner of his lips. Mera Mera no Mi should be able to burn all these bullets, right? Not entirely safe. To prevent any escaping bullets from harming me, I'll use the 6 powers then. Luonan also wanted to test whether Sea Stone could actually restrict him. Tekai. As the words fell, his body became as hard as steel. At the same time, endless flames ignited from his body. The flames exploded violently, forming a massive fireball that completely surrounded Luonan. Innumerable bullets slammed into the fiery orb. The extremely hard sea stone bullets couldn't withstand such terrifying flames. Remember, Luonan's level of Mera Mera no Mi wasn't low. He had reached level 9, almost 10, the maximum. This was a flame of the utmost intensity and horror. There were few things in the world capable of resisting this scorching power. The color of armaments? Devil Fruit Logia users element form? He hadn't actually fought them before, so he didn't know if he could incinerate element form users, though Luonan felt it shouldn't be a major issue. Uft, uft. Bullet after bullet continued slamming into the fireball. Most were reduced to ash in the flames, while a few, as Luonan had expected, slipped through the flames like escaped fish, directly striking him with brute force. The sea stone suppressing effect on Devil Fruit users immediately kicked in. On the parts of Luonan's body struck by the sea stone bullets, a numbing force seeped into his body, weakening him, making him feel powerless, as if struck by a debuff, spreading a sense of weariness and exhaustion through his entire body. However, the Tekai from the 6 powers also played its role, directly stopping the bullets. If they had truly pierced through his skin and entered his body, perhaps Luonan could have actually been overwhelmed. Yet as the bullets were blocked by his hardened skin and fell to the ground, Luonan's weakened body was quickly recovering. That momentary weakness was nothing more than a temporary setback to him, not a significant problem. Staring intensely at the blazing Luonan inside, Kobe and Zephyr initially wanted to witness Luonan's defeat. However, the truth left them both shocked. They exchanged glances, surprised, and simultaneously exclaimed, Tekai. That's Tekai from the 6 powers. This guy really learned the 6 powers. Damn it. Where on earth did he learn it from? Both of them were furious. After so much effort, their bullets had finally pierced through the flames and struck Luonan's body, but unexpectedly, they were blocked by a marine technique. The sea stone bullets that had been deflected could hardly have any significant effect after only momentary contact. Kobe and Zephyr no longer held any real hope. Just by looking at Luonan's calm and unconcerned expression, they knew the bullets hadn't done much at all. Garp clenched his teeth and muttered, this guy is really too troublesome. Yeah. Zephyr nodded. Buduobu chungrun. Jurgig Luonan dichir shurta zaoyerdig, yiger joinan chandig direnlut. Jishur logia hulota. Taitachungmin John Dojong, Yamayo Germananchamba. Yaojerdal Taman Kershur Langrun Lanshawa. Bu. Luonan Sunshang de Hoyan Mungran Yi So. Lu Chula Bunlight of Sunchu. Hunsun, Gong Tia Banda Viang, Jan Jan Xiaotui. Huifula Blang Liang. Fengqing Dan. Haofar, Wu Song. Jiu Jerdan Nung Nilama. Luonan Ace Ulandal. Chaoja Yigu Tabu. Kan Shangla Langrun. Shin Sheng Dao. Jiran Niman Chu Shola. Nama Doatsu. Namuk. Shanzai Yagailan Dawalabak. Jiran Walai Kankat. Langwei Haijin Zui Chang Janli. Daodiyo Doachangba. Xiaoxin. Chen Li Chu Shok. Kaku Hudzrufar Shanghu Tixing Yi Sheng Ho. Banzaitsu Wonan. John Dola Chilat. Avajur Yitsu. Langrin Tongshu and Wonan Jiaoso. Chizai Sinjin. Jiu Bei Flante. Yadriju. Pingjir Chin Choi de Jansu. Wonan. Ikidiji. Dajra. Langwei Haijin. Dinfeng John Li. Zhiyijan Zhiho. Shurjiri de Janodaminto. Fei Luonan Mosu. Yao Zhu Dao. Jurtsu de John Do Kershur Minshang Chen Shurjir Min Zhongduk. Dai Chen Shurjir. Namagdorun. Namagdor Shurli de Mudu Zhusha. Luonan. Yisho Kachusa de Jansu. Jibai. Langren de Hua. Chen Shurjir. Irun Bangan. Dai Luonan Minchen Taochen. Fividi Da Jahal. Luonan. Fin Jinsu Dr. Mayrin. Gansheng. B. Sure. Pung. Luonan B Kai Kapu de Yi Chen. 一见朝着一招躲避的做法旗下，吃的一生生生之后，覆盖不装饰霸气的做法机械优秀，竟然被罗宁硬生生的战断了。bug， 做法猛然变色，急速后退，看着自己断开的右臂，脸色难看至极。他的主要战斗手段可就是这只机械优秀。现在机械优秀被罗南战断，基本上他的战力就大跌七成了。这还怎么继续战斗啊？罗南可不是其他孩子，而是一个战斗力爆表的恐怖强者，以一人对抗他和卡普林人落下风，甚至还压制了狼人。现在他战力大跌，这战斗还怎么打？那边的卡普同样如此。他看到罗南一刀斩断这发机械右臂之后，顿时不再和罗南纠缠，而是暴退了下来，同样脸色难看的咬着牙，随后叹了口气。卡普来到这发身手，你没事吧？没事，这个罗南真是太难缠了。这发也知道，看来我们两个还真的拿不下他了。我的机械手臂被毁，战力暴跌，一个人可不是他对手。的确如此，卡普没吐大咒，随后说道。海兵那边也差不多动手了吧，甚至应该已经得手了，因为本部少将带队对付几个是弱小的女人，这要是还搞不定，那可就太猛了。希望那边可以成功。做法目光闪烁，朝着远处看去，那里正是文亚和罗宾等人避开战场所在的方位。察觉到两人的目光，罗南只脚打着一丝笑意。他在这里战斗的同时，可以在一直关注着文亚那边的情况的。想要趁自己战斗无法估计的时候，对文亚动手，可笑的想法而已。Chapter 57, The Girl's Adoration, The Navy's Dilemma. About 1,000 meters away from the battlefield where Luonan, Garp, and Sengoku were fighting, there was a relatively open crossroads, the exit of this busy street. Olivia stood here with several girls, watching from afar the intense battle taking place in the middle of the street, Luonan at its center. Mom, Luonan, he'll be alright, right? Robin tightly furrowed her brows, eyes filled with worry. He'll be fine. Absolutely fine. Olivia reassured. You know him better than anyone. From the West Blue to the East Blue, and now all the way to the Grand Line. Has he ever faced a danger he couldn't handle? That's true. Luonan Gugug is really amazing. Look, even though both of them are attacking together, they still can't take him down. Robin's heart steadied, then turned to watch the three in combat, especially seeing Luonan dominate both opponents at once. Her heart swelled with excitement, and she shouted out in exhilaration. Exactly, Alana chimed in, equally thrilled. Robin, before I only heard you talk about how amazing Luonan is, but I didn't fully believe it. After all, he's facing two legendary figures, Garp the hero and Admiral Sengoku. But now look, turns out he really is that strong. Alana already knew Luonan was powerful, back on Jim Island. If Luonan hadn't arrived just in time, her entire village might have been slaughtered by the Higoma pirates. She also knew that he had a 1.5 billion belly bounty from the world government. His strength was unquestionably monstrous. Still, being a resident of Jim Island on the Grand Line, her knowledge of the Marines ran deep, especially the elites at Marineford. Garp, the Navy hero, had once faced both Rox and Gold Roger, his fame echoing throughout the Grand Line. Admiral Sengoku, revered as the Marines' teacher, was one of the fleet admirals whose name alone was enough to strike fear not only across the first half of the Grand Line, but also in the New World, where even the mightiest pirates treated him with caution. And yet now, Luonan, an adolescent barely past 10 years old, despite bearing titles like Devil's Child and a 1.5 billion bounty, was still just a child. And yet he was facing such immense pressure, something not many could bear. Ask the world, who among the greatest pirates could single-handedly take on both these naval powerhouses? But Luonan did. And not only did he face them, he was overpowering them, fighting them both alone and dominating the battle. Absolutely, he was like a god among men. Ilana's face was filled with admiration. She had always admired Luonan deeply, but this moment only deepened that adoration. His image of invincibility and his peerless grace had now etched themselves permanently into her soul, never to fade. Then there was Kaluman, who'd only recently joined the Traveler Pirates and hadn't yet witnessed Luonan fight in person. Back in the East Blue, Luonan had flown into the East Blue fleet from the heavens like a divine being, instantly obliterating the base with power so overwhelming that Kaluman, from afar, could only see a rain of fire falling upon the fleet and imagine his might. And on Jim Island, she and Olivia waited outside the village, again, missing his fearsome sword energy firsthand. But now, she was witnessing it herself. Though she wasn't as familiar with Garp and Sengoku as Alana was, she had heard of them before. After all, the Marines and world government made sure to spread their propaganda effectively. Now, seeing Luonan's might before her very eyes, her previous anxieties gradually subsided. Along with Olivia and the others, she waited at this distant vantage point, far from the battlefield, patiently anticipating the end of the fight, awaiting Luonan's victory and triumphant return. Among all the girls, Olivia was the calmest. She had to be calm and composed. She was, after all, the oldest among them. If she were to panic, the others would surely become restless too. Tightly gripping the Zanpakuto Luonan had given her, She remained focused on the ongoing battle while also scanning the surroundings vigilantly, watching for any potential threats. Her concern wasn't groundless. Right now, Luonin clearly had the upper hand, and if the enemy prolonged this battle without results, there was a high chance they would target her group next to distract Luonin. It wouldn't even be surprising if they used their lives as leverage to force Luonan's hand. After the Marines issued the buster call against Ohara, attempting its total annihilation, Olivia had long since ceased to view the Marines as purely just. Therefore, no amount of caution was ever too much. Olivia's concern was indeed justified, for at this very moment, a group of fully armed Marines had surrounded them from the side, led by a Marine headquarters rear admiral, wearing a naval coat and staring coldly at the girls. Spatuli, the rear admiral of Marine headquarters, wore a calm but icy expression on his face. He had initially placed full confidence in Vice Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral Zephyr, and frankly speaking, every single Marine likely shared that confidence. No one expected that capturing Luonin would turn into such a daunting challenge. But Luonin was simply an anomaly, an absolute monster. He actually withstood the combined assault of both officers head-on, and even more shockingly, he was overpowering them. Such a scene had sent tremors deep into Spatuli's soul. Therefore, he had no choice but to execute the final contingency plan. This plan was nothing more than what Olivia had suspected, capturing the girls close to Luonin, and using their safety as leverage to force Luonan's surrender. Truthfully, under normal circumstances, Spatuli would absolutely never consider such a despicable act, nor would any reasonable person, including those two great officers themselves, endorse such an approach. What the Marines and the world government desired was to defeat Luonin in a fair and decisive confrontation, capturing him under the watchful eyes of the entire world. They certainly didn't wish to resort to such dishonorable tactics. Don't forget, this entire battle was being broadcast live around the world. Committing such a shameless act under the gaze of the global population would undoubtedly damage the Navy's and world government's reputation, even if they truly succeeded in capturing Luonin through such means. Spatuli sighed inwardly. He thought to himself that if the world government and Marine headquarters had known things would escalate to this point, they would certainly have refused to approve Morgan's plan for a worldwide live broadcast of this battle. To be honest, the Marines were now in a dilemma. After investing such a heavy cost, retreating now and abandoning the mission would undoubtedly become a laughingstock around the world. Everyone was watching. Could they really afford to run away just because they were being defeated? How would this look to the allied nations of the world government? How would the great pirates of the New World view it? How would the medium and small-scale pirate crews in the Four Seas interpret it? And most importantly, how would the masses watching this battle unfold on live television react? They couldn't afford such ridicule. Absolutely couldn't. They had to persevere and capture Luonin no matter what, or otherwise risk being mocked by the entire world and forever damaging the pride of the Marines. Even if it meant resorting to disgraceful measures. Spatuli had just received secret orders from Marine headquarters through direct communication from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, ordering him to bear full responsibility for this operation. In other words, once the plan of capturing Luonan's companions and using them as leverage succeeded, he would be held solely accountable. The whole world would be made to believe this was Spatuli's personal initiative, and that the world government and the Navy would never stoop so low. Although many intelligent people would know the truth, manipulating the general public was easy enough. When the time came, they'd simply sacrifice Spatuli as a scapegoat while the world government issued statements to smooth everything over. Spatuli exhaled once more, then shook off these thoughts, his expression hardening. He led his Marine troops forward and shouted coldly, "All personnel, listen well. Capture these accomplices of Luonin." Understood. His subordinates responded with fierce determination. Their muskets were all aimed directly at Olivia and the others as they tightly encircled the group. Meanwhile, a team of reporters from Morgan's side had quickly noticed the developing situation. Their eyes gleamed with excitement as they pointed their cameras toward this unexpected drama. Chapter 58. The whole world is stunned. Emotions run high. Damn it. The reporter immediately whispered in excitement. "This way, come this way. Quickly look over here. What's going on? Damn it. It looks like the Marines are going after Lauren's accomplices," said another reporter beside him, also excited. "Hurry, point the cameras over there. These Marines are actually going to go after Lauren's allies. Goodness, this is a worldwide live broadcast. How dare they do this?" Another reporter was just as excited, yet disbelieving that the Marines would make such a move in front of the global audience. "It's already pointed over there. It's live," said the cameraman, then hesitated slightly before adding, "Should we notify the boss first?" "Yes, we definitely should. If the world government starts questioning us later, only the boss can withstand the pressure." One of the reporters immediately notified Morgans through a din mushy. When Morgans received the news, he was also very surprised. Even his eyes showed a hint of shock. He hadn't expected the Marines to take such an unwise action. This is a worldwide live broadcast, for heaven's sake. But upon further thought, he started to understand. Just as Zabadi had thought earlier, the Marines have found themselves in a difficult position where they cannot back down now. They originally assumed that with two admirals on the scene, dealing with a mere kid like Lauren would be a piece of cake, but things didn't go as planned. Lauren turned out to be much more difficult to handle than they'd imagined. The Marines suffered a major setback from him and had no choice but to look for other ways to recover from their embarrassment by going after some of Lauren's female allies. Otherwise, this whole operation would end up being a total joke. Reflecting on this, Morgan sighed, empathizing with the Marines' helpless situation. But then he let out a soft, sinister chuckle. "Well, That's actually good. This huge breaking news is going to blow everyone's mind. No matter who wins or loses between the Marines and Lauren, the biggest winner in this whole event will definitely be me. Morgans was one of the underworld kings of the New World, an immensely powerful and influential figure who even commanded great respect among the most feared pirates. He moved between the world government and pirates, offending neither side, and being untouchable to both. The worldwide live broadcast had been arranged by the 5 elders and agreed upon by the celestial dragons. Any unforeseen circumstances couldn't be blamed on him. I'm just doing my job properly, Morgan said, then began issuing orders to his reporters to continue broadcasting live, assuring them not to worry about the world government. Everything would be taken care of as long as he was here. When the reporters received Morgan's response, they all heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. They then resumed their live broadcast with renewed enthusiasm. People all over the world witnessed this shocking scene and wore expressions of bewilderment. What's going on here? It seems like the Marines couldn't take down Lauren, so now they're turning against his allies. It really is like that. That Lauren is just too powerful and extraordinary. Even the Marines couldn't defeat him with 2 admirals deployed, so now they're forced to target his accomplices. Is that really okay? What do you mean not okay? Lauren is a great pirate, and his allies are pirates too. All of them wanted criminals with bounties on their heads. When dealing with pirates, why worry about principles? But the Marines are now targeting a group of women and several little girls. Doesn't that feel excessive? Indeed, the Marines acting like this is really rather despicable. Unable to defeat Lauren, so they're threatening him through those women? So this is the Marines? This is the world government. Public opinions quickly split into 2 factions as heated discussions spread everywhere. But the pirates reacted differently. Ha ha ha, did you all see that? This is the Marines. This is the self-proclaimed just Marines. How disgraceful. 2 admirals, whose aiming is shake the Grand Line, couldn't even defeat a mere 11-year-old child. Now they're going after a bunch of defenseless women. You've really broadened our horizons. Shameless Marines, shameless world government. It's just as we expected. Incompetent Marines, corrupt world government. Overthrow the tyranny of the celestial dragons. Go Lauren. The devil's child is voodoo under the heavens. From today on, you are my idol. After this incident, Lauren's reputation will reach the peak. Whether or not he is captured by the Marines, he will become a figure on the same level as Roger or Rox. Even if he eventually yields under pressure and gets captured by the Marines, his reputation will still remain untarnished. Pirates were even more outraged than the general public. Before this, the world government had always been the one spreading propaganda, claiming how vile and despicable pirates were. Now, this scene exposed to the entire world just how disgraceful, shameless, and depraved the Marines themselves truly were. It completely shattered people's perception of morality and justice. At this moment, several of the great pirates in the New World also furrowed their brows. This kind of action will undoubtedly cause the world government and Marines to suffer a major loss in reputation and prestige. Whitebeard shook his head. This move was a mistake. The Marines? The world government? Nothing more than this. Kaido sneered coldly. However, this Lauren's strength genuinely surprised me. I didn't expect he'd actually be able to suppress Garp and Sengoku like that. He shouldn't be underestimated. I'm very much looking forward to when he arrives in the New World. I will personally test him and see whether he truly is that powerful. The Marines can't deal with Lauren, so they strike at the women in his pirate crew? Big Mom's expression remained neutral, her eyes filled with a hint of disgust. The Marines are truly going downhill. No pirate of any reputation would dare do something like this, yet the Marines are doing it so casually? Other than these 3 great pirates, another one was also watching everything unfold. Beckman, what do you think of this, Lauren? Shanks asked curiously, his eyes fixed on the live broadcast, turning to a man beside him. A prodigy beyond the ordinary. Ivan Beckman said in a heavy tone. This person is undoubtedly the most bizarre and monstrous genius I've ever seen. At merely 11 years old, he was able to confront Garp and Sengoku head-on, and most importantly, he won. The Marines taking such a disgraceful route is a last resort. It further proves his strength. These 2 admirals, once formidable forces in the Marines, can no longer deal with Lauren. The only remaining option is threatening him through the women in his pirate crew. There is simply no other way. There's absolutely no way the Marines would let Lauren escape this capture alive. His potential is terrifying beyond imagination. That's right, his potential is truly terrifying. Shanks also sighed, gazing in awe at Lauren's image on the screen. What's more, his swordsmanship is also extraordinary. He doesn't just rely on his devil fruit abilities. If we ever get a chance in the future, I definitely want to have a serious swordsmanship duel with him. A pity. Ivan Beckman lamented slightly. The Marines have already begun targeting his companions. If they actually succeed, I believe neither the Marine headquarters, the world government, nor even the celestial dragons would allow him to continue living. He wouldn't even make it to Impel Down. He'd meet the same fate as Roger. Captain Roger. Shanks fell silent. As an apprentice on Roger's ship, he had followed the Pirate King all the way through the journey until the end. But after Roger's public execution, he had gone through a period of decline. Now, he had finally regained his determination and started anew, ready to create his own legendary brilliance in the new world. Just wait and see how he handles the situation next. The scene on Rena Island, where Olivia and the other women were surrounded, was transmitted across the world through cameras, with global attention now fully focused on the situation. Even Lauren's confrontation with Garp and Sengoku had drawn relatively little attention anymore. That battle had already ceased, entering a stalemate phase, while here, things were reaching their climax. Chapter 59 The Power of Zanpakuto. Everyone is stunned. What do you want to do? Seeing the Marines surrounding them, Olivia's expression turned grim. She quickly stepped forward with her Zanpakuto, positioning herself in front of the girls to shield them. Mom, these people. Robin and the others also looked grim. They indeed had no good intentions. Still so despicable. Olivia clenched her teeth. These Marines were just as she thought. Unable to defeat Luonan, they immediately turned against them. These Marines are so detestable. Unable to confront Luonan and now targeting us girls. Kaluman glared angrily at the surrounding Marines. What should we do now? Elena said nervously. She didn't have any combat ability, merely a half-competent navigator. She couldn't even beat a normal adult, let alone a group of fully armed Marines with muskets. And their leader, a Navy admiral who looked tough to deal with. We absolutely can't become a burden for Luonan. Must never let him be captured because of us. Olivia spoke solemnly, already preparing for the worst scenario. Though she held the sword Luonan entrusted to her, she lacked confidence. She was just an ordinary person. Even with a sword in hand, how could she face this squad of fully armed Marines? Moreover, their leader looked formidable and was definitely not easy to deal with. Right now, Sabbat had no intention of wasting time with Olivia and others. He couldn't afford any delays. The world's eyes were focused here. He had mentally prepared himself. Absolutely, there mustn't be further problems. If he couldn't handle a group of weak women, it would be an unforgivable crime. Therefore, he needed to end this swiftly and perfectly capture Olivia and others to force Luonan into submission. Listen up, everyone, capture them. If they dare to resist, shoot to injure. He wasn't too willing to kill them. If he killed all these women, forget forcing Luonan into submission, he would probably go crazy and tear Rania Island apart, which would neither be his wish nor the Navy headquarters. But if the enemy resisted, shooting to injure was acceptable. Now he needed to act fast. Aye, Vice Admiral. The Marines exchanged glances before springing into action. Several physically strong Marines charged forward, reaching out to grab Olivia and the others. Damn it, Robin's eyes hardened. Without hesitation, she immediately used her Devil Fruit ability to launch an attack against the Marines. Solomon Flower, Spinning Bloom. A slender arm appeared behind one of the Marines in front of Robin, then twisted around to grasp the soldier's neck, snapping it with a crunch. Daring to resist? Seeing the occurrence, the Marine who was moving toward Olivia grew furious, raising his musket to aim at Robin. Witnessing this, Olivia, without hesitating, disregarded whether or not she knew sword techniques, and immediately swung her Zanpakuto to slash at this Marine. She couldn't just stand by and watch him go after Robin. On the outer edge of the encircling troops, Sabbat noticed their resistance immediately, his face darkening as he ordered coldly. They actually dare to resist. Aim for their legs and wound them all before capturing. Aye. Once this command was issued, all the Marines surrounding Olivia and the others immediately raised their guns and started attacking. Right now, to the entire world's public eye, the live broadcast split into two scenes. From the moment the Marines moved against Olivia and others, the Xuanhuan was divided. The public could clearly see Luonan facing off against Zephyr and Cap, and also watch the Marines attacking Olivia and her group. So, the public was a bit puzzled. To the public watching the live feed, Luonan was currently facing off against the two figures of Zephyr and Cap, his expression calm and composed. With his hands behind his back, hovering midair, he showed no reaction at all to the ambush against Olivia and others. Meanwhile, Zephyr and Cap were focused intently, trapping Luonan in place, afraid that he might rush to help Olivia and others. However, Luonan made no move. Why is Luonan so calm? A member of the public questioned in confusion. Yeah, is he really not concerned about his companions at all? Another member of the public followed up. He can't possibly still be unaware that his companions are being attacked by the Marines, right? One member of the public murmured, his expression shifting slightly. His words immediately drew nods of agreement from several others nearby. How could that be? Others quickly objected. You have to realize, Luonan isn't an ordinary person like us. Do you really think he wouldn't notice his companions being attacked? With his strength, he definitely knows about this. Exactly. A clearly non-ordinary man said solemnly. Luonan possesses observation haki, and even the rare royal haki that only appears in 1 out of a million people. His perception abilities are definitely terrifying. There's absolutely no way he would miss the attack on his companions. Then, why isn't he showing any worry at all? Others asked perplexedly. Could it be he's abandoned his companions? Well, if that's the case, even if they were captured, he wouldn't be threatened by the Marines anymore. That's probably not it. Maybe he has some hidden trump card? Or perhaps those companions of his are already powerful enough and don't even need his help. Can't guess, can't understand. We completely don't know what Luonan is thinking. Then let's continue watching and see exactly what Luonan is planning. Right. Let's see whether the Marines will succeed. They've already taken action. So many Marines with rifles attacking at once. How could those women possibly resist? Let's wait and see. Pew 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 pew. The loud and rapid gunfire echoed across the previously quiet street. People all over the world focused their eyes on this scene, their mouths open in shock, already mentally sighing, believing that Olivia and the others must be severely wounded under the Marines' attack. But what was the result? Swish. TSK TSK TSK. A brilliant sword light suddenly erupted. Standing in front of the girls who were surrounded by Marines, Olivia had her blade drawn and held forward. After the Marines opened fire, she became the primary target. What's more terrifying was the encirclement. Behind Olivia and the other girls were also Marines firing from behind. Just as countless bullets were about to strike the girls' legs, this sword light exploded into existence. A dazzling and blinding silver-white sword light shot up from Olivia's hands into the sky, sweeping across with a speed almost beyond the naked eye. A series of sharp sking sounds rang out. In an instant, the sword light disappeared, and the public finally saw the scene again. One look, and the entire world was stunned into silence, their faces pale, eyes wide with shock, and not a single word was spoken. Chapter 60. The Annihilation of Marines. The breakdown of the Rear Admiral. What had happened on the scene to shock the entire world to such an extent? It was simple. The Marines who had just moments ago been attacking Olivia and the others fiercely were now gone, vanished into thin air. All that remained in their place were scattered limbs, dismembered body parts, and pools of indistinct flesh and blood. Even the densely fired bullets were all cut cleanly in half, scattered across the battlefield within the encirclement. Olivia and the other women, however, were completely unscathed. Not a single one among them had sustained any injuries. The slender long blade in Olivia's hand emitted flickering, shifting sword light, like a fierce beast eager to devour a victim. This is, what is going on? And no idea. We have absolutely no clue what just happened. The sword, that woman's sword, that beam of sword light piercing the heavens. Oh my god. SSSSHHH. So terrifying. That sword beam. Was that sword beam what cut through all those bullets and killed all the Marines in return? Look at the remains on the ground. What an absolutely terrifying sword. It must at least be of the Supreme Great Blade class. Even Supreme Great Blades aren't that terrifying, right? Is that woman really that strong? That one strike alone was so horrifying. It's almost unbelievable. Could she already be the world's greatest swordsman? After a brief silence, people all over the world erupted in an uproar. Each and every person had been so shocked by what they had just witnessed that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. In the Marines' headquarters and in Mary Geos, the sound of shattered teacups rang out repeatedly. The pirates, watching this scene, burst into loud laughter, though deep down, they too were secretly frightened. On Olivia's side, she herself stood dazed, staring at the Zanpakuto in her hand. She hadn't expected that the sword given to her by Luonan would possess such terrifying power. This was basically invincible. In the flicker of a sword beam, not only had it effortlessly dispersed the hail of bullets, but it had also torn apart every Marine surrounding them. Just a single strike had lifted their dire predicament at once. As such a powerful blade, Robin exclaimed joyfully, staring at the long sword in her mother's hand. She had always believed it. Luonan had given them weapons for survival, and now she saw firsthand just how powerful they truly were. It's simply unimaginable that Captain Luonan possesses such a formidable sword. Ilana too was astounded as she gazed at the Zanpakuto, utterly overwhelmed by the terrifying strength it had displayed. Now that we have this sword, we don't have to fear being captured by the Marines. Without us, the Marines won't be able to use us to pressure Captain Luonan. Kuruman also exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. Hearing this, Olivia snapped back to focus, inhaled deeply to suppress her shock, then steadied her expression and turned her gaze ahead. She knew that although the Marines encircling them had been eliminated, there was still a powerful opponent remaining, the Marine Rear Admiral who had led this raid. That officer was definitely no ordinary figure. Only a Rear Admiral stationed at the main base with exceptional strength would be entrusted with such a mission. Now, she, an ordinary person, would have to face such a formidable enemy directly. But now that she held in her hands this powerful weapon given by Luonan, rather than despair, she felt full of confidence. Unbelievable. Sabdi was equally shocked and utterly devastated. One could say that he had been the most direct witness to this terrifying spectacle. Dozens of powerful Marines had been slaughtered instantly before his eyes, slain by the sudden explosive sword light emitted from Olivia's blade. Even the dense, terrifying barrage of bullets had been cut and torn to pieces by that single sword flash. How was it possible for these women to remain completely unharmed under such an attack? How could this not shock him? Yet even with such shock, retreat was impossible. Such was the reality he faced now. There was absolutely no room for hesitation. He absolutely had to complete the mission ordered by the headquarters. Absolutely. I never expected you actually possessed such a legendary sword. No, in fact, I have never even seen a blade this powerful before. Sabdi said gravely, his lips twitching as he stared at the Zanpakuto in Olivia's hand, his eyes filled with unease and caution. How could he not feel cautious towards such an incredibly terrifying weapon? Could he even withstand the terrifying sword energy from earlier? Actually, could he even get close to it without being torn apart instantly? Sabdi even suspected that even more powerful vice admirals stationed at headquarters, if they were stronger than him, might still be unable to withstand a weapon as terrifying as this. But now he had no choice but to face someone wielding such a weapon. The good thing was, he knew Olivia well. Deep down, he understood that she was merely an ordinary woman, not a devil fruit user, nor a master swordsman. Without that weapon, any single Marine could have easily defeated her. But now that she held such a blade, he had no choice but to muster his utmost vigilance and caution. Vice Admiral, since you already know the power of this blade, for your own life's sake, I suggest you step back. Olivia stared sharply at Sabdi. If he would just retreat, that would be best. There would be no need to fight. She only needed to wait for Luonan's result. Impossible, Sabdi responded coldly. I must capture you all today, otherwise, I will attack. Sabdi did not finish his sentence, for the ending was already decided. Whether he completed the mission or not, in the end, the world government would hand him over for judgment anyway, to silence the public outcry, to quell the people's fury, and salvage their damaged reputation. And the justice he had always upheld until now still burned strongly within him. No matter the cost, even at the price of his life, he had to carry out the orders given by headquarters. Hearing Sabdi's words, Olivia's heart sank. Her eyes locked onto Sabdi without blinking, afraid he might strike suddenly. For an ordinary person like her, reaction time was critical. She had to remain fully focused. "Robin, be careful." Olivia barely managed to shout, only to find that Sabdi had already vanished before her eyes. His speed was too fast, far beyond what a normal human like her could perceive. Before the last word left Olivia's lips, Robin and the others tensed instantly. As they saw Sabdi disappear, they immediately realized he had begun his attack. Yet they felt utterly powerless. Against such an overwhelming enemy, they could do nothing but huddle together, back to back, eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Chapter 61, Killing a Rear Admiral. The entire arena falls silent. The global audience was also watching intently, just like them. The spectacle from just a moment ago had already amazed everyone, but the incident wasn't over yet. There was still a rear admiral from the Marines' headquarters on the battlefield. Now it seemed that this rear admiral hadn't been frightened at all by that powerful weapon and had decided to continue attacking Alvia and the others. They stared tightly at the live screen, not daring to miss even the smallest detail. Meanwhile, Ronan, who was facing off against Zephycup, suddenly tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a mysterious smile. At the same time, Shabadi's figure instantly appeared to Alvia's right. He did not choose to attack Alvia directly. Instead, he targeted Ileana, who was to the right of Alvia. The moment he appeared, he reached for Ileana's arm, trying to pull her toward him. His plan wasn't complicated. That terrifying and dangerous long blade made him reluctant to face Alvia directly. If he did that, and the blade unleashed its power again, dying under the blade would be the least of his problems. He absolutely couldn't afford to fail his mission. After a brief consideration, he instantly decided to use one of their allies as a bargaining chip, forcing Alvia to comply. Once he grabbed Ileana, he could threaten her life, putting himself in an unbeatable position. As long as Alvia and the others cared about Ileana's safety, his plan would succeed. However, just as his hand was about to touch Ileana's arm, a blade of swordlight flashed from the edge of the long sword in Alvia's hand. The sword's brilliance cut through everything, slicing across. With a hiss, Pata, one of Shabadi's arms was severed and fell to the ground. At that instant, he didn't even feel the pain in his arm. Only after the limb hit the ground did he feel intense pain surge from it to his brain, causing his eyes to bulge and his teeth to clench tightly as he turned his head in shock toward Alvia. What? How? How could she react so fast? What exactly happened? What's with this blade? Could it be that Ronan is controlling it? Shabadi couldn't help but exclaim in pain, his mind filled with doubt. He couldn't help it. After all, Alvia herself had never known how to use a sword. How could someone control such a terrifying blade? Then the only possible explanation was Ronan, that terrifying figure. At this moment, Alvia herself was also somewhat stunned. She hadn't reacted yet when she saw the blade flash in her hand. Then Shabadi appeared beside her, his arm severed, and he flew backward. Everything happened in one swift motion. Everything had happened far too quickly for her to even react. It wasn't just her, the others behind her, including Robin, hadn't reacted in time either. Only now did they feel a lingering fear as they looked at the retreating, armless Shabadi. They quickly pulled Ileana closer to check if she had been hurt. Only after confirming that she was completely unharmed did they finally relax. Just now, I already told you, Rear Admiral, with this sword Ronan gave me, you absolutely won't be able to harm any of us. At this moment, Alvia was brimming with confidence in the sword Ronan had given her. Shabadi was strong, and his attack was so fast she couldn't even see his shadow. But it didn't matter. With this sword in hand, she didn't need to worry about anything. No matter how strong Shabadi was, he couldn't harm them. The other girls shared the same thoughts. Their eyes shone intensely as they stared at the Zanpakuto. This sword was too powerful, and Ronan himself was just incredible. He wasn't even here in person, yet a single sword he left behind was enough to completely stop a powerful rear admiral of the Marines. Truly, Ronan, known by the world government as the Demon Child, lived up to his reputation. Curses. Damn it all. Shabadi's face twisted in fury. Right now, he was nearly breaking down, filled with rage as he glared viciously at Alvia and the Zanpakuto in her hand. If it weren't for this sword, he could have completed his mission without a doubt. Was it really true that he wouldn't succeed now? No, I still have a chance. Suddenly, Shabadi pulled himself together, inhaled deeply, and his expression turned calm again. Then, with a low growl, he said, "You leave me no choice." This growl made Alvia and the others tense. They quickly became cautious again, watching him carefully, fearing he still had some hidden trump card left. Indeed, Shabadi did have another trick up his sleeve. The reason he hadn't used it earlier was because it looked too terrible. After all, this was a live global broadcast. His own reputation meant little, but he couldn't allow damage to the image of the Marines. HAA. Shabadi let out a low cry, his figure rapidly changing. His body grew slender, his head began to deform, and even a tail appeared behind him. It was the power of a devil fruit, apparently of the Zoan type. After the transformation, Shabadi now resembled a half-human, half-animal hybrid with a weasel's head and tail. No wonder he had been unwilling to use his devil fruit abilities earlier. An esteemed rear admiral of the Marines, renowned for upholding justice, turning into the appearance of a weasel? That would indeed damage his image. But now, he had no other choice. Completing the mission was the top priority. This time, let's see how you're going to stop me. Shabadi, now in his weasel-like form, muttered in a deeper voice, though his tone had become noticeably thinner, sounding unpleasant and strange. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot forward rapidly, his form quickly vanishing, leaving behind only the delayed sound of his feet pounding against the ground. Under the power of the Marine's technique, Shabadi's speed became even more terrifying. Even when moving, he left no afterimage behind, disappearing instantly from the battlefield. Too fast, within less than the blink of an eye, he had already appeared right in front of Robin. Robin was guarding in front of Ileana, who had just been in danger. Now Shabadi decided to use her as leverage, because he knew that Robin was Alvia's biological daughter. Once he captured Robin, there was no way Alvia wouldn't comply. Just as he was about to succeed, the moment his attention had been fixated on Alvia, or more accurately, on the Zanpakuto all along, swordlight flashed, and a sharp blade shot forward with the same terrifying speed, even faster. Cursed again, Shabadi was furious inside, but bloodshot eyes flared with cruelty as he suddenly decided. Yugen, I refuse to believe this sword slash is invincible. Shabadi unleashed a powerful attack technique from the Marine's 6 styles. Yugen, 6 shots, aiming to counter the Zanpakuto's blade slash in midair. Yet the result, once again, just a faint, barely audible sound. The outcome was inevitable, and this time, Shabadi wouldn't be as fortunate as to just lose one hand like before. The blade flashed past, slicing directly through Shabadi's remaining hand. Without losing any momentum, it continued forward, cutting his entire body cleanly in half, even shredding his internal organs to bits. The Ba-Dao, overwhelming dominance, of the blade was laid bare. SSS. Witnessing Shabadi's gruesome end, not only those present, but also the reporters holding their cameras nearby, couldn't help but inhale sharply, eyes widening in horror as they stared at Alvia's long blade. For a moment, once again, the entire battlefield fell into deathly silence, a silence shared simultaneously by the worldwide audience watching through the camera lens. Chapter 62, Unsolvable. Luo Nan's fame shakes the world. This. How amazing. What kind of sword is that? Obviously, this sword is indeed very powerful, but from what that Commodore said just now, we can tell that it's actually Luo Nan controlling the sword. Exactly, so Luo Nan is just too powerful. From such a great distance, he's able to control a blade to kill people, and his opponent was a Commodore from the Marine headquarters. Honestly, that Commodore was already very impressive. He finally used his Devil Fruit ability to transform into a weasel, greatly increasing his speed. Unfortunately, even so, he still couldn't stand up to that blade, and was cut in half with a single slash. The Marine Commodore lost. The Navy's plan didn't succeed. What are they going to do now? What are they going to do next? They can't match Luo Nan in direct combat, and the underhanded plan targeting Luo Nan's companions was also thwarted. What else can they do to capture Luo Nan? It's difficult, too difficult. I feel like 2 Admirals-level fighters aren't enough at all to capture Luo Nan. Should they send all other Admirals here? Or maybe Steelbones himself will personally intervene. Are you kidding? If Steelbones personally intervenes and fails again, what then? Neither the Marines nor the world government could accept such an outcome. Alright then, since that's the case, what is the Navy planning to do next? I really want to see. I want to see as well. Among the chattering crowds were citizens from Jamagor, people from scattered islands, residents of the Red Earth continent, and people from all 4 seas. Of course, there were also pirates from all over the Grand Line. Various kinds of people were gathered, but with this live broadcast reaching this point, whether ordinary people or various pirate crews, everyone wanted to know what other tricks the Marines still had to counter Luo Nan in such a dire situation. Now, anyone with a clear eye could tell, Luo Nan could no longer be restrained. If the Marines retreat this time, in the future, whether in the 4 seas or the New World, Luo Nan would be able to walk around without fear. What? You mean there are top-level pirates and rulers in the underground world in the New World? Well, there's one right here, Morgans. Go and ask Morgans if he dares to say a single word of refusal to Luo Nan. In the crowd, Morgans looked excitedly at the astonishing live broadcast ratings, continuously rubbing his hands together while pacing around. This Luo Nan is truly my blessing. This live broadcast is simply profitable beyond expectations. The World Economic News Agency is going to make a global sensation this time. Even those in remote areas who hadn't heard of us before now know who we are. What a windfall. Then looking back at the broadcast screen, where the childlike figure stood high in the air, hands behind his back, exuding dominance over the world and arrogance towards heaven itself, Morgans couldn't help but exclaim, such a prodigy is indeed extraordinary. Luo Nan must never be provoked, absolutely never. Morgans said solemnly in his heart. Not only should he not be provoked, but I should find every way possible to please him. He's a cash cow for traffic, no less than Gold, Roger or Rox D. Zebek back in the day, perhaps even more terrifying, given how young he is. Only 11 years old, my god. There can actually be such a monstrous person in this world. Truly fearsome, huh? Without mentioning Morgans, who couldn't help but gasp in fear of Luo Nan's unearthly power, let's talk about the 2 people standing in front of and behind Luo Nan at this moment, whose current expressions were extremely grim. Damn it, Saf was defeated. Saf was actually defeated. Zephyr gritted his teeth, his face darkened. He hadn't expected Saf's failure at all. It's normal, probably nobody ever thought Saf could fail. Saf was a Commodore of the main Marine base, a Devil Fruit user, having mastered the 6 secret Rokushiki techniques to a deep level, and accompanied by dozens of elite and fully armed Marines. Such a powerful force attacking a group of weak women. There were even 2 little girls among them. How could they possibly lose? What kind of joke is that? Not only the world government and the main Marine base felt confident, even countless people watching the live broadcast, the public and pirates, held no hope for the fates of Althea and the other women, believing that they'd be captured by Saft's team, who would then use them to coerce Luo Nan into surrendering. The general consensus was that it was a sure thing. Yet, surprisingly to countless people, they lost, and lost very badly. All Marines wiped out. Commodore Saft died a tragic death in the street. Soul-cutting sword emerged. Sword chi cut through the sky. Unrivaled power. Shocking the entire world. At this moment, Zephyr truly felt out of his mind with frustration. How could such an invincible being exist? He looked toward Luo Nan with tired eyes. How could they possibly fight him now? Standing behind Luo Nan, Garp also felt somewhat weary at this moment. How could they fight now? What should they do next? The key problem was, they simply couldn't defeat him. They had already used all their techniques. Even against 2 major pirates from the New World, they would still be confident in subduing them. Yet facing Luo Nan, even when combining their strength to fight him alone, they were not only suppressed, they were utterly crushed, overwhelmed to the point of helplessness. What else could they do? What should we do? Zephyr and Garp exchanged glances, both clearly seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. At this moment, floating midair between the 2, Luo Nan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was calm and serene, as if he wasn't engaged in battle at all, nor was he under the intense spotlight of a live broadcast watched by billions. Rather, he looked as if he were enjoying afternoon tea, utterly peaceful. You blocked my path here, and this was your plan all along? Capturing Annie Olivia and others to threaten me? Hee. Luo Nan's calm and composed words, transmitted through the live broadcast, reached every viewer's ears. That final laugh felt like a direct sneer toward his opponents, severely stabbing the hearts of the watching admirals and countless Marines, making every one of them look extremely bitter, clenching their teeth furiously, glaring hatefully at the composed Luo Nan in the broadcast footage. Too bad. They could only unleash their helpless rage. If even Garp and Zephyr, 2 of the Navy's top-level fighters, couldn't defeat Luo Nan, how could others? So, tell me, should I kill you, or just capture you? Thud. Luo Nan landed, taking 1 step forward upon the ground. He had merely taken a single step, yet it made Zephyr ahead of him instantly change expressions, even instinctively retreating several steps backward in fright. This caused the viewers watching in disbelief to sigh with pity. The Marines are finished. How could Zephyr, a vice admiral, become so frightened? How can he fight Luo Nan like this? There's simply no way to fight him anymore. In the future, when Marines face pirates on the Great Seas, they'll probably no longer hold any authority or Wei Shirk. Devil's Child Luo Nan, another supreme overlord, has risen upon the vast ocean. At his current age, he will certainly surpass Rox and the Pirate King Roger in the future. Absolutely true. Devil's Child Luo Nan shall be my idol from now on. Mine as well. Luo Nan is invincible. Chapter 63. The Navy seeks negotiation and alliances. A spot among the 7 warlords of the sea. In Mariawa, inside the chamber of the 5 elders, the 5 supreme rulers of the world government wore expressions far worse than merely displeased. They looked absolutely furious, as if someone had just killed their parents. Damn it, that Ronin. This Ronin is just too stubborn. The short, fat elder exclaimed, slamming the table furiously, shaking with rage, his eyes burning with the desire to tear apart the arrogant Ronin seen on the live broadcast. How despicable. With what Ronin has done, we have utterly lost face in front of the entire world, the tall, thin elder said grimly. From now on, where's the dignity of the world government? This is difficult, indeed very difficult, the strong-built elder said gloomily. Judging by Ronin's current attitude, it's clear he doesn't intend to back off easily. It's understandable. After we sent people to deal with him and failed, of course he wouldn't be willing to talk nicely. The elder holding a long sword suddenly said. The real question is, how do we respond now? We absolutely cannot abandon Zio and Cappy. Send word to headquarters and let them negotiate with Ronin. The tall and muscular elder ordered firmly. Now that the arrest operation has failed and cannot be reversed, we must at least ensure the safe return of Zio and Cappy. Let's negotiate any conditions he wants. Yeah, I have an idea, suddenly the tall, thin elder said, stroking his chin. We've just introduced the Warlords of the Sea program, and several notorious pirates have already joined. So what do you think about offering Ronin a seat as well? This? Brilliant idea. But we have to worry whether this guy will even agree. We can give it a shot. There's nothing to lose if he refuses. But if he does agree to join the 7 warlords, then he'd become the sharpest weapon in our arsenal. Suddenly, the 5 elders' eyes lit up. They realized this was actually a perfect strategy. By offering favorable conditions, the Navy could attempt to pull Ronin into the 7 warlords of the sea. Once he was among them, even if Ronin later refused to obey orders, at least officially he'd be under the banner of the world government. This would deliver a major blow to the pirate forces. Thus, this message was swiftly relayed to Marine headquarters. Sa Cao Kong personally took the call, and his eyes lit up immediately. Speaking of the party that suffered the greatest loss in this operation against Ronin, it definitely wasn't hard to guess. It was the Marines. Their failure to capture Ronin had already put the Marines under fire for Sabati's actions. People all over the world were waiting for headquarters to explain itself. But those were matters for later. Right now, protecting the safety of Cappy and Zio was the top priority. Though he had confidence in their abilities, was it impossible for them to escape Renner Island if Ronin came after them? Yet this was not something he could gamble on. He was now extremely cautious about Ronin, fearing that the man might still have hidden tricks. If Ronin were to kill Zio and Cappy, it would be yet another major blow to the Marines, one possibly even more devastating than their failure to capture Ronin himself. Cappy was a Navy hero, Zio the Navy's mentor. Their influence was no small matter. Should they truly die at Ronin's hands, not only would pirates celebrate, but even the allied nations would begin to question the Navy's decline. That was precisely how things would unfold. If both of them truly fell on Renner Island, it would truly mark the beginning of the Navy's decline, and in the New World, the Navy would lose much of its confidence when facing powerful pirate crews, giving rise to countless reckless new pirate gangs across the 4 seas. The solution proposed by the 5 elders was indeed perfect, but the real question now was it even possible to accomplish? Would Ronin accept? What favorable conditions could possibly convince Ronin to agree? Kong was sweating profusely, unable to come up with any ideas to persuade Ronin. Eventually, he could only inform the Admiral Sengoku and Borsalino, along with strategist Hiru, and ask them to join in brainstorming solutions. Commander-in-Chief, no amount of thinking will help us here, strategist Hiru said gravely. We should first test Ronin's attitude. The real problem lies on Renner Island. We don't have time to waste anymore. It seems Ronin is ready to move against Zio and Cappy. Kong's heart jolted. He quickly turned his gaze to the live broadcast screen. Sure enough, Ronin was already in motion. On Renner Island, in the street battlefield, Ronin took another step forward, calmly walking toward Zio. Gritting his teeth and covered in sweat, Zio stared at Ronin. His right mechanical arm had been destroyed, greatly reducing his combat effectiveness. Faced with the immense pressure Ronin exuded, the situation felt unimaginably desperate. Ronin, talk first. Please don't rush into action. Not far behind Ronin, Cappy frowned, rushed forward quickly, and shouted for Ronin to stop. Want me to hold off before taking action? Ronin raised his eyebrows. So you think you can attack when you want, and stop whenever you feel like it? Everything has to go your way. Do you really think Ronin is someone who can be pushed around? That's not exactly. Cappy quickly reached Zio's side, shielding him from the immense pressure Ronin was exerting, allowing Zio to finally exhale deeply. Ronin, you've already won. Our plan to capture you this time has failed, Cappy said gravely. We're willing to step aside and let you and your companions leave Renner Island. But you cannot lay a hand on me or Zio. You should already know our identities, right? Hurt us, and you will truly offend both Mariehua and Marineford. Only then do I truly offend Mariehua and Marineford. Upon hearing this, Ronin sneered. Then what I did before doesn't even count as offending them. If that's not considered offending, then what was your entire operation today all about? Don't feed me such nonsense meant for fools. Cappy was speechless, unable to respond. Meanwhile, viewers around the world watching the live broadcast through their screens also found themselves at a loss for words. Looking at Ronin's childlike figure, they all silently shouted in their hearts. You're basically still a kid yourself. Then they all sighed and shook their heads. They realized this issue couldn't possibly end peacefully now. Although Ronin indeed was still young, such excuses wouldn't work on him at all. From Ronin's firm attitude, clearly he wasn't planning on simply letting the two off so easily. However, they again recalled Cappy's earlier words. Zio and Cappy were no ordinary Navy officers. If Ronin truly killed both of them, the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. This kind of disaster, though, wasn't about Ronin being finished. Ronin was fearless, after all, given his overwhelming strength. The world government and the Marines had already tried to capture him with such a grand setup, but failed, and sending even more people wouldn't pose a real threat to him anymore. But, should the Navy lose both Cappy and Zio, it would practically be the sky collapsing on them. For the world government, if the sky collapsed on the Navy, then the more than 100 allied nations might all start wavering. The entire world could fall into chaos. Concerned citizens kept watching the live feed. Honestly, they supported the Navy. At least most Navy forces were the primary defenders of local people, driving away plundering pirate crews, so they still hoped Cappy and Zio wouldn't end up dead. What about the pirates? At this moment, all the pirates watching the broadcast were wide-eyed, red-faced, and screaming in excitement. Kill them quickly. Ha. Kill Cappy and Zio. Once these two are dead, the Navy's power will be dealt a major blow, and the true era of pirates will finally begin. Ronin, strike quickly. Hurry up and kill them. He'll become the idol of all pirates. The Navy is doomed. The world government is doomed. Ha. Let all the Celestials rot and choke on their own waste. Overthrow the world government. Overthrow the tyranny of the Celestials. Just as Ronin and the two Navy officers were about to clash once again, Morgans suddenly received a call from Marine Headquarters, Marineford. As Morgans listened to Sengoku's voice on the other end of the line, his expression changed, and soon a knowing smile appeared on his face. Understood. Leave it to me. I'll deliver the den mushi to them right away. Morgans, smiling brightly, took the talking snail and walked toward the battlefield. Both sides, preparing for another confrontation, immediately turned their gazes to this sudden arrival of the Birdman. Morgans. Seeing Morgans approach, Cappy and Zio frowned, wondering what business this guy had showing up here all of a sudden. Ronin also turned his head toward Morgans. Though his eyes showed no expression, he calmly gave him a glance, but still paused the slowly rising hand he had raised, deciding to see what this man was planning to do next. Gentlemen, there's a call from Marineford. Admiral Sengoku wants to speak. Smiling politely at the three, Morgans waved the den mushi in his hand gently. Chapter 64, Admiral Sengoku. Negotiation in progress. Sengoku. Monkey D. Garp and Saiz exchanged a glance, their minds racing. This must mean the headquarters has come up with a countermeasure, right? Otherwise, why would Sengoku show up to talk to Lunan now? They just hoped Lunan could be more reasonable and allow them to leave. Garp and Saiz were not afraid of death, but they understood the great significance of their own lives. The impact of their deaths on the Marines and the world government would be unimaginable, potentially causing massive turmoil. Lunan, since it's a call from Sengoku, I think we should at least hear him out. Garp said calmly to Lunan, his tone mild and gentle, as if he had never just moments ago been locked in a life-and-death battle. We're just two old men. Killing us wouldn't really benefit you that much, right? I think headquarters, even the world government, will definitely give you an explanation. All right then. Lunan nodded thoughtfully and said, let me hear what you plan to do to satisfy my anger. Indeed, Lunan also realized that although he feared no enemy, killing Garp and Saiz would not bring him much benefit. The real beneficiaries would be those pirates who would reap the rewards while he bore the cost of the battle. Although he didn't really care about the world government or Marines harboring a grudge against him, thinking of those powerful pirates hiding behind the scenes and enjoying the massive gains from his hard-fought battles, Lunan couldn't help but feel a little irritated. Lunan didn't see himself as a pirate, but rather as an adventurer, a traveler wandering from place to place, and he hadn't been raiding like pirates did. His conflict with the Marines came purely from the other side's provocations, starting from the first Buster Call fleet, and then multiple times afterwards. The Marines always started the conflicts, so Lunan figured that if they wanted him to let Garp and Saiz go, they'd have to offer him benefits that truly satisfied him. At the very least, a few tens of millions to 100 million belly in cash. Then some other things, like devil fruits, could be thrown in. Other than Nico Robin, none of his current crew possessed devil fruits. Without such power, their strength couldn't grow much, and they wouldn't even have the ability to protect themselves. What if one day he wasn't around and they got hurt by some clueless person? Lunan had already decided he would ask them for big-time benefits. When on the other side Morgan smirked at Lunan, carefully handed the Den Den Mushi to Garp without getting too close to him, and spoke with a smile. Hello, Lunan, I'm Morgan. You might not have heard of me, but what about News Coup? Ever heard of the World Economic News Agency? I'm the owner of that news company, living in the New World. Once you reach the New World, I will treat you very well. Morgan. Lunan's eyebrows lifted slightly. So this bird-like person was Morgan. Thinking back to today's worldwide live broadcast, he realized now it made sense. Such a massive incident warranted the personal presence of a powerful news mogul like Morgan. All right, if there's a chance, I won't be shy. Lunan nodded toward Morgan and said. Hearing that, Morgan was delighted, feeling that his previous efforts of currying favor had truly paid off. This Lunan wasn't as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. If he could hold on to this powerful benefactor from now on, it would surely further solidify his position in the New World. At the very least, if Lunan publicly supported him, those powerful pirates wouldn't dare disrespect him. Right now, Morgan didn't have the firm status he would gain many years later. After all, even Whitebeard and Kaido were still fighting for territory, and Red Hair Shanks, one of the future Yonko, was still sailing around the seas with just a few worn-out boats. As for the person in Dressrosa, he was probably not yet famous and hadn't yet begun his black market slavery business or the fake devil fruit factories. So if Morgan managed to get close with Lunan now, it would undoubtedly be a huge benefit to him. After Morgan left, Garp picked up the Den Den Mushi and began a call with Sengoku. Sengoku, it's Garp. Garp said solemnly. You must know the situation here by now, right? Yes. Headquarters has been closely watching your situation, and the live broadcast hasn't stopped. Sengoku said, pausing briefly before continuing. Unexpectedly, this operation ended in failure. Garp's face darkened as he sensed Sengoku's mournful tone. Sengoku, you should report to Ironclad Fleet Admiral. This failure was our responsibility. Me and Saiz. No. Sengoku cut him off from the other side. It's also our fault for not considering things thoroughly. We underestimated how difficult Lunan would be. However, it's already too late to discuss that now. Let's focus now on how to ensure you both escape unscathed. Does headquarters have any solution? Garp glanced sideways at Lunan and whispered. I don't think Lunan is willing to let us go so easily. What we did this time was indeed quite despicable. Although Saibodii are already dead, Lunan doesn't seem to have calmed down yet. I understand that too. Sengoku paused for a moment before saying. All right then, I'll speak to Lunan personally. We've already discussed some terms. All right. Upon hearing this, Garp steadied himself and walked over to Lunan with the Den Den Mushi. Lunan, Admiral Sengoku from Marine Headquarters wants to speak with you. If he's going to talk, let him do it quickly. Lunan waved dismissively. I'm in a hurry, don't waste my time. Garp twitched his lips slightly but could do nothing about it. He knew he had no choice but to bow to a superior force. Lunan, I'm Admiral Sengoku of Marine Headquarters. I understand that our previous actions were inappropriate. Here's the deal. We're willing to compensate for your losses. Sengoku's voice came out from the snail, firm and solemn. We hope you will not hold this incident against us and allow these two Marine officers to leave. How does that sound? Is that so, Admiral Sengoku? Lunan replied. Since I've agreed to talk with you, it means I am open to negotiations. But make no mistake, you'll have to offer me some truly convincing sincerity. Otherwise, after what you've done, I won't hesitate to eliminate your two admirals, or even go all the way to Marineford. Don't think I'm someone you can mess with easily. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. Even Sengoku on the other end of the line, along with Garp and Saiz, stared blankly at Lunan, shocked by such audacious and arrogant words from a child who, in age alone, should be their grandson. Though difficult to accept, they had no choice but to do so, because judging from Lu Nan's display of power, he truly meant what he said. And those around the world watching the live broadcast also stared speechlessly at Lu Nan, unable to respond as they listened to his bold declaration. Dominating, authoritative, powerful. Such words immediately surfaced in the minds of the onlookers. It wouldn't have seemed strange if such words had come from a legendary pirate who had ruled the seas for decades, like Rock or Roger. But Lu Nan, how long had it been since he'd appeared on the scene? Only about a year at most. And yet, in just over a year, Lu Nan had become such a legendary figure, evoking a complex mixture of emotions in their hearts. Lu Nan, we understand. You certainly have the power to do such things, but you should also realize that fighting with us will lead to nothing. What's more, you're currently broadcasting live to the entire world. I hope you can remain calm and listen to our proposal carefully. Don't make decisions that would delight the pirates and cause countless innocent civilians to suffer. If you really decided to march your forces to Marineford, regardless of who wins in the end, both sides would suffer terrible losses. In the end, the pirates would be the only ones to benefit. And once that happens, the pirates would grow in strength and bring devastation and suffering to the innocent people across the seas. Sengoku said gravely. Chapter 65, allowing the establishment of a nation, and a cash reward of 1 billion belly? Upon hearing that, Lu Nan couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. He turned his gaze toward the nearby camera where the live broadcast was taking place, his youthful face, carrying a calm smile, visible to the entire world. Isn't this exactly what you all wanted? I, Lu Nan, have never said that I am a pirate. It's you, the world government, who forcefully gave me this title, the great pirate Lu Nan, the demon child Lu Nan. And you even put a bounty of 1.5 billion belly on my head. What an enormous sum of money. As soon as those words came out, the entire world fell into an uproar. So Lu Nan was forced into this by the world government. So he wasn't even the one who wanted to become a pirate. Then the reports published in the newspapers must also be questionable. Of course, all those were promoted by the world government themselves. They say you're a pirate, and you become one. They say you're not, and you're suddenly a good person. Doesn't everything come down to what they say in the end? In Marineford, the Tsark suddenly received reports from various regions. Public opinion among the people toward the world government and the Marines was growing increasingly negative, especially after hearing that Lu Nan had been forced into piracy by the world government. The masses of people everywhere were visibly outraged. Upon hearing this, the Tsark frowned heavily. She immediately approached Sengoku and whispered something to him. After hearing her words, Sengoku also furrowed his brows but then nodded, and once again spoke. Lu Nan, what follows now will be a private negotiation between us. There is no need to continue broadcasting this to the people of the world. Let's end this spectacle here. We will definitely make you satisfied. Garp, have Morgan stop the live broadcast. On Raftel Island, Garp, having heard Sengoku's words, also nodded in agreement. He understood that the things about to happen should not be shown to the public anymore, because the world government and the Marines would definitely be giving in to Lu Nan next, possibly agreeing to some outrageous conditions, or even offering compensation. How could such matters be known by the public? They had to be kept hidden. As for Lu Nan, he smirked and said, "What? Do you have some shameful things to tell me now? Something the public isn't allowed to see or hear?" We didn't mean it that way. Sengoku hesitated slightly, then continued, "But what follows in our conversation really shouldn't be disclosed. Lu Nan, I hope you can agree to this. It will be beneficial to both of us." "And what if I refuse?" Lu Nan snorted. "Then we'll just talk like this. If you don't like it, then we won't talk at all." Swish. Chi. With a flick of his Nicaran blade, Lu Nan sent a blade of sword energy flying, slicing the ground open with a deep, seemingly bottomless crack, clearly issuing a threat. Garp and Zio's lips twitched. This guy was utterly lawless, bullying others with his overwhelming strength. But then again, who asked them to be weaker than him? Seeing this, Sengoku felt a bit of a headache. He truly had no way to handle Lu Nan, and thus reluctantly agreed. "All right then, fine, we'll proceed this way." Humph. Lu Nan nodded. "Speak then. If your terms can satisfy me, releasing them won't be an impossible thing." "Good." Sengoku replied firmly. "Lu Nan, as long as you agree to release Garp and Zio unharmed, the world government has already agreed to exceptionally grant you a seat among the 7 warlords of the sea, making you one of the Shichibukai. How does that sound to you?" Upon hearing these words, the murmuring crowd that had been complaining about Sengoku shutting down the broadcast immediately fell silent. 7 warlords of the sea? What is that? Someone unfamiliar with the concept asked curiously. "The Shichibukai? I know. That's a qualification granted by the world government specifically for some extremely powerful pirates. They are under the world government's authority, somewhat equivalent to the Marines, though slightly lower in rank. They possess the right to attend the World Congress and the right to organize their own pirate crews. It's a powerful status with immense authority in the world. So powerful, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but express admiration. Being able to attend the World Congress, you mean it's basically equivalent to being a member state? Exactly. The Shichibukai is a title that only some extremely strong pirates can attain. What do you think? So, will Lu Nan agree to this? He probably will accept, right? After all, once he agrees to become a Shichibukai, all bounties and wanted notices on him will be cancelled. He'll transition from being a pirate to becoming a recognized member of the world government. From now on, he won't be targeted by the Marines anymore. Even among pirates, except for the top-level ones in the New World, no one else would dare to provoke him. The Shichibukai themselves are powerful pirates, officially recognized by the world government, so they can act freely in both worlds. Both the world government and the pirates would have to show some respect. That's not necessarily true. I think Luo Nan isn't an ordinary figure. Maybe he has other plans. Then let's see how he chooses. But from the pirates' perspective, the world government was clearly digging a pit for Luo Nan. Damn it, the world government is trying to recruit another powerful pirate again. Their disgusting ways really make people sick. Humph, a pirate who has been sanctioned by the world government. I don't care how strong he is, I won't recognize him as a true pirate anymore. Does he need your recognition? With his strength, even the top pirates in the New World wouldn't dare underestimate him, let alone us small-time pirates. Moreover, being officially recognized by the world government and invited to become a Shichibukai is actually a great opportunity. If only I could join the Shichibukai. Hihiyu, don't dream too big. Compared to ordinary citizens, pirates' thoughts varied wildly. Some held the world government's amnesty policy in complete contempt, while others were envious beyond measure, almost wishing they could accept the offer on Luo Nan's behalf. Yet, in reality, everything still depended on Luo Nan's choice. Upon hearing this, Luo Nan was somewhat astonished. He never expected that the other side still intended to recruit him. It truly caught him off guard. But after thinking further, he could understand why the world government thought this way. If they could bring him into the ranks of the Shichibukai, it indeed would be an excellent solution to their current dilemma involving the world government and the Marines. Too bad. He had no intention of becoming the world government's dog. Therefore, there was absolutely no way he would accept the Shichibukai position. Whoever wanted it could take it. He wasn't like Boa Hancock or Jinbe, who each had a country to protect. Hancock had Amazon Lily, and Jinbe had Fishman Island. That's why they needed the convenience provided by the status of the Shichibukai to secure benefits and protection for their people from the world government and the Marines. Luo Nan, however, was completely alone, with no attachments. As long as he had people like Olivia by his side, he had no burdens whatsoever. Even regarding Ohara, he didn't feel any sense of debt anymore. He had already saved them once, and whether or not he'd rescue them again next time would depend entirely on his mood. Luo Nan lowered his head in thought, appearing hesitant. Seeing Luo Nan in deep thought, Sengoku mistakenly thought he was genuinely considering the offer, and instantly felt hopeful. He hurriedly added more pressure. He must secure Luo Nan's acceptance. Additionally, we will compensate you with a cash reward of 1 billion belly. More importantly, on behalf of all the affiliated nations, the world government will grant you the qualification to establish your own nation. Sengoku said with an enticing tone, Luo Nan, with this qualification, you'll be free to establish a nation on any island, either on Ohara or anywhere along the Grand Line. The world government will officially recognize the nation's sovereignty. We could even allow you to bring your entire nation into the allied nations. As soon as these words were spoken, even Luo Nan raised his head in surprise. Zio and Garp also displayed astonished expressions. Likewise, viewers around the world watching the live broadcast all showed stunned and horrified expressions. Chapter 66. Driving the wolf to swallow the tiger? The choice. Everyone was shocked. Allowing the establishment of a nation? No way, right? Isn't this condition too good to be true? Yeah, this is about founding a country. Once Luo Nan agrees, he can immediately become a king. An 11-year-old king. Goodness, how enviable. I feel the same. The world government's offer is simply too good. Luo Nan must accept, right? Not sure. If it were me, I'd definitely say yes. As if you could be a king? Can't I even dream about it? Fine, go dream all you want. The crowd heatedly began to chatter, one after another, feeling that the world government's offer was just too incredible. Anyone in their right mind would accept such a tempting condition, right? Luo Nan should be no exception. After all, he's just a kid. Although powerful, upon hearing he could become a king, wouldn't he immediately agree? After all, as a king, he wouldn't have to plow fields by himself or hunt for food, and he could marry many beautiful wives, eating the finest foods and living a luxurious life. Exactly the kind of life they could only dream of. Similar to the crowd's assumption based on their own desires, pirates watching the live broadcast also became envious. Holy crap, founding a nation, and officially recognized by the world government. Man, if only it were me. A pirate captain glared with envy at the image of Luo Nan on the live feed, wishing he could replace him. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Exactly. The best part is it's officially recognized by the world government, said the captain of another pirate crew with a sigh. We pirates aren't without the ability to occupy an island ourselves. Some major crews have over 1,000 members and could easily capture a small island. But without the world government's recognition, they'd just send a fleet to wipe us out, and we'd lose the island anyway. Becoming a king is just impossible. Who's not thinking that? Added another pirate captain with a thick beard across his face. Why do the great pirates of the New World keep waging wars? Isn't it because the world government and the Marines have little control and can't manage them much there? Only there, once territory is seized, can someone declare themselves a king or emperor. But even then, the world government still refuses to recognize it. If Luo Nan accepts, it's truly an instant rise to the top. A thin pirate narrowed his eyes and said, but I think the world government isn't that kind. Although Luo Nan currently holds overwhelming advantage, pressuring and overpowering the Marines in both momentum and strength, he lacks both manpower and funds. How can he found a country? In the end, won't he still have to rely on the world government? Clever plan indeed. Once Luo Nan agrees, he becomes the world government's henchman. The bearded pirate chuckled. Yeah, They might even advise Luonan to build his nation in the New World, letting him clash with those top pirates, causing mutual destruction. In the end, the world government and the Marines will benefit as the final victors. The thin pirate grinned. Look at this. The position of the Shichibukai is already waiting for him. 10 billion belly for establishing the nation is already prepared. Providing personnel is just a matter of words for the world government. Then tell me, wouldn't Luonan end up as their obedient dog? Ha ha ha. We shouldn't be so pleased with this situation, sighed the bearded pirate. If Luonan really accepts, then it could spell total disaster for us pirates. You've seen his strength. And he's only 11. What if he grows older, stronger, in a few years? Frightening. The thin pirate's face changed slightly before he muttered these two words. In the New World, the future four emperors, upon witnessing this, all had dark looks on their faces. Their eyes locked firmly on Luonan, wanting to see how he would ultimately choose, for this decision would directly affect their future plans. On Rainier Island, standing on the street, Luonan smiled faintly as he looked up at Garp. Noticing that Garp and Zio both looked surprised, apparently shocked at the terms offered by Sengoku, he inwardly sneered. These two really had talent for acting. Did they really think he was just a naive child that could be easily tricked? Luonan, we've already discussed with the Gorosei at Marine headquarters. Sakazuki continued speaking, his tone filled with sincerity, as if truly considering Luonan's interests. As long as it's not an island belonging to a world government allied nation, you can choose any island to establish your nation, even in the New World. The Marines will fully support you. As for personnel and funding needed to build your nation, you don't need to worry about that either. We can help provide people, and as for money, 10 billion belly if not enough, we can add another 10 billion, even 20 billion if needed. All this money would go directly to you. I believe such a generous offer would satisfy anyone. What do you think? Sengoku was still chattering away, his voice filled with sincerity, pretending as if he were genuinely trying to help Luonan. Hearing that he seemed like he wanted to keep talking, Luonan immediately waved his hand and said, "All right, stop. I don't have the time or interest to build a country. It's too much trouble. I've always been a lazy guy who has time to run a nation. We can assign people to help you manage it." Sensing Luonan's intent to refuse, Sengoku was startled and quickly replied, "You can still be a carefree king if you want. You won't need to deal with any administrative matters at all. The world government has plenty of capable people who could manage your nation perfectly. Don't bother talking more." Luonan chuckled and said, "I refuse to establish a country. I refuse to become one of the Shichibukai. However, I am quite interested in that 10 billion belly in cash. You wouldn't dare withhold that just because I rejected becoming a warlord and founding a country, would you? Are you sure you won't reconsider?" Sengoku tried once more, unwilling to give up. After all, if he could really convince Luonan to become a Shichibukai and establish a country in the New World, serving as a spearhead to fight against those powerful pirates there, it would truly be the perfect outcome. Unfortunately, this seemingly naive little brat with only immense strength, but no guile had somehow seen through the plan. It was truly extraordinary. "Nope, not reconsidering," Luonan huffed. "Just tell me plainly, will you give me the 10 billion belly or not?" "Fine," Sengoku sighed as he replied. "Oh, and besides the 10 billion belly, I also want 5 devil fruits," Luonan added casually, as if he weren't asking for rare, powerful devil fruits, but rather just candy. 3 of them must be Logias, and among the remaining 2, one should be a paramecia and the other a zoan. That's all my conditions. 5 devil fruits. 3 of them have to be Logia? Sengoku sucked in a cold breath, frozen in place, unable to find a response. Garp and Zio were also shocked into silence, both deeply astonished by Luonan's bold demand. Meanwhile, the live audience, most of whom had heard about the legendary devil fruits found throughout the 4 seas, all gasped in disbelief, eyes widening in shock. The pirates, too, were drooling uncontrollably. 5 devil fruits and 3 of them must be Logia. Sure, while it's a pity that Luonan refused to become a Shichibukai or to found a country and become king, with 5 devil fruits he could easily build a crew of 5 powerful members. The key point is, 3 of them are Logia. Those are the most powerful types of devil fruits available. This Luonan really dares to ask. Such a condition, once he says it, it really shocks people. I wonder whether the world government and the Marines will agree to this. I doubt whether the world government even has that many devil fruits available. They probably do have that many. But 3 Logia fruits are the real problem. Logias are extremely rare. Out of 10 known devil fruit users worldwide, usually only one of them has a Logia. Most are zoan or paramecia. Logia fruits are truly rare treasures. This Luonan just casually demands 3 of them. Now the world government should be in quite a dilemma. A dilemma is good. I hope they don't have 3 Logia fruits at all. Then Luonan will get angry and attack Marineford again. We can take advantage of that. My pirate crew had our eyes on an island the other day, but didn't dare attack it yet. As long as Luonan starts another war at Marineford, I can strike and seize that island. You're really thinking cleverly, the other pirate sneered. Chapter 67, the live broadcast ends. Shiki the Golden Lion is on his way. Lachlan, don't you think you're asking for too much? Garp couldn't help but speak up. Do you even realize how rare 3 Logia-type devil fruits are? Yeah, if you only wanted zoan or paramecia types, even 5 or 10 wouldn't be a problem. But Logia-type devil fruits are just too scarce, Lachlan. Why don't you change your demands? Isho also spoke up. Impossible. Lachlan's cold voice cut through. Don't waste my time. I've already shown maximum chungyi. 5 devil fruits, including 3 Logias, not 1 less. If you can't fulfill this request. He didn't finish his sentence, but the threat in his words was unmistakable. Garp and Isho exchanged glances, saying nothing, then turned their eyes to the din mushi in Garp's hand, waiting for Sakazuki's response. They weren't the only ones waiting. The entire world watching the live broadcast was also waiting. Even among them, the pirates were hoping Sakazuki would reject Lachlan's demand. That would certainly enrage Lachlan, creating an irreparable rift between him and both the Marines and the world government. Yet to everyone's surprise, Sakazuki's voice came calmly through the din mushi, actually agreeing to Lachlan's condition. All right, Lachlan. I, on behalf of Marine headquarters and also the world government, accept your conditions. We'll gather the 5 devil fruits as quickly as possible and hand them over to you, although it will take some time. You know yourself, Logia-type devil fruits aren't that common. Even the world government doesn't possess as many as 3, and we'll need to bring them in from other places. I'll give you only 10 days. Lachlan waved his hand dismissively, then rose upright, scanning the area with his gaze before turning toward the camera, addressing all the people watching. Well then, that's the end of today's negotiation. The live broadcast can be turned off now. Hearing this, Morgans quickly ordered all the reporters to switch off their cameras, not caring at all about the spectators still glued to the broadcast. Compared to the public, Morgans valued Lachlan's attitude much more. He absolutely couldn't afford to anger this powerful pirate. The screen went dark, plunging every live viewer into shadow. Although the general public watching felt a bit disappointed, they didn't blame anyone. After all, they'd already seen the entire intense battle from start to finish. A peak clash between the Navy's 2 top elites and the notorious pirate, the Devil's progeny, Lachlan, which ended decisively with Lachlan's overwhelming victory. This provided the entire world with no shortage of conversation topics, and from now on, Lachlan's reputation was truly known throughout the world. The watching pirates weren't disappointed either. Although in the end Sakazuki agreed to Lachlan's excessive demands, ultimately, Lachlan still refused to become a warlord of the sea and serve as a puppet for the world government. And that was more than satisfactory. Among the observing pirates, there was one particular individual, Shiki the Golden Lion. It had been quite some time since he'd escaped from Impel Down. At the beginning of his escape, despite being confident in his strength, he hadn't arrogantly revealed himself to confront the Marines directly. His years of imprisonment in Impel Down had somewhat tempered his impulsive nature, teaching him to think things through. Looking at the now dark screen of the broadcast, Shiki slowly turned away while hiding on a small island, the shadow over his lowered head revealing a glint of unusual brilliance in his eyes. That Lachlan has actually become so strong. He had already heard about Lachlan's name during his imprisonment in Impel Down. Back then, Lachlan was strong enough, but only just beginning to earn recognition, mainly fighting ordinary Marines and officers. But now, he had actually overpowered 2 admirals stationed at Marine headquarters in direct combat. Such progress was difficult for him to accept. Damn it, I'm lucky I didn't track him down earlier. Clenching his fists in anger, Shiki remembered his initial plan after escaping. He had intended to recruit Lachlan into his crew, even specially traveling to the East Blue to look for him afterward. Unfortunately, he failed to locate him. It wasn't until recently that he heard about Lachlan destroying an East Blue Marine squadron, entering the Grand Line. Now, after witnessing such an earth-shattering battle that stunned the entire world, he had completely lost confidence in his old idea of defeating Lachlan and forcibly convincing him to join his flying pirate fleet. What had he been thinking back then when still locked in Impel Down? To simply defeat Lachlan and have him join the Shiki flying pirates to help him retaliate against Marine headquarters. And what now? He wasn't a fool. If he truly attempted such a thing again, he would likely be killed by Lachlan the moment they met. Shiki the Golden Lion's eyes darted around as he kept thinking about what to do now. Hiding his identity and staying in the shadows indefinitely was simply not in his nature. He still wanted revenge on Marine headquarters, still dreamed of unifying the world. He aimed to accomplish what neither Rox nor Roger had been able to achieve. Roger had only become Pirate King in the end, and even he had been executed by the world government. Shiki had far greater ambitions than Roger ever did. He wanted to overthrow the world government and the celestial dragons, and he wanted to rule the world himself. The Marines were the biggest obstacle standing in his way. If he could eliminate this sharpest blade in the hands of the world government and the celestial dragons, then without the Marines, wouldn't the world government and the celestial dragons be completely at his mercy? No way. I can't do something like this all by myself. Shiki suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with sharp intensity. I should find this Luonin instead. Humph. Since he rejected the title of Shichibukai, it means he's not an idiot who wants to be the world government's dog. If that's the case, I'll convince him to help me overthrow the celestial dragons. With his current strength and my power combined, we absolutely can do it. Plus, later on we could even bring in those powerful pirates from the New World. Haha, once that happens, victory will be completely assured. Without delay, Shiki didn't even look back as he left that remote island, floated straight into the air, and flew directly toward Luonan's location. Liner Island, where the world-shaking battle had taken place, had finally returned to its usual liveliness. The streets destroyed during the battle were already undergoing reconstruction. Luonan had already brought Orvia and the others back aboard the Ocean Wave, planning to rest for a bit before setting sail once more. Their destination was Water 7. As for Garp and Zio, after Luonan reached an agreement with Sengoku, he had already released them and allowed them to leave Liner Island and return to Marine headquarters. As for what Sengoku had promised Luonan, both the 10 billion belly and the 5 devil fruits were not things that could be prepared immediately. The two sides agreed that once Luonan arrived at Water 7, someone would be sent to deliver the items and the money to him. Chapter 68. Check-in at Renner Island. Reward, armament Haki. In Luanan's opinion, he wasn't afraid of being deceived by the other party, afraid they wouldn't deliver the goods. His current journey heading to Water 7, and the next destination after that was Judicial Island, followed by the Shimotsuki village. Underneath the waters of Shimotsuki village lay Fishman Island, home to the road that led to the New World, while above the sea surface, closely behind the Shimotsuki Islands, was Marineford, the headquarters of the Marines. Dare to deceive Luonan, then he wouldn't go to Fishman Island. He'd strike straight at Marineford instead. And beyond Marineford lay the Red Line continent, and further still, the headquarters of the world government, Mary Geos. Though the distance wasn't short, with Luonan's current ability to fly, it wasn't far at all. If Luonan got truly angry, then it wouldn't just be Marineford that suffered, even Mary Geos would be in grave danger. Now I ask you, do you dare? Luonan, this is your blade. On the giant ship Great Wave, Olivia carefully handed the Zanpakuto in her hands over to Luonan. Without this blade, she might have already been captured when facing Sabo, used as a bargaining chip to threaten Luonan. Not only she, but Robin and the other girls would have also faced disaster. During this battle, the long blade had played a vital role. Luonan calmly accepted the Zanpakuto, then lightly ran his hand over it. In a flash, the blade shattered into rays of light and vanished completely, a magical sight that caused Robin, Yelena, and the others to widen their eyes in astonishment. Luonan, what kind of sword is this? Is it one of the legendary Owazamono great swords? It's amazing. Robin quickly gripped Luonan's sleeve in excitement. You can even make it disappear? What kind of thing is this? This isn't just an Owazamono class sword, though it isn't inferior to one either. It's actually even more powerful. Luonan revealed a faint smile at the corner of his lips. The reason it disappears is simply because I've put it away. I can retrieve it whenever I need it. Wah, so it's like that. That's so convenient. Robin said, filled with envy. What are you envious about, Robin? Yelena pouted as she looked at Robin. You're already a devil fruit user. Earlier, when we faced those Marines, neither me nor Callum could do anything, but you were able to fight back. If it hadn't been for Olivia finally wielding Luonan's miraculous blade, we might have been captured long ago. Yeah, Callum nodded in agreement. We lack fighting ability, we're just too weak. We're nowhere near Luonan captain's level, not even close to as powerful as you, Robin. So I really am powerful, right? Hearing this, Robin immediately smiled, slightly proud of herself. Now then, you two don't need to feel disheartened either. Luonan observed Callum and Yelena looking somewhat discouraged, and spoke up to console them. Didn't I obtain 5 devil fruits from Sakazuki? Once we reach Water 7, and they send over the things we requested, you can both choose one fruit that you like and eat it. In the future, you'll become devil fruit users too. Yelena and Callum both looked stunned. Yelena shyly asked, we really can take one? But it must have been something you got after a hard-fought battle. Yes, Captain Luonan, Callum added, biting her lip. Giving us something so valuable would be such a waste. What are you saying? Luonan glared at her disapprovingly. The traveler pirates will never abandon our comrades. We never did, we don't now, and we never will in the future either. Understand. We understand. Seeing Luonan getting angry, the two quickly nodded in agreement, yet a hint of a sweet feeling rose in their hearts. Looks like the captain indeed valued them after all. Seeing everyone getting along so well, Olivia couldn't help but smile as well. Although Callum and Yelena had only recently joined the crew, she quite liked the two girls. As for Callum's cooking skills, they were undoubtedly top-notch in the East Blue. Even on the Grand Line, while she wouldn't claim to be exceptional, they definitely wouldn't fall behind others. As for Yelena, well, her navigator knowledge wasn't great. She needed to study harder, but her presence had made sailing the Great Wave much easier than before. Moreover, Yelena herself was very serious about studying the skills required of a navigator and read relevant books for long periods every day. A very hardworking girl. With both Olivia and Robin accepting them, the two girls easily became a part of the team. Furthermore, with Luonan, their powerful captain whose strength could be considered unmatched, leading them, what place could there be that they cannot go to, or dare not go to? There wouldn't be any such place anymore. So, it would definitely be very smooth for her to study the poneglyphs in the future. That truth hidden in history would surely be uncovered by her one day, and sooner or later, she would reveal that truth to the world. Luonan, are we leaving here now? Olivia asked. The business on Renner Island was settled, and their supplies were replenished. Now was the time to leave. However, the final decision rested with the captain alone. Yeah, everything's been resolved. I suppose the Marines won't keep pestering us anymore. That saves me some trouble. Luonan shrugged as he spoke. Like he had said before, he certainly wasn't afraid of any challenge from the Marines. But still, it was annoying having them constantly getting in his way. By giving the Marines a severe beating here on Renner Island, he was sure that at least for the near future, neither the Marines nor the world government would dare to come after him recklessly. Of course, Luonan knew well enough that he had now become a thorn in the flesh and a splinter in the eye of both the world government and the Marines. Once they found an opportunity, they would certainly seek to eliminate him completely. But that would have to wait until later. With Luonan's confidence in his own strength, he felt that such an opportunity would never come. Oh right, there was still one thing he absolutely couldn't forget before leaving. Check-in. During his time on Renner Island, he had spent the earlier days shopping with Robin and the others. Later, he had faced off against Cap and Sifa in a massive, world-shaking battle. There simply hadn't been time for checking in. Now, as he was about to leave this island, he must definitely use this check-in opportunity before departure. Otherwise, he wouldn't get another one until reaching Water 7, and with the long sea voyage ahead, there wouldn't be any opportunities for check-ins along the way. Therefore, Luonin immediately issued the order to set sail, while in his mind, he called upon the check-in system and started the check-in process. System, check-in at Renner Island. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. Conqueror's Haki. Oh, Conqueror's Haki. Luonan's eyes lit up. So the final Haki has arrived too. With the Conquerors, plus the Supreme Kings and Observation types, I've now gathered all 3 types of Haki. System, bring up my status panel. Chapter 69, the Attribute Panel. The Visitor from the Sky. Host, Luonan. Age, 11 years old. Physique, 136. Strength, 129. Agility, 133. Spirit, 181. Conqueror's Haki, LV9. Observation Haki, LV2. Armament Haki, LV1. Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, LV9. Burn Fruit, LV9. Marine 6 Styles, LV9. Huangtian Cultivation Art, 3rd tier of Mortal Realm. Flight Technique, LV12. Zanpakuto, Shurkai. Healing Potions, 36 bottles. Mental Potions, 27 bottles. Physical Potions, 45 bottles. Elixir of Life, 8 bottles. Sunblade, Swift Talisman, Great Wave Ship, Blueprints of the Bingwang. Luonan's 4 core attributes had now reached a terrifying level. Perhaps there were still Chang'e in this world who could match Luonan, but as for those who could easily defeat him, probably none. Currently, only a few individuals warranted Luonan's attention. Imu was one. After all, she was rumored to control the Tianhuan, a being of legend. Other than her, the top Yonkis in the New World, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, also deserved some level of consideration from Luonan. However, even if he respected them as opponents, it was still unlikely any of them could defeat Luonan. Still, as opponents went, they were certainly rare ones. After all, Whitebeard of this era was in his prime, and could rightly be called the strongest man at sea. Well, at least before Luonan's rise. At this moment, if you asked anyone in the world who was the strongest pirate on the seas, 9 out of 10 would tell you it's Luonan. Now, Luonan stood victorious after defeating 2 powerful navy figures, reigning supreme across the oceans. Everyone feared and respected his name. Once the navy paid back what they owed Luonan, the traveler pirates would receive a massive power boost. 3 Logia Devil Fruits alone could significantly elevate their strength. And with 10 billion belly in cash at hand, upon arriving at Water 7, Luonan could certainly seek out skilled shipwrights to start construction of the Bingwang. It had been a while since he had obtained the blueprints, and now was the time to finally put them to use. Time passed quickly. It had already been several days. After Elena boarded the Great Wave ship, the ship no longer lost its way. It diverted from the route of Lena directly toward the Central Sea route, heading toward Water 7. Although Elena's skills as a navigator weren't particularly high, she still played a major role. With the logpost in hand, the crew was generally able to avoid many natural disasters, such as tsunamis and undersea volcanic eruptions. Over the past few days, the ship passed 2 relatively small islands, and Luonan used these opportunities to briefly dock and complete check-ins. While the rewards weren't outstanding, he still obtained several potions. Speaking of potions, Luonan thought it over and decided to give both Elena and Callum the Elixir of Life to drink and extend their lifespans. Though they had joined the crew only recently, they had earned the others' recognition over this time. Robin and Olivia had nothing to say about this, and in fact supported Luonan's decision. After drinking the potions and hearing from Robin about their power, Elena and Callum were greatly shocked. For there to exist such a precious potion that could increase one's lifespan, it was truly unbelievable. This deepened their respect for the traveler pirates and Luonan, and made them finally bond tightly together as one united crew, inseparable and truly becoming companions. Another 2 days passed. On this fine, sunny day with not a cloud in the sky, Olivia was steering the ship, while Elena focused intently on the map. Callum and Robin were busy in the kitchen, and Luonan lounged carefree on a deck chair, sunbathing. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the sky, moving fast from afar. Strange? What is that? Elena noticed the phenomenon and gazed curiously at the rapidly approaching dot in the sky. A seagull? Or clouds bringing a storm? No, not clouds. This black doesn't look like any cloud I've seen. Standing next to Olivia, Elena murmured to herself, but Olivia overheard and also looked up. As the object grew closer, Olivia began to make out what it was. Was it actually a person? It looks like a human. This is a person who can fly too? Another devil fruit user. Olivia was somewhat surprised, but not worried. Come on, there was Luonan on board. In the current world, very few things could actually threaten them. What were the chances something dangerous would come up right now? Luonan. Though she thought this way, Olivia still called out to Luonan nearby. We've spotted something unusual. Come check it out. There's someone flying toward us rapidly from the sky. Is it coming straight for us? Oh. Luonan opened his eyes, slowly rising from the deck chair. He stretched lazily first, then rubbed his eyes sleepily, yawning as he walked over. What's going on? Luonan asked, still half asleep. Captain, look over there. Elena pointed toward the sky. Huh? It's him. Luonan took a glance. With his extraordinary vision, he immediately recognized who the black figure in the distance was. The figure looked familiar. His legs were shaped like twin blades, half a ship's wool perched atop his head, and long golden hair flowed from behind his ears. His face carried a wild and arrogant expression, flying directly toward their ship. Clearly, the man's target was the Great Wave ship, or perhaps himself? Luonan revealed a faint smile on the corner of his lips, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. What did this man want from him? Yes, Luonan had already recognized him. It was none other than Shiki the Golden Lion, the man who had successfully escaped from Impel Down. Now he was seeking him out? Or perhaps he was just passing by. That was unlikely. Well, he'd just wait and see what his purpose was. Even though the man was the Golden Lion, Luonan didn't hold much concern. If he came to talk peacefully, he'd hear him out. If not, well, he could laugh about it. Feeling something was happening on deck, Robin and Callum also came out of the kitchen to ask what was going on. At that moment, in the sky, Shiki the Golden Lion suddenly accelerated, flying straight toward the great wave ship at incredible speed. Haha, it took me several days, but I finally found it. Shiki laughed heartily, gazing at the vessel sailing across the sea below. A smile quickly appeared on his face. Then his body swiftly descended and landed directly on the ship's bow. He looked at everyone on the deck. Several young women gathered around a child only about 10 years old. The boy's face appeared calm. He was slender in build, yet gave off a powerfully oppressive aura. Shiki's eyes lit up. He secretly praised inwardly. Truly, the devil's child, Luonan. He definitely lived up to the rumors. Clearly extraordinary. Luonan. Haha. Finally, I found you. Shiki grinned widely at Luonan as he spoke. Chapter 70. Slacker Luonan. Refused directly. Oh, you came here specifically to find me? Luonan asked curiously. What do you want from me? And why do you dare to show up so openly on the open sea? Don't you fear the Marines capturing you back to Impel Down? Yeah. Do you really think they can catch me? Shiki scoffed. Although I haven't been showing myself lately, it's definitely not because I'm afraid of them. I've been working on my plan. After all this time, I've already gathered more than half of my flying pirate crew members who had scattered. Humph, the Marines, I'll settle the score with them sooner or later. Oh, upon hearing that, Luonan simply gave a casual reply. In the original storyline, after escaping from Impel Down, Shiki wasn't nearly as confident and bold as he was acting now. Instead, he stayed extremely low, afraid to show himself publicly. It wasn't until his future encounter with the Straw Hat crew, when he was defeated and locked up again in Impel Down, that he had never really been as powerful as he was now claiming. Shiki was indeed strong, a figure capable of rivaling Whitebeard, and even once stood head-to-head with Roger. This guy was arrogant enough to have once wanted to recruit Roger into his crew, but Roger didn't even deign to look at him. He was among the elite just below Roger and Rox, about on the level of the 4 emperors, and ranked somewhere in the middle tier among them in terms of strength. But for Luonan, he wasn't anything special. Shiki might not have meant much to Luonan, but to the rest of the crew aboard the Great Wave, his name carried great weight. What? You're the Golden Lion? Shiki the Golden Lion? Robin stared wide-eyed at the tall and robust man before her. He was somewhat peculiar looking. His hair was golden, trailing all the way down to his heels, and he had a ship's rudder stuck in his head. Most startling of all, where his legs should have been, long blades served as his feet, supporting his body. Shiki the Golden Lion? Caramon also looked at the figure in surprise. You're the one who previously escaped from the Eddy prison, Impel Down? They say you're the first pirate in the world to ever escape from the Great Prison. Elena also watched Shiki with keen curiosity. Albeit didn't say a word, but facing such a legendary pirate, she maintained a cautious stance, pulling Robin and the others a step backward. On this ship, the only one capable of conversing with him was Luonan alone. It was obvious from the way Shiki looked down on everyone with haughty indifference that he held the group of women in little regard. The only person he might truly consider worthy of attention was Luonan. Still, hearing the voices of the women, pride surged in Shiki's heart. It seemed that his name still carried weight. His reputation as the first successful escapee from the centuries-old prison of Impel Down was especially a source of deep pride. For countless years, no pirate had managed such a feat. He, Shiki the Golden Lion, had done it. That was his pride, a true testament to his power. If it hadn't been for this Luonan suddenly appearing, now would be the time when he, Shiki the Golden Lion, would be the most famous pirate on the sea. But all that was just reputation. He hadn't come here to compete for status with Luonan, but for an important matter requiring cooperation. Luonan. Shiki glanced around. First, he sized up Luonan's ship, then cast a dismissive glance at Alvia and the others. He sneered slightly, showing complete contempt for these weak and burdensome women. Then he turned his gaze fully to Luonan and spoke. I've specially come here to find you. What do you want with me? Speak. Luonan gave a lazy yawn and answered indifferently. Seeing Luonan's attitude, showing not the slightest respect for him, Shiki couldn't help feeling a surge of irritation. After all, he considered himself a respected veteran of the pirate world. Luonan treating him with such disregard was extremely disrespectful, but he kept his displeasure hidden. In this world, strength determined everything, and Luonan was undeniably powerful enough to look down upon anyone else. Shiki himself had always believed in the law of the jungle, that only the strong were worthy of respect, yet he had always been the one to look down on others. Now that he was the recipient of such indifference, it stirred discomfort in his heart. Of course, deep within himself, Shiki did not truly believe his power was inferior to Luonan's. How could one easily judge their respective strengths without having actually fought each other? Luonan, this little pirate crew of yours is too small. It simply doesn't match your status. Shiki said seriously, I watched your battle with Monkey D, Garp and Dr. Correa. Given your current capability, you deserve a much greater position, like leading a massive pirate crew numbering in the hundreds, or even thousands. I think my little pirate crew is just fine already. Luonan shrugged. I don't have such big ambitions, nor do I want to get involved in troublesome affairs. It's better to just travel around freely and enjoy myself. How can you be so slack? Upon hearing that, Shiki looked at Luonan with deep regret and sorrow. With such a great reputation, even across the world, Luonan now possessed unparalleled influence. Not only among pirates, but even among ordinary people, stories of Luonan's exploits were being spread far and wide. In Shiki's eyes, Luonan could definitely achieve something great with this. Yet seeing Luonan's current slacker-like demeanor, he felt speechless and somewhat frustrated, as if he were gazing at an unpolished piece of steel. Slacking off isn't bad, is it? Luonan blinked his clear and innocent eyes and said in an innocent tone, "Right now, I'm just a child, you know. I'm only 11. Honestly, all those things I did before were completely forced upon me. They came knocking on my door themselves. I was just living my peaceful life when they insisted on disturbing me, leaving me no choice but to teach them a lesson. I never expected that defeating the small fry would bring the big shots running. In the end, even Garp and Zio showed up. I just hope this time they've learned their lesson and won't disturb my peaceful life anymore." Luonan sighed helplessly. "At my young age, I've borne burdens that I shouldn't have to bear. Being a person is so hard." Shiki stared wide-eyed at Luonan as he said these words. He felt utterly speechless and powerless. This guy, how did he become so strong if he's so lazy? Completely incomprehensible, unimaginable. Meanwhile, the girls who had overheard Luonan's words rolled their eyes one after another. Even Alvia was secretly covering her mouth, trying to hide her laughter. "Luonan." Shiki's mouth twitched as he frowned at Luonan. "I came here to invite you to join my flying pirate crew. My flying pirates were once a mighty pirate crew that ruled the seas, just like the Rock's pirates. Even Roger's pirate crew was no stronger than mine. As for those pirate crews in the New World now, they were all established by people who defected from the Rock's pirates anyway. Not even worth mentioning." "Join your pirate crew?" The girls looked shocked. So this guy had come specifically to recruit Luonan? No way. Chapter 71. The irritable old senior, Gold Roger. How do you spell death? Luonan didn't even think before directly refusing. His life was peaceful and pleasant at the moment. Why should he join Shiki the Golden Lion's pirate crew and plan to overthrow the Celestial Dragons? What nonsense was that? Who would willingly get involved in such trouble? Just think about Luffy's father in the future and the vast revolutionary army, which had been relentlessly plotting to topple the tyrannical rule of the Celestial Dragons and the world government with over 100 allied nations. The hassle must be enormous. Unimaginable how much energy and effort that required. He had no intention of involving himself in such thankless work. Even after acquiring the blueprints of the Bingwang, Luonan never considered personally undertaking such thankless tasks. Later on, he could simply hand the blueprints to someone else to deal with the Celestial Dragons. If Shiki could offer enough soma, Luonan was even willing to sell him a copy of the blueprint. Let him stir things up while Luonan watched from the sidelines. After all, whoever went against those scum of the Celestial Dragons was fine with him. Seeing Luonan immediately and flatly reject his offer without even thinking, Golden Lion's face filled with rage. He felt that this brat completely disregarded him. Kamla, it was time to settle this with strength. Did this fellow defeat a few weak Navy officers, and now think himself invincible? Humph. Shiki let out a snort of fury, his expression suddenly turning cold. Luonan, I'll say this one last time. I'm willing to give you the position of vice captain in my flying pirate fleet. You should understand how sincere this offer is. My flying pirate fleet is not some ordinary pirate crew. Offering you the role of vice captain is more than befitting your status. Don't force me to act rudely. I've come in person to personally invite you, so I've already shown you the utmost kindness. Upon hearing this, Luonan immediately became clear-headed. His expression also turned cold as he stared indifferently at Golden Lion. So you're saying if I refuse your invitation, you're going to force me? Ha ha ha, you personally inviting me means I must accept it? What the hell are you? Who do you think you are, trying to force me, Luonan, into anything? Seeking death. Shiki's eyes turned completely red. In the past, when he roamed freely over the seas, and even after being captured by the Marines and thrown into prison, nobody had ever dared to speak to him like this. Even people like Rox and Roger from before had never dared to speak to him this way. Remember, Shiki was one of the world's top strongest individuals. How could anyone dare underestimate him? Nobody had ever dared to underestimate him. In fact, many cowardly Marines and pirates would instantly be scared so much by his presence that they'd collapse on the ground trembling. Indeed, the name Golden Lion was forged through countless battles, undoubtedly the dominating overlord of the sea. But today, before Luonan, he had actually been underestimated by this brat barely into his teens. Worse still, the other dared to point a finger at his face and mock him, asking who he thought he was. Such words struck straight into his soul, utterly shattering the limits of his restraint. His anger surged through the heavens, his immense pressure erupting from his body like wildfire. His golden hair danced wildly in the air like an angry deity. His bloodshot eyes burned like those of a furious guardian warrior. Without hesitation, he launched straight at Luonan. The moment Shiki moved, he used the two legendary swords positioned at his feet, Yaibatsu and Karabasu. These two famed blades may later become obscure due to Shiki's withdrawal from society and the ensuing disappearance of these two weapons from the public eye. But in this era, when Golden Lion was still active, these two supreme-grade great swords were extremely famous and greatly envied by many sword masters. Indeed, both Yaibatsu and Karabasu were top-tier great swords of the supreme grade, ranked 4th in the world. Therefore, possessing two such blades was why Shiki firmly believed himself no worse than Luo Nan. Perhaps the sword Luo Nan held was indeed very powerful, but even its strength would at most match his own. He would not fear the opponent. Whoosh, whoosh. Controlled by Shiki, the twin swords Yaibatsu and Kurobasu were wielded by his legs as he leapt into the air, their shining blade arcs slicing through the air and sending two sword beams directly at Luo Nan. Hiss, hiss. The two sword beams pierced through the air with a piercing, sharp noise. Seeing this, Shiki couldn't help smirking coldly, already envisioning Luo Nan heavily wounded by his two sword attacks. Of course, he didn't expect to kill Luo Nan with only two light slashes. If that were truly the case, then Luo Nan wouldn't even live up to his reputation. All the rumors, like him being the world's greatest swordsman or defeating two of the Navy's strongest powerhouses, would all be pure fabrication. Right now, he wanted to see just how strong this kid actually was. If he couldn't even withstand two casual slashes from him, then he wouldn't even qualify to enter his pirate crew. Only if he managed to block them would he pass Shiki's trial. As for the idea of him losing to Luo Nan, full of pride and absolute confidence in his own power, Shiki never even considered that possibility. Clang, clang, clang. A crisp, clear sound rang out twice. Golden Lion was stunned for a moment, then lowered his legs and looked closely, only to see Luo Nan casually holding a slender long blade in his hand, effortlessly shattering the two sword beams he had fired off. So simple, so effortless, as if wielding heavy objects felt as light as a feather. Was it really that easy just swinging the blade once? Golden Lion felt momentarily dazed. Could Luo Nan actually be this strong? Even though he hadn't used his full strength, wasn't he an extremely powerful and renowned dual-blade swordsman? And those two sword beams, emitted using his two legendary famous swords, had been blocked so easily? You blocked my attack so easily. Very well then. Looks like your reputation isn't unfounded. Golden Lion's fury slightly subsided. After all, only a true Chingera could earn his respect and attention. Very well, you were able to block this attack of mine. I now recognize your strength, Luo Nan. I'll give you one last chance. Think carefully. Joining my flying pirate fleet comes with many benefits. If not, what then? Luo Nan remained calm in expression, but his eyes showed a hint of coldness as he gazed at Golden Lion. In his mind, he had already sealed the latter's fate. This guy had dared to attack first. Although it was true that Luo Nan had insulted him first, there was a reason behind it. Luo Nan had made it extremely clear that he refused to join Golden Lion's crew, yet the latter still insisted on forcing him to accept, even claiming that personally coming to invite him was already the highest degree of kindness. Do you think coming personally to invite me means you're honoring me? Does that mean I must accept just because you personally invited me? What the hell are you thinking? Provoked into a rage, the other party attacked immediately, and now he dares to threaten me again, forcing me to join his pirate crew. Otherwise, what exactly does he plan to do? Such threatening words had directly led Luo Nan to pass the death sentence on Golden Lion. The latter was certainly not going to walk away from this unscathed. Shiki, originally, you barely managed to escape from impelled down. If you had simply kept your head low and hid yourself somewhere, no one would have gone looking for you. Even the Marines might not have found where you were hiding. But now, Luo Nan looked down at the Zanpakuto in his hand. At this moment, the blade had already entered its initial release state. The slender blade shimmered with a cold glow. As Luo Nan continued speaking, a flurry of sakura petals began to fall around him, semi-transparent, half real, flickering in and out of existence as they drifted downward, leaving behind small glimmers like shimmering starlight. But you made one mistake, one fatal mistake. You shouldn't have come to provoke me. I already made it clear that I refused to join your pirate crew, yet you still dared to attack me. Do you even know how to spell the word death? Luo Nan suddenly raised his head, emotionlessly staring at Golden Lion. His eyes held not the slightest trace of feeling. The gaze he directed at Golden Lion was like how one would look at a dead man, lifeless and cold. Chapter 72 Bankai. One sword, instant kill of the Golden Lion. I, Shiki, have been sailing the seas for years, and I still don't know how to write the word death. Golden Lion was utterly enraged by Luo Nan. He tilted his head back and laughed furiously, then looked at Luo Nan and said, "Kid, don't think you're invincible just because you've got some strength. After all, I'm still your senior. Show me a little respect, will you? Fine. Since that's the case, I'll shatter your confidence today and let you see clearly. Pirates who've roamed the seas for years aren't someone you can underestimate. Don't think you've become witty just because you've beaten two admirals." Upon hearing this, Luo Nan didn't reply. Instead, he turned to Orlavia and the others. "You all step back a bit so you won't get caught in the crossfire." "All right." Orlavia and the others immediately nodded. They all knew that they were just a burden here. To avoid troubling Luo Nan, it was better to keep their distance. Orlavia led Robin and the other girls away from the deck and reached the entrance to the cabin, tightly gripping her hands as she watched Luo Nan confront Golden Lion. "Don't worry, Mom. Luo Nan definitely won't lose to this golden-haired guy." Robin had full confidence in Luo Nan and ended up comforting Orlavia instead. "Yeah, Luo Nan will definitely win." Orlavia also nodded, her eyes still fixed on the distant figure. "That's right. Luo Nan even defeated two powerful people like Garp and Zephyr before. How could he possibly lose to someone like him? I think he'll defeat the enemy in no time at all." At this moment, Ilana had already become a huge fan of Luo Nan, completely convinced of his strength. "Later, I'll cook a good meal to properly reward Captain Luo Nan." Karuman was already thinking about what to cook later, also full of confidence in Luo Nan and completely unbothered by the sudden arrival of this challenger. Meanwhile, after Orlavia and the others had left the deck, Luo Nan finally prepared to finish off Golden Lion for good. This guy had disturbed his peaceful life, showing up so aggressively and persistently refusing to give up after Luo Nan clearly declined to join the flying pirates. He was like a stubborn piece of chewing gum, just plain annoying. What? Golden Lion was still talking on the other side, his words growing even more provocative. Let those useless women run away, is that it? After I completely defeat you, I'll toss all those burdens into the sea to feed the fish. It's ridiculous to bring such helpless, ordinary people out to sea with you. If you want a comfortable life in my flying pirates, better obey me well. Otherwise, I'll show you just what cruelty truly is. Golden Lion grinned, revealing bloodstained teeth, his face twisting into a grotesque, ferocious expression. Obviously, Luo Nan's earlier words had infuriated him beyond reason. Although he wasn't planning to kill Luo Nan yet, he certainly didn't intend to let him off easily. He planned to subdue Luo Nan by force. As for Orlavia and the rest, useless commoners, not worth a second glance. Once Luo Nan was captured, those people could be discarded without hesitation. No wonder you've never succeeded in your ambitions. With an attitude like yours, you still want to overthrow the world government, still dream of dethroning the celestial dragons? A ridiculous joke. Luo Nan took a deep breath. Vast waves of spiritual power surged forth, Funkung Ly rushing into his Zanpakuto, beginning to push toward Bankai. Previously, when he first achieved Shirkai, his spiritual power had been quite weak, or more precisely, the strength of the soul it depended upon had been too low. The strength of a Zanpakuto depended entirely on the soul's power. Advancing from Shirkai to Bankai required an extremely strong soul and spiritual energy, which he had lacked in the past. But now, Luo Nan was more than ready. The cultivation technique he had obtained through daily check-ins, the primordial cultivation method, didn't significantly enhance combat power. Even the improvement to physical strength wasn't substantial. However, it drastically extended his lifespan because the more he cultivated, the stronger his soul and spiritual energy became. Soul strength and spiritual pressure were interdependent. The soul was like a barrel, while spiritual power was the water. The size and strength of the barrel determined how much water it could hold. At this moment, Luo Nan's spiritual pressure and soul power were both immensely powerful, more than enough to trigger the Bankai of his Zanpakuto. The power of a Bankai Zanpakuto was many times greater than that of Shirkai. Just how powerful exactly? Golden Lion, upon hearing Luo Nan's words, became furious once again. Without further hesitation, he launched an attack toward Luo Nan immediately. This time, it wasn't the same kind of testing assault as before. Using his float fruit, he lifted his body high into the air. Instantly, his legs detached, replaced by a pair of swords he held in his hands. As a dual-wielding swordsman, holding the swords in his hands multiplied his power far beyond what was possible when they were attached to his feet. He was now ready to fight for real. Luo Nan, if I don't teach you a lesson, you really won't know your place. Today, I'll show you how to behave. Golden Lion roared furiously, his twin blades clashing together as his figure rapidly shot toward Luo Nan like a lightning bolt, a blur of speed and thunder. His twin swords became brilliant auroras flashing through the air, slicing the sky with terrifying force directly toward Luo Nan. Take my ultimate dual sword technique. Luo Nan slowly lifted his head. His expressionless face revealed no panic or alarm, only calmness, completely unfazed by Golden Lion's lightning-fast assault. He spoke with a tranquil voice. Bankai, Senbenzakura Kagyoshi. Swish. Brilliant and colorful sparkling lights rained down from the sky, like countless petals drifting through the air. These dazzling petal-like lights appeared beautiful, yet were extremely dangerous. They carried terrifying, deadly intent, infused with sword chi so sharp that it exuded infinite destructive power. Shinkei, Senbenzakura Kagyoshi. As Luo Nan softly uttered those words, dozens of slender, silvery white blades immediately appeared around him, floating in midair and forming a protective ring. The countless sparkling petals drifting through the sky swiftly converged toward these blades, making them sharper, denser, and more devastating. Kill. A sharp gleam shot from Luo Nan's eyes as he stared at the charging Golden Lion. He spoke only one word. Then, the dozens of blades rushed forward at once, following the direction Luo Nan slashed his sword. Hiss. Chi 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 chi. Intense, violent clashing sounds erupted from the battlefield as explosive shockwaves surged outward. Luo Nan didn't retreat a single step, while his opponent, Golden Lion, screamed from the center of the explosion. Aorg. After the screams came frantic sounds of swords slashing and tearing, which quickly swallowed the screams. Golden Lion's presence vanished completely. When Luo Nan sheathed his Bankai Zanpakuto, all that remained on the battlefield was a pool of blood and the two famous swords. The once arrogant Golden Lion was gone entirely, completely torn apart by the Bankai form of Senbenzakura's attack. Chapter 73. The Great Wave is damaged. Head to Gaia Island to repair the ship. Is it over? Seeing the situation, Olivia and the others couldn't help but exchange glances. Was it really that simple? No way. Robin was a bit speechless. That golden-haired guy was so arrogant just now, and that's it? Elena had a different opinion. It should be over. Look, that blonde man is already gone. It must be because Captain Luonan's move just now was too powerful, instantly killing the opponent with one strike. Yeah, so powerful. Captain Luonan is incredible. Kalu Min shouted excitedly. Look, there are only 2 swords left on the deck. That guy is already gone, definitely killed. Wow, the captain is amazing. Hey, the deck is damaged too. Robin looked toward the section of the deck where the two fought, only to find that it had sustained a massive amount of damage from the residual shockwaves of their battle. Luckily, it hadn't damaged the ship's bottom, so the impact on their journey wasn't too serious. As long as they didn't run into a storm, everything should be fine. Seriously damaged. Their fight was too intense. Even though it seemed brief to us, if an attack that powerful were aimed at us, Kalu Min couldn't help shivering. Thankfully, we have Captain Luonan. We don't need to fear any enemy. Elena nodded. Come on, let's go take a look. Olivia said, and also check the deck damage. How serious is it? Let's see if we can make repairs. If this is a big problem, we might not be able to safely reach Water 7. But we don't have a shipwright on board, Robin said with a frown. Looks like we'll need to find a skilled shipwright as a future crewmate. I heard that Water 7 has many excellent shipwrights. We'll definitely find one once we get there. As they spoke, the group had already approached Luonan, surrounding him with concerned inquiries. Luonan, are you okay? Olivia examined Luonan from head to toe and saw no injuries. Only then did her tense expression ease. I'm fine. What could happen to me? Luonan waved his hand and dismissed the Zanpakuto, casually p.ng his hands together. Just a golden lion, hardly enough to hurt me. That guy is only famous, not truly strong. In terms of actual power, he's nothing special, only about on the level of Monkey D, Garp, or Gecko Moria. I'm so relieved it's over. Olivia exhaled with relief, repeating, since you've defeated him, I hope we don't run into any more unexpected trouble. Yeah, completely turned into fragments. No need to worry about him anymore. Luonan looked at the bloodstains on the deck and focused on the two famous swords left behind. While these blades were indeed top-notch, they still didn't measure up to his own Zanpakuto, especially since it could already achieve Bankai. These swords were far inferior to the supreme-grade weapons he possessed. Even so, the two swords were rare treasures, blades any swordsman in this world would drool over. Now they were in Luonan's possession, a fine addition to his collection. Right. Even the world's top-tier legendary swords were nothing more than a decent collectible in Luonan's hands. After taking the two swords, Luonan briefly inspected and played with them before casually tossing them into the cabin. This deck is quite damaged. Standing at the gap in the deck caused by the battle, Olivia and the others looked on with frustration but were at a loss for how to deal with it. We didn't bring any spare wooden planks to repair the deck. What should we do? Kalu Min frowned. Captain Luonan, look at this area. Although the ship's bottom wasn't destroyed, a bit of seawater has already started seeping in. Elena pointed to the leaking area of the hull below deck and explained to Luonan. We must quickly find an island to dock at and make repairs. If we leave it like this for too long, the great wave might sink. Even as an amateur navigator, she knew how dangerous it was to have the hull damaged. They needed to make landfall as soon as possible. Water leakage at the bottom of the hull. This really is a problem. Luonan frowned slightly, then thought for a moment before asking. How far are we from Water 7 now? How long will it take to get there? Can we head directly to Water 7? We can make some temporary repairs and maybe survive until we reach there, right? It'll be difficult. Elena shook her head carefully after examining the hull. It's fine for a while, but we still have at least 5 more days to reach Water 7. I can't guarantee we'll completely avoid bad weather along the way. If we run into a storm, things could get really bad. If we even encounter a tsunami, it might smash the ship's bottom to pieces. I see. Luonan thought for a moment and said, then let's do a quick temporary fix first and continue moving fast. You check the map again. See if there's a nearby island where we can dock for repairs before heading to Water 7. All right. Elena nodded quickly and hurried into the cabin, returning shortly with the map. By then, Luonan, Olivia, and the others had already jumped to the bottom of the ship to begin repairs. Looking at the map for a moment, Elena said, Captain Luonan, on our current route, there's a fairly large island we'll reach in about a day and a half. It looks quite lively. We should be able to fix the ship there. Oh, what island is it? A day and a half isn't too bad. Luonan's voice came from below. That island is called Gaia Island. We can definitely repair the ship there before continuing toward Water 7. Elena continued. A simple stop for repairs won't take up much time at all. Gaia Island, huh? We can definitely dock there. Luonan smiled slightly. Of course, he knew exactly what this island was. Above Gaia Island was also a floating island where Enel lived. He wondered whether Enel had already arrived at that floating island by now. According to the timeline, perhaps he was currently ruling as king over the floating island where he originally came from. More importantly, this floating island had a poneglyph stone inscription, one of historical importance. It would be a perfect opportunity to dock there so Olivia and Robin could examine it. All right, since you've made the decision, Captain, I'll start preparing to turn the ship, Elena said happily as soon as Luonan agreed. Actually, stopping at Gaia Island doesn't mean we need to rush through repairs and leave right away. There's no need to hurry so much toward Water 7. Luonan turned to the others. The main goal of our Voyager pirates is to explore and travel across the islands. Gaia Island has a very strange and interesting legend. There might be some fun things to discover. At these words, Robin immediately showed interest. She stopped repairing the ship's bottom and immediately started clinging to Luonan, begging him to tell her the story. Chapter 74, Street Rats Robbery? Who is the fat sheep or the big bad wolf? A day and a half later, it was nearly evening. The sun set in the west, and a large ship arrived at the port of Gyre Island. The ship was none other than the Grand Line Marauder. Throughout the day and a half, Ronan and the others had been very fortunate, encountering no violent storms and arriving safely at Gyre Island. Although the water seepage beneath the hull had worsened, greatly affecting the ship's speed, they still reached their destination before nightfall. Thank goodness we made it. Elena stood by the ship's railing, watching as the harbor grew closer. She couldn't help but feel relieved. If we delayed even one more day, she continued, the ship definitely would have sunk, even without a storm. Now everything's fine, we've arrived at Jaya Island. Olivia smiled as she packed her things, preparing to disembark. Now we can find someone to repair the hull. It's almost night already. Let's find a shipwright to work through the night. I suppose it should be finished by morning, right? Well, that might be difficult, Elena thought for a moment. It might take an entire day and night. We'll have to stay on the island tomorrow as well and depart the day after. To avoid bad weather, we can't just do a simple patch job. The shipwright must repair it thoroughly, replace many planks and perform various other tasks. One night might not be enough. No problem. Ronan, passing by, chimed in. A day and a night, then so be it. Besides, when we find the shipwright, don't make him work through the night anymore. Just have him fix it tomorrow. Tonight, he only needs to do something simple, enough to stop further leakage. As long as the ship isn't sunk by tomorrow morning, that's all that matters. All right, Elena nodded in agreement. Everyone, hurry and pack up. We'll disembark and then find a good restaurant to celebrate with a big meal. Ronan shouted. Yes, time for a feast. Robin immediately cheered. Beside him, Calumet gave Robin a fierce glare. Robin, are you saying you don't like my cooking? Are you saying my food isn't worthy of being called a feast? Hearing this, the previously ecstatic Robin suddenly froze mid-cheer, his arms stuck raised in uncertainty. Should he drop them or keep them up? No, not at all. Robin quickly shifted gears, his eyes darting around nervously. He hurried over to Calumet and started apologizing profusely, realizing that offending the ship's cook could spell major trouble for his future meals. You know, what I meant was, Calumet, the food you cook is definitely amazing, hands down the best I've ever eaten. Is that so? Calumet huffed. Then I thought by the way you were jumping for joy about going ashore to eat, that I must be making something truly inedible. No, not at all. Robin insisted, scrambling to save face. What I meant was that this Jaya Island probably has some unique foods, some local specialties. I'm sure you'd love to experience them and learn new recipes, right? You should definitely try some new dishes while we're here. Isn't that one of the main reasons you came with us on this voyage? Also, maybe you could even exchange some cooking techniques with the chefs at the local restaurants. Oh yeah. Calumet's eyes sparkled suddenly. Let's hurry and get off the ship already. I'm getting so excited. What kind of local ingredients might this island offer? I can't wait to find out. Seeing Calumet's mood brighten, Robin wiped the sweat off his brow in relief and began helping the cook pack. Nearby, Olivia and Elena watched the scene with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Those two were simply too cheeky. After packing their belongings, the group disembarked and first approached a ship repair workshop located near the harbor. They paid a deposit and handed over the Grand Line Marauder for repairs before finally leaving the port and heading toward the nearest bustling city on Jaya Island. However, just as Ronan and the others were chatting and laughing while leaving the ship repair factory, several thin and frail-looking young men near the factory entrance stared after them in the distance, whispering amongst themselves in low voices. Newcomers to Jaya Island. Just a bunch of kids, and only one adult. An adult woman, at that. I secretly took a look earlier. That woman paid Elder Fry 10,000 berries as a deposit for repairing that big ship docked at the port. I also checked out that ship briefly. It's quite large. A real fat sheep. Looks like we're going to strike it rich this time. Don't know where these rich folks are from, but not having any guards really works in our favor. Never mind whether they have guards or not. If they really had any, what business would we have here? Probably only those big pirate gangs could do anything then. I'll go inform the leader right away. You lot follow them closely, don't lose track. And be careful not to let the big pirate gangs catch wind of this. Got it. Dozens of minutes later, just as Ronan and his group arrived at the bustling city near the port, a strange smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Ronan's mouth. His eyes glanced sideways toward a dark alley behind them. There, several thin young men had been following their group all the way, but their intentions remained unclear. Among the group, no one except Ronan had noticed them, partly because the others were ordinary people, but more so because those following were extremely cautious. Even Robin, who had eaten a devil fruit, had failed to detect them. But hiding from Ronan was impossible. These ordinary henchmen were nothing to him. With his current level of observation haki, very few people in this world could conceal their presence completely from him. Even those with invisibility-type devil fruits probably couldn't. I'll just see what you're up to, Ronan mused silently with a soft chuckle. Might as well be a little amusement to spice up our peaceful life. Unfazed, Ronan walked leisurely with his hands behind his head, paying no real attention to these petty stalkers. Honestly, they weren't even worth his interest. He was treating it like a game. A few more minutes passed. As Robin and Calumet were looking around at the shops lining the street and discussing which one to choose, hurried footsteps suddenly came from behind, followed by a loud shout. Stop right there. I said stop. Ronan showed no surprise whatsoever, but the others were startled by the sudden yell. Who are these people? Robin asked, shocked as he saw a group of rough-looking ruffians emerge from behind and surround them. Who are you? Why are you surrounding us? Calumet frowned, demanding an explanation. What do you want? Olivia also asked with a frown, then glanced at Ronan beside her. Seeing Ronan shrug nonchalantly, signaling there was no need to worry, immediately eased much of her concern. The gang of ragged-looking hooligans chuckled mockingly, then slightly stepped aside, creating a path as if they were making way for a powerful figure. Still asking what we want, one of them sneered. You guys just stole a large sum of money from us, and now you want to run? Chapter 75, Thief? Robin takes action. Stepping forward was a short, muscular adult man with a fierce look on his face, full of thick, rugged features. His jowls trembled as he spoke, and in his hand, he held a short knife. He stared angrily at Luonan and the others. What? What do you mean we stole your money? Robin, Elena, and others looked bewildered. We stole your money? How come we don't even know about it ourselves? Orvia did not speak, but frowned slightly as she glanced at the bandits surrounding them. Each of them had the sleazy look of a ruffian. She instantly understood. The so-called theft of money was clearly just an excuse, a mere pretext to start trouble with them. Who would have thought they would run into such an annoying incident the moment they arrived at this Gyre Island? As she was thinking, Orvia stole a glance at Luonan beside her, who remained silent. She saw that Luonan gave her a reassuring look, as if to say there was nothing to worry about, so she stopped thinking further. Hey, we didn't steal your money. Could you be mistaken? On the side, Elena was still earnestly trying to explain things to them. She genuinely believed the others had been robbed and had just confused them for the thieves, and hurriedly started explaining. Yeah, we definitely didn't steal your money. We don't even know you. Kaluman also chimed in. We've just disembarked here. We went to the shipwright's dockyard and nowhere else. How could we have stolen your money? You must be mistaken. Yeah, if you're looking for thieves, you should head elsewhere quickly, or they might escape. Robin also nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the leader chuckled. These people were actually that naive, truly believing that they had come to catch a thief. Pathetic, naive lambs. He couldn't figure out how these people survived on the seas. How could such a group of kids and one adult woman dare to sail the ocean? It was indeed strange, though he didn't dwell on it. Now was the time to make them hand over their money first. You don't need to argue. It was you who stole it. We saw you stealing with our own eyes. A thin, tall man beside the muscular leader sneered while pointing at the packages Robin and the others were carrying. Quickly return the 500,000 berries we lost, or else we'll take it back ourselves. Robin, Elena, Orvia, and others were indeed carrying small packages. They indeed contained some money and also clothes. After all, there were expenses after coming ashore. Plus, the Grand Surge needed repairs, and once the shipwrights came aboard, the crew couldn't leave their valuables unattended on the ship. Upon hearing the man's words, Robin's eyes widened, and she tightly gripped the straps of her backpack, watching them warily. Though innocent, she wasn't stupid. At first, she really had thought they were chasing a thief. But now, by their tone, she immediately understood. They were here to rob. You are robbers? Robin glared furiously at them. Ha. The hooligans surrounding them exchanged glances and burst into laughter immediately. These fools realized that now? Too innocent, so cute indeed. Clearly, these were fat, ignorant lambs. We are not robbing you. We are simply claiming what's ours. The muscular leader sneered at Robin menacingly. Girlie, if you know what's good for you, hand the money back to us now. Otherwise, this pretty, soft skin of yours is going to get ruined. We brothers can get really vicious. You despicable. Robin's face turned red with rage, and she was left speechless. You guys are so unfair. Elena also glared angrily at them, her eyes involuntarily shifting toward Luonan, who still stood silently behind. She wondered why Captain Luonan hadn't acted yet. These hooligans had pushed too far, and even framed them for theft. How despicable. Captain. Karuman directly looked at Luonan with anticipation, clearly hoping he would step in to handle the situation. Obviously, these people were trying to extort money from them. If they really handed over 500,000 berries, it'd almost be all the money they had on them. There were meals to buy and the remaining repair costs for the ship tomorrow. This was going to be tight as it was. Definitely, they couldn't hand over the money. Besides, they hadn't even stolen anything. How unfair would that be? Don't look at me. These are just small fries, not worth me getting involved myself. Luonan shrugged indifferently, then turned his gaze to Robin and continued. Robin, these people aren't devil fruit users. They're just some strong and physically fit ordinary people. I'm sure you can handle them, right? Huh? Me? Robin was a bit startled, not expecting Luonan to ask her to deal with this group. However, upon thinking carefully, it did make sense. These hooligans weren't even worth Luonan, a powerful expert, personally handling. It would be an overkill situation, using a cannon to kill a mosquito. If said that way, she really was the only one suitable to take action. As for others, even the only adult in the group, motherly Orvia, was just an ordinary person. And she was the only ability user in the team besides Luonan. If Luonan had no intention of acting, then it could only be her. Robin took a deep breath, feeling no fear in her heart. In fact, she felt somewhat excited. So, had her moment finally come to show her skills? Hurry up, haven't made up your mind yet? Hand over the money now, or we'll take action ourselves. Over there, the short, muscular man had already grown impatient. Surrounded as they were by strong men, how could these women and children possibly hesitate? Did they even have the courage to resist? It was obvious their strength was nowhere close. The right choice would be to kneel down begging for mercy and hand over all their money to avoid death. If you're so uncooperative, don't blame me for being ruthless. The short muscular man glanced at Orvia but, seeing she still hadn't moved, became furious and shouted, all of you, attack. Knock those women down. Since they won't hand over the money willingly, we'll just take it ourselves. Ha. Chief, you should have done this from the start. These women won't budge until they see the coffin, so there's no use talking further. A blonde young man laughed loudly, then charged straight at Orvia. Yeah, Chief, once we get the money, let's go to the harbor afterward and grab their ship. They arrived on a pretty sizable one, which could fetch a good price, another man said greedily. So what are you all waiting for? Hurry up and finish them off. The short, muscular man sneered with a self-satisfied expression, as if Luonan and his companions, and even the grand surge at the harbor, had already become his possessions. He seemed extremely pleased, even bursting into laughter. This job would indeed bring in a lot of profit. Just then, Robin made her move. A cry of pain rang out from the thug who had just started rushing toward Orvia, causing all the nearby hooligans to freeze in shock. When they focused their gaze, they were utterly stunned, eyes widening in horror at the terrifying scene before them. Chapter 76, Robin's debut. All disabled. All they saw was the man charging toward Olivia fall flat on the ground with a thud. His neck had been twisted by a hand emerging from the back of his head, and after a scream of agony, he died instantly. This shocking act startled all the other thugs on the scene, and even those who had charged forward hesitated in fear, staring in horror at the group of girls before them. The seemingly gentle and ordinary girls who once appeared as harmless as lambs had suddenly become terrifying as vicious dragons. Robin stood with her arms crossed in front of her, pouting with anger at the thugs. You despicable people actually had the audacity to target us, planning to rob our belongings. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think we're easy prey. Hiss. Robin's declaration was met with a collective gasp of shock, including the leader, a short but powerfully built man. They all stared at Robin in disbelief. Clearly, it was this young girl who had killed their comrade just now. The others halted in fear, glancing nervously at Robin before turning to the leader for direction. What to do next was now his decision. The leader's face darkened with shifting emotions, glaring at Robin grimly. A devil fruit user. You're actually a devil fruit user. Right you are. I am a devil fruit user, and now you finally know fear, don't you? Robin replied proudly, lifting her chin. She felt proud indeed, capable of standing her ground now. Judging by their reaction, she was clearly able to intimidate them, perhaps even scare them into wetting their pants. Damn, who'd have thought you'd have a devil fruit user among you? That explains why. That explains how a group like yours dared to sail the seas. The leader exclaimed in realization. He had wondered before, how on earth could this group of people dare to set sail? A grown woman traveling with a few underage girls, and yet surviving the sea full of vicious pirates? That just didn't make sense. But now, seeing Robin's ability, everything suddenly clicked. No wonder they had their confidence. With a devil fruit user protecting them, even average sea pirates wouldn't dare to challenge them. After all, devil fruit users aren't just rare in the four seas. Even on the Grand Line, they were scarce. Generally, devil fruit users possessed far greater strength than normal people. To confront a devil fruit user, aside from another devil fruit user, you would need someone who had trained other formidable techniques, like swordsmanship or mastery of the Marine's 6 powers. Alternatively, you'd need overwhelming numbers and ships to take them on directly. But now, they were just a group of pirates that made a living through robbery. How could they stand a chance against her? The leader's mind sank into deep thought. Was it even possible for a mere mortal to defeat a devil fruit user? After a moment's consideration, the leader looked at Robin again, narrowing his eyes. She may be a devil fruit user, but she's just a child. I'm sure her abilities aren't that powerful. We outnumber her. If we manage to capture her, we could sell her as a slave. Think of the fortune she could fetch as a devil fruit user. Driven by greed, the leader made up his mind. He glared at Robin fiercely and commanded coldly. Don't think you've already won just because you're a devil fruit user. In the end, you're just a child, and we definitely outnumber you. Don't be scared. Charge. Quickly finish her off. Yes. Upon hearing their leader's command, the thugs charged again, still somewhat scared, yet convinced by the reasoning. Their opponent was a mere little girl with devil fruit powers. They had numbers on their side. It'd be too embarrassing if they really ran in fear. Thus, they gritted their teeth, grimaced, and swarmed forward all at once, aiming to quickly defeat Robin. How dare you underestimate me? Robin felt furious. She had expected her initial attack to scare off these ordinary thugs, given they were not devil fruit users. After all, ordinary people needed great courage to strike against someone with devil fruit abilities. They weren't elite marines or seasoned pirates who navigated the seas regularly. How could they possibly dare? Clearly, they were taking her for weak due to her young age. That infuriated Robin even more. Originally, she planned to scare them off, but clearly, that wouldn't be enough now. She needed to teach them a serious lesson. Her small face turned solemn immediately, and swiftly raising her hands, Robin muttered, "Flower feet. Flower bloom." As the words left her lips, the advancing thugs suddenly felt something was wrong. Looking down, they froze in sheer terror. Arms were sprouting from their legs. These limbs rapidly extended, coiling tightly around their lower limbs and breaking their legs in a resounding crack. Every thug who charged at Robin had their legs snapped in an instant. Plop, plop. Thud after thud echoed, as every thug charging toward Robin fell to the ground screaming in agony. Nearly all of them had been crippled by Robin's move. The kind-hearted Robin chose not to take their lives, unlike the previous man who had directly rushed at Mother Olivia, forcing Robin to kill him without hesitation. She couldn't afford to gamble with Olivia's safety. Now, having the upper hand, Robin showed mercy, breaking only their legs. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to do evil for quite some time. Huff. Even for Robin, defeating so many people at once was exhausting. Unlike in her older years, she hadn't mastered the flower fruit well yet, and she couldn't maintain her abilities for long. After just this short while, she already felt extremely tired. Luckily, she had nearly finished dealing with them. All that remained was the leader. Now, do you still have anything to say? Robin wiped the sweat from her forehead and glared at the short, muscular man. If you've got the guts, come on then. See if I don't twist your neck. In her heart, Robin had already decided, if this leader dared to attack again, she would strike without mercy and kill him outright. You. The leader's eyes widened. Seeing that this young girl had actually defeated all his men, he felt a tremor in his heart. He must have misjudged her strength. How could such a small girl be so powerful? It was unbelievable. Instantly, thoughts of retreating surfaced in his mind. He had no desire to lose his life here. But, just then, he noticed the sweat on Robin's forehead and the slight tremble in her arms. His eyes lit up immediately. She definitely couldn't continue fighting anymore. Attacking all of them at once must have drained her completely. She no longer had the strength to keep going. Chapter 77, Kill. Robin. The people of Gaia Island are getting tense. The short, stout man observed carefully again, not missing any details. Indeed, he noticed the undeniable concern in Olivia's eyes when she glanced at Robin. Elena and Karuman were also looking at Robin with worry. Only Ronan, hiding behind the girls, remained silent and completely relaxed, watching the spectacle unfold as if it were a grand show. Hee-hee-ha-ha, you're just bluffing, right? Suddenly, the short, stout man burst into loud laughter, seemingly not taking Robin's threat seriously at all. In his eyes, Robin was undoubtedly at her last gasp. No matter how powerful a user of devil fruit ability she might be, she was still just a child. Having just knocked out so many people in one go couldn't have been simple, and obviously, she must have no strength left to continue fighting. He felt he had already seen through everything. What came next would surely be his moment to shine. You really think I'm bluffing? Robin was taken aback, then looked at him with evident surprise. Was it possible that her current exhausted appearance made him think she could no longer fight? It was quite possible, indeed. But Robin had only begun to feel tired. It was the first time she had ever used her powers to such an extent. In truth, she could keep going. At the very least, there would be no problem dealing with someone like this short, stout man before her. Besides, even if she truly had no strength left, behind them was someone known across the Grand Line, someone whose name shook the world. His self-satisfied smirk left Robin speechless. Did he really not know that fleeing now was his best option? Actually, the fact that he still hadn't recognized them was proof of that. Rorinoa, the one with the most fearsome reputation, was hiding behind them, not showing himself. Their names simply weren't famous enough for the man to recognize. But still, you really won't run now? Then, you're truly doomed. Yet the man opposite firmly believed in his own guess. Suddenly, he yanked a pistol from within his coat. Among these bandits who often robbed pedestrians around Gaia Island's port, ordinary thugs didn't carry guns. They only used blades and swords as weapons. As the leader, however, he'd managed through connections to obtain a pistol from some bigger gangsters as his secret ace. And now was the time to use this trump card. Although he was convinced that the opponent no longer had the strength to fight, he had no intention of risking a close-range attack on Robin. Instead, he pulled out the pistol and aimed it at Robin's legs. He had no intention of killing Robin. No, he hoped to capture her and make some money instead. He surprised? I actually have a gun. The stout man grinned triumphantly at Robin while the pistol was now pointing directly at her legs. With his proficiency in pistols, at such a short range, he was confident that he could wound Robin's legs. If a child had both legs injured, she would surely fall unconscious, at which point she'd be entirely at his mercy. As for the others, well, once the devil fruit user was taken care of, would the rest still be any threat to him? Of course not. That was no issue at all. Grinning from ear to ear, the stout man was about to fire at Robin's legs when, die already. Of course I shouldn't have even considered letting you go. Robin glared furiously at him, moved her hands, and in an instant, several arms sprouted out from the man's arms, chest, and back. Before the terrified eyes of the bandit, hands grew from the arms and tightly gripped his pistol-wielding hand, twisting its direction. Meanwhile, hands bursting from his chest and back seized his neck firmly, with a small twist. Crack! A crisp, snapping sound rang out, and the bandit's head jerked sideways, his eyes clouded with regret fading out. His neck had been completely snapped, and he died. Phew! Robin exhaled deeply, relieved that it was finally over. This guy had really been a bit hard to deal with, but he had underestimated her too much. Now look what happened, losing his life over this. Ronan watched as Robin completed her first battle and couldn't help but nod. Though not perfect, it had certainly been good training. Considering this was Robin's first major battle in such a situation, she had done well. Ronan gave a few words of encouragement, and Robin smiled lightly, though her face remained somewhat pale. After all, she had just killed someone, and on the ground were a bunch of injured people wailing in pain. The sight was truly a grim one. Olivia and the others quickly moved to support Robin, and seeing only fatigue and exhaustion in her expression, they felt somewhat reassured. All right, let's keep looking for a restaurant. We don't need to worry about these guys anymore. Ronan glanced at the wounded men sprawled across the ground. He didn't even want to spare them a second thought. Undoubtedly, someone would come and deal with them later. From not far away, several passers-by had already noticed the commotion. Yeah, let's leave quickly. Otherwise, if other people from this city find out, it might cause us some trouble. Elena also chimed in, saying that she, too, preferred not to linger here any longer. There were injured men lying all over the ground, along with 2 corpses. It was better to leave sooner rather than later. Thus, the group left the area. Not long afterward, a squad of patrolling Marines arrived. Upon seeing the scene, their expressions immediately changed, and they hurriedly contacted others to handle the situation. At the same time, they rapidly reported the incident upward. What caused them such tension wasn't merely the 2 deaths or the number of injured bandits. Rather, it was what they learned from the wounded thugs. They described the people they had encountered. These gangsters might not have recognized Ronan and the others, but the Marines did. Ronan, the son of a demon, had arrived. Instantly, the entire marine detachment stationed on Gaia Island was shaken and filled with tension. What? Ronan? Ronan, the son of a demon? Are you certain? Are you sure? Inside the marine headquarters on Gaia Island, the officers who received the news first looked at each other in shock, and soon their faces turned grim. Some turned pale, others went green with fear, all visibly anxious and with terror evident in their eyes. Ronan is here on Gaia Island? Impossible, right? Said the Marine Lieutenant Colonel sitting at the head of the table, his lips trembling. Quickly, send word out, whatever you do not provoke this devil. Another Marine Major jumped up from his seat and shouted, as though Ronan might descend upon them at any moment if they delayed the message. Yes, exactly. Immediately inform all the Marines on Gaia Island. Anyone who dares to provoke Ronan, I will personally break his legs myself. The Marine Colonel sitting at the head regained his composure and immediately issued the order. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. All the Marine officers present were anxiously thinking the same thing. They wanted the news to spread throughout Gaia Island's Marine forces immediately. At the same time, they silently prayed that none of the men would provoke Ronan. Otherwise, not only would they be seeking death themselves, but they might also anger Ronan, dragging all the others down with them. Thus, as the message spread further down the chain of command, every low-ranking Marine on Gaia Island came to know the news. Ronan has arrived. The legendary Devil's Son who had supposedly defeated two of the headquarters' top admirals' combat power in battle has come. Chapter 78. Check-in at Gaia. Reward a storage ring. As Roran and his group entered a restaurant, they were completely unaware that the entire Marine presence on Gaia had already been scared out of their wits because of him. The group had begun their feast, sitting around a table and placing their orders. The one doing the ordering was none other than Karuman, the chef from the East Blue. Naturally, she wanted to taste the local cuisine of Gaia, and even tried to go into the kitchen behind the scenes, but unfortunately, she was chased out. This, and this too, just a bit of each. Karuman went on a wild ordering spree, seemingly taking out her frustrations on the upcoming delicious food. This restaurant had really upset her by not allowing her into the kitchen. She had even issued a challenge to the chefs right there on the spot, but sadly, they hadn't even acknowledged the little girl. Being clearly underestimated had made Karuman quite angry, but she was still determined to eat here and give their food a tough time when it came. Soon, various dishes were brought to the table, and Roran and the others began devouring everything voraciously. Karuman started eating too, and gradually, her eyes began to sparkle. Not bad at all. The taste is actually quite decent, only just slightly worse than mine. Delicious. So good. Robin gobbled down her food, barely managing to avoid choking when she heard Karuman muttering. This girl was still upset? Clearly, the food made by the restaurant's chef was better than hers, right? No wonder he's a chef on the Grand Line. His food really is good. Eilina chimed in with admiration. But just as she finished speaking, she noticed Karuman's darkening expression nearby, and quickly corrected herself. Of course, Karuman's cooking is also delicious. It's just because we don't have enough quality ingredients on the ship. If she had the same ingredients as they do here, she could definitely make something even better. That's more like it. Karuman nodded in satisfaction before speaking up. We don't have much good ingredients on our ship, so normally I can only make simple dishes. Obviously, they can't compare to what they have here. It's not my fault. That was indeed a reasonable point, not only because of the ingredients, but also the spices involved. No problem, we can just buy some ingredients here tomorrow, along with any other seasonings or supplies we need, Roran said casually. But do we even have enough money left? Eilina said hesitantly. We do run a bit low, Olivia joined in. We still have to pay the shipwright tomorrow for the repairs, too. Most of the money they currently had was obtained back at Jim Island, after defeating the Heegman pirates. However, most of it had been left behind on Jim Island, and they had only taken a small portion with them. Along the journey here, they had already spent quite a bit, and now had less than 300,000 belly left. After paying the 100,000 belly deposit, they were left with over 200,000 belly. Once the ship was repaired, they still needed to pay another 100,000 belly, leaving only around 100,000 belly remaining. No worries. Once we reach Water 7, people will be giving us money, 10 billion belly. In fact, Roran said Ly, the world government still owed him 10 billion belly, and when that came in, money wouldn't be a problem. But Roran, didn't you say we were going to build a huge ship? Olivia frowned. If it were just an ordinary ship, it wouldn't be bad. Only a few million belly, or at most 1 or 200 million for a flagship of a major pirate crew. But the ship you mentioned building seems to cost way more than that. What kind of ship costs that much? Back in Water 7, Roran had casually mentioned wanting to build a new ship. According to him, it would consume most of the 10 billion belly. What ship could possibly be that expensive? It's going to be an extremely powerful ship. Roran raised his eyebrows, deciding not to reveal yet that he intended to build the Pluton. He'd discuss it further once they reached Water 7. Speaking of which, he wondered whether the Frankie family still had the Pluton blueprints. In the original storyline, the blueprints had been burned, but judging from the current timeline, it seemed like they might still exist. Across the entire world, besides the blueprints already in Roran's possession, the only other surviving copy of the Pluton design should be held by the Frankie family. That could be sorted out later. He'd figure it out when they got there. If Frankie's master was unwilling to help build the ship, Roran still had his own blueprint and could approach other shipyards. Though of course, that did come with the risk of the blueprints being leaked. A little later, after finishing their meal, the group paid and found a place to rest for the night. That night, when everyone else had fallen asleep, Roran began his daily check-in routine. Every new island he arrived at was a perfect opportunity for that. Nowadays, Roran no longer bothered checking in at every small location. Whenever he arrived at an island, he would directly check in for the entire island. Only by doing so was there a chance to receive greater rewards. Otherwise, like back in Ohara, aside from the initial check-in which had felt like a beginner's reward, most of the time he had only received various potions. Now, he already had quite a collection of potions, some from back when he was in Ohara, and most accumulated during his travels in the East Blue. Now he basically only checked in for entire islands, and he expected that checking in on Jaya should yield a decent reward as well. System, check in for the entire Jaya island. Roran said while lying on his bed. Suddenly, he quickly asked, wait, checking in here on Jaya, I hope it doesn't include the Skypio above? That floating island was apparently part of Jaya, before being carried into the sky after being separated. It won't be checked in together, they are two different locations. At the moment, the host is not yet capable of checking in both simultaneously. The system spoke. Congratulations, host. Check-in for Jaya Island successful. Reward obtained, 1 storage ring. A storage ring? Roran's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing that. This is truly a great item. Haha, it was definitely better to just check in for the entire island. Without hesitation, Roran immediately opened the system interface. Sure enough, the storage ring was quietly lying within the system space. Without another thought, he claimed it immediately. A copper-colored ring appeared in his palm. Roran looked at it closely. It looked like the ring from that movie called The Lord of the Rings from his previous life, simple and unassuming. He put the ring on his finger, and following the usage method the system transmitted to him, gave it a try. By concentrating his spiritual energy on the ring, he immediately sensed an internal space of about 10 cubic meters within. 10 cubic meters was definitely not small at all. It wasn't enough to store large objects, but daily necessities were absolutely no problem, and even some small weapons would fit just fine. Nodding in satisfaction, Roran then said thoughtfully, System, bring up my status panel. Host, Roran. Age, 11. Physique, 137. Strength, 130. Agility, 134. Spirit, 183. Conqueror's Haki, level 9. Observation Haki, level 2. Armament Haki, level 2. Flowing Cloud Sword Art, level 9. Mera Mera no Mi, level 9. Marine 6 Powers, level 9. Primordial Chi Cultivation, 3rd Layer, Mortal Realm. Moonlight Running Art, level 12. Zampakudo, Bankai. Healing Potions, 36 bottles. Spirit Restoration Potions, 27 bottles. Physical Stamina Potions, 45 bottles. Elixir of Longevity, 8 bottles. Sunwheel Sword, Speed Talisman, Great Wave Ship, and Pluton Blueprints. Chapter 79, 3 Travelers. Heading to the Sky Island. Looking at his own attribute panel, Luo Nen wore a satisfied expression. Although he hadn't deliberately practiced over the past few days, his 4 main attributes had still been slowly increasing. Even the Armament Haki he had recently acquired had leveled up 1 rank. While Armament Haki wouldn't directly boost his attribute values, it was an active skill that could quickly enhance both defensive and offensive capabilities, just like how Kobe and Zephyr had already cultivated their Armament Haki to extremely high levels. Although Luo Nen hadn't trained intentionally, his Armament Haki was still steadily improving, which was closely related to his already formidable power. His starting point was simply much higher than others. After a while of observation, Luo Nen fell asleep, quite content. Early the next morning, everyone had a quick breakfast and returned to the port, where workers from the dockside shipyard had already started repairing the Great Wave. While supervising the purchase of supplies, Luo Nen also kept an eye on the ship's repair progress. Unexpectedly, the Great Wave was being patched up slightly faster than they had anticipated. Dear guests, we have many excellent shipwrights in our workshop. With our hard work, the ship will be ready by evening at the latest. The old man from the shipyard waved his tool confidently while speaking. Great. Then we'll leave the repair work to you, Mr. Fry. Olivia politely replied to the elderly man before her. He was indeed the shipyard's owner, as well as a highly skilled shipwright. It was said that he had even studied in Water 7. Nothing particularly special there, but on Goa Island, this man was truly outstanding. Who on the entire island didn't know Master Fry, considered one of the best shipwrights on all of Goa. Robin and the others felt even more excited about Water 7 now. If a shipwright who had merely studied there was already so impressive, how extraordinary must the top shipwrights in Water 7 itself be? They might truly find an extremely powerful shipwright to become their companion when they reached Water 7. After entrusting the ship to Old Fry, Luo Nan and the others left the port once again. So what shall we do next? Robin asked somewhat boredly. Shall we go shopping? I think we should go try out various restaurants. I bet I can finally get into a kitchen, Caramon suggested, still holding a grudge about being denied access to the kitchen at the restaurant last night. I think we should look for skilled navigators and learn more about navigation. Yelena wanted to study maritime knowledge. During this period, she had increasingly felt that the half-baked knowledge she learned before was no longer sufficient. She needed to study more diverse and comprehensive navigation techniques. Well then, Luo Nen thought for a moment and then spoke. I've heard some legends about this Goa island before. I might have mentioned something about it earlier, but not in much detail. It said that there is a floating island high above this island, and I'm sure that place holds something worth exploring. Floating island. At those words, the others immediately opened their eyes wide. Although they had all heard the legend of the floating island before, even Caramon and Yelena, the stories had always seemed like fairy tales. Now that Luo Nen was talking about it, it was clearly not just a fairy tale, but reality. Everyone was getting excited. However, Luo Nen continued. Reaching that floating island won't be easy. I can fly, but I can't carry all of you. It would take far too much time. So how about this? Robin, you'll stay here on Goa Island with Caramon and Yelena. Yelena wants to study navigation, and Caramon wants to see how other chefs cook. The two of you can do that while I and Aunt Olivia visit the floating island. A floating island, huh? Visiting there for an archaeological expedition would indeed be a great idea. Olivia's face immediately lit up with joy. A floating island high in the sky likely hasn't been affected by the world government's suppression of historical records. There might be many related messages left behind. Maybe even the inscriptions of the poneglyph. Luonin smiled faintly. He of course knew there truly were poneglyphs on the floating island, but he chose not to mention it outright. Nearby, Robin looked a bit unhappy upon hearing that. After all, she was an archaeologist too, and she dreamed of studying the poneglyphs, so naturally she was disappointed when Luonin said he wouldn't be taking her along. Luonin, can't you take me with you? Robin pouted as she said, well, I just don't feel comfortable leaving Yelena and Caramon behind. Luonin explained, both Aunt Olivia and I are going to the Sky Island. If you go with us too, I won't feel comfortable leaving Yelena and Caramon behind by themselves. If you stay here, you can at least protect them. Robin couldn't think of a counterargument. Indeed, Yelena was a navigator and Caramon a cook. Neither had any self-defense abilities. At the very least, Robin was a devil fruit user, so she could handle minor troubles, like those thugs they had encountered yesterday. As for the Marines? Haha. Earlier, while returning to the port, Luonin and the others had come across several patrolling Marines. Not even waiting to meet face to face, the moment the Marines saw Luonin's group from afar, their expressions changed completely, and they fled like frightened little children, clearly aware of his presence. They wouldn't dare touch Robin or the others, especially not while Luonin himself was still around. If they tried anything, it would be suicide. Still, Luonin remained somewhat uneasy. In the end, he handed Robin his Bankai-released Zanpakuto for self-defense, and specifically assigned Simbinzakura to protect the safety of the three girls. With Simbinzakura present, the three would essentially be free from any safety concerns. Unless, of course, an admiral or one of the emperors themselves showed up personally, then there might be an issue. However, just then, Robin suddenly called out again, Luonin, since you've already left behind such a powerful sword, it doesn't really matter whether I stay behind, right? Looking at Robin's shining eyes, Luonin found himself speechless. Well, just moments ago he could make up an excuse, but now that he had left his Zanpakuto behind, it did seem that there was no real reason to make Robin stay. Observing the situation, Olivia silently covered her mouth in amusement. This little girl really wanted to go to the Sky Island with them, didn't she? Well, considering she was a gifted archaeologist like her mother, she couldn't blame her. Coming across such a mysterious and rare location as the Sky Island must surely ignite an overwhelming desire to visit. Therefore, Olivia also looked toward Luonin and said, Luonin, why don't you just bring Robin along then? Can you carry two people while flying? Chapter 80. The Golden Capital and the Historical Text. God Gonfur. It's doable, though a bit tiring. But anything more than this, and I won't be able to manage. Luonin replied helplessly. Upon hearing Luonin's agreement, Robin standing beside him immediately cheered excitedly. Then he quickly handed the Zanpakuto over to Elena and grabbed tightly onto Luonin's sleeve, as if fearing that Luonin might escape. After we leave, you two had better move together, Luonin reminded Elena and Kaluman. Don't split up. The Marines might not dare lay a hand on you, but there are thieves and bandits around who won't hesitate to harm you. Safety first, got it? Got it, Captain. You can rest assured, we'll be careful. Elena and Kaluman exchanged glances. They understood Luonin's concern for their safety and nodded at once. As long as you understand. Luonin nodded. Then the group parted ways. Elena and Kaluman went into the city, while Luonin took Olivia and Robin to a deserted area. Grab tightly onto me now. Luonin extended both arms, allowing Olivia and Robin to hold on, then activated the flying technique. Instantly, he shot into the air, lifting the two with him straight up toward the sky. The sudden flying ability startled the two, causing them to grip his arms tightly. Olivia managed better, but Robin was so frightened, he closed his eyes for a while. After some time, he finally opened them again, revealing an expression full of excitement as he looked at the clouds around him. Wow, we're so high up now. Don't move around too much, Robin. Olivia warned anxiously, asking Robin not to move. It was already difficult for Luonin to fly with two people. If anything happened at such a height, they'd certainly fall to their doom. Don't worry, Aunt Olivia. Luonin didn't seem to care. Although carrying two people did increase the burden of his flying technique, it was still within his limits. He securely held both of them as he steadily flew higher. Mom, look over there. We've already flown above the clouds. Robin pointed at a massive cloud layer nearby that had hidden the ocean and Sky Island below. Yes, we can barely see the islands below anymore. Olivia also stared down. As the trio ascended higher and higher, the island kept shrinking beneath them until it nearly vanished, not because of distance, but because of the thick clouds obstructing the view. Still, you should both look ahead. That's the Sky Island up there. Luonin chuckled and raised his head, watching the tiny dark spot above them grow steadily larger. Now, it had transformed into a huge object slowly drifting in the sky. Upon hearing this, both of them looked up. Sure enough, a floating island hidden in thick white clouds came into view, and both were filled with awe. It turned out the Sky Island was hidden within the vast clouds. No wonder no one could see it from the ground or the sea. Who would have thought an entire island could be hiding inside the clouds? Amazing. Yeah. Amidst their admiration, It wasn't long before the group crossed 10,000 meters in the sky. With the high-speed flying technique, they officially arrived at the Sky Island. Unlike Luffy's group in the original story who used an undersea volcano's water jet to propel their ship into the island, Luo Nen flew directly. Hence, he hadn't passed through the White Sea Passage, missing the chance to be extorted by the elderly lady guarding the gate there. He had flown straight across the White Sea to the upper area, the Upper White Sea, where they landed in an open space. Luo Nen hadn't landed directly within the city because he understood some of the Sky Island's rules. The white-hatted guards were subordinates of the god of the Sky Island, and in charge of managing it. If he were discovered to be an intruder, unnecessary conflicts and problems would follow, and there was no need to waste time dealing with those nuisances. The entire Sky Island didn't contain any fighters Luo Nen truly regarded as threats. According to the timeline, the current god should be Genova. Compared to later characters like Enel who would come to rule the island with cruelty, Genova was a decent ruler. At this point, Enel was likely still bullying people back in his hometown, Baika, and wouldn't arrive here to destroy it and take over from Genova for some years yet. But that had nothing to do with Luo Nen. He came here on the Sky Island mainly to investigate, and incidentally, this Sky Island is indeed an incredibly wealthy place. Around 400 years ago, the legendary golden city of Chandora was lifted into the sky, laden with enormous treasures of gold. Just taking a bit for myself won't be a big deal, right? That was what Luo Nen was thinking, with absolutely no sense of shame. Where are we going next? Robin looked around curiously but then remembered a moment later that neither of them actually knew the way around here. They had no idea where they should go next for archaeology. Definitely looking for some ancient ruins or something. This place has existed for a very long time, so there should be some ancient hidden information left behind. Olivia was also looking around curiously, and hearing this, she spoke up. Exactly, there really are some ruins here. Also, did you know this place was once part of the island of Ganja? A few hundred years ago, it was washed up onto the Sky Island, containing a lot of ancient Ganja architecture and plenty of gold too. The Ganja Island was once called the Golden Country, although most of that gold was concentrated in Chandora. Fortunately, this part got washed up to the Sky Island, Luo Nen explained. It's the golden capital Chandora we're looking for. Wow, gold. So if we take just a bit of it, it should be enough for our future expenses. Robin's eyes sparkled as he spoke excitedly. Hearing this, Luo Nen couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. Come on, you're Robin. How could you be like Nami, loving money this much? Where did that mature and refined Robin go? Looking at the mature and elegant Olivia, then at the childlike, excited Robin, Luo Nen couldn't help but think deeply. Obviously, the Robin of the future, like the current Olivia, would be mature, elegant, wise, and gentle. But now, Robin was still very young, and had not endured a harsh childhood like in the original storyline. Perhaps his own actions had already changed Robin's growth path for the future? Oh well, whatever. As long as Robin is happy, let that cruel childhood go to hell. Since you know so much about the Sky Island, Luo Nen, do you know how to find these ruins? Olivia asked. These ruins should be located in that forest over there, Luo Nen replied, pointing to a forest visibly different from other places. That's the part of the island that was washed up here long ago. Here on the Sky Island, it's called the Sacred Land. However, within the forest there are some descendants of the old xianxia tribe, who fight with the original Sky Islanders over control of this holy ground every year. Let's head directly there. Grabbing both of them by the hand, Luo Nen took off again from the Sky Island, flying straight toward that forest. Along the way, they indeed saw some ancient ruins. Soon enough, Luo Nen's eyes lit up when he spotted a huge stone monument that was perfectly square and rectangular. It wasn't anything else. It was the stone tablet containing the poneglyph inscription. He immediately brought the two women down and landed. Olivia and Robin, filled with excitement in their eyes, began studying the monument, while Luo Nen stood around doing nothing nearby. At the same time, in another location, Genova, the god of the Sky Island, received a report from one of the guards stationed at the Sacred Land. What? You're saying someone from the Blue Sea has sneaked into the Sacred God's Island? Genova was greatly shocked. Staring at the priest in front of him, he found it hard to believe. If someone sneaked in, how come the guard stationed below didn't notice? How come I only found out after they already entered the God's Island? Yes, the priest said with a somewhat strange expression. I happened to spot them. They can actually fly. They flew straight across the sky into the Sacred Land. They're still there now. What are they doing? Genova quickly asked. Could they be some kind of help brought by the Shandians? They're rather strange, the priest continued. They haven't made contact with the Shandians. Our men and the Shandians have been watching each other constantly, and apparently, the Shandians haven't even noticed these intruders yet. The Shandians haven't noticed them yet. Genova was stunned, completely confused about what was happening. But it didn't matter. Right now, he needed to personally go see who these Blue Sea intruders were who could actually fly all the way up to the Sky Island. He just hoped nothing bad would happen. Quickly lead the way. Take me there to see exactly who they are. Yes, God. Chapter 81, Poseidon and Pluton. Excited Robin. In front of the historical poneglyph inscription, two girls, Olivia and Robin, were enthusiastically making rubbings of the text while carefully analyzing its meaning. This kind of work naturally took some time to do properly. Ronan, on the other hand, was feeling a little bored, as archaeology wasn't really his interest. Just then, Olivia suddenly let out a surprised cry, and Ronan immediately walked over to see what was wrong. Ronan, look at this part here. Olivia pointed to the bottom of the other side of the inscription, where it seemed someone had recorded some information in modern writing. It looks like information left by the pirate King Roger. As Olivia carefully read the text left by Roger, the information it contained was surprisingly about Poseidon. Poseidon, Fishman Island, Princess. Robin slowly deciphered the meaning, though feeling somewhat confused. What does it mean? It seems related to the ancient weapons, Olivia speculated. Ronan, standing aside, already understood the truth in his heart. Indeed, this was information left by Roger about Poseidon. Poseidon was actually the title of the mermaid princess from Fishman Island, but the description here wasn't very clear. That's right. Ronan spoke up. Roger probably knew some ancient legends and information. He must have visited Sky Island before and discovered this poneglyph, leaving behind these notes. Ronan, this pirate king actually left information about Poseidon. Then couldn't we use this information to search for Poseidon? Robin said excitedly. The information seems to indicate some sort of connection with Fishman Island, Olivia mused. It also mentions the princess. Could it be that the mermaid princess from Fishman Island knows where Poseidon is? Hee. Upon hearing that, Ronan chuckled and said, Actually, I already know quite a bit about Poseidon. There's no need for us to guess based on fragments of information like this. You actually know the detailed information about Poseidon. Robin was astonished. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Ronan. He was just so impressive. There seemed to be practically nothing he didn't know, even knowing so much about the ancient weapons. Yes, Ronan shrugged and said. In fact, I not only know about Poseidon, but also about Pluton. I just don't know much about Uranus. I can only guess that Uranus might be in the hands of the world government, under the control of the celestial dragons. Uranus is far too mysterious. Olivia shook her head. If I had to say which of the three ancient weapons is the most mysterious, it would definitely be Uranus. Very few ancient texts have recorded anything related to it. Forget about Uranus for now, Robin looked at Ronan. Since it's so mysterious, we can put it aside temporarily. We'll have opportunities in the future. Can you first tell us about Poseidon and Pluton? All right. Ronan paused briefly and said, In reality, Poseidon is actually located at Fishman Island. What? It's actually on Fishman Island. Robin's eyes widened with surprise and excitement. Then do we have any chance of acquiring it? We might actually get her on board our ship, but she herself must agree to it. Ronan said with a smile. What you're saying means that Poseidon is a person. Robin was taken aback. Is it possible that? Olivia's expression slightly changed as if realizing something. That's right, Ronan explained. The so-called Poseidon is none other than the mermaid princess. In each generation, the mermaid royal family's princess can become Poseidon. After awakening her powers, she can control all sea kings across the world, hence the title, Poseidon. However, this generation's mermaid princess seems not to have been born yet. According to age calculation, Shirahoshi would be born in about 2 years' time. Not yet born. Robin was puzzled. Then what about the previous generation's princess? The previous mermaid princess wasn't Poseidon, Ronan replied. Only the mermaid princess who awakens to the ability to control the sea kings can be called Poseidon. On Fishman Island, there's only a new Poseidon born every 100 or few hundred years. Then, Ronan, how can you be so sure that this unborn mermaid princess will awaken and become Poseidon? Robin asked a rather pointed question. Because logically speaking, it should be time for a new Poseidon to be born soon. Ronan could only explain it this way. He couldn't possibly say. Because I've already seen how the One Piece storyline goes. Okay then, Robin nodded, then continued. Then what about Pluton? Didn't I mention earlier that once we get to Water 7, we would build a new ship? Ronan replied. I already have the blueprints for constructing Pluton in my possession. So, the new ship we're going to build is actually Pluton. Robin's eyes widened again in astonishment, and even Olivia beside her was greatly shocked. As an archaeologist, she knew that Pluton was an advanced vessel created by ancient humans. It was said that its main cannon could destroy an entire island with a single shot. It was just too powerful. Yet neither of them could have imagined that Ronan actually had the blueprints for constructing Pluton in his possession. Not even they could have guessed that, let alone anyone else in the world. Yes, exactly. Wow, our new ship is actually going to be Pluton. Robin became instantly excited upon hearing this. Just thinking about the future, cruising the seas aboard Pluton, was enough to make her thrilled. Ronan, I never expected that you actually have the blueprints of Pluton. Olivia also exclaimed in amazement, but soon added solemnly, you must never let this information leak out, at least not before the ship is completed. Otherwise, many people would definitely come after it out of greed. That's right, the information about Pluton absolutely must not be leaked recklessly. Robin nodded firmly in agreement. Actually, I don't care either way. Ronan waved his hand with a domineering gesture. Even if others find out, so what? Who dares to come and take it from me? Can they even manage to steal it? I'm not afraid of those greedy bastards at all. Upon hearing Ronan's words, Olivia and Robin fell speechless. Indeed, they'd just been thinking about how important Pluton was, so their first instinct had been to keep it a secret. But now, when they thought about it again, the person standing in front of them was none other than Ronan. Who on earth would dare try to steal from him? Whoever dares to try probably hasn't even been born yet. And those few reckless fools who actually attempted it would probably only end up filled with regret, cursing their own foolishness in the end. After learning this information, Olivia and Robin threw themselves back into deciphering and making rubbings of the poneglyph inscription, while Ronan stood idly by, bored once again. Just as he thought there would be nothing happening for now, he suddenly heard a commotion arising from somewhere far away. Turning his head, he saw a large group of people approaching from a distance. At the same time, someone riding a flying Pegasus was also drawing near from the sky. On the ground, An entire armed squad fully geared up was also heading their way, looking menacing and dangerous. It seems they've come to cause us trouble. A glint flashed through Ronan's eyes. Coming to bother him? Hee, they're just here to provide some amusement for him. Chapter 82 Angel Island and the Grudge Between the Shandians. Exchanging accusations. Cursed, the people from Angel Island are here. I told you so. It must be them pulling some tricks behind the scenes. These annoying bastards. One day, we will reclaim Shandora. In the direction to Luo Nan's right, a group of strong-looking men and women glared hatefully at the approaching group, their faces filled with hostility. Shandians. From Luo Nan's left direction, among a group of heavily armed people on the ground, a leader frowned as he looked toward the opposite side. Humph, this isn't the time to get tangled up with them. Let's first figure out what's going on with those people who sneaked in from the Blue Sea. Right, another person agreed. It's more important to get to the bottom of these intruders. But what if the Shandians make the first move? Someone behind asked with a frown. Humph, do they dare? The leader sneered coldly. This time, our god is personally here with us. If it weren't for the god insisting on resolving this peacefully between the two sides, we would have already driven these damned Shandians out of the Holy Land. Looking down from the sky, Ganforl sighed as he observed the hostile groups below. He knew well enough that this sacred land, which had risen into the sky hundreds of years ago, was originally the home of the Shandians. His own side had no right to expel them. It was not something that could be settled by brute force alone. Ganforl considered himself a kind-hearted deity, and he was incapable of doing such a thing. Ever since he inherited the position of god, he had been striving to eliminate the conflicts and hatred between Angel Island and the Shandians. Unfortunately, after several hundred years of enmity and constant battles, countless lives had already been lost. Reaching a peaceful resolution was proving to be extremely difficult. Ganforl shifted his gaze toward where Luo Nan and his group were standing. His expression turned solemn. He had heard from his subordinates that these three individuals hadn't come up through the usual undersea passage, but had instead flown straight up. Such intruders, possessing such an ability, couldn't possibly be simple ones. He had to be cautious. Thinking of this, Ganforl took a deep breath and flew toward Luo Nan's location. Gentlemen, who are you? Ganforl's voice rang out from a distance. He didn't rush into immediate combat without asking questions. Naturally, this reflected his personality. If it were Enel ruling the Sky Island instead, a lightning bolt might have already struck down by now. Of course, if it were truly Enel, and his lightning wasn't enough to take Luo Nan down, then the one doomed to fall would be none other than Enel himself. Meanwhile, hearing the commotion from afar and the voice echoing from the skies, Olvia and Robin also stopped what they were doing, or rather, they had already finished most of their analysis. Now, since they seemed to have been discovered by others, they couldn't help but worry about what negative consequences might follow. With such concerns on their minds, the two women walked toward Luo Nan's side, and Olvia quietly asked, Luo Nan, do you think something bad will happen? These people look quite threatening. No worries. Luo Nan waved his hand carelessly, speaking without the slightest concern. They're just the local inhabitants. We're not here to fight them. As long as we talk things through calmly, nothing should happen. But if they insist on starting a fight, I'm ready to oblige. Luo Nan made no effort to hide his voice. Each word clearly reached the ears of the two approaching factions closing in from either side, as well as reaching Ganforl descending from the skies. Upon hearing Luo Nan's words, Ganforl couldn't help narrowing his pupils. The stranger appeared to be fearless. He must be a particularly formidable individual. However, Ganforl didn't grow overly worried. So long as they weren't here to cause destruction on the Sky Island, he wouldn't go out of his way to make enemies of them. Observing the appearance of the three, with one adult accompanied by two children, they didn't seem like troublemakers at first glance. Gentlemen, can we have a talk? Ganforl wore a serious expression as he turned to Olvia, assuming she was the most authoritative one among the trio, naturally because she was an adult. We're members of the Traveler Pirates. Olvia courteously looked at Ganforl as she explained, This is our captain, and this is my daughter, Robin. Olvia pointed toward Luo Nan and Robin as she spoke. Traveler Pirates? Ganforl did have some knowledge regarding events on the Blue Sea. His steed was a bird who had consumed the Pegasus Devil Fruit, capable of freely traveling between the Sky Island and the ocean below. However, he had never heard of a pirate crew known as the Traveler Pirates. They must be some obscure, small-time pirate crew. But Ganforl had misunderstood. The last time he had visited Gaia Island was several years ago. Back then, Luo Nan hadn't even appeared in this world yet. If he went to Gaia now to inquire, or even just glanced at the newspaper headlines, he would certainly discover that the Traveler Pirates had already become the most powerful and terrifying pirate crew in the entire world, because they had a terrifyingly powerful captain. Oh, so you are members of the Traveler Pirates? Ganforl slightly showed a hint of smile on his face. May I ask what brings you to our Sky Island? Why didn't you announce your arrival? You must understand, this is our sacred land. Outsiders aren't allowed to enter without permission. At these words, before Luo Nan and his companions could even respond, the Shandians erupted in anger. Bullshit. You bastard Ganforl, this is our Shandian homeland. Since when did it become Angel Island's territory? You'll never succeed. That so-called sacred land. If there's any, it's the sacred land of us Shandians. That's right. You people are simply too shameless. We will definitely reclaim Shandora. The Shandians ranted furiously at Ganforl and the priest group opposite, making the priest's faces flush red with rage and embarrassment, and also awkwardness. They couldn't help it. They had no rebuttal, because the other side was speaking the truth. The sacred land had originally belonged to the Shandians all along. However, The Sky Island had always lacked land and had almost no forests or various plants. Hundreds of years ago, after the golden capital, Chandora, was lifted into the sky, the people of Angel Island immediately treated it as a treasure and took possession of it. What they hadn't expected, though, was that a group of original inhabitants, the Xianxians, still lived there. Since then, the battle for control over this golden capital had begun, and it had continued without resolution for hundreds of years. Seeing the priests getting blasted by the Xianxians, Ganforl also felt slightly awkward and hurriedly tried to calm things down. Fellow Xianxians, now isn't the time to discuss this. Why don't we deal with these people who sneaked in from the Blue Sea first, and then we can talk about our issues. That's right, the leader of the priests immediately chimed in. Our feud has lasted for centuries. Regardless of who the sacred land finally belongs to, that's our own matter. Now that outsiders have entered, we should unite and face them together. Exactly, another priest also joined in. You don't want others to benefit from our conflicts, do you? These three might have come here to seize the sacred land as well. Right? Definitely here to seize the sacred land. Arriving without even a warning? They must have ulterior motives. The priests started shifting the blame toward Luo Nan and his group. Surprisingly effective was this strategy, as the Xianxians instantly redirected their hostile gazes toward Luo Nan's trio. Chapter 83. Overwhelming Presence. Check-in of the float fruit. Upon hearing this, Luo Nan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Great, he hadn't even spoken yet, and they were already stirring up trouble. Do they want to die? Luo Nan's expression immediately turned cold, and his gaze toward those priests grew icy. Ganfor also noticed the change in Luo Nan's expression and inwardly cursed the priests. You incompetent fools. I was just hoping nothing would happen, yet you've gone and created conflict yourselves? Silence. Ganfor roared angrily at the group of priests before quickly turning back to Luo Nan and his companions. Please don't take offense. They are merely speaking without thinking. If you three would just explain your purpose here, this misunderstanding can surely be cleared up. Ganfor immediately labeled the priests' nonsense as a misunderstanding in hopes of avoiding any unnecessary conflict. The priests, hearing Ganfor's words, were somewhat confused. In their opinion, these three trespassers were nothing to worry about, 2 children and 1 adult woman. Why was he being so cautious? However, since Ganfor was a god, they didn't dare openly object. After all, the authority of the gods on the Sky Island was unparalleled. Not only were the priests baffled, but the Xianxia people across the way were equally confused. How could they understand the situation? They had just agreed to present a united front against outsiders, and were told that these Qing-up intruders were here for Chandora, yet now Ganfor claims it's just a misunderstanding? What was going on? Confused, the Xianxia leaders exchanged glances, each seeing suspicion in the other's eyes. They suspected Angel Island was scheming behind the scenes, or even that Ganfor himself was part of a deception. But for now, they'd hold back and watch to see how Angel Island would respond. Also, they wanted to closely observe those 3 intruders. Who were they really, and why was Ganfor handling them so carefully? At this moment, Luo Nan stepped forward and spoke. Indeed, we are from Gaia Island in the Blue Sea, and yes, we haven't properly announced our arrival. We merely came here to study the stone tablet and are about to leave. Really? Ganfor seemed surprised. He had assumed these people had come seeking gold or directly for the Holy Land, but Luo Nan's explanation made him doubt. You don't believe me? Luo Nan asked coolly. Well, I have my doubts, Ganfor said, filled with suspicion. Whether you believe me or not has nothing to do with me. Now that our business is finished, it's time for us to leave. Please do not try to stop us. With that, Luo Nan prepared to lead Olivia and Robin away. The ancient inscriptions on the stone tablet had already been recorded by the 2 of them, more than enough for study once they returned. No, you cannot just leave so easily. Before Ganfor could speak, a Xianxia leader voiced his objection. He stared suspiciously at Luo Nan. I suspect you came to Chandora with ill intentions. There's definitely another purpose here. Tell me, what are you really after? Are you trying to seize our ancestral land? What the hell? I was already leaving, yet you still won't let me go? Are you out of your mind? Where are all these accusations of hidden motives coming from? Why does everyone assume I have ulterior motives? Luo Nan was visibly annoyed. This was practically forcing him to act. Observing the Xianxia confronting Luo Nan, the priests secretly rejoiced. Let the Xianxia test them first. After all, the opponents could fly. That trio had arrived here. No way they didn't have some hidden abilities. They hadn't considered them serious before merely because they were outnumbered, with over a dozen priests, the White Berets, and Ganfor, a divine being himself, on their side. But Ganfor hadn't expected this, that after finishing their business, someone still wanted to hold them back for questioning. Xianxia friends, since these people from the Blue Sea wish to leave, then let them go, Ganfor said, feeling immense pressure emanating from Luo Nan. He certainly had no desire to fight against the 3. It never occurred to Ganfor to use Luo Nan against the Xianxia in order to capture the Holy Land. He remained a kind-hearted god, unwilling to resort to such despicable means. No way. Hearing Ganfor's words, the Xianxia became even more suspicious. Now they were convinced that Luo Nan and his group were part of a plot by Angel Island. These 3 must be part of your scheme, the leading Xianxia accused, glaring furiously at Ganfor. You must be planning something sinister involving the Holy Land. Ganfor's face darkened. He had no idea how to explain, and even if he did, he knew the Xianxia wouldn't listen anyway. Enough, have you all now goblet. Luo Nan had already lost his patience listening to these people squawking. It was just a complete waste of time. He couldn't figure out what they were thinking, acting like a bunch of brainless fools. Now that he wanted to leave, they still dared to block him? They really had no idea how to stay alive. Kid you, The leading xianxia was about to speak again, but when he saw Luo Nan's icy gaze, he swallowed his words forcefully. I don't want to waste any more time. If you won't move aside, don't blame me for being ruthless. Without waiting for their response, Luo Nan grabbed Olivia's and Robin's hands. His figure blurred as he shot into the air, flying directly into the distance, completely ignoring the ugly looks on the others' faces. He's trying to escape. Fire. Shoot them down. Just as Luo Nan was about to leave, the xianxia became furious. They believed Luo Nan was fleeing in guilt and immediately began firing their strange sky island weapons in his direction. Find death. Conqueror's Haki. Boom. Luo Nan in the sky's expression turned cold. Without hesitation, having been provoked, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki indiscriminately toward the ground. These bastards had truly enraged him. He'd teach them a lesson once and for all. Without a bit of fear, did they really think he was easy prey? Under the Conqueror's Haki, nearly everyone within its range was instantly overwhelmed and fell unconscious. Only Gonfa remained, barely resisting. Though not unconscious, he had nearly completely lost his ability to act, being suppressed to the ground, unable to move, staring horrified at Luo Nan's departure. As I thought, I knew that those who dared to recklessly come here wouldn't be that simple. What annoying people. In the sky, Robin hugged Luo Nan's arm, speechless. They had originally been ready to leave, yet these people still kept Juchanbuqing. Simply unbelievable. They're finally quiet now. Luo Nan snorted, not glancing at those unconscious men. He only cast a faint glance at the Gonfa crouching on the ground, then ignored him completely, taking the two and leaving directly. Oh right, the gold. Not far into the flight, Luo Nan caught sight of a fairly large golden disc on the ground, seemingly forged for placing something. Whatever it was for didn't matter anymore. This gold was his now. Luo Nan landed, waved his hand, and collected the golden disc hidden within the forest, placing it directly into his storage ring. Olivia and Robin beside him were momentarily stunned, completely unaware of where Luo Nan had put the object. To satisfy their curiosity, Luo Nan merely promised to explain later without going into detail. However, before leaving the Sky Island, he suddenly remembered something else. How could he forget to check in while coming to the Sky Island? It was all because those men had provoked him earlier, almost making him forget such an important matter. Thus, Luo Nan immediately called upon the system to check in within his mind, before finally leaving with the two women. The reward obtained this time for checking in across the entire Sky Island genuinely surprised Luo Nan. Huh? The reward this time is actually the float fruit. Indeed, the reward for checking in on the Sky Island was actually the float fruit, previously taken from the lion gold who Luo Nan had slain. This truly caught Luo Nan off guard. He was aware that when a devil fruit user died, the original fruit wouldn't immediately fall to the ground. Instead, it would disappear and reappear elsewhere around the world until consumed again by another person. Luo Nan had previously wondered whether he might someday get the float fruit from another location, but unexpectedly, he received it so easily through check-in. A pleasant surprise indeed. But who should eat this float fruit? Chapter 84 Baika. Encountering Enel's thunderbolt attack. This time, obtaining the float fruit for the check-in was somewhat unexpected for Luo Nan, but he wasn't in a hurry to let someone eat it just yet. He and Robin already had devil fruits, so it would have to go to Olivia, Elena, or Carmen, but there was no rush. He would wait until arriving at Water 7, collect the 5 devil fruits from the world government's compensation, and then think about it. Among those 5 devil fruits, there were actually 3 Logias, so later they could just choose one each freely. At the moment, Luo Nan was flying with 2 companions above Skypiea, heading directly back to Goa Island. Truthfully, this trip to Skypiea had gone fairly smoothly. However, being intercepted halfway by Angel Island and the Shandians annoyed Luo Nan a bit. At first, he even considered killing them all out of sheer frustration, but after thinking it over, he saw no need to be so murderous. Constantly resorting to violence could lead to everyone seeing him as a demonic figure, turning the world against him. Although he wasn't afraid of that, there was no point in inviting such hostility and hatred. Luo Nan himself didn't want things to go that far. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined. Luo Nan, can we keep flying a little longer? Robin asked as she saw Luo Nan preparing to descend back to Goa Island. She noticed that it was still early and the Grand Wave hadn't been repaired yet. Elena and the others might still be occupied with their own tasks. Going back now would just leave them idle, perhaps only wandering around and shopping. Meanwhile, flying through the sky was still exciting and fresh to her, and she wanted to play in the sky for a while longer. You still want to play around? What's fun about being up in the sky? Luo Nan said helplessly, though he didn't refuse, and changed direction to fly farther away. Hee, it's fun, Robin said with a smile. Suddenly her eyes lit up as she spotted a rainbow nearby. Quick, look, Luo Nan mom. Look at that rainbow over there. It's so pretty. Let's go check it out. Luo Nan, is flying like this okay? Not paying attention to Robin's excited shouting, Olivia first asked Luo Nan worriedly. It's fine. Luo Nan understood that Olivia was concerned for him, but his Dance of the Sky technique had already been upgraded to level 12. A short flight was not an issue at all, even if they continued flying for much longer. Well then, let's go over to that rainbow. Olivia also looked toward the rainbow, her eyes showing a hint of delight. This was her first experience flying through the sky, though unlike Robin, she did not exclaim loudly. She remained very composed. Okay, then hold on tight. Luo Nan spoke and tightened his arms around the two women's waists. In an instant, he increased his speed rapidly, flying straight toward where the rainbow appeared. What seemed like a short distance actually took Luo Nan more than 10 minutes to reach. By that time, they had already traveled far away from Goa Island, hovering 10,000 meters above an uninhabited ocean. A rainbow stretched across the white clouds and extended down to the vast sea below. Strange. At this moment, Luonin suddenly made a surprised sound, looking oddly at the massive cloud at the rainbow's starting point. Was that actually another sky island? Oh, Luonin, look, there seems to be another sky island there too. Robin also noticed what was going on, widening her eyes at the cloud where the rainbow began. Within those clouds, faint outlines of structures appeared. It really is a sky island, Olivia exclaimed in astonishment. Besides the previous sky island, there's another one up here. Could this sky be a special area where sky islands gather? This island. Luonin thought for a moment, and a peculiar smile appeared in his eyes. I think I know. You know what? Robin looked at Luonin curiously. This sky island is called Baika. It lies near Angel Island, and might contain a poneglyph. Well then, shall we go have a look? Luonin said. Really? Olivia was quite intrigued as well. Interpreting the poneglyphs was her lifelong dream. Earlier, she had already copied down one from Angel Island. Now would she obtain another one? Thinking about it, she felt delighted. Her harvest today was far greater than the entire past year. It was truly surprising. Of course, since both Olivia and Robin wanted to explore Baika, Luonin naturally didn't object. On this island, aside from Enel, there wasn't anyone capable of posing a threat to him. Even Enel himself wasn't feared by Luonin. Although the effects of his Goro Goro no Mi could pose some slight danger, it would still have to hit Luonin to have any effect. Enel possessed observation haki, and Luonin himself also had it. Plus, he had various other skills. There was no way Enel could even compare to Luonin in terms of strength. Moreover, the current Enel wasn't as strong as he would be years later, and his mastery over the Goro Goro no Mi definitely wouldn't be very advanced. At this moment, a thought also appeared in Luonin's mind. Previously, on Skypiea, he had obtained Shiki's float fruit through the check-in system. So now, after dealing with Enel, maybe he could obtain the Goro Goro no Mi from future check-ins? That was an extremely powerful devil fruit, even being recognized as the strongest Logia in the entire One Piece world. No one could surpass it. For such a powerful devil fruit, Luonin wanted to take control of it for himself. Even if he couldn't eat a second devil fruit himself, he could just have someone else consume it. With this thought in mind, Luonin quickly carried the two women and flew onto this Baika Sky Island, only to be met with a shocking sight. The entire Baika Sky Island exuded a feeling of utter decay. A huge city lay in ruins upon the clouds below, with some buildings already collapsed and left unrepaired. Not that there were no people, but rather the people on this island appeared emaciated, moving like walking corpses along the broken streets. Even some elderly sat curled in corners with hollow gazes, while children hid fearfully behind adults, peeking nervously at a group of muscular men patrolling by, their eyes full of terror. What happened here? Robin and Olivia looked puzzled at the scene before them. This sky island seemed to have experienced a great war, falling into decay as a result. Something must have happened, Luonin said as he slowly descended with the two women, preparing to land directly on the city streets. However, at that moment, the muscular men patrolling on the ground also noticed Luonin and the others' arrival. Their expressions suddenly changed, shouting something out loud before fixing their gazes intensely on the three of them. At the same time, Luonin's expression abruptly changed too. He shung hurla yi song, tightly pulling Olivia and Robin into his arms. A purple glow suddenly radiated from his body, enveloping and protecting the three. Boom! A massive, silver-white lightning bolt fell from the sky, exploding violently toward Luonin and the others without giving them the slightest reaction time. Crack, crack, crack. Bang. Enel. You're asking for death. Chapter 85, Ronin's Wrath. The tyrannical and arrogant Enel. Ronin protected the two women, using his armament haki to forcefully block that terrifying attack. However, he wasn't unscathed himself. Of the three types of haki he possessed, his armament haki was the weakest. Although he had successfully blocked the lightning strike, Ronin himself had sustained some damage. A salty taste rose from his throat, indicating he was injured. His expression was terrifyingly dark. Thinking about it, since he had come to this world, only in the beginning, when his strength was insufficient, had he been forced to be cautious. However, as his power increased over time, until now, he had never encountered such a situation before, much less suffered an injury. This was his first injury. Actually, if he had been alone, that lightning strike might not have injured him, but since Olivia and Robin were with him, he had to divide his attention to protect them. Therefore, when the lightning struck, his internal organs had vibrated violently, causing him minor injuries. However, thanks to this, Olivia and Robin had suffered no harm at all. Ronin, are you okay? Ronin, are you alright? Olivia and Robin had been momentarily stunned by the thunderclap, but as Ronin landed, they finally returned to normal. Upon regaining their senses, they immediately noticed the trace of blood at the corner of Ronin's mouth, and their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly asked if Ronin was okay. I'm fine. It's just a minor wound. Ronin wiped his mouth with his hand and looked at the blood on his fingertips. His gaze turned even colder. That Enel hadn't even bothered to warn him before delivering the lightning strike. He would settle this later with him. Don't think you can act like you're above everything just because you're used to being the king of this floating island. Ronin, are you really alright? Olivia continued to look at Ronin with concern. Regret filled her heart. If she had known that danger awaited here, she never would have allowed Ronin to bring them here. Robin looked even more regretful, anxiously staring at Ronin as she said, I'm sorry, Ronin. I shouldn't have been so selfish. We shouldn't have come here. It caused you to be in such danger. I know you wouldn't have gotten hurt if it wasn't for protecting me and Mom. This has nothing to do with you, Ronan said solemnly. It was my own fault. I wasn't cautious enough, which led to this situation occurring. Then, Ronan, can we leave here right now? Robin saw a group of muscular guards approaching from not far away, their fierce gazes already fixed on them, their pointed weapons raised threateningly. She said nervously. Previously, she had always had full confidence in Ronan, but now, after actually seeing Ronan injured by the enemy's attack, her heart was filled with anxiety. Ronan had never been injured before. Even when facing two admirals of the Marines together in the past, he hadn't suffered any injury. So why had he been injured now? What did this mean? The opponent hadn't even shown himself yet had already injured Ronan. Didn't this mean that the enemy was not only stronger than two Marine admirals, but even stronger than Ronan himself? So, at this moment, Robin's mind was filled with the thought of escaping. Olivia was thinking the same way. She opened her mouth to say, Ronan, the people here seem extremely terrifying. That lightning strike earlier was so powerful, even you got injured. Why don't we just leave now? No. Ronan shook his hand slightly, his expression calm as he said, there's no need to fear. Don't worry. I said earlier that it was due to my own carelessness, but now something like this won't happen again. Just stay behind me later on. There's nothing to fear. Everything will be handled by me. You hurt me, Ronan. This won't end easily. Ronan muttered in a low voice. Without even saying a word, you just send down a lightning strike. Enel, you're dead. At this moment, Enel was within a massive building. This structure was the largest in the city, located at the city's edge, some distance away from the city center where Ronan currently stood. Enel stood proudly atop the building, exuding an aura of absolute dominance, his cold gaze looking down at the large crowd gathered below within the colossal structure. These were all strong individuals of the city, men and women alike, as well as skilled craftsmen and shipbuilders, all gathered here by him to build his ship. Once the ship was complete, he planned to leave this floating island, for he knew that several hundred miles away from Skypea was another floating island. This island being even more prosperous and full of gold than Skypea, further strengthening the capabilities of the ship he longed to construct. At that time, once my arc maxim is completed, it will be the moment for me, the great god Enel, to descend to the blue sea below and conquer the entire world. Enel's heart burned with ambition. He believed that someone as great as himself could never be confined to such a tiny floating island. The Grand Line, the Four Seas, and the vast Red Line below, those were the lands where he, Enel, would conquer the world. Thinking this, Enel slightly lifted his head, gazing into the distant city with a strange gleam in his eyes. He murmured to himself, actually blocked my attack? Haha, this sudden intruder from the blue sea seems interesting. Very well, it's been quite boring lately overseeing these lowly civilians build my ship. I might as well play around with these insignificant shrimp who arrived from the blue sea. I hope you can entertain me. In a flash of lightning, Enel vanished from where he stood. Down below, upon noticing Enel's departure, the terrified craftsmen and shipbuilders exhaled in relief. Some among them couldn't hide the deep hatred flickering in their eyes. Crack, what are you all doing? Keep working. Don't think you can slack off just because Lord Enel isn't here. Suddenly, a whip slashed violently across the back of a middle-aged man, leaving a deep, bleeding wound. A heavily armored man in armor glared furiously at the workers, causing them to return to their work in fear and hatred. Meanwhile, at the city center street, the group of patrolling guards had already arrived in front of Ronan and his companions. They stared at the trio with menacing expressions, their words filled with hostility. Where do these three lowly bastards come from? Dare you cause trouble in the domain of our great god Enel? Don't you want to live anymore? The leader of the group, wielding a sharp spear, immediately lunged it toward Ronan as he finished speaking. Clearly, they were used to acting ruthlessly, protected by Enel himself. In fact, they had become the most feared presence on the island, causing endless terror among the people of Skypea. However, this time they were facing Ronan. Ronan, known as the demon child by the world government. Then, a cold, sharp gleam flashed in Ronan's eyes. He coldly stared at the incoming spear and shouted, seeking death, burn fruit, reduce them to ashes. Boom! A towering column of flames surged forward. In an instant, over a dozen spear-wielding guards were consumed and incinerated by the terrifying fire from the burn fruit, unable to even let out a scream. This scene left countless Bika Island residents watching from afar shocked and stunned. So powerful. Who is this person? Where did he come from? He actually wiped out Enel's entire guard squad in an instant. Over a dozen people. Goodness. Could it be that we finally have hope for salvation? No. Someone suddenly showed a fearful expression. However strong he may be, how can he possibly rival the terrifying Enel? Look, Enel has arrived. All eyes instantly locked onto the direction of a lightning flash, their faces filled with fear, staring as an imposing figure appeared. Clap, clap, clap. Quite impressive strength. The moment Enel appeared, his expression remained calm, not the least bit angered by Ronan's killing of his dozen guards. Instead, he looked at Ronan with genuine interest. Boy, you're actually somewhat interesting. You've truly captured my attention. Listen, here's an opportunity for you. Submit to me now. Kneel before me and proclaim my name. Swear eternal loyalty to me, and become my servant forever, and I shall grant you mercy. This is the grace of the great Enel. Hurry and kneel already. Chapter 86, Making Ronan Kneel and Kowtow. A terrifying battle. Hiss. Finished. Sure enough, there's absolutely no hope. Ainuru is still in invincible existence. There's no way this person can defeat him. Sigh. Seeing Ainuru appear and proudly declare such words, The surrounding crowd indeed showed expressions of lamentation, feeling that Ronin definitely couldn't be Ainuru's match. Even though Ronin had successfully blocked Ainuru's lightning strike before, that was merely a casual long-range attack from Ainuru. Now that Ainuru was personally present, how could Ronin possibly stand a chance? In the hearts of these people, Ronin's defeat had already been declared, and they would continue suffering Ainuru's cruel rule and oppression. Meanwhile, hearing Ainuru's words, Olivia and Robin showed angry expressions. Never had anyone dared to humiliate Ronin so much. Even the world government, even those great pirates, had never dared to speak like that before Ronin. Yet this person here dared to command Ronin to kneel and kowtow to him? Unforgivable. Yet, both of them could obviously see Ainuru's strength. This was a battle that Ronin had to face alone. They were merely burdens at this moment. Both had already secretly resolved in their hearts to work hard and become stronger in the future. Olivia was even more determined. Once they arrived at the water capital and obtained the devil fruit, she would ensure that she'd never again be a burden to Ronin. Right now, though filled with anger, they didn't step forward, just glaring at Ainuru with fury. They wouldn't rush out to throw away their lives recklessly, but would instead stand behind Ronin so as not to burden him. Are you speaking to me? Meanwhile, next to them, Ronin himself bore a cold gleam in his eyes upon hearing Ainuru's humiliating words, yet his expression didn't change at all. He spoke indifferently. Do you know something? In this world, there has never been anyone who dares to speak to me like this. Ever. Oh, Ainuru's lips revealed an indifferent smile, as if Ronin's words were mere nonsense. You. Just a little brat like you. Nobody ever dares to speak to you like this? Ha ha ha. Well, today you've met the first one. That's right, the first one ever. Ronin, hands clasped behind his back, seemed completely unprovoked, standing so casually in front of Olivia and Robin, directly facing Ainuru with a calm gaze at the opponent. Therefore, are you ready? Ready for what? Ainuru scornfully glanced at Ronin, waving the rod casually, the thunder drums on his back faintly emitting a humming thunder sound, lightning flickering in his long, narrow eyes. Ready to die? Ronin softly said with composure. Boom. As soon as Ronin's words fell, a giant thunder serpent made entirely of lightning and thunder surged toward him, its fangs bared and claws brandished, roaring as it charged toward Ronin, aiming to kill him instantly. Brat, you've got no other skills except talking big. After this casual strike, Ainuru was already preparing to turn and leave. This attack was even stronger than the last lightning strike he had launched, and should be enough to kill Ronin, simultaneously obliterating the two women behind him. Boring. If you won't kneel and beg for mercy, if you refuse to submit to me, then I'll just blast you into dust. As Ainuru spoke contemptuously and turned around, he suddenly halted his movement. His narrow, half-closed eyes widened, and taking a deep breath, he stared at where Ronin stood, astonished. Just this. What appeared in Ainuru's eyes was the sight of Ronin, someone he had considered as easily disposable, standing completely unscathed at the same spot. Not only was he unharmed, but his complexion was rosy and his spirit vibrant. With one hand behind his back and the other held before him, his palm open, he was actually gripping a lightning sphere composed of the thunder he had just blocked. The lightning serpent transformed into this ball of electricity. Swish. Ronin tossed the glowing ball in his hand a few times, then casually threw it up into the air. With a bang, it exploded, scattering countless electric sparks across the entire sky before vanishing into nothingness. Not bad. Ainuru's previously relaxed expression was gone, replaced with grave attention fixed upon Ronin. This thunder serpent wasn't just a casual strike, it was one of his potent attack techniques, possessing extraordinary single-target combat strength. He originally assumed it could finish off his opponent easily. Never had he imagined the opponent could block his strike so effortlessly. This little brat, interesting. Ainuru's lips curled into a slightly intrigued expression, like a child seeing an amusing toy, and that was exactly the expression he wore while looking at Ronin. Not bad, not bad. I've changed my mind. I don't want to kill you anymore. I've decided to capture you, because you're quite an interesting toy. But since you refuse to submit, I'll beat you until you do. Under absolute power, what methods do you have left to resist me? I'm very much looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Ronin curled his lips into a cold smile, then slowly raised his right hand. Then, allow me to show you my methods. But be sure to prepare yourself for death. Don't blame me if you end up dying. Heh. Ainuru gave a short laugh and was about to speak when his eyes suddenly narrowed. Across from him, Ronin had abruptly vanished. Startled, Ainuru immediately moved as well. Voila. Pum. Ainuru dodged frantically, while Ronin's figure had already appeared where Ainuru had previously stood. A flaming fist slammed into the ground, creating a massive crack in the earth. The cloud layer directly beneath it exploded with a loud boom, and the entire cloud-made ground trembled violently. Not good. Quick, get out of here. The clouds are collapsing. Run. Take the children and run. Carry the elders and leave immediately. Flee to somewhere else. The surrounding spectators all turned deathly pale. None of them had ever witnessed a battle this terrifying before. This was merely the beginning of their clash, and already the cloudland had cracked apart. What if the entire city was destroyed in the continuation of this battle? Immediately, everyone fled in panic, abandoning all intent to observe from a distance. Once this terrifying battle truly commenced, it was no longer a matter in which ordinary people could involve themselves. Even observing from afar was too dangerous. Anyone caught in the crossfire would face certain death. Robin and Olivia, too, had already retreated far away from the battlefield. After all, Robin also possessed devil fruit abilities. She quickly took Olivia away from the combat zone and now stood atop a tall building, looking with great concern at the distant battleground. Ronin and Ainuru were engaged in a fierce fight, exchanging blows between flames and lightning. Silver serpents and crimson dragons clashed violently, collapsing countless structures. This sight filled everyone with fear. Not only the citizens of the city, but even the shipbuilding factory at the distant edge of town had stopped operations. Countless craftsmen and shipbuilders stared in terror toward the direction of the battle, and even the whip-wielding overseers, who once supervised labor, watched the battlefield with uneasy expressions. Just who is that person? How can he fight so fiercely against the mighty Ainuru, the god? This is terrifying. At this rate, the entire city will be destroyed. Will the great god lose? What nonsense are you speaking? The mighty Ainuru is invincible. He will definitely kill this intruder. Yes, the mighty Ainuru is invincible. The mighty Ainuru is omnipotent, unmatched in the world. Chapter 87, Thunderbird vs. Solar Blast. Enel is shocked. Huh, divine punishment. In the battlefield, Enel coldly shouted. Standing proudly in midair, he pointed his staff straight at Ruanen ahead. A massive bolt of lightning, even more terrifyingly hot than before, came crashing down toward Ruanen's head. Faced with this formidable attack, Ruanen's expression turned cold, his eyes slightly flickering with movement. Without pausing, the purple glow of armament haki covered his entire body, most densely concentrated on his right hand. He clenched his fist, activating the power of the Mera Mera no Mi to its peak, erupting in surging flames until he resembled a giant fireball, crashing head-on into the lightning bolt with a flung, hong long rumble. After a deafening explosion, the lightning column dispersed. Ruanen's entire body was ablaze, the spherical flame barrier firmly surrounding and protecting him. Combined with the protection of armament haki, the terrifying lightning hadn't damaged him in the slightest. That's all, Ruanen coldly said. You haven't hurt me even once after all these attacks. If that's really all you can do, you can't defeat me. You've got some skill, brat. Your strength is a bit greater than I imagined. Enel took a deep breath, solemnly staring at Ruanen. At this moment, he no longer showed any contempt. The Ruanen before him had now genuinely drawn out his serious combat mode. Then, accept one of my moves in return. Before Ruanen's voice faded, he had already vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Enel, raising his fist to strike. This punch was no simple blow. It brimmed with highly condensed flames, surpassing even the earlier lightning bolt from Enel in terms of scorching destructive power. Mera Mera no Mi, blazing fist. Boom. Though Enel moved quickly, he barely managed to block the attack with his staff in front of him, the staff shimmering with crackling electricity. After another hong long rumble, Enel's figure was powerfully sent flying by Ruanen, crashing through dozens of buildings, finally falling into the crater he had left in the clouds. Dead yet? Ruanen hovered in midair, his hands folded behind his back in a flash as he arrived above the crater, glancing down into it. Crackling and popping, lightning surged within the crater. A figure wreathed in endless arcs of lightning shot up from within, dashing out violently. Cursed brat, you wounded me. You actually wounded me. Blood dripped from the corner of Enel's mouth, his face dark with fury as he glared at Ruanen. Like a lightning deity, he charged forward. Thunderbird. Charging forward, Enel viciously struck the thunder drums behind him. Amidst rolling thunder, a massive, terrifying Thunderbird materialized from the electricity. Controlled by Enel, it screeched and attacked Ruanen, violently flapping its wings. Boy, you shall surely perish under my Thunderbird's assault. Let's see what tricks you still have to resist. Enel angrily stared at Ruanen, as though having been injured by Ruanen's fiery fist before was an unbearable humiliation. Thunderbird. Ruanen raised his eyebrows, then inhaled deeply, lifting both hands high above him as he growled. Then let me see how you plan to kill me. Mera Mera no Mi, Solar Blast. Seemingly endless flames surged crazily toward Ruanen's outstretched hands. At this moment, he unleashed the Mera Mera no Mi, level 9, to its fullest. Faced with Enel, a Logia user with the mightiest devil fruit powers, Ruanen was indeed already fighting with his utmost strength. If there was one shortcoming, it was that he hadn't brought his Zanpakuto with him. Otherwise, bolstered by it, the battle wouldn't have been a stalemate. Ruanen would have utterly dominated Enel. Though Enel's strength was indeed formidable, it was not insurmountable. Even within the Grand Line, he ranked around the power level of combining Vice Admiral Kobe and former Marine Instructor Zio. However, his offensive techniques were exceptionally strong. Enel wielded the powers of the Goro Goro no Mi to perfection. Unlike Luffy, who has the rubber devil fruit that's naturally resistant to electricity, Ruanen could only rely on his own might to directly resist. Yet, even without the Zanpakuto, he was holding his own against Enel, even appearing slightly superior. Terrifying waves of endless light and heat, of the highest concentration, gathered between Ruanen's hands. With immense force, he hurled the massive fireball straight toward the incoming Thunderbird. Both attacks represented condensed energy, electricity, and flame respectively, each one an incredibly powerful manifestation of Logia-type devil fruit strength. At this moment, the two forces collided. Boom! The earth quaked and the mountains trembled, the skies darkened, and light dimmed. In this instant, the entire heavens filled with brilliance and heat, endless lightning flashed, and infinite flames soared. The entire island of Baika Island trembled violently. Everyone, every person, every civilian, every craftsman and overseer, was left stunned into numbness. Robin and Olivia also stared blankly at everything unfolding before them. This was the first time they had ever seen xuanhuan fighting to such an extent. Even during the battle at Rhina Island against 2 Admirals-level Navy forces, it hadn't been this intense. Who exactly is this man? How can he fight xuanhuan to this level? Olivia murmured in astonishment. Xuanhuan won't lose, right? Robin whispered, her shocked eyes filled with worry. No way. Absolutely no way. Xuanhuan definitely won't lose. Olivia firmly declared. Yes, xuanhuan will definitely not lose. Hearing her mother's words, Robin's expression immediately turned resolute. At the sight of the explosion, lightning and flames gradually faded away. Xuanhuan's figure stood proudly in the high sky, calm and composed. His breathing was perfectly steady, no sign of heavy panting at all. In stark contrast, across from him, Enel already showed visible signs of exhaustion. His chest rose and fell rapidly as he breathed heavily. Especially upon seeing xuanhuan standing tall in the air without even a scratch, his face changed completely. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you not be injured? How could you remain unharmed after a collision of energy at this level? Enel gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage as he stared at xuanhuan. Do you really think such attacks can wound me? Xuanhuan calmly gazed at Enel. I was only slightly caught off guard at the start and suffered a minor injury from one of your lightning strikes. But now, this battle should end. If you have no hidden moves left, then accept my judgment of death. You think you can judge me? Dare to pass judgment on a god like me? Enel seemed to have heard a great joke. He immediately threw his head back in laughter. Then his expression suddenly turned icy cold. I still haven't used one move yet. It's my strongest move, recently mastered. Once unleashed, you are absolutely dead. Is that so? I'm waiting. Xuanhuan scoffed disdainfully. Then with a movement of his right hand, he pulled out the Nichiren blade from his storage ring. Up until now, he hadn't used any sword techniques at all, relying solely on the Mera no Mi, the Navy's 6 styles, and his armament and observation haki. Now, however, he was preparing to use swordsmanship. Swordplay was one of his most powerful weapons, equal in strength to the power of the Mera no Mi. Chapter 88, The Descent of Raijin. The Blazing Daojian. Enel transformed into a streak of lightning and shot up into the sky. Above, a dark mass of clouds appeared, with silvery lightning snakes darting through it incessantly. A scene of apocalyptic dread formed overhead, as if the sky itself was pressing down. This is terrifying. If this continues, the entire city will be destroyed. Hurry, run. Keep running. But, is there anywhere left to run? Below, on the floating island, people of all kinds, commoners, craftsmen, and overseers, trembled with fear. Their souls seemed to have left their bodies. Everyone was fleeing, scrambling for cover. Seeing Enel about to unleash a powerful move, Roman remained calm, activating his flight technique. Soon, he floated midair, his blade's sunwheel radiating brilliant flames. A massive amount of fire burst from Roman's body and converged into the sword, forming a colossal flaming blade made entirely of fire. The blazing blade stood tall and firm, piercing the heavens below the dark clouds. It exuded endless light and heat. In terms of pure might, it was not inferior to Enel's storm of thunder and lightning. Roman's face also grew grave. Enel had created quite a scene. This ultimate move was undoubtedly strong. Still, Roman wasn't afraid. No matter what, the outcome would only be decided after they clashed. But, Roman's eyes flickered. He couldn't let the battle affect the city below. Others were not his concern, but Olivia and Robin were still inside the city. If the city were destroyed in the fight, the two of them might also be harmed, or even killed. He absolutely could not allow that to happen, and he certainly had the ability to steer the impact of their battle into the air. Holding the sunwheel high in his right hand, Roman shone fiery light into the sky, nearly piercing the immense cloud cover. Across from him, Enel's form merged with the storm clouds. Endless lightning crashed down on him, but caused no harm whatsoever. Quite the opposite, the lightning only strengthened him. The rumble ball allowed him to command all thunder and lightning in the world. Feeling the lightning in the clouds was gathered enough, Enel lowered his gaze at Roman and the massive flaming blade in his hand and roared, "The descent of Raijin." Boom! The continuously rotating storm clouds abruptly stilled, then violently contracted, before exploding outward again. A giant bolt of lightning over 100 meters thick crashed into Enel, and then a giant thunder spirit emerged. It was just like the thunder god from myth, descending into the mortal world, fearsome, awe-inspiring. It stretched out a massive hand toward Roman. Across the sky, Roman saw the godlike figure reflected in his pupils. He raised the flaming blade high, and using his flying technique, surged upwards directly at the thunder god, directly toward the massive hand swinging at him. The blazing Daojian. Breakthrough, Roman muttered fiercely. This technique combined his infinite fire, channeled through the sun wheel, and his flowing sword style along with the power of the Mera no Mi rushing upward head-on. He confronted the thunder god face to face. Dare to defy me? The thunder god looked fierce, its eyes seemingly showing rage, and rightly so, for it was created from Enel's transformation through 200 million volts of lightning. At this moment, the thunder god was Enel, and Enel was the thunder god. Seeing Roman still charging toward him head-on, he was naturally furious. In his mind, once he used this technique, who in the world could possibly resist? No one. Yet Roman dared to stand in his way, which was no different from challenging him. With that thought, he increased the power of his descending palm and concentrated the lightning on it, determined to crush Roman with a single blow. Boom! The Thunder God's palm and Roman's flaming blade finally collided in midair, avoiding the destruction of the city below. However, the shockwaves still spread downward violently, tearing through the air and demolishing countless structures. Still, the city and the foundation of the floating island managed to endure, and many who had taken cover breathed a sigh of relief. Olivia and Robin had taken shelter in a building below. Although the building was eventually destroyed, Robin used her flower abilities to block the falling debris, and neither of them was hurt. Both of them looked up with concern, unaware of whether Roman had won. Creak! An ear-piercing, unpleasant sound erupted from the sky. Yeah! Enel's scream of pain rang out from the sky at the same time. Hearing such a scream of pain, everyone below was shocked. The overseers who served under Enel were the most terrified of all. It's the god, the great god. How could this happen? How could the great god be screaming in pain? No. I must have heard wrong. It's just an illusion. The great god would never scream in pain. Could it be that the great god has actually been defeated? No, I don't believe it. The battle isn't over yet. I refuse to believe it. The great god cannot be defeated. The group of overseers screamed wildly while clutching their heads, unable to accept the fact that the Enel they worshipped had been defeated in the decisive battle. One after another, they climbed desperately onto the tall structures that had not yet collapsed, trying to get a clear view of what was happening in the sky. Meanwhile, the craftsmen and civilians all showed signs of joy in their eyes, although they didn't openly express it yet. After all, the overwhelming strength of Enel had long been deeply rooted in their minds. Until they completely witnessed Enel's defeat, they dared not show any emotion. It's that guy's scream. Robin also heard Enel's cry of pain and immediately cheered. Yes, Roman must have won. Olivia sighed in relief. Then, with a smile on her face, she looked toward the gradually clearing smoke and fire in the air, wanting to see the situation clearly. However, she believed that Roman wouldn't lose. He had already triumphed against the attacks of 2 admirals from the Marine headquarters before. Roman certainly wouldn't lose in today's battle either. Yes, he definitely won. Robin also firmly stated. In the sky, countless flames and flickering lights of lightning began to fade away, revealing the hidden scene. The people on the island saw clearly what was happening. Once they saw it, they all gasped involuntarily, staring up at the sky in stunned amazement. In the air, Roman stood proudly in one place, holding the sun wheel, which was now nearly completely damaged. The massive blade of flame had already vanished. It disappeared after that previous head-on clash. Even the sun wheel itself was now broken and practically useless. Yet Roman himself had not suffered any injuries at all. His whole body was clean and tidy, and his expression remained calm and composed as ever. Compared to Roman, Enel, floating in the air opposite him, looked utterly defeated. Chapter 89. Dansab Anilut, Chun Dao Jingjir. Above the battlefield, Anilu was still in his state of Regodo, the Thunder God's descent. However, his current appearance was shocking. Previously, the Thunder God had been magnificent, towering, and immense, capable of blotting out the sky. With a single swipe of his hand, it had seemed like the heavens were collapsing, unleashing devastation across the land. But now, the entire right hand of the Thunder God had been severed. Blood mixed with sparking lightning rained down, and the colossal palm crashed into the city below, destroying countless buildings. It then rapidly shrank back to a normal size. This was none other than Anilu's own severed hand. The Thunder God's hand had been cleanly sliced off at the wrist by Ronan. The giant form was now marred by burn marks from fiery attacks, looking battered and pitiful, his expression twisted into an ugly, terrifying grimace, his eyes brimming with unquenchable rage. Damn it, you brat have really made me furious. Anilu roared in anger. How dare you? How dare you cut off my hand? Unpardonable. Absolutely unforgivable. I want you dead. I want you dead. Powerless rage. Ronan watched Anilu's outburst with icy indifference. He paid no mind to Anilu's fury. Flipping his hand, he sheathed the damaged Nicaran blade into his storage ring and then drew out another long sword. It wasn't a Zanpakuto. Had it been one, that one slash earlier would have already severed Anilu's head. There wouldn't have been any opportunity for him to be standing here shouting. This sword was one of the famed supreme sharp blades left behind by Shiki's death. Ronan wasn't a dual-wielding swordsman and only needed one sword. Although it was not as powerful as a Zanpakuto, it was still superior to a Nicaran blade in quality. Considering that Anilu was already severely injured, this weapon was more than sufficient for the task. Ronan had been capable of heavily injuring Anilu with a Nicaran blade alone. Now wielding a supreme sharp blade, he felt even more fearless. As Ronan drew out the new sword, Anilu on the other side began to move. He had no intention of letting Ronan have time to breathe. After the earlier clash, both had experienced some fatigue. Ronan was in the same state, but Anilu was even more drained. The Regodo technique was his ultimate move, just recently mastered. Since he had failed to kill Ronan right away with its use, the longer the battle dragged on, the worse it would become for him, for he could not maintain the Thunder God state indefinitely. He had to finish Ronan off before its duration ended. He absolutely had to finish this. If he couldn't deal with Ronan in this strongest form, then there would be even less hope of killing him once he returned to his normal form. As for his Logio ability from the Rumble fruit, Ronan possessed Busoka Haki. Elementalization was ineffective against him, just as it was against anyone without Busoka Haki, making it a nearly invincible state with overwhelming power. Only Busoka Haki could counter it, or maybe some other extremely difficult methods. God's judgment. Anilu took a deep breath, his body pulsating with lightning, and unleashed the ultimate single-target attack in his Regodo state. An enormous bolt of lightning surged toward Ronan with devastating force. It might not a bit weaker than the previous technique. Indeed, in terms of raw single-target damage, it might even surpass it slightly. Die for me, you damned brat. It is your honor to fall by the hands of the great Ainalu. A cruel smile appeared on Ainalu's lips as he exuded confidence in this attack. Ronan no longer wielded that great fiery blade. How could he possibly defend against this powerful god's judgment? There was no way to survive. Ainalu was convinced Ronan would surely die. So were the onlookers, especially the overseers. They had been truly shocked and frightened moments ago when Ainalu had his right hand severed, even believing he was completely defeated. But when they saw that Ainalu had not truly lost, just narrowly losing that last clash, and that he had rebounded with an attack this strong, potentially ending Ronan for good, their morale surged. Their eyes gleamed, and they watched the aerial battle with visible satisfaction. Meanwhile, the citizens watching the event showed only despair. As they watched the massive bolt of lightning descend upon Ronan like a thundering death blow, some already seemed to visualize his demise. Indeed, there's still no hope at all. Yes, Ainalu is still too powerful. There is no one, absolutely no one who can defeat him. He is invincible, and we shall forever live beneath his cruel rule, never to escape its shadow. Robin and Alvia, however, held a different outlook. As they saw Ronan calmly standing amidst the storm, completely composed, they were filled with unwavering belief. Since Ronan shows no sign of panic, he must already have a plan. That so-called Ainalu is absolutely no match for Ronan. Above the sky, Ronan slightly lifted his head, gazing at the massive lightning pillar rushing toward him. A faint smile surfaced on his lips as he raised the renowned blade in his right hand. Even attempting to strike me while I'm fully focused? You truly underestimate me. Ronan's figure began to blur, almost as if transforming into a phantom. With Spacetime Step LV-12 combined with Navy's 6 Styles LV-9, even with Moon Step enhancement, such an attack might be fast enough, but it still won't hit me. After all, I also possess Observation Haki. I can already foresee the exact landing point of your strike. Whoosh. Ronan's figure was struck by the lightning pillar, only to dissolve into a blur and vanish. That massive lightning strike had only hit his afterimage. From the very moment the lightning pillar had begun to form and descend, Ronan had already predicted its landing point and dodged the devastating blow. Then, Ronan's form seemed to teleport and reappear near Ainalu's head at a different location. Facing Ainalu's terrified gaze, Ronan whispered, "It's time to end this, Ainalu. Blame your own foolishness for provoking me. However, just as you said earlier, it is indeed your honor to be slain by me, Ronan." No. Ainalu uttered his final word in his life. A sharp, ferocious, and terrifying blade of light pierced through his enormous head and vanished in an instant. The giant thunder god form abruptly halted midair, stiffening in place, and then, crack. A single cracking sound emerged from the thunder god's head. A fine blade mark appeared starting from the nose. The upper half of the nose section smoothly separated. Half of the colossal head slid off and tumbled down from the sky, gradually shrinking in size before crashing onto the ground. Meanwhile, the immense thunder god form above was also shrinking back down, reverting to Ainalu's original form as it continued its descent toward the ground. The moment Ainalu's thunder god form reverted to normal size and slammed onto the ground, a stunned awakening swept through all the onlookers. They gazed at this incredible sight with fear and confusion, shocked beyond words, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they could not utter a single syllable. They simply stared at that slender, fragile, yet towering figure still standing proudly in the sky. At this moment, Ainalu, who had brutally ruled over Skypiea for many years, was slain by Ronan. At this moment, the entire island's people were stunned into terrified silence. At this moment, Ronan's image became forever etched into the hearts of all, never to fade away. Chapter 90. The people bow in gratitude. The desperate overseers. No. A desperate scream echoed from the city. It was the anguished cry of one of Enel's subordinates, unwilling to accept the reality that Enel had been killed by Roran. How is this possible? One of Enel's followers muttered in disbelief, staring at Roran, who stood proudly in the high sky. That figure had already imprinted itself into his mind. The nearly invincible Enel, defeated and killed by this man. How terrifying this person truly was. He killed the great god. The great god is dead? No, I don't believe it. These subordinates and overseers could not accept such a truth, each whispering to themselves that it was impossible, refusing to believe. In contrast, the people stood in stunned silence before bursting into cheers. Goodness, he actually did it. He really did it. A civilian also looked at Roran's back against the sky with an expression of disbelief. Yes, Enel is dead. Haha, Enel is finally dead. Another cried in uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. It was unimaginable what kind of miserable life they had lived under Enel's brutal rule. We are free. We're finally free. Enel is dead. We're free. People cheered, running around, spreading the news to release their overwhelming emotions. Robin and Olivia were also extremely delighted at this moment. As I thought, I knew Roran would win. How could he possibly lose to someone like that? Robin said proudly, her gaze toward Roran's figure in the sky, filled with admiration. Yes. Olivia also sighed. He still won in the end, although that person he fought was also incredibly strong. Indeed, extremely powerful. Just watching the battle, it was even more intense than Roran's previous fights against the Marines. But in the end, Roran still emerged victorious. No one can defeat him. He will always be the strongest. Right. In the sky above, Roran sheathed his famous blade, looking down at the joyous crowd below. He spotted Robin and Olivia standing atop one of the buildings, a faint smile forming on his face. It's over. Muttering to himself, Roran then swiftly flew down, landing in front of Olivia and Robin. Roran, are you okay? Did you get hurt? As always, Olivia worried whether Roran was injured. Although he had won this battle, there was still concern in her eyes. After all, this opponent had appeared incredibly strong. When that immense thunder god form had appeared earlier, she had almost thought it was a real deity descending. It was simply too terrifying, far surpassing the presence of Kong and Zephyr. Yeah. Are you okay, Roran? Did that lightning-covered guy hurt you? Robin added anxiously. That guy was really scary, but in the end, he still lost to you. Roran, you're amazing. Don't worry, I'm not injured. Roran smiled slightly, but indeed felt tired. Facing Enel, especially the thunder god version of him, had required his full effort. It had taken nearly all his strength to kill Enel. He had not brought his Zanpakuto with him, so his strength hadn't been at its peak. At least half his fighting power was missing. Bankai combined with the Zanpakuto was that powerful. Thinking back to how strong Golden Lion had been, his real combat strength was no less than Enel's, yet he had still been instantly killed by Roran wielding Bankai. One could imagine how terrifying the combination of Roran's own strength and the power of Bankai truly was. That's good. Olivia and Robin both exhaled in relief. Then, noticing Roran's fatigue and seeing the crowd's ecstatic celebration below, as well as the desperate expressions of the former overseers, Olivia said with some concern, "So, what do we do now? Should we leave directly or help clean things up here?" "Let's take care of it a bit," Roran thought for a moment and replied. "Even though Enel is dead, the mess he left behind remains, and those who helped him commit atrocities should also be punished." Saying this, Roran took out 2 potions, one physical, one mental, and drank both, immediately restoring his stamina and mental strength after the intense battle. The reason he did this wasn't out of fear of those minor underlings below, but because without sufficient physical and mental strength, he wouldn't be able to carry the 2 girls with his xuanhuan later. It would be a long flight, and with 2 passengers, he needed to be fully restored to ensure safety. All right, let's go down. Luonin extended his arms and wrapped them around the 2 women. With a single movement, they had already descended. As Luonan and the 2 women landed, the gathered crowd immediately ceased their cheers. Everyone stared at Luonan with a mixture of fear and reverence. They feared his terrifying power, the ability to kill Enel. Such strength was something they had never witnessed before. For so long, Enel had been seen as an invincible god, a being without equal. But now, Luonan had shattered that image. And in doing so, that same invincible aura had now settled on Luonan himself. The reverence was natural, a respect for Luonan's overwhelming power and for rescuing them from their dire situation. Without Luonan, their future would have been unbearably grim, a fate of endless suffering. According to the story, their ultimate fate had been destruction. The entire Bicello Island would have eventually been annihilated by Enel. But now, Luonan had changed everything. Truly, he could be called their savior. "Thank you, noble sir, for rescuing us from such misery. We are deeply grateful." Swish. A sea of people, black as far as the eye could see, knelt to the ground before Luonan, bowing their heads and shouting words of gratitude. Whether elderly or children, everyone prostrated themselves before Luonan in utmost respect. "Stand up." Luonan waved his hand calmly and said, "Enel has been slain by me. From now on, you may all live peaceful lives." Wah, finally we can live a normal life. Ha. At last our Bicello Island can return to its former peace and tranquility. "Thank you, noble sir, for slaying Enel. We will forever remember this great favor." At Luonan's words, the people rose and once again burst into cheers, filled with excitement, as if already envisioning a future of peace and stability. "No, you fools. Our great god isn't dead. He's lying to us." At that moment, an angry overseer roared furiously, eyes full of murderous intent, toward Luonan. This outcry caused the entire crowd to fall silent immediately. Those who had been celebrating moments ago fell quiet at once. They looked toward the overseer with fear in their eyes, as if recalling the brutal days of suffering under the rule of the overseer's whips. Seeking death, Luonan suddenly turned his head, fixing his gaze upon that overseer and the group behind him. He had already decided their fate. These men were marked for death. Chapter 91, Return. Setting sail once more. Whoosh. A flash of fire streaked across, and a flaming dragon surged forth from Luonan's hand. The roaring fire dragon soared above the crowd, directly engulfing the overseers in flames. Not even a single scream could be heard before they were all burned to death, not one left alive. Witnessing this, the people showed happy expressions again. Before, they had worried about what would happen if Luonan left, whether those former henchmen of Enel would target them again. But now, even their last worry was eliminated, as Luonan effortlessly cleared them away. From there, things naturally became simple. Luonan departed with Olivia and Robin, under the grateful and admiring gazes of the people. They stared longingly, until Luonan's retreating figure vanished from sight. Only then did they slowly snap out of their trance. Then, they began cleaning up the chaos left behind by Bika. The city, nearly destroyed due to the battle, needed to be rebuilt. But no matter how hard or exhausting the work would be, it was better than the hopeless days they'd endured before. Life would definitely be brighter in the future. Inside a library at the city center of Gaia Island. I wonder how Captain Luonan is doing now. Have they finished with the matters on the Sky Island? Caramon flipped through a cookbook while speaking to Elena beside her. They should almost be done by now. They just went there to look for the poneglyph. Most of the time is spent searching. Once they find it, things should move quickly. Elena answered without lifting her head, as she was deeply immersed in a book about oceanography around Gaia Island. It was authored by a well-known navigator of the island, and from it, Elena had learned many useful things. Oh, Caramon replied briefly, and continued looking through the cookbook. Elena noticed Caramon seemed unenthusiastic, so she raised her head to observe her. Seeing the lack of interest on Caramon's face, she chuckled and asked, "What? Still upset about that cooking challenge thing?" "Yeah." Hearing Elena mention it, Caramon puffed her cheeks and grumbled, "Those chefs wouldn't even accept my challenge. How disrespectful is that? It's pretty normal though." Elena laughed and said, "They're all adults. Some of them are renowned chefs. How could they agree to compete with a 13 or 14-year-old kid? Winning would just be expected, but losing? That would ruin their careers. All the effort they've spent building their reputation up would be wasted. So of course, anyone with a bit of sense would know that there's no way they could beat you." Elena concluded. Previously, she had accompanied Caramon to many restaurants across the city, watching as she issued cooking duel challenges to various chefs, but nearly no chef agreed to the challenge. Some even mocked her for daring to challenge them as just a child. How conceited. In reality, every one of them was quite shrewd, just as Elena said. To compete with Caramon in cooking, winning was expected, but losing would be too shameful. Who would trust a chef who lost to a little girl? Hence, in the entire afternoon of visiting multiple restaurants, not a single head chef accepted the duel. Eventually, a helpless Caramon had to give up on the challenge and accompanied Elena to the library. Luonin returned to Gaia Island near mid-afternoon. Using the Zanpakuto to locate his companions, he successfully found the two inside the library. After a quick meal together, the group headed toward the port to check on the progress of the Grand Line Voyager's repairs. Thanks to the work of Old Furry, the experienced shipwright, the ship was finally repaired by afternoon. After settling the final fees, the group boarded the ship and decided not to stay the night in Gaia Island. Instead, they immediately set sail for the next destination, Water 7. As the Grand Line Voyager slowly departed the port, the marine soldiers stationed on Gaia Island who had been closely watching from not far away at the docks instantly relaxed. Finally, that guy is gone. Yeah, better that he's gone. Much better. This is really lucky. That guy didn't stir up any trouble on Gaia Island. Otherwise, with all the marines and officers we have here, we wouldn't even have stood a chance against him. So fortunate. And it's because we didn't provoke him on purpose either. We'd be fools to provoke someone like that. The devil's child Luonan provoking him? That's basically suicide. And wasn't the grave of every one of his previous challengers already full of grass by now? That's true. Speaking of provocation, didn't we investigate that bandit gang yesterday? They actually dared to rob Luonan's group. Reckless doesn't even begin to describe them. The real miracle is that only a few of them died, while the rest only ended up maimed. What incredible luck, surviving against Luonan. They can boast about this for the rest of their lives. Yeah, I heard from our officer that recently there'll be a crackdown on the bandits here on Gaia Island. After finding out about yesterday's incident, our superiors were frightened stiff. If Luonan blamed us because of these bandits, we'd be completely finished. Holy crap, it's about time we crack down on them. Those bandits almost got us dragged into it. They're too despicable. On the deck of the Grand Line Voyager, a large table was set up, fully covered with colorful and delicious dishes. Hee, Captain Luonan and everyone, please come and taste. These are all new recipes I've learned on Gaia Island. Caramon proudly pointed at the delicious food laid out on the table. Some are signature dishes from famous restaurants, and some I learned from cookbooks in the library. My cooking skills have improved greatly because of this. Really? That's amazing. Luonan sat beside the table, gazing at the delicious dishes before him, and hearing Caramon's words, couldn't help saying, "Then we must try everything. Come on, everyone sit down and eat. Let's taste the new dishes Caramon has just learned." "Great. I'm in. This looks really good. I'll take the first bite." Robin impatiently grabbed her chopsticks and started eating. "Caramon is truly amazing," Olivia said while eating and smiling. "I heard from Elena that all those top chefs on Gaia Island dared not challenge your cooking skills. They must be terrified of losing to you so disgracefully." "Absolutely," Robin chimed in. "Caramon's food tastes so good, they must have been too scared to compete. Wow, this is absolutely delicious. Luonan, you should try this too." Luonan took a bite of the meat Robin had placed in front of him and instantly realized this dish was truly exquisite, unlike any food he'd ever tasted before. "You're absolutely right. Caramon, your cooking skills have improved significantly recently." Luonan smiled and nodded. "No wonder those chefs are afraid to face you. If they actually lost against you, they'd be ruined for sure. They probably won't find any restaurant on Gaia Island willing to employ them anymore. Perhaps now the restaurants would go out of their way trying to convince you to join them instead. Not going to any of their restaurants." Caramon proudly raised her head. "If those chefs refuse to challenge me, then forget them. I will look for even stronger chefs to compete with in the future. I'll learn more powerful cooking techniques and become even stronger. Hee, I am going to become the greatest chef in the world. Good luck. You're the best, Caramon. You'll definitely succeed." Filled with laughter and joy, everyone offered Caramon their sincerest blessings. The Grand Line Voyager also sailed forward toward Water 7 amid their cheerful voices. Meanwhile, news of Luonan's group's impending arrival had just reached Water 7. Immediately, the entire city of Water 7 was thrown into a state of shock and excitement. Chapter 92, The City of Water. The entire city mobilizes to welcome Luonan. The mayor of Water 7 wasn't yet the later Esbar yet, but an elderly man. Upon hearing that Luonan's group was about to arrive at Water 7, the old mayor immediately became quite nervous. Others in the city government shared his anxiety. At this time, who hasn't heard of Luonan? Even in the most remote corners, Luonan's name was well known, let alone in a major metropolis like Water 7, the most famous shipping center and shipbuilding base in the Grand Line. When the Battle of Renner Island was broadcast worldwide by Morgans, nearly everyone in Water 7 had watched it. Everyone knew exactly how terrifying Luonan was. If even the world government and the Marines had submitted, how could they not? Moreover, Water 7 wasn't a nation and thus not a member state of the world government. It was a massive city built on water, incredibly prosperous economically, and especially renowned for its shipbuilding industry. It maintained good relations with both the world government and many great pirate crews, enjoying a position respected by both sides. After all, flagship vessels for many great pirate crews were built in Water 7, so these pirates would naturally give a little respect in return. Of course, this was referring to regular pirates. Such considerations wouldn't extend to someone like Luonan, and everyone understood that perfectly, which was precisely why they felt so nervous. Luonan's arrival couldn't be refused, nor dared to be refused. Instead, they must go all out to welcome and please this mighty figure, making absolutely certain not to offend him. Otherwise, they could hardly imagine the terror that Water 7 might face if Luonan became enraged. Hurry up and issue orders to get all the relevant personnel ready for Luonan's arrival. The old mayor sternly instructed his subordinates. This matter must be treated with the utmost seriousness. We must do it well and show Luonan the very best side of Water 7. Let him see our hospitality and leave him with a good impression. Understand? Yes, Mr. Mayor. We understand. The subordinates exchanged glances, seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. They were not surprised at all that the mayor was treating this matter so solemnly. After all, it was Luonan they were talking about, someone no one would dare take lightly. All right, all of you get to work. Luonan will arrive within a few days. We must be completely prepared. Understood. While the official authorities of Water 7 bustled about, the public was equally engaged. Among the people, their feelings toward Luonan were complicated, fear and reverence on one hand, while many young boys greatly admired him. After all, Luonan was very young, not even 12 years old yet, and already a world-famous great pirate. This achievement naturally brought immense shock and admiration from countless young people. Therefore, speaking from any perspective, the citizens of Water 7 also supported the grand welcoming ceremony arranged by the authorities, driven by mixed feelings of fear and admiration. Yes, in anticipation of Luonan's arrival, Water 7 prepared an extremely grand welcoming ceremony. A few days later, Water 7 finally received accurate news. Luonan would arrive at 10 o'clock the next morning. Upon this, the magnificent welcoming ceremony commenced, mobilizing the entire city and involving every citizen, all for the purpose of leaving a great impression on Luonan and his companions. Meanwhile, far across the sea, Luonan himself was unaware of all this. He didn't know that the officials and people of Water 7 had prepared a big surprise for him. Although, even if he did know, he probably would have merely smiled. Captain Luonan, we should arrive at Water 7 tomorrow morning, Elena said while steering the ship. It's about time. We should have arrived a few days ago. Luonan nodded. On their journey over the past few days, they had encountered a snowstorm, slightly delaying their schedule. Otherwise, they could have reached Water 7 today. Still, a delay of just one day wasn't a big deal. We're arriving tomorrow. Kuruman brought a few glasses of juice onto the deck and handed them out with a smile. I heard that Water 7 has a very special delicacy called shifa meat. I don't know. Elena truly wasn't familiar with it, shaking her head at the question. I know. Robin, who was diligently practicing her devil fruit abilities nearby, immediately ran over. While accepting a glass of juice from Kuruman's tray, she said excitedly, I heard my mother mention it before. That xuanhuan meat is pretty delicious. It's a specialty unique to Water 7. When we arrive, you should definitely give it a try, Kuruman. Then you can cook it for us on the ship later. No problem. Upon hearing that, Kuruman nodded right away. When it came to the pursuit of delicious food, she was more enthusiastic than anyone else. She would have tasted it thoroughly anyway, even without Robin's suggestion. Luonan. As the group was chatting, Olivia walked out from the cabin and sat in front of Luonan, saying, that piao fruit you mentioned earlier. I think it would be better for Elena to use. Didn't Elena say it was for you to use? Luonan gave Olivia a curious look before turning his gaze toward Elena. In these past few days, he had become deeply aware of how weak the girl's abilities were, so he took out the piao fruit and let them freely choose who should use it. After discussing, they had initially decided to give it to Olivia. But now Elena wanted to pass it back to Olivia, and Olivia herself wanted to give it back to Elena. These two were pushing it back and forth, getting along way too well, weren't they? Well, Olivia explained. I was thinking, once we arrive at Water 7, the world government promised to compensate us with 5 devil fruits, right? We can choose then. The piao fruit allows one to fly. Since Elena is our navigator, she needs this ability more than I do. If she gains the piao fruit's power, she can fly up into the sky to check the environment and weather conditions. It would be much more helpful to our crew. Hearing Olivia's words, Luonan couldn't help but admit that this consideration was indeed thoughtful. If Elena obtained the power of the piao fruit, it would certainly be more suitable and beneficial than if others used it. Elena, what do you think? Luonan turned to ask Elena. I think Aunt Olivia is more suitable, Elena replied gratefully, looking at Olivia. She knew that Olivia wanted to give this precious devil fruit to her, but she felt that this particular fruit was not like the others. It was the very fruit of Shiki the golden lion. Its ability must be superior to others, more valuable. She herself could just use an ordinary devil fruit. This rare treasure should be kept for Olivia. No, Elena, I really think you're more suitable. Please don't decline, Olivia insisted. I know you're trying to give it back to me, but honestly, you are more suitable than any of us. If you gain the ability of the Piao Piao fruit, you can offer us much better navigation experience, and we might even avoid many dangers in the future. Isn't that better for all of us? This. Elena hesitated for a moment, then looked toward the others. Seeing that everyone was nodding in agreement, she finally gave in. All right then, I'll accept this fruit and eat it right away. That's the spirit. Olivia smiled and nodded. We've all been through so much together, and we are practically family. There's no need to be so polite anymore. Chapter 93. The Celestial Gold Fleet. Welcoming the Celestial Dragons? In the opposite direction from which the giant wave was heading toward Water 7, another massive fleet was also making its way toward Water 7. Of course, this wasn't the world government's fleet transporting devil fruits and the 10 billion belly compensation, but rather another fleet, the Celestial Gold Fleet. Recently, it was once again time for the various allied nations to pay tribute to the world nobles, the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Gold Fleet had departed from the Sabati archipelago and had been traveling through various allied nations along the way to collect the Celestial Gold. This massive fleet was the Celestial Gold Fleet, consisting of 12 large ships, including 8 warships and 4 cargo vessels. Among them, the largest ship carried the fleet's commanding officers as well as several highly esteemed Celestial Dragons accompanying the fleet. After all, these were the tribute goods offered to the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragon Parliament had dispatched several highly respected Celestial Dragons to accompany the voyage, and as usual, the Marines headquarters had also assigned a rear admiral to escort the fleet with 8 warships. After passing through several countries and replenishing supplies at Eni's lobby, the fleet set course toward Water 7. Of course, they were not coming to Water 7 to collect Celestial Gold. Water 7 wasn't an allied nation and had no obligation to pay the tribute. It was merely because one of the ships had sustained some damage and needed repairs. They had to go to the shipyards of Water 7, because naturally, the ships carrying such noble world nobles couldn't be repaired at ordinary ports. Only a place as advanced in shipbuilding as Water 7 could ensure the safety of the Celestial Dragons and also guarantee smooth sailing for future voyages. The fleet continued its voyage and on the following day finally reached the waters near Water 7. Meanwhile, Water 7 had also received news of the fleet's arrival, and the city was immediately thrown into shock. What? The Celestial Gold Fleet is arriving at Water 7. The elderly mayor was momentarily stunned and asked one of his subordinates, "Why are they coming here? We're not even an allied nation." "Well, they say they're here to repair their ships." The subordinate replied helplessly. "I see, but this is a real problem." The mayor anxiously paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. And indeed, it was a serious issue. He had just yesterday arranged for all citizens of Water 7 to gather at the port to welcome the approaching Ronin, and now he suddenly encountered the arrival of the Celestial Gold Fleet. What a terrible coincidence. 2 groups arriving at the same time. This really troubled him. "Mayor, what should we do?" one of his men asked. "The Celestial Gold Fleet carries several world nobles on board. We must definitely greet them as well. What else can we do? Greet them." The mayor rubbed his head in frustration and could only say that. There was no way around it. After all, they were world nobles. There was a clear hierarchy, and they couldn't afford to ignore them. It was acceptable to welcome the Celestial Dragons with the entire city. However, now that Ronin had also arrived, and the 2 groups had arrived simultaneously, what was he supposed to do? If someone asked who exactly the city was welcoming, how was he supposed to respond? He couldn't afford to offend either party. "Mayor, how should we greet them?" His subordinate hesitated. "We've already raised banners welcoming Ronin. It's too late to change them now. If Ronin arrives first, leave them as they are. If the Celestial Gold Fleet arrives first, take down the banners." The mayor thought for a moment and replied. "What if they arrive at the same time?" his subordinate asked again, not because he wanted to talk too much, but because such matters had to be clarified in advance. Otherwise, if something went wrong, the consequences would be his to bear. If he had clarified the instructions beforehand, any future problems wouldn't be his responsibility. Hearing the question, the elderly mayor was once again filled with frustration. The truth remained, he couldn't afford to offend either side. If they arrive together, then take down the banners and greet both. The mayor finally waved his hand. "If things really get out of hand, let them work it out among themselves. I can't do anything about it anyway. Just proceed as discussed. Hurry and prepare, and I must also get ready to head to the harbor." "Yes, sir." The harbor of Water 7 was huge. After all, it was a floating city and a place renowned for its shipbuilding industry. There were several harbors, and the number 1 port was the biggest, where a massive crowd had already gathered, buzzing with excitement. Every part of the harbor and the streets leading from the harbor to the city center were packed with citizens. Even the waterways were filled with countless boats, all coming to welcome Ronin. Naturally, the main waterway leading to the city center had already been cleared. It was the main passage reserved exclusively for Ronin's arrival, and under no circumstances could it be occupied. Just then, the citizens received another message. The Celestial Gold Fleet had also arrived at the harbor and was about to disembark in Water 7. This sudden news stunned everyone present. Unlike the elderly mayor, ordinary citizens didn't have too many thoughts about it. After all, welcoming anyone was still a welcome, so they might as well welcome both together. At the harbor, the Celestial Gold Fleet arrived first and docked. Several figures who looked extremely noble and overweight, wearing bubbles on their heads, were accompanied by the Marine Vice Admiral as they slowly walked off the deck. Seeing the enthusiastic welcome from the people of Water 7, the Celestial Dragons immediately nodded in satisfaction. The leading Celestial Dragon held his head high with his hands behind his back, glanced around arrogantly, and said, "Not bad. The people of Water 7 actually understand things quite well. They knew we were coming and even prepared such a grand ceremony. It's even more elaborate than those allied nations we passed earlier." "Ha ha, isn't that a normal thing?" Another Celestial Dragon, sniffing as he spoke, said casually. "We are noble world nobles, of course they should flatter us." "That's right." Two other Celestial Dragons also nodded with expressions of obvious entitlement, saying, "These commoners should welcome us like this." "But wait, why haven't they knelt yet? We've already disembarked, they should be kneeling now." "Humph, Tereska, make these commoners kneel for me." The Celestial Dragon, seeing that the citizens had not knelt before him and the three others of his noble status, became instantly furious and ordered the Marine Vice Admiral beside him. At once, "Holy Subaru-sama." The Marine Vice Admiral dared not defy the order of the Celestial Dragon. Upon hearing the command, he immediately bowed respectfully and quickly walked toward the elderly mayor of Water 7 accompanied by several officers. The elderly mayor heard the command relayed by the Vice Admiral and sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to prepare to send someone to issue the order. Just at that moment, Ronin's giant wave ship also arrived at the harbor. Wow, so many people. Standing by the ship's railing, Robin looked at the crowded harbor and couldn't help but exclaim, "What festival is this? Why are there so many people?" Olivia also looked curious. "I don't know." Ronin shook his head. He had no idea that Water 7 had already mobilized the entire city to welcome his arrival, nor did he know that the unexpected arrival of the Celestial Gold Fleet had thrown the city into a state of anxiety. Never mind. Let's prepare to dock and disembark. Without paying attention to other matters, Ronin was about to approach the harbor, but the shoreline ahead was already occupied by the ships of the Celestial Gold Fleet. The 12 large ships blocked the way, and even though the number 1 harbor was huge, there was no space left to dock the giant wave. Chapter 94 Arrogance. Is Luonan a commoner? Ba Dao Intervention. As Luonan frowned slightly, thinking about what to do next, a group of people approached from the front port. They looked anxiously toward Luonan while communicating with the crew of the Tianshang ship fleet in the sky, asking them to move their ships and make room for the Julang to dock. However, the crew of the Tianshang ship fleet proudly rejected the other side's request. With an expression of looking down their noses, they glanced contemptuously at the Julang, clearly showing they held the ship in no regard. This situation left the Water City personnel attempting to communicate somewhat desperate. The old mayor had entrusted them with the mission to ask the Tianshang fleet to vacate a docking spot for Luonan to land. It seemed this task would be difficult to complete. One of the old mayor's subordinates clenched his teeth, directly announcing Luonan's identity in a bid to intimidate the other party into yielding. "Esteemed sir, please make an exception. The ship behind is Master Luonan's." The subordinate of the old mayor loudly proclaimed, his face filled with anxiety. Luonan's ship had already been waiting for quite some time. If docking was delayed any further, there could be serious consequences. "What Luonan, Luo Bei, whatever. Who's this nobody? Get lost. We're not moving for anyone." The Tianshang crew member was also a proud individual. As a steward of a celestial dragon, emboldened by the power of his master, he held no regard for others. Although the name, Luonan, sounded somewhat familiar, he gave it no further thought and immediately refused. "You?" Upon hearing this, the mayor's subordinate was momentarily stunned. Was this person not even giving face to Luonan? Humph. Just at that moment, a cold snort came from near his ear. "Since when did I become a nobody?" The sharp and cold tone sent a chill down the mayor's subordinate's spine. Oh no. This big shot is angry. At this point, Luonan no longer sought a docking location. Instead, he used the flight technique to fly over with 2 others. Elena had already consumed the float fruit, though she was still not fully skilled in its use and nowhere near the terrifying level of Golden Lion, who could lift even ships or islands. She had no problem carrying Columin alone. The group flew directly to the port, landed, and Luonan led the way toward the others, giving the steward of the Celestial Dragon a cold gaze. "Who do you think you are? Do you even know who we are?" The steward had a few bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses nearby who, upon seeing Luonan approaching, assumed he meant to cause trouble and immediately raised their guns toward Luonan and his group. Luonan gave them a cold stare without speaking, his eyes growing ever more icy. At this moment, the subordinate of the mayor who had come to greet Luonan hurriedly ran forward with his people and respectfully bowed to Luonan. "Master Luonan, the mayor has sent us to welcome you. Please don't mind these people's rudeness. I am very unsatisfied with your so-called welcome." Luonan calmly looked at the person and said, "Who are these people? How dare they not allow a docking spot?" Though Luonan saw several warships around, he still didn't know exactly what this fleet was. If it were a Navy fleet, wouldn't they have recognized him? He thought those from the Marines probably didn't have the courage to treat him this way. Who would dare if they knew his name? Look at the Marines stationed in Gaia Island. They never dared to behave this way toward him upon hearing of his reputation. Yet now, such a situation actually happened before his eyes. It was openly slapping him in the face. "Master Luonan, they are." The officer who came to greet Luonan had just begun speaking, when the steward of the Celestial Dragon who had been ignored suddenly voiced his displeasure. "You impertinent fellows." The steward loudly ranted, immediately charging over with his group of men in black. He pointed his finger right at Luonan's group and bellowed. "Do you even know who we are? Daring to speak like this to us? Wanna die?" If so, I'll gladly fulfill your wish. Shoot these commoners to death. I will take all the responsibility. Humph. Trying to change our docking spot while the great noble race of the world is visiting. You're going to pay for your ignorance today. No one can help you. No, no. The welcoming officer panicked and immediately shouted, trying to stop the steward. This is Master Luonan. Stop quickly. Whatever, Luonan or not. Shoot. Kill these commoners. Ignoring everything, the steward outright ordered the execution of Luonan and his companions. The black-clad bodyguards under his command, without the slightest hesitation, opened fire directly at Luonan's group. Pung 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 pung. A burst of gunfire rang out amid the desperate and horrified gazes of the Water City welcoming party. Luonan and his group were completely unharmed. A streak of flame shot forth, instantly engulfing the group of black-clad men and the so-called steward of the world noble race, burning them to ashes in an instant. Commoner? He dares call me a commoner? Luonan muttered expressionlessly. I've never heard of anyone daring to address me like this before. Today I've truly seen it all. Behind him, Robin and the others also showed expressions of fury. Just arriving at this Water City and being insulted like this was indeed infuriating. However, those disrespectful individuals had already been eliminated by Luonan, and their anger gradually subsided. Luonan. The welcoming officer stammered, completely losing his composure. It actually escalated into a fight. Well, Luonan effortlessly killing these people was nothing serious. With his immense power, he feared neither heaven nor earth. Even if he angered the celestial dragons, he wouldn't flinch. But the Water City couldn't afford such a conflict. Compared to the celestial dragons, the Water City might as well have been in an entirely different realm. There was no comparison. The celestial dragons, being members of the world noble race and rulers of the world government, were the most exalted beings in the world. If they truly became enraged, the Navy fleet could come within days and annihilate the entire Water City. Speak. Who were these people? Luonan clapped his hands together, extinguishing the flame on his fingers, and glanced at the officer indifferently. Don't make me wait any longer. I've waited long enough and my patience is running thin. Why yes, Master Luonan. The officer immediately nodded repeatedly, not daring to show any arrogance before Luonan. Just look at the previous people. Those who had been arrogant in front of Luonan and even verbally abused him were now reduced to ashes. These people are members of the Celestial Dragons, the world noble race. This ship fleet is the Tianxing fleet, here to repair their ships in the Water City. The officer spoke quickly, pointing to the massive crowd of onlookers around him and adding, originally, these citizens were gathered by Mayor Sir to welcome your arrival. Our Water City holds a welcoming attitude toward your coming. However, the Tianxing fleet also arrived at the same time today, even arriving slightly before you. Because of the revered status of the world noble race, we had no choice but to greet them first. That man just now was a steward of a celestial dragon. Please don't blame us for this, Master Luonan. Ah, so they're celestial dragons. Upon hearing this, Luonan immediately understood. No wonder they had been so arrogant, not even giving him a second glance. Such conceit was habitual. Luonan was well aware of the celestial dragon's supreme status in this world. Before, he had only heard stories about it, but today he finally witnessed it firsthand. They had even pointed their fingers right at him, calling him a commoner, and that was only their steward. If they had been the celestial dragons themselves, just how arrogant would they have been? Let's go. I want to see just how noble and honorable these so-called celestial dragons of the world noble race truly are. Saying this, Luonan simply waved his hand, ignoring the welcoming officer completely as he led Orlvia and the others forward. Behind him, the Water City welcoming party exchanged glances, unsure whether to follow or not. Obviously, this great master was about to confront the celestial dragons head-on, but they were powerless to do the same. Both sides were mighty figures, untouchable presences. Sir, what should we do? One of his men quietly asked. We'll do nothing. The leader of the welcoming party gritted his teeth, turned around, and left. Others glanced at each other before following closely behind with lowered heads. This was a matter they would not, and could not, interfere in anymore. Chapter 95. The Arrogant World Nobles. They were insulted again and called scum. At this moment, the old mayor did not know that Lona had already clashed with the people guarding the harbor left behind by the world nobles, and the situation had escalated beyond control. Right now, he was sending orders to his subordinates, instructing them to follow the command from the vice admiral stationed at headquarters who had passed along the world nobles' decree, requiring all citizens to kneel and welcome the arrival of these honored world nobles. Although the citizens were reluctant to comply, they understood the revered identity of the world nobles as supreme aristocrats. One by one, they dropped to their knees on the ground in submission, respectfully awaiting the noble world nobles. Among those kneeling, a few individuals had suspicious glances, silently exchanging whispers. Why have the world nobles come here? I don't know either. Weren't we supposed to come here to film that demon child Lona? Yeah, that's what the Water 7 officials said. I was even expecting to get the first exclusive report on Lona. I was hoping this scoop would be a huge success, but now it turns out we're just here to welcome the world nobles. Indeed, these people were none other than Morgan's team of journalists. Naturally, such a big city as Water 7 had permanent reporters from the World Economic News Agency. After reading the Water 7 official announcement yesterday, these journalists had been ecstatic all night. Lona, the demon child Lona, known throughout the world even before the Battle of Renner Island, after which he became globally renowned. Having an exclusive report on him meant unlimited prospects. After all, during the Battle of Renner Island, Even the great editor-in-chief personally went there and launched a global live broadcast, which had gone absolutely viral. Therefore, the news that Lona had arrived in Water 7 thrilled these correspondents stationed there for quite some time, each one feeling that this was their big opportunity. They all wanted to make a thorough report on this story. However, they never imagined that before they had even seen Lona, they first encountered the arrival of the world nobles. As soon as the world nobles came, the entire population was required to kneel and welcome. Although they found it frustrating, they could do nothing but obey. They weren't important figures like Morgan. Even when meeting a world noble in person, Morgan didn't need to specially kneel and respect. In fact, he had a cooperative relationship with some of the great world noble families, who even gave him a certain degree of face. Everyone around the port, in a dense and endless sea of kneeling figures, even the officials of Water 7, like the old mayor, had all knelt to greet them. This scene highlighted the arrogance and dominance of the world nobles. The 4 world nobles were very satisfied with this scene. They proudly scanned the surroundings like emperors surveying their subjects. An accurate description because, in the eyes of the world nobles, everyone in the world were their subjects, and the fate of all life lay within their hands. To them, they were divine figures with ultimate authority over who lived and who died among the masses. These scums are still somewhat sensible, said one world noble, picking his nose contemptuously with a snort. How dare they not be sensible? Another arrogantly replied. Those who dare to defy will be killed, and if they still refuse to comply, we will destroy the entire island. Humph, let's see if these scum dare to show us any disrespect. That's right, we are the world nobles. These scums should bow obediently when they see us, kneeling low so that we may step on their heads as we walk forward. Only then can we display the greatness of the world nobles and their abject submission, declared the leading world noble proudly. The other world nobles nodded in agreement, as if such arrogance was the natural order of things. Suddenly, while scanning the surroundings with casual disdain, the leading world noble's gaze sharpened, and he glared angrily in a certain direction. There is still a commoner who dares not kneel? He is begging for death. Who? Where? There's still a scum not kneeling? Indeed, asking for death. Upon hearing this, the other 3 world nobles instantly revealed angry expressions, turning their heads to look together. Indeed, they saw a group of 5 people, 1 male and 4 females, walking leisurely toward them. There really is someone. One of the world nobles angrily shouted. All the other scums have knelt except these 5. They dare to show us contempt in public. Tereska, capture these 5 scums for me. I will personally torture them to death. Yes, do not let them die quickly. Daring to openly insult the world nobles deserves the harshest punishment. Investigate their identities. I will reduce their entire families to slaves and send them to work in the mines until they die. As for that little boy, I will have him castrated, chopped to pieces, and then fed to the dogs. And those women, I shall send them to the branch brothel at the Sabeti archipelago, where they will be eternally damned to degradation. Amidst the furious roars of the Tenryubito, Tereska hurriedly ran over and knelt on the ground respectfully. Great world nobles, do you have any orders? The humble Tereska is ready to obey. Tereska, the leading Tenryubito, Subaru Saint, Hunhing kicked Tereska's head, slamming it hard into the ground until his nose flattened and blood poured out. Yet Tereska still kept his head lowered, enduring the pain respectfully as he said, Please give your orders, great and noble Lord Subaru Saint. You damn dog, can't you see there are still several lowly peasants over there who haven't knelt? They actually dare to walk on the same road as us, the glorious Tenryubito, as the great and noble Lord Subaru Saint. This is an insult to me. This is an insult to the noble Tenryubito. Subaru Saint continuously savagely kicked his own vice admiral's head as he angrily shouted, Great Lord Subaru Saint, please rest assured, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Allow me to rise and capture those few peasants immediately. They are yours to deal with. Tereska quickly said, realizing if he didn't speak soon, his dazed head might be kicked to pieces. Hurry up. If you're slow, you'll regret it. Subaru Saint withdrew his foot arrogantly and said, I want you to capture them immediately. We've already decided what to do with them. We'll sell those women to the branch brothel at the Sabeti archipelago, and we'll have that boy castrated, chopped into pieces, and fed to the dogs. Your command will certainly be executed flawlessly. Tereska quickly stood up, wiped the blood all over his face, and said respectfully as he could. Then, he turned his head to look at those so-called lowly peasants who dared to not kneel while the Tenryubito were passing by. How daring they were. At the same time, he already hated these peasants with all his heart for causing him such trouble, getting his head kicked so badly. He'd make sure to beat them mercilessly to vent his anger later. However, when he looked fiercely at those so-called lowly peasants, his entire body was as if struck by lightning. He sucked in a cold breath sharply, nearly choking to death in shock. Low. Chapter 96. The Arrogant and Tyrannical Celestial Dragon. Capture Roman. Tereska's lips trembled, his eyes widened in shock. He couldn't utter a single coherent sentence, merely standing frozen in place, his mind suddenly blank. On the other side, the few reporters who were kneeling on the ground were secretly watching. Instantly, they became excited. What did they see? They saw the arrival of Roman and his group, and it seemed they had already clashed with several of the celestial dragons. Of course, with how arrogant and domineering the celestial dragons were, Roman's group dared not kneel, which was bound to provoke their wrath. And now, that moment had arrived. The reporters exchanged glances, each seeing the excitement in the other's eyes. Roman is here, really here. Yes, he's actually here. It seems he's gotten into a conflict with the celestial dragons. What will happen next? What do you mean what? Do you really think Roman would kneel before the celestial dragons? Of course not. With Roman's domineering personality, who could make him kneel? Then, something huge is about to happen. What are we waiting for? Start recording. Without hesitation, the reporters focused on capturing the scene about to unfold. It would definitely become a worldwide news sensation. Not only the reporters noticed the situation, the other citizens also noticed, though they dared not stand up and remained kneeling. However, most of them had already lifted their heads. After all, so many people were secretly raising their heads to peek around, and no one was stopping them at this moment. Mayor Lu and his people noticed something seemed to have happened. When they looked up, they saw that it was actually Roman's group arriving. However, they didn't see the few individuals assigned to greet Roman arrive alongside him. Their hearts stirred, and upon seeing the visibly enraged celestial dragons, their faces turned deathly pale. It's over. Conflict really happened. Mayor Lu's lips trembled as he spoke. What should we do now? His subordinates' faces also turned pale as they quickly asked. What can we do? We can't interfere. Let's just wait and see. Though Mayor Lu said this, his mind was already racing for a solution. Though Roman's group was small in number, their individual strengths were powerful. Roman alone was worth more than thousands or even tens of thousands of soldiers. As for the celestial dragons, while they themselves weren't known for combat strength, they were protected by many bodyguards. Plus, they were escorted by a large number of marines led by an admiral stationed at headquarters. Simply counting the marines aboard the 8 massive warships amounted to over 1,000 men. Combined with the various weapons aboard the warships, they could, without exaggeration, lay siege to Water 7. Now, these two factions had clashed right in Water 7. What could he possibly do? Send Water 7's guards to intervene? Forget about it. That was simply impossible. Neither side would give him face. Besides, he himself was still kneeling under the command of the celestial dragons, unable to stand. He was afraid that if he dared to rise suddenly, the celestial dragons would bear a grudge against him and subsequently kill him without any recourse. The tyrannical nature of the celestial dragons was well known throughout the seas. Meanwhile, Toriska remained still, further irritating the celestial dragons. The leader, Celestial Dragon Baru, angrily shouted, Toriska, what exactly are you doing? Hurry up and capture them for me now. Yeah, act faster. What are you doing? Can't even handle such a small matter? Do you even want to continue working at the Marines' headquarters? Watch out, or we will get those idiots in headquarters to remove your position. Upon hearing Celestial Dragon Baru's words, the other 3 celestial dragons also started shouting, scolding Toriska one after another. Yet none of them even gave Roman and his companions a direct glance. In their eyes, these commoners weren't worth their attention. In the past, as long as they issued commands through their subordinates, bodyguards, or the marine officers assigned to protect them, no matter what atrocities they committed, murder, abduction, looting, arson, it would always be carried out efficiently. Such situations were completely normal. To most celestial dragons, the marines were no more than dogs bred by the celestial dragons, who had every right to order them around, and the marines would never dare to resist, just like Toriska, who endured violent kicks to the head from the celestial dragons without even daring to mutter a word. Dare to resist? Celestial dragons could easily kill Toriska, while also ruining his entire family. Boo boo, but esteemed lords, this man is. Toriska was jolted awake by the furious shouting from the celestial dragons, quickly trying to explain. However, the celestial dragons didn't listen at all. Celestial Dragon Baru walked over and slapped Toriska across the face, leaving it swollen and bruised. How dare you defy my orders? Do you want to die? Or do you want your entire family to die? Fine, I'll grant your wish. I'll call the Marine headquarters right away and have them arrest and kill your whole family. Celestial Dragon Baru roared furiously. That's right, Toriska. You actually dared disobey our orders and resist? Then you deserve to die. Another celestial dragon added, even more extreme than the first. He turned directly toward the black-clad bodyguards beside him. Kill Toriska for me. This guy wants to die, so let's grant his wish. Then kill his entire family too. Also, we don't have time to waste here. We still need to go collect the Kanshang gene from other places, another celestial dragon coldly said. Make the Marines act immediately and capture these filthy peasants. Where are the people from Water 7? They actually allowed these commoners to insult us like this. They deserve death too. Capture them all and execute them. That's right, the people of Water 7 are also guilty. Don't let them escape. Deal with them all later and let them see firsthand what happens when you dare provoke the celestial dragons. The last celestial dragon also glared around angrily, looking disdainfully at the commoners kneeling on the ground, before shifting his gaze to Mayor Lu and his group, who were also kneeling. His words immediately made Mayor Lu and his people shudder with fear, eyes filled with despair. Just a moment ago, they were still thinking of ways to calmly survive this crisis, only to now be sentenced to death by the celestial dragons. What could he possibly do? He felt just as helpless and hopeless as they did. With no choice, Mayor Lu could only turn his gaze toward Roman, who had become his only lifeline. On Roman's side, witnessing this farce, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Today, he had truly seen just how domineering the celestial dragons were. Meanwhile, Toriska was already crying out in pain as the black-clad bodyguards of the celestial dragons had already grabbed him with guns drawn, shooting directly at his head. Though Toriska was much more powerful than these bodyguards and even possessed devil fruit abilities, he had become so accustomed to being controlled by the celestial dragons that he dared not resist at all, hoping only that the headquarters would protect his family after he was dead. Toriska was shot by the bodyguards. As he was dying, he didn't forget to warn the celestial dragons, hoping they would be more cautious and not provoke Roman. Gria, great and noble, lords, this is Roma. Roman, you absolutely mustn't provoke him. After finishing his last words, Toriska helplessly dropped his head and sank into eternal darkness. It must be said that being chosen by the celestial dragons as the vice admiral of the headquarters responsible for their protection truly proved how extremely loyal he was to the celestial dragons. Even when they had ordered the killing of his entire family, he still dared not resist, and even thought of their safety in his final moments. Seeing this scene, Roman was utterly speechless. This experience truly shattered his worldview. Roman, the leading celestial dragon, Baru, heard Tereska's last words and scoffed disdainfully. I don't care what he's called. Anyone who dares anger the celestial dragons will surely die. You all, go capture them immediately. Stop wasting my time any further. Baru lifted his head to the sky, displaying a posture of supreme arrogance and pride as he carelessly ordered his bodyguards and the marines around him. Understood, great and noble Baru. These black-clad bodyguards and marines all charged toward Roman. Some of the marines had already understood Tereska's words. They realized that the boy in front of them was actually the devil's child, Roman. However, no one dared to defy the celestial dragon's orders or even try to dissuade them. Otherwise, Tereska's fate would be theirs. With gritted teeth, they charged forward to attack. Chapter 97. The Threat of the World Nobles. Is Luonin planning to flee? Looking at the more than 100 marines and black-clad bodyguards rushing toward him, Luonin appeared somewhat bored. These small fries simply couldn't spark his interest, but if he didn't deal with them, they would keep buzzing around like annoying flies. And those world nobles kept repeatedly calling them lowborn scum. Luonin had no intention of letting these world nobles off the hook today. He wondered whether killing them would alter the world government's previous strategy of seeking reconciliation with him. After all, the world government was ultimately the government of the world nobles. If they canceled the compensation he was supposed to receive, 5 devil fruits and 1 billion belly, what would happen? If they dare to cancel it, then don't blame me for attacking Mary Geos itself. World nobles? Daring to act arrogant in front of me, Luonin? I'll make sure you understand that provoking me is the biggest mistake of your lives. Luonin's eyes narrowed. He had already made up his mind. Although he was somewhat wary of Emu and the legendary ancient weapon, Uranus, supposedly under his control, he couldn't just swallow this injustice out of caution. Luonin was simply not the type to endure humiliation or compromise for peace. If Emu, the Gorisei, and the world nobles insisted on opposing him, then so be it. Let's see who ends up worse off in the end. With that thought, Luonin suddenly raised his head, looking toward the marines and black-clad bodyguards charging at him. Some of them had already raised muskets and pistols, aiming and firing at Luonin's group. Bang, 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 bang. A barrage of bullets shot toward Luonin and his companions. The sudden gunfire startled the surrounding civilians. Most of them cried out in fear, and some had already stood up and started fleeing. Even if the world nobles were powerful, once the fighting started, staying around risked getting caught in the crossfire. In the end, survival was the top priority. These people were nothing like Darija, the rear admiral stationed here, who had grown complacent. In dangerous moments like this, their first thought was naturally preserving their own lives. The elderly mayor also got to his feet. Now that a direct conflict had erupted between the two sides and gunfire had started, staying on his knees would serve no purpose anymore. Eventually, one side would win and the other would lose. From his understanding of Luonin's strength, the side of the world nobles was almost certainly doomed. There was no need to continue obeying their orders unquestioningly. Once he stood up, the old mayor immediately arranged for people to maintain order, ensuring the civilians evacuated safely and preventing trampling accidents. After that was taken care of, he led others to closely observe the battle. This confrontation was crucial, not only for both sides involved, but also for Water 7 itself. Truthfully, Water 7 now found itself in a very awkward position. After Luonin had provoked the world nobles, he could simply leave whenever he wanted. But Water 7 had no choice but to stay. Once the world government came calling for answers, they wouldn't be able to escape. Thinking about this, the mayor furrowed his brows even deeper, his hair nearly turning gray from worry. As countless bullets came flying toward him, Luonin didn't feel the slightest sense of danger. Still, they needed to be dealt with. With a wave of his hand, a burst of scorching flames erupted into the sky, sweeping through the area. All the bullets melted into molten iron before falling to the ground. The firestorm continued onward without abating. Oh, fire. So much fire. It's so hot. Help. The marines and black-clad bodyguards charging forward were engulfed in the flames of the Mera Mera no Mi. None could resist. Against Luonin's current flames, even top-tier experts would struggle to withstand it. What chance did these lowly grunts have? Without any surprise, these men were hopping in agony amid the inferno, crying and wailing for their mothers, only to die completely, reduced to ashes. Pada. Luonin flicked his hand and retracted the flames. Then, with his hands behind his back and the girls by his side, he walked forward directly to the other side, standing right in front of the 4 world nobles. So it's you 4 trash who kept calling me lowborn scum? Who gave you the courage to insult me, Luonin? Luonin stared coldly at the 4 world nobles without expression, his eyes indifferent and emotionless, as though looking at 4 corpses. Why you? You actually killed our bodyguards? Do you even know who we are? The leading world noble, Bartholomew Kuma, seeing Luonin immediately wipe out so many of their men, including his own guards, was momentarily terrified. He quickly spoke up, attempting to threaten Luo Nan. "We are the world nobles. We are the nobility of this world. How dare you attack our bodyguards? You're dead. Absolutely dead. Do you understand? You're done for." Upon hearing Bartholomew Kuma's words, Luo Nan paused for a moment. Was this fellow even capable of reading the current situation? "I've already started killing, and you're still trying to threaten me? Are your brains made of shit, you world nobles?" Luo Nan shook his head somewhat speechlessly. "Damn you, how dare you insult us?" Before Bartholomew Kuma could speak, the other 3 world nobles had already become furious. Upon hearing Luo Nan's words, one after another began shouting at him. "You damned lowborn scum, it's still not too late to kneel down and beg us right now. Then we'll only kill you alone. Otherwise, your entire family will die, understand?" One of the world nobles glared viciously at Luo Nan. Yes, another world noble also glared fearlessly at Luo Nan, even pulling out an exquisite golden pistol from his waist and pointing it directly at Luo Nan's head. "If you kneel and beg us now, we'll only kill you few and spare your families. Otherwise, your entire family will die. You dare disrespect the world nobles. Don't you know how noble and exalted we world nobles are? No, I say we must slaughter their whole family cruelly to vent our anger." The last world noble shouted out even more directly. "They frighten me. Before we kill them, I want to capture them as slaves. We can beat them to our heart's content and then chop them into pieces to feed the dogs, and their entire family will be chopped up for the dogs too." "All right, let's do it that way." Bartholomew Kuma seemed to consider carefully for a moment before directly agreeing with the final suggestion. To him, Luo Nan and his group who had killed all their bodyguards were clearly no threat at all. Luo Nan looked somewhat shocked at the 4 of them, and the women behind him shared the same expression. They simply couldn't understand what was going on inside the world nobles' minds. "Luo Nan." Robin suddenly approached, her expression grim, whispering to Luo Nan. "Could it be that they're this confident and dare threaten us like this because they have some secret weapon? Could they be top-tier experts? Be careful. Perhaps these 4 world nobles are even stronger than Garp and Dragon. Maybe even stronger than that person we met last time on Skypea who could control lightning. You must be cautious." "Yes, Luo Nan." Next to her, Elaine also whispered urgently, realization dawning on her. "They're still speaking like this even after you've already killed so many of their men. They must truly be incredibly powerful individuals. You must be careful, don't be defeated by them. I just saw countless citizens kneeling to them. Perhaps they really are 4 supreme experts," Calum said solemnly. "Captain Luo Nan, you must be cautious. If things get too serious, just run and leave us behind." Seeing how seriously the girls were speaking, even going so far as telling him to abandon them and flee for his life, Luo Nan could only remain speechless. Chapter 98. The Demon Descends. Massacre of the Celestial Dragons. It seemed that the mysterious confidence the Celestial Dragons had developed from years of arrogant indulgence had truly led the girls into mistakenly believing that they were powerful experts. In reality, these Celestial Dragons couldn't even be considered henchmen, let alone fighters worth mentioning. They were nothing but a group of worthless trash. Of course, it wouldn't be fair to say the girls weren't smart. After all, seeing a scene like this, anyone would assume that these 4 Celestial Dragons must be terrifying super experts. Those gutsy enough to issue threats in front of Luo Nan. Where could such audacity come from, if not a truly horrifying power? But then again, it's true. The world has long suffered under the Celestial Dragons. The entire world belonged to them. The world government served them. They were used to looking down upon others, and no one dared oppose or defy them, leaving the nations and islands across the sea to rely on the world government and the Marines to resist the constant raids of countless pirate crews. However, Luo Nan was obviously an exception. How could someone like Luo Nan ever need to depend on others or make compromises? Unless Luo Nan himself was willing, otherwise, such a thing was absolutely impossible. "Scum, haven't you made your decision yet?" Subaru Saint pointed his finger at Luonan's face and snorted. "Kneel down right now and accept our punishment. Let us chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." "Yeah, kneel down now. Chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs." A group of Celestial Dragons started shouting again. Luo Nan could hardly bear it anymore, so he acted. He extended his right hand and casually swiped his palm forward. A powerful palm gust struck out and smashed into Subaru Saint's fat and ugly face, twisting it out of shape. His whole body flew backward, crashing onto the ground. The bubble helmet on his head also shattered. Luo Nan had no intention of killing these Celestial Dragons so easily. They had insulted him and his friends. How could he let them off this easily? That would only be doing them a favor. It hurt so bad. So much pain. Subaru Saint lay motionless on the ground, rolling around while covering his face, crying out in excruciating pain. This sight shocked everyone present. They stared in disbelief at the Celestial Dragon rolling on the floor, and a stunned silence swept the entire area. The reporters witnessing this, while recording this incredible scene, trembled with excitement. The Celestial Dragons were such an exalted, noble existence. No one had ever dared to treat them this way before, and anyone who dared to provoke them had always ended up dead. Even the strongest pirate crews had never dared to assault or insult a Celestial Dragon. Yet today, right before their very eyes, they were witnessing one being struck. This was a mind-blowing, world-shattering news story. He did it. He actually hit him. Oh my god, Luo Nan really hit a Celestial Dragon. One reporter stammered with trembling body, almost dropping the camera in his hand. Yeah, he actually did it. My god, this kind of news is just too sensational. Another reporter stuttered, wide-eyed, staring at the shocking scene before him. A beating inflicted on a celestial dragon was too outrageous. It had happened right in front of them. Meanwhile, the old mayor and his entourage also stared in shock, their hearts trembling, their facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Luonin really did it. He hit a celestial dragon. My God, is he declaring complete defiance against the world government? The mayor stammered. For someone like him, living under the rule of the celestial dragons all his life, such a thing was beyond belief. Now, Luonin has definitely made a deadly enemy of the world government. These celestial dragons won't let him off. One of the mayor's assistants sighed behind him. And we could be punished by the world government as well. Mayor, what should we do next? After a moment of silence, the mayor finally replied. We'll think about what comes next when it comes. Sighing again deeply. On the other side, watching as Subaru Saint flew backward from Lunan's casual palm strike, landing on the ground wailing in pain, completely devoid of the grace of an elite expert, Robin, Yelena, and the others couldn't help but stare in shock. Where was the so-called super expert? Where was the almighty master? Why was he rolling on the ground screaming? The girls were dumbfounded. So you guys weren't actually experts at all? Then where did your audacity come from just now? The girls were confused, but Luonin wasn't. After smacking Subaru Saint away with a single slap, Luonin turned his cold gaze toward the other three celestial dragons. You. The other three celestial dragons had never expected that Luonin would actually dare to resist and fight back, even slapping Subaru Saint to the ground with a single strike. Seeing Subaru Saint's miserable state, the three celestial dragons also shivered involuntarily and felt a bit frightened in their hearts. However, more than fear, they were filled with rage. They were noble celestial dragons. How dare this commoner lay hands on them? Unpardonable. Absolutely unpardonable. You're dead. I'm telling you, you're all dead for sure. One of the three celestial dragons glared at Luonin furiously, daring to assault a celestial dragon. You should prepare yourselves for being hunted by admirals from the Marine headquarters. Not only that, they'll dispatch countless warships and investigate your family's backgrounds. When that time comes, they'll kill your entire families. You're rebelling. You're committing treason. Dare to strike a celestial dragon? Your only fate is death. There is no second option. That's right. You're dead. The three celestial dragons shouted at Luonin in unison. Oh, Luonin casually replied with a faint tone, then said, that truly sounds interesting. However, I'm afraid you won't live long enough to witness it. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to the Marine headquarters sending admirals and fleets to hunt me down. I wonder how they will choose to proceed. If they really dare to come, I will be more than happy to welcome them. As he spoke, a faint and unfathomable smile appeared at the corner of Lunan's mouth. He was indeed looking forward to seeing whether the world government would declare complete hostility against him just because of these celestial dragons, whether the Marine headquarters would mobilize all its forces to capture him. You. Looking at Luanan's expression, the celestial dragons didn't know what to say anymore. This lowly scoundrel seemed utterly fearless, showing no respect whatsoever for their noble status as celestial dragons. The invincibility they had always relied upon actually failed to work against Luonin. This was truly beyond their understanding. All right, now it's your three's turn, Luonin said, then swung his hand again. Go lie down together. Pung. Three figures flew outward and slammed heavily onto the ground. Luonin struck them severely, but didn't kill them. He let them suffer grievous injuries. Their cheeks were swollen, their bubble helmets shattered, and one by one, they rolled on the ground, clutching their faces while crying out in pain. Luonin walked a few steps toward the fallen celestial dragons and casually flicked his fingers. Several tiny flames landed on their bodies, burning them slowly. For these celestial dragons who had never experienced any suffering before, this caused them to howl in agony once again. All those watching felt a chill run down their spines, appalled by Luonin's cruel methods. Yet, deep in their hearts, they couldn't help but feel an exhilarating pleasure upon witnessing the celestial dragons being beaten mercilessly. Meanwhile, while Luonin was punishing the celestial dragons, the Golden Week fleet anchored not far away finally received the news. Over 1,000 Marines, led by the officers on duty, quickly gathered in this direction. They had come to rescue the celestial dragons. If the celestial dragons suffered any harm, they all bore the responsibility. Once the consequences came down, they would all face severe punishment, and perhaps even death. Chapter 99 The Annihilation of the Golden Fleet in the Sky. The world trembles. Hurry up, all of you. Move faster. A colonel shouted loudly, urging the Marines to quicken their pace. Hurry, for noble and honorable Sannin gentlemen are suffering insults from the scum. We must go rescue them immediately. What? The Marines were shocked beyond belief. The noble and supreme Sannin beings were being humiliated by lowly scum? How could that be? Who dares to have such audacity? In the eyes of these Marines, specifically assigned to protect the Golden Fleet in the sky, the Sannin were such exalted beings that anyone daring to challenge or insult them would be captured, tortured to death, and in many cases even chained like dogs or slaves for life, crawling everywhere under the chains held by the Sannin. In their hearts, they sighed, thinking that probably some scum were about to be enslaved and chained by the Sannin again. Their sense of urgency increased, and after assembling in units, they rushed toward the harbor, led by officers who had remained behind on the warships. Who is it? Who dares to offend our great world nobles, the Sannin gentlemen? A powerful navy captain roared furiously. He was the first officer to arrive at the location of Luonin and the Sannin, charging ahead with a large group of fully armed soldiers brandishing muskets, appearing very formidable. When he shouted those words, he himself also looked very imposing, showing great eagerness to save his masters, seeming to everyone like a truly loyal Navy general. The several Sandman who were still wailing miserably thought the same thing. Upon hearing this, they quickly gritted their teeth in pain and shouted, "Quick, come save us. Hurry up, you stupid, lowly bastard, quickly kill these scums and rescue us. I'm coming, noble Sandman gentlemen." Upon hearing this, the Navy captain immediately brightened his eyes, showing a face full of eagerness to achieve merit. He immediately led his men toward Luonan and others to eliminate Luonan and rescue the several noble Sandman. "Don't interrupt my game." Luonan slightly turned his head, looking at this Navy captain charging over, and said coldly, "Dare to take another step forward, and you shall die." "What are you?" The Navy captain replied immediately, but before finishing his words, he saw Luonan's appearance clearly. Then, he couldn't utter a word further, suddenly stiff as if electrocuted, rooted on the spot, gazing at Luonan in horror. Lo, Luonan. Charge. The captain stopped, but his marines behind didn't. They charged forward, eager to rescue their masters. The great and noble Sandman were suffering. How could they not rush to save and fight? Thus, while the captain stood motionless, they continued charging ahead. "Find death." Luonan snorted coldly, suddenly flying up into the air, spreading his hands widely to both sides, bursting with flames reaching the sky. Then, he conjured a gigantic fire dragon. As he waved his hands, the fire dragon roared forward toward the marines charging over. Aya! After a heart-rending scream, all the marines who charged over were completely annihilated by the fire dragon, including the Navy captain rooted on the spot. All dead. Still more left. As Luonan was about to call back the fire dragon, he noticed several other groups of many marines charging over here as well. These were the marines left behind on the ships, now surging forward. Perfect timing. Might as well all be handled together. Luonan snorted again coldly, casually waving his hands. The fire dragon continued soaring forth, and without exception, eliminated all the attacking marines and their commanding officers. After clearing them all out, Luonan retracted the fire dragon, drifted down from the air, landing before the several Sandman. By now, the Sandman were nearly burned to death. Although the flames burnt slowly, continuously being subjected to such searing pain made the pain-sensitive Sandman feel as though they were going to die from agony alone. In this short time, their skin was already burned off and their bodies released a stench of charring. "Let's finish it." Luonan snapped his fingers. Flames on the 4 Sandman bodies exploded suddenly, instantly burning the several Sandman completely to death. Thus, all 4 Sandman who insulted Luonan as lowly scum were annihilated. The entire protective marine force of the Golden Sky Fleet, along with its officers, was utterly destroyed. One could basically say that the entire Golden Sky Fleet had been completely annihilated by Luonan's hand. Meanwhile, the observers, including Mayor Lauscher and his entourage, the few reporters from the Morgan's news agency, and countless civilians who had not fled, witnessed from beginning to end Luonan's terrifying might, his immense power, his fearless attitude, utterly disregarding those so-called world nobles, the Celestials, and how he had executed them without hesitation, without a word of hesitation. Under the fearful and reverent gazes of the crowd, Luonan casually clapped his hands, then walked away with the few girls toward Water 7. Leaving behind a complete mess. After a while, the people finally regained their senses and quickly fled in terror, heading home or escaping elsewhere. The excited reporters hurried away. As soon as they returned to their news bureau, they immediately contacted headquarters, contacting Director Morgans himself, submitting the explosive news captured on camera to Morgans. As for whether to publish it in the end, that was beyond their authority to decide. They'd leave the headache to Director Morgans. As for Mayor Lauscher and his group, they returned gloomily to the mayor's mansion. They were already considering whether it was time for them to flee as well. Such a massive incident had occurred to the Golden Sky Fleet, right in Water 7. Hundreds of Marines dead, a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, and many officers killed. Yet none of that paled in comparison to the deaths of the 4 Celestials. In fact, one could say that for the world government, no number of dead Marines could compare in importance to the death of even one Celestial. Something huge has happened. I wonder just how tremendous the shockwave will be once this news spreads across the world. Mayor Lauscher mumbled with trembling lips, then sighed deeply, lamenting how Water 7 had suffered this unforeseen catastrophe. He could only wonder about what fate awaited him and Water 7 next. When the footage recorded by the reporters arrived at the newspaper's New World headquarters, it indeed caused an explosive reaction as expected. The entire news agency headquarters was stunned by this news. Luonan actually killed 4 Celestials. Oh my god! Heaven forbid! Hurry, report this to Director Morgans immediately. Whether or not to publish such news to all corners of the world can only be decided by the director himself. Soon after, upon receiving the report, Morgans himself froze in shock. After a long while, he finally regained his senses, taking a deep breath and exclaiming, "Luonan, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. You've brought me yet another monumental headline. Come on, publish this news immediately. Print and sell it everywhere, across all seas, every corner of the world, from the 4 Blues to the Grand Line, to the Red Line. Sell it wherever there are people." Chapter 100, Tremendous Influence. The development of the New World's ruler. After resolving the battle at the harbor, Luonan and his group calmly checked into a luxurious hotel at the heart of the Water City, as if nothing had happened. The officials of the Water City, naturally, dared not voice any objections toward Luonan's stay, and instead offered top-notch service. The The events at the harbor were still fresh in everyone's minds. Who would dare show Luo Nan and his companions even a hint of disrespect? Regarding the matter of the Celestial Gold Fleet at the port, under the resolution of the former mayor and others, all valuable items on board were surrendered to Luo Nan. The items varied greatly, mainly including various luxurious goods, precious materials, ingredients, minerals, famous blades and swords, and even a few devil fruits, along with the most common and universally useful money. Seeing how cooperative the Water City's officials were, Luo Nan directly instructed them to convert all the items, excluding the money and devil fruits, into belly. Ultimately, he acquired a total sum of 600 million belly and 2 devil fruits. After all, the Celestial Gold Fleet had only traveled a small portion of the first half of the Grand Line, from Sabaody Archipelago to the Water City, not to mention the vast territories of the Four Seas. Thus, it was understandable that the loot wasn't worth much. Nevertheless, no matter how one looked at it, it still qualified as an unexpected windfall. Luo Nan and his companions gladly accepted the reward. Coincidentally, they were in short supply of money lately, and considering that the world government's promised compensation remained uncertain, whether they would actually fulfill it after this incident, or how long it would take even if they did, it was better to accept this immediate fortune. In his mind, Luo Nan gave the world government 6 months. If they failed to deliver what he demanded within that time, it would be equivalent to a complete and open break. Meanwhile, while Luo Nan and his companions relaxed freely in the Water City, a shocking piece of news sent shockwaves across the world, transmitted by newsbirds to every corner of the globe, stirring the entire world into intense commotion. First among those to see the news were the various factions in the New World. The nations across the New World, upon seeing this report, were all greatly startled, astonished that a young individual named Luo Nan would dare provoke the world nobles, and not simply provoke them. He had directly killed 4 of them. His actions were simply too audacious, too extreme. The monarchs or rulers of these nations immediately summoned their subordinates to initiate discussions, debating what course of action they should take should Luo Nan ever arrive in the New World, and how they should respond if their nations were to encounter him. These concerns caused tremendous headaches among these nations. Of course, many other nations were simply watching the spectacle unfold. In their opinion, Luo Nan's daring to strike against the world nobles was undoubtedly a grave violation of the gravest taboo of the world government. The world government couldn't possibly ignore such an act. They would definitely respond accordingly. Besides these nations, the rulers of the underworld in the New World were also deeply involved. Though the underworld of the New World was filled with many organizations, such as Morgan's, very few could truly be considered level forces. Even Don Quixote da Flamingo, who hadn't yet consolidated his power in Dressrosa at this time, and who later would still only be considered average among the Wangdu of the New World, could still be counted as one of the rulers. After all, he would later become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. For rulers like Morgan, who had already established their dominance, they regarded Luo Nan with a mix of joy and worry. They were delighted at the emergence of such an elite force directly opposing the world government and the celestial dragons. Their own interests could benefit greatly from this conflict. Although Morgan did cooperate with various noble families of the celestial dragons, he certainly wouldn't want them to grow too strong. If the celestial dragons gained too much power, his own share of benefits would diminish. The same could be said for others, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and even the red-haired pirates who had already started gaining recognition in the New World. They all stood to benefit significantly. The simplest advantage was how the chaos Luo Nan caused in the first half of the Grand Line had tied up a substantial portion of the Marine's military strength. After several clashes, how many fleets had Luo Nan destroyed? Calculating everything, it amounted to dozens of large warships and countless mid-sized and smaller warships, not to mention the massive numbers of Marines and officer casualties, which constituted a major blow to the Marine headquarters. And it wasn't just a blow to their strength, it was also a severe dent to their prestige. The weakening of the Marine headquarters' military forces in the New World was an excellent opportunity for these factions to rise in power. None of these factions were easy to deal with. They were all seizing every opportunity to expand their influence. Even the conflicts between Whitebeard and Kaido had decreased recently, as both focused on consolidating their strength. Whitebeard had already dispatched his adopted sons to expand aggressively, recruiting new forces into his pirate crew, extending his influence, and at the same time negotiating with Kaido to demarcate their territories. As for Kaido, he was no slacker either, directly expanding his forces toward the area where the Marines had withdrawn, gathering a considerable number of new recruits, even conquering several weak island nations, and bringing them under his rule. These 2 former bitter rivals had now begun rapid expansion. So what about the other major power always watching from the sidelines? Big Mom? Of course, she wasn't one to sit idle, silently building her strength all along. In fact, she had started expanding even earlier than Whitebeard and Kaido. Countless islands and nations had fallen under her control. As a result, the 3 top pirate crews of the New World, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, were growing at an alarming rate thanks to the actions of Luo Nan. It was easy to imagine that these 3 would surely become far stronger than they originally were in the future. All of this came about because of the tremendous impact Luo Nan had brought. This was the situation among the major powers. As for smaller factions, even Red Hair's crew, who had just begun to rise, were taking this opportunity to grow their strength. Although their growth wasn't as extreme as the previous 3, it was still nothing to scoff at. In fact, their potential for growth was even more terrifying. The people Red Hair recruited were all elites. Though not as numerous as the followers of those top 3 pirates, their individual strength was no joke, quickly catching up from behind the three major pirate crews. There was both joy and concern. Joy came from the enormous opportunity for development, but what was the concern? That naturally was Luo Nan himself. No one could afford to underestimate Luo Nan's current strength, not even the top rulers of the New World. Even powerful pirates like Kaido and Whitebeard, who once boasted top-tier individual strength, used to casually speak of Luo Nan as a promising young man and even talked about possibly inviting him to join their crews in the future. But now, no one dared to say such things anymore. Luo Nan had directly challenged the Celestial Dragons and even killed 4 of them outright. Would they dare do that? Although they did not fear the authority of the Celestial Dragons, they wouldn't dare commit such an act either, at least not in their current mindset. Even Don Quixote Doflamingo in the future had once robbed the Celestial Gold Fleet, but in the end, he hadn't dared to kill any of the Celestial Dragons. Instead, he successfully negotiated with the world government by using his own status as a Celestial Dragon, gained enormous benefits, and got away with everything scot-free. Others simply didn't dare to do something like that. The ruler's biggest concern was, if Luo Nan had already grown this strong, what would happen when he arrived in the New World? How would they deal with Luo Nan? Should they become enemies? After careful consideration, none of them seemed to have any real conflicts with him. It seemed the best course of action was to remain on friendly terms. Thus, the major factions issued orders to their subordinates and personnel. If they encountered Luo Nan and his companions in the future, they absolutely must not become his enemies. Chapter 101. Mary Gioia Trembles. Crazy World Noble. The movements of the powerful figures in the New World have always drawn the attention of other major factions. This piece of news soon reached their ears. Immediately following suit, these smaller and medium powers began issuing similar orders. Absolutely no provoking of Luo Nan's group. How could they dare provoke someone as formidable as him? Didn't they see how even the great powers had been intimidated by Luo Nan's might? One after another imitated the move and began issuing such orders, and thus, Luo Nan's reputation shook the New World once again. Although he himself wasn't present in the New World, his legend continued to circulate there. In the regions beyond the New World, especially in the first half of the Grand Line, the sea area most recently influenced by Luo Nan, the sensation was no less intense than in the New World. The news that reached the first half of the Grand Line via newspapers shocked practically every faction in that region. The first half of the Grand Line is one of the regions most under the world government's control, second only to the Red Line. In fact, it is even more strictly controlled than the 4 Blue Seas. No other reason, because the Marine headquarters is based in the first half of the Grand Line, as are the judicial island of Enies Lobby and the underwater maximum security prison Impel Down. This is the region where the Marine's military power is strongest. One can only imagine how tremendous the shock and influence of such a news story could be in a place teeming with countless Marine bases. It's as if the most powerful area had been attacked. How could such a thing be tolerated? Thus, the first half of the Grand Line erupted into chaos. First, various allied nations based in the first half of the Grand Line sent inquiries, and even confrontations, to Mary Gioia, demanding to know why Mary Gioia has not responded to Luo Nan's shocking actions. The attackers had practically come to your doorstep, yet you're still lounging around so leisurely? Then came the same accusations aimed at the Marine headquarters. Wasn't there any capability left? After having been continuously humiliated, repeatedly beaten up so badly that it's pitiful, aren't you people at least somewhat capable? Even the 5 elders of Mary Gioia and Kong, the commander-in-chief of the Marines, were completely bewildered. We had just reached a negotiation agreement with Luo Nan. How did things spiral out of control like this? Damn it. Just when we had slightly eased the tensions with this Luo Nan, how could such a thing happen? In the large meeting room of Mary Gioia, the tall, strong 5 elders slammed the table hard and roared. Who could have foreseen this happening? The shorter, rounder 5 elder frowned and said, "But this Luo Nan has indeed gone too far. He actually dared to strike at the world nobles. It's absolutely unforgivable. Under any circumstances, the world nobles' interests must be protected. After all, that is the very reason the world government exists, to serve and manage the world for the world nobles. Now 4 world nobles have been killed by Luo Nan, an event of catastrophic proportions. It might even be described as the sky collapsing. The world nobles' status and influence in this pirate world are incredibly terrifying, far beyond what most people could ever imagine." "When will Kong arrive?" the thin 5 elder asked sternly. "Haven't we already dispatched someone to summon him here to Mary Gioia for this meeting?" "He'll be here shortly." The elder 5 elder with white hair and a beard remained outwardly calm, though his tightly furrowed brows betrayed his inner unease. This matter definitely needs to be thoroughly discussed with Kong. How has he performed as the fleet admiral lately? Since the appearance of this Luo Nan in particular, the Marine's performance has been barely acceptable. We must talk this through carefully. Humph. The rounder 5 elder snorted discontentedly. It's not just barely acceptable, it's outright pathetic. We should have gathered significant forces to eliminate him long ago when Luo Nan was still in the West Blue. If we had dealt with him then, we wouldn't have reached such a disastrous situation today. Alas, how regrettable it was back then. If only we had known. If we had known then, we should have acted accordingly. But who could possibly have predicted that a mere Luo Nan, just some teenage brat at the time, would grow into this level of threat? Indeed, after discussing for a while, finally, Kong arrived, accompanied by his headquarters advisor, Sakamoto, to attend this emergency secret meeting summoned by the 5 elders at Mary Gioia. "Since you're here now, Kong, I suppose you must have some solutions ready?" The tall 5 elders stared at Kong and Sakamoto, asking in a heavy, stern voice, "We are very disappointed in you, and also in the Navy. More importantly, after this incident occurred, the world noble families won't tolerate such humiliation. 4 world nobles were killed. The 4 appointed individuals sent to collect the celestial tribute money just died like that in Water 7, killed by Luo Nan's hand. Tell me, what do we do now? What should the Navy do?" As his words fell, the other 4 elders also turned their piercing gazes toward Kong and Sakamoto, waiting silently for their response. Esteemed 5 elders, none of us could have possibly anticipated this incident of Luo Nan killing the world nobles. Garp and Vice Admiral Ranmaru exchanged a glance, silently sighing. They had briefly discussed the matter on their way here, and this sudden development had truly caught them off guard. Who could have possibly imagined that Luo Nan's group would encounter the xianxia fleet, and worse yet, end up in a deadly conflict with the world nobles? With Luo Nan's short temper, it was clear the world nobles must have provoked him, and the outcome was inevitable. The 4 world nobles ended up dead. Frankly speaking, Garp himself didn't have much fondness for the world nobles' behavior, but the significance of their deaths was entirely different. This was a colossal event, catastrophic for both the world nobles themselves and the world government and Marines. As Fleet Admiral of the Marines, Garp had to take a stance immediately, or else the consequences would go far beyond merely losing his position. The noble world noble families would never let him off the hook. Vice Admiral Ranmaru and I had already discussed some ideas on the way here. Garp looked toward the 5 elders and spoke slowly. The compensation we had negotiated with Luo Nan before, the 10 billion berry and 5 devil fruits, must not proceed with delivery. We cannot continue to send compensation after Luo Nan slapped us in the face like this. That would disappoint all the allied nations and further anger the world noble families. Obvious. At these words, one of the 5 elders immediately snapped angrily. Of course we know that. Does Luo Nan really believe we will continue to offer compensation after he killed the world nobles? What is he thinking? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Exactly. If we did such a thing, it wouldn't just disappoint the allied nations. Some might even choose to withdraw from the alliance altogether. Not to mention, we couldn't even begin to explain ourselves to the world noble families. If this matter gets brought before that individual. The elder suddenly showed a look of fear as he pointed upwards. We 5 elders won't just be removed from our posts. We will face absolutely terrifying consequences. Upon hearing this, Garp couldn't help but change expression. They were speaking of none other than Imu, the true and secretive ruler behind the world government. Imu's identity was highly mysterious, but someone of Garp and Ranmaru's rank naturally knew. And precisely because they knew who Imu was, Garp understood all the more how terrifying that figure truly was. This was someone who alone kept the entire world in check, the ultimate stabilizing force that allowed the world government and the Marines to maintain their dominance over all allied nations and countless pirates. The ultimate and untouchable presence. Surely it won't come to that, right? Garp muttered somewhat uncomfortably. Hasn't Imu long since withdrawn from worldly affairs? Is this a worldly matter? One of the 5 elders rebuked in a deep voice. For world nobles are dead. Not just 4, just one alone would be a massive issue. Do you think the world noble families will quietly tolerate this? They won't listen to anything. You can bet they'll take this to the very top if they have to. Garp had no reply, and beside him, Vice Admiral Ranmaru also remained silent with a frown, causing a heavy silence to settle in the meeting room. Just then, noise and chaos erupted from outside the large meeting hall, causing the people inside to instantly change expressions. He's here, they all silently realized. Sure enough, a group of furious world noble family members rushed into the room, their faces twisted with fury and grief as they glared at the 5 elders and Garp. You bunch of useless failures, get down on your knees. Chapter 102 Tyrannical Celestial Dragons. A bountiful bounty of 10 billion stuns. The leading celestial dragon had an arrogant face filled with rage. As soon as they entered the grand meeting hall, he roared angrily. You useless pieces of trash, kneel before me. At his command, everyone immediately rose, from the Gorosei to Lady Kanjin Sakuya. Their faces were grim, but they dared not resist, bowing their heads and kowtowing before the celestial dragons. That's right, you read it correctly. Not only Navy admirals like Kanjin Sakuya, but even the Gorosei who controlled the world government had to kneel and show submission before the celestial dragons. If a celestial dragon demanded you kneel, then you must do so without hesitation. Otherwise, you would surely suffer an extremely miserable fate. If even the Gorosei and the Navy admiral were like this, one could imagine how exalted and immensely powerful the celestial dragons truly were in this world. Truly, their word could determine the fate of any man's life or death. This leading celestial dragon, followed by a group of furious celestial dragons behind him, first sat down at the grand meeting hall. He didn't tell the Gorosei and others to rise and remained seated as they continued kneeling on the ground. You bunch of trash. Is this how you run the world government and the Navy? The leading celestial dragon glared furiously at those kneeling beneath him and asked, Do you deserve Imsama's trust? Do you deserve our celestial dragon family's trust? That's right. Another head of a celestial dragon family shouted angrily. A group of useless trash. Being defeated like this by just a little brat. Do you even have the face to stay in your current positions? You've brought us nothing but shame. You can't even protect your own backyard, and even had 4 of our kind killed by his hands. You are simply utterly worthless. I heard that you even tried to negotiate peace with this Lonan. Another head of a celestial dragon family spoke out, looking extremely furious. Such a great enemy, and you dared to negotiate peace with him? So next time when he kills more of our kind, you still want to make peace? Want to hand us over to him to be killed next? This, esteemed masters. Upon hearing this, the Gorosei couldn't bear kneeling any longer. They immediately raised their heads to explain. Please rest assured, such things will never happen again. The reason we negotiated with him earlier was due to certain reasons involving Monkey D, Garp, and Zeph. Don't mention those useless trash to me. Bang! The leading celestial dragon slammed the table hard, glaring maliciously at the Gorosei and Kanjin Sakuya, especially the latter. Those two pieces of trash couldn't even defeat a mere brat. What face do they have left remaining in the Navy? They are all useless trash. All useless trash. Humph, humph. As he said this, the fury of this celestial dragon patriarch grew so intense that he nearly couldn't breathe, needing to pause briefly to calm himself down. Hearing these words, Kanjin Sakuya's face immediately turned grim, yet he still dared not refute the words of the celestial dragon patriarch, and could only lower his head to endure the verbal abuse. Behind him, Lady Sakuya sighed deeply in her heart. Was this the absolute justice that the Navy sought? Whose justice did they truly serve? The Navy's justice, the people's justice, or perhaps the celestial dragon's justice? Seizing the moment, one of the Gorosei spoke up. Honored masters, we have already decided to cancel the compensation agreement previously arranged with Lo Nan. We are currently discussing how best to handle him. What is there to discuss? The leading celestial dragon spoke coldly. Immediately place a bounty on Lo Nan's head and raise it to 10 billion bellies. This bounty will be entirely covered by the noble celestial dragon families. Whoever kills him shall instantly receive 10 billion bellies in cash rewards. Furthermore, we can even grant the position of a Shichibukai or assist him in founding a new country. Additionally, all top-ranking members of the Navy are to gather at once. Kill this evil Lo Nan for me. Hiss. Upon hearing this, both the Gorosei and Kanjin Sakuya along with Lady Sakuya widened their eyes in shock and inhaled sharply. It seemed the celestial dragon families were indeed furious at Lo Nan. The deaths of those 4 celestial dragons had truly crossed their limits, pushing these families to such a firm and expensive decision to kill Lo Nan at all costs. Thinking carefully, if such a pirate as Lo Nan, who had already killed 4 celestial dragons, could not be dealt with, it would severely impact the celestial dragon's lofty status and supreme authority. The people might start believing celestial dragons are nothing special after all, which would completely contradict hundreds of years' worth of propaganda portraying the celestial dragons as divine aristocrats, an idea they simply could not accept. Therefore, following this incident, the only option left for the celestial dragons was to ensure Lo Nan's death. Otherwise, even their highest status could potentially be challenged. The Gorosei and Kanjin Sakuya already understood in their hearts that an all-out confrontation with Lo Nan was now unavoidable. We understand. Honorable masters, please rest assured. We will faithfully execute this plan and ensure Lo Nan's death, to send a powerful warning to all nations and pirate crews. The Gorosei immediately bowed respectfully and made this promise, and Kanjin Sakuya nodded in agreement. I know you still have some concerns. Don't worry. The leading celestial dragon family head stood up, waved his hand, and along with the other family heads, prepared to leave. Before departing, he left one final statement. I will personally meet with Im-sama and report this matter to him. He will surely agree. Honored masters, please allow us to bid you farewell. Upon hearing this, the Gorosei and Kanjin Sakuya felt reassured in their hearts and quickly spoke to respectfully see off all the celestial dragon family heads. Although it was unclear what exactly the leading celestial dragon patriarch had discussed with him after the meeting, the Gorosei eventually received a direct message from Im himself. Following that, the world government contacted Morgans and ordered her to release the latest bounty notice concerning Lo Nan. One day later, just as the world's population was still discussing the shocking news of Lo Nan killing celestial dragons, the world government officially released their new wanted bulletin on Lo Nan. 100 billion bellies. The bounty was issued for every member of Lo Nan's Voyager pirates, and the mere captain, Lo Nan, alone carried a staggering bounty of 100 billion bellies, sending shockwaves across the entire world. Countless people stared with wide eyes, frozen in shock as they gazed at the number on the wanted poster. That string of zeros shattered everyone's comprehension. As for the bounties on the rest of the Voyager pirates members, after being compared with Lo Nan's, they truly became insignificant. Ovio with 100 million bellies, Robin with 80 million, Navigator Yelena with 60 million, Chef Kaluman with 50 million. When compared to Lo Nan's 100 billion, none of these figures could even begin to draw public attention. Heavens! Oh, 100 billion bellies. My dear mother. First time ever seeing such a massive bounty amount. Yeah. Holy crap. That's 100 billion bellies. What an absolutely terrifying number. Historic. Absolutely unprecedented. One of a kind in history. In the entire history of this world, neither Pirate King Roger nor that mighty Pirate Cross ever received such an enormous bounty amount, right? This Lo Nan, he has made history. He has created the highest bounty in the entire world ever. Incredible. Absolutely terrifying. Chapter 103, Tom's Shipyard. Preparing to build a new ship. The entire world, whether it be the New World or the first half of the Grand Line, even the Four Seas were all discussing this monumental event. It was truly something unprecedented. And once again, this event was caused by Luo Nan. Luo Nan had once again drawn the world's attention toward himself. While the whole world was buzzing with discussion, Luo Nan and his companions, who were currently in Water 7, were enjoying themselves quite comfortably. The city officials treated him with the utmost care and hospitality, as if he were royalty, feasting him with the best food and drink. On this day, Luo Nen left his hotel alone and headed toward Tom's shipyard, the largest and most skilled shipbuilding workshop in Water 7. This time, he was going to meet with the legendary shipwright Tom to discuss the construction of a new ship. This shipwright named Tom was no small figure. His ancestors had once participated in the development and construction of the Pluton, and their craftsmanship had been passed down through generations. Even now, he remained the most renowned shipwright in Water 7. Legend had it that he still possessed the blueprints for constructing the Pluton. Luo Nen rubbed his chin in thought. The other man had the blueprints for Pluton, and he himself also possessed a copy. This point of overlap wasn't an issue. The real question was whether Tom would agree to build one for him. With a master craftsman like Tom, sometimes even if you were powerful, he wouldn't respect you. It was common enough for such men to rather die than submit. Even if you forced their compliance through intimidation, they wouldn't necessarily devote their heart and soul to building your ship. Thus, Luo Nen had no intention of pressuring the other man into building the Pluton for him. In fact, he'd already decided. If the old shipwright refused to construct the Pluton, then he would simply commission an ordinary vessel instead, one powerful enough to serve as a flagship for a great pirate fleet in the New World. As for the Pluton, now that he had the blueprints in hand, he could have other shipyards build it in the future. It would just lack the high-level craftsmanship offered by Tom's shipyard. At most, it might take longer to complete and be of slightly lower quality. When Luo Nen arrived at Tom's shipyard, Tom had already received word and came out with several apprentices to greet him. "Welcome, Mr. Luo Nen, to our shipyard." Tom, a plump figure, greeted Luo Nen warmly. "Master Tom need not be so formal," Luo Nen replied politely. He showed no arrogance toward this legendary shipwright, returning the greeting respectfully. Then his eyes swept over the few people standing behind Tom. Among them, two faces were quite familiar. One was a calm and composed young man about his own age, none other than Icebug, the future mayor of Water 7. The other was a peculiar-looking youth with a mischievous glint in his eyes, none other than Frankie, the future shipwright of the Straw Hat crew. As for the rest of the apprentices, Luo Nen didn't recognize them, and likely wouldn't in the future either. They weren't particularly famous, and wouldn't attain achievements rivaling Icebug or Frankie. "Please, Mr. Luo Nen, come inside. Let me show you around our shipyard," Tom said, not immediately asking Luo Nen about the purpose of his visit. Judging from experience, someone coming to a shipyard usually wanted a new ship built. Great pirate crews had sought him out for such work many times before, and Luo Nen was nothing particularly special in that regard. "All right then. I appreciate it, Mr. Tom." Smiling, Luo Nen nodded and entered the shipyard alongside Tom. Behind them, a group of Tom's close apprentices followed. Mischievous Frankie poked his companion Icebug and whispered softly, "Hey, Icebug, what do you think this Luo Nen is here for? What else could he be here for? Obviously, it's to have the master build him a ship." Icebug replied seriously, "Frankie, don't embarrass the master in front of a guest. You know, this Luo Nen is no ordinary person. Don't anger him, or things might turn bad, something you couldn't handle." All right, I know." Frankie pouted, shooting Icebug a look. "You think I'm stupid or something? Of course I won't provoke such a big shot. I'm just curious about him, that's all. I mean, he's about our age, barely 10 years old, and already he's so accomplished and famous, even daring to provoke the celestial dragons. I'm warning you." Upon hearing Frankie's words, Icebug immediately tensed. He quickly warned Frankie, "Don't bring that up in front of him. The world government just issued a new bounty, 10 billion belly. Luo Nen must be very angry about it, and we shouldn't make him think we're gloating about his misfortune." "How come not?" Frankie's eyes widened. "A bounty of 10 billion belly, such a huge reward isn't something just any pirate can earn. Shouldn't he be proud?" "Indeed, most pirates take pride in having high bounties placed on their heads, but who knows? Maybe this Luo Nen is different. This is a pirate unlike any other." Icebug said solemnly, "We should be cautious." Oh. Frankie nodded repeatedly, his eyes darting about, not clearly showing whether he was actually listening. Seeing this, Icebug shook his head helplessly, but as long as he remained close by, he could probably keep Frankie in check. After touring the shipyard, Luo Nen couldn't help but admit, Tom's shipyard truly lived up to its reputation. As the most renowned shipbuilding workshop in Water 7, the largest city in the Grand Line, Tom's craftsmanship had practically reached the peak of human ability. Even the world government's finest shipyards probably couldn't surpass this level. After the tour, the group settled into a sitting room to discuss the matter at hand. "Mr. Luo Nen, may I ask what brings you to our shipyard?" Tom asked, after someone had served tea to Luo Nen. "If there's anything we can assist with, please feel free to speak. Whatever is possible, we will do our best." Luo Nen took a sip of tea and smiled. "I'm sure Master Tom can guess. My coming here today definitely has something to do with building a ship. My previous vessel was damaged once, and although I had it repaired in Jamaica Island, it's still insufficient for sailing the Grand Line. Therefore, I'd like to commission a new ship and hope Master Tom could offer some assistance." "No problem," Tom immediately replied, waving his large hand as he readily agreed. A smile formed on his face. After all, this was business, and likely a very big one. The customer was Luo Nen himself. Whoever he was building for, it wouldn't be an ordinary ship. It would definitely be a flagship for a great pirate fleet at the very least. Building such a ship could earn at least 100 million belly. After subtracting costs, he could make a profit of tens of millions. "Master Tom, please don't agree too quickly. The ship I wish to build is no ordinary vessel." Luo Nen paused. locking his gaze firmly on Tom as he spoke in a low voice. I'm sure Master Tom has heard of the Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons? What? Chapter 104. You also have the blueprints for Pluton? Tom is shocked. Tom abruptly stood up and looked at Luo Nan, his eyes filled with astonishment. What did he just say? He said he wants to build Pluton? The Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons? If someone ordinary had said such a thing, he would have walked away without a second thought. But who was sitting in front of him now? It was Luo Nan, the same Luo Nan known as the Devil's Child. The very Luo Nan who had just killed 4 celestial dragons in Water 7, causing the world government to raise his bounty even further to 100 billion belly. For this guy to openly declare that he intends to build the Pluton, how could that not shock Tom beyond belief? After the initial shock, Tom's heart suddenly jolted. Could it be that this person had already found out about the Pluton blueprints he possessed? Impossible. That was a secret he had kept guarded for so long. There were only a handful of people who knew the truth. Even his own apprentices sitting nearby were completely unaware. Although he didn't intend to hide it forever, he had only planned to pass on the secret at the very end of his life to his most trusted and beloved disciple. And yet, this Luo Nan now says he wants to build the Pluton immediately. This could only make Tom suspect that Luo Nan had somehow discovered the secret of the Pluton blueprints. Yes, that's right. Luo Nan saw the shock on the other's face and couldn't help but smile slightly, knowing that Tom must now think he had somehow acquired the secret of the blueprints in Tom's possession. Tom took a deep breath, then glanced around at his apprentices. They too looked completely stunned and were now eagerly straining to hear what was going on. After all, this was about the secret of an ancient weapon. And Pluton, one of the legendary 3 ancient weapons, was surely a dream every shipwright could only wish to see. As top apprentices under Master Tom, they were even more eager. You all go out for now. I need to have a serious conversation with Mr. Luo Nan. Tom suddenly said in a low and serious tone to Icebug, Frankie, and the others. What? Everyone blinked, taken aback. Why was the teacher suddenly asking them to leave? Frankie even jumped to his feet. Teacher, we want to hear what Mr. Luo Nan has to say too. Pluton, for crying out loud. Mr. Luo Nan, do you have information on the Pluton blueprints? Or did you already obtain the blueprints? There's no way to build that legendary super ship without the blueprints. Ha ha, Luo Nan smiled after hearing that, but didn't answer Frankie's question directly. Frankie, don't be rude. Icebug quickly intervened to stop Frankie before he could anger Luo Nan. Alright, Icebug, take Frankie and the others out. I need to talk seriously with Mr. Luo Nan. What we discuss next isn't something you are ready to hear yet. Remember, don't let word of what Mr. Luo Nan said just now spread outside. Do you hear me? If you do, I'll make sure you regret it. Saying this, Tom stared solemnly at each of them. Don't worry, Master. We'll keep our mouths shut. Icebug responded gravely. Indeed, news of this magnitude couldn't be spread carelessly. Perhaps Luo Nan himself wasn't afraid of such information becoming public, which was why he spoke so casually. But they were different. If the world really believed that they possessed the Pluton blueprints and could build the weapon, it would certainly attract dangerous predators with blood in their eyes. After seeing his apprentices led away by Icebug, Tom let out a sigh of relief. He shared Icebug's concerns, and that was exactly why he had kept the secret all this time. He and his apprentices lacked the power to protect the blueprints and would instead invite disaster upon themselves. Keeping such news hidden was a necessity. Releasing the blueprints and using them to make money was completely unthinkable. He might end up building his own death sentence. Mr. Luo Nan. Tom slowly sat back down, his face filled with seriousness as he looked at Luo Nan and asked, would you mind explaining exactly what you meant by what you just said? He wanted to test the waters, to find out whether Luo Nan truly knew he possessed the blueprints. Luo Nan tapped his fingers lightly on the sofa, speaking calmly. I have a set of blueprints for the Pluton. I hope Master Tom will help me build it. He came right out with it, revealing that he already had the blueprints in his possession. That way, Tom would be far less likely to refuse him. If Luo Nan had no blueprints of his own, and instead demanded Tom to use Tom's own blueprints to build a Pluton for him, the risk of leaking such a secret would likely make Tom unwilling to cooperate. That would lead to conflict, and things turning sour would be bad for both parties. Since Luo Nan already had the blueprints, why would he need to threaten the other party with this secret? So, he simply flipped his hand, pulled the Pluton blueprints from his body, and handed them directly over to Tom. Tom's heart trembled. He quickly accepted the blueprints Luo Nan handed over. As soon as he took a look, he was immediately stunned. This was real. These were actually the blueprints for Pluton. Tom stared at the drawings with a complex expression. They were identical to the set of Pluton blueprints he had hidden away, except that this version was slightly more detailed. The paper also looked a bit different. If not for that, he might have thought someone had stolen his own blueprints. So now it seemed, Luo Nan had truly come prepared. Never thought I would actually see the blueprints for Pluton in your hands, Lord Luo Nan. This is one of the 3 ancient weapons. Tom spoke slowly, his mind racing. Should he agree to help build it? With his skills and the expertise of a master shipwright like Tom, constructing Pluton was certainly possible. However, his concern now was, if he actually built the Pluton for Luo Nan, the news would spread, and that would be almost as dangerous as word getting out that he himself had possessed the blueprints. As Tom was lost in thought, Luo Nan smiled and said, Is something wrong, Mr. Tom? Are you unwilling to help me build it? The blueprints for Pluton are already provided by me, so all you have to do is follow them. Or is there something else on your mind? Please, speak freely. We can discuss it. Hearing Luo Nan's gentle words, Tom felt the other party had already been quite polite. What's more, letting him see something so precious so directly. This was the blueprints for Pluton after all, one of the legendary 3 ancient weapons. If he hadn't already possessed a copy himself, any other shipwright would be overjoyed and would have already agreed to build it without hesitation. If he refused now, others might find something suspicious. Every shipwright would dream of building one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons. You, Tom, seeing the blueprints yet refusing to build? Not only would you be turning down a fortune, you'd also be passing up a once-in-a-lifetime chance to build a legendary warship and make a name for yourself. How would that look? Tom let out a bitter smile. He had been backed into a corner by Luo Nan. He had already seen the blueprints. Now there was no turning back. Refusing to build wasn't an option anymore. Chapter 105, finalized. Ronan's dominance. But he wasn't upset with Ronan. After all, he was currently the most famous shipwright in Water 7. If someone wanted to build such a legendary ship, naturally they'd come to him. It was a sign of respect, and he had no reason to turn down such a massive deal. Mr. Ronan. Thinking for a moment longer, Tom took a deep breath and stared solemnly at Ronan. I do have the capability to build the Pluton, and Tom's shipyard is definitely capable of taking on such an order. However, once it's completed, it might bring about some immense hidden dangers to my shipyard and to myself personally. I wonder, Mr. Ronan, if you would be able to help me resolve such issues? So, Mr. Tom is worried about that. Ronan smiled faintly. If you're willing, Mr. Tom, I'd like to invite you to join my pirate crew. From then on, naturally, Tom's shipyard will be under my protection. As long as I'm alive, no one will dare to make a move against your shipyard. Ronan's dominant words stirred Tom's soul. Indeed, given Ronan's current prestige, his audacity to confront the world government alone, those pirate crews probably really didn't dare cause him trouble. Smaller crews lacked the guts to provoke Ronan, while the bigger pirate groups similarly wouldn't want to make such a powerful enemy. Mr. Tom, Ronan continued, I'm sure you understand, those pirate crews wouldn't dare provoke me. Other forces won't have the guts either. And if they still want the Pluton, there's only one path left, cooperation with me. With my protection, your shipyard will become the only place in the world capable of constructing the Pluton. At that point, making money wouldn't be effortless. That's absolutely true. Tom couldn't help but admit, Ronan's reasoning was extremely sound. In a situation where forceful seizure was out of the question, those factions could only choose cooperation. Purchasing the Pluton through collaboration with Ronan became their only method of acquisition. With the Pluton, any faction would possess a supreme weapon capable of sinking small islands, an immense temptation no one could resist. But, Tom hesitated slightly. Those pirate crews may dare not provoke you, nor would ordinary factions. But, what about the world government? Indeed, the pirate crews, the underworld forces, even all the kingdoms would hesitate to provoke Ronan. But how about the world government? The world government wouldn't fear you, Ronan, especially since Ronan was already in a severely antagonized position toward them. The world government had raised Ronan's bounty to 10 billion belly. There was absolutely no way they would allow Ronan to possess such a deadly weapon. This was a terrifying ship capable of overturning the very foundation of the celestial dragon's rule. The world government. Ronan's smile faded as he slowly stood, hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive. I'll handle the world government. Don't worry about it. Rest assured, your Tom's shipyard will never suffer collateral damage because of me. Building the Pluton wouldn't be completed quickly, of course. Such a powerful weapon wouldn't be finished in a few days or weeks. In the meantime, he would settle permanently in Water 7. If the world government dared to come provoke him, he'd crush them until they retreated entirely. In fact, if provoked enough, Ronan wouldn't hesitate to attack Mariehua itself. Then we'll see if the world government dares continue provoking him. Witnessing Ronan's overwhelming presence, Tom's heart trembled, yet he couldn't help but marvel. This youth in his teens, barely a boy, truly lived up to the title of someone even the world government deeply fears. What ba cheat, that kind of boldness, unafraid even of the world government. But if he truly wasn't afraid of the world government and was willing to protect him, then why not accept this deal? The reason he had previously hesitated to use those blueprints was mainly because he couldn't guarantee his own safety amidst all the circling wolves, and it could even endanger many others. Now, with Ronan backing him, he no longer needed to fear anything. Fine. Since Mr. Ronan has said so much, I accept this deal. Tom also stood up, confidently waving his hand in agreement. Yet soon after he added, but Mr. Ronan, regarding the matter of joining your fleet, I am rather old now, perhaps no longer fit to travel the seas with you. If possible, would it be okay if I sent one of my apprentices to join your crew instead? Ronan waved his hand. Mr. Tom, it's your abilities that I value. Actually, you won't need to travel the seas with us after joining my crew. You can remain here in Water 7. As for sending apprentices, no need for that for now. Frankie and Icebug certainly had potential, but Ronan had no interest in recruiting them into his crew. After all, aside from himself, his crew was currently composed entirely of soft and delicate girls. What use would a muscular man be? Even Tom himself, Ronan didn't plan to bring along on their travels. He would be more than sufficient staying here in Water 7, continuing to oversee shipbuilding operations. Alright then. Seeing Ronan's expression, Tom understood that his own several disappointing apprentices were simply not good enough to impress Ronan. Only he himself was still valuable enough to be regarded highly. But, suddenly, a thought crossed Tom's mind. Other than Ronan himself, the entire crew consisted of women. With that realization, Tom's eyes lit up slightly as he spoke. Mr. Ronan, I actually have a female apprentice who is highly skilled in shipbuilding. She just didn't come to the shipyard today. Would it be alright if I recommended her for your crew? My apprentice is also very beautiful, you know. Ronan was momentarily stunned. He looked at Tom somewhat perplexed. never expecting this otherwise upright old man would have such a mischievous side. Was this old man suggesting what he thought it was? Offering his female apprentice to join his crew, and beautiful too? Well, in that case, perhaps we could meet her and assess the situation. If her shipbuilding skills are truly remarkable, then she might be considered. Ronan replied with a straight face, as if his decision was solely based on the consideration of her shipbuilding abilities. Huh. Tom immediately burst into laughter and then said, "Great. I'll send word for her to come meet you later. No rush, no rush. Just have her come find me at my hotel tomorrow. We need to evaluate new crew members, after all." Ronan added formally once more before shifting the conversation. "Anyway, let's talk about the production of the Pluton. Constructing a ship like this must surely cost a great deal, right?" Although Tom was now quite close to Ronan's pirate crew, he naturally couldn't expect them to build the ship for free, especially one as massive as the Pluton. It would definitely be expensive, since Ronan wasn't his slave and wouldn't cover the expenses himself, much less build it at a loss. "Well, I've roughly calculated earlier," Tom said solemnly. "The construction of the Pluton will require many extremely rare materials. Just selecting the proper timber for the keel requires careful consideration. The finest and most top-tier wood in the world must be used, preferably the sacred tree known as Adam for the keel. All the other materials must be of the absolute highest quality as well. Otherwise, the Pluton won't be able to reach its full potential." "Understood." Upon hearing this, Ronan gave a broad wave of his hand, saying firmly, "Of course my ship deserves the best materials available. Buy whatever you need without worrying about costs." "Oh, and just how much would a fully top-tier Pluton end up costing?" Chapter 106. Check-in at Water 7. The Goro Goro no Mi is here. All materials must be top-grade. The full bring, xuanhuan, needs to have its own energy system and main cannon, ammunition storage, enough living quarters, a swimming pool, library, bathhouse, gym, warehouse, and even a garden, and so on. It's extremely massive, and building the entire ship would cost about 2 billion belly, and this is just the cost price calculated. As Tom spoke, his expression grew heavier. Building such a ship, if he had to pay for it himself, selling off Tom's shipyard entirely wouldn't be enough. He needed Luo Nen to figure things out himself, with Tom only able to handle tasks like purchasing materials. Even the energy system would have to be resolved personally by Luo Nen. The energy system was directly tied to the power of the main cannon. The Fullbring's energy supply originally came from a synthetic energy crystal developed during humanity's peak technological age. Today, it was extremely difficult to produce such crystals, and likely only the world government still possessed them. Tom relayed this information to Luo Nen. Luo Nen fell into thought before asking, "Is it possible to switch the energy source? Like using energy from devil fruits instead?" He recalled the arc maxim from the original story, which used the power of the Goro Goro no Mi to generate lightning, granting the ship flight capability and immense power. Using it to power the Fullbring's cannon would definitely work, and could even enhance its firepower further. Switching to a devil fruit energy source? Tom was stunned. Was such a method possible? Upon thinking about it further, it indeed sounded plausible. Using a Logia-type devil fruit, such as Mara Mara no Mi or Goro Goro no Mi, could generate sufficient energy. Even certain unique Zoan-type fruits might serve as energy sources. But as before, Luo Nen would have to handle that part himself. "I'll take care of solving this issue," Luo Nen declared. "However, 20 billion as the base cost is quite high indeed. How about this? I'll give you 600 million belly tomorrow to get things started. By the way, how long will it take you to complete the entire ship? The Fullbring is very difficult to construct. At the very least, it'll take about a year, provided materials, funds, and labor are all available. If anything delays the process, I can't guarantee how long it might take." Tom replied, "That's fine, no problem. I'll take care of the money. Materials will be your responsibility," Luo Nen said, turning to Tom. "Don't worry, Mr. Tom. I won't ask you to build it for free. On top of the 20 billion cost, I'll also give you 5 billion as payment for labor. I imagine this will be enough profit for you and the entire shipyard to focus exclusively on building the Fullbring for a whole year, right?" "That'll be plenty enough." Hearing this, Tom's face lit up. 5 billion as labor payment. He usually earned only 10 million or so per year, and only occasionally got major commissions, like building flagship ships for great pirates, which might net him a few hundred million in a single year. And here Luo Nen casually offered 5 billion, a payment the shipyard wouldn't normally see in 10 years. This truly was an incredible order. After finalizing the terms, Luo Nen departed. He left behind the blueprints of the Fullbring without taking them with him, confident that Tom wouldn't take the blueprints and vanish. Tomorrow, after delivering the money, initial material procurement could begin. The Fullbring was no small boat. It was equivalent to an aircraft carrier from Luo Nan's past world. Therefore, it required vast quantities of materials, most of which were high-end and extremely valuable. Take for example, just the keel made from a branch of the divine tree Adam, which alone would cost around 1 billion belly to acquire. Other materials wouldn't be cheap either, especially the energy system, which was still a major issue. However, Luo Nen had already decided he'd take care of that part himself. After all, he hadn't yet checked in since arriving at Water 7. When he had previously defeated Enel, he'd thought about how killing Shiki had led to him acquiring the Op no Mi. So after defeating Enel now, there was a good chance he might receive the Goro Goro no Mi. Thinking it through, Luo Nen sat on the Brule, Water 7's special transportation, on his way to the hotel where he'd be staying, and simultaneously reached out to the check-in system within his mind. System, perform a full check-in of Water 7. To ensure he received the best reward possible, even possibly the Goro Goro no Mi outright. Luo Nen decided to perform a citywide check-in to eliminate any potential oversight. Oh right, system, what about the question I asked earlier? After killing Shiki, I checked in and got the Op no Mi. Now that I've killed Enel, this check-in should grant me the Goro Goro no Mi, right? Luo Nen asked. Whenever a devil fruit user is slain by the host, there is an extremely high chance the fruit they consumed can be obtained through check-in, the system replied. Then how high is the chance exactly? Luo Nen asked again. The probability can reach 60 to 80%. Since the host is performing a full check-in of the entire Water 7 this time, it's highly possible to obtain the Goro Goro no Mi, the system replied. Great. Upon hearing this, Luo Nen immediately broke into a smile. He had always felt that his luck was pretty good, so this time it was indeed very likely he'd obtain the Goro Goro no Mi. Once he had it, he could use it as the energy source for the Fullbring. Then the question came to mind. Who should eat the Goro Goro no Mi? Before even acquiring the fruit, Luo Nen was already troubled by this thought. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Check-in at Water 7 successful. Reward obtained, Goro Goro no Mi. As the system's voice sounded, Luo Nan's face lit up with joy. Sure enough, he had really obtained the Goro Goro no Mi. Great, great. As for who would eat it, he could figure that out later. With a whole year until the Fullbring was completed, there was plenty of time. After claiming the Goro Goro no Mi, Luo Nen happily placed it into his storage ring, then returned to his hotel in a pleasant mood. He immediately withdrew 600 million belly. Instead of waiting until the next day, he sent someone to deliver the money right away. Getting the money over sooner meant materials could be purchased faster, after all. The person delivering the money was an official from Water 7. After the money reached Tom gave a quick call to inform Luo Nan, and couldn't help but mutter to himself that Luo Nan really had nerves of steel, sending such a large sum through a single person without fear of someone hijacking it on the way. Luo Nan actually wasn't afraid at all. With his current level of observation haki, he could already cover half of Water 7 with his perception. Touching Luo Nan's belongings? That person probably didn't even know how to write the word death. After the initial 600 million belly reached Tom's shipyard, Luo Nan still had one more thing to worry about. What was it? Money. Of course it was money. Looking at his own wanted poster in front of him, Luo Nan couldn't help but sigh. The world government really was wealthy. Should he just hand himself over to the world government and collect the 100 billion belly bounty? Of course that was just a joke. The world government wasn't stupid, but the world government did have plenty of money. Should he raid Mary Geos then? That was pretty far away though, and rather tiring. Luo Nan shifted his thoughts, glancing at his storage ring. He had quite a few valuable items in there, some of which he had stockpiled. He could certainly take some out and sell them. Surely many people would want to buy them, considering all his treasures were check-in rewards, extremely precious items. Robin, can you help me check when Water 7's next auction will be held? Chapter 107, Making Money. The shipwright girl reports in. After Robin conducted a quick search, she found the date of the city's upcoming auction, which was to be held in 10 days. Luo Nan then began preparing the items he intended to auction off. System, display my current list of items. Luo Nan directly ordered the system to show the list to save himself the trouble of checking one by one. Healing potions, 36 bottles. Spirit potions, 27 bottles. Stamina potions, 45 bottles. Elixir of Eternal Life, 8 bottles. Nichiren Katana, damaged. Running Fu, Great Wave, slight damage. Hades Blueprints, Supreme Great Katana Korki, and Sakuji. Upon seeing everything laid out, Luo Nan realized that what he had was both plentiful and limited at the same time, not as much as he had imagined. It was mostly because, except for the initial period, he had signed an entire islands later on, meaning better quality rewards, but in fewer quantities. Still, Luo Nan personally didn't see anything wrong with that, since the rewards for signing an entire islands were superior, so why not? Those 2 Supreme Great Katanas can be sold off, but I need to get the items there quickly so the auction house can start advertising. That way I can make more money. Looking at them, Luo Nan felt that those so-called famous blades were practically waste to him. They only held some collectible value. But since building the ship required money, he had no choice but to sell off these useless items. He wasn't even slightly sentimental about it. These 2 famous katanas should fetch a large sum. An initial bid of 100 million belly each shouldn't be a problem, right? Thinking about that, Luo Nan then turned his gaze to the others. Take about 10 bottles of healing potions to sell. 1 bottle for 50 million belly wouldn't be too much to ask, right? As for the spirit potions and stamina potions, after considering, Luo Nan decided not to put them up for sale, not because they were precious, but because he believed they wouldn't fetch much. They weren't nearly as good as the healing potions. And finally, the Elixir of Eternal Life is the most valuable. Luo Nan looked at the number of these life-extending potions. Although he had used a few on people like Olivia and Robin before, and later received more from signing in, the current quantity was still relatively low, only 8 bottles, making it the rarest type among all potions. Each Elixir of Eternal Life adds 100 years of life. For any race, this is an invaluable super potion. Just sell 1 bottle. The starting bid should be no less than 1 billion belly. Thinking it through, Luo Nan made up his mind. The 2 Supreme Katanas, 10 healing potions, and 1 Elixir of Eternal Life would be put up for auction. With these 3 items alone, he was sure to raise at least 1.9 billion belly, possibly even more. Previously, Luo Nan had already given Tom 600 million belly. Now he only needed to raise another 1.9 billion to finish paying for the construction of the biwak, and he even believed the amount he'd make at the auction would far exceed his expectations. These 3 items starting bids already totaled 13 billion. and their actual value was definitely worth more. Not to mention, the title Supreme Great Katana was worth more than just 1 billion by itself. The starting bid was set low simply to attract more bidders, and once the atmosphere heated up, the bidders would fight over it and shout even higher prices. As for the elixir of eternal life, for those wealthy aristocrats, leaders of powerful factions, or kings of nations, it was literally priceless. A 1 billion starting bid was trivial. Luo Nen estimated the final Taojiao would certainly not be lower than 1.5 billion, possibly even exceeding 2 billion. Decision made. After finalizing his plans, Luo Nen instructed Robin and the others to start preparing. The very next day, they would head to the auction house and deposit the items, allowing them to begin promotions. Hopefully, the big shots from the new world would even come compete. Early the next morning, just as Luo Nan was preparing to go to the auction house with Robin, someone he had almost forgotten suddenly came to the hotel where they were staying and found Luo Nan. "Are you the shipwright disciple of Mr. Tom?" Luo Nan looked at the pretty girl before him in slight astonishment, somewhat skeptical of the fact. If Luo Nan had to name a character from the original world similar to this girl, then someone like Tashiji who would later appear in Lode Town, or Makino from the Windmill Village, might be somewhat comparable in personality. Even in terms of appearance, this girl was no less attractive than those two. Such a delicate and gentle girl actually becoming a shipwright? From Tom's tone, she seemed not only a shipwright, but an exceptionally skilled one. Luo Nan had the feeling that he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. If what Tom said was true, recruiting her to the crew was definitely a great gain. "Yes, Mr. Luo Nan, my teacher is Mr. Tom, and he asked me to come find you today," the girl softly replied. "What's your name?" Luo Nan asked. Robin, who was standing behind him, curiously observed the girl as well, silently evaluating. This might be the future shipwright of their crew. "My name isn't she answered, her eyes slightly shy as she glanced at Luo Nan and then at Robin, who was still examining her, before quickly lowering her head. "Dana, this is Robin," Luo Nan introduced. "Hello, Robin. It's a pleasure to meet you," Dana greeted. "Hello, Dana. Nice to meet you too." Robin grinned, then asked, "I've heard you're an amazing shipwright. Is that really true?" That's just praise from my teacher. Actually, I still have a lot to learn," Dana modestly replied. Seeing her personality now, Luo Nan was convinced her words were genuine. If someone had earned praise from Master Tom, there must be real skill behind it. If this weren't true, it would easily be exposed through future interactions, something unlikely. Since Tom had recommended her, that alone proved that this girl must possess truly outstanding shipwright abilities. "In that case, Dana, Robin and I have something to take care of for now. You can stay here and get to know the other crewmates first." Luo Nan thought for a moment and added, "We'll discuss the rest once we get back." Mr. Luo Nan, actually, Mr. Tom asked me to return to the shipyard later to help, because the ship you're building is going to be very special. I can learn a lot more by participating in its construction. If I'm involved in building Mingwang from the very beginning, I'll be able to fix any future issues much more effectively," Dana said nervously. "That's right." At her words, Luo Nan realized his oversight. If Dana would be sailing with them in the future, the better she understood Mingwang, the better she could handle any malfunctions that might occur on the ship later. "You're absolutely right. You should get to know everyone quickly, and then you don't have to wait for us to return. Just go back to the shipyard directly. What you said makes sense. Your full participation in the shipbuilding process will bring a lot of future benefits." "I hadn't considered that well enough," Luo Nan nodded with a smile. "All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Luo Nan." Upon hearing his words, Dana immediately broke into a warm smile. Chapter 108. The Appearance of Legendary Blades. The shock at the auction house. After arranging for Dana, Olivia, and Elena to meet each other, Ronan left the hotel with Robin, taking Brew to a very luxurious and towering building located in the city center. This is a top-tier auction house in the water capital. Even within the first half of the Grand Line, it ranks among the best. It can be said that only 1 or 2 auction houses in the Shabandi archipelago could rival it, and those even better could only be found in the New World. Ronan's arrival was met with serious attention by the auction house, which sent a manager to personally receive him. The reason the owner himself wasn't here was simply because he wasn't present in the water capital. This was a chain auction house that had branches in both the Shabandi archipelago and even the New World, and its owner was currently in the latter. Therefore, Manager Cersei was indeed the highest-ranking official in this water capital branch, an indication of how seriously they were taking Ronan's visit. "Mr. Ronan, welcome to our establishment. You may call me Cersei." Cersei, the auction house manager, was a tall and thin middle-aged man wearing a black suit. He wore black-rimmed glasses on his nose and had a gentle smile on his emaciated face, giving off an air of affability and prosperity. Upon entering the VIP room and seeing Ronan and Robin, he immediately greeted them with a respectful bow to show his admiration. "Please sit down." As if he were in his own home, Robin waved a hand and gestured for him to sit, then said, "We're here for your auction event. We have several items to sell and hope you can make the necessary arrangements." "Oh." At once, Cersei's eyes lit up upon hearing Ronan's words. Who was this figure before him? The devil's prodigy, Ronan, the strongest man under the stars. A man who single-handedly challenged the world government. And only recently had he killed 4 celestial dragons in the water capital, prompting the world government to increase his bounty to an unprecedented 10 billion belly. For a figure like this to participate in their auction was already an enormous highlight that could attract countless wealthy elites from the water capital. Not to mention, he also wanted to offer some items for auction. This was practically an unexpected joy. Has Mr. Ronan brought the items he intends to auction? Eagerly, Cersei looked at Ronan, his gaze full of enthusiasm. If it's convenient, may I invite one of our expert appraisers to come in immediately? What do you think? Of course. Ronan's expression remained calm. Naturally, any item that entered the auction needed to be authenticated. Despite his high reputation, the auction house would naturally be extra cautious. After all, they must know that anything he put up for auction would likely be of extraordinary value. Should any problem arise, the auction house would probably suffer great financial losses. Great, please wait for a moment. With that, Cersei walked to the side, summoned a waiter, ordered them to call the auction house's top appraiser immediately, and also instructed the waiter to bring better tea and snacks. Please forgive us for the previous tea and snacks, which were quite modest. Our hospitality was clearly insufficient. Cersei apologized with a smile, while eagerly glancing at Ronan. It's fine. Ronan waved his hand, then stretched his hand out to Robin sitting next to him. Robin picked up the largest of the 3 wooden boxes lying beside him, a long narrow one, and handed it over. You may take a look at this lot first. So saying, Ronan opened the box and placed it directly before Cersei. As soon as Cersei saw the item inside the box, he felt his heart leap in surprise, his eyes instantly shining with excitement. Although he was only an auction house manager and not a master appraiser himself, his eyesight was far above that of ordinary people. There, resting within the wooden box, lay 2 glowing long blades. Clearly no ordinary legendary blades, but top-grade ones. Manager Cersei, can you tell what class these 2 blades are, and what their names are? Ronan asked with a smile. Mr. Ronan, these 2 blades, they are certainly extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Cersei reached his trembling hands out to slowly run his fingers along the hilts of the 2 swords. The moment he gripped them, he felt even more convinced of their uniqueness. His eyes then narrowed, noticing the inscriptions on the guard area, and immediately he was startled beyond belief. Is this Kumu and this one Sakujisan? Cersei gasped in shock, unable to control his amazement. He even stood up suddenly in disbelief. These 2 legendary blades. Are they really Kumu and Sakujisan? Yes, you're not mistaken. Calmly, Ronan nodded in confirmation. Impossible. Cersei frowned and blurted out, impossible. Then, realizing his rudeness, he quickly apologized to Ronan. Forgive my impoliteness, Mr. Ronan, but I've heard these 2 supreme great blades were the personal swords of Gold Roger. How could they possibly be in your hands? That's because that guy with golden hair wanted to cause trouble for us before, so he was killed by Ronan Neeson. Robin, standing beside, seeing the other party doubt the authenticity of the 2 blades, immediately spoke up in dissatisfaction. She had witnessed with her own eyes how Gold Roger had once come looking for trouble, and without Ronan, their entire ship would have probably been split in half by a single sword slash. But in the end, Ronan stepped forward, defeated and killed him, and these 2 famed blades became Ronan's collection. Cersei was shocked and terrified. What? Gold Roger was killed by Ronan? Could this be a joke? That was once a terrifying figure who once dominated the seas. The captain of the flying pirate fleet, once ranked alongside the pirate king Roger and the Sea Emperor Rox as an ultimate king of the ocean. You're telling me he was killed by Ronan? How could he not be deeply shocked? As Cersei was still in shock, a cry came from the doorway. Everyone turned their heads and saw an elderly man wearing reading glasses standing at the entrance, crying out in astonishment. Are these truly the 2 legendary swords once in the hands of Gold Roger? The old man cried out, then hurriedly rushed over, not at all intimidated by Ronan's reputation, but instead, his eyes shone as if he had seen a treasure, closely examining the 2 legendary blades inside the wooden box. Beside him, Cersei also closely observed this appraiser, who was the most senior and highest-level expert in the auction house. Whether real or fake, he would definitely be able to identify them. Actually, they're real. After examining them for a moment, the old man exclaimed, these 2 legendary blades are genuine. Manager Cersei, they are truly authentic, supreme, great blades. Kumu and Sakujisan, never did I expect that in my lifetime, our auction house would actually hold an auction for legendary swords of such caliber. This is absolutely astonishing. Seeing the old man shake his head in amazement, Robin couldn't help but purse her lips slightly, clearly thinking the old man had no jade. Chapter 109, Famous Blades Priced. The auction house's flattery. Master Gerard, you mean to say both of these blades are genuine? Cersei quickly asked. Are they truly among the supreme great blades once wielded by the Golden Lion, Shiki? Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Nonsense. Can my old eyes possibly fail me? Gerard gave Cersei a stern glance, then said seriously, these are indeed 2 of the supreme great blades, and they truly belong to the Golden Lion, Shiki, the ones called Kumu and Sakuju. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Look, the patterns on them, the sharpness of the blades, and the craftsmanship on the hilts. I can guarantee these are genuine, and they are indeed the exact blades wielded by the Golden Lion. Excellent. This is truly wonderful news. After hearing Gerard's confirmation again, Cersei was overjoyed and even let out a hearty laugh. Then, he suddenly remembered that Luo Nan and his companion were still present, so he quickly suppressed his laughter and turned toward Luo Nan with great respect. Never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined that the mighty sea ruler, the Golden Lion, would meet his end at the hands of Mr. Luo Nan. But of course, given Mr. Luo Nan's overwhelming power, for that Golden Lion to dare provoke you was practically a death wish. Haha, Mr. Luo Nan, are you really planning to entrust these 2 famous blades to our auction house for auction? Of course, since I brought them here, I intended to make them auction items. What do you think their starting price should be in Bayleaf? Luonan asked. Although he had already estimated a starting price for the two famous blades himself, he still wanted the opinion of a professional, whose valuation would surely be more accurate and reasonable. Celsi hesitated a moment, then introduced Gerard to Luonan. Mr. Luonan, this is Mr. Gerard, the most experienced and professional appraiser in our auction house. He may have a more reasonable suggestion regarding pricing. Hello, Mr. Gerard. Luonan nodded slightly toward the man. Hello, Mr. Luonan. Gerard smiled at Luonan and then flattered him respectfully, saying, I've long heard of your name, and it is a great honor to meet you in person today. As for the starting price of these two legendary blades, I suggest we auction them separately, each starting at 300 million bayleaf. 300 million? Isn't that a bit high? Luonan arched his eyebrows slightly, taken aback. This starting price was much higher than he had expected. He had thought that 100 million bayli as a starting price might be reasonable, but Mei Shangdao this man was bolder and had immediately set it at 300 million bayli. Would there really be any fools out there willing to pay such a price? Of course, that was exactly why this was Luonan. He didn't place much value on these so-called supreme great blades. In reality, however, they were extremely precious in this world. For many top-tier swordsmen, they were priceless treasures, and some would even be willing to spend their entire fortune to obtain one. Unfortunately, the number of extant supreme great blades wasn't large. There were 12 of the supreme great blades, the 12 supreme great blades, but only a small portion of them remained today. Many had been lost over the years, and their whereabouts were unknown. This made the surviving ones all the more valuable. I assure you, this price isn't too high at all, Gerard said firmly. To be honest, Mr. Luonan, these supreme great blades are worth this price, and you have too. Actually, if we had more time for promotion or held the auction in the new world, we could raise the price further, especially if we spread the word to certain sword dojo families or even the kings of world government allied nations. The final price wouldn't be low. Yes, Mr. Luonan. Celsi chimed in as well. Why don't you withdraw these two famous blades from the auction 9 days from now? We can take them to either the New World or the Sabaody Archipelago for auction. Let's promote them for a couple of months in advance. Then there'll be fierce competition among the nobles and swordsmen alike. The final Kungjiao price of the two famous blades could even reach 1.5 to 2 billion bayli. So high. Luonan was even a bit surprised now. Could these two swords really be worth so much? He hadn't thought much of them, considering them just two broken swords. Compared to the Zanpakuto blades, they were nowhere near as impressive, only slightly better than that broken Nichiren blade. After all, his Nichiren blade had gotten damaged in the fight against Enel, while using one of these supreme great blades to kill Enel hadn't caused the slightest damage to the blade. Still, the point remained, they couldn't really compare with the Zanpakuto. Of course, the strength of the Zanpakuto shouldn't even be equated with the power of these world-class supreme great blades. Luonan exchanged a glance with Robin. Damn, if even these two swords could fetch such a high price, should they even bother auctioning the potions? However, upon further thought, to sell them for such a high price, according to the other party's words, would require a long time for promotion, and even selling them in another location. Time-wise, Luonan wasn't quite willing to accept that. He still needed money to build a ship. Never mind. Luonan waved his hand and said, just sell them here in Water 7, no need to go anywhere else. Don't spend too much time promoting either. Just include them in the auction 9 days from now. You two can handle the details yourselves. I need the money urgently. Celsi and Gerard clicked their tongues slightly in disappointment. But since it was Luonan's request, they had no way to insist otherwise. They could only say, well then, Mr. Luonan, although time is tight, we will still try our best to arrange everything. We'll ensure these two famous blades sell at a price befitting their true value. As he spoke, Celsi's eyes gleamed, and with a face full of smiles, he continued. At the same time, I'll contact our boss and request a lower commission fee for you. After all, auctioning these two supreme great blades at our auction house is a great opportunity to raise our profile. We truly appreciate you choosing our auction house, Mr. Luonan. How does that sound to you? Looking at the man's flattering expression, Luonan smiled slightly and nodded. You really know how to do business. All right then. Seeing this, Celsi felt reassured. Earlier, he had been a bit worried, afraid that Luonan might decide to go to another auction house instead. If that had happened, it wouldn't have been just a loss of money. It would have meant missing a valuable opportunity to boost the auction house's reputation. He was sure the boss would definitely agree to the request. By the way, Mr. Luonan, what about the other auction items you mentioned? At this moment, Celsi suddenly remembered. Luonan had previously said he had several items to leave with their auction house. The first one had been the supreme great blades. What about the other items now? Could they possibly be other treasures of equal rarity and value? Thinking of this, both Celsi and Gerard looked at Luonan once again with great anticipation, their eyes shifting to the two smaller wooden boxes held in Robin's hands. Indeed, there are two more things to sell. As Luonan spoke, he directly looked at Robin and gave her a nod. Upon seeing this, Robin stood up, took one of the wooden boxes, and placed it on the table in front of Celsi and Gerard. Then, she opened the box, revealing 10 delicate little bottles inside. What is this? Seeing these 10 small bottles, Celsi and Gerard immediately looked at Luonan with puzzled expressions. Chapter 110. Don't believe it. The test subject. Mr. Luonan, do you know what's inside these 10 bottles? Celsi asked, already feeling somewhat disappointed. He had a rough idea that the contents of these 10 small bottles likely weren't anything good. The large quantity had lowered his expectations. After all, compared to the Supreme Blade Zhuyu, the items in these tiny bottles naturally seemed less valuable. Beside him, Gerald had already picked up one of the bottles to examine it, but hadn't managed to see anything useful. To understand what exactly the liquid was, more specialized equipment would be required. These are healing potions. Luonan answered directly. Healing potions are substances capable of curing various injuries. Their effects are incredibly strong, whether it's external wounds, internal injuries, or even long-standing chronic ailments. They can all be completely healed. The 10 bottles certainly didn't contain diluted potions. Previously, even one diluted healing potion had been enough to stabilize the lives of over 100 injured personnel on Gem Island. If an entire undiluted potion were administered, even someone with severe internal injuries, intestines spilling from a stomach wound, could fully recover within moments. These potions were truly world-class, miraculous healing items. Healing potions? Though disappointed, Celsi exchanged glances with Gerald, showing a hint of interest. In this world, although medicine wasn't extremely advanced, due to the existence of supernatural devil fruits, some healing abilities were very strong. The effects of this healing potion that Luonan described were something they didn't fully understand. Presumably, it could only treat minor injuries or stabilize the condition of the seriously injured. As for the claim that it could completely cure chronic ailments developed over years, they couldn't believe it. How could such a thing exist? Some devil fruit abilities related to medical treatment weren't even that effective. Can a small vial of potion really achieve that? Celsi hesitated for a moment, glanced at Gerald, who was still examining the bottle, then said, Mr. Luonan, we haven't personally seen the effects of this potion, so it's hard for us to determine its value accurately. If we had to put a price on it, maybe a few million berries per bottle. Such a potion that heals injuries might attract some buyers. Luonan and Robin both sensed Celsi's insincerity. Obviously, they didn't believe the healing potion's effects were as powerful as he claimed. Robin even looked slightly indignant. She fully understood how amazing this healing potion was, after personally witnessing its effects. How could they dismiss something so valuable like this? What the hell? Thus, while Luonan remained composed, Robin said, Bomondov, you two clearly don't understand the true power of this potion. I don't blame you for your ignorance. But if Luonan himself has personally confirmed its effects, why don't you believe it? This, Mr. Luonan, we didn't mean it like that. Upon hearing this, Celsi immediately became nervous. He hurriedly rubbed his hands together, glancing desperately at Luonan, hoping not to offend him. In his mind, he had already decided, if the potion didn't work well and failed to sell in the auction, he'd just buy it himself to maintain good relations with Luonan. Understanding their thoughts, Luonan smiled slightly, first calming the upset Robin, then said, since the two of you don't believe my words, how about this? I'll provide another bottle for testing. You find someone with long-standing chronic illnesses, inflict serious injuries on them, and then let them drink the potion to see the effect firsthand. This. Celsi and Gerald exchanged glances. It was indeed a good idea, but finding someone to test it on wouldn't be easy. If the potion failed, they might be responsible for someone's death. Don't worry, whoever volunteers for the test will receive 1 million berries as a reward, deducted from my auction proceeds. Regardless of whether the effect is good or bad, that 1 million berries is guaranteed, Luonan said with a smile. In this world, with such a reward for testing, it shouldn't be a problem, right? That's absolutely acceptable. Hearing that Luonan was willing to pay for a test subject, Celsi immediately nodded. Now that money wasn't an issue, there would be no problem. 1 million berries as a reward, enough for people to risk even selling their lives. Please wait a moment, Mr. Luonan. I'll arrange the test subject immediately. Celsi immediately rose from his seat, feeling some anticipation rising within him. Just if, the potion really did work as Luonan described. A flash of sharpness appeared in Celsi's eyes. If the potion truly worked as claimed, then its value couldn't be underestimated. If it really possessed such effects, it would definitely fetch a high price, at the very least not much lower than those 2 famous swords previously auctioned. As for how exactly to price it, they would have to wait and see the test subject's condition after taking the potion. Thus, Celsi went out to find a test subject, while Gerald stayed behind to chat with Luonan and Robin in the VIP room. It had barely been half an hour when Celsi returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a yellowish complexion. The man's build was still fairly robust, but he kept coughing, and even had slight traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He walked unsteadily, clearly suffering from a severe and long-standing illness. Mr. Luonan, this is the test subject I found. He used to be a worker at a shipyard. Due to a mistake during an operation, his internal organs were severely damaged. He spent tens of thousands of berries in compensation from the ship cabin company, but his condition wasn't cured. His accumulated injuries over the years are truly grave, Celsi said, watching Luonan's eyes carefully, hoping to detect even a flicker of hesitation. After all, this was someone whose internal organs had been injured for years. Nobody knew how severe the damage had become by now. Healing him would be incredibly difficult, not to mention Luonan's previous suggestion to inflict even more serious injuries on this person for testing purposes. He might not even survive that. To his astonishment, however, there was not the slightest hesitation on Luonan's face. Instead, a satisfied smile appeared. Perfect. This test subject is excellent. Robin, you do it. Inflict serious injuries on him, and then have him drink the potion. All right. Robin hesitated slightly, but still stepped forward. This wasn't murder, it was only inflicting serious injuries. Besides, with the potion available, everything would definitely be fine. Chapter 111, Super Medicine, A Shocking Rebirth. Seeing Robin walk out, even drawing a short knife, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, as if considering whether he really should agree to the drug test. Yet thinking back to what Silky had said earlier, regardless of success or failure, he could still receive 1,000,000 berries as compensation. With that money, even if he died, the hardship his family had suffered for years because of his serious illness would instantly be relieved. After all, due to his physical condition, he had not had a decent job in years, and his wife and child had suffered accordingly. Their life was truly pitifully poor. Calling it poverty-stricken still wouldn't adequately describe their desperate situation. There were indeed days when they had nothing to eat, and even this was thanks to the hard-earned money his wife had made working day and night. As for the child, it had grown so thin that it was nothing but skin and bones. But now, he had an opportunity to obtain 1,000,000 berries in cash. Plus, as Silky had said, if the medicine really possessed such miraculous effects, all his injuries could heal. If it really worked, then everything would be wonderful. Thinking to himself, the man then steeled his expression, standing firmly at the center of the VIP room, no longer fearing the knife in Robin's hand, resolutely bracing himself to endure the blade. Robin stood before the man, clutching the short knife, yet hesitating slightly. Although she had killed people before, those had all been done remotely through her devil fruit abilities. Although this wasn't killing, she had to personally wound the man here and now, and this made it hard for her to bring herself to strike. After all, she was still just a girl barely in her teens. Noticing this, Luo Nen lifted an eyebrow and spoke. Robin, can you do it? If not, I'll handle it. Oh, if Robin is hesitant, then I can do it as well. Silky had been confused why Robin hadn't started yet. Upon hearing Luo Nan's words, he understood immediately that this little girl was scared to take action, and spoke up at once. No, it's fine, I can do it. Robin waved her hand and took a deep breath, then plunged the short knife straight into the middle-aged man's abdomen. The blade went in clean, coming out stained with blood. She then slashed him several more times, making low cries of pain from the man, cutting at his arms, his back, even his face. Finally, with a hard decision, she drove the blade straight into the man's heart. Cough cough. The middle-aged man hadn't expected that the girl's final strike would land on his heart. This time, he was truly doomed. His last sliver of hope vanished completely. After all, such a wound to the heart was fatal. What idiot medicine could possibly cure something like that? Inwardly cursing, the man ceased resisting the pain, letting his head tilt sideways as he lost consciousness and slumped down to await death. Silky and Gerald, seeing this, were also greatly shocked and looked at Robin with expressions of disbelief. This little girl had seemed so hesitant earlier, but how could she stab someone straight in the heart just now? It was over. What use was there in testing the potion now? The person was practically dead. Meanwhile, Luo Nan was smiling widely as he casually tossed a bottle of potion to Robin. You really went all out, straight for the heart. Administer the medicine. With such severe wounds, if we wait too long, it really will be hard to save him. Yeah. Robin scratched her head at this point, feeling that perhaps she had gone a bit too far, then picked up the potion and began pouring it into the middle-aged man's mouth. But Silky and Gerald stood there stunned. What had they just heard? Did he say, hard to save if we wait too long? Could a heart wound this severe truly still be survivable? They exchanged glances, both clearly showing their astonishment. If this were true, then the medicine was beyond miraculous. It was revolutionary. Their eyes glimmered intensely as they stared at the unconscious man on the ground. Only a few minutes had passed, yet already their eyes went wide with disbelief. What did they see? They actually saw that all the external wounds across the man's body, yes, all, including the facial injuries and the chest wound, were completely healed within just a few minutes. This really healed. It really did. Silky, wide-eyed, stared dumbly at the man on the floor. The only indication that he had been injured was the ripped clothes. Otherwise, he would have thought the man had never been hurt at all. My God. Gerald, besides Silky, was no different from the latter, or rather, even more exaggerated. He looked as though he had seen a ghost, and had even knelt directly onto the ground, staring frantically at the man on the floor, his face brimming with excitement, his eyes wide with shock as if witnessing the living dead. It's really healed, completely healed. Not only the external wounds, but internal injuries too. The internal damage in his abdomen caused by the knife is gone. Gerald examined the man's abdomen. Although not a doctor, he had a basic knowledge of medicine. A quick check told him the injuries inside were completely healed. He then placed a hand on the man's chest. His heart, which had stopped beating due to severe blood loss earlier, had resumed pounding, and even more powerfully than before. Luo Nen stood calmly, watching their astonished expressions, while Robin proudly held her head high beside him, looking as if to say, you two are so inexperienced. Just then, it had not even been 5 minutes since the man drank the potion, when he suddenly coughed once and woke up. Cough, phew. After waking, the man coughed twice, then spat out some blood. Along with it came blood clots and foul-smelling stagnant blood that had built up inside his body. These are the old, stagnant blood residues from long-term illness inside his body, plus some accumulated blood from the injury to his body and heart just now. Gerald, still thrilled, looked at the blood the man spat out, showed no concern at all, and explained excitedly. Then he turned toward the man eagerly, asking, You, how do you feel now? Any discomfort at all? I feel like I've gone back to when I was the youngest, like several decades ago. It feels so great, so smooth. The man took a deep breath. Feeling completely refreshed, the chest tightness and pain in his internal organs, the sense of fatigue, were all gone. Now he felt filled with strength throughout his body, particularly the feeling of returning to the peak of his youth. It feels amazing. Oh my God, thank you all so much. I'm really healed. Ho ho. As he spoke, The man suddenly knelt to the ground and began sobbing loudly. This was the cry of being reborn. All the pain and suffering he had endured before were gone forever. Even without that 1,000,000 berries, with his healthy body now, he could bring a whole new life to his family. Mr. Roman. Celsi looked at Roman with excitement, his gaze locked tightly on the wooden box on the table. Inside were 10 vials of this miraculous and ultra-potent potion. Good heavens, what an amazing discovery. There actually exists such a miraculous potion in this world. Not only Celsi, but Gerard beside him also fixed his eyes on the wooden box. He even had a thought, wanting to claim this potion for himself. Of course, not through force, but through purchase. He too wanted to buy a vial of this potion. After all, such an incredibly powerful healing potion could literally save lives. Everyone would want to own at least one as a treasure, a final trump card to be used in times of dire need. After all, who could guarantee they would never get injured in their entire life? Possessing a vial of such a potion could truly serve as an incredibly powerful trump card. Forget anything else. Even top experts would dare to use extremely powerful techniques in battle, as they would no longer fear suffering serious injuries. All right, get up. Roman glanced at the man kneeling on the ground crying. This was redemption and a second chance at life. The man's sobbing seemed to release years of gloom. The life awaiting him henceforth would be warm and full of sunlight. As for the 1,000,000 berry, Celsi, you can advance the funds first and then deduct it from me after the auction. No problem, right? No problem at all. Celsi immediately nodded his head. Advancing 1,000,000 berry for such a big customer was no big deal. Moreover, this was Roman they were talking about. How could he possibly refuse? All right then, you two can take him away for now, Roman said, glancing at the man who had gradually stopped sobbing. At his words, Celsi and Gerard led the man away, asking him questions along the way, expressing amazement and marvel. Later, they handed over the 1,000,000 berry to the man. Receiving the 1,000,000 berry, along with complete recovery of his health, the man felt as if he were living in a dream, a sense of unreality. However, the sunlight shining from the sky and the breeze blowing towards his face made him realize that the events he had experienced were indeed real. After calming his excited emotions a bit, he lifted his head proudly, filled with confidence for life, and walked back home. Celsi and Gerard returned to the VIP room, calling the staff to clean it up. After all, the earlier potion test had left some bloodstains in the room. Now let's discuss the pricing for this healing potion, Roman said while handing the wooden box to them. I brought 10 vials for auction. What do you think? Should we sell them all together or one by one? Definitely one by one. Without hesitation, both Celsi and Gerard responded in unison. This rare potion must be sold one at a time to maximize its value. Celsi remarked. If we auction them all together, certainly some big buyers might purchase them, but the total amount would definitely be lower than selling individually. Additionally, some people would consider the chances of winning too low, so they wouldn't even participate, which would reduce the level of competition. But isn't rarity supposed to drive stronger competition? Roman asked curiously. Indeed, he wasn't as knowledgeable in this area as the professionals, but asking when unsure wasn't anything to be ashamed of. Celsi and Gerard smiled, and this time, it was Gerard who spoke. Mr. Roman, your power shakes the entire sea. You must know that in this world, strength is ultimately what is most valued. If some people believe in their own might, they might not even participate in the auction. Instead, they might plan to rob someone of it after the auction. And auctioning separately wouldn't prevent something like that from happening. Robin frowned, asking. Of course not. However, during individual auctions, each vial might command a higher price, but still not as high as all 10 together. On the other hand, auctioning individually provides more people with opportunities to acquire a vial. This actually lowers the likelihood of certain people resorting to violence. If they can solve things with money, no one wants to make enemies, especially since those capable of purchasing such a treasure are mostly big, influential figures anyway. Celsi said with a smile. Honestly speaking, previously he had been quite dismissive of this so-called healing potion, even thinking that Roman had introduced this potion just to impress the audience or pair it with the famous sword for profit. But after witnessing the potion's effects, both he and Gerard were utterly astonished. This was truly a miraculous life-saving potion, a potion of such extraordinary value it could serve as the ultimate secret card. He had greatly underestimated Roman. The man was simply amazing, possessing such a potent healing potion. As for the pricing, Celsi fell into thought, stroking his chin as he contemplated. I suggest pricing it at 50,000,000 berry per vial. SSS. This time, the ones gasping in shock were none other than Roman and Robin. The two exchanged glances, both seeing astonishment in the other's eyes. Roman had never expected that a potion he merely considered somewhat effective would be priced at 50,000,000 berry. After all, this was only the starting bid. He had originally thought that setting the starting price at 1,000,000 berry per vial would be sufficient. Never had he imagined that Celsi would go this far, starting at 50,000,000 berry. It was almost frightening. As for Robin, who stood beside him, she too was filled with disbelief. Was the starting bid for this potion really worth 50 million? That meant the final Tongjiao price would only be higher, never lower. Thinking back to how they hadn't treated this potion as anything valuable before, merely as a simple healing agent, she now realized how incredibly precious it truly was. Well, it made sense. Just earlier, it had even restored a man who had suffered nearly fatal injuries to perfect health. This potion was simply extraordinary. Before, they just hadn't appreciated its worth. From now on, I must cherish this potion. Robin secretly vowed. Previously, Roman had given each crew member some potions for self-defense. Normally 1 healing potion, 1 mental potion, and 1 stamina potion per person. As for the legendary Elixir of Life, only a crew member who had gained unanimous approval was allowed to possess one, and it had to be used personally. 50 million berry per vial. Isn't that a bit too high? Roman couldn't help but scratch his nose, looking slightly bewildered at the 2 men opposite him. Did they really believe such a high price would attract any buyers? Hee, Mr. Roman, your potion is this good. 50 million berry isn't even high at all. The 2 exchanged glances and replied with a smile. At this price, it'll definitely cause a frenzy. You can rest assured. After all, we're professionals. Fine then. Roman could only nod in agreement. If professionals had set this starting price, there must be a reason behind it. He might as well go along with it. Mr. Roman. Just at that moment, Celsi and Gerard suddenly turned their attention to the final small wooden box on the table behind Roman. Earlier, Roman had presented 2 auction items, 1 pair of supreme-grade swords, and 1 ultra-potent potion. What could the third item possibly be? They were now filled with curiosity. They felt confident that this third item would surely be extraordinary. How could it fall short after the previous 2 masterpieces? This third auction item, Roman said, reaching out to take the small wooden box, opening it as he spoke. This final piece should be the very best one. The very best one? The 2 immediately gasped in surprise, rushing to look at the box now opened by Roman. Chapter 113, a shocking discovery. A potion that adds 100 years to one's life? When they looked inside the small wooden box, what they found was still a potion. Except for its different color, it looked no different from the previous healing potion. However, this time, neither of the 2 men showed the slightest trace of disdain they had displayed earlier upon seeing the healing potion. Instead, they were filled with curiosity. Could this be another miraculous potion, or perhaps an even more effective healing potion? Immediately, Cersei asked, Mr. Ronan, is this also a healing potion? Only 1 bottle? Could it be even more effective? Impossible, Gerard blurted out beside him. The previous potion was already miraculous enough. What could possibly be better? Could it even bring the dead back to life? If that's the case, then it would truly be terrifying. Upon hearing this, Ronan chuckled and shook his head. I'm sorry to disappoint you. This potion isn't for healing injuries. This potion is extremely valuable. I can only offer 1 bottle for the auction, as even I don't have much of it. Oh, it's not a healing potion? It's even more precious? Upon hearing this, the 2 men became even more interested and quickly asked, Mr. Ronan, then what exactly is this potion? This potion, Ronan said calmly, is what I call the Elixir of Longevity. Consuming it will extend one's life by 100 years. His words, spoken in a composed tone, dropped like thunder in the ears of Cersei and Gerard across from him, their eyes instantly widening in shock. Increase one's life. Increase one's life by 100 years. Good heavens. Is there really such a potion? Too terrifying. Can it really extend life by 100 years? Stuttering and almost incoherently, the 2 men were completely disbelief-stricken. It was unimaginable to them that such a potion, capable of extending life, could exist. But they couldn't deny it either, because this was a potion offered by Ronan, and the previous healing potion had already proven itself. I'm very sorry, Ronan continued shaking his head. But this potion is extremely precious. I can only provide 1 bottle for auction, so I cannot spare an extra for verification testing. This kind of valuable potion definitely shouldn't be used for testing. Gerard exhaled deeply. If this potion truly had the power to add 100 years to life, who would dare use it for trial? Who would have the heart to do so? Then, how should we price this potion? Ronan asked the 2. Unusually, both Cersei and Gerard found themselves at a loss for words. As they stared at the Elixir of Longevity in the small wooden box, they were uncertain about how to even assign a value to such a miraculous item. It could be said that if this potion could truly extend one's life by 100 years, its value would far surpass the previous 2 auction items, even more valuable than the 2 combined. Mr. Ronan, Cersei finally said after thinking for a moment, may I first contact the boss? Such a significant matter. I fear I no longer have the authority to decide the price. Right, Gerard immediately agreed. Although I am the most senior appraiser at the auction house, with such a valuable item, I don't have the qualification to price it. Mr. Ronan, would you mind waiting while we consult with the boss on the price? Of course, go ahead and contact your boss. I don't mind waiting, Ronan agreed with a nod. Hearing this, the 2 immediately stood up and left to contact their boss. Ronan, as soon as they left, Robin spoke up. I never imagined the healing potion would be so valuable. I'm glad we didn't waste it carelessly before. Although the potion was indeed precious, to Ronan it wasn't anything particularly rare. He did not want Robin to feel hesitant to use it just because it was valuable. He immediately said, Robin, don't feel reluctant to use anything just because it's valuable. Use it whenever needed without hesitation. I gave you these potions to be used, you understand? I understand. Robin smiled sweetly. After some time, Cersei and Gerard returned. Their expressions were solemn as they said, Mr. Ronan, we've contacted the boss. He's currently in the New World, but he will return before the auction starts. At the same time, he will also arrange promotion for this auction there. He has already approached Morgan's and purchased a full page in the newspaper for advertisement, determined to make this auction grand and spectacular. Ronan nodded in satisfaction. Although he had not yet met the boss of the auction house in person, the man's decisiveness and vision were already apparent. Ronan then asked, so, what does he think about the pricing of the Elixir of Longevity? Our boss's opinion is. Cersei turned serious. Mr. Ronan's 3 auction items this time will be promoted as the main highlight, and the Elixir of Longevity, as the final item, will be priced at 1 berry. 1 berry? What? That's it. Before Ronan could speak, Robin beside him shouted in disbelief, glaring her eyes wide. How can it be so cheap? Is your boss out of his mind? Such a precious item only costs 1 berry. Cersei chuckled lightly at her and said, Miss Robin, although the listed price is 1 berry, the final kaja certainly won't stay at 1 berry. You see, it's just a gimmick. This item is too valuable. If we set a high starting price, many people would feel they can't possibly compete against top tycoons and won't even show up. So we attract crowds with a super low price. Competition will get fierce then. Indeed, everyone knows how valuable the Elixir of Longevity is. Its price could never stay as low as merely 1 berry. Ronan naturally understood what he meant. It was mainly about creating buzz to draw worldwide attention, plus the terrifying effects of the longevity elixir itself. It would surely ignite a fierce competition among the world's wealthiest elites. All right, Robin, don't be hasty. Mr. Cersei makes sense. Smiling, Ronan patted Robin on the shoulder and stood up. Since the pricing has been decided, today's business is settled. As for the promotion and publicity, we leave it to you. Rest assured, Mr. Ronan. Cersei patted his chest. We will handle it personally. The auction house will never let you down. I believe you. Ronan nodded approvingly. However, Mr. Ronan, Cersei continued sincerely, the Elixir of Longevity is just too valuable. After thinking about it, we don't dare to keep it here. So here's an idea. You can leave the Supreme Great Sword and the healing potion with us, but keep the Elixir of Longevity on your person until the auction day, and hand it over to us then. Our auction house does have a professional security team, Cersei explained, but we can't guarantee 100% safety. I'm afraid some top-level pirate captains or dangerous lone fighters may resort to desperate measures if they fear they can't win in fair competition. We're confident in protecting the Supreme Great Sword and healing potion, but the Elixir of Longevity is simply too precious. It's much safer kept with you. That's right, Mr. Ronan. Gerard chimed in beside him. If something happened to the elixir while in our possession, the auction house would be ruined. We all know your power, and our boss would never dare offend you. If an accident occurred, the auction house would be finished beyond repair. Chapter 114 Promotion. The whole world is in uproar again. No problem. Lu Nen smiled slightly, knowing that the auction house owner was also afraid of any mishaps. If something happened, Lu Nen could come after him for trouble. Even if he were hiding in the new world, he wouldn't escape Lu Nan's pursuit. At this moment, except for the world government, there was no power daring to underestimate Lu Nan. From this, it was evident that the auction house owner truly intended to befriend him, not dare provoke him, and certainly had no intention of playing any schemes. Then it settled. With the Supreme Great Blade and the healing potion, we already have sufficient items to promote this auction. As for the Elixir of Immortality, we'll also promote it, but we don't need to display the actual item. When the time comes for the auction, those people will naturally believe in the authenticity of the elixir once they see the Supreme Great Blade and the healing potion. Cersei said, You can use my name for promotion. Lu Nan pulled Robin and walked towards the outside. The two of them followed behind, planning to send Lu Nan out. I think, my name still carries some weight. Ha ha ha, who in the world doesn't know your name now? Cersei flattered him by saying, Right now, you've already gained worldwide fame and your reputation has spread to all 4 seas. Exactly, with your name backing us, our promotion for this auction will definitely create tremendous excitement. Gerald joined in the flattery. Well then, I shall wait and see. You just watch. After returning to their hotel with Robin and the Elixir of Immortality, Lu Nan didn't care about how the auction house was preparing for promotion but turned his attention to his own matters. After becoming familiar with everyone, Diana, during her free time, would frequently come over to chat, eat with the other girls, and even go shopping together. Although she was introverted by nature, she was well liked by the girls, and they always had endless topics to discuss, getting along quite joyfully. Tom also learned about this and felt very pleased. With Diana joining the Traveler Pirates, his safety was guaranteed by having Lu Nan as a powerful ally. Additionally, Lu Nan was stationed in Water 7, so who would dare provoke him? With no issues regarding safety, Tom went all in with large-scale purchases. 600 million belly flowed like water, procuring much of the preliminary materials required. The preparation for the Pluton had already begun. As Lu Nan's affairs entered a routine, actions also commenced on the auction house's side. In the headquarters office of Morgan's newspaper company in the New World, Morgan's was currently speaking with a sturdy, short man. Garcia, you actually hooked up with that big shot this time. How lucky of you. Morgan's curled his lips. His bird-like large eyes were filled with jealousy. He had merely connected with Lu Nan during the Renai Island incident previously, and this time the news in Water 7 was due to his subordinate reporters being quick-witted to capture this major scoop first. But this guy here managed to get close to Lu Nan because of an auction house in Water 7. What rotten luck. Who could have imagined that Lu Nan would actually bring forth such valuable items to auction at his establishment? I'm honored that Master Lu Nan thinks highly of my humble auction house. The muscular man had a mustache and small eyes filled with cunning intelligence, currently wearing a smug smile. But this time, I really need Master Morgans to grant a favor. As for the promotion fees, you can rest assured, they won't be short on your part. Of course, you really hit the jackpot this time, Morgan said, eyes flashing with interest. By the way, this auction seems to be coming up soon. Why don't you talk to Lu Nan to reschedule it a bit? More people would surely come if you had more time. Perhaps the master needs money urgently, and I did suggest delaying through my assistant, but he refused. However, it's okay. Since the auction items he brought are so valuable, Even if the timing is tight, many people would rush there regardless. Garcia shook his head helplessly and then said, Master Morgans, let's settle this matter now. I need to return quickly to preside over the auction. With such a big event, unless I personally go to supervise, I'll always feel uneasy. That's understandable since it's such a major event. Morgans nodded in agreement and smiled, saying, However, Garcia, why the rush? Let's go tomorrow. I'll take care of some matters today and accompany you to Water 7 tomorrow. Oh, you are coming too? Garcia asked, surprised. Morgans glared. Don't you think I also want such valuable stuff? I don't even need to mention the Elixir of Immortality or the Supreme Great Blade. Just take the healing potion, 10 bottles. Shouldn't there be at least a portion for me, Morgans? Who in the world wouldn't want such excellent items? That's true. Garcia chuckled. All right then, I'll accompany you back tomorrow. Besides, you do have a fast ship, right? Going together would let me return earlier. You damn guy profiting so big and even mooching a ride on my ship. Don't you have a fast ship of your own? No. It's much better being able to ride on your ship, isn't it? Shameless. As newsbirds spread the word of this grand auction event in Water 7 across oceans and to every corner of the world, from the Four Seas to the Grand Line, and even to the Red Line continent, the entire world exploded in reaction upon hearing about the 3 items that would be presented at this auction. What? There are Supreme Great Blades up for sale at this auction? 2 of them. What? This healing potion can even resurrect the dead and regenerate flesh from white bones. It can fully heal even a punctured heart within a short time? This must be a lie, right? What? The Elixir of Immortality. It can add 100 years to a person's lifespan? Holy shit. This can't be real. Are there actually such things? The entire world was stunned. Nearly everyone passionately discussed the promotional message from a certain auction house in Water 7, struggling to believe it could be true. This isn't real, right? Who in their right mind would sell a Supreme Great Blade? A swordsman stared at the advertisement in the newspaper with a dazed expression. If he possessed a Supreme Great Blade himself, he'd never dream of selling it. He'd definitely treasure it, even treat it as a family treasure to pass down to the next generation. How could someone actually sell it? It's true. A swordsman beside him pointed at the newspaper, eyes sparkling as he pointed to a particular name. Look here. Lo, Luonan. The swordsman was stunned. Luonan. Yes, Luonan has put it up for auction. He doesn't value the Supreme Great Blade too much. Rumor has it that he possesses an even stronger legendary blade himself. The 2 Supreme Great Blades he put up for sale this time were once wielded by Shiki the Golden Lion. Shiki the Golden Lion? Goodness gracious, could it be? Exactly, as stated in the newspaper, Shiki the Golden Lion once provoked Luonan and was killed by him. Thus, these 2 legendary blades ended up in Luonan's possession. Now he has simply auctioned them off, the swordsman said with a wistful expression. Regardless of how valuable the Supreme Great Blades were, the fortune earned from selling them must be astronomical. What about, we also go and see the auction? You can afford it? Let's pool our money. No, even pooling our money won't be enough. Come on, let's go find our master and all our senior and junior apprentices. Maybe together we can raise enough money. Hey, there are other auction items too. Luonan's offerings aren't just limited to these. There's also the healing potion and the Elixir of Immortality, which grants an additional 100 years of life. My goodness, how could such a miraculous potion exist in the world? Quick, raise as much money as possible and rush to Water 7. Countless people became deeply excited and took immediate action, many of them frantically raising money to make their way toward Water 7. Equally excited were the leaders of powerful factions. Chapter 115. Are the emperors, admirals, and the 5 elders coming too? Among the masters of large powers, what they valued most among these 3 auction items was not the Supreme Great Katana, but the healing potion and the Elixir of Longevity. Speaking about the most precious item, of course it was the Elixir of Longevity. Therefore, the top power holders either came in person or dispatched absolutely trusted aides to attend the auction. Why must these aides be absolutely trustworthy? Obviously, what if they ran away after purchasing the potion? Even more kings from various kingdoms came personally. They were extremely eager for the Elixir of Longevity. With an additional 100 years of life provided by it, they could maintain power for another century, enjoying a carefree lifestyle along with a much healthier body. And the healing potion was also something that made them envious. In Mariewa, the 5 elders were deeply shaken upon hearing about this matter. After discussion among themselves, although they harbored intense hostility toward Roman and had already completely fallen out, they were also very much covetous of these valuable items. The 2 famous swords were naturally extremely precious items, and the 10 vials of healing potion were even more valuable. But what truly aroused their desire was still the Elixir of Longevity. Speaking of who truly has money in this world, that would definitely be the world government and the celestial dragons. The 5 elders weren't only acting for themselves. Many heads of the celestial dragon families demanded they go and purchase this elixir. The celestial dragons themselves wouldn't dare go to Water 7 though. Not long ago, for celestial dragons had died there, so they definitely wouldn't dare to go there in person. Thus, the 5 elders also had the intention to go, and when the 2 parties discussed it, one of the 5 elders would represent the celestial dragons to attend the auction as a private individual. As for the Marines headquarters, they originally wanted to get involved in this matter too, but unfortunately, their funding came from government subsidies. Where would they get the money to participate in the auction? With the world government personally entering the scene, how could they allow the Marines to stir up trouble again? Thus, after the Marines' application was rejected in Mariewa, Khan could only give up reluctantly. However, in the end, The Marines still dispatched an admiral to go with that elder as a bodyguard specifically tasked with ensuring the elder's safety. In addition, the 4 Blue Seas also sent representatives from various forces. Not just those kings and so on, but some independent pirates also had intentions. Although many pirate crews were too far from the Grand Line and lacked the ability to travel there, they still had ideas. Several pirate crews jointly pooled their money and sent strong representatives to participate. Their goal wasn't obviously unaffordable elixir of longevity, but the healing potion instead, which was exceptionally valuable to anyone. They didn't need many. Getting just 1 vial would already be great. As for the New World, the auction was even more heated. The 3 top pirate forces, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard himself, was greatly moved by the healing potion. His current body, although at its peak, had started showing signs of illness and some incurable injuries. However, these weren't yet obvious, and he could still suppress them with his strong physique, nowhere near as serious as they would become over a decade later. But he could already imagine that in his old age, his body would cause him great suffering. More importantly, it would affect the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, Whitebeard made up his mind and decided to personally go to Water 7, not only to attend the auction but also because he wanted to talk with Roman. Regarding Roman, Whitebeard had been paying attention since before and had continued doing so until now. The man had already taken off and reached the ranks of the world's top xianxia, not inferior to them at all, and might even be stronger. Roman now had the status to sit face to face with him, and it was worthwhile for Whitebeard to personally go and meet him. If he could obtain some benefits directly from Roman for payment, that would be even better. Similarly, Kaido from the Beast Pirates also had the same intentions. He, too, headed personally to Water 7, not even bringing his subordinates along, traveling alone. It wasn't like he was going to war, so why bring so many people? As for Big Mom's pirate crew, Big Mom herself also went to Water 7, but she took some of her people with her. A few of her cherished sons and daughters accompanied her, hoping to bid on some healing potions. As for the Elixir of Longevity, if she could successfully purchase it, that would be ideal. If not, it didn't really matter. That item would surely have lots of competition, and given her resources, she couldn't be certain she would win the bid. Lastly, there was red-haired Shanks. Though he was not yet one of the 4 emperors, his recent development had spread his name throughout the New World. Many people had already come to know of the red-haired pirate's strength and recognized them as the 4th greatest pirate crew, just below the top 3. Shanks the red-haired went to Water 7 accompanied by his first mate. His intentions were obvious. However, unlike the others, he wasn't here to bid on the potions. He couldn't afford them. The red-haired pirates were the poorest among the top-tier pirate crews in the New World. How could they possibly compete with those powerful figures for such expensive items? Even the 2 famous swords that Shanks had long coveted were way beyond his budget. His plan was quite similar to Whitebeard's. He mainly wanted to make contact with Roman, hoping to gain some benefits from him. Ideally, he wanted to form an alliance with Roman's pirate crew. Once that was established, it would be much easier to request favorable deals and purchase valuable goods from Roman behind the scenes under the name of an ally. Besides these individuals, there were also rare species from outside the human race that sent representatives. This included the giants, the tontata, the merfolk, and others. As for the 7 warlords of the sea, the current number of warlords wasn't even complete. Some of them were simply penniless pirates who couldn't afford to get involved in such a lavish event. As time went by, the official start of the auction drew nearer, and the entire Water 7 became increasingly bustling. Countless influential figures from all over arrived, driving the entire city into a peak of prosperity. The merchants benefited greatly, laughing joyfully, wishing for every day to be like this. The local government of Water 7 also mobilized a massive amount of manpower and resources to maintain order and security. These visitors were all VIPs. No incidents could possibly be allowed. Many of them were exceptionally powerful. Once conflicts erupted, the consequences would be massive. However, at this moment, Roman issued an announcement through the auction house. Anyone who resorted to violence in Water 7 during the auction period would have their participation eligibility revoked. As soon as this order was issued, many hot-tempered pirates immediately fell silent. They dared not cause any trouble in Water 7, not only out of fear of losing their auction rights, but even more so, out of fear that Roman might personally take action, which would easily cost them their lives. With Roman's current strength, killing them would be nothing more than a child's game. A few more days passed, and finally, the day of the auction officially arrived. On this day, Roman arrived at the auction house with the Elixir of Longevity and several female companions. Greeting him were the auction house owner, Garcia, who had returned specifically from the New World, and Morgans, who had stubbornly refused to leave and had clung to Garcia's side until now. Chapter 116, Another World Live Broadcast? Let the auction begin. Welcome, Mr. Luonan. I am Garcia, the owner of this auction house. It's an honor to finally meet you in person, Mr. Luonan. Thank you for choosing our auction house this time. Garcia urching de John Zai Pangang Munko Chin du Ying Jia Luonan. Yikan Dao Luonan, Jiu Manling Shaorong de Soja Gongwei de Hua. Sun Ho de Mengsu, Yagunja Shaojuk. Tai Busher Di, Ejian Dao Luonan Lut. Yasan Shu, Sushi, Luonan de Run Lut. Luonan Shansheng, Haojiu Buijian. Mengsu, Gunjev Sodao. Niman Hao. Luonan Den Leg To, San Shu Zola Fuying. Sun Ho de Nirhaiman, Do Meo Sohua. Ershur Hao Chi de, Zai, Zhangwang Zhe Zhou Wei. Suiran Paimahang de Anbao Rinyan, Yijing Qingli Le Zhou Wei de Rinyan. Dan Hai Shrio Busao Rin Wei Zai Buyan Chu, Zhangwang Zhe Zhurli. Kan Dao Luonan Dao Lat. Geng Shi Yi Da Chen Rin Jing Hu Chu Sung. Buguo Zhishia Dosu, Do Shu Putong Run. 那些参加竞拍的大人们基本上都已经进了跑马行，正在等待拍卖正式开始。罗南先生，我们先进去吧，这里不是说话的地方。我给您一行人可是准备了最豪华的一间贵宾室。加西亚说着，也感觉到周围人群开过吵闹，赶紧围了一路来到了庞大厅的2楼，一间最豪华的贵宾室当中。这间贵宾室可不小，起码有80平左右，比罗南之前来这里的那间30平的普通贵宾室可要大多了。而且房间内还有专门的小姐姐伺候着，哥儿等位的一大堆，还有美女和珍贵各种劳动。这间贵宾室是我们拍卖行最大的一间。卡西亚给罗南介绍着贵宾室，位于庞大厅2楼的正北方，正好正对着下面的拍卖台。加西亚指着贵宾室空的一面，正好面对着下方1楼的巨大拍卖台。而换是一周，2楼的其他贵宾室也基本上都有人在了。这些能进贵宾室的那可都是真正的大人物，而下方1楼大厅座位上的那些人，这都是世界上影响力较小的人物。当然，你要是因为这些人坐1楼大厅而小看人家，那可就大错特错了。那里随便一个站出来，说不定就是一个大海贼团的船长，或者是某个国家的国王之类的。他们也想来贵宾室的，可惜拍卖行的贵宾室一共就那么12个，哪里能容纳那么多人呢？那都是路过真正大佬的，比如罗南，比如我新追的那位和根本不大将，在新世界的白胡子开多等等。挺好的。罗南笑着点头，随后来到围栏边上，看向了1楼大厅以及2楼其他的贵宾室方向。罗南一出现，顿时引来了无数道目光的注视，那是真的万众瞩目，巨大而恐怖的压力是若是一般人，恐怕已经被震慑的跪倒在地了。那些投来目光的人，可都是顶级强者。罗南却如沐春风，毫不在意，甚至还为身后的人全部挡住了这些目光的压迫。罗南背负双手，傲然矗立在最豪华的贵宾室围栏处，那虽然矮小的孩童身影，却蕴含着令所有人都无法小看的恐怖威势，顿时让场中所有人都心中一凛。果然不愧是罗南，够霸气。大厅中，一个座位上传来一道赞赏的声音，这是一个暗森散发着饱含气息的大刺客，咧嘴笑着朝着罗南竖起了大拇指。见笑了，罗南轻声哦喂了一句，声音虽小，却传遍了整个大厅和2楼贵宾室。罗南，追着罗南出现了。这会儿，之前还没有发现罗南出现在2楼的人，大厅中的其他人顿时纷纷抬头看向了罗南的方向，一个个精灵低声engsub，还真是一个孩童模样，厉害的。听说他还不到12岁，简直逆天。妖孽，太妖孽了！嘿，你们猜我在2楼还看到了谁？忽然，一个人低声嬉笑一声，指着2楼的某个贵宾室说道：“那边。”我操，那不是战国大将吗？他身边的那位老头，竟然是吴老心中的一位。旁边一人抬眼看去，顿时被吓了一跳。他身边的那位老头，竟然是吴老心中的一位。旁边一人抬眼看去，顿时被吓了一跳。我操，还真的是！旁边的一群人顿时哗然。你妈，人家罗南拿出的牌品参加拍卖，你世界政府刚跟人家翻脸，现在屁颠就跑过来参加拍卖会，要不要这么无耻？关键是，以世界政府的财力，自己等人说不定等儿根本就拍不到好东西啊。Most of these people were born as pirates, and now they were furious seeing the 5 elders and Admiral Sengoku attending the auction. In the VIP room where Sengoku and the 5 elder were seated, they shifted their gazes away from Luonan. Sengoku spoke first. Sir, it seems we're not very welcome here. Hee, don't worry about trivial things. Our goal is to win the bid. Ignore those people. The 5 elder present here was the short and plump one. He sat calmly by the railing, paying no heed to the whispers from the main hall below. Still, sir, although our financial power is strong, there are too many attendees today, and none of them are to be underestimated. Look over there. Several of the New World's representatives have already arrived. Sengoku spoke gravely while shifting his eyes towards several other VIP rooms where Whitebeard and others were seated. They won't be able to match our spending power. Don't worry. The stout 5 elder remained unperturbed. Meanwhile, in Whitebeard's VIP room, Whitebeard looked toward Lunan's direction. Upon locking eyes, he smiled slightly, nodded to Luonan, who responded with equal modesty. Luonan exchanged glances with other top powerhouses on the second floor as well, like Kaido, Big Mom, Shanks, etc. Mr. Luonan, the auction will officially begin shortly. Is your elixir of immortality on your person? We need to bring it downstairs for auction. Garcia quietly asked Luonan. I've got it. Luonan took out the Elixir of Immortality and handed it to one of Garcia's assistants, who carefully received it, bowed politely, and left. Hee. Then let's prepare to begin the auction. Garcia smiled, and sat with Luonan's party in this VIP room to prepare to watch the event. Wait a minute. Seeing this, Morgan suddenly spoke up. He looked at Luonan and said, Mr. Luonan, I hope you don't mind if I do a live stream of this auction? Come on, Morgan. Even this you won't let go. Garcia rolled his eyes and said, Mr. Luonan, his request is a bit too much. My apologies. It's fine. If you want to stream it, just go ahead. I have no objections. Luonan didn't mind Morgan much. This guy was a real businessman who mainly conducted business with the world government and the celestial dragons, but he also maintained good relationships with many great pirate crews. Hee, great. I'll go arrange it right away. Garcia, you can just proceed with the auction normally. With that, Morgan happily left the VIP room to make preparations for the grand auction livestream. This guy really doesn't miss any chance to make money or promote himself. Luonan laughed and said, that's exactly why he's managed to build such a big news agency. Just prepare to start the auction, don't waste any time. Understood. Once Morgan made all the necessary arrangements, Garcia's side was also ready. Thus, the long-awaited auction officially commenced. Chapter 117 Robin Bids. The Eye of the Sky. Welcome everyone to today's auction. I am Walker, the auctioneer for today's event. Without further ado, our auction will now officially begin. Under the dazzling lights atop the massive auction stage, a tall, slim man dressed in a tuxedo cheerfully shouted, Now, please welcome our staff to present the first item of the day. The first auction item was not provided by Luonan. For such a lively and unprecedented auction event, how could Garcia, the owner, only auction off a few items from Luonan? That wouldn't last very long. With so many wealthy people attending, it was only natural to auction off more items and earn a bit more money, right? Thus, Garcia decided to auction off many other items first. Although it was said that way, many of the auction items were indeed valuable treasures. For example, this first item used to warm up the crowd was nothing bad. The first auction item is provided by a customer from the Northern Sea. Please take a look, everyone. Walker dramatically pulled off the red cloth covering the tray, revealing an ancient crown. This is a crown excavated from an ancient ruin. It is already over 1,000 years old. It's not only historically valuable. Gentlemen, look at the several gemstones embedded on it. Walker exclaimed enthusiastically. These are extremely rare purple gemstones. Legend has it that this kind of gemstone possesses very mysterious powers. It's of great research and collecting value. So, the starting bid for this first item, the ancient crown, is 3 million belly. Bidders must raise the price by at least 10,000 belly each time. Now, let the bidding begin. As soon as Walker finished speaking, shouts of bids erupted from the hall. 3,500,000 belly. 3,800,000 belly. 4,200,000 belly. 4,200,000 belly once. 3 times sold. Congratulations to this customer for winning this ancient crown. Next, we will prepare the second auction item. The entire auction continued smoothly. Although the following items were slightly less valuable, they were all quite rare treasures indeed. Many people were actively bidding, most of them kings and wealthy merchants from various places. However, the guests in the VIP rooms on the second floor did not place any bids. They mainly looked down upon these items, coming specifically for the treasures provided by Luonan. Even among the audience downstairs, many didn't bid either, afraid they would spend their money on inferior items and miss the better ones. Luonan sat by the railing, watching the auction proceed with a slightly bored expression. These were all things he wasn't interested in, so he did not bother to bid either. There was simply nothing here that caught his fancy. The few girls behind him were quite interested in these rare items, chatting about which treasures looked prettier, but none of them had truly set their hearts on anything yet. Hey Luonan, look, this auction item is pretty good. At this moment, just as Walker had another item brought up and introduced it, Robin's eyes immediately lit up. Not just her, but the other girls also fixed their eager gazes on the item on the stage. Even Olivia turned her head to look. Oh, Luonan raised his head slightly, sitting upright to take a look. It was a necklace, an extremely beautiful one. A small pink gemstone was embedded on it, radiating beautiful light under the colorful stage lights. No wonder the girls were interested. Do you want this necklace? If you do, I'll bid for it, Luonan smiled. But there's only one necklace. Even if I win the bid, only one of you can have it. That could be problematic. Haha, I want to buy it for my mom. Robin stuck out her tongue playfully, hugging Olivia's arm. Nonsense, why would I need to wear it? Olivia laughed, lightly tapping Robin's forehead. If you want it, just wear it yourself, or give it to Elena and the others. I don't want it. Elena immediately waved her hands when she heard that. Jokingly, the starting price of this necklace alone had already reached 2 million belly. How could she dare to use such a precious item? I don't want it either. Me neither. It's such an expensive necklace, we'd better not. The other girls also spoke up to refuse, especially Dana, who had just joined the team, shaking her hands vigorously. Robin, since you were the first to speak up, you can be the one to bid. Luonan, seeing the girls' mutual reluctance, smiled. Annie Olivia, all of you don't have to be too polite. For me, this is just small change. After this auction ends, the money from selling the potions will be enormous. This amount isn't even worth mentioning to me. Okay, I'll do the bidding. Robin, knowing her relationship with Luonan and how he wouldn't mind spending a bit of money, immediately jumped up happily at his words and leaned over the railing, ready to start bidding. If she didn't bid soon, the necklace would be taken by someone else. 560,000 belly for the third time. Is there anyone else still interested? If not, This necklace shall belong to this customer. On the stage, Walker shouted out loudly. This necklace, starting at 2 million belly, was indeed beautiful. Reaching over 5 million belly was already a very high price, but if possible, he naturally wished for an even higher bid. Among the audience in the hall, a man sitting there wore a slight smile, while the woman beside him was visibly excited, her face flushed with joy. Such a beautiful necklace was about to hang around her neck. How could she not be thrilled? Just then, a voice came from the second floor. 6 million belly. I want this necklace. It was a clear, sweet girl's voice that instantly changed the expressions of the couple below. Their lips moved, but no words came out. They had no idea who had just placed the bid. But without needing to look, they knew the voice had come from the VIP room upstairs, meaning the bidder was someone far beyond their reach. The woman beside him turned even more somber, but upon glancing upward and spotting who had bid from the second floor, she immediately kept her mouth shut. All right, a bid of 6 million belly from the customer in VIP room number 1. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid? Walker called out excitedly. Unfortunately, this question was met with silence. Looking again, that bid came from VIP room number 1, the very room where Luonan was located. Who dared to compete with Luonan for anything now? Countless people kept their mouths shut. Not only the people in the main hall, even the VIP guests and other private rooms upstairs dared not provoke Luonan at this moment. Offending him now would mean missing the opportunity to compete for the valuable treasures Luonan himself would provide later. 6 million belly, third time. All right, this necklace known as the Eye of the Sky officially goes to the guest from VIP room number 1. Seeing this, Walker had no choice but to hammer down the gavel and announce the final outcome. There was simply no alternative. Once Robin had placed her bid, nobody else dared to make a sound. All right, everyone. Our auction has already lasted for several hours, and now we have only the final item left. I believe you all have already guessed it. The final item is brought to us by Mr. Luonan. Since that is the case, and since this is what everyone has mainly come for, I won't waste any time and will present the final item right away. As Walker shouted from the stage, the entire hall instantly exploded with murmurs, and all eyes burned with anticipation toward the stage. Similarly, the guests inside the VIP rooms upstairs also focused intently, even emitting a sharp, fierce aura. The upcoming battle would be among the elites upstairs. Those downstairs would probably find it nearly impossible to snatch anything under the fierce competition from the powerful figures above. The climax of this auction had finally arrived, and along with it, people all across the world watching the live broadcast, who had been drowsy from the long wait, suddenly perked up. It's starting. It's starting. Wah! So exciting. Chapter 118. Fierce competition. Sword drawn, tension high. Damn it, it's about time they brought out the final auction items. The earlier ones made me drowsy. Please, as if you could afford anything here. Hehe, I found it pretty exciting. Each item was worth millions of berries. Those people really have money. Across the world, countless people watching the live stream were buzzing with discussions. Although the previous auction items were all valuable and unlike anything they'd ever seen, nothing could compare to the exciting items about to appear next. They couldn't even compare in terms of reputation, because the upcoming items were the supreme great katana, followed by a life-saving elixir capable of resurrecting the dead and mending flesh from bare bones. And most enticing of all was the elixir of eternal life, granting an additional 100 years of lifespan. It wasn't just the bigwigs who desired this. Even common citizens longed for a longer life. Who wouldn't want to live longer? Of course, ordinary people had no chance of acquiring it, but that didn't stop their curiosity. How could they brag about witnessing such a miraculous object unless they actually saw what it looked like? At this time, amidst the excitement and widespread discussions around the world, the main auction hall and the VIP rooms on the second floor of the water capital were packed, all eyes glued tightly to the auction stage. Walker waved his hand and had the staff bring the items onto the stage. A few moments later, several staff members carefully and cautiously wheeled a small cart carrying a large tray onto the stage. Walker also wore a careful expression, slowly reaching out and pulling back the red cloth on the tray, revealing the items, 2 long swords. These 2 swords were indeed the first of the auctioned items, Sakujin and Kariki, 2 of the supreme great katana. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure all of you have already read our auction house's promotional pamphlets and are familiar with these legendary blades. Yes, these 2 legendary swords were once the personal weapons of the great pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion. After Shiki provoked Mr. Luonan, he was slain, and naturally the 2 legendary swords became Mr. Luonan's property. Today, Mr. Luonan is offering these legendary blades for auction, an incredible opportunity for all you swordsmen. After all, these are supreme great katana, and there are 2 of them. We will auction them separately. Walker excitedly explained. Get on with it already. Just announce the starting price. An excited swordsman in the crowd, eyes fixed on the legendary swords, couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. He had grown tired of listening to the auctioneer's chatter. Yeah, just get started. Who here doesn't already know this? Others shouted in agreement. Those who were here attending this auction were almost all powerful and influential individuals, or at the very least those possessing great strength. Even the rare few lacking in status were strong, and even as lone wolves, they were not to be underestimated. Ha. Alright, since everyone already knows, I'll get straight into it. Then, the first item we will auction is the supreme great katana, Sakujin, starting bid at 300 million berries. Bidding increases at a minimum of 10 million berries each time. Let the auction begin, Walker loudly announced, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became intense. Not just the swordsmen below, but kings and leaders of major factions were now shouting their bids enthusiastically. After all, these were supreme great katana. Although 300 million berries was not a low sum, it was still reasonable for the title of supreme great katana, even perhaps undervaluing it. 350 million berries. A clearly high status, powerful man with a luxurious beard and extravagant clothing loudly announced, immediately raising the price by 50 million berries, clearly trying to intimidate the others. 400 million berries. I bid 400 million. As soon as the previous person finished speaking, another raised their bid. This one was a middle-aged man wearing a sword at his waist, his eyes sharp and face stern, his voice filled with a sharpness. Obviously, he was a swordsman with immense mastery. Behind him followed several younger men, all carrying swords. This man was likely from a well-known sword school. 430 million berries. Another voice chimed in, this time from a tall, thin youth with a black hood. The youth's gaze was like that of an eagle, golden pupils staring coldly ahead, his expression aloof, his voice calm. Huh. On the second floor, Luonin glanced at this young man with mild surprise. This guy looked very familiar. Upon a closer look, he indeed was Mihawk, the Hawkeye, though younger than Luonin remembered. From the aura he gave off, even though he hadn't reached his future level of strength yet, the sharp, invincible edge about him revealed he was no ordinary swordsman, destined to become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. But why would this guy come here to buy a sword? Didn't he already have that black blade of his, which was also a supreme great katana? Luonin muttered, casting his gaze around Mihawk, but failing to spot the great black sword on him. Obviously, he hadn't obtained it yet. Mihawk seemed to sense Luonin's gaze and slightly lifted his head. His sharp, hawk-like eyes swept over Luonin before locking eyes with him for a moment. Expressionless, he then turned his head away. What's wrong, Luonin? Olivia, who was standing beside him, noticed his odd behavior and asked curiously. As for the other girls, they were watching the bidding down below with great excitement. Nothing, just saw someone familiar, Luonin replied with a smile. Oh, Olivia nodded but didn't ask further and turned her attention back to the stage. The competition was still ongoing. Although fewer people were bidding now, the intensity had risen. I bid 840 million berries. Please, everyone, give me Joyce of the North Blue some face. When you all come to my Jiwu Sword Dojo in the North Blue, I'll definitely welcome you all warmly. The middle-aged man who had spoken first stood up, sweeping his gaze around the room. Though his expression remained neutral, his tone was unusually polite. Joyce of Jiwu Sword Dojo from the North Blue. You also want this supreme great katana? At this moment, another sword-carrying man rose to speak. He was a slightly plump man with a beard, and he smiled slightly as he continued. What a coincidence. My Jinshi Sword Dojo from the South Blue also desires this legendary blade. I bid 850 million berries. At this point in the bidding, most people had already dropped out. The price had risen dramatically, increasing by 10 million berries each time. This price range was extremely high, unaffordable for ordinary lone swordsmen. Only the dojo masters could afford to keep going. Golden Sword Dojo? The man from Jiwu Sword Dojo frowned. He hadn't expected a sword dojo from the South Blue to be competing for this blade. Why don't you just go for the next one? Let me have this one. No way. Who knows if the next one will be even more expensive? The man from Jinshi Sword Dojo shook his head. 850 million once. Walker shouted from the stage, his eyes now fixed on the second floor. At this point, the competition downstairs had been narrowed down to just these two dojos. Others had been scared away by the price. The only people who might still be capable of raising their bids would be the VIPs upstairs. Damn it. 860 million berries. The man from Jiwu Sword Dojo cursed under his breath as he raised the bid by another 10 million berries. By his expression, it was obvious that he had reached his limit. His disciples behind him watched the man from Jinshi Sword Dojo with intense nervousness, fearing he might raise his bid again. However, the man from Jinshi Sword Dojo simply shook his head and sighed before sitting back down. He had indeed reached his limit. His last bid had already been his maximum. He had hoped by speaking up, he might encourage the other man to consider the second blade and let this first one go to him. But it seemed Joyce had placed another bid. Lord Joyce from the North Blue's Jiwu Sword Dojo bids 860 million berries. Are there any higher bids? Walker shouted again. As expected, after glancing around the main hall downstairs, many shook their heads in disappointment. Such a price was just beyond reach. People began looking around, noticing others doing the same. Clearly, there would be no further bids from downstairs. So, all eyes turned upward to the second floor. Just as the representatives from Jiwu Sword Dojo were beginning to feel relieved after watching the man from Jinshi Sword Dojo sit down, their expressions tensed again as they anxiously looked toward the second floor, secretly praying the VIP guests wouldn't enter the competition now. Chapter 119. The Three Kings of the New World. 12 billion. 10 billion bellies. In the end, the voice from the second floor completely shattered the hopes of the Ju Kenjutsu Dojo. The leader, Joyce, even let out a long sigh and sat back down helplessly. 10 billion bellies. He wouldn't have been able to come up with that even if he tried. He had brought all the dojo's cash here for this auction, but the total was only 9 billion bellies. And suddenly, someone had bid 10 billion. How could they possibly compete? 10 billion bellies for the first time. Will anyone else like to bid? Walker shouted excitedly, his eyes fully fixed on the VIP boxes upstairs. Those big shots on the second floor really were the best. They had just increased the bid by more than 100 million at one go. Rohan glanced sideways toward the direction of the bidder, where a red-haired man was pouring himself a drink. Noticing Rohan's gaze, he smiled slightly and raised his teapot slightly in greeting. Rohan also lifted his wine glass slightly and smiled back. Red hair. Doesn't this guy already have a famous sword? Griffin is no worse than Sakurich. In Shank's VIP box, Beckman saw Shanks making the bid and hesitated slightly before asking, Captain, why are you bidding on this sword? You won't leave any money for other items anymore, right? No problem. This is a legendary blade, very rare. And it's also one of the supreme grade swords. No one would refuse an extra one, right? Red hair laughed. It may be true, but 10 billion bellies is still a bit. What if we run short of money later? Beckman said helplessly. You already have Griffin. Are you planning to adopt dual sword style? Hee. If I have the chance to obtain another famous sword, I wouldn't mind using dual swords. Shanks chuckled, patting his Yobas Griffin with his left hand, proudly declaring, with 2 famous blades, who will be my rival in the future? This is a sword that person discarded, putting it up for sale. Do you think you can defeat him? Beckman murmured quietly. Cough, cough. Shanks choked a bit and hurriedly drank some wine to change the subject. Just at this moment, another bid rang out from a different VIP room upstairs. 10 billion and 500 million bellies. This sword is mine. A deep and bold voice arose, drawing everyone's attention. It's Whitebeard. Shank's eyes narrowed while Beckman looked on with equal seriousness. Whitebeard's reputation in the New World was well known. Simply speaking of the New World, his fame even surpassed that of Rohan. After all, he had fought across the New World for many years. None of the 3 kings were to be trifled with. This guy already has the heavenly tongue cloud, but still won't give up. He wants another supreme grade sword. Shanks said with a sneer. You just said it yourself. Nobody would mind having an extra famous sword. Beckman replied with a roll of his eyes. 10 billion and 500 million bellies. The bid of 10 billion 500 million from Whitebeard, the captain of the Whitebeard pirate crew from the New World. Is there a higher bid? Walker shouted, eyes wide with excitement. Even for a famous sword, such a price was extraordinary. At this moment, he was full of enthusiasm and excitement. After this auction, the boss Garcia would certainly give him a nice reward. 11 billion bellies. A voice full of arrogance rang out. Everyone turned their heads and saw a tall, muscular man with 2 horns on his head, casually sitting on the railing on the 2nd floor. 11 billion bellies. The bid of 11 billion from the captain of the Beasts Pirates from the New World, Kaido. Upon hearing this, Kaido laughed heartily. Huh? Whitebeard, what do you want so many famous swords for? Why don't you let me have it? Kaido, that question should be asked by me, shouldn't it? What do you want a famous sword for? Whitebeard responded. Well, I don't really use swords myself, but I can use it to attract talent. It would be a great choice to give it to my subordinates in the future. Well, since you say that, maybe I can just let it go. Whitebeard waved his hand. He had only made the bid to keep up the spectacle. Originally, new pirates from the New World like Red Hair weren't taken seriously by the 3 top pirate crews. When Red Hair made a bid, naturally the 3 top crews needed to come out and challenge him. Now that Kaido had stepped in, Whitebeard thought of him as just a brute. If he continued going head-to-head with Kaido, he might end up paying more unnecessarily, so he decided to stop bidding. Anyone else bidding? If not, then this famous sword will officially be mine. Seeing Whitebeard backing down, Kaido laughed aloud, arrogantly scanning the crowd around him. Kaido, do you really think you've won? I bid 12 billion bellies. A woman's voice rang out from yet another VIP room. It was none other than Charlotte Linlin. Seeing that both Whitebeard and Kaido had made bids at this moment, as one of the 3 kings of the New World, how could she remain silent? That would make her seem inferior. She had to make her presence known. Besides, to her, spending 12 billion bellies on a supreme grade blade wasn't a bad deal at all. Oh, Big Mom wants the sword? Then I'll just let it go to you. Kaido said indifferently, as if he was just playing around with the bidding. Actually, there was a silent understanding between the 3 New World kings. This auction was being broadcast live worldwide by Morgans, so what better chance was there to show their faces? The 3 kings wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to boost their reputations and attract potential new crew members. But showing up was enough. It wasn't necessary to actually win the auction for the sword. From how they spoke, you could tell, they all addressed each other by name. No matter how violently they fought each other in the New World, even to the point of nearly killing each other, right now, in front of the world's strongest individuals, countless wealthy elites, and powerful leaders, they had to stand united. Haha, then I won't be polite. Kaido, Edward, feel free to come to my cake shop, and I'll treat you both to some cake. Big Mom laughed. 12 billion bellies from Charlotte Linlin, the leader of the big MOM pirates from the New World. Is there anyone with a higher bid? Walker shouted Feng Ly, his voice slightly trembling, broadcasted live to the entire world. Damn, are these people crazy? 12 billion bellies for a sword. My god, how can these people be so wealthy? Don't you listen to the auctioneer's announcements? These 3 are the kings of the New World, top pirates who dominate the seas. My god, how can these people be so wealthy? Don't you listen to the auctioneer's announcements? These 3 are the kings of the New World, top pirates who dominate the seas. It's terrifying, spending so much money just for a sword. But that's a supreme grade blade. It's extremely precious. Sometimes you can't even buy it even if you have the money. That's true. People around the world were talking endlessly, all marveling at how much money these people had. This time, no one dared to compete with Big Mom anymore. The sword Sakurage was finally sold to Big Mom for 12 billion bellies, sending shockwaves across the world. Next up, the second supreme grade blade, Kirito. The starting bid is also 3 billion bellies. Everyone, place your bids. Chapter 120. The healing potion causes madness. The demands. I'll offer 9 billion belly. A man from Jiwu Sword Dojo immediately shouted, once again the first to bid. However, He carried no hope in his heart. The opening bid had already reached 12 billion belly. There was no way this second bid would be any lower, right? Nevertheless, he still needed to place a bid. Who knows? Maybe he could actually buy it. After Joyce's bid, the representative from Golden Serpent Sword Dojo from South Blue wisely shook his head and didn't attempt to bid further. He knew very well that this blade would not end up in his hands anyway. Better to save some money and try for a bottle of healing potion later. I'll bid 910 million belly. Someone from a private box on the second floor spoke up. This time, it wasn't one of the three kings from the New World, but someone else. Luonin couldn't recognize him and guessed it must be some important figure. After all, he couldn't possibly know everyone, and this timeline was more than a decade before the original storyline started. I bid 920 million, 930 million, 940 million. The bidding for the second legendary blade proceeded gradually, not jumping directly to the highest. But as everyone in the hall expected, it was mostly people from the second floor competing. I, on behalf of the world government, offer 10 billion belly. The fat elder from the Gorosei spoke calmly. His voice wasn't loud, but it sent a shockwave through the room, and the entire hall fell into silence. Damn, representing the world government? Who is this person? Among the people watching the live stream, someone clueless asked. The offer wasn't particularly high, 2 billion short of the previous high bid of 12 billion, but the fact that he claimed to represent the world government itself was terrifying enough. You don't even know who that is? Someone beside him sneered. That's one of the elders of the Gorosei. I don't need to say more than that, right? Oh my, so that's one of the Gorosei elders. Forgive my ignorance. Upon hearing this, the man was clearly taken aback. It's over now? Once the Gorosei has made a move, who dares to compete further? Who could possibly have more money than the world government? Yeah, it's useless to continue competing. The Gorosei doesn't just represent the world government. He also stands for the noble celestial dragons. I bet all the money in this auction hall combined doesn't match his. Exactly. Though, I guess there are so many big shots here today that the Gorosei won't just be able to take everything. Didn't he skip bidding on the previous blade? But still, that last elixir of immortality will surely be his. Not necessarily. When it comes to life-extending elixirs, haven't you noticed how many kings are already seated downstairs? Not to mention, there must also be some powerful nations kings inside the VIP rooms upstairs. You know what I mean. Such a potion capable of adding 100 extra years of life is extremely valuable to those in power. They certainly won't give it up so easily, even if their competitor is the world government. You're right. Well then, let's just sit back and enjoy the show. In the auction hall, after the Gorosei spoke, indeed no one else dared to bid further. Eventually, under Walker's announcement, the second legendary sword was officially declared to belong to the Gorosei elder. Alright, our first item provided by Mr. Luonin today has now officially ended. Now comes the second item everyone has been eagerly anticipating. Yes, a healing potion. A powerful, beyond imagination, incredibly effective healing potion. Please, our staff, bring it out. Walker continued to shout excitedly. His voice was nearly hoarse after several hours of continuous auctioneering, yet this couldn't stop his passion at all. The total value of everything auctioned during the previous few hours was roughly equal only to the price of Luonan's very first auctioned item, the two supreme, ultra-famous swords. Not to mention, there were still two even more precious items yet to come. How could such a massive difference not make him extremely excited? Inside the hall, whether it was the crowd downstairs or the guests in the VIP rooms upstairs, all were now silent, eyes locked tightly onto the auction stage, gazing with intense heat. Some even revealed greedy expressions. What was about to be auctioned next was no less impressive than the two previous legendary blades, perhaps even more valuable to certain people. Though the two swords might be priceless treasures for swordsmen and could serve important figures as collectibles or as tools to attract powerful warriors, this healing potion was entirely different. It could be used by anyone. It was a miracle item capable of saving lives. For staff members carefully pushed a small cart, escorting 10 bottles of healing potion onto the auction stage. Walker continued pulling back the red cloth, revealing the neatly arranged 10 bottles of potion atop the cart. The liquid within the potion bottles shimmered with a mesmerizing glow, dazzlingly brilliant and drawing everyone's attention. Look, this is the healing potion. As we mentioned in our promotion, Mr. Luonin generously provided an extra bottle for us to test, Walker said solemnly. Our auction house guarantees that the potion's effects will surpass what we've advertised. It will absolutely not be inferior. He continued, these 10 bottles will be auctioned separately. The starting bid for each bottle is 50 million belly, and each subsequent bid must be at least 1 million belly higher. Now then, let's begin bidding for the first bottle. I, on behalf of the world government, bid 55 million belly. The first to bid was none other than one of the Gorosei elders. I, the king of Goa Kingdom from the East Blue, bid 60 million belly. From within the hall, a thin, pale-faced middle-aged man began the bidding. Surprisingly, he was the king of the country where Windmill Village was located. Looking at his pale complexion, it was obvious he had come to bid for the potion to treat his illness. I, the king of Timin country from the South Blue, bid 65 million belly. I, the king of Hongmu country from the North Blue, bid 68 million belly. I, the captain of the Hound pirate crew from the West Blue, bid 70 million belly. Even a pirate crew captain joined the competition. I, the captain of the xuanhuan pirate crew from the Grand Line, bid 75 million belly. I, the king of Iron Curtain country from the New World, bid 80 million belly. Although it was just the first bottle, the competition inside the hall was particularly fierce. It wasn't only the people from the VIP rooms on the second floor bidding. Many people from the main hall also joined in the bidding. After all, the price wasn't extremely high. As the saying goes, even just this tiny bottle of potion could be invaluable beyond measure for those who desperately needed it. After a heated round of bidding, the bottle of potion did not end up in the hands of the wealthiest Gorsei elder, but instead was claimed by the king from the East Blue's Goa Kingdom. The final Tungjiao price was 470 million belly. Alright, let's give our heartfelt congratulations to His Majesty the King of the East Blue's Goa Kingdom for successfully acquiring this incredibly precious bottle of healing potion. Walker loudly announced. Quickly, Mr. Walker, could we proceed with the transaction immediately? My body suffers from a very serious illness. I want to take the potion right away. I hope your auction house can grant this request. Chapter 121. Taking the medicine on the spot. The stunning effect. When the king of the Goa Kingdom saw that he had successfully won the bidding for the potion, he hurriedly attempted to stand up and speak. His frail body required assistance from the guards beside him just to rise. Upon hearing this request, Walker displayed a look of difficulty. After all, he still needed to auction off the second bottle of potion. However, others who heard the request had their eyes shining with interest. This would be great. They could finally see the effect of the potion firsthand. This would help them decide if they should commit fully to the bidding. Since although some had seen the advertisement in the auction house newspaper talking about the effects of the potion, none had actually witnessed it themselves, and naturally still had some doubts lingering in their minds. I agree. Since someone has already purchased the potion, it's not unreasonable at all to request it be taken on the spot. Came the voice of Kaido from the second floor, clearly supporting the king of Goa's request. I also agree, chuckled the king from one of the nations on the large islands of the Grand Line. This way everyone can see the effects. If it really lives up to the advertisement, and the effects are as astonishing as they claim, then I have to make sure I get a bottle myself. That's right. Whitebeard even spoke up. He grinned widely and said, Garcia, you fellow, this request isn't unreasonable, is it? Exactly. Garcia, you swindler. Big Mom chimed in. Let the one who bought the first bottle take it right here on the spot, and let us all see the effect. I agree too, red-haired Shanks added with a smile. Of course, I'm not doubting whether Master Lunon's potion is real or fake. I'm just naturally curious whether it's really as miraculous as the papers described. I've honestly never heard of such a thing before. On the auction platform, Walker was caught in a dilemma, glancing toward Luonan's direction. Outside Luonan's VIP room, rapid footsteps approached. Gasping for breath, Garcia came running over. He didn't dare accept this request on his own authority, and had to come personally to seek Luonan's opinion. Master Luonan, what should we do? Should we agree to their request? Garcia looked rather anxious as he stared at Luonan. Important people downstairs in the hall and within the VIP suites on the second floor were all waiting, and he hadn't dared to waste a moment, rushing over immediately to seek guidance. There's no dilemma at all. Luonan casually finished the glass of red wine in his hand, replying calmly, since the customer has already bought the potion and requests to take it on the spot to verify its effect. Naturally, there's no problem. Go ahead, let him take it immediately on the spot, and let everyone clearly see whether there's any issue with my potion. Great. Ha ha ha. I knew Master Luonan would be magnanimous. I'll go tell Walker right away. Hearing this, Garcia was immediately delighted and hurried away once more. What a guy, always rushing here and there. Nico Robin smiled playfully as she watched Garcia leave. Mr. Garcia here is certainly making quite a fortune today, thanks to Captain Luonan. Elena also said with a smile. But that's his talent. Olivia replied with a smile. Still, our captain is the one making the most profit. Kaluman grinned, her eyes sparkling with admiration towards Luonan. Still, doesn't this Garcia's auction house charge a commission for the auction? I wonder how much they'll take. Robin said, tapping her fingers thoughtfully. Not much. Luonan shook his head with a faint smile. He wouldn't dare charge too much, or else he'd anger me. There won't be such good opportunities in the future. Indeed, a true businessman. Back downstairs in the auction hall, Garcia had already sent word to Woker. Upon receiving the news, Woker immediately felt relieved and loudly announced, Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Garcia, our owner, has already received Master Lunon's approval. There's absolutely no issue with the request from the King of the Goa Kingdom. We'll proceed with the handover right now. Upon hearing this, the King of the Goa Kingdom was obviously delighted and hastily had his guards help him forward, carrying his bank verification documents to complete the transaction. Naturally, personnel from the bank were stationed here at the auction house. Since so many people were attending the auction, it was impossible for everyone to bring cash, and with such huge amounts involved, bringing so much cash would have been too troublesome. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the exchange was smoothly completed, and the potion was finally handed over into the hands of the Goa King. Trembling hands holding the bottle, with a face filled with reverence, his heart beating nervously yet carefully, he uncorked the bottle, slowly drank the entire potion. To ensure none was left behind, he even shook the bottle inside his mouth to make sure he swallowed every last drop, unwilling to waste even a tiny amount. No one laughed at him. Even though he was a king, for a potion worth over 400 million berries, not even a single drop could be spared. Even if one added some water and drank it afterward, no one would laugh. It was just that precious. The people watching the live broadcast around the world looked at the King of the Goa Kingdom with envy. This potion worth over 400 million berries. Only a king ruling a nation could afford such a thing. Just look at those powerful pirates who participated in the bidding, yet still couldn't get it in the end. In the auction hall, People in the main hall and in the VIP rooms upstairs all looked at the Goa King with anticipation. If the effects were truly that good, then they'd be willing to go bankrupt just to get a bottle. If the effects are truly that good, one of the 5 elders on the second floor said while watching the Goa King who had just consumed the potion, speaking in a deep voice. Then I must secure at least 5 of the remaining 9 bottles. Lord, 5 bottles? That would be 20 billion berries already. And if we consider the final immortality potion, the price would be even higher. It would be worth it. Nearby, Sakazuki was a bit startled. Were they going to buy so many? Of course it's worth it. It's just money, after all. For the world government, there is no limit to how much we can spend, the short and stout 5 elders said calmly. However, this miraculous potion is extremely rare, and it's Luanon's product. If we don't get it, we might regret it later. This potion might be the reason for our downfall in the future. Your meaning is? Sakazuki's eyes shifted slightly, instantly understanding. They intended to buy them for research purposes. For research, 1 or 2 bottles might be consumed in the process, but the remaining portions wouldn't even be enough to distribute among our superiors. Thinking this way, 5 bottles really wasn't that much. Just as Sakazuki was pondering, the stout 5 elder suddenly widened his eyes, surprised. Sakazuki hurriedly turned his head to look and, upon seeing the sight, was immediately stunned. Ha ha ha, it's done, it really worked. Ha ha ha, excellent. My body is healed. Right below, the king of the Goa Kingdom who had drunk the potion in front of everyone, previously pale and fragile like someone in their last days from terminal cancer, barely able to walk without being supported by guards. Now, just a few minutes after taking the potion, he appeared full of color, brimming with energy. He was jumping up and down cheerfully on the spot, laughing heartily. His loud voice was strong and full of vigor, his body now seemingly as healthy as a teenager. The scene immediately caused everyone to feel stunned and overwhelmed. What? Is the potion really this effective? Exactly. I'm also amazed. Just now this king looked like he was at death's door, required assistance just to walk, and now he's fully recovered, jumping around, laughing aloud. Goodness. This effect is unbelievable. This was what the people watching the live broadcast were commenting. Those present on site were even more capable of intuitively feeling the difference in the Goa King before and after. Whether in the main hall or the VIP rooms upstairs, basically everyone here were major figures with strong individual strength. Their perception couldn't be joked about. Most people could clearly sense that before taking the potion, the Goa King's body was completely drained, with failing organs and life nearly extinguished. No amount of nourishment could restore him, worsened by numerous hidden injuries. Even the most miraculous medicine couldn't heal him unless some kind of game-breaking devil fruit. But so far, no such devil fruit had ever been seen. Even the legendary op fruit only appeared long ago and had long since vanished from the world. As for the healing devil fruit currently owned by Mancheri in the land of miniatures in Dressrosa, the information about it hadn't even been made public yet by the small kingdom. Furthermore, the healing abilities of the fruit work by consuming the user's own lifespan as a cost. So many side effects that if used excessively, the healer would die instead. Thus, the king of the small kingdom didn't allow his daughter to use it recklessly. In the current world, there might be many top doctors, but none could restore the Goa King to his current state within a few minutes. Not absolutely none. In fact, not even if they were given years. Only able to barely sustain his life, completely incapable of restoring his health to this degree, youthful and robust as a teenage boy. At this moment, everyone's eyes went wide in shock. Chapter 122, Bidding War Erupts, Profit of 100 billion. Alright, dear distinguished guests, I believe everyone has clearly witnessed the effects of the healing potion. Now, let's proceed to the auction of the second vial. Walker's eyes gleamed with excitement. At this moment, he was truly exhilarated. With the king of Goa Kingdom himself testifying and proving its effects firsthand, he didn't need to utter a single word praising the potion. Such a miraculous potion would immediately spark a frenzied bidding war. And indeed, once the auction for the second vial started, the calls of rising bids never ceased. In no time, the price surpassed the previous sale of 400 million belly and quickly surged past that, soaring ahead. I bid 580 million belly. A king stood up and shouted loudly, attempting to intimidate other bidders with his forceful presence. Unfortunately, the others showed no sign of backing down either. I'll offer 600 million belly. I bid 650 million. After rounds of bidding, the price finally surpassed 600 million belly. At this point, fewer people in the hall could still afford to raise their bids. Once the price reached 700 million belly, almost no one spoke anymore, as each person watched helplessly while the wealthy elites in the VIP boxes on the second floor continued raising their offers. I bid 800 million belly. Whitebeard declared in a low tone. Whitebeard, you can have the next one. Let me have this one. I bid 850 million belly. Kaido shouted loudly. Whitebeard and Kaido, don't fight over it. Let me have this vial instead. An old lady from another VIP room called out. I bid 900 million belly. I bid 1 billion belly. One of the 5 elders suddenly stood up, stepped forward to the railing, and said solemnly, this vial will be purchased by the world government. As his words dropped, everyone else's expressions subtly changed. The world government was truly Badal, domineering indeed, directly declaring the vial as theirs. Yet at the same time, they were also bidding with real money. Who could possibly outbid the world government in terms of wealth? Thus, quite expectedly, the second vial was claimed by the 5 elders for the high price of 1 billion belly. The auction of the third vial began. No surprise occurred. It was once again acquired by the 5 elders for 1.08 billion belly. The price of the 4th vial was even more outrageous, reaching 1.23 billion belly. Seeing the 5 elders' intent to win every vial, others had no choice but to join the competition. They no longer feared the world government's pressure and simply decided to outbid. The world government may be wealthy, but it couldn't buy all the vials, could it? Moreover, there was an even more precious potion to be auctioned later. If they spent so much money now, would they still have enough to purchase it afterward? Whitebeard and others faced off against the 5 elders, emitting dangerous glances. Even the people in the grand hall below cast somewhat hostile looks toward the 5 elders, including even the kings of allied nations. This was no small matter. This concerned their very own interests. How could one act so domineeringly just because he was one of the world government's 5 elders? The 5 elders seemed to realize this as well. After successfully bidding for the 6th vial at 1.3 billion belly, they ceased to raise their bids anymore. Otherwise, Hanji was beginning to doubt whether they could safely leave Water 7. So many powerful figures might resort to extreme measures. Starting from the 6th vial onward, the auction prices dropped drastically. Without the 5 elders as fierce competitors, the rest of the bidders could finally relax, especially since there were still 5 more vials left. It wasn't worth going all out on just one of them. The 7th vial was sold for 860 million belly and acquired by Kaido. The 8th vial went for 910 million belly and was bought by Big Mom. The 9th vial was sold at 960 million belly, ending up in Whitebeard's possession. The final vial was purchased by red-haired Shanks for 1.08 billion belly. Among those outside the 5 elders, he spent the most money. Although his influence couldn't rival the 3 kings, the cost was indeed higher. Nonetheless, he accepted it as worthwhile to have bought a vial back despite the heavy price. He even believed it was well worth it. However, when talking about who benefited the most among all the bidders of the healing potion, without a doubt, it was King of Goa. The guy placed the first bid, which now seemed incredibly low, only over 400 million belly. But back then, nearly everyone had been half doubtful about the healing potion. Even those who believed it existed thought its effects wouldn't be as exaggerated as advertised in the newspapers. In the end, he managed to get it for a steal. This guy now wore a self-satisfied expression, feeling like he had just scored an incredible deal. Millions of viewers watching the live stream shared the same thought. They all believed this Goa Kingdom king had gained an enormous advantage. Compared to the others, he had only spent a little over 400 million belly. The others paid at least double that for their vials. In fact, the 5 elders paid 1.3 billion belly for the 6th vial, more than triple the price the king of Goa had paid. Even though the world government was outrageously wealthy, the 5 elders were now somewhat regretful. If we had known earlier, we should have just bought the first one. And if he hadn't used it right on the spot, those people wouldn't have gone crazy bidding like this. How could anyone know the potion would be so effective? Sakazuki sighed beside them. Though of course, if it wasn't that effective, you esteemed 5 elders wouldn't have paid so much to acquire them either. If it weren't for all these pirate kings and major power leaders gathered here, I could have bought everything myself. The short, fat elder grumbled. No, please no, sir. Sakazuki immediately broke into a cold sweat. Thank goodness you didn't do that. If you had really gone that far, I wouldn't be able to protect you. Those lawless guys would really dare to attack you directly. They dare. The short fat elder shot him a glare. When did you become so timid, Sakazuki? Sakazuki gave a bitter smile. It wasn't about being timid. It was simply a dangerous reality. Just look who was out there in the main hall and the other VIP rooms. Alright, all 10 vials of healing potion have now been auctioned off. First, let me congratulate all those who successfully bid for a vial. From now on, you all have an extra life, a powerful hidden ace, Walker said, his face beaming with joy. And now, we are entering the most important moment of this auction. The final item is about to be unveiled. Upon hearing this, the previously chattering crowd instantly fell silent. Though they already knew this last item was practically beyond their reach, as witnesses to the entire event, they still wanted to see who would finally take home this last, and most important, most precious, vial of potion. As for this final vial, this Elixir of Immortality, I'm sure many of you have already learned something about it from the newspapers. Walker continued solemnly. Let me clarify. This potion comes directly from Lord Rowan. Its effect is granting one an additional 100 years of life. However, unlike the healing potion, its effect cannot be tested or proven right here. Because this potion is too valuable, there's absolutely no way we can test it here today. I must clearly state this to everyone. Upon hearing his words, the entire crowd exchanged uneasy glances. Was he saying that, if this potion turned out to be fake, the bidder who bought it would simply have to accept the loss and bad luck? Chapter 123 Struggle for the Elixir of Immortality. A threat. I know what everyone is thinking, that if there's a problem with the elixir, you'd be at a loss for buying it? Walker spoke again. However, considering the prior healing elixirs and the guarantee from Mr. Luonan, I believe there's absolutely no issue with this elixir. The only reason we can't guarantee complete safety is simply because the elixir is so valuable it's impossible to verify. As for whether or not to bid for it, that's up to each of you. Please welcome our staff to present the Elixir of Immortality. As Walker's words fell, the 4 staff members carefully carried the elixir forward on a small cart, handling it with utmost caution. Even after delivering it, they remained on site, vigilantly guarding the elixir from all sides. Please have a look. This is the Elixir of Immortality. Walker pulled the red cloth off the cart, revealing a small bottle fixed securely on a tray. Inside the bottle was naturally the elixir itself. At this moment, every person's gaze, whether in the hall, in the VIP rooms upstairs, or among the countless viewers watching the live broadcast worldwide, was fixed intently on this tiny bottle. So this is the legendary elixir of immortality capable of extending one's life by 100 years? Doesn't look like much. If it were something ordinary you could spot, it wouldn't be this valuable. This is the elixir of immortality we're talking about, extending life by a century. My God, many regular folks like us can barely live a few decades without getting sick or dying in an accident, and even reaching 100 is a stretch. But this elixir gives you an extra 100 years. Amazing. I really want this elixir. If I could live that long, I could do so much more work and earn so much more money. You'd just waste it, being an average farmer. I would make the best use of it. With another 100 years, I could marry several more wives. Hehehe. You're not right in the head. The live audience watching from around the world shared such chatter, none of which was known or cared about by the xianxia, for such a precious item was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Only the most powerful and wealthy individuals had the chance to acquire it. It seems everyone is really looking forward to it. Walker laughed heartily and suddenly raised his hand shouting, "Then the auction will now begin. The starting bid for the elixir of immortality is 1 belly. Please place your bids." As his words fell, there was a moment of silence across the hall while everyone kept staring at the elixir. After a while, someone finally spoke. "I, King of the Northern Sea Kingdom, offer 10 billion belly." A slightly overweight man stood up, tightly fixing his eyes on the elixir as if he wanted to etch its image into his mind. "I, King of the Southern Sea Kingdom, bid 15 billion belly." An elderly man's trembling voice rang out. These kings were all rich men. They hadn't bid on the healing elixir before, because although it could cure wounds and illnesses, it couldn't prolong their lives. What they truly valued was this bottle of life-extending elixir. To compete for this bottle, they had no choice but to give up on the healing elixir, and despite knowing the chances were slim, they still did so. "I, King of the New World Kingdom, bid 18 billion belly. The elixir of immortality is mine." Another elderly man stood up shouting, his eyes fixed on the elixir. Another king desperately wanting to extend his lifespan. This scene excited Walker greatly. As soon as the elixir of immortality appeared, the price skyrocketed to 18 billion belly, an astonishing and terrifying figure. The others in the hall also were deeply shocked. After all, these bidders were sitting in the hall itself. The heavyweights upstairs hadn't even started bidding yet. Many of them previously assumed most people in the hall couldn't be wealthy, but now several kings had emerged, throwing out bids of billions instantly. It was too exaggerated. Just as they were thinking this, someone from the VIP room upstairs called out a bid. "I, King of the New World Kingdom, offer 20 billion belly." An aged voice rang out from upstairs. "I bid 21 billion belly." Whitebeard spoke up, his face serious as he announced the amount. Considering he had just bought a bottle of the healing elixir, this already was nearly his limit. But judging by the situation, the value of this elixir definitely wouldn't cap here. Others would probably bid higher still. Most importantly, the Gorosei hadn't spoken yet. Thinking this, Whitebeard first glanced at the other two monarchs, and then silently looked toward where the Gorosei were seated. "I bid 23 billion belly." Kaido roared. "That's the highest I can go. Is this cursed elixir actually worth that much? Adding 100 years of life? You better not end up using it and realizing it doesn't work. That'd be a massive loss." "I bid 25 billion belly." Big Mom sneered coldly. "Kaido, you just said buying it would be useless, so why are you bidding then? How about you let me have it?" Big Mom sure knows how to play big. Kaido burst into laughter. "All right then, I can't afford to bid anymore. Whether I let you have it or not, that's someone else's choice. I'll just sit here and watch you two fight over it. I can't afford to bid anymore either." Whitebeard shrugged his hands and said, "Charlotte, if you end up buying it and drinking it, do let me know how it turns out." "What do you mean? After I've already drunk the potion, why would I tell you anything?" Upon hearing this, Big Mom immediately laughed loudly. "Don't tell me you want me to spit it back out? You think you're mighty enough, Whitebeard." "Ha ha ha. Well, you never know." Whitebeard laughed heartily, then fell silent. "I bid 30 billion belly." One of the Gorosei spoke, coldly glancing at Big Mom. "Charlotte Linlin, did you really think you could drink this elixir? Dream on. Old man, I know you're rich, but talking to me like that." Big Mom stared at the short and fat Gorosei with a dark expression, her eyes flashing dangerously. "Don't you fear never making it back to Marihoa? Dare you lay a hand on me?" The Gorosei Island Lung stared back at Big Mom. "Do you have the guts? Afraid I'll dispatch an admiral to crush your whole cake island with the entire fleet." Afraid of your marines? If you've got the guts, why don't you just come try?" Big Mom returned the Gorosei's stare coldly, smirking. "I'm more afraid you'd come and never leave." The conversation between these powerful figures not only shocked everyone else present, but also frightened the millions watching the live broadcast worldwide. This was a battle among gods. This high-ranking figure named Charlotte actually dared to openly confront a Gorosei head-on. She truly had a death wish. Hey, if the world government is planning to move against Charlotte, don't forget about me." Whitebeard suddenly interrupted with a smirk, his face full of casual laughter. "I also want to test the strength of the marine fleet. How about when you're leveling her whole cake island? You swing by my place too." "How could such a lively event exclude me?" Kaido cackled. "Big Mom, looks like you're the soft target here. Everyone's coming after you, but why don't they look twice at my beast pirates? Should I offer myself up instead?" The tension in their words was heavy with hostility. Yet, everyone clearly understood. The five elders' threat toward Big Mom had instead provoked the unity of two other emperors. Though these powerhouses had conflicts and occasionally fought fiercely against each other in the New World, they were surprisingly united in the face of an outside threat. Shanks the red-haired pirate wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, the relationship between these three was far from simple. Previously, they had all sailed together under the same crew, Lodge's pirates. Though now they each commanded their own crews, and at times were even enemies, they still instinctively joined forces against outsiders. He found nothing strange about it. Besides, although he himself hadn't been a member of the Lodge pirates, he had once been an apprentice on the Roger pirates' ship, maintaining a faint connection to the other three. Well said. Thus, Shanks spoke up. Though the red-haired pirates don't match up in size or strength compared to the three of you, I'm still part of the New World, too. When our doorstep is being insulted, I can't simply hide away like a coward. Fellas, you wouldn't mind taking me along, would you? Ha! It'd be a pleasure to have you, little brother. Whitebeard roared in laughter, looking at Shanks. However, in the New World, strength determines respect. You'll have to prove yourself before we recognize you. Simple enough. Shanks smiled calmly. Isn't one of the 5 elders sending warships into the New World to obliterate Whole Cake Island? Then I'll be the first to take on the Marines to test their strength for you 3. Brave talk, little brother. Big Mom laughed heartily and nodded in agreement. We should spar sometime, Kaido shrugged indifferently. Back in the VIP chamber, watching the pirates act as if they weren't even present, the short and fat 5 elders' expression turned exceptionally grim. Slamming the railing furiously, he shouted, "How insolent! You see, bandits, someday I'll eradicate every one of you and imprison you all in Impel Down." Oh my, I'm so scared. Kaido laughed smugly and arrogantly, completely dismissing the 5 elders' threat, infuriating him even further. Are we still bidding? Or has this place become your battlefield? At that moment, suddenly, a light and airy voice floated from the largest VIP chamber, silencing the entire crowd. Mr. Walker, continue the auction. Rohan's voice, though casual, reached the ears of everyone. Even the 5 elders ceased their argument. The 5 elders shouted toward Walker. Auctioneer, since no one else is placing a bid, does this vial of medicine now belong to me? Announce it already. All right, 30 billion belly from the world government. Any more bids? 30 billion for the first time. Walker hurriedly called out, and seeing that Rohan had already grown impatient, he had no courage left to enjoy the spectacle. Although watching those powerful pirates bicker was quite amusing, Rohan's command was not something he dared to ignore. I, Morgans, offer 40 billion belly. Just then, a man standing in the main hall raised his bid. None other than Morgans, the editor-in-chief of the world newspaper. He spoke, removing his black top hat, smiling as he bowed toward the crowd. I also desire this vial greatly. A longevity elixir, capable of extending life by 100 years. Truly irresistible. Morgans. While others weren't moved, the 5 elders' expression immediately darkened. Though the world government and Morgans had a cooperative relationship, the latter wasn't part of their subordinates. Morgans suddenly stepping in came as quite a shock. Morgans bids 40 billion belly. Walker shouted enthusiastically. Any more offers? Anyone? 50 billion belly. The 5 elder loathed Morgans. As one of the shadowy rulers of the New World, Morgans had considerable influence. Though his personal strength wasn't impressive, and many had never even seen him fight, his connections were beyond imagination. With cooperative ties to the world government, the various noble families, and numerous pirate crews in the New World, coupled with his ownership of over 90% of global media coverage, he certainly wasn't short on money. Now that Morgans had made a move, few among the audience could rival him in this bidding war. 60 billion belly. Morgans continued, then glanced at the 5 elder and sincerely said, 5 elder man, I hope you don't mind. I really need this vial of medicine. If possible, 80 billion belly. The short and fat 5 elder interrupted Morgans, directly shouting out a bid of 80 billion belly, increasing the amount by a full 20 billion all at once, which stunned everyone on site. That was so ruthless, such a huge jump in the bidding, as if throwing money around didn't matter at all. Such a price startled even the powerful figures present, let alone the ordinary people watching the live broadcast. They were all dumbfounded at the moment. 80 billion belly, that was such a massive amount. Staring blankly at their screens, they simply couldn't grasp how valuable this medicine could possibly be to justify such a staggering sum. The world was in chaos, with pirates everywhere, and death was a common occurrence. How many civilians died every time pirates invaded various islands and countries? Even a pirate raid rarely earned a few 100 million belly, yet so many lives were lost. If human lives were worth so little, why was this potion, capable of extending life by 100 years, so valuable? The common people couldn't understand. How could their fragile civilian lives compare to those of the powerful elites? If ordinary lives could be traded for a ruler's extra 100 years of life, even thousands or tens of thousands of lives wouldn't be an issue. Inside Rohan's VIP chamber, Robin and the others were shocked by this horrifying price as well. All the girls stood there stunned, except for Diana, whose face remained blank. After all, they had all already consumed the longevity elixir. Just think, vials worth 80 billion belly had been drunk by them. Each of them took one. How much did the total come out to? My goodness, Elena's lips twitched. Robin, how much did we drink? Let me try to calculate. Robin, standing beside her, also twitched at the corner of her eye. My mother, me, you, and Kalman, not counting Rohan's. Each of us consumed 80 billion belly, which adds up to over 300 billion belly already. Goodness, were we drinking gold? No, gold isn't this valuable. Kalman wiped the sweat from his forehead. Diana stood beside them, watching the girls talk with a confused expression, unable to grasp what they were saying at all. As for Rohan, he remained calm, a slight smile on his face as he shook his head slightly at the girls, then turned his attention back to the scene below, wondering whether Morgans would keep up with the five elders' terrifying bid. 80 billion belly. The five elder really is rich and generous. Undeniably, that number truly startled Morgans. This amount nearly reached his limit. Should he continue bidding? Morgans fell silent, and the auctioneer Walker started urging him on the stage. The five elder from the world government has bid 80 billion belly. 80 billion belly for the first time. Any further bids? 80 billion belly for the second time. At that moment, Morgans lifted his head. In the bird-like eyes behind his peculiar mask, sorrowful resignation swirled. He spoke, I bid 85 billion belly. Five elder to run. This is my maximum. If you bid even one more billion, then this vial will be yours. Chapter 125. 8.6 billion belly. The final act. Once again, the venue fell into silence. All eyes turned to the short and stout five elders. Morgans had forced the price of the elixir to an outrageous 8.5 billion belly, and now it all came down to whether the five elders would match the bid. If they didn't, the vial of longevity elixir would officially belong to Morgans. Everyone couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he was the president of the world's largest newspaper. With one move, he shocked the entire world. The only one in the hall who could rival him was none other than the five elders. 8.6 billion belly. A deep voice echoed from the second floor. It was the five elders placing a bid. After a period of silence, they raised the price again by 100 million belly, offering 8.6 billion in total, wresting the elixir from Morgan's grasp. All right then, congratulations to Elder 5-star. Morgans let out a sigh, shaking his head helplessly. As expected, competing with the world government was simply too exhausting. In terms of wealth, the world government feared no one. Announce it. The five elders shouted toward Walker on the stage before calmly sitting back down in his seat, expressionless. Oh right. Walker was taken aback for a moment before shouting. Is there anyone else bidding? If no one else bids, this vial will belong to the world government. He waited for a moment, but no one else raised a bid. Walker knew it for sure now. No one dared to make another offer. The price of 8.6 billion belly was simply too terrifying. Who could possibly rival that? No one at all. Then, congratulations to the world government and Elder 5-star for acquiring this longevity elixir. As Walker's voice dropped, today's historic and world-shaking auction officially came to an end. With the auction over, the crowd within the hall grew lively. People chatted animatedly, expressing their admiration for the sheer wealth of the world government. People began to move, gradually dispersing and leaving the auction house. Some went off to enjoy various sights and shopping across the Water 7, while others hurried to leave, afraid of being targeted. After all, many pirates had come here too, and they dared not linger lest they were noticed by the Marines. Of course, this only applied to weaker pirates. Top pirate captains and powerful sea kings had nothing to fear. Garcia even booked a grand banquet at a famous 5-star hotel, hosting influential figures from all over the world. Although not every notable figure attended, it still presented a great opportunity to network. At least, the several rulers of the New World honored the event by showing up, along with several kings and notorious pirates. Even though some were bitter enemies, everyone exercised remarkable restraint at the banquet, and no unpleasant incidents occurred. As time passed, the world gradually stopped discussing the impact of this world-shaking auction as intensely as before. Everyone had their own matters to attend to. Back in Water 7, life slowly returned to normal after the crowd departed, though many businesses had greatly profited from the influx of people during the event. As for Luonan, he had arguably been the greatest winner of this auction. 2 supreme-grade Mido swords, 10 healing elixirs, and 1 longevity elixir. Combined, they had brought in more than 200 billion belly. Garcia also showed proper etiquette by willingly deducting just a few hundred million from the commission fee, handing Luonan exactly 200 billion belly in cash, which satisfied Luonan greatly. Luonan understood this was Garcia's way of showing goodwill. Normally, auction houses charged a commission of at least 15% to 20%. Luonan's total auction price was nearly 21 billion, so under standard rates, Garcia should have charged more than 4 billion in commission. But he actually took less than 1 billion from Luonan. Naturally, this significantly improved Luonan's impression of him. Luonan thought to himself that should he have other items to auction in the future, he would definitely come back to Garcia. 200 billion belly couldn't possibly be carried around, so bank representatives contacted Luonan immediately, begging and pleading for him to deposit the money. To be honest, behind that bank were shareholders, 70% of whom were from the various world noble families. Initially, Luonan didn't really want to deposit his money in that bank, but the bank representatives explained that the world noble shareholders were only entitled to profit shares and did not hold much management power. The remaining 30% of the bank's shares belonged to various allied countries. Even if Luonan later became an enemy of the world nobles, the bank wouldn't dare freeze his assets. In the end, Luonan decided to deposit the money into the bank, but not the full amount. He deposited 18 billion belly and kept 2 billion. Of that, 1.9 billion belly would go to Tom for the construction of the Pluton, and the remaining 100 million belly would become the expedition budget for Lenon's Adventurer Pirates crew. Woohoo, we're rich. We're finally rich. We're absolutely loaded. Inside the hotel, Robin and Elena were jumping with joy, feeling as if they had truly struck it rich. Setting aside the 18 billion belly in the bank, even the 100 million belly in cash that Luonan had given them freely to use felt absolutely limitless. They could buy whatever they wanted without any need to save. Carmen, shall we go shopping later? Robin tugged on Carmen's sleeve. Let's call Dana along too and go shopping together. Sure. Captain Luonin said we could spend it freely. 100 million belly. We won't finish it for a long time. Carmen replied excitedly. Hee. Luonin even said that once we're done spending this, there's still 18 billion in the bank. Robin giggled. I really didn't expect these elixirs to be worth so much. Forget the sky-high price of the longevity elixir. Even those healing elixirs sold for nearly 1 billion belly each. Those people were practically going crazy during the bidding. I didn't expect it either, Elena said in awe. Now that I think about it, each of us even received elixirs directly from Captain Luonin. 1 healing elixir, 1 stamina elixir, and 1 mental clarity elixir. That alone must be worth at least several billion belly. I just don't know how valuable the stamina and mental clarity elixirs really are. They must be valuable. Even if they're not as precious as the healing elixir, they're still incredibly powerful potions. The stamina elixir can instantly restore a fatigued person to peak condition. How could such an amazing potion not be valuable? Robin replied. That's true. And the mental clarity elixir might not seem like much to us, but to those who really need it, it's incredibly precious too. Carmen nodded in agreement. Then let's go? Time to go shopping. Robin said eagerly. I'll go get Dana, Carmen hurriedly said. And I'll go call Mom. Robin stood up and headed toward where Olivia was. Oh, by the way, where's the captain? Elena called out. It seems like someone came to visit him. He's meeting them in the big living room upstairs. Robin's voice floated back from far away. Chapter 126 Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, Big Mom, and Kaido pay a visit. Accompanied by Morgans and Garcia, the 3 veteran emperors of the New World, along with Shanks, the newly recognized emperor acknowledged by the 3 kings, arrived together at the hotel where Luonin was staying and met with him in the grand living room on the top floor. Ha ha ha, I've long heard of your reputation, Luonin. Whitebeard laughed loudly as he sat down. Though we've been far away in the New World, your exploits have spread throughout the world these past 2 years. There are countless young people in the New World who deeply admire you. Whitebeard speaks truly, Kaido added, raising a cup of sake from the table and taking a large gulp. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Luonin. Is your strength really that impressive? Sometime, let's have a little match. My pleasure. Anytime, Luonin smiled calmly. Whether Kaido was serious or just joking, Luonin would never show fear. Kaido, you battle maniac, today's not about fighting. Don't ruin the mood. Big Mom interjected. None of them had brought anyone else, partly because all those present were emperors and their subordinates simply weren't qualified to attend. More importantly, they had come here to negotiate certain agreements with Luonin, and secrecy was essential. Big Mom speaks wisely. Red-haired Shanks also spoke up. He continued calmly. The reason we're here is because we have something we'd like to discuss with you, Luonin. Though you yourself have never set foot in the New World, all of us have always regarded you as one of our own. We hope to establish an alliance with you. What do you think about that? If that's acceptable, what about including us? Garcia and Morgans exchanged a glance and quickly chimed in. You two are butting in where you don't belong. Whitebeard waved his hand. An alliance among pirates doesn't concern you. Just keep focusing on your business matters. Precisely, Big Mom solemnly stated. Morgans, in particular, has significant cooperative ties with the world nobles. Getting directly involved would be inappropriate. Luonin recently killed 4 world nobles. If you truly formed an alliance with us, it would surely complicate your dealings in the future, Kaido remarked with a slight smile toward Morgans. Morgans immediately fell silent. Indeed, although such a treaty might be kept secret in the short term, the truth might eventually leak. More importantly, once an alliance formed, if one party encountered trouble, the others would naturally have to offer aid. Then what would Morgans do when these allies drew the ire of the world nobles, the world government, or the Marines? If he aided them, it would definitely hinder his existing cooperation with the world nobles. If he refused to help, what was the point of including him in the pact in the first place? Fine. Morgans considered it briefly and then replied. You're right. My apologies, everyone. How about this? I'll step out for a while, and when your discussion finishes, we'll have dinner together. Regarding this matter, I'm sure you all trust my character, don't you? You, Morgans, of course possess trustworthy character. Whitebeard chuckled heartily and nodded. We're certain you won't blab. Don't worry. Hearing that, the others nodded as well. Morgans had managed to maintain connections among many rival factions, even bitter enemies, clearly showing his exceptional ability to navigate and connect with powerful people. His integrity couldn't be questioned. Morgans stood up, and beside him, Garcia looked equally disappointed but eventually sighed and followed Morgans out. He wasn't a fool either. He wouldn't recklessly leak such sensitive information. Now we are finally alone. After the two had left, the others exchanged glances. Whitebeard looked at Luonin again and asked, Luonin, we want to hear your thoughts. What do you think of this potential alliance? If you're willing to discuss it, we can proceed. Otherwise, we can just talk about other things. How about? Luonin thought for a moment, lifted his head, and scanned the room, observing each person's expression before speaking seriously. Of course, discussing it is fine, but I don't know what you're planning. Why don't you explain first, and then I'll consider it. You surely don't expect me to commit before even talking, do you? Hee, of course not. Whitebeard continued. Before coming here, we've already talked amongst ourselves. Currently, about half of the New World is divided among us 4. 3/10 are ruled by various nations, some of which are allied with the world government. The remaining 2/10 are unclaimed territories occupied by other lesser kings. Overall, the 3 of us control the largest portions, while Shanks holds relatively less. Whitebeard said, glancing at Shanks, who nodded with a helpless smile. It couldn't be helped. Compared to these three powerful figures, his rise had only been recent. What we're proposing, Whitebeard continued, is that once you arrive in the new world, our respective pirate crews will help you seize some territory for yourself. We'll target those countries that have not allied with the world government, take those down, and also try to claim some of the unoccupied lands. Afterward, among the five of us, we'll rule as emperors in the new world. As emperors? Luonin was stunned. Sure enough, these people were planning to become emperors. Although Luonin didn't know exactly when in the original story the title for emperors came into use, the current timeline was still about 18 years before the original story began. He thought, it's clearly not yet that time, but it seemed that due to his own influence, the storyline had already changed dramatically. Yes, as emperors. Kaido boomed in agreement. After years of fighting, it's our time to claim that title. Once we become emperors, we'll directly match the Navy headquarters admirals, standing equally against the pressure from the Marines. This is also because we've heavily depleted ourselves through internal conflicts. Big Mom added grimly. Though I haven't initiated many wars myself, you two warmongers are always at it. She shot a glance at Whitebeard and Kaido as she spoke. The two looked a little sheepish upon hearing this. Well, territory grabbing naturally meant whoever had the stronger fists would win. Meanwhile, Shanks was watching them with interest, sipping his drink while speaking up. Although my territory isn't as large as yours, it's still considerable. Compared to your crews, the red-haired pirates do fall short in terms of elite combat power and personnel numbers. That's natural. However, if Luonin arrives, his strength alone could dominate the entire new world. So for him, territory can't be decided casually, right? That, Whitebeard turned to Luonin. Depends on what Luonin himself thinks. Luonin, tell us your thoughts. What we've said so far are just initial ideas. It'd be better to lay everything on the table and talk openly, rather than end up fighting among ourselves and letting the Marines take advantage in the end. Chapter 127, Declaring Emperor of the New World, the Five Emperors Alliance. By now, Luonin had gathered the general situation from their conversation. These people wanted to declare themselves emperors and no longer wanted to be consumed by internal conflicts. Once they became emperors, they could match ranks with the Navy admirals. When the Navy fleets arrived, they could unite and confront them head-on. Of course, it didn't mean that internal conflicts would cease completely once they became emperors. Luonin guessed there would still be wars fought over territories, but those wars wouldn't be life or death struggles anymore, just limited regional conflicts. Luonin wasn't sure whether there had originally been any kind of pact among the four emperors in the original storyline. However, now, due to his presence, four people had come to him to discuss an alliance. After considering it, he responded, if you declare yourselves emperors, will your domains be limited solely to the new world? Yes. The others answered naturally. Then Whitebeard, noticing a slight change in Luonin's expression, asked cautiously, Luonin, you're not thinking of expanding beyond the new world, are you? Let me make this clear. Don't think just because you've clashed with the world government several times and come out on top, you can underestimate them. The world government holds more trump cards than just the Navy. There are also the CP units, the Science Division, and other covert forces hidden in the shadows that cannot be ignored. Even, the ultimate rulers of the world government might not necessarily be the Five Elders. I understand. A flicker passed through Luonin's mind as he glanced at Whitebeard. It seemed these guys weren't fools. They actually knew quite a bit about the world government secrets. Well, if they hadn't known enough, how could they have thrived so successfully in the new world? They might have already been eliminated by the world government's secret forces long ago. The world government is the supreme ruling organization in this world, and it's not as simple as it seems on the surface, red-haired Shanks said seriously. It has over 100 allied nations. Even without mentioning those allied nations, the world government's core power is formidable. Above the Five Elders exists an even more powerful figure rumored to hold the secret of the ancient weapons. This is also why many great pirates, including us, dare not attack the Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons are all trash, Kaido sneered. If it weren't for concerns about the world government's hidden forces, do you think those weaklings could parade around showing off like that? Humph, I'd have torn them into pieces long ago and fed them to the fish. If that's the case, I actually killed 4 Celestial Dragons before. Aren't you worried that it might drag you into trouble? Luonin smirked slightly and said, if the world government really does have the power of the ancient weapons, could you withstand it if my actions implicated you all? There's definitely an element of gamble involved. Whitebeard replied solemnly. It's possible, perhaps even likely, that the world government possesses ancient weapons, even all 3 of them. However, even if that's the case, it won't be easy for them to deal with us here in the new world. Plus, with you joining us, our combined strength has increased significantly, and we certainly won't lose to them that easily. Exactly. Who's stronger will only be decided after a real fight. Kaido grunted. If we start backing down just because the world government may have hidden cards, what's the point of being a great pirate anymore? We might as well surrender and become one of the 7 warlords, comfortably serving them. 7 warlords? Humph, it's just a tactic by the world government to divide pirates. Big Mom scoffed. They don't even expect all the warlords to obey them completely. Most of those people were originally great pirates themselves. How obedient do you think they are? They're not stupid. You know, they won't go and sacrifice their lives for the world government. Indeed, the 7 warlord system has suppressed pirate forces to some extent, red-haired interjected. But as long as the rulers of the new world remain strong, it won't bring any major consequences. It's just unfortunate that the 2 previous kings, Rox and Captain Roger, are gone. If they were still alive, a single command from them would be enough to rally over 90% of all pirates. If they were still around, we wouldn't be in our current positions now, Big Mom muttered. That's right. If Rocks were still alive, whether it was Whitebeard, Kaido, or herself, they would all still be under the Rocks Pirates banner, not enjoying their current freedom and power as rulers of their own domains. That's true, Red-Haired added. If Captain Roger were still alive, I would still be one of his crew members, never founding the Red-Haired Pirates. But even so, I wouldn't mind. Roger's death actually brought great benefits. Kaido chuckled. It was precisely his death that ushered in the Great Pirate Era. In this age now, new pirate crews are springing up continuously. Many young people regard becoming pirates as the goal of their lives. His words had tremendous influence indeed. I suspect this guy is just bluffing. Where exactly is Laugh Tail? Who knows? Saying that, Big Mom couldn't help but glance sideways at Red-Haired. As a crew member of Roger, surely Red-Haired must have been to Laugh Tail with Roger before? Red-Haired felt Big Mom's gaze and involuntarily shook his head with a bitter smile. Looks like these guys had their eyes on him now. Too bad. Whitebeard waved his hand, interrupting their conversation, and shifted his gaze toward Luo-Nan. Luo-Nan, we've already laid everything out. We've agreed to all the benefits we can offer. What do you think? If I join, that makes 5 emperors, right? Luo-Nan asked. That's right. The others nodded. All right then, I accept. Becoming one of the 5 emperors of the new world doesn't sound bad at all. Luo-Nan smiled calmly. As for my territory and the like, let's not talk about it now. We can discuss it after I arrive in the new world. How about that? Luo-Nan was confident. Even if they didn't discuss these things now, once he reached the new world, his territory would naturally become the best. Even if he asked these guys to help him secure the remaining 50%, it wouldn't be a big problem at all. All of this was due to his strength. Haha, great. Seeing this, Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter. The others also showed delighted expressions. Regardless, Luo-Nan's strength was evident. With his joining, the name of the 5 emperors of the new world would be enough to shake the world. They would definitely have the chi and strength to rival the navy, even surpassing them. At that time, the new world would become their independent domain, and the world government wouldn't be able to meddle in any affairs. The entire new world would fall under the rule of the 5 of them. Furthermore, each of the 5 was an immensely powerful pirate. After forming this alliance, the combined power would be earth-shattering. Even if the world government held some powerful hidden cards, they could band together for support, even having the possibility to fight back. Thus, the 5 of them, in the grand ballroom at the top floor of a hotel in Water 7, formally signed the 5 Emperors Alliance Treaty. The treaty stipulated that the 5 would proclaim themselves emperors within the new world. After declaring their status, the division of each one's territory would be decided collectively by the 5. Internal battles could occur, but only as limited regional wars. If any powerful external enemy entered the new world, they must unite to resist. If one emperor faced an external threat and could handle it alone, that was fine. If not, he had the right to retreat into another emperor's territory for shelter. If any emperor suffered external attacks, he could request aid from the other emperors, and the others were obligated to offer assistance. That was basically the core of the alliance treaty. However, there were still more detailed clauses, such as the extent of aid, what level of attack qualified for a request for aid, how internal disputes would be resolved, and so on. After thoroughly discussing these, an entire afternoon had passed. It wasn't until dusk that the details were finally finalized. The 5 signed the treaty document, each keeping one of the 5 identical copies. Thus, the 5 Emperors Alliance was formally signed. Chapter 128. The 5 Emperors shock the world. Affiliate nations fly into a rage. The 5 Emperors Pact was secretly signed, unknown to the outside world. The new world had ushered in its 5 rulers, one of whom hadn't even arrived in the new world yet, and was still in the early half of the Grand Line, in Water 7. Luo-Nan continued staying in Water 7 without setting off immediately, because his ship wasn't completed yet. During this time, he had been busy communicating with Tom. With the influx of capital, Tom's shipyard was now bustling with activity as the entire factory rushed to purchase various materials. Most precious among them was the procurement of the keel, for which a massive piece of the sacred tree atom was finally purchased at an exorbitant price, allowing actual construction of the ship to officially begin. On the other hand, after the 4 emperors returned to the new world, they officially announced the 5 Emperors Pact. As soon as this pact was revealed, the entire world was shaken. The 4 monarchs carried out a joint operation in the new world. Their 4 pirate crews roamed the new world and expelled the remaining marine forces entirely. However, instead of randomly attacking elsewhere afterward, they shifted their focus to consolidating their own territories together, suppressing other major pirate crews and resistance groups. Without the backing of the Marines, certain resistance groups composed of former nations that had lost their countries also lost various supports, such as financial and weaponry assistance. The 4 pirate crews accelerated their consolidation of territory, and their power grew even stronger. Meanwhile, the outside world buzzed with intense discussion. Many allied countries lodged serious protests with the world government, demanding a response from the world government and refusing to allow the 4 emperors to trample upon the world government's dignity at will. After all, they were also members of the world government. Of course, the most anxious were naturally the allied nations located in the new world, as they were the front line and in the most dangerous position. This situation left them no choice but to feel urgent and distressed. In response, Mariehua immediately convened discussions. The Gorosei, 5 elders, were furious about the so-called 5 Emperors Pact. Everything had been going fine when suddenly 4 kings of the New World allied themselves with Luonan. Initially, one Luonan alone had already been giving them headaches. Now it had become 5, a classic case of troubles never coming singly, a complete disaster. Inside the grand meeting hall of Mariawa, the Gorosei invited many envoys from allied nations who were stationed there to attend the conference. The level of this meeting was extremely high, though it couldn't quite compare to the level, it was still very close. Inside the noisy grand meeting hall, countless envoys from the allied nations whispered and debated amongst themselves, with the envoys from the New World's dozen-odd nations speaking even louder and more hysterically. We must dispatch troops. The Marine headquarters must send forces to confront these so-called 5 emperors. Out of the 5 great pirates, except for Luonan, who is still in the early part of the Grand Line, and whose pirate crew remains weak and therefore isn't a concern yet, the other 4 can't be underestimated. 3 among them, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Lin, are former members of the Rocks Pirates. As for the new emperor, red-haired Shanks, he used to be a crewmate of Gold Roger. We absolutely cannot underestimate them. An angry, fat envoy shouted as he pounded the table. We must unite now and face them together. Otherwise, once the allied countries in the New World fall, the strength of these pirates will surge, and then the entire New World will belong to them. Can you all bear to see such a scene? Upon hearing this, even the envoys from allied nations not located in the New World grew grim-faced. A envoy from the North Blue Alliance spoke solemnly. Furthermore, if all the allied nations in the New World are conquered by these so-called 4 emperors, then they'll face no internal troubles anymore. Once they develop fully, they will truly become the rulers of the New World. The 4 emperors, plus Luonan, who will inevitably arrive in the New World someday. The title of 5 emperors isn't just for show. To say it more seriously, these 5 emperors have the capability to overthrow the world government. Yeah, you guys are making a big deal out of nothing. However, some people didn't take it seriously. A representative from a South Blue ally spoke lightly. Even if they completely control the New World, what of it? Don't forget how chaotic the New World situation already is, with so many nations and underground organizations. It's not like it will be easy for them to seize total control. Even if they do dominate, they'll still be stuck in the New World. What? Are they going to march out of it? Haha, there are calm belts on both sides of the New World seas. Do you think they dare to sail through? If they really did that, the Sea Kings would teach them a lesson. Right. Another envoy from a South Blue allied nation also spoke out in strong support of the previous South Blue envoy. Leaving aside the calm belt, the seas of the New World are not easy to traverse from either end, blocked as they are by the Red Line continent, with the Marines and land nations stationed there. Do you think those pirates can actually make landfall? Any pirate crew that does come ashore won't be very powerful. The military strength of land nations is nothing they can rival. Any single country's military force outnumbered the top 10 pirate crews combined. Do you really think they'd dare to attack? That may be true, but what if after completely ruling the New World, they start conscription across every island there, expanding their forces, and then launching land invasions? A envoy from a West Blue allied country frowned as he spoke. If we really give them time to develop, it will certainly not be good news for all of our allied nations. Also, you all know the situation on the sea these days. Ever since Gold Roger's words spread across the seas years ago, young people from every ocean have been yearning for the ocean and becoming sea pirates. Countless young men set sail every moment, many of whom are truly exceptional young talents. Among them, the most outstanding is Luonan from the West Blue. He's already become one of the 5 emperors of the New World, and he's now an idol to countless young people. These young people are all the fresh blood for those great pirate crews in the future. The West Blue Alliance envoy still supported the statement of the New World ally envoy, also advocating for immediate military action against the New World, insisting that we must never allow the 4 emperors to continue expanding their power. Hearing this, those dozen or so New World ally envoys were immediately overjoyed and began loudly arguing once more, trying to gain support from other allied nations for a military campaign into the New World, and finally pressuring the world government to unify all the allied countries and support the Marines' military actions. The Gorosei were also holding discussions among themselves. Never would I have imagined that Luonan would actually collude with the 4 rulers of the New World. The tall, thin elder among the Gorosei said grimly. Although his personal strength is formidable, his forces were always his biggest weakness. The Voyager pirates are small and few, never worth our attention in the past, but now everything is different. He's become the ruler of the 5 through sheer might. The unification of these 5 forces cannot be underestimated. So, are you suggesting we approve military action against the New World? The tall and burly elder asked, frowning. Recently, the Marines have suffered heavy losses from the previous operations against Luonan and are now in the middle of recovery. Additionally, the Marine fleet stationed in the New World was driven out and slaughtered by the 4 emperors, leading to considerable losses for the Navy. Our various Marine divisions are severely weakened right now. Should we perhaps discuss this further? Discuss further? What's there to discuss? The short and stout elder interjected. The 4 emperors have now dared to challenge us directly. If we keep backing down, even the allied nations will revolt. The allied nations in the New World are directly resisting the 4 emperors. If they truly get attacked and occupied, what will the other allied nations think of us? You have a point. Then, shall we approve this military action? I agree as well. I feel we should still deliberate further. I'll abstain. 4 in favor, 1 abstaining. The motion passes. Next, we must coordinate with all the allied nations and have them contribute money, manpower, and support to strengthen the Marines. The short and stout elder spoke solemnly. Notify the Marine headquarters immediately to hurry with their recovery and reinforcement efforts. 3 months from now, we will prepare to launch an attack on the New World. We must completely curb the growing influence of these so-called 5 emperors. Exactly. We absolutely must not allow their reputation to spread further. Long term, this would pose a great threat to the world government's rule. Chapter 129. 3 months later. The campaign against the 4 emperors. To prepare for the impending war, the world government passed a resolution requiring all allied nations to fully support the development of the Marines, offering manpower, resources, and financial backing. The strengthening of naval power would last for 3 months. The time frame was indeed tight, but it was unavoidable. Situations in the New World were growing dangerously critical, and the world government could not afford to allow the 4 emperors time to further consolidate their power. Swift action was necessary. In addition to rapidly developing the Marines, the world government vigorously advanced the Shichibukai policy, actively recruiting the leaders of powerful pirate crews from the second tier of pirate might, and even formidable solo pirates whose strength was undeniable, offering the removal of large bounties and recognition of their positions and rights under the world government. These pirates were lured into becoming weapons of the government. Upon learning this, Luan checked the newspaper list of the new Shichibukai members, but found that most of them were unfamiliar faces, clearly not the Shichibukai members from the original timeline. That was understandable. This was still early in time. Those pirates who were originally part of the Shichibukai likely had not yet risen to prominence. Even the veteran Shichibukai, Jinbi from Fishman Island, was not listed. Luan couldn't help sighing inwardly, realizing that he had again altered the storyline with his own interference. He wondered if the future Shichibukai members from his previous world would ever get their chance to ascend. Putting down the newspaper, Luan got up and prepared to head to Tom's shipyard. Recently, whenever he had free time, he would go to the shipyard to check on the progress of the construction. Tom, true to his master craftsman reputation, was leading the other workers steadily in building the extremely difficult ship, the Pluton. Right now, work was intensively underway to shape the keel, while all other required materials had already been procured, and the construction was progressing smoothly. Even after Luan had killed 4 world nobles and incurred strong condemnation from the world government, with his bounty raised to 1 billion belly, no one had come after him. Well, more accurately, it wasn't that no one dared to, but that too many bounty hunters had died in previous attempts and frightened the others away. After that auction, many bounty hunters came, mingling among the population of Water 7, secretly plotting to ambush Luan. Unfortunately for them, Luan's haki was highly advanced. Those bounty hunters barely had a chance to strike before Luan turned the tables and killed them all. One wave after another. Nearly 100 bounty hunters had been killed, thoroughly terrifying those greedy for bounties. As for going after others, Ailina and her companions certainly weren't lacking in protection. Their bounties were only in the millions of belly, nowhere near Luan's level. In addition, they had received protection methods from Luan and never wandered off recklessly, avoiding life-threatening dangers. Occasionally, even when bounty hunters targeted them, they only served as sparring partners. Time passed, and before they knew it, 3 months had gone by. On this day, the world government finally published an official article in the newspaper denouncing the 4 emperors of the New World, although Luan was not included as an emperor, since he was still in Water 7 rather than the New World. The world government's military campaign against the New World conveniently excluded Luan, aiming to break the unity of the 5 emperors alliance. The world government accused the 4 emperors of wanton actions in the New World, including wanton killing of civilians, seizing countless countries and islands, causing massive deaths and injuries. It declared that it would immediately launch a military campaign to enter the New World and defeat the 4 emperors, restoring peace and tranquility to the people of the New World. The 4 emperors of the New World were anything but fools. In fact, they were incredibly shrewd. Even 3 months ago, through various channels, they had already discovered everything about that meeting held specifically against them in Mariawa. Knowing everything that had transpired, how could the 4 emperors do nothing in the past 3 months? With the backing of the allied nations, the Marines had developed rapidly. The positions of the 7 warlords of the sea had been filled. 7 previously notorious pirates had now become combatants directly serving the world government, ready to march into the New World alongside 2 admirals and a rear admiral to launch the offensive against the 4 emperors. Additionally, the world government's other 2 major agencies would provide full support. The CP organization would handle intelligence, and Justice Island would be responsible for the trial and imprisonment of captured pirates. This information was entirely clear to the 4 emperors, who could possibly not make preparations. On the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the 4 emperors gathered aboard Whitebeard's flagship to begin their summit meeting. According to intelligence we have obtained, the Marine headquarters will dispatch Admiral Zephyr and Admiral Sengoku, along with that stubborn Rear Admiral Carp, who still refuses promotion to Admiral, to lead 3 massive fleets into the New World and launch a campaign against us 4 emperors. The attack will commence on the 5th of this month. Whitebeard took a piece of paper from one of his division commanders beside him. The paper was filled with detailed information about the Marines' movements, intelligence gathered by the 4 emperors' subordinates who had been infiltrating the Marines and allied nations. The 5th? It's already the end of the month. Shanks said gravely, so there's not much time left before they launch their attack. We've made quite a bit of preparation already. Every pirate crew has recruited many new members in preparation for this war. Let them come. We have nothing to fear from them. Haha, that's right. What do we have to fear? Kaido laughed loudly. My beast pirates have been ready for a long time already. Let the world see clearly that the Marines are nothing more than a bunch of helpless trash. But don't be too careless, Big Mom spoke. This time, it's not only the 3 major Marine fleets, but also the 7 warlords of the sea. Humph, nothing more than a bunch of selfish traitors, Kaido scoffed. By joining the warlords, becoming the world government's dogs, they're just cannon fodder being used by others. Even if they are cannon fodder, their strength can't be underestimated, Big Mom said sternly. Among the warlords, 2 are powerful individual pirates who operate alone, while the other 5 all lead pirate crews. Among them, the strongest one has a crew size nearly matching that of Shanks' red-haired pirates. Upon hearing that, Shanks smiled calmly. Merely close in numbers, that's all. When the real battle begins, I won't fear these so-called 7 warlords at all. My red-haired pirates may not be as strong as the 3 of yours, but we are certainly superior to that largest warlord crew. Even an elephant can be brought down by enough ants. With the 7 warlords joining forces with the 3 marine fleets, the total strength of this alliance is absolutely no less than ours, the 4 emperors. Whitebeard also spoke solemnly. That's right. Have you all contacted Lawan? Well, I contacted him once before. Kaido began. According to the 5 Emperors Pact, as one of the 5 Emperors, he must provide support when we, the other 4, request it due to attacks from the world government. Chapter 130 Nan Luo's Reinforcement. The Great War begins. Sure, Nan Luo is powerful individually, but he means to say he won't be leaving the Water 7. Big Mom said with narrowed eyes. I wonder what he's up to in Water 7. Do any of you have information regarding this? He's apparently building a new ship. His previous one was damaged. Whitebeard shook his head. Certainly, lacking a good ship is a problem. That's why we shouldn't fault him for not coming to support us. Even if his strength is great, alone, he might not make much of a difference, right? Now that we're talking about it, his so-called traveler pirates consist of only several women. How much effect can they have? Kaido spoke offhandedly. His greatest value is his own strength. I think we should request his personal arrival for reinforcement. With him present, with us 5 top-level Changura guarding the new world, along with 3 admirals and the 7 Shichibukai, each of us can easily handle 2 opponents. King for king, general for general, the underlings can handle the Marines below admiral rank. Surely we can resist this assault from the world government. But he simply won't come. Big Mom sighed. I had contacted him before as well. He said he would offer other forms of support, but won't personally come. As long as there is support. Whitebeard's mind stirred. What kind of support did he offer? Potions. Red-haired interjected. When I contacted him, he promised to provide potion support, 4 bottles of healing potions, 1 for each of us 4, 10 bottles of stamina-enhancing potions, 10 bottles of spirit-restoring potions, plus 5 billion belly in financial support. Oh, hearing these words, the other 3 were momentarily stunned before their faces quickly lit up with delight. They all understood the effects of healing potions well. In particular, Whitebeard knew more than the others. Among the 4 of them, the other 3 still kept their potions intact, never having used them, while Whitebeard, due to his own injuries, had already used up his dose. The effect was truly miraculous. It healed all his wounds and injuries as if they had never existed, making his entire body feel as if it had returned to its strongest, youthful peak state. Therefore, more than anyone, he knew how precious those 4 healing potions promised by Nan Luo were. If measured purely by price, those 4 potions alone could already equate to nearly 40 billion belly of support. Not to mention, the 5 billion belly in cash support he also provided. However, the others were a bit puzzled about what exactly these stamina-enhancing potions and spirit-restoring potions were. I know what you must be wondering, what exactly these stamina and spirit potions are, and what their effects are. Red-haired spoke with a smile. According to Nan Luo, the stamina potion instantly restores a person's exhausted body to its peak condition, and the spirit potion does the same, except it restores one's mental condition. I've already sent Beckman personally to Water 7 to retrieve the supplies that Nan Luo promised, and I expect him back any day now. Then, you'll all know the effect of these potions. Oh, there are actually such potions. The others immediately grew curious. Nan Luo had never revealed these potions before. Judging from his description, while these 2 kinds of potions aren't as powerful as healing potions, not to mention longevity potion, they still aren't bad at all. Instantly restoring physical stamina and mental energy. Just imagine, 2 Changzhou of equal rank in a life or death battle, both worn down physically and mentally. One regains his pre-fight condition in an instant. That can surely determine the outcome of the battle. Indeed impressive. Big Mom said happily as well. With such potions in our hands, we can accomplish much more. Even if Nan Luo himself doesn't come, this gift he sent is indeed very generous. 4 healing potions, 20 stamina and spirit potions, plus the 5 billion belly in cash. It's more than enough. Nan Luo certainly upheld the 5 Emperors Alliance, and didn't try to cheat or hold back. The 5 Emperors Alliance binds us 5 closely together. In this world, who could possibly defeat us? Kaido also laughed heartily. Even regarding the great battle that's about to happen, I'm full of confidence. The world government cannot defeat us. Haha. In that case, you all go back and prepare your forces with urgency. What Nan Luo has provided only strengthens our secret advantages. The true war still depends on our foot soldiers. Our top ranks must deal with their top ranks. If our top ranks win but the foot soldiers lose, we still can't completely repel the 3 admirals' fleets and the Shichibukai forces. Whitebeard rose up and shouted. After this battle, If we win, the new world will entirely belong to us. If we lose, our pirate crews will be disbanded, the Navy will completely suppress us pirates, and all our dreams and ambitions will vanish. Everyone, give your all. Give it your all. Fight. Defeat them. A few days later, Beckman returned, bringing the supplies that Nanluo had pledged as support. The four emperors' fleets, loaded with a large number of pirates, headed toward Dressrosa. A few more days later, both sides finally encountered each other, hundreds of nautical miles away from the original area. 3 massive fleets sent by the Marines' headquarters and the Shichibukai's fleets arrived. Both sides deployed their formations across the open sea, covering vast expanses of ocean. Nearby, all passing ships were forcibly evacuated. Actually, there was no need for forced evacuation. Those ships naturally kept clear of this area. The 2 largest powers in the world were about to wage a massive war. Who would dare to get involved? That would be suicide. The deployment hadn't even been fully formed when both sides' commanding figures began dialogue. 2 admirals and 1 vice admiral from the Marines addressed them, demanding the 4 emperors surrender and face justice from the world government or suffer dire consequences. The Shichibukai stood by, backing them up, like a group of loyal dogs, obedient and groveling. The 4 emperors responded, demanding that the Marines and the Shichibukai immediately withdraw from the 4 emperors' territories in the New World or face severe counterattacks, vowing to utterly crush the 3 fleets and the Shichibukai's forces. It was obvious the negotiations would go nowhere. In truth, this was merely a show. Everyone knew battlefield diplomacy was just a ritual. Once this formal display was complete, the actual war began. First, both sides' fleets scattered out. The enemy side, with the Shichibukai fleet joining in, took advantage of superior numbers in ships to surround and press forward, attempting to intimidate the enemy. But the 4 emperors' side was unafraid. Immediately, they rushed forward fiercely, firing relentlessly into the enemy. In an instant, the entire sea was filled with the stench of gunpowder. When the war erupted, even the sea creatures fled. No bold sea kings dared to appear here. Such a moment was too dangerous. Even if you were a sea king, showing up now would mean instant death from both sides. As time passed, reports of the battle continued to spread around the world via newspapers, making people everywhere witness history unfold. If someone could be said to profit the most from this war, it would undoubtedly be Morgans. This man made a fortune off the war news, constantly smiling joyfully as he dispatched 2 teams of reporters to embed themselves within both factions, not recklessly charging into the front line, only capturing footage from the reserve ships. He even secretly hoped the battle would become even fiercer. Only then could he earn even more money from newspapers. 2 months into the war, both sides had grown truly furious. The battlefield expanded beyond the initial area to cover a large portion of the New World, spreading out until nearly a third of its oceanic territories were cloaked in the shadow of war. And on one fateful day, the massive clash Morgans had eagerly anticipated finally arrived. 2 admirals led an assault on the territory held by the red-haired pirates, the weakest among the 4 emperors. A high-level battle erupted, and the entire world watched this fight through Morgan's global live broadcast. Ever since the last live broadcast during Nanluo's incident, Morgans had truly tasted the benefits. From that point on, while regular news about common pirates and marines were still spread through ordinary newspapers, all high-level battles were now broadcast live. Chapter 131, Red-Haired versus Admirals. Ultimate cards turn the tide. Thus, amidst the world's gaze, the battle erupted. Sakazuki and Zephyr, each leading a fleet, formed a massive armada of 72 warships, encircling the main fleet of the red-haired pirates and trapping Shanks' crew within a sea zone of his territory. The 2 sides engaged in a fierce clash. At the lower levels, the Marines and pirates fought intensely. Due to the numerical advantage and superior firepower, the Marines immediately pressed down on the red-haired pirates as soon as the battle began, driving them back in quick succession. Although the other Yonko received Shanks' calls, they couldn't reach the battlefield in time and could only urge Shanks to hold firm under pressure. Whitebeard had already dispatched reinforcements. In this critical moment, Shanks had no choice but to intervene personally, clashing with the 2 admirals. Their battlefield was a small, desolate island situated within this sea zone, measuring only several square kilometers. Ha! Shanks, this time you can't escape. Zephyr stood on a giant rock, laughing loudly. His fully restored right arm was raised straight up before he unleashed a direct cannon blast toward Shanks. Got careless, and you took the opportunity. Shanks' face turned grim, his sharp eyes flashing. His figure flickered, narrowly dodging Zephyr's attack. He unsheathed his sword Griffin from his waist, ready to embrace the battle head-on. Shanks, if you surrender now, I can make sure you suffer a little less. Sakazuki spoke up from the side. I heard you and Garp have a good relationship. No need to say more. Upon hearing this, Shanks' eyebrows shot up as he scornfully said, I haven't fallen that low. If you want to capture me, show me your strength first. Humph. Zephyr snorted angrily. Stubborn fool. If that's how you feel, then I'll let you taste the bitterness of defeat. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you've become one of the 5 emperors. You're merely a filler to them. A filler? A smirk tugged at Shanks' lips. In a place like the New World, without real strength, you don't even have the qualification to be a filler. Sakazuki's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Indeed, to be acknowledged by Whitebeard and the others and pulled into the 5 Emperors Pact, there was no way this red-haired young man lacked real power. It wasn't just his personal strength. Judging from the tenacity and combat effectiveness of the red-haired pirates during the battle, facing such a massive assault by 2 admirals and their advanced fleet, The overall power of the pirate crew was undeniably formidable, something no filler could possess. It would be hard to defeat these two fleets in a short time. Even with the overwhelming fleet and advanced weaponry, the enemy was constantly retreating while fighting, suffering losses, but not critical ones. To completely crush them, they needed to capture the king first, subdue the very person in front of them. Zephyr attack. Sakazuki took a deep breath, then suddenly widened his eyes. His Devil Fruit ability activated as a grand, imposing Buddha Phantom appeared, sending a crushing palm strike toward Shanks. Huh, Shanks roared, swinging his long blade outward, not at the Buddha, however. He aimed forward, where Zephyr had already rushed in ahead of Sakazuki, launching his attack first. A massive iron wall punch surged forth, overwhelming in momentum. Bang! A deafening boom exploded out as two figures shot backward. Shanks, still recovering from being thrown back, barely had time to stabilize himself before the Buddha's palm struck downward. He had no chance to adjust, immediately countering with a backward punch at the incoming palm. Boom! The earth cracked and crumbled. Ground collapsed as Shanks' figure was slammed beneath the Buddha's palm into the ground itself. Cracks spread across the land as seawater surged in, submerging Shanks. Dead. Zephyr arched his eyebrows. Impossible. Sakazuki muttered coldly. This guy's not that fragile. He wouldn't fall to just one move. But since he's not a Devil Fruit user and isn't afraid of seawater, I can't go underwater to check either. I'll go. Zephyr responded with a nod, immediately plunging into the seawater, filling the cracked ground. Shortly afterward, the water exploded with the sound of combat below. Two towering water columns erupted from the depths as two figures returned to the island, Shanks and Zephyr once again. Their bodies were soaked, though neither suffered any serious injuries. Damn it, your sword's pretty good. Zephyr glanced at the clear slash mark on his right arm. If it hadn't been for the new scientific materials used during the latest repairs to his arm, that brutal underwater slash from Shanks might have sliced it open just like what happened to Rohan back then. Your mechanical arm is impressive too. Red-haired Shanks glanced cautiously at Zephyr's arm. Its weapon power wasn't low at all. Even underwater, it could still be freely used, combined with Zephyr's own immense strength. Ordinary great pirates wouldn't last more than a few moves against it. Zijiangua. Zephyr looked at Sakazuki. Let's go all out together. Use our full butt sheet. Take this guy down quickly. If he stalls us and others come to reinforce him, we won't be able to leave easily. Fine. Observation Haki, activate. Armament Haki, activate. Seeing this, Shanks did not back down either. Conqueror's Haki, activate. Armament Haki, activate. Boom. Crash. In an instant, the battle on the desolate island became even more intense. The three combatants clash even shaved off a layer of the entire island, leaving the entire place full of craters and pits. The originally several dozen square kilometers of land were reduced to only 7 or 8 square kilometers after their fight. Meanwhile, in the two marine fleets, two marine vice-admirals were leading their warships in pursuit of the red-haired pirates. Although the red-haired pirates were retreating while fighting, they never truly left this sea area. How could they abandon their captain, Shanks, who was still on the island here fighting the admirals? Thus, with no place to escape, the red-haired pirates went completely berserk, engaging in a savage slaughter with the marines. On the island, the three fighters were panting heavily, forced to stop as they stood in a triangle formation, facing off. Sakazuki and Zephyr glared at Shanks, determined not to let him escape. You must have run out of strength to fight, right? Zephyr gasped with a mocking laugh. We are two people. Even if we fight one at a time, we can simply wear you down until you can't fight anymore. So, are you going to surrender yet? Never. Shanks wiped the sweat from his brow and answered coldly. Want me to surrender? Impossible. You two must be exhausted too, right? As he spoke, Shanks' eyes carried a strange glint, his left hand slightly brushing against his pocket. Even if we are both low on energy, you're in an even worse position. Sakazuki said gravely, the Grand Buddha illusion high behind him already growing fainter. It looked like it wouldn't last much longer. But as he said, under such circumstances of immense energy consumption, Shanks would suffer an even greater disadvantage. The final victory in this battle could only go to the Marines. Not necessarily. Shanks laughed aloud and pulled out 2 vials from his pocket. After opening them, he drank both down in one gulp. With a home roar, his aura exploded forth like a war god descending from the heavens, instantly returning to his peak condition. What? This is impossible. Why? Why have you suddenly regained your peak form? Not only is your physical strength restored, but even your mental state has returned to what it was before the fight. Zephyr and Sakazuki's expressions drastically changed, disbelief plastered across their faces as they stared at Shanks, who had fully recovered. The sensation was like eating a fly, disgust mingled with shock. How were they supposed to fight now? Chapter 132. The world is shocked. The Marines are terrified. After Red-Haired drank the stamina and mental enhancers, the battle was basically over. Red-Haired, now restored to his full strength, completely overwhelmed the 2 Marine admirals, beating them relentlessly until they were bruised and bloodied. If it weren't for the 2 admirals combining forces to resist him, and if only one of them had fought him alone, then one of them would certainly have perished on this deserted island today. Fortunately for the Marines, 2 admirals had been sent against Red-Haired. Working together, they barely managed to withstand his fierce assault. The 2 fleets that previously had been dominating Red-Haired's pirates quickly received the news and hurried over to support the 2 admirals. Under the protection of the 2 large fleets, Red-Haired was unable to kill, let alone capture, the 2 admirals. Thus, under the shocked gazes of the 2 commanding vice-admirals, Red-Haired safely boarded his pirate ship and departed, leaving behind a group of senior Marine officers with extremely grim expressions and a large number of soldiers. This battle ignited public opinion worldwide. Countless people marveled at the might of Red-Haired, who indeed deserved his status as one of the Yonko. He had fought 2 Marine admirals alone, not only held his ground, but ultimately defeated both of them. This battle made one thing clear to everyone. None of the Yonko were ordinary individuals. Yes, in the past, people around the world really hadn't thought much of this sudden Yonko named Shanks the Red-Haired, even though he had once been a cabin boy aboard Joel D. Rogers' ship. When talking about the Yonko, the most famous one was naturally Luo Nan, Lunan. His strength was unquestionable. No one in the world doubted him. Among the other 4, 3 of them had long been active in the New World, once being capable and feared subordinates under the pirate Lord Rox from his pirate crew, possessing great strength and renowned but Shanks was often questioned. Now, those who doubted him were silenced. The public no longer questioned him. However, the high-ranking officials of the Marines received a shocking piece of news from Sengoku and Zephyr. What? Sakagare Kong, though still stationed at Marineford, had been closely monitoring the battle in the New World. After all, it was a matter of world-shaping importance. Upon receiving the call from the New World and hearing Sengoku's report, he was instantly shocked. His strength fully recovered to peak condition after drinking 2 potions. Both his physical and mental conditions were restored completely. Yes, Sengoku answered grimly. However, although the potions were a factor, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Even under the combined attacks of Zephyr and myself, he could still withstand us without defeat. This Shanks is indeed fearsome. Sakagare Kong nodded in agreement. Indeed, this fellow can't be underestimated. But what I'm more concerned about is those 2 potions. Healing potions do have such effects, but not to that extent, right? Also, he only bought 1 bottle at the auction. Where did the second one come from? Could he have obtained it from some of the others? Sengoku asked in confusion. He hadn't yet figured out one thing. Even if he had obtained 1 potion from someone else, why would Red-Hair drink both at once? That's unlikely. Sakagare Kong shook his head. Although they are all Yonko and have good relations, would such a valuable item be easily shared? Did he buy it? How could he have predicted in advance that you would target him specifically? And why drink both at once? Therefore, I suspect that what he drank wasn't actually healing potions, but something else, something that can instantly restore his battle prowess to its peak. Sakagare Kong made his judgment. Exactly, that must be it. Sengoku nodded in agreement. The main issue is, if they were truly healing potions, there would be no need to drink 2 bottles at once. That's an unnecessary waste. Such a precious potion capable of rapidly healing severe injuries. Even if one is rich, one wouldn't use it like that. Speaking of potions, remember, one of the Yonko is none other than Lunan. Your meaning? Sakagare Kong's mind stirred, realizing something. Precisely. I suspect the problem originates with Lunan. Sengoku said solemnly. As the source of these miraculous potions, he must be connected to the 2 potions that Red-Haired drank this time. These 2 potions were likely not the same, but rather 2 different ones. Each could instantly restore the consumed stamina and mental state to peak condition. Although not as valuable as healing potions, these are still incredibly potent concoctions. In critical moments, they could even determine the outcome of a war, just like our operation against Red-Haired this time. Kong the Iron Bone sighed. Lunan again. It's always him. How come he's involved in everything? He wasn't even in the New World, yet this crucial battle in the New World ended up in defeat because of him. Truly infuriating. With resentment, Kong slammed the table. I've convinced the 5 elders. The outcome of this war is of utmost importance, so they're willing to allocate 3 healing potions for your use. They should arrive in a few days. Next time, you must be careful. Absolutely cannot afford to lose again. Understood. Please rest assured, Fleet Admiral. Upon hearing that Kong had actually convinced the 5 elders to provide 3 healing potions, Sengoku's spirits immediately lifted. He well knew how the enemy, including Whitebeard, each had healing potions as secret trump cards, which had left him feeling nauseated. In the end, no matter how severe the injuries, 1 potion would restore them completely. Meanwhile, our side would be left seriously wounded. How could we possibly fight under those conditions? Therefore, before the deployment, he had already suggested to Kong that the Navy request healing potion support from the 5 elders. The 5 elders had always been evasive. Not that they refused outright, but 2 of the 5 healing potions had already been sent to the Science Division for study. They hoped to uncover the potion's secrets and eventually reproduce them. Once they could manufacture them in bulk, such an incredible drug would secure the world government's rule forever. 2 potions had already gone to the Science Division, leaving only 3 remaining. But the Navy wanted all 3, completely monopolizing them. How could the 5 elders possibly be pleased with that? Not to mention the celestial dragons behind the elders. The distribution plan for the healing potions wasn't even something the 5 elders could decide alone. However, in the end, the celestial dragons still agreed to the Navy's request, since this war was just too important. It concerned the stability of their entire rule. Necessary sacrifices had to be made. Besides, weren't there still 2 potions under study? The celestial dragons had issued strict orders to the Science Division. They must successfully replicate the potion. As a result, Vegapunk was already suffering from severe headaches over this. Chapter 133. 1 year later, the King of Hell is born. Compared to the chaotic battles in the New World, Luo Nan, who was in the Water City, was enjoying a very comfortable life. When he had nothing else to do, he would watch the warfare in the New World through Morgan's live broadcasting channel. Otherwise, he'd either go out shopping and sightseeing with the girls, or head to Tom's shipyard to check on the construction progress of the Pluton. Speaking of the Pluton, it had already been nearly half a year since Luo Nan and his companions had arrived at the Water City. As for the construction materials, due to Luo Nan's immense financial support, they were never lacking anything. The craftsmen involved in the construction were also the best shipwrights from Tom's shipyard, so the building process was proceeding extremely smoothly. At this point, they were confident the Pluton would be completed within a year. It was now time to address the energy supply issue of the Pluton, which Tom once again brought up to Luo Nan. Luo Nan also attached great importance to this issue, for the power supply was critical. He had decided earlier to emulate Enel by using the electricity from the Goro Goro no Mi as the source of energy, which would provide immense power. Though Luo Nan currently had possession of the Goro Goro no Mi, the one missing piece was someone capable of controlling it. After giving it some thought, Luo Nan decided to entrust the Goro Goro no Mi to Diana. Diana had completely integrated into the team by now. After months of mutual understanding, not only Luo Nan himself, but all the other girls were extremely satisfied with Diana, and she had earned recognition from every member of the group. Thus, Luo Nan directly handed the Goro Goro no Mi to Diana and assigned her with the responsibility of supplying energy, as well as handling the ship's maintenance and inspections, as she was the only shipwright in the group. The Goro Goro no Mi's power was incredibly strong. Therefore, Diana was instantly transformed from a regular girl into a formidable devil fruit user, ranking among the strongest in the world. Though her initial proficiency and mastery of the fruit were low, with time and practice, she would surely become an absolute top-tier powerhouse. After her initial excitement faded, Diana quickly adapted to her new identity as a user of abilities and dedicated herself to training every spare moment she had. While strengthening her combat capabilities, she also practiced channeling the Goro Goro no Mi's power to charge the Pluton. There was specialized energy storage equipment installed on the Pluton. It wasn't feasible to keep Diana continuously confined in the ship solely to supply energy. Diana just needed to periodically refill the storage units, which could then provide enough power for the Pluton to travel for a prolonged duration. In practical terms, one charge was sufficient to allow for roughly a week of continuous sailing, meaning a week's worth of energy consumption could be stored. Constructing the energy storage system had indeed been an extremely difficult task, but Tom had successfully completed it, clearly demonstrating his capabilities. Possessing such technological skill made him truly worthy of the title of a top-class shipwright master. However, this was just under normal usage. If a battle occurred, a single shot from the Pluton's main cannon would consume a day's worth of normal energy reserves. Of course, the power of the main cannon was terrifying as well, capable of destroying even a small island with one blast, living up to its title as one of the ancient weapons. This meant that the week-long energy supply was enough for only 7 shots of the Pluton's main cannon, the Mingwang Zhenu. Once those 7 shots were fired, the Pluton would be unable to operate and forced to rely solely on its sails instead of powered propulsion. Even so, the Pluton's power was still enough to shock everyone. Leaving the terrifying strength of the main cannon aside, just its mobility and sailing capabilities surpassed nearly every other vessel. While other ships had to rely on their sails, the Pluton could use energy to power mechanical propulsion. Its sailing speed was not just a few times faster, it was 4 or 5 times quicker than a normal sailing ship. Traveling against the wind was even the easiest thing in the world. This is the Pluton. After a few more months passed, the Pluton was finally completed and ready to undergo its trial voyage. Luo Nan and all his companions boarded the ship for the trial run, and Tom and his group were also aboard. The ship was gigantic. It could comfortably accommodate up to 1,000 people, and in an emergency, you could even cram as many as 2,000 on board. There were a variety of onboard facilities, hundreds of cabins, gyms, libraries, several small gardens, and even swimming pools. Tom was in charge of this trial voyage. Seeing the ship, Pluton, completed entirely by his own hands, his mood was filled with excitement. Standing at the bow, he commanded the shipyard craftsman to thoroughly check the vessel's performance. "How is the energy storage room?" Tom called out. "Everything is perfectly fine," one of his subordinates answered loudly. "How about the rest of the systems?" "No problems at all. We've checked everything multiple times." Tom nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the report. "Very well. Prepare for the trial voyage." While Tom was in charge of the trial run, Luo Nan and his companions were touring the interior facilities of the Pluton. As they examined the various facilities, they all wore satisfied smiles. The other girls were also extremely pleased with the Pluton's internal arrangements. The ship was filled with so many facilities that it felt like a small, mobile city on the sea. If the more than 10 storage rooms were fully stocked with supplies, the ship could sail continuously for several months or even years without docking. Of course, this was under the condition of a small crew. If fully loaded with nearly 1,000 people, it wouldn't be able to last that long. Half a month would be about the limit. But Luo Nan's explorer pirates consisted of only a handful of members, nowhere near a full complement of crew, so there was absolutely no concern regarding such issues. "This ship is truly massive," Robin said cheerfully, looking around her. "It's like living inside a city. There's even a game room, along with a gym and a library. Yeah, the facilities are incredibly complete. There are even 3 separate kitchens, each of them huge." Kaluman added happily. She had just peeked into those 3 kitchens, and all the cooking equipment was fully equipped. But with only her as the ship's chef, working in such large kitchens felt a bit overwhelming. She hoped to find an opportunity to ask the captain to recruit more culinary crew members in the future, and perhaps even find some talented apprentices of her own. "Thank you, Luo Nan. I never expected you to specially equip a large archaeological laboratory for me and Robin. Olivia was also very happy. The most exciting part of the ship for her was the library, and the special archaeological lab assigned just for her and Robin, filled with a complete set of excavation tools. This naturally delighted her. It's nothing. Such a big ship has so many cabins, hundreds in fact. If they weren't fully equipped, it would just be a waste. Luonin laughed. Even so, many of the cabins are still empty. We can work on filling those in later. Everyone, feel free to make suggestions in the future. Great. Yelena clapped her hands happily. My suggestion is that, if we get the chance, we should specifically recruit some navigators into our pirate crew. That could share the workload and ensure our navigation is even safer. A good suggestion. We can certainly look into it when we get the chance. But as always, the whole team must agree. Luonin nodded. And what about chefs? With 3 huge kitchens, it's quite hard for just me alone. I'd like to take on some apprentices. Kaluman immediately brought up her own thoughts. No problem. Luonin waved his hand generously. You can visit more big restaurants in your free time and see if there are any suitable chefs or apprentices you like. You can even bring them on board for a trial if you want. Then, may I recruit some shipwrights? Diana asked softly. Of course. Everyone nodded, and Luonin spoke. Such a huge ship. Having only you as a single shipwright would make repairs take far too long if problems arise. Definitely, more shipwrights are needed. Handle it as you see fit. All right. Thank you, Captain. Diana nodded happily. At that moment, a shipwright from Tom's shipyard shouted from outside. Mr. Luonan, Mr. Tom says to come to the deck. The ship has already left the harbor and is preparing to sail at full speed toward the destination for the main cannon test firing. Great, we'll be right there. Upon hearing these words, Luonan's eyes lit up. He had been long anticipating the power of the Pluton's main cannon, the Mingwang Zhenu. Chapter 134, Wrath of Hades. One shot, one sunk island. Mr. Luonan, have you named the ship yet? On the deck, a group of people stood at the bow, gazing at the distant waves. Tom turned to ask Luonan. As for the name, what about Voyager? Luonan thought for a moment before replying, then turned to look at the other crew members and asked for their opinions. Voyager? Sounds good. Let's just go with that. The girls considered it, feeling that although the name lacked an imposing ring, with Hades might already present, there was no need for a name to emphasize its power. Okay, then it shall be Voyager. Luonan smiled. This name reminded him of an aerospace vehicle from his past life. Naming the ship thus, Luonan carried high hopes for this Hades, and the name also fit nicely with the Voyager pirates. Voyager, a great name. Tom added, laughing. It fits perfectly with your pirate crew's name, the Voyager Pirates. After a while, the Voyager, riding the waves, arrived at a remote sea area far from the water capital. There was a desolate small island on this sea. No large life forms inhabited the island, making it an ideal testing ground for Tom to trial the main cannon. This is a barren island. Although not large, it qualifies as a small island, and is suitable enough for this main cannon test. Tom spoke, then gave orders to start the preparations. Before long, everything was ready. As for energy, Dana had already fully charged at the harbor, which was why the Voyager was able to arrive here so quickly. It hadn't even used the spare sails. Indeed, the Voyager could not only navigate using energy, but also use sails as a backup in case the energy couldn't be recharged on time. The ship was equipped with very large and numerous sails, for massive main sails complemented by 6 smaller auxiliary ones. After everything was fully prepared, Tom handed over the command authority to Luonan, allowing Luonan to give the order to fire. Captain Luonan, we're ready to fire. Tom looked at Luonan, and others around were also watching him, excitedly anticipating whether the main cannon of Hades, the Wrath of Hades, would really be as terrifying as the legends claimed. All right, Luonan took a deep breath, then solemnly shouted, fire. As the words fell, the command was transmitted through a dedicated device into the main cannon control room. Inside that control room was Dana, who personally oversaw the main cannon's operation this time. Upon hearing Luonan's order, she immediately pressed the firing button in her hand. Then, flashes of electricity silently traveled through the circuits in the control room, accumulating within the main cannon. A terrifying energy ball crackling with electricity shot out from the barrel of the cannon. The entire hull of the Voyager violently shook. Those standing on the deck at the bow only saw a lightning-like flash, and soon after came an earth-shattering roar from the targeted island. From above the island rose a massive mushroom cloud. Below, the sea roared and churned. The entire island had completely vanished, leaving only the towering mushroom cloud in the sky. After a long while, the mushroom cloud slowly dispersed, with a large amount of dust raining down into the ocean. This terrifying scene left everyone present utterly shocked. This destructive power is too terrifying. Elena watched the scene, her expression stunned. Indeed, Carmen nodded, speaking in fearful astonishment. With one shot, the entire island is gone. If this were to hit a ship or strike a coastal city, the resulting casualties would be absolutely horrifying. The power is indeed immense. Luonan also nodded, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. We might not necessarily use the main cannon against cities, but having such an overwhelmingly powerful weapon can serve to intimidate the villains and ruffians out there. Exactly. Tom, still awed by the power of the Hades main cannon, especially agreed with Luonan's words. This weapon is mainly for deterring enemies. You don't necessarily have to use it, just knowing that you possess such a weapon alone is enough to intimidate them. Truly, Hades lives up to being an ancient weapon from legends. The shipbuilders from Tom's shipyard, who had also participated in building this ship, were all exclaiming in amazement. Even though they had constructed the vessel themselves, before witnessing the main cannon's true power, they hadn't known exactly how devastating it would be. But now, seeing it for themselves, they all clearly understood how horrifying the power of the main cannon truly was. After a moment of astonished exclamations, Tom began inspecting the ship with others, mainly checking the main cannon control room to see whether the ship had sustained any damage from the cannon firing. Fortunately, no serious damage was found. Only the main cannon barrel had suffered minor damage due to the high-energy blast. This was considered normal and not a major concern. It would cool down and be ready for another shot soon. The main cannon barrel is made of a heat-resistant material. However, the concentrated power of lightning still caused slight damage. It's nothing serious. This material can definitely withstand over 100 cannon shots, as long as there is at least 10 minutes between each shot. If we fire at maximum intensity, rapid continuous firing, the barrel would be completely destroyed after about 10 shots. Tom explained the issue to xuanhuan and Dana. That's absolutely not a big issue. xuanhuan nodded. Only needing to replace the barrel after 100 shots is perfectly acceptable. Who would even let me fire 100 times? Ha, that's true. With the sheer power of Hades' main cannon, even a large island would be obliterated after 100 hits. Tom laughed heartily. Once the main cannon test was completed, the group began their return voyage. The voyagers swiftly returned to the internal harbor of Tom's shipyard. Its enormous hull, towering over the dock, gave off a terrifying sense of oppression. With Hades now complete, xuanhuan and his group had basically concluded their extended stay in the water capital. During this lengthy stay, xuanhuan had barely signed in at all, only occasionally stepping out to visit nearby small islands, gaining just a few minor rewards, some common potions and other items he didn't find particularly useful. Although xuanhuan had continuously improved his strength through personal training over the past year, his progress had greatly slowed compared to earlier. He knew he needed to visit well-known large islands to sign in and obtain better rewards to boost his strength. Only by constantly signing in and obtaining rewards could he grow stronger faster. xuanhuan had not forgotten that although the ongoing war between the two major factions in the New World seemed unrelated to him now, as one of the 5 emperors, the world government would never ignore his existence. In fact, they probably already considered him a thorn in their side. After all, he had killed 4 world nobles a year ago. This was a deep enmity, and inevitably, war was coming. As for Imu, the mysterious figure secretly pulling the strings of the world government, xuanhuan remained highly vigilant. Even now that he had Hades, he could never underestimate Imu. Who knows, perhaps the enemy already possessed Uranus, the most powerful of the 3 ancient weapons. Its power was undoubtedly immense, far beyond imagination. Chapter 135, xuanhuan's movement. Secret meeting. xuanhuan's movements have become the focal point of global attention. The world government, marine headquarters, the 4 emperors and various factions and kingdoms across the New World, and the 4 seas all keep close watch on xuanhuan's every action. One must understand, within this past year, constant warfare has plagued the New World. Naval forces and the 7 warlords of the sea under the world government have been locked in continual battle against the 4 emperors of the New World. The fighting has seesawed for nearly a year. Though both sides have experienced victories and defeats, mainly consisting of localized conflicts, neither side has escalated to full-scale war, seemingly holding back or perhaps wary of something. The 4 emperors understand the formidable strength of the Marines, who are backed by the world government and its countless allied nations, continually replenishing their forces, making it impossible to defeat them all in one fell swoop. Thus, the 4 emperors continue their resistance while developing their own powers. On the other hand, the Marines also harbor their own concerns. To put it simply, the main cause of their worry lies in the potions held by the 4 emperors. Speaking of these potions, they truly make the Marines hold a deep grudge against xuanhuan. After a year of investigation, they have finally uncovered the truth behind the 2 types of potions, physical potion and mental potion, that xuanhuan had supplied to the 4 emperors. Many times when the Marines had gathered their forces to corner a particular emperor, just when victory seemed within reach, the enemy would drink the potion and suddenly turn the tide, a development that repeatedly enraged the admirals. Their fury is not just directed at the 4 emperors, but also at xuanhuan himself. Although xuanhuan never set foot in the New World, the potions he provided have caused the Marines endless headaches. Therefore, they pay close attention to his every move. Once members of the CP organization monitoring the Water 7 reported that xuanhuan had left Water 7, the Marine forces immediately became alert. They stopped confronting the 4 emperors in the New World and instead focused on consolidating their own power base there, even dispatching some fleets back to reinforce Marineford. Furthermore, Sakazuki Steel Skeletal Kong, together with Vice Admiral Hina, traveled to Mariawa to attend the secret meeting convened by the 5 elders. The 4 emperors' forces in the New World thus gained a respite to recover and regroup. They contacted xuanhuan via Den Den Mushi, exchanging words of thanks with him for his 2 major acts of support over the past year. The first time, he supplied 50 billion berries along with both types of potions. The second time was half a year ago, during a massive war, when xuanhuan again provided support, 10 bottles each of the physical and mental potions, giving the 4 emperors a tremendous advantage in battle. It could be said that the 4 emperors' ability to withstand the coordinated assaults of multiple marine fleets and the 7 warlords is largely due to xuanhuan's assistance. The 4 emperors harbored deep gratitude for his firm support. Over the past year, relations among the 5 emperors have also significantly improved. After xuanhuan's group departed Water 7 heading to their next destination, the 4 emperors expressed warm welcome and eagerly hoped for xuanhuan's arrival in the New World soon. so that together they may rule the vast territories of the New World. Luonan, however, stated that he is in no rush to head directly to the New World. The Traveler Pirate's primary mission is not the New World. The New World is their ultimate destination. He will travel along the way, exploring and searching for the Rio Poneglyph and the truth of the history that was deliberately hidden. Luonan and his companions, aboard the Traveler, departed Water 7. Their next stop was preparing to reach the Sabeti archipelago, then passing through Fishman Island before entering the New World. Along the way, he planned to make stops at various islands, perform check-ins, and obtain rewards. He could not afford to waste such precious opportunities. At this time, Mariewa convened a secret meeting concerning Luonan. Within a solemn chamber at Mariewa, the 5 elders sat at the head of the room, while Sakazuki Kong, Vice Admiral Hina, and the highest leader of the CP organization also attended this confidential meeting. Based on intelligence we've received, Luonan's group has already departed from Water 7. Their current movements are also under our surveillance. The head of the CP organization was a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit. He spoke first at the urging of the 5 elders. Has elder leader summoned us to this meeting to take action against Luonan? Upon hearing this, Sakazuki Kong and Vice Admiral Hina shifted their gazes toward the 5 elders. Yes, this secret meeting is specifically convened to discuss Luonan's affairs, specifically, how to deal with him. One of the 5 elders spoke in a deep voice. In the New World, the war between the Marines and the 7 warlords of the sea under the world government and the 4 emperors has lasted a year. During this year, we have repeatedly achieved absolute advantages. Yet, every time we were on the verge of seizing an opportunity to cripple one of their factions, their sudden use of physical and mental potions completely turned the tide of battle. I've had enough of this situation. Although Luonan isn't in the New World himself, his potions have kept the entire situation there beyond our control. Indeed, another elder also spoke. This Luonan is infuriating. He keeps supplying the New World with potions. Although these potions are rare and cannot be used by ordinary pirates, when used by those powerful pirates, their effects are too strong. Even with the 7 warlords included, our side still cannot surpass the enemy's top-tier combat strength. Speaking of the potions, I'd like to ask, how has the Science Division's research on the potions been going this past year? Just beside Sakazuki Kong, the elderly chief of staff Hacha suddenly asked. Dr. Vegapunk has been researching treatment potions, hasn't he? Have they made any breakthroughs? Dr. Vegapunk has already assembled a large research team to work on it. However, these treatment potions are too strange. Vegapunk hasn't been able to replicate or mass-produce them within a short time. Their best achievement so far is a treatment elixir based on the original potion, capable only of healing minor external wounds. I've already authorized the Science Division to begin mass production, and it can now be supplied to our Marine forces. It still has some effectiveness against minor injuries, said the tall and thin elder. Only capable of healing minor external wounds. Upon hearing this, others looked disappointed. They knew that Luonan's treatment potions could cure serious injuries and chronic diseases accumulated over many years. Compared with Luonan's, the potion developed by the Science Division was like comparing heaven and earth. It was an enormous gap. It's already not bad. Luonan would not have openly auctioned off such a precious potion if he didn't know how difficult it was to replicate. Otherwise, would he have allowed our world government to participate in that auction? Explained the tall, thin elder. Furthermore, Dr. Vegapunk is still conducting research. Even regarding that extremely valuable Elixir of Immortality, Elder Emu personally issued an order rejecting the request from the world noble families, assigning Dr. Vegapunk to study it. If he successfully replicates it, even if it doesn't possess the same miraculous power as the original elixir, an increase of 10 or 20 years of lifespan would still be extremely valuable. Gentlemen, when that happens, everyone here will get a share. Oh, that's truly great news. Upon hearing this, the head of the CP organization's eyes lit up. He was extremely curious about the potion rumored to extend life by 100 years. If not for its immense rarity, which even Elder Emu had been alerted about, he would have found some way to acquire it himself. Although it might be difficult to compete with the world noble families for it, it was still a hope. Now, after hearing the elder's words, he couldn't help feeling filled with anticipation. He hoped that Dr. Vegapunk would complete the research and successfully replicate the elixir soon. Even if the effects were slightly inferior, adding a few decades to one's lifespan would be more than enough. Chapter 136, The Grand Plan. Defeat Lauren. Alright, let's get back on topic and discuss how to deal with Lauren. The short and fat member of the 5 elders spoke gravely. Concerning Lauren, we made a decision over a year ago. We must find a way to take him down. However, we still haven't found the perfect method to ensure his defeat without fail. After all, this guy is extremely powerful. Even when both Garp and Zephyr attacked together, they were unable to defeat him, let alone kill him. This is indeed a tricky issue. The leader of the CP organization also nodded. This guy is difficult to deal with. If even the Navy headquarters' top combat forces have failed, then our CP organization attacking him would most likely also result in failure. So what other options do we have that can guarantee his successful elimination? Then, should we ask Imsama to personally intervene? What are you thinking? Having Imsama personally intervene. At these words, instantly, all the 5 elders glared angrily at him. What is Lauren? Does he deserve for Imsama to personally step in? But if Imsama won't personally intervene, then who can guarantee victory over him? The CP leader knew his words were inappropriate, but he couldn't think of any other way to kill Lauren. Lauren's strength is indeed unquestionable, but after all, he is only one person. We can completely eliminate him through other means. At this moment, another tall and muscular member of the 5 elders spoke solemnly. We've already had an idea. The science division will provide a newly developed high-explosive cannon, installed on the bow of ships to directly bomb the vessel where Lauren resides, killing him beneath this barrage of firepower. This. Gonggu Kong frowned immediately upon hearing this suggestion. This isn't the first time such an idea has been brought up. Previously, fleets used cannons to bombard Lauren's ship, but he can fly and easily evade such attacks. His personal strength is beyond what ordinary cannonballs can kill. Therefore, I say that the new cannons we have developed are different from regular cannons, one of the elders stated. These are entirely new cannons. Their power exceeds regular artillery and even surpasses the main guns on some of the top-tier ships. We've already ordered expedited production to equip them onto numerous large warships. Then, when the right opportunity arises and Lauren is unprepared, we'll unleash full firepower against him. There's no way he can react in time. Haha, under such terrifying firepower, not only his ship, but even an entire island would be blown to pieces. That's right. These newly developed cannons are definitely powerful enough to deal with Lauren. Another elder also nodded in agreement. He had personally witnessed tests of the new cannon, and its power was truly incredible. A single shot could blow apart a mid-sized warship, and even large warships would be left with half their hull destroyed from one shot alone. With such terrifying power, he firmly believed that there was no way Lauren could resist. With such a barrage of firepower from these cannons, no one in this world could withstand it. The other elders also nodded with visible smiles. Are really that powerful? Gonggu Kong hurriedly asked in surprise. If that were truly the case, once these cannons were equipped across all of the Navy's major fleets, the Navy's combat capabilities would be significantly enhanced, giving them a tremendous advantage against all sorts of pirate crews. Unlike now, where the Navy is locked in constant battles in the New World and often has to retreat upon spotting Lauren. Since the 5 elders say it, it must be true. The CP organization leader eagerly flattered from the side. Marshal Gonggu, you'll definitely need to make proper arrangements for this, decisively taking care of Lauren. Once Lauren is eliminated, not only will the world government benefit, but so will all the allied nations. Your reputation will strike fear into countless pirates. Right. If you succeed in taking out Lauren this time, I'm sure Im-sama will regard you in a completely different light, one of the elders said meaningfully. If these cannons truly possess such power, then I will definitely not disappoint everyone's expectations, and even less so Im-sama's. Gonggu Kong replied solemnly. The secret meeting ended. Gonggu Kong and Kang He set off toward the science division to witness firsthand the newly developed cannon's power. Until he saw it with his own eyes, he wouldn't fully believe it. He needed personal confirmation to gain confidence. Upon seeing the demonstration, Gonggu Kong was immediately filled with great joy and his confidence soared. This cannon utilized a newly developed type of gunpowder, which generated tremendous force to propel the cannonballs. Moreover, the cannonballs were no longer solid black spheres, but instead filled with this new explosive. Upon impact, they would create explosions of tremendous power. With the combined effect, dozens of these new, gunpowder-filled cannonballs exploding together could completely obliterate a small hill. How could Gonggu Kong not be pleased? Excellent, excellent. With this new type of artillery, even if Luonin tries to escape under massive, saturation attacks, he won't be able to run. This will surely eliminate him completely. Gonggu Kong laughed heartily, feeling completely satisfied. He immediately left Mariewa and returned to Marineford, secretly beginning preparations for this major plan targeting Luonan. As for Luonan, after leaving Water 7, he sailed straight ahead toward his destination, the Fishman Island. He needed to check in at Sabaody Archipelago along the way. Naturally, he would also need to make several other island check-ins during his journey, since they were along the way anyway, and he wouldn't want to waste those check-in opportunities. The girls also wanted to explore the islands, while Olivia and Robin needed to go to certain islands for archaeological research, searching for information about the Rio Poneglyph. Several days later, right after the ship left an island and hadn't traveled far, Elena approached Luonan with a report. Captain, in 2 days we will be entering the waters near Eni's lobby. Should we take a detour? Eni's lobby was one of the 3 most powerful institutions under the world government. Under normal circumstances, no pirate crew would dare to pass through that area. They all chose to detour around it. A detour? Why would we need that? Luonan replied calmly. Just follow the regular navigation route. There's no need to go out of our way. There's no person in this world who has the right to force us to detour. But what if the Navy sends a fleet to drive us away? Elena expressed her concern. She wasn't afraid of the Navy having the guts to attack their ship. After all, the Navy had suffered too many defeats at Luonan's hands. They had long lost the courage to confront him now. If they dare to attack and drive us away, let them taste the wrath of the Pluto. Luonan waved his hand dismissively, saying directly, it all depends on whether they have the guts. Fine then. Upon hearing this, Elena could only nod, secretly wondering whether the Navy truly had the courage to confront them this time. At the same time, news also reached Eni's lobby that Luonan's group had not taken a detour, but was heading directly toward the Eni's lobby direction. The message was immediately relayed to Mariewa and Marineford. The officials at Mariewa and Marineford instantly felt a spark of excitement. The timing couldn't have been better. They had just been worried about lacking a good opportunity, and now one had conveniently arrived. Thus, a massive fleet composed of large warships was dispatched toward Eni's lobby. These large warships were all equipped with the new artillery in great numbers. Whether they could successfully eliminate Luonan would all depend on this decisive move. Chapter 137 Interception by the Fleet. The candidate admiral. The Navy's massive fleet movements were highly secretive. Despite their large numbers, they had not attracted outside attention. This was Justice Island, located not too far from Marineford, and the waters in between had always been under strict Navy control. The area between Marineford and Justice Island regularly saw Navy fleets passing through, so no one would find it unusual. Moreover, the operation this time was of utmost importance, and information control was already tight. It wasn't only Luo Nan and his group that lacked knowledge about it. Even the Yonko factions had no intelligence to offer. Both the Five Elders and Steelbone Kong treated this operation with utmost seriousness, hoping to finish everything in one decisive move, to eliminate Luo Nan completely. When the Navy fleet arrived near Justice Island, Luo Nan and his crew had just reached the waters of Justice Island, intending to pass straight through toward the waters of Sabeti Archipelago. Throughout the journey, Luo Nan hadn't noticed any fleet trying to intercept the traveler, and he thought perhaps the Navy wouldn't show up at all. Yet on this day, they finally encountered the blocking Navy fleet. Captain Luo Nan, there's a huge Navy fleet blocking the way ahead. They're stopping our advance. Irina cried out, rushing up to Luo Nan in panic. Oh, Navy fleet. They've got guts. Luo Nan said coldly as he strode toward the bow. Sure enough, he saw a dark mass of Navy warships ahead. So many warships, all of them large ones. Are they really planning to go after me? What do we do, Captain? Irina followed behind Luo Nan anxiously. There are too many of their warships. Though our ship is strong, if it comes to a battle against so many. Don't be afraid. Luo Nan smiled calmly. I'm here. Everything will be fine. Where are the others? He glanced around the deck, only seeing the two of them. Apparently, the others still hadn't noticed the Navy ships blocking their path yet. After spotting the ships, Irina's first action had been to report to him. They should be inside the cabins. I'll go call them over. Irina said quickly before hurrying off toward the helm. She had been steering the ship previously. Despite its many cabins, there was an intercom system set up near the helm, so rather than going door to door, it was faster to use that system. Irina quickly alerted the others using the intercom, informing them of the situation at sea. As soon as Dina heard, she headed directly to the main gun control room and power chamber. She replenished the power supply they had consumed over the last few days using the electricity from the rumble fruit and waited in the control room for further orders. The others, Olivia, Robin, and Kaluman, rushed to the deck after receiving the news. When they saw the mass of dark Navy warships ahead, their faces immediately turned grim. Is the Navy finally making a move against us? Olivia said seriously. They've raised our bounties a lot before, especially yours, which went directly to 1 billion belly. And since all these bounty hunters haven't been able to catch you for such a long time, now they've decided to take matters into their own hands. It must be a fierce attack. You absolutely cannot take it lightly, Luo Nan. I know, Luo Nan nodded gravely. He truly wouldn't underestimate the enemy, but he also wouldn't underestimate himself. With his current strength, despite the overwhelming number of enemy ships, he knew he could defeat them all by himself. Remember, during the past year, he hadn't been idle. Occasionally, he traveled to nearby islands around the Water 7 area to check in and continued diligently cultivating the primordial chaos cultivation method. After a year of training, his cultivation level had improved once again, and his power was no longer comparable to that of a year ago. I told you so. Those guys definitely wouldn't just let us pass Justice Island that easily. Robin crossed her arms, frowning. The Sabeti Archipelago and Marineford lie right behind Justice Island. The Marine headquarters definitely won't let us reach there so easily. Even though we pose no direct threat to Marineford, they simply won't believe that. They don't fear that we'll attack Marineford. They just don't want us to reach the New World so easily. Luo Nan said calmly. The war in the New World has lasted a whole year, and they've gained nothing from it. If I return to the New World now, they will have even less chance of winning. Therefore, them choosing to attack me is something I expected. Honestly, though, I didn't expect them to make their move here. I originally thought they'd try something at Sabeti Archipelago or Fishman Island. Well then, if they've chosen to attack here, let's see what hidden strengths they have that give them the confidence to stop me. Wait, they seem to have stopped. Kaluman, who had been watching the Navy ships closely, suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the ocean, look, they've really stopped. They actually stopped. What are they planning? The girls looked at each other in confusion. They couldn't figure out why the enemy fleet had stopped at such a distance away from the traveler, way beyond the effective range of their cannons. Could it be that they intended to negotiate? Don't care about their reasons, Luo Nan coldly commanded. Irina, speed up and charge straight through. Roger. Irina nodded and immediately steered the ship forward. On the deck of the Navy flagship, the largest of the fleet, a serious-looking man stared at the traveler. This is Luo Nan's new ship. Yes, sir, one of the aides answered. This ship was built for Luo Nan by Tom's shipyard. It's enormous in size, and instead of using sails, its main propulsion relies on some sort of energy source. However, we don't have the detailed specifications. Big ship? That's all it is. The commander waved dismissively. Don't care about that. The enemy didn't slow down even slightly. They obviously weren't intimidated by our fleet size. I suppose this is just the Luo Nan way. He's truly fearless. But if he wants to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. The commander smirked, his eyes gleaming with cruel intent. I pulled some strings through my contacts and married Geos to specifically get this operation from Fleet Admiral Kong. That Rear Admiral Sengoku even wanted to come here himself, but in the end, it landed in my hands. If I can eliminate Luo Nan this time, I will become the next great Navy hero, one even more famous than Garp. Sir, your leadership will undoubtedly lead to Luo Nan's defeat. The world will sing your praises in the future. The aide eagerly flattered him. Indeed, you'll share in the rewards too, the commander said with a smile, glancing at the aide. He himself was a vice admiral in the Navy, an elite officer not far from becoming an admiral candidate, just like Akainu and Kizaru. If he successfully completed this mission and removed the world government's thorn in its side, Luo Nan, being promoted to admiral would be just a matter of time, as would becoming a revered Navy hero. That's why he had leveraged years of family connections to reach out to one of the 5 elders, and even one of the celestial dragon families, fighting for, and ultimately securing command over this operation. He believed with his fleet's new heavy artillery, no so-called devils chosen like Luo Nan would stand a chance. He would be blown to pieces. Chapter 138 Artillery Coverage, Wrath of the God of the Underworld. Sir, Ronan's ship is moving fast. The officer frowned as he watched the Voyager approaching rapidly, and said, not only did it not slow down, but it accelerated toward us. What should we do now? He's definitely audacious, the commander said contemptuously. Pass the order, everyone must be alert. As soon as they enter our artillery range, just like our previous drills, concentrate all cannons and launch a full covering strike. Destroy that ship completely. I want Ronan shattered into dust with no remains left. Yes, sir. The officer immediately received the command and relayed the order to all warships. Soon enough, Ronan's ship indeed entered the attack range of all the fleet. Under unified coordination, each warship deployed their cannons and aimed them at the Voyager, decisively launching an overwhelming and all-encompassing assault. Boom, 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 boom. An uncountable number of cannon roars split the heavens, and huge cannonballs flew into the sky, hurtling toward the location of the Voyager. The spectacle was so grand it seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Above the Voyager, Ronan's figure floated into the air, emotionlessly hovering above the ship with sword chi buzzing around him like thousands of birds singing. The countless cannonballs raining from the sky fell into the airspace of the vessel, yet as soon as they entered that area, Ronan's Zanpakuto slashed through them. Endless sword energy swept outward, destroying nearly every single cannonball. Smoke spread densely. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air, shrouding the entire sea region. No wonder you dare to target me. A faint smile curled on Ronan's lips. So the cannons have been upgraded? Their power has indeed increased greatly. If my abilities were weaker, even Hades himself would be completely annihilated under such terrifying cannon fire. Unfortunately, you've underestimated my strength. Over this past year, my power has grown by far more than just a little. Over the past year, Ronan's abilities had increased dramatically across the board, whether it was his skill levels or cultivation techniques. Even without signing in many times, through personal training alone, he had improved significantly. Handling the attacks from these cannonballs was nothing particularly difficult. The calculations of the 5 elders and Sakazuki were entirely mistaken, and the fleet before him was about to face the cleansing fire of Ronan's wrath. Dana, charge the main cannon Wrath of the God of the Underworld. I've never liked playing defensively. Let's give them a taste of what real artillery fire looks like. Ronan's voice echoed across the Voyager, directly penetrating the hull, reaching the gunnery control room, and clearly entering Dana's ears. Understood, Captain. Main cannon Wrath of the God of the Underworld, charging begins now. Dana responded firmly and began to operate the systems, using the abundant energy from the power core to rapidly charge the main gun. On the bow of the Voyager, an enormous cannon barrel aimed straight ahead at the formation of enemy warships ahead. Then, with a loud boom, a dazzlingly radiant thunder energy sphere was fired, speeding toward the enemy with extreme velocity. A thunderous roar echoed as the energy sphere traveled so quickly the enemy fleet had no time for any defense. The moment it entered the formation, all anyone saw was a flash of electric light. Then they were struck. The energy sphere exploded violently between several closely positioned large warships. Infinite bolts of electricity crackled and surged, blowing open the hulls of the massive ships and incinerating countless personnel on deck. No good. On the command vessel, the officer's face turned pale as he watched this terrifying scene unfold helplessly. This single shot was too devastating. It had destroyed 3 large warships outright, completely annihilating them. Additionally, 7 or 8 nearby warships were heavily damaged, with the majority of their crews killed instantly. These 7 or 8 ships were now entirely crippled in combat, while the 3 massive ones that had been directly obliterated were completely shattered with all crew members certainly dead. What kind of attack was that? The commander, also stunned, gazed at the scene with a disbelieving look, roaring in refusal to accept it. Damn it. What kind of weapon is that? Why is it so powerful? How could a main cannon possibly have such destructive force? Sir, what do we do now? The officer asked anxiously, practically beside himself. He had truly been terrified by that single shot from the Voyager. If just one of those rounds struck their own flagship, they wouldn't withstand it. They'd be obliterated in one blast. Quickly report what's happening here to headquarters, hurry. The commander immediately shouted, then, under the protection of several personal guards, fled into the cabin, ordering the flagship to retreat quickly and have the other warships cover the rear. Yes, he was ready to run. That single shot had shattered all of his confidence. This bloody hell, it was just one shot. Yet it had already destroyed 3 of his large warships and crippled 7 or 8 others. How many warships did he have in total? This time, he had only brought over 30 ships. Just one shot had already taken out nearly a third of his fleet's combat capability. How could he possibly keep fighting now? If a few more shots like that came, wouldn't he himself be left here as well? At this moment, the commander was truly terrified. He still had a bright future ahead of him. He definitely didn't want to die here. So, he had to flee immediately. As for failing the mission and being court-martialed when he returned, that was no longer important. At least he'd still be alive. Meanwhile, the battle intelligence from the battlefield was also reported to the Navy headquarters. The admirals and high-ranking officers were all deeply shocked upon hearing it. Sakazuki slammed the table furiously, exclaiming, "Incompetent. Absolutely incompetent. I told you that such an important mission couldn't be entrusted to that fool Andre." The 5 elders and the world noble families insisted on supporting him. That idiot, as expected, has accomplished nothing but disaster. Your Excellency, the most important thing for us now is to find out why Ronin's ship has such devastating firepower. According to the report, that was a single shot from its main cannon, and it can't continuously fire in succession. Even so, such an overwhelming main cannon is already shocking enough. Consider the massive size of this new ship and the terrifying power of that cannon. I have a bad feeling about this. Kuratsuki, the strategist, said gravely towards Sakazuki. You mean? Sakazuki suddenly paused, his expression stunned and slightly fearful. Are you suggesting Ronin's ship is the ancient weapon Pluto? The only ship recorded in history as the most powerful ship ever is none other than Pluto, Kuratsuki stated firmly, and his ship now can truly be called the most powerful vessel in the world. Only Pluto could achieve such feats. Find out everything. Contact the CP organizations immediately and investigate every piece of intelligence about Ronin's ship. Chapter 139, The Power of the Bingwa, Shocking the World. The traveler owned by Luo Nan, with the power of just one cannon shot, truly shocked the world. In the next day's newspaper, Morgans naturally didn't miss such an explosive news story. He had been closely monitoring Luo Nan's movements all along. Unfortunately, for the previous year, he had thought Luo Nan would participate in the Great War of the New World, but Luo Nan had just stayed in Water 7 the entire year. That had disappointed him a bit. However, now Luo Nan had begun to take action, so he immediately dispatched reporters to follow behind him. Indeed, not long after, they witnessed such an incredible battle. After the newspapers were sold, this news story inevitably stirred the world's population. Even more shocking to the entire world was that the newspaper also published a reporter's speculation about this ship of Luo Nan, the speculation about the ancient weapon, the Bingwang. This was something that sent chills down the spines of people across the globe. The ancient weapon Bingwang? Goodness, why does Luo Nan have such a powerful weapon? Right, this is an ancient weapon. How on earth could he have it? This newspaper seems to mention that Luo Nan remained in Water 7 for a whole year, constantly interacting with Tom's shipyard. Thinking about it now, he must have been building a new ship, and this new ship is probably the Bong. Whoa, is Tom's shipyard really that impressive? Can they really build the Bingwang? Quickly, make way. I'm heading to Water 7. I'm going to find Tom's shipyard. What? You want to build a Bingwang yourself? Haha, even someone like Luo Nan, with all his power, took a whole year to build it. Who knows how much money was spent? Do you have money to build one? So what if I don't have money? With such news breaking out, it's not just me who's interested. The top pirate emperors, even the world government, and the Navy headquarters must be interested as well. When that time comes, whether Tom's shipyard wants to build or not, they'll have no choice but to build. As for money, can't it just be seized? You really have guts, huh? Haven't you heard? Within Luo Nan's Voyager pirate crew, there's a new shipwright, a disciple of Master Tom himself. Do you really think someone dares to mess with Tom's shipyard? Want to commit suicide? Similar conversations like those among these pirates happened across the globe. Once the news broke that Luo Nan's ship might be the ancient weapon Mong, everyone became unsettled, their eyes full of nothing but greed. That was the Mingwang, the ancient weapon Mingwa. Look at Luo Nan's battle performance this time. It scared the living daylights out of people. Truly worthy of being one of the 3 ancient weapons, the Bingwang's power shakes the heavens. With just one cannon shot, 3 massive warships were obliterated instantly, and another 7 or 8 warships were crippled, losing all capacity to fight. The casualties among the Marines reached several thousand, simply as if no one could rival such power. So powerful a ship, if it's not exactly the Bingwang, it must be no less powerful than the Bingwang itself. It must be obtained. With such a ship in hand, who could possibly stop one from ruling the seas, commanding the oceans fearlessly? Therefore, numerous great pirate crews and major nation forces began collecting intelligence through various channels, gaining details about Luo Nan's stay in Water 7 over the past year. What? Luo Nan spent more than 2 billion belly on building this ship? So much money spent on just one ship. It takes a whole year to build this ship, and the entire Tom's shipyard can only focus on constructing one at a time and can't build multiple at once. What? Luo Nan received an internal rate from Tom's shipyard? They practically didn't make a profit. If an outsider wants to order the Bingwang, 10 billion belly must be paid as a deposit up front, and an additional 30 billion belly upon completion? Whoa, so expensive. Let's take it by force. Contact several other pirate crews, seize control of Tom's shipyard. I don't believe Master Tom won't fear for his life. What? The apprentice of Master Tom is a member of Luo Nan's Voyager pirates? Cough, cough, cough. Forget what I said earlier. Someone, prepare my ship. I myself will go pay Master Tom a visit. Across the ocean, pirate crews were in a state of chaos, and their initial reaction was almost universally to raid. That's how they usually gain benefits. But once they learned that a crewmate of Luo Nan was Tom's apprentice, immediately, these pirates turned into cowards hiding in their shells. Their intentions instantly shifted from robbery to visiting. a speed of face-changing that could be described as near instantaneous. On another side, within the New World, thoughts among the great pirates diverged. In the territory of the four emperors, four monarchs gathered together. With recent battles temporarily paused, they had an opportunity to stabilize and develop their power. Who would have thought? Xuanhuan, once inactive, but once active, truly shakes the heavens. Big Mom exclaimed. Yes, I was actually wondering before, why such a restless person like him would stay in Water 7 for a whole year, but now it makes sense. Red-haired also sighed with admiration. So this was the reason. At first I thought he was just building a new regular ship, nothing much, at most on par with our flagship ships. Never in a million years did I expect him to build the Ming-Wang. The Ming-Wang. Whitebeard took a large swig of alcohol. Who could have guessed it? Before Xuanhuan's outbreak against the Marines, the entire world couldn't have predicted that the ship he built was actually the Ming-Wang. This, who could possibly guess? Kaido rolled his eyes. This is one of the ancient weapons, it's been lost for so many years already. And he actually managed to produce the Ming-Wang. I've even heard that Tom's shipyard has begun releasing messages to the outside world, claiming that they can accept outside orders. Building one Ming-Wang costs 40 billion belly. That's no small sum, though. Of course, compared to the Ming-Wang's capabilities, that price isn't even that high. 40 billion belly? My sources say Xuanhuan's Ming-Wang only cost more than 20 billion belly to build. Big Mom frowned. 40 billion belly was a huge sum, even for top pirates of the New World like them. Across the entire world of pirates, only perhaps the four of them could afford to pay such a price alone and build the Ming-Wang. Other powerful pirates across the seas would be unable to afford it unless they all pooled their resources together. However, for self-centered pirates like them, pooling resources to build a Ming-Wang was basically an impossible task. They could never trust each other enough to do so. Xuanhuan's different. You should understand as well, Xuanhuan recruited a new crew member at last year's auction, an apprentice of Tom himself named Dina. Well, you get the idea. Otherwise, Tom's shipyard would have likely already been looted by envious pirate crews by now. Whitebeard grinned widely. Don't even mention pirate crews. After this news breaks, without Xuanhuan's protection, even the world government might not be able to remain calm. World government? I suspect even Xuanhuan himself may not be able to intimidate the world government. Haven't you noticed that this time, the Navy headquarters specifically sent warships to intercept him? If it weren't for the appearance of the Ming-Wang, I bet Xuanhuan wouldn't have come out on top. Big Mom said gravely. Gentlemen, with such a significant event, we cannot afford to lag behind. The Ming-Wang, who isn't jealous? Can we really afford to wait until the world government takes action, then regret when they deploy the Ming-Wang against us? Charlotte is absolutely right. Whitebeard seriously glanced around at everyone. Gentlemen, even if we don't think about ourselves, consider just how much help Xuanhuan has given us over the past year. We should already lend him a hand. Moreover, after establishing good relations with Tom's shipyard in Xuanhuan, we will be able to place orders for the Ming-Wang first and begin construction. As for other pirate crews, let them come up with the money first. That's right. We should strengthen our communication with Xuanhuan. This time is a great opportunity. Kaido also nodded. This will also help stop the world government from trying to mess with Tom's shipyard. I agree entirely. Red-haired continued. As Big Mom said, if we ignore everything now and pretend nothing happened, imagine the world government acquiring the blueprints and information of the Ming-Wang from Tom's shipyard. With their shipbuilding capabilities, just imagine facing an entire fleet composed entirely of Ming-Wangs. Cough, cough, cough. That's just terrifying. Something no human could possibly withstand. One shot from Xuanhuan's ship sank 3 massive warships and crippled 7 or 8 more. Who can resist such main gun power? It's beyond human capability to resist, Whitebeard solemnly said. Even if I poured everything into resisting a single main cannon blast, how much good would that do? If just a few of those ships opened fire together? I couldn't block that. Could you, Kaido? I can probably barely do it. Kaido twitched his lips, almost about to say it's no problem, but upon reconsidering, thinking of the sheer power of Xuanhuan's ship's main gun, if an entire fleet made of the Ming-Wang opened fire together, even a large island could be obliterated. There's no way he could withstand it either. Keep bragging, just keep bragging. Big Mom gave Kaido an icy glare, then decisively said, since Edward and Red-haired agree, then let's settle it. We will publicly announce, the 5 emperors' interests must not be violated. If the Marine headquarters dares to move against Xuanhuan, it's equivalent to moving against us 5 emperors. We will carry out a joint crackdown on Marine forces in the New World. We will also announce that Tom's shipyard must not be threatened by any force, even the world government. We will send a group of people to permanently station in Water 7. If anyone dares to threaten Tom's shipyard, don't blame us 5 emperors for not being courteous. Placing an order with Tom's shipyard at the same time. The Ming-Wang, truly something to look forward to. Chapter 140, The 4 Emperors' Declaration. Ronan's counterattack. Thus, a declaration from Ronan, the New World 4 emperors, spread across the world. Tom's shipyard was under their protection. With Ronan added into the mix, all 5 emperors stood behind Tom's shipyard as its powerful backers. This time, even those who had planned to secretly sneak into the shipyard to steal the Pluton blueprints under the cover of darkness now ceased their preparations and retreated. In this world, besides the world government, there was no one else with the guts to provoke all 5 emperors at once. Speaking of the world government, the 5 elders were currently in distress, contemplating whether they should take action against Tom's shipyard. After all, it was a golden treasure. If they could obtain the blueprints for constructing Pluton from Tom's shipyard, with the world government's power, Even a vessel as mighty as Pluton could be built in batches of a dozen or 2 dozen at once. Even if each required a year to complete, launching 10 or 20 Plutons annually would surely become a formidable weapon capable of intimidating the entire world. This temptation was simply too great. It wasn't just the 5 elders who couldn't resist, not even the top-ranking Marines could resist. Which Marine Admiral wouldn't desire a Pluton as their flagship? Likewise, which Marine Admiral would willingly face a Pluton with ordinary warships? That was practically suicide. After an intense private discussion, the world government made the decision to act, and the sooner, the better. They should seize Tom's shipyard before the 5 emperors could mobilize their forces to defend it. After all, the Marines and the 4 emperors had been locked in battle within the New World for a whole year. Ronan had already provided extensive support, and combined with the recent bombardment incident, the 2 sides had already become deadly enemies. So why should they fear them now? Though Ronan wasn't aware of the world government's decision, even a fool could guess it. Captain Ronan, although we successfully drove away the intercepting Marine fleet, we have also exposed the existence of Pluton. Dana looked at Ronan with concern. Although the 4 emperors have issued declarations supporting you and Tom's shipyard together, the world government will certainly not give up. I believe they will definitely take action against Tom's shipyard sooner or later. After all, this concerns Pluton and the ancient weapons. No one desires such a mighty and awe-inspiring weapon more than the world government. You're absolutely right. Ronan replied calmly. We've just revealed information about Pluton, and the one most afraid and desperate in the world is definitely the world government. In their eyes, such a powerful weapon must be controlled exclusively by them to assist in their rule over the world. They can never allow it to fall into the hands of others, especially not their enemies, or rather, pirates. But Ronan suddenly curled the corner of his mouth into a mysterious smile. I'm not planning to return to Water 7 immediately. Passive defense isn't my style. Should we continue guarding Water 7 indefinitely? Then what do you plan to do? Dana was taken aback, asking in confusion. If we don't return to defend, in case anything happens to the shipyard, the lives of our teachers might not be in severe danger, since the world government would still need experienced shipwrights familiar with Pluton's construction. However, if the Pluton blueprints are lost, future fleets we face might be fleets made entirely of Plutons, which would be terrifying. Don't worry, I won't let that happen. Ronan waved his hand. The 4 emperors have already dispatched several powerful individuals to remain stationed in Water 7. For the time being, there shouldn't be any problems, as long as the Marine headquarters doesn't send a large-scale invasion force directly attacking Water 7. But what if they do exactly that? Dana asked. If it were me, for the sake of obtaining Pluton, even if it meant destroying Water 7 entirely, I'd still do it without hesitation. They won't get that chance, Robin said solemnly. Do you really think that after I fired a single cannon blast to drive away the fleet sent to intercept me, everything would just end like that? Upon hearing Ronan's words, Dana was momentarily stunned. What exactly did Ronan intend to do? She didn't dare to ask, and simply lowered her head in silence. Her personality had always been gentle and mild. The only reason she had rushed to find Ronan urgently was due to her concern over the matter of Tom's shipyard. Now, since Ronan had stated he already had a plan, she no longer felt worried. After Dana left Ronan's cabin, Ronan sat alone in his quarters, thinking about the entire situation. The world government would definitely take action. This was beyond doubt. As rulers, they would never tolerate something as powerful as Pluton existing outside their control. They were certainly going to target Water 7. But just as Ronan had said, after being provoked by the other side like this, if he didn't respond with some kind of countermeasure, the world might mistakenly think Ronan was someone easily to be bullied. An easy target for anyone to strike? Absolutely impossible. He had to strike back. Ronan sneered coldly. Fine then. After a year of cultivation, even I myself can hardly grasp how powerful I've become now. I've always been wary of him's existence, so this time, I might as well go all out and see just how strong this final boss truly is. But, if I'm going to do this, I should ask for some favors from the Yonko. Merely issuing a declaration to protect Tom's shipyard isn't enough. I'm planning to directly confront Marineford and Mary Geo single-handedly, you know? Thinking this, Ronan stood up and walked out, quickly finding Elena and directly asking, Elena, have we already left the waters of justice? Huh? Not yet, Captain. What's wrong? Elena was taken aback. She had been looking at the sea chart and steering the ship, being the main navigator alongside Dana, responsible for the ship's course. Since we haven't left the waters of justice yet, there's no need to hurry away. Ronan smiled faintly. Change course. Head straight to the island of justice, fire a single shot at that island, and then continue our journey. Our next stop, Marineford. What? Elena was visibly horrified. What was Captain Ronan planning to do? Was he declaring war directly against the world government? This is too terrifying and shocking. What are you still hesitating for? Just do it. Ronan shot Elena a stern glance before turning around and leaving. He had other matters to attend to, for instance, making a call to the Yonko to request some favors. What kind of favors? Money? He already had plenty of that, with more than 100 million berries sitting in the bank, more than enough for his needs unless he were planning to build another few Plutons, which was pointless anyway since his voyageur pirates were so small in number. One ship was already too empty, so why would he need several Plutons? If not money, what about devil fruits? That wasn't a bad idea. At the moment, those in the crew who had devil fruit abilities included Ronan himself, Robin, Elena with her float fruit, and Dana with her xianxia rega fruit. As for Karuman and Alvia, they didn't yet have devil fruit powers and were still ordinary humans. Ronan intended to request suitable devil fruits for them. Furthermore, he also needed to ask the four emperors to cooperate with his plans by trying to pin down the Marines' forces in the New World. Even though he had full confidence in himself, if he wanted to test his strength, he still needed to hold back some cards. If he were to expose all his hidden strengths at Marineford, then once he reached Mary Geos, if him simply deployed Uranus against him, wouldn't that be curtains? Come to think of it, what exactly is Uranus? Muttering to himself, Ronan returned to his cabin, picked up a dazed-looking Den Mushi, and dialed a call to the four emperors. Chapter 141, Bombardment of Eni's Lobby. The Fury of the Five Elders. Lawan, are you saying you plan to attack Marineford? What? Are you sure you didn't say the wrong thing? Or maybe I heard it wrong. That's the Navy's headquarters. Lawan, I think you shouldn't act so recklessly. Hey guys, how about we all team up with Lawan and attack Marineford together? Let's loot the Navy's headquarters. This is something we could brag about for life. Just after receiving Lawan's call, the four emperors were greatly shocked. Whitebeard, Big Mom, and red-haired Shanks all tried to reassure Lawan not to act recklessly. Kaido, however, encouraged the others to team up with Lawan and launch an assault on Marineford. Upon hearing Kaido's suggestion, the other three immediately rolled their eyes. Listen, Kaido, Big Mom said. The battle situation in the New World has just stabilized. We can't afford such chaos. Lawan doesn't have territory to burden him, but we have many underlings to feed. We can't afford to be reckless. Big Mom has a point, Whitebeard added. But Lawan, you've given us a lot of support before. Those medicines alone were incredibly valuable and saved our lives on multiple occasions. That's a huge favor. The Five Emperors Pact is about mutual support. Lawan, tell us, how can we assist you? I need 2 devil fruits. Lawan said bluntly without hesitation. Originally, after the raid on Renner Island, the world government had already promised to compensate me with a few devil fruits. But then something happened. You know what I'm talking about, and they reneged. Not the slightest bit of integrity. Looking at Lawan sighing and shaking his head, the four emperors exchanged glances helplessly. After all, you killed 4 Celestials, and the world government is ruled by the Celestials. If they were still willing to compensate you, that'd be truly strange. Well, 2 devil fruits aren't a problem, Whitebeard nodded. Truthfully, devil fruits were valuable, but not overly so. It mainly depended on which type you wanted. Knowing Lawan, it wouldn't be some ordinary Zoan type. At the very least, it should be a Paramecia, or better yet, a Logia. Which types are you aiming for? We can look into it, and see if we can find them. Paramecia and Logia would be best. If push comes to shove, a Zoan would do as well, Lawan replied. Mainly, it needs to have good special functions. If it's a Zoan with some unique abilities, that would work too. Alright, we'll start searching right away. Anything else we can assist you with? Whitebeard asked. Nothing else really. Though if possible, I'd like you all to mobilize some forces in the New World to create a show of preparing for a major war, so as to distract the world government. You don't have to actually wage war, just pretend. The rest I'll handle myself. Lawan pondered for a moment before replying. Absolutely no problem. The 4 emperors exchanged glances again and saw the understanding in each other's eyes. This wasn't a difficult task at all, just pretending. Not a real push beyond the New World, merely a distraction to divert the world government's attention and create an opening for Lawan. Truthfully, Lawan was going to investigate him, after all. A heavy weight settled in the 4 emperors' hearts. That opponent was no simple foe. If possible, they genuinely hoped Lawan could gauge him's power, to find out whether I'm truly controlled Uranus. Thinking about this, the 4 grew even more determined. They needed to provide better support to Lawan, whether it was searching for devil fruits or mobilizing their pirate crews to stage fake attacks. They had to do their best. After Lawan hung up the call, the 4 emperors immediately sprang into action. 2 days later, Elena informed Lawan that they had arrived at Eni's lobby. Just ahead is Eni's lobby. Lawan and his crew stood at the bow of the Voyager, gazing at the massive island in the distance. Eni's lobby. One of the highest-ranking institutions under the world government, responsible for enforcing global laws. Its influence was immense. And now, what Lawan was about to do would shake the entire world. Captain Lawan, are we really going to bombard Eni's lobby? Elena's expression was complicated. If we really do this, we'll be provoking the world government beyond repair. We've already provoked them long ago, Robin countered beside her. Don't forget, we all have bounties issued by the world government. Yes, and think about it. The Voyager pirates have encountered the Marines intercepting us countless times before, and we've killed countless Marines already. We've been at war with the world government for a long time. Why are you worrying about this now? Carmen added. Fine. Elena gave in reluctantly. Although that was true, she had once been just an ordinary girl who only dreamed of becoming a regular navigator. She never imagined she'd end up becoming an enemy of the world government. It was just too absurd. Meanwhile, Dana was even quieter, not daring to say a word or ask anything. Dana, Roran turned to look at her. Ah, yes, sir. Dana startled, then saluted and shouted. Captain, how can I assist you? Don't be so formal, Roran smiled slightly. Go to the main gun control room and prepare for firing on my command. Aye, Captain. Dana obeyed the order and hurried off to prepare in the main gun control room. At this time, the Voyager was slowly approaching Eni's lobby. The world government staff stationed on the island, as well as the Marine fleets assigned to guard it, all spotted Roran's arrival. After all, the battle from several days ago had already shocked the world, and they were all well aware of it. Damn it, why is Roran coming to Eni's lobby? Isn't he supposed to have left already? Why did he turn back? What exactly does he want? Hurry, contact Marineford and Mary Geos immediately. explain the situation, and request backup. Eni's lobby was thrown into complete chaos. If it were someone else, attempting to cause trouble here with just a single ship, that would basically be a suicide mission. But this was no ordinary person. This was Roran. Who dared underestimate him? Those who dared underestimate Roran never met a good end. Just look at the fate of those 4 noble celestials. Therefore, on Eni's lobby, both regular government staff and the marine fleet assigned to protect the island fell into utter panic. Yet just as they desperately sent out distress calls across the globe, aboard the Voyager, a brilliant glow suddenly erupted. Then, that light, as bright as the sun, soared into the sky and crashed down onto a huge fortress located at the edge of the island. Boom. After a tremendous roar, the fortress was nearly 90% destroyed, its personnel annihilated. The Marines aboard the ships stationed near the island watched the scene like ghosts had appeared, shaking in terror beyond control. After that single shot, the Voyager didn't launch another attack. Instead, it proudly circled around Eni's lobby once before sailing away with full display of might, completely ignoring the trembling fleet of escorts that shook like frightened chicks. As the Voyager disappeared into the distance, the leader of the defense fleet quickly reported the situation to Marineford. Upon receiving the news, Sengoku the Steelbone clenched his face and immediately relayed the update to the 5 elders. The 5 elders, upon hearing the news, exploded in fury. How dare he? How dare he bombard Justice Island? One of the 5 elders angrily shouted, slamming the table. Ronan has gone too far. Another elder said darkly with a grim expression. It's such a pity our previous plan failed. If not for the existence of the Pluton, he might have already been dead by now, another elder regretfully remarked. Ronan's recent actions had enraged them beyond measure. That was Justice Island. After all, the place that governed and judged the entire world's laws. To be struck with a direct cannonball, there was nothing short of a slap to the world government's face. Who knew how many people were now laughing at them? Speaking of the Pluton, how is Water 7 doing now? The short, plump elder asked. CP agents have already been operating in Water 7. However, there are people from the 5 emperors there, so they can't move too boldly. Humph, trying to reach this far to oppose us? That's not in the new world, the tall, thin elder coldly replied. That's right. The first half of the Grand Line is our territory. Even though Water 7 is not an allied nation, we have much cooperation and mutual interests there. Driven by those interests, many will turn to serve us. The short, plump elder nodded and said, didn't we previously send people to bribe the Tom's Workers shipyard? How is that going? It should have succeeded by now, right? Upon hearing this, the tall, thin elder who was specifically responsible for loyal with the CP organization immediately looked grim. Those people from Tom's Workers shipyard really don't know what's good for them. Relying on Ronan's backing and the support of the 4 emperors of the New World, they actually rejected the CP organization's offer. It's practically asking for death. What? They really had the audacity to do that? Such fools, truly such fools. Although we couldn't bribe the top-level executives of Tom's Workers shipyard, some of the lower-level shipwrights were bribed. However, none of them had access to the blueprints of the Pluton. To obtain the plans, it would still take a long time. Their protection of the blueprints is far too tight, the tall, thin elder said helplessly. If that's the case, won't we just have to let Ronan roam the seas unchecked? Others frowned. Ronan's recent movements were certainly not encouraging. He stayed in Water 7 for a year, and kept calm throughout the massive war in the New World. But now, he's on the move again, and with actions that shook the world, defeating a large fleet of Marines and bombarding Justice Island. Who knows what he would do next? With the Pluton in his hands, Ronan could do whatever he pleased. If they wanted to stop him, to oppose Ronan, they needed to possess the Pluton as well. Speaking of Ronan's movement, this guy has already set sail for the Sabeti archipelago after bombarding Justice Island. One of the 5 elders suddenly said solemnly, I think our ambush attempt with the fleet may have truly enraged him. Enrage him? He's enraged us too. We are the world government. To be bullied in such a way, how can we still have any authority? The tall and strong elder slammed the table and said, if he doesn't come, it'll be fine. But if he dares to step onto the red line, we will show him our true power. No matter how powerful the Pluton is, it cannot come onto land, right? But what if he doesn't come to land, but heads to Marineford instead? One of the elders whispered. Notify Kong. Tell him to be extra vigilant, just in case. Marineford, the Marine headquarters, the Fleet Admiral's office. I just received a call from the 5 elders. Ronan is heading toward us now. Judging from his course, his destination should be the Sabeti archipelago, but the 5 elders warned us that he might actually be heading straight for Marineford. We must prepare ourselves. Admiral Kong's voice was low and his gaze sharp as he looked at the officers before him, including Admiral Sengoku and Zephyr, Vice Admiral Garp, Rear Admiral Hiromaru, and the provisional admirals like Sakazuki and Kizuru. Your Excellency, do you mean that Ronan is going to come to Marineford? Hearing Kong's words, someone couldn't help but exclaim incredulously. It was none other than Sakazuki and the other provisional admirals. They had not yet fought Ronan face to face, only heard of his name, and didn't think he was that formidable. But now, hearing Admiral Kong's words, this Ronan actually dared to come to Marineford? This is the Marine headquarters, the heart of the entire Navy. The military force concentrated here is truly terrifying. Hundreds of massive warships stationed here as guards, combined with numerous rear admirals, vice admiral candidates, admirals, and even the fleet admiral himself. The sheer power here can rival Mariewa, and in terms of conventional forces, it surpasses Mariewa by far. The only reason Mariewa remains invincible is because of him seated high upon the xuanhuan, suppressing the entire Mariewa, and even the entire world. Don't think it's impossible. Steelbone Kong cast a glance at Sakazuki and said solemnly, "That guy is capable of doing something like this. You've never personally fought him, so you don't understand just how domineering he truly is. Perhaps this time, you'll finally get the chance. Fleet Admiral, our forces in Marineford are strong. If Ronin dares to come here, we'll make sure he never leaves. We will cut him down right here, sending a warning to every pirate across the 4 seas." Sakazuki immediately responded with enthusiasm, sensing a great opportunity, a golden chance to completely eliminate Ronin. In other places, maybe it's not certain, but if Ronin dares to step into Marineford, the Navy's ancient stronghold, he is as good as dead. Even with the ultimate weapon, the Pluton, he cannot possibly take on 100 warships at once. Each of them is equipped with the latest and most powerful weaponry. Observing Sakazuki's fiery determination, Steelbone Kong nodded in satisfaction. At least the young man before him showed no fear upon hearing that Ronin might attack Marineford. Instead, he immediately began considering how to defeat and kill him. That was exactly what a Navy officer should be like. Speaking of this, Kong felt an overwhelming surge of anger again. Compared to the capable and battle-hardened vice admirals and admiral candidates before him, someone like Andre, conceited yet talentless, was a complete disgrace, someone who only causes trouble and never accomplishes anything. After being driven back in total disgrace by a single cannon blast from Ronin, Andre had been stripped of his position on Kong's orders, but even that couldn't fully vent Kong's anger. Andre's failure this time was simply unacceptable to both the Navy and the world government. Even taking into account the uncontrollable variable that was the Pluton, many could not stomach the humiliation. Thus, Andre had been imprisoned. Only then could the Navy offer a proper explanation to the world. Regardless, even if Ronin does not attack Marineford, there is no harm in preparing. If he truly dares to show himself here, then as Sakazuki said, eliminating him here would serve as a powerful deterrent to all pirates across the sea. Steelbone Kong solemnly issued the mobilization orders for Marineford, readying everything needed to respond to any scenario, patiently waiting for Ronin to come and deliver himself into their trap. Chapter 143. Check-in at Shimotsuki. Genova Cells. Shimotsuki Archipelago. It is an island formed by a gigantic tree. Near the marine headquarters, there exists the world's largest mangrove tree called Arkham Mangrove. Since the roots have always remained above the water surface, they gradually formed the Shimotsuki Archipelago. The entire island is composed of 79 trees, and on each tree are towns and facilities. People refer to this group of 79 islands as the Shimotsuki Archipelago. The regional divisions of Shimotsuki are also quite clear, marked directly by numbers on the trees. Numbers 1 to 29 are the illegal zones, including the human trafficking shops. Numbers 30 to 39 are amusement parks. Numbers 40 to 49 are tourist zones, selling local specialties. Numbers 50 to 59 are shipyards, where you can find coding craftsmen. Numbers 60 to 69 are the zones for Navy and government personnel. Numbers 70 to 79 are hotel streets and similar areas. The biggest characteristic of the Shimotsuki Archipelago is the special natural resin secreted through the respiration of the roots of the Arkham mangrove. This resin expands in the air, forming bubbles that float into the sky. However, these bubbles can only maintain their stability within the specific climate range of the Arkham mangrove. Once outside the climate zone of the Shimotsuki Archipelago, the resin's components can no longer perform effectively and the bubble will explode. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and houses built upon bubbles. Bubble culture has infiltrated every part of Shimotsuki Island. Luan and his group had already arrived at the Shimotsuki Archipelago and headed straight to the coating area, parking their ship and letting Dana look for a professional hull coating craftsman. Luan himself then began to check in. Yes, arriving at such a famous location as the Shimotsuki Archipelago, how could he forget to check in? The rewards for checking in here must definitely be good. System, check in at the Shimotsuki Archipelago now. Just check in for the entire island. Luan spoke mentally to the system inside his mind. Ding. Successfully checked in at the Shimotsuki Archipelago. Congratulations to the master. You have received the reward. Genova Cells. Huh. Luan's expression froze, and he looked startled. For the first time, he realized that the rewards he received from check-ins had changed. This Genova Cell, if he wasn't mistaken, it should be something from the world of Final Fantasy, a kind of extraterrestrial life form from space. Genova is an alien organism, described as the calamity fallen from the heavens. It is a parasitic life form that has evolved to perfection. It travels across the universe via meteorites. Upon landing on a planet with life forms, it gradually awakens and develops by parasitizing the indigenous population, continuing until it drains all possible resources from that planet, then moving on to the next. Genova does not originally belong to the planet in Final Fantasy VII, but rather is an intelligent life form dwelling in space. Genova has a fierce temperament, strong offensive capabilities, and great cunning. It doesn't care about what happens after destruction. It instinctively destroys anything that isn't itself, using its mimicry abilities to spread viruses and invade other life forms. One of Genova's other characteristics is its extraordinary resilience. Even if its body is torn apart, its cells can still respond to each other and regenerate back to its original state. Luan pondered carefully while observing the Genova cells within the system space. It was a small vial, thumb-sized, filled with a silver-white liquid. This was the Genova cell. Even with Luan's current terrifying strength, practically making him invincible on land, he still felt extreme caution toward this thing. This cell couldn't be underestimated. Should he get infected, he would be absorbed and drained completely as its nutrients. But upon reading the system description more carefully, Luan realized he had been worrying too much. The reward from the system wasn't just the terrifying Genova cell found in the Final Fantasy original world. Instead, it was a modified version of the Genova cell. The system's description perfectly resolved Luan's concerns. Genova cell, bloodline type. 1 equals all, perfect parasitism, eliminates mental control, removes independent consciousness, fully controlled by the host. No possibility of independent consciousness awakening. Seeing this, Luan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the Genova cells had already had their independent awareness removed and lost their mental control abilities. That meant Luan no longer needed to worry about the cell's terrifying effects. His biggest fear previously was precisely the cell's ability for mental manipulation. You should know, the mental control ability of the Genova cells is silent and invisible. Sometimes you wouldn't even realize you had been controlled. You might even believe you were fully in command of the cell's power. In reality, though, it was just an illusion. After some consideration, Luan finally decided to awaken and use the Genova cells. These cells possessed tremendous power and could greatly enhance his strength. One could say they would be of enormous help for the upcoming battle. This time, I'm planning to confront him directly. The threat of a Supreme Admiral must be taken seriously. Luan's expression turned solemn. He directly opened the system space, took the small bottle in his hand, and suddenly, a needle emerged from the mouth of the silver-white vial. Luan had already learned how to use it while reading the introduction, so he immediately jabbed the needle into his arm. The Genova cells quickly surged out of the vial and poured wildly into his arm, perfectly merging with his body and causing mysterious transformations. Ugh, I can feel something now. Luan's face changed, alternating between pale and flushed, while he coughed and dry-heaved simultaneously. At this moment, he was alone on the deck. The girls had already gone ashore to attend to various matters, mainly accompanying Dana to find a professional hull coating craftsman and to purchase supplies. Therefore, no one witnessed Luan's strange condition. Covering his stomach with one hand, his expression was quite grim. Is something going wrong? System, why do I feel so terrible all over? This, even with my current physique, even with my terrifying strength, it's still capable of affecting me like this. This Genova cell is truly terrifying. No wonder it's a kind of extraterrestrial life form capable of traversing the cosmos. Master, the fusion of the Genova cells will definitely be fine. Please wait patiently. This slight discomfort and pain should be absolutely manageable for you. The system replied. It doesn't hurt you, so you naturally feel it's fine. Luan rolled his eyes. Fortunately, the pain came quickly and faded just as fast. Soon afterward, the intense numbness, soreness, and itching throughout his body ended. In their place came a comforting sense of total control over his entire body, a complete dominance over himself. Even the previous Luan had never reached such a level of control, but after the Genova cells fused with his entire being, it helped him achieve exactly this. Oh, Luan exhaled deeply, then slightly stirred in expression and spoke. System, display my attribute panel. Chapter 144 Unleashed. The Devil Fruit arrives. Host, Luonan. Age, 13. Physical strength, 185. Power, 182. Agility, 179. Spirit, 196. Cellular parasite state, Genova. 4 core attributes further increased by 100%. Conqueror's Haki, LV11. Observation Haki, LV9. Armament Haki, LV8. Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, LV12. Mera Mera no Mi, LV11. Marine's 6 Powers, LV10. xuanhuan Cultivation Art, 4th Stage of Mortal Realm. Flight Technique, LV13. Zanpakuto, Shirkai. Healing Potions, 11 bottles. Spirit Potions, 18 bottles. Stamina Potions, 15 bottles. Immortality Potions, 6 bottles. Most of the potion stocks have been used up, mainly because a lot was consumed during the 1-year war in the New World, as well as some sold at the previous auction and occasionally used by allies. As for other small items, Luonan didn't ask the system to list them all in detail. In fact, the damaged Nicaran blade had already been casually discarded at Tom's shipyard. The speed talisman had been given to Robin, and likewise, the Great Wave ship had also been left behind in the shipyard. Besides these, many other skills shown on the attribute panel had risen to higher levels over the past year. However, what caught Luonan's attention the most was naturally the line of description indicating that in the Genova cellular parasite state, his 4 main attributes would be doubled, an increase of 100%. Based on his current control over the Genova cells, he could easily sustain this parasite state round the clock. But, Luonan glanced around. Fortunately, there weren't many people at this port. He might as well try out the complete parasite state here. Luonan inhaled deeply, and then his expression turned sharp. He let out a low shout, "Initiate." Suddenly, a mighty aura surged from him. His body trembled and bent forward slightly. His physical form began changing as the burning power of the Mera Mera no Mi flared up violently, filling the surrounding space with flames. However, under Luonan's control, the flames did not damage the nearby ships. The seawater surface around Luonan ignited, and his hair rapidly grew longer. Even the original black hair turned silvery white. His eyes changed to silver as well. Clear signs of the effects of the Genova cells continuously enhancing Luonan's physique and spiritual condition. His height began to increase. Within moments, the 13-year-old child transformed into an appearance resembling a man in his early 20s. Luonan straightened up and pulled in the surrounding flames from the Mera Mera no Mi. A new form stood upon the deck. He walked toward the ship, railing, and gazed into the reflection on the ocean below. Seeing his new state clearly, Luo Nen was momentarily stunned. He now looked around 20 years old. Looking at his face, one could still recognize a resemblance to his former appearance, but more mature, more exquisitely handsome. His cold, godlike looks were breathtakingly gorgeous, with flowing silver-white hair dancing in the wind, and silvery eyes radiating coldness and indifference, as though he were a god controlling the heavens themselves. This appearance, Luo Nen murmured to himself. He stretched out his hand, and immediately, his Zanpakuto entered the Bankai state, materializing in his right hand. This truly makes me look just like Sephiroth. I wonder how strong my combat strength really is now. Luo Nen considered for a moment, but decided not to test his battle capabilities further. Judging from his current feeling alone, he had become unimaginably more powerful, far exceeding his previous strength. After all, the enhancement of the 4 stats wasn't simply a matter of numbers doubling. An increase of 10 points in one's attributes when weak versus a 10-point increase after one's power has grown. These 10 points were not equal, but represented an exponential leap in strength. The Genova cells had directly doubled his near 200-point stats across the board. Now, under this full parasitic state, every one of his 4 core attributes had soared to over 300, a terrifying peak condition. With such a trump card in his arsenal, Luo Nen now felt completely assured. In this pirate world, he had already become unmatched. Even if he faced Emu, or the so-called ancient weapon, Uranus, he wouldn't fear even the slightest bit. Release. With a whisper, Luo Nen felt his body suddenly lighten, and that peak state faded instantly. His height shrank, returning from over 2 meters back to under 1.6 meters, a 13-year-old again. His long hair shortened back to its original length, and his silver eyes turned black once more, suddenly dropping from over 300 across all stats back to about 100. This feeling of weakness really does take some getting used to. Luo Nen smiled slightly. He was perfectly capable of maintaining that parasite state at all times, but if he did that, it would no longer serve as a secret ace up his sleeve. Better to grow naturally for now. This current appearance was still the original form he had started with. Of course, even so, his 4 core stats were already over 200, something not comparable to those so-called strong individuals among the great pirates. The parasitic effects of the Genova cells, even without activating the full parasite state, had significantly enhanced his 4 main attributes. And all of this was on top of an entire year's worth of cultivation. After Luo Nen arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, the Yonko had already mostly completed the arrangements they had previously agreed upon with him. Firstly, the various divisions under the Yonko began assembling and launched a counterattack against the remaining marine forces in the New World. Having been attacked by the Marines for a whole year in the New World, the pirates had long been filled with anger. Now, they were finally seizing this excellent opportunity to properly teach the Marines a lesson. As for the other matter, Luo Nan's requested devil fruits. After confirming through Den Den Mushi, Luo Nan selected 2 of them, 1 Logia type and 1 Paramecia type, intending them for Kalu Min and Alvia. Soon, the devil fruits were personally delivered by Diamond Jozu from Whitebeard's crew. Only after handing them directly to Luo Nan did he return confidently. Alvia Auntie, this is a Paramecia type devil fruit. I think it suits you quite well, so I'll give it to you. Luo Nan handed the Paramecia fruit to Alvia, while the Logia type fruit went to Kalu Min. Kalu Min, this is a Logia type devil fruit. I've named it the high temperature fruit, since it allows the user to control extreme heat. It would suit you very well. While Alvia hadn't yet used her fruit, Kalu Min's eyes lit up instantly upon receiving the high temperature fruit, and she immediately ate it. After testing, the high temperature fruit proved to suit her perfectly. It allowed her to freely control temperatures. Although named the high temperature fruit, by absorbing or dispersing heat, she could also create low temperature environments. With that, even the kitchen no longer needed a refrigerator, and when using high temperatures, cooking food became extremely convenient. Once Kalu Min was settled, Alvia still held her Paramecia fruit hesitantly. Alvia Auntie, why haven't you used it yet? Luo Nan asked curiously. Yes, mother. At that moment, Robin came over from where Kalu Min stood. She had been testing the devil fruit's abilities with Kalu Min, while the other girls were also there. Now, they followed together toward Alvia, equally curious about the fruit in her hand. Luo Nan, what kind of Paramecia type devil fruit is this? It's the Ruri Ruri no Mi. Well, actually, now that I think about it, it's somewhat similar to the ability possessed by that Jozu who delivered the fruits. His fruit is the Diamond fruit, one of the Paramecia types. He can transform his body into diamond, resisting any attack, while also using it as an extremely durable weapon, for example, punching in a diamondized state. Luo Nan continued. The fruit in Alvia Auntie's hand is the Ruri Ruri no Mi. Once consumed, it allows the user's body to transform into a V-like state. Though its defensive capability might not rival Jozu's, it does offer certain advantages. When iced, the user is immune to ordinary attacks. Any ordinary pirate definitely won't be able to break through the defense. Moreover, movement is completely unrestricted, and even seawater poses no threat. That's a capability no other devil fruit possesses. Not fearing seawater. This feature is extremely practical. What? Not fearing seawater. The other girls immediately gasped in shock. Everyone knew that devil fruit users all feared seawater. Even if one had the ability to fly, they could only evade seawater but not resist it. Now, this Paramecia-type devil fruit in front of them, the Ruri Ruri no Mi, possessed the ability to remove that fear. How could they not be astonished? Chapter 145 Mariewa, the Void Throne. With Olivia's demonstration, everyone witnessed the effects of the crystal fruit. Under the usage of the crystal fruit, Olivia's entire body transformed into a translucent glass-like form. In this state, she was not afraid of seawater and could even merge into water, achieving invisibility underwater. While out of the water, although invisibility was not possible, her defensive capabilities were exceptionally strong. I feel like I don't fully understand this fruit's abilities yet. I need to explore them further, Olivia said while extending one hand. Suddenly, a dazzling rainbow color appeared on her palm. As soon as this color emerged, even Ronan felt a terrifying power radiating from it. This crystal fruit seems rather extraordinary. And Olivia, you should keep practicing with this fruit's powers. It might be of great use someday. Ronan thought for a moment before speaking. With his current strength, feeling such an aura from the fruit must mean it's not ordinary. Yes, I will practice diligently. Olivia nodded. After Olivia and Carlman had consumed their respective fruits, and everyone understood the unique functions of each, they all went back to their own tasks. Meanwhile, many people on Shaki's island had already learned about Ronan's arrival. Ordinary folks weren't too bothered, and even the pirates weren't overly concerned. Some even cheered joyfully and welcomed Ronan's arrival. However, the celestial dragon families residing on Shaki's island were scared out of their wits. In a panic, they fled overnight. The nearest safe location, naturally, was Marineford. The celestial dragons arrived there and directly stormed the marine headquarters, furiously confronting the fleet admiral and others, demanding they drive Ronan away immediately, or else they would have no home to return to. The Marines found themselves in a difficult position. They were already mobilizing forces to deal with Ronan, deploying large numbers of troops at marine headquarters to prevent an assault on Marineford. Diverting forces to Shaki's island just for the celestial dragons issue, aside from the uncertain chances of dealing with Ronan, would involve massive resource expenditures. Moreover, unlike the marine headquarters, Shaki's island lacked all kinds of defensive weaponry. Whether Ronan could even be driven away there was questionable. Ronan had now grown into an existence feared by all. However, when they saw that Fleet Admiral Kong showed no intention of dispatching ships to Shaki's island, the celestial dragons became furious. Immediately, they contacted the Gorosei, demanding the Marines take action. The Gorosei weren't as foolish as the celestial dragons. Although the celestial dragons held very high status, this major operation involving Ronan demanded caution. Still, they couldn't openly defy the celestial dragon's orders. Helplessly, the Gorosei contacted Imu. In Mariewa, the Void Throne, a figure sat atop the throne, cloaked in shadows. From the figure's outline, it seemed like a woman, or perhaps a thin youth. The Gorosei had all arrived in the great hall beneath the throne. With utmost reverence, they knelt down and bowed before Imu. Honored greetings to Lord Imu. After the five bowed respectfully, they dared not lift their heads, waiting obediently for Imu's words. What business brings you here today? A chilling voice drifted down from the throne. Just by the voice alone, one could neither determine the speaker's gender nor age. One could only feel the unmatched authority and the cold, nearly emotionless tone hidden within. Subordinates encountered a great problem. The tall and burly member of the Gorosei stammered, his voice trembling, his white beard quivering. Our last operation against Ronan failed. Ronan has obtained the ancient weapon, Pluton, and he even bombarded Eni's lobby. Currently, he's heading straight for Marine headquarters and has now reached Shaki's island. Based on his vengeful nature, he definitely won't let this rest. The Marine General Staff believes he will definitely go to Marine headquarters for revenge. Can't you even handle such a minor matter? Imu's icy voice suddenly rose in pitch, causing all the Gorosei members to shudder in fear. Not daring to speak further, they remained ditto prostrate on the ground, heads lowered tightly. Exactly who is this Ronan? Where did he even come from? He keeps opposing the world government over and over again. Does this man truly believe there's no one who can subdue him? Imu's voice carried a trace of anger. Then he looked again at the Gorosei. He dares to go to Marine headquarters? With the defense forces stationed there, even Pluto could never break through. Since it's impossible to breach, what is it you want from me? Do you even dare to suggest I personally intervene? No, we would never dare, Lord Imu. The short, fat Gorosei member immediately replied. It's not about that. Because of Ronan's arrival, the celestial dragons on Shaki's island were frightened and fled to Marineford. They demanded Fleet Admiral Kong send troops immediately to drive Ronan away, but Kong refused. Then they came to us. We dared not offend the celestial dragons, but at the same time, we couldn't change our current strategy, so we had no choice but to seek your guidance. Those guys, as expected, are just useless wastes. At the mere mention of celestial dragons, even someone as powerful as Imu showed visible anger. Carry on as per your strategy. I'll personally make sure the celestial dragon families don't cause unnecessary trouble. Then we can feel relieved with Lord Imu's words. Upon hearing this, the Gorosei members all breathed a sigh of relief. A single sentence from Imu was sufficient. His words were absolute commands within the celestial dragons and the world government, commands no one dared to defy. You may all leave now. As for that Ronan, eliminate him as soon as possible. Don't make me disappointed. Imu waved his hand, indicating the Gorosei should take their leave. As you command, Great Lord Imu. The five left after receiving orders. Their mission this time, meeting the Great Lord Imu, was successfully completed. With Imu's assurance, there was no longer a concern of being disrupted by the celestial dragon's nonsense. After returning, the Gorosei immediately conveyed Imu's message to Fleet Admiral Kong. Receiving such information, Kong was extremely pleased. He couldn't do anything against the celestial dragons himself, but Lord Emu could definitely bring those celestial dragons to heel. Contrastingly, the celestial dragons who received Emu's orders were instantly stunned. What was going on? A direct command from Lord Emu himself, forbidding them from causing trouble, and also ordering them to immediately return to Mariehua, and forbidding them from leaving? What kind of situation was this? Nevertheless, the celestial dragons carried out Emu's orders with absolute loyalty. Not a single one dared to disobey. Even those celestial dragons who prided themselves as the nobles of the world, even the most hot-tempered among them, all obediently and meekly returned to Mariehua, not daring to take even a single step away. From this, one could see how terrifying Emu's authority was among the celestial dragons. Without the celestial dragons stirring up trouble, the marine headquarters stepped up their preparations against Ronin. Machines and equipment were frequently mobilized, and countless fleets were redeployed. Meanwhile, numerous CP organization agents arrived at Shaki's island, closely monitoring Ronin's movements. Once Ronin set course for Marineford, they would immediately relay the news. With the formidable defenses of Marineford ready, they were determined to give Ronin a heavy lesson. Chapter 146. The king arrives at Marineford. While Marineford was preparing for Ronin's arrival, Ronin himself was also making his way there, just as they had anticipated. This time, Ronin traveled alone. Everyone in the group currently possessed devil fruit abilities. Combined with the ancient weapon, the Pluton, they were more than capable of protecting themselves. After all, several of the girls were equipped with Ronin's secret countermeasures, including a wide variety of potent potions. As long as they didn't encounter an admiral-level opponent, they should have no issues at all. And so, Ronin decided to go alone. He left the others behind on Shimatsuki Island, and took to the sky himself, flying straight toward Marineford. Because Ronin went alone and the others remained on the island, none of the CP agents who had been stationed on Shimatsuki Island to gather intelligence noticed his departure. In their eyes, as long as the Pluton remained, Ronin wouldn't possibly have left. To the world government, the greatest threat currently posed by Ronin was none other than this ancient warship, the Pluton. There was no help for it. The main cannon of the Pluton was simply too devastating. A single shot could sink 3 large warships and cripple 7 or 8 more. Who could possibly withstand that? If they kept firing, no amount of warships would be enough to withstand its bombardment. Therefore, these CP agents hidden on Shimatsuki Island were keeping an extremely close watch on the Pluton. The moment it showed any movement whatsoever, they would immediately report back to the organization's headquarters in Mariehua. Fortunately, as far as they could tell, the Pluton hadn't moved. It was still safely docked at the port of Shimatsuki Island, showing no signs of movement. What they didn't know was that, right at this very moment, a figure shot swiftly through the skies above the waters between Shimatsuki Island and Marineford. Ronin flew through the air, using martial arts to propel himself forward at incredible speed. Since the distance between Shimatsuki Island and Marineford wasn't far, he soon arrived at his destination. Marineford was a massive deep-water port built at the foot of the Red Line. The Marine headquarters was located here, but the headquarters wasn't all that Marineford comprised. The port city was bustling and prosperous, home to countless civilians, mostly family members of admirals and marines, which had grown into a sprawling metropolis. But on this day, the peace of the city was shattered. A solitary figure descended from the open sea skies directly above the city, drawing the attention of many. Look up there. What is that? A person cried out, pointing toward the sky and drawing the attention of nearby pedestrians. Others immediately looked up and saw Ronin's proud form suspended high in the sky, prompting a chorus of startled exclamations. Is that a person? Can you all see the figure flying from the sky? It really looks like a person. But why does he look so young? Upon closer inspection, someone with particularly good eyesight murmured in astonishment. That might be him. No, impossible. How dare he come here alone? What? Do you know that person? Who is he? The people around him asked urgently, filled with confusion. You all know who this man is. He is Ronin. Ronin? Impossible. How dare he come to Marineford? This is the Marine headquarters. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Someone nearby shouted, clearly disbelieving. I'm not mistaken at all. It's definitely him. Oh my god. Ronin is here. Ronin is here. Hurry and report this to the Marines in the headquarters. Do you think we need to be told that? With so much commotion, the officers in the headquarters must already know. And indeed, just as people said, the moment Ronin arrived at Marineford, the Marine headquarters surveillance unit had already spotted him. The headquarters building was already in complete chaos. How is this possible? Is he really this bold? Daring to come to Marineford alone, by himself? A rear admiral echoed the same disbelief as the common people. In his eyes, no matter how powerful Ronin might be, he would never have the audacity to visit Marineford alone. You might be strong, Ronin, but you're just one man. A big part of your strength comes from that ship of yours, the Pluton. Would you dare come alone to the Marine headquarters? It sounded like suicide. And now, Ronin had actually come. No wonder he felt disbelief. Are we certain now that Ronin has come alone? He hasn't moved to attack yet. Is it possible that he intends to negotiate with the fleet admiral? Another rear admiral speculated. Not clear yet. These are things beyond our control. What happens next is not only up to the fleet admiral himself, but also concerns the world government. We'll just wait for further orders. Go ahead and issue commands now. Tell all the officers and soldiers to prepare for battle. Ronin has arrived, and this definitely won't end peacefully. You must remember, it was our side who started the conflict on the open sea. He came here solely for revenge. Understood. I've already issued the orders. Everyone is already prepared for combat. That's right. Everyone has been ready for quite some time now, haha. Our fleet admiral himself already made emergency plans long ago, thinking ahead about how to respond if Ronin ever attacked our headquarters. Now, all we have to do is follow those prepared plans. Precisely. Everything is already under control. Let's go and meet up with the several giant tribe vice admirals first. When the battle starts, they'll definitely be the main force. Right. Just a single Ronin, daring to come alone to Marineford. With so many of our vice admirals joining forces, we can completely handle him without even needing the fleet admiral or the admirals themselves to lift a finger. While these headquarters vice admirals expressed full confidence, at the very top floor of the Marine headquarters building, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki Steelmaru Kong walked out with several admirals and vice admirals, standing at the peak of the towering building, gazing toward the distant sky where Ronin stood, unmoving. Ronin, you have quite the nerve. Steelmaru Kong's expression turned icy cold. Although the ambush at sea had been the Marines' doing, right now he showed no sign of guilt, nor did he consider Ronin's arrival here as mere revenge. He instead spoke bluntly, "This is Marineford. This is the headquarters of the Marines. And you, as a massive pirate with a 10 billion belly bounty placed by the world government, dare to come here? Do you really think our Marines are afraid of you?" Far away in the skies, Ronin stood silently with his hands behind his back, hovering in the air, watching down from above at the top figures gathered atop the Marine headquarters building. His voice was calm as he spoke. "Steelmaru Kong, you should already know why I'm here. I, Ronin, am not someone who can be easily bullied. You must give me an explanation today for the ambush the Marines laid against me after I left Water 7. If not, won't the entire world think that Ronin is an easy target?" Chapter 147, Overwhelming Might. One man crushes Marineford. Luonan, speaking of this, I have a question for you. Upon hearing this, Gangu Kong suddenly roared. On that day, our Navy headquarters dispatched a fleet from Justice Island to the North Blue to carry out a mission. When they passed through your waters, you actually used the might of the Bingwag to attack our naval fleet. Even though you are a great pirate, openly attacking our headquarters fleet is tantamount to declaring war against us. You won't be leaving Marineford today without an explanation. As Gangu Kong finished speaking, Luonan looked at him with confusion. What in the world? How can you even argue like this? How can you flip things so easily and blame me instead? Behind Gangu Kong, Karp tugged his lips slightly, turned his face aside with an awkward expression. Such shameless words coming from the mouth of an admiral himself was somewhat baffling. Yet, when he thought of who they were dealing with, Luonan, he also remembered that they had previously suffered a severe defeat at his hands. Zfa beside them was also taken aback. Can it really be argued like this? Zfa frowned slightly, somewhat unable to accept this reverse accusation. However, considering that Gangu Kong was an admiral, and with a major enemy before them, it would not be appropriate for him to oppose him directly. Those vice admirals behind, such as Akainu, wore normal expressions, apparently fully agreeing with Gangu Kong's argument. Whatever the Navy does is right. You are just a great pirate, inherently an evil presence. How can you talk about morality? Just label you as evil, and that settles it. It seems you truly don't intend to give me a fair hearing, Luonan sighed. I originally intended to speak reasonably with you, but under these circumstances, I guess I can only get justice through my own methods. Upon hearing this, Gangu Kong's expression turned solemn. Luonan, although it was somewhat inappropriate for you, a notorious pirate, to come to Marineford, we Navy have great capacity and can forgive your past deeds. If you leave now, I can personally grant your freedom to go. Otherwise, should you commit any hostile action, you'll face a ruthless crackdown by the Navy headquarters. Don't underestimate Marineford. Underestimate. Luonan smiled slightly, speaking in a calm voice. Then let me see whether Marineford truly is a fortress full of dangers. Today I'll walk straight into the Navy headquarters. Bring all your moves on. If you delay, don't blame me for giving you no chance. Arrogant. Reckless. Daring to despise our headquarters defense. You're looking for death. As Luonan finished speaking, the headquarters vice admirals all glared angrily at him, feeling as if they had been insulted. His attitude utterly disregarded all the vice admirals present, treating them as nothing. How could they not become furious? Luonan, you don't need much to deal with us. I, Akainu, shall confront you today. I'd like to see whether your reputation is genuine or just inflated by rumors. Among the vice admirals, Akainu, a candidate for admiral, immediately stepped forward, swung his arms furiously at Luonan and shouted, "Watch this move. Hell's Hound." Before anyone could react, Akainu launched his fist forward. The power of the magma devil fruit exploded from his arms as a giant dog head formed of magma let out a fierce roar and rushed toward Luonan, biting viciously at him in a terrifying manner. Gangu Kong's face turned grim. Originally, he had only planned to scare Luonan away, but with Akainu's sudden move, Luonan would certainly be provoked beyond reason. There would be no peaceful way out of this now. Karp's expression also turned grave. He himself had personally witnessed how terrifying Luonan's power could be. Although Akainu's move packed great force, facing Luonan, it would barely inflict any real damage. Perhaps at most, it could wound him? Zfa watched intently as Luonan in midair was bitten and torn apart by the molten dog's jaws. He sincerely hoped Luonan would suffer severe injuries. If truly so, he himself would immediately join the attack, eliminating Luonan entirely to avenge the disastrous defeat at Rena Island. Other vice admirals watched Akainu's attack with confidence. They were well aware of Akainu's power, wielding the highly destructive natural type devil fruit, the magma fruit. This sudden attack, catching Luonan off guard, should definitely wound him seriously, if not outright kill him. A few vice admirals even wore smiles on their faces. Ha! What Luonan, or whatever. He's nothing. Daring to cause trouble in Marineford. Akainu's move today will surely teach him a lesson. Hee. I think this single move will be enough for him to remember. Great pirate. I see, just SOSO. Indeed, I've always believed that Luonan's reputation is nothing more than hot air, exaggerated by pirates themselves. Today he's brought death upon himself by coming to Marineford. We must make sure he suffers a crushing defeat. A crushing defeat? I say we kill him right here and now. Several Marine vice admirals chatted casually with relaxed expressions, filled with contempt for Luonan in their tones. Watching silently nearby, Vice Admiral Kaku frowned. Whether Luonan's power was real or not, she understood better than anyone. These chatting vice admirals had grown far too comfortable. They no longer held any respect for true strength. If this continued, the Navy headquarters' power would never improve. Shut up and watch the battle carefully. That wasn't Kaku who had spoken. As a vice admiral herself, she wouldn't possibly scold others like that. It was Gongu Kong who had grown annoyed by their chatter and turned to yell at them, shooting them a fierce glare before turning back to observe the battle. The few vice admirals immediately fell silent upon hearing this, prompting Oguri to shake his head beside Gongu Kong. These headquarters vice admirals indeed needed to be re-evaluated in the future. Right now, in the sky, Luonan's slender figure was swallowed by the magma dog in front of everyone's eyes. On the ground, citizens who had been watching from below couldn't help but cheer, believing this was the strike of a Navy headquarters vice admiral candidate, sure to defeat the enemy. Yet, just as the crowd was cheering, a tremendous explosion thundered from the sky. Boom! The massive lava-formed dog's head, which had engulfed Luonan's figure, suddenly exploded with a deafening boom, shattering into countless sparks and scattering across the heavens. In midair remained only one lone and defiant figure, none other than Luonan himself. Not only had he not been injured, but after enduring such a powerful attack from Akainu, not even his clothing was damaged. Luonan still stood tall in the sky, hands behind his back, calm and composed, gazing down at all below. What kind of attack was that? Are you trying to tickle me? Luonan's calm voice rang out from the sky, spreading across all of Marineford, heard clearly by every soul following this battle, as all eyes remained fixed on his image. Oh no, even that level of attack doesn't even qualify as a tickle for me. Akainu? A vice admiral candidate. Ha ha ha. Go home and get some sleep. You're simply not worthy of facing me. Hiss. Seeing that Luonan was unharmed, not even a single scratch on his clothes, everyone below couldn't help but suck in a breath of shock. Especially the civilians, who were utterly terrified. Such a powerful attack failed to harm Luonan at all. Then who, in this world, could possibly stand against him? Unlike the ordinary civilians, the vice admirals from the Marines headquarters were also staring in stunned disbelief at Luonan's calm and relaxed figure. They were even more shocked than the civilians. After all, the one who had attacked just now was no ordinary vice admiral, but Sakazuki, the candidate for admiral and future user of the natural Logia devil fruit, the magma fruit. For such a powerful opponent to not even manage to damage Luonan's clothing? How incredibly shocking and unbelievable was that? At this moment, even those vice admirals who had previously scoffed at Luonan with their words now wore expressions of serious concern, and some even revealed hints of fear in their eyes. Garp and the other admirals, however, looked grim. For Luonan to act so domineeringly in front of so many people in Marineford. If they failed to make an effective counterattack, how could they continue to hold their heads high in Marineford afterward? Yet Garp still remained silent. Even though Luonan at this moment was flaunting himself arrogantly and trampling the dignity of the Marines underfoot, he still didn't speak because, after all, the battle wasn't over yet. Cursed, Sakazuki's face turned red with rage. He was now furious. Before so many spectators, including not only an admiral and several other admirals, but also numerous fellow vice admirals and countless civilians closely watching the fight, such a humiliating failure was something even he could barely tolerate. Especially the words Luonan had spoken, leaving him with a face burning in shame. What did he mean, saying that attack was barely more than a tickle? What did he mean, implying a candidate for admiral wasn't even qualified to fight him? Since when had Sakazuki become so despicable? Luonan, today I shall defeat you and restore the honor of the Marines. Sakazuki roared furiously before charging at Luonan again, this time exerting his utmost effort, activating both his armament and observation haki. With large steps, Sakazuki rushed straight to the edge of the rooftop. Luonan was hovering just a short distance beyond the edge in the sky, a negligible distance for fighters at their level. Without hesitation, Sakazuki threw a punch straight forward, roaring, "Take my ultimate attack." Great eruption. A terrifying pillar of searing molten magma erupted suddenly from Sakazuki's body, guided through his fist to form a thick, colossal jet of flame directly aimed at Luonan. That's more like it. In midair, Luonan's lips curled into a slight smile. Compared to the previous attack, Sakazuki's current strike was finally somewhat interesting. At the very least, this level of strength was now capable of actually harming him. It was, after all, an attack technique belonging to the one who would later become the admiral, and then the fleet admiral, in the original storyline. The Great Eruption was undeniably Sakazuki's most powerful move to date, a focused, single-target attack of extraordinary power. At this moment, Luonan didn't attempt to dodge, because the moment Sakazuki began his assault, he had already activated his observation haki, predicting where Luo Nin would attempt to move to avoid the strike. After such thorough preparation, even if Luo Nin could force himself out of the path of the attack, it would be unnecessary, better to face it head-on, withstand the attack directly, and let Sakazuki realize the truth once and for all. For Luo Nin, beating someone like a candidate for Admiral truly was no big deal. Luo Nin stretched out his right hand, casually made a fist, and extended a single index finger. A small red flame ignited at the fingertip. He murmured softly, "Too bad. Don't you know, I also possess the power of the Mera Mera no Mi, and I myself am a master of flames. Did you really think you could defeat me with magma?" Hee. Boom. The enormous magma flame slammed straight into Luo Nan's fingertip. And before the eyes of everyone present, the massive jet of molten fire that should have instantly exploded on impact instead halted abruptly in midair, a sight so shocking that everyone gaped in astonishment. No. Impossible. Naturally, no one was more shocked than Sakazuki himself. Seeing his most powerful attack stopped by Luo Nan's single finger, his face turned pale, drained of color, and he stared in absolute disbelief. A one finger? Why you? Why you actually blocked my strongest attack with just a single finger? No, impossible. How could this ever happen? Who in this world could possibly be that strong? Bang. While blocking Sakazuki's attack, Luo Nin overheard the latter's incoherent words and couldn't help but flick his fingertip. With a deliberate gesture, he extinguished the colossal magma flame. Thanks to the Mera Mera no Mi's current level of advancement, his control over flame-based power made putting out such a fire incredibly simple. Impossible? The truth is happening right before your eyes, yet you still refuse to believe it? How ridiculous. Luo Nin sneered at Sakazuki and then ignored the defeated Vice Admiral entirely. Stepping forward, he swiftly moved past the stunned Sakazuki, who was still frozen at the rooftop's edge, and strode directly toward the center of the rooftop. Who's next? Standing at the center of the rooftop, Luo Nin became the undeniable focal point of the entire scene. He looked around at the crowd with a proud and commanding presence before speaking. Anyone else? Chapter 149. 3 Vice Admiral candidates unite their strength. Seeing Ronin's dominant and overbearing demeanor as he stared down everyone on the battlefield, the civilians on the ground all remained silent in fear. They wore expressions of shock and disbelief, speechless for a long time before finally regaining their senses. Just one move. Only one move, and he crushed the Admiral's attack. That attack was terrifying, with overwhelming power, yet in front of Ronin, it still wasn't enough. This was Admiral Akainu's ultimate attack. If even such a powerful strike couldn't even harm Ronin, how could he be defeated? Yeah, and who else is there? Ronin himself said so. Now, who among you can defeat him? I think it's questionable. A year ago, Ronin defeated both Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp and Admiral Sengoku together all by himself. Actually speaking, Akainu's defeat isn't really that surprising, since even an admiral couldn't beat him. Right. If even an admiral can't beat him, how could Akainu, a vice admiral, manage to defeat Ronin? The common people were already trying to find excuses for Akainu's defeat. However, Akainu on the rooftop, hearing those words, became even more furious. He, Sakazuki, was the future admiral. What an admiral couldn't accomplish, he was determined to achieve. He had stepped forward this time specifically to gain fame. If he, Sakazuki, could accomplish what Garp and Sengoku together couldn't, wouldn't that prove he surpassed the admirals themselves? If that happened, perhaps he wouldn't have to wait for the current admiral to retire. He could ascend straight away. Too bad. Before this beautiful dream could finish playing out, Ronin had ruthlessly shattered it. Just one finger, merely one single finger, was enough to neutralize his most powerful attack. How could Sakazuki possibly accept this humiliation? Right now, his face was flushed with rage, fists clenched tightly, but the courage to continue fighting had already drained from him. Deep in his heart, he understood. He was no match for Ronin. There was no way he could defeat Ronin anymore. Sakazuki. At this moment, Kong spoke up. As the fleet admiral, he clearly understood the extent of Sakazuki's defeat and didn't wish to lose such a promising vice admiral with such a bright future. Like he said, at the very least, Sakazuki dared to confront Ronin. That alone proved his courage was far superior to the other vice admirals. Don't be discouraged. Although there is indeed a gap between you and Ronin, I don't believe it's that huge. As long as you keep striving and training, you'll surely grow strong enough to defeat him someday. Kong's voice entered Sakazuki's ears. Sakazuki turned his head to glance at Kong, then looked toward the others. Many of the base's vice admirals avoided eye contact, yet a few among them held firm, passionate gazes toward Sakazuki, gazes filled with fighting spirit. Sakazuki, you aren't the only vice admiral candidate, said a man in a bright yellow navy uniform. How can you take the field alone? Frankly speaking, considering Ronin's strength, I believe we must go all out together. We shouldn't underestimate him. Kizaru makes a valid point. Another tall and powerfully built man stepped forward from the group, radiating a chilling aura. He fixed his cold gaze on Ronin and continued. I am Kazan, one of the vice admiral candidates. Mr. Ronin, we 3 are all vice admiral candidates. You insulted us with your earlier words, so we have decided to confront you together. Do you accept? All 3 of you together? Go ahead then. Ronin smiled slightly and said, I can see that you're still not satisfied because I defeated Sakazuki so easily. Very well then, continue. I hope you won't disappoint me. Although, I don't wish to waste much time either. If you don't wish to waste time, you can just leave. Marineford has no place for a troublemaker like you. Sengoku said coldly. Oh, isn't that Admiral Sengoku? Ronin folded his arms across his chest, watching Sengoku leisurely. So, Admiral Sengoku, are you not going to step in yourself today? Or are you letting the younger generation fight me as a test of their abilities? After all, they are all your students. But have you considered this? If they are defeated too badly, it could seriously affect them. Should they fall into despair, maybe even break their spirits completely, the next generation of Marine admirals would be ruined. Ha ha ha. Before Sengoku could reply, Kong burst into laughter, waving his large hand widely. Mr. Ronin, if these three are so easily crushed under defeat, then they never deserve to become future admirals in the first place. This is a trial for them. Kong understood clearly that even if these three future admirals joined forces, the chance of defeating Ronin was still slim. However, even if they lost, this battle would still serve as a rare test of their mettle. As for Ronin's warning about them possibly falling into despair, Kong still held confidence. If these three lost terribly, even then, they wouldn't likely fall into irreversible despondency. Previously, Garp and Zio, two fighters at the admiral level, had joined forces against Ronin but were still defeated by him. However, neither of them showed any sign of being mentally broken. Compared to Sakazuki and his companions, Garp and Zio had been dominating the vast seas for many years. In terms of psychological resilience and stress tolerance, they were simply incomparable. This time, Ronin had arrived at Marineford. Though somewhat unexpected, it was still within the expectations of the headquarters planning division. Ronin had previously met with the five elders, and the issue of what measures should be taken if Ronin ever attacked Marineford had already been discussed. Back then, everyone had imagined Ronin would come attacking with the Pluton, never expecting he'd just fly here alone. But in a way, this situation wasn't too bad. At the very least, there was no threat from the Pluton's main cannon anymore. No matter how powerful Ronin was, alone he could hardly stand a chance against the combined strength of Marine headquarters, right? Therefore, Kong also developed the idea of using Ronin as a training tool for younger officers. After consulting with several admirals and planning staff, this current scenario came into being. Then, since that's the case, you may begin your attack, said Kong. Ronin nodded, showing full respect toward his opponents. Since you all want to train your troops, if you insist on fighting me in rounds, I'll play along with you. Just wait until I defeat every single one of your chosen fighters. I hope you all can withstand the devastating blow after that. Ronin wore a faint smile, showing a kind of arrogant indifference toward every opponent. This caused Akainu, Kazan, and Kizaru to feel some hard-to-hide anger in their hearts. Indeed, Ronin was an arrogant and conceited man. The three exchanged glances, then simultaneously let out a low shout and attacked Ronin together once again. The first to attack wasn't someone else, but Kizaru himself. He had no choice. It was because of his incredible speed. Whether movement or attack speed, it was almost indescribably fast. Kizaru possessed a supremely powerful devil fruit, the Pika Pika no Mi. The Pika Pika no Mi, also known as the flash fruit, was a devil fruit that allowed its user to control light itself. The body could transform into light, allowing movement at light speed, and could unleash powerful attacks using light speed strikes. His fingers could emit blinding flashes of light. If these beams entered an enemy's eyes, it could temporarily blind them. Additionally, he could compress light particles to shoot beams of laser-like intensity. Although it granted the speed of light, it didn't allow him to move freely through the air directly. Before moving, he had to first turn into photons, which allowed high-speed movement. However, such movement was limited in both speed and distance. However, if he emitted light that struck mirrors, glass, or other reflective surfaces, he could reflect that light and form a track-like path along which he could move at light speed in a high-speed dash. Chapter 150, Crushing Domination. Overpowering 1 versus 3. Kizaru struck first, his attack arriving at lightning speed, a light-speed kick already aimed at Lu Nan. Meanwhile, the attacks from the other two followed closely behind. Akainu's move was still his ultimate technique, Daibonkai, Great Blowout, while Akiji dashed forward wielding an ice blade. At the same time, he shouted lowly, unleashing a swiftly soaring ice bird. This was his signature attack, Bray Eyes Keijai, Blue Drew Speak. The three of them attacked simultaneously, showing no hesitation or restraint. Facing someone like Lu Nan, no one dared hold back. Even if you gave your all, defeating Lu Nan was next to impossible. Your speed is pretty good. Lu Nan raised his eyebrows slightly. He lifted his right hand, which became a series of blurry afterimages impossible for the naked eye to follow. A rapid sequence of pounding sounds erupted before him. At the same time, golden light flared up in front of Lu Nan, continuously colliding with his phantom-like arms. The one attacking him at this moment was none other than Kizaru himself, hailed as the fastest in the One Piece world. Indeed, Kizaru's attacks were extremely fast, yet Lu Nan had still blocked them, all with just one hand. The more they fought, the more Akiji struggled to suppress his internal shock. How could this be possible? His speed actually matches my attacks. What kind of monster is this guy? Daibonkai. Akainu shouted loudly, and the attack soon followed. Instantly, Kizaru stepped aside swiftly to avoid it. Akainu's strike and Kizaru's dodge were perfectly synchronized, as if performed by the same person. This coordination was the result of countless battles honed into seamless teamwork. Break it. Lu Nan casually slapped it away, literally smashing the Daibonkai apart. Although it wasn't as graceful as using only a single finger like last time, it still caused Akainu some bitterness. He had his attack countered, again. Bray Eyes Keijai. Akiji continued the assault seamlessly. Puffed. Mere Ice Force dares to show off in front of me. Lu Nan snorted coldly. He lifted his left arm from behind his back, and a dark red fireball appeared in his palm. The color of flame energy when compressed to extremely high density, symbolizing the intense heat of the fireball. Lu Nan hurled this fireball directly at the flying ice bird. Upon impact, flames exploded outward, and the intense high temperatures literally roasted the ice bird into melting. Vast clouds of vapor rose into the air, gradually spreading, thinning, and vanishing into nothing. This is all your attacks. Lu Nan crossed his hands behind his back again, calmly staring at the three. If that's truly all you've got, then there's no need to prolong this further. All of you, step aside. Without giving them another chance to launch a combined assault, Lu Nan had no intention of wasting more time with these three. He was ready to face off with the admirals and Kong the fleet admiral instead. He had long lost interest in serving as a litmus test for those aiming to become an admiral. Spending a brief moment sparring with them was more than enough. Who did they think he was, their training dummy? Don't be absurd. This was no training session. He came here to cause chaos. Lu Nan's figure flickered slightly, and suddenly, he had already arrived before Akainu, throwing a light punch forward. Watch out. Get out of the way. Kizaru cried urgently. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Lu Nan's speed was simply too fast. Probably the only person on the battlefield who could both see and avoid the attack was Kizaru himself. Pack. As expected, Akainu didn't react in time. He was struck heavily on the head, his mind instantly dizzy and staggering. Then, thud, he fell down, unconscious. This. Akiji's expression turned grim. That speed. He was nearly on par with Kizaru now. How could they keep fighting or dodging under such circumstances? Be careful, Kazan. Kizaru warned Akiji again. Be careful? How am I supposed to dodge at that speed? Akiji frowned deeply. Is that guy a Logia user of the Pika Pika no Mi too? Based on our intelligence reports, he ate the Mera Mera no Mi and hasn't shown abilities of other devil fruits. Even his flying ability doesn't seem to stem from a devil fruit. Kizaru whispered beside Akiji. So his extraordinary speed is entirely due to his natural physical capability. Natural capability? Akiji rolled his eyes, frustrated. With speed this terrifying, nearly matching Pika Pika level, he could barely breathe, let alone survive. Kizaru, your speed is no worse than his. You intercept him while I prepare for my ultimate move, Ice Age. Akiji murmured, the cold air condensing around him as he prepared to unleash his strongest technique. You're crazy. This is the rooftop of headquarters. We can't unleash that kind of move here. Whether or not you can seriously wound Lu Nan is uncertain, but the civilians in the city will definitely be killed. Borsellino exclaimed in shock, quickly adding, the fleet admiral is still here, don't be reckless. So then, what should we do? Kazan paused, then asked, somewhat annoyed. What else can we do? Focus on protecting yourself. I'll try to intercept him. Borsellino sighed, shaking his head before vanishing in a streak of golden light. When he reappeared, he was already beside Lu Nan. Lying on the rooftop near them was another figure, Sakazuki. But right now, Borsellino had no time to care about Sakazuki. He needed to stop Lu Nan from attacking Kazan. Watch this, laser. A beam shot from Borsellino's hand, aiming straight at Lu Nan. Lu Nan, in response, barely moved at all. His figure had already shifted positions, reappearing behind Borsellino. As he raised his hand to attack, Borsellino, however, reacted quickly, vanishing in a flash and reappearing behind Lu Nan. Ah, you fell for it. Take this sword strike. Borsellino brandished a golden longsword and slashed straight toward Lu Nan's shoulder. Foolish. Did you really think I wouldn't anticipate that? Lu Nan's voice echoed. Don't forget, I also possess the observation haki, and my mastery isn't shallow at all. Damn, how could he be so fast? Borsellino's expression shifted as he barely started to move when a sudden sharp pain hit the back of his head. Overcome with dizziness, he dropped with a thud. Two of the three admirals-to-be were already down, leaving only Kazan, who could only look on with a bitter smile. You can go join them too. Lu Nan smiled faintly, lifting his finger and lightly tapping forward. The moment his fingertip descended, he vanished, reappearing instantly behind Kazan, with his fingertip striking precisely on Kazan's neck. Like the others, Kazan staggered before falling unconscious. Thus, the three admirals-to-be of the Marines' headquarters had all been defeated, lying in unconscious heaps. Lu Nan turned his head, smiling slightly toward Kong the fleet admiral and several others, completely disregarding the numerous vice admirals standing behind them, choosing to ignore them entirely. Fleet Admiral Kong, I wonder, am I worthy of witnessing your skills? Chapter 151. Three admirals? One word silences the crowd. As soon as Luo Nan spoke those words, silence fell upon the entire crowd. Whether they were the vice admirals and admirals within the arena, or the civilians on the ground, all remained silent and speechless. They had just witnessed how the three vice admirals, candidates for the title of admiral, had joined forces, yet couldn't even scratch Luo Nan, being quickly defeated in a matter of moments. Although they didn't seem to have perished, it was clear that they had lost all fighting ability. This is Luo Nan. So strong, so terrifying. With such strength, who can possibly stop him? This is Marineford. Yet no one can deal with him here. He dares challenge Fleet Admiral Kong. After a long moment of silence, the crowd erupted into murmurs and whispers, turning their eyes towards Sakazuki Kong, wondering whether the Navy Fleet Admiral would step forward in the face of Luo Nan's challenge. Luo Nan, if you want to challenge Fleet Admiral Kong, you must first get past US. Sengoku could no longer remain silent. He stepped forward to speak on behalf of the admirals. Zeph followed behind him, while Cap, though merely a rear admiral, unquestionably possessed the strength of an admiral and stepped forward as well. Still three of them, but this time, all three possessed admiral-level strength, making them far more formidable than the previous three. You three? Luo Nan smiled faintly. Cap and Zeph, We've already crossed swords before. Adding Sengoku this time, do you really think you can defeat me? Don't be arrogant, Luo Nan. Zeph shouted furiously. This time, I've improved my strength significantly. I won't lose to you again. Oh, then I'd love to see if you're just bragging. Luo Nan laughed heartily, then gestured toward them, saying casually, since you're so confident, then come at me. Don't expect me to go easy. Once I finish dealing with you, I still plan to head for Mariehua. I wonder if there are any worthy experts there who could push me to my limits. What? At Luo Nan's words, everyone in the crowd was instantly shocked, staring at Luo Nan in disbelief. Even Sakazuki Kong had expected Luo Nan might come to Marineford seeking revenge, but he never imagined Luo Nan would dare to provoke Mariehua. It was no joking matter. Mariehua was the world headquarters of the world government, heavily fortified, with the CP headquarters stationed there as well. Powerful fighters abounded, and the mysterious supreme ruler of the world government, Imu, resided there. Mariehua itself was an impregnable fortress, and yet, Luo Nan had just declared his intention to go there. It was unthinkable. No one could believe it. Luo Nan truly was bold beyond reckoning, utterly defying all laws and rules. You dare to attack Mariehua? You're just seeking death. A marine captain roared in anger. Foolish and suicidal. He will surely be killed should he dare set foot there. Another marine captain spoke coldly. Humph, that is the world government's headquarters. If you go, you will most certainly die, a third marine officer declared. On the ground, some civilians who overheard Luo Nan's words showed terrified expressions. They knew little of the true number of powerful figures within the world government or the strength of Mariehua defenses. All they knew was that this monstrous pirate, who had just single-handedly crushed countless elite marines at Marineford, now dared to threaten Mariehua. It absolutely terrified them. This monstrous pirate is heading for Mariehua as well? Good heavens, that's the headquarters of the world government. Worse still, Mariehua is the holy land where the noble and privileged celestial dragons reside. Most of the dragons live there. If Luo Nan really goes there, the world will fall into chaos. The world will descend into chaos. We must run away now. Run? We must escape to other places quickly. Some of the civilians had already begun fleeing in panic. Witnessing the civilians' reactions, Sakazuki Kong's face darkened. Whether Luo Nan's words were mere boasting or sincere intent, should he really carry out an attack on Mariehua, it would create a major catastrophe. Once word spread worldwide that someone had attacked the world government headquarters, the consequences would be devastating to their reputation, perhaps even greater than Luo Nan's prior actions, even surpassing the impact of the assassination of the 4 celestial dragons in Water 7. No way. This must not happen. Sengoku, you absolutely must stop him. Sakazuki Kong spoke gravely toward the trio. If Luo Nan defeats you and reaches Mariehua, all of us will be held accountable. This matter is of grave importance and may even threaten the very stability of the world government's rule over the world. Understood. We will give it our all. Sengoku replied firmly. Sengoku also felt an endless wave of pressure. He was determined to fight with all his strength, yet he couldn't guarantee that they would successfully stop Luo Nan. It was Luo Nan, after all. I will definitely give it my absolute all. Garp nodded solemnly beside him. This time I won't lose. Zio gritted his teeth, his face heavy as he stared at Luo Nan. The mechanical devices on his arms had already begun to vibrate. After a buzzing sound, he lifted his arm and aimed straight at Luo Nan. He had already launched the first strike. Die Luo Nan. Zio's roar echoed, and a massive booming sound followed as his mechanical cannon roared toward Luo Nan, its explosion shaking the heavens. Before Luo Nan could even react, Sengoku, standing beside Zeus, had also begun his attack. This time, the 3 of them would show no mercy. They were determined to defeat Luo Nan. Daibutsujong, Grand Buddha Palm. Sengoku shouted, golden light bursting from his body. A magnificent, imposing illusion of a giant Buddha appeared behind him, raising its palm and striking toward Luo Nan. The air itself shrieked from the terrifying impact of the strike. Wuxia Iron Fist. Garp inhaled deeply. The color of armament Haki burst from his right hand as he concentrated an astonishing fist force capable of shattering the sky. With one distant punch, he launched a devastating strike toward Luo Nan. As the punch was thrown, a deep black phantom-like silhouette appeared midair. At the very front of this phantom was a massive iron fist, enough to crush even a sea king into pieces. This time, the 3 of them had unleashed their full power from the very start, holding absolutely nothing back. This was a true outpouring of their utmost strength. Such an attack was something only 2 people in this world could withstand, Luo Nan and Imu. Even among the other Yonko, quite frankly, even someone as nearly immortal as Kaido would struggle to survive. If someone did somehow survive, they'd certainly lose half their life in the process. However, the man they were facing wasn't just anyone, it was Luo Nan. And now, Luo Nan had finally wiped the smile from his face. His expression turned solemn as he stared at the 3 incoming attacks. These were the ultimate blows from the 3 most powerful admirals of the Navy. He couldn't afford to underestimate them. Finally, you're becoming somewhat worthy opponents. You 3 deserve 1/3 of my full strength. Luo Nan spoke solemnly as his hands were already raised high. In his hands had appeared his slender, extended Bankai Zanpakuto. Senbenzakura Kageyami, Shukiai Aoi, White Imperial Sword. Chapter 152 Instant Kill. Sword pointing toward Mariehua. At this moment, whether it was the people on the rooftop of the Marine headquarters building or the ordinary civilians below, all squinted their eyes in shock, staring at the sky. In the sky, a pair of enormous white radiant wings spread out, like a phoenix stretching its wings, covering the entire heavens. What is this? Goodness, such terrifying power. This silver-white and boundless aura feels so sharp. I feel pain all over my body. What is this? Just what the heck is this? The crowd cried out in panic, and many fell to the ground in fear, paralyzed and unable to move. Sword aura, sword energy. This is the power attained when sword techniques reach their peak. This non truly deserves the title of world's greatest swordsman. His sword skills are truly formidable. We used to think he relied on devil fruit abilities and the ancient weapon, Pluton's power to show off, and we always looked down upon his title of world's greatest swordsman. Now it seems Xuanhuan's sword techniques are absolutely peerless. On the rooftop, Sakazuki gritted his teeth as he spoke. His hands were already trembling uncontrollably. With such terrifying power, what did he have to resist with? It was easy to imagine. Under such terrifying power, even the trio of Janguo, Sakazuki, and Kizaru might not be able to hold their ground. As Sakazuki thought, in the sky, the colossal sword wings behind Anon unfurled, following the slash of his sword Senbenzakura Kageyoshi, unleashing a devastating attack. Endless sword beams condensed into one razor-sharp, terrifying strike hurtling toward the attacks of the three admirals. Chi, Hong, Peng. No matter whether it was the phantom iron fist fired by Garp, the cannon rounds launched by Tachibana, or the Buddha hand struck by Janguo, before this formidable attack, they were all easily shattered, collapsing instantly. This strike still retained its momentum and, in the direction the three attacks came from, split into three separate sword beams launching toward them. This Phenon, what terrifying attack. He's too strong. There's absolutely no chance of defeating him. No good. This attack is far too powerful. Quick evade. Their expressions changed drastically, and they hastily tried to dodge the sword beams. However, it was already too late. The sword beams moved far too fast. They didn't have the speed of light, like Kizaru. Despite trying to evade, they were still grazed by the attack. However, just this glancing blow was enough to cause severe injuries. The three, Janguo, Garp, and Tachibana, were struck a glancing blow by the sword beams and immediately turned pale, blood trickling from their mouths, flying backward as their bodies felt as if they had been pierced by 1,000 blades, pain and tearing sensations running through them. Luckily, they had evaded quite quickly, so although they couldn't completely avoid the beams, they only took a glancing blow. At the very least, they didn't die on the spot. Watching the unconscious Janguo, the heavily injured and bleeding Garp, and Tachibana, who had fallen from the rooftop to the ground, Sakazuki let out a sigh of relief. These three could not afford to die. If any of them died, more than half of the Marines' elite forces would collapse. Therefore, seeing them finally taken away for treatment, Sakazuki rushed to have the three rescued immediately. Above the sky, Xuanhuan waved his hand and retracted the infinite sword beams across the sky. Endless swords converged into Senbenzakura, the entire blade transforming into a dazzling silver white, as radiant as a second sun in the sky, almost too bright to look directly at. Xuanhuan held his sword, standing proudly beneath the vast heavens like a true deity descending to the mortal world, causing the citizens of Marineford to fearfully bow their heads in awe. A slight smile curled on Xuanhuan's lips, and he did not stop Sakazuki from rescuing the three, since they had already been defeated, badly at that. Although they weren't dead, they had suffered severe injuries. As a top-tier powerhouse, he could not bring himself to kill someone publicly who was already unconscious and gravely wounded. Frankly speaking, that last attack was practically his peak combat strength without transforming into his Genova complete form. In that state, one could say he had attacked with his full might. Such an attack could effortlessly cut a small island in half or split an entire city in two. However, despite that, the three admirals had poured all their strength into resisting it and still managed to survive, albeit severely wounded. In such a situation, they had earned Anon's respect. No matter from which angle, he would not strike again. They had suffered enough disgrace. After rescuing the three admirals, Sakazuki took a deep breath and stepped to the edge of the rooftop, facing Xuanhuan directly. At this point, Xuanhuan had already defeated 3 candidate admirals and 3 official admirals. One could say, the strongest forces within the Marine headquarters. From now on, there were no stronger forces left to stop Xuanhuan. As for the defense preparations deployed to deal with Pluton, they were useless against a single opponent like Xuanhuan. Considering Xuanhuan's speed, almost on par with Kizaru's, it was simply impossible to stop him. So now, Sakazuki decided to confront Xuanhuan himself. Of course, Sakazuki was no pushover. In the Marines of this world, one couldn't rise to a high rank without real strength. Back in his prime, Sakazuki had earned the position of Fleet Admiral purely through his formidable power. However, he was getting older now, past his peak. In terms of combat strength, he wasn't much different from Sengoku. If even the combined might of Sengoku, Garp, and Tachibana had failed, then Sakazuki stepping forward now would only lead to further humiliation. Yet, he could not retreat. There was no one else to rely on. The other staff officers like Vice Admiral Tsuru possessed some combat capability, but they were barely above the bottom tier of the Marine headquarters commanders. As for the rest of the admirals, they were nothing more than cannon fodder in the face of Xuanhuan's overwhelming strength. Sakazuki sighed deeply, then looked at Xuanhuan and spoke. Xuanhuan, you've caused enough chaos. You've fought enough people. Isn't it time to calm down? So Fleet Admiral Sakazuki is backing down already. Xuanhuan instantly smiled at these words. You gave in so quickly. That's not the Marine way at all. There's no choice. You've already defeated Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku. The headquarters no longer has anyone stronger to fight you. Sakazuki shook his head. He had wanted to stop Luonan, but unfortunately, he lacked the power. Luonan's current strength was just too overpowered. No one in Marineford could even lay a hand on him. It was truly as if he could come and go as he pleased. I've already said, none of those who plotted against me will escape. I've stormed the Marine headquarters. How could I possibly leave Mariewa off the list? Luonan made it clear he wasn't done with Mariewa yet. He had absolutely no intention of sparing it. He firmly believed the Marines were not the only ones behind the conspiracy against him. The real masterminds were from the world government. After all, who else could be responsible for the 100 billion belly bounty on his head, and the 5 elders' deep fears of him? Not to mention how he had killed 4 celestial dragons in Water 7. Those celestial dragon families would undoubtedly have been deeply involved as well. You really intend to go to Mariewa? Sakazuki frowned slightly. If Luonan truly made his way to Mariewa, no matter whether he succeeded in causing trouble or not, the Marine headquarters would surely face severe punishment from the world government. Originally, Sakazuki had hoped that once Luonan had vented his rage on the headquarters, the matter could just end here. But clearly, Luonan was determined to go after Mariewa. Exactly. Luonan nodded. Luonan, I warn you seriously. Mariewa is not as simple as you imagine. If you really dare to go there, don't regret it. Sakazuki spoke solemnly. If you stop now, I can still speak for you to the world government. Perhaps even the bounty on your head can be revoked. Revoke the bounty? Ha ha ha. Luonan suddenly burst into laughter. That bounty is just a toy for the 5 elders. They can place it and lift it as they please. Do they see me, Luonan, as their plaything? Amusing. I should go personally and ask them. Is it because my blade has dulled, or because their courage has grown too bold? From the beginning to the end, it's always been the world government and your Marines who targeted me. Did you really think I wouldn't be furious? This time, I'll personally go to Mariewa to see if those people really think I'm easy to bully. After finishing his words, Luonan ignored Sakazuki's grimacing face. He had already crushed the Marine headquarters, with Sengoku and the others knocked down. What else could possibly stand in his way? Nothing remained. Then, he turned his sights toward Mariewa, to meet the 5 elders, and confront that mysterious existence seated upon the void throne. Luonan suddenly soared into the air, flying straight toward the heavens, rushing in the direction of Mariewa, as Sakazuki's face twitched in helpless fury. Tsuru, quickly contact Mariewa, and inform the 5 elders that Luonan is on his way. Chapter 153. His lordship arrives at Mariewa. Mariewa, the empty throne. The 5 elders were all gathered here, kneeling on the ground with panic-stricken expressions. Is this what you meant by foolproof? The mysterious voice came from above, and all 5 elders lowered their heads, too afraid to utter a word. Only a short while ago, they had pledged to Godimu here, promising that everything on the Marineford side had been well prepared. If Luonan dared to show up, they would ensure he suffered a humiliating defeat. The military fortifications of Marineford were said to be formidable, capable of delivering a heavy blow to Luonan, even enough to kill him. Yet, how many days had actually passed? Luonan had already torn through Marineford entirely. 3 of the admirals in waiting were sent out to fight, but were mercilessly slaughtered. Sakazuki, Kizuru, and Sengoku had also gone into battle, and were still crushed. What about the Navy's headquarters fortifications? Since Luonan arrived alone without riding the Biwak, and with a speed almost as fast as light Yama, the heavy artillery mounted on the defensive structures couldn't lock onto him, rendering them completely useless. The entire Marineford was swept through single-handedly by Luonan. Although no one was killed, in the eyes of the 5 elders, this was far worse than a massacre. It was a desecration of the Navy's dignity. No, it was a violation of the world government's authority. This incident alone would make the entire world doubt the Navy's might. After all, a powerful pirate managed to storm the headquarters and defeat all the elite forces in one fell swoop. This wasn't merely embarrassing. It was a crushing blow, sending the Marines spiraling into ruin. Moreover, after wiping out Marineford, Luonan did not stop. He immediately made his way directly to Mariewa. Frankly speaking, when they first received the call from Marineford, the 5 elders could hardly believe it. Luonan wiped out Marineford? Luonan was flying towards Mariewa? Luonan had attacked? The 5 elders' heads buzzed with disbelief. Was this nonsense? Yet, it was the real thing. The call had been made by Rear Admiral Tsuru from Marine Headquarters, a serious and upright officer who would never lie about such matters. Kong the Steelboned also confirmed over the phone the details of Luonan's attack on Marineford and the reasons behind his decision to head straight for Mariewa after that. Implicit in his words was the suggestion that only God Imu himself might be able to contain Luonan. Otherwise, there was a real possibility of Luonan sweeping through Mariewa as well. After repeatedly confirming the truth, the 5 elders, terrified beyond measure, rushed back to the Flower Hall, where the empty throne resided, seeking an audience with God Imu once again. God Imu's fury in his voice was palpable to them all, and deeply understandable. After all, only a few days ago, they themselves had boasted so confidently of handling Luonan decisively. And yet here they were again, returning so soon begging for help? Who wouldn't be furious? Especially when you're the hidden overlord of the world government. Big Lord, this is indeed our incompetence. But according to Kong's words, Luonan's power has increased drastically compared to a year ago. One of the 5 elders twisted his face in bitterness. Though Luonan had already been able to defeat Sakazuki and Garp a year back, it wasn't nearly this effortless. This time, With a single move, he nearly killed Sengoku and the other two instantly. The difference is just too massive. That Luo-nan is practically a monster. This Luo-nan is simply the world government's nemesis, muttered another elder with bitterness in his voice. If only they had known beforehand how difficult this man would be to handle, they definitely wouldn't have gone looking to antagonize him. But now, it was far too late to regret. He was already at their doorstep. Luo-nan. Imu's voice dripped with a dark, immeasurable wrath. This brat turns out to be so hard to deal with. It really took me by surprise. But no matter. If he dares to attack Mariehua himself, he's looking for death. Humph. If he dares to come, I will personally strike him down. Phew. If Lord Imu steps in, it'll be truly 100% guaranteed success. Hearing Imu's words, the 5 elders instantly relaxed, wiping sweat from their brows and visibly relieved. You 5. But just then, Imu's voice rang out again. You 5 are simply useless. Under your hands, the world government has seen no progress, but instead has fallen into its current pitiful state. How? After all this, do you think I can still feel at ease in trusting the world government to you? Huh? My lord, Imu, please, give us one more chance. One of the 5 elders, startled, quickly begged for mercy. That's right, Lord Imu. Though we may not have done well handling Luo-nan, rest assured, we have handled all other affairs impeccably. Another elder chimed in, pleading desperately. Lord Imu, during our reign, we successfully destroyed both the Rock's pirates and the pirate king Roger himself, executing him and delivering heavy blows to the pirate forces. The short and plump elder pleaded, bowing his head repeatedly. Please, Lord Imu, grant us one more chance. As long as Lord Imu eliminates Luo-nan this time, we are confident we can reclaim the entire new world under the world government's jurisdiction, added the tall and muscular elder solemnly. Very well then, I will grant you one final opportunity, Imu said after a pause. But once I deal with Luo-nan, I expect to see your actions, to see your results. If not, I will not hesitate to replace you. Yes, of course. Please, Lord Imu, rest assured. The 5 elders bowed deeply, overwhelmed with gratitude. Dozens of kilometers above the skies outside Mariehua, the sacred holy land, a lone figure streaked across the heavens, leaving behind a thunderous sonic boom. It was Luo-nan, soaring through the air. Based on his current level of Shikangaku technique, his speed had already surpassed the speed of sound. This was still in his long-distance cruising mode, moving tens of times faster than the speed of sound. And if compared to the kind of speed he used during his battle against Kizura previously, it was even faster. Short bursts of speed during combat were incomparable to his long-distance travel. Luo-nan could easily reach several hundred times the speed of sound during battle. And if he were in his fully awakened Genova state, the speed could even reach thousands of times the speed of sound without any issue. At such terrifying speeds, Luo-nan's travel time from Marineford to Mariehua was incredibly short. The 5 elders had rushed straight to the empty throne upon receiving the call from Marineford and had just exited the flower hall when they saw a distant figure tearing through the clouds from afar. Luo-nan. He actually came. He's really here. What do we do? Don't worry. Luo-nan will surely die once Lord Imu Chusho. Phew. I hope this ends quickly. This man has already made us suffer so much. This time, we must ensure his downfall at Mariehua. The 5 elders stared at the silhouette in the sky, exchanged glances, then stood their ground not too far away, all facing the direction of the flower hall, waiting for Lord Imu to make his move and completely eliminate Luo-nan, their greatest enemy. Chapter 154. Im and Lauren. The battle begins. Feeling Lauren's approaching presence, Im slowly rose from the xuanhuan, his figure hovering in midair, just like Lauren. Whether it was due to the power of a devil fruit or some other ability, he surprisingly possessed the ability to fly as well. Lauren, let me see just how powerful you really are. Don't disappoint me. Im murmured softly. If you do disappoint me, you'll lose your life. In the blink of an eye, Im's figure vanished from the xuanhuan. When he reappeared, he was already outside, above the holy land of Mariehua. Lauren had also arrived at Mariehua. He lifted his eyebrows slightly, stabilizing himself midair as he stared ahead into the sky. A tall figure hidden beneath a cloak floated in front of him. A pair of eyes peered from within the hood, staring straight at him with a gaze that sent a strong sense of pressure surging over him. A slight smile crept onto Lauren's lips as he called out his opponent's name. Im, the final boss of this pirate world. Never did he expect to meet him so soon. It should be a final battle at the very end, shouldn't it? Then again, he'd actively skipped straight to the final stage and stormed all the way to Mariehua. Having swept everything aside in his path, the ultimate boss Im had no choice but to come out ahead of schedule to deal with him. Lauren. Im's voice still sounded gender neutral. Lauren couldn't determine whether his opponent was male or female. However, once the battle started, it would become clear enough. Not that it mattered anyway. No matter whether it was a man or woman, it wouldn't stop him from facing them in battle. His most important purpose in coming to Mariehua was to test Im's strength and to discover whether or not the ancient weapon Pluton was under Im's control. If it was, he also wanted to know what exactly Pluton was and how powerful it could be. At this moment, as Lauren and Im faced each other in the sky above Mariehua while the 5 elders watched the scene unfold below, something quite interesting was also happening inside the holy city. A minor incident by comparison. Fisher Tiger, captain of the Sun Pirates, was staring up at the sky in astonishment. Right now, he truly was quite amazed. Originally, the rest of the Sun Pirates were going to come with him on this operation, but he had refused. It was easier to move alone. Mariehua wasn't like any other place. Too many people would just hinder the plan. He had chosen the perfect timing, launching his operation right as Lauren created chaos at Marineford, drawing the attention of the world government and offering him the perfect opportunity to free the slaves. Yes, this was his objective, to liberate the slaves captured by the celestial dragons. It was the core belief of the Sun Pirates. Never thought that this Lauren guy would be so daring. He attacked Marineford, and now he's here at Mary Geos too. Fisher sighed, but that's even better. With him up there drawing attention, my operation has a much greater chance of success. With that, Fisher dashed forward, heading toward a location where a family of celestial dragons resided. According to the intelligence, this family held a significant number of slaves. Just as Fisher expected, upon arrival he found a large number of slaves inside the celestial dragon's household. He quickly freed them all and directed them to escape toward a specific location where Sun Pirates awaited to provide backup. Fisher then proceeded toward the next celestial dragon family's residence. He intended to rescue as many slaves as possible while the opportunity lasted. This mission proceeded surprisingly smoothly for Fisher. In fact, it was so smooth that he found it hard to believe. The defenses of the various celestial dragon families were extremely weak. Some places might as well have been completely abandoned. What he didn't know was that immediately after receiving word that Lauren was attacking, all the members of the celestial dragon families had already fled into the underground shelters built specifically beneath Mary Geos. None of them dared face Lauren. Even with the protection of him, they were too afraid to stay above ground or in their family estates, worrying they might get caught in the crossfire should the battle break out. The celestial dragons valued their lives greatly, especially when facing someone like Lauren, this massive pirate who had actually killed a celestial dragon a year ago. As a result, Fisher's operation went far more smoothly than he could have imagined, far smoother even than in the original timeline, allowing him to rescue more slaves than he originally would have. The Gorgon sisters, including the future pirate empress, were also saved by Fisher, just as happened in the original story. They all fled along with the other slaves. However, while escaping, the pirate empress raised her head and caught sight of Lauren's figure flying above. Who was that? Flying above Mary Geos. Who was the person confronting him? Could they be someone powerful from the world government? The young pirate empress didn't understand many things, but she felt deep gratitude toward Fisher for rescuing her and her two sisters, and also toward Lauren, who was now intimidating Mary Geos. She had heard of Lauren's name before, but she didn't know the figure in the sky was actually him. It was only after escaping that the pirate empress learned the person who had arrived that day at Mary Geos was indeed Lauren. That day wasn't only the moment countless slaves gained their freedom, it was also a day that shook the entire world, a terrifying battle that nearly destroyed Mary Geos. And now, that battle was unfolding before their eyes. Lauren, are you really Lauren? Midair, Im's voice reached Lauren's ears, but it didn't spread across all of Mary Geos. Moreover, at this moment there were no Morgan's reporters around either. Even though Morgan's ability was formidable, he dared not make any moves in front of him. He could only watch this battle from afar outside Mary Geos, too fearful to dare broadcast live. I am Lauren, Lauren replied. I believe you already know why I'm here today. I want an explanation. You're truly bold, Lauren. Im's voice grew deeper. Daring to come to Mary Geos demanding an explanation from me? Do you really want to die? Yeah, I especially want to die. Do you have the power to kill me? Lauren snorted. From Im's tone alone, he could tell that Im utterly dismissed him as unworthy of concern. With that realization, he retorted sharply. You? It seems all your past victories have driven you mad. Do you even know who I am? Im replied coldly. Who are you? Haha. You're Im, the legendary behind-the-scenes ruler of the world government, master of all the celestial dragons, and the supreme ruler of over 100 allied nations, right? Lauren laughed loudly. Correct. You certainly know a lot. Im nodded slightly before continuing. But since you know all this, why do you dare stand face to face with me? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Kill me? There are plenty of people in this world who want me dead. But so far, I'm still alive. And if I were to say who wants me dead the most, that should be the world government, right? Coming directly to Mary Geos like this is a great opportunity. If you have the capability, then kill me here. Lauren shrugged. I'm really looking forward to this fight. I hope you won't disappoint me. Ha ha ha, indeed arrogant. Lauren, since you're asking for death, I shall oblige. Suddenly, Im burst into laughter, then extended his right hand. His slender, pale fingers lifted into the air as he pointed his index finger at Lauren. Restrain. Lauren's expression shifted slightly. He felt an eerie force descending upon him. The surrounding space seemed to solidify as if time itself had stopped, and his figure was suddenly frozen in midair. This kind of power, is it a devil fruit? Lauren narrowed his eyes, sensing something. His gaze dropped to the center of Mary Geos below, the apparent location of the flower room. There stood a massive tree unlike any other. It was magnificent beyond words, covered with countless fruits, each of which Lauren found deeply familiar. It's actually, Chapter 155, The Tree of Devil Fruits? Transformation. Is that the Tree of Devil Fruits? Although restrained midair and restricted in movement, Lauren was still able to speak. He calmly asked the question, showing no sign of panic. Im observed this and couldn't help but pause in surprise. You're already trapped by me. With just a finger, I can kill you now. Yet you still have the mood to be curious about other things. A finger's away from killing me. Upon hearing this, Lauren couldn't help but smile faintly, though his expression was somewhat stiff. The power of confinement was restricting all his movements. Even twitching the corners of his mouth cost him a great deal of effort. He shook his hands slightly, surging forth his armament haki. Even so, he was unable to break free from this terrifying power. This is indeed an extraordinary binding force. I wonder which devil fruit does it come from? Is it the confinement fruit? You truly aren't afraid of death. Im paused before replying. You're right. My power comes from the tree of devil fruits. All the power from all the devil fruits in this world is under my control. I have a little difficulty believing that. As Roran spoke, he tried activating the power of the Mera Mera no Mi, but still couldn't utilize it. It seemed the level of this binding power was extremely high. Reflecting inwardly, he sensed something was off. Gazing again at the tree of devil fruits below, realization struck him. If my guess is correct, you do have the power to suppress other devil fruit users, suppressing them through the strength of the tree of devil fruits. But you certainly do not have the ability to control all devil fruit powers. Haha, why don't you try taking control of my abilities? Im's eyes narrowed, though he didn't refute. Roran chuckled. So I was right. However, I'm curious if those devil fruits hanging on the tree have ripened. Likewise, are you capable of controlling the abilities granted by those fruits? You think I'd actually tell you that? Im snorted. There was no way he'd disclose such vital information to Roran. Looking at this young man before him, so composed even when restrained mid-air without the slightest sign of panic, Im was genuinely surprised. Internally, he was on high alert. This guy definitely had some hidden tricks up his sleeve. He couldn't afford to be careless. If you're not going to tell me, that's fine too. Then, this binding force, break it for me. With that, Roran's expression turned serious. He let out a low shout. Break. His entire presence surged abruptly. His physical form abruptly increased in height. His hair quickly grew longer, changing from black to silver white. His pupils changed color too. A Zanpakuto appeared in his hand, transforming his entire appearance. He became the form after the full awakening of the cell of Genova, instantly multiplying his combat power manyfold. This is... Witnessing Roran's sudden release of the restriction, Im stared in shock at Roran, who had changed dramatically mid-air, struggling to say anything. What? Just because I changed my appearance, you don't recognize me anymore? Roran's lips curved into a smile. With his growth, even his voice matured, becoming more resonant and powerful. His face was breathtaking, handsomely unmatched. The Zanpakuto in his hand gleamed with chilling light, pointing at him. This, Roran continued, is my full and peak battle strength. Im, if you don't have any hidden cards left, prepare yourself for my punishment. The sound of Roran's voice echoed across the heavens. Not only Im, but also the 5 elders watching from below were shocked beyond measure. They stared with wide eyes at the dramatically changed Roran, their minds blank. It was as if reality itself had changed. How could Roran turn into another person like this? What was going on here? They had never encountered a scenario like this before, and thus, the 5 elders were completely stunned. You really? Roran. Im also stood there speechless, bewilderedly staring at Roran and asking. Though you have traces of Roran's previous appearance, you've changed too much. Even your hair has transformed. You've aged from 14 to around 20. Can you really be the same person? Of course I am Roran. Roran declared aloud. I've said it before. Only now am I displaying my complete and peak combat capability. Im, bring out your trump card now. Otherwise, you'll no longer have a chance to turn the tables. Don't get too arrogant, Roran. What difference does it make even if you've transformed like this? Im took a deep breath and focused seriously on Roran again. It seems you're quite confident in your current state. Then, take this attack next, Death Ray. Im raised his hand and pointed at Roran. A black beam of light shot out, rapidly rushing toward Roran. Now in his complete form as Genova, Roran's speed was naturally incomparable. He gently lifted the Zanpakuto in his hand and swung it. Hiss. The dark ray collided with the Zanpakuto, producing a sharp hissing sound as the two forces neutralized each other and vanished completely. That's all, Roran said calmly. You've already attacked twice. Now, should it be my turn? Without further ado, Roran didn't give Im time to prepare and immediately launched into a Zanpakuto killing move, White Emperor Sword. Infinite brilliance shone forth as countless sword auras and rays surged up. Under Roran's control, they quickly converged into a terrifying giant sword-like phantom spanning across the heavens and earth, cutting straight toward him. Bad. Lord Im, quickly dodge. Im hadn't even moved, yet when the 5 elders below were already startled, shouting loudly. This is that same move Roran used at Marineford. The power is terrifying, stronger than before at Marineford. Another elder gasped in horror. Too strong. Simply too powerful. Has Roran really become this strong after transforming? Lord Im, can he really defeat him? The other elders fell silent. The current Roran was even stronger than during his time at Marineford. This transformed version of Roran was practically unstoppable. Still, the 5 elders looked toward him with some hope. They hadn't seen him reveal his ultimate trump card yet. Indeed, it's a very powerful attack. Im muttered under his breath, eyes burning as he stared at the massive sword-shaped phantom rushing toward him from Roran. Then, from beneath his cloak, his hands extended outward, meeting before his body. He let out a low shout. Air cannon. Crush this sword aura for me. Whether from some devil fruit ability unknown to others, Im unleashed it again, forming a strange compressed air shockwave between his hands. With force, it struck head-on toward the approaching sword phantom from Roran. Boom. After a tremendous noise, Im had actually blocked Roran's powerful attack, something that somewhat surprised even Roran himself. After all, this wasn't the ancient weapon Pluton. The fact that Im could stop this attack showed how terrifyingly strong he truly was. Even without summoning Pluton, Im had reached such a level in combat against him, causing Roran to take on a more serious demeanor. Roran fixed his gaze solemnly on him. You actually blocked this move. Looks like I truly can't underestimate you. Then, from now on, I shall fight seriously. I hope you can still withstand what's coming. Upon hearing this, Im gritted his teeth. The previous move had already consumed considerable energy from him. After all, Roran's White Emperor sword wasn't some weak technique. Seeing the situation now, the opponent likely still had even more powerful moves, while he, Im, had already reached his limits. In fact, there were no stronger devil fruit abilities left he could use. Even though he controlled the tree of devil fruits, many of the fruits on it weren't ripe, and the number of truly powerful fruits was far less than one might imagine. Those were suitable for fighting ordinary pirates, but simply insufficient against someone like Roran. It seems I'll have to activate Pluton. Very well then, Roran. You're worthy enough for me to use this ancient weapon. Dying beneath Pluton, you should be able to die peacefully. Chapter 156, The Xuanhuan. Luo Nan's shock. Xuanhuan. The ancient weapon, Xuanhuan. Finally, Imu was about to play their final trump card. Sure enough, the ancient weapon Xuanhuan was truly in Imu's possession. Luo Nan's expression grew much graver. After all, what he was about to face was Xuanhuan, the strongest among the world's 3 legendary ancient weapons. What exactly Xuanhuan was, Luo Nan didn't know. In the original story, it had only been mentioned but never seen, having vanished from history countless years ago. Now it was clear that it had been hidden by the world government all along, preserved as the ultimate trump card to guarantee their control over the world. Now, Luo Nan was finally about to witness the appearance of this legendary ultimate weapon. As Imu finished speaking, he stretched both hands upward toward the sky. The posture startled Luo Nan. Was he about to release a spirit bomb or something? Luo Nan followed Imu's hands with his eyes, staring up at the sky, but saw nothing at all, only blue skies and white clouds. He quietly thought, could this ancient weapon be in the sky? It was possible. Poseidon was the mermaid princess, connected to the ocean. Pluton was the most powerful warship built by the ancient people, with a main cannon of endless might. Then Xuanhuan, naturally, should be related to the sky, as a space-based weapon. Just as Luo Nan was thinking this, he sensed something unusual in the sky. He quickly focused his gaze, and the sight that met his eyes immediately stunned him. In the sky, a black speck rapidly approached from the distance, gradually revealing its original form. This is actually a massive floating island. Luo Nan was shocked. A floating island alone wasn't surprising. He had seen the island of Gonfall, even the Skypea of Enel's homeland. These floating islands were also quite large. As for Shiki, he could even lift oceanic islands into the sky as weapons to crush enemies. But that was only for smashing. Luo Nan's speed and raw strength meant he had never considered such attacks threatening. But this floating island before him was different. It was a metal island modified into an aerial fortress-like structure, like a spaceborne aircraft carrier, blotting out the sun and casting darkness across the sky. Xuanhuan. Ha ha ha. Here comes Xuanhuan. Luo Nan is surely doomed. On the ground of Mary Geos, the 5 elders burst into laughter, feeling Luo Nan was no longer any threat. Xuanhuan is the pinnacle achievement of ancient human technology, a massive floating island transformed into an aerial fortress. It carries over 10,000 secondary cannons, each as powerful as Pluton's main cannon, while Xuanhuan's main cannon. At this thought, one of the 5 elders shivered. The main cannon of Xuanhuan. It is a terrifying weapon capable of shattering the earth. Another 5 elder took a deep breath and solemnly said, a long time ago, during Imu's possession, Xuanhuan once fired its main cannon. That single shot destroyed hundreds of kilometers of the Red Line, creating a massive new sea. Compared to Xuanhuan, even the mighty Pluton was merely a joke, not worth mentioning. Exactly. Compared to Xuanhuan, the Pluton Luo Nan holds is nothing at all. Haha, he didn't even bring Pluton here this time. He's alone. But Xuanhuan is equipped with locking weapons. No matter how fast he moves, he won't escape being struck by the main cannon of Xuanhuan. The short, muscular 5 elders sneered. But no, we are in Mary Geos. Imu would never activate the main cannon here. The tall, muscular 5 elder shook his head, saying, the main cannon won't fire, but Luo Nan still needs to be dealt with. Xuanhuan has other weapons on board. Just lock onto Luo Nan's position and pin him down for the slightest moment, and that will be enough for Imu to kill Luo Nan. Xuanhuan's power is certainly not that simple. The 5 elders sighed, then turned their gaze back toward the sky. What a massive scene. Luo Nan took a deep breath, lowering his gaze to Imu across from him. The entire sky above Mary Geos was now completely darkened by the fortress summoned by Imu. The entire city had seemingly instantly shifted from daytime to night. The shadow of the aerial fortress engulfed the entire city. The scale of this fortress was terrifying, nearly covering half of Mary Geos itself. One must understand, Mary Geos was the world's center, the largest and most prosperous city on the Red Line. Its area far exceeded many large islands. Thus, one could imagine how vast this airborne fortress truly was. Luo Nan made a rough visual estimate. The aerial fortress was at least several 10,000 meters long. To think about it, 10,000 meters meant 10 kilometers. If it was several 100,000 meters in length, that would be dozens of kilometers. And this was only the length. The fortress was shaped like an ellipse. How terrifying its overall volume must be. This was the largest weapon Luo Nan had ever seen in this world. Moreover, this weapon was definitely not something humans could produce in this age. It was undoubtedly the pinnacle of ancient human scientific achievement. Its function was not merely that of an aerial fortress. More likely, it was originally designed for space exploration. Luo Nan, the Xuanhuan has arrived. If you know what's good for you, surrender now while there's still time. Emu spoke calmly at this moment. Let me tell you this, the main cannon of Tianhuan is already locked onto you. One shot from it would destroy even the largest islands, far surpassing the destructive power of the main cannon of the Binghuang. If you value your life, surrender now, or else today will surely be the day you turn to ashes. Lonan believed what Emu said. The terrifying aerial fortress indeed possessed a main cannon of unimaginable power, capable of destroying even larger targets than itself. Reducing a several hundred-kilometer island to ruins with a single shot? Lonan had no doubts about that. Firing the main cannon at me? Lonan responded. I'm currently standing right above Mary Geos. If you fire that cannon now, whether I die or not is beside the point. Mary Geos would likely be reduced to dust in an instant. Are you really daring enough to do that? You. Emu's eyebrows twitched. He hadn't expected Lonan to threaten him in this way. Lonan, you're mistaken. You think this puts you in control? You underestimate the Tianhuan fortress too much. Restrain. Emu immediately connected with the main control AI within the Tianhuan, an ultimate creation of ancient human technology. This near-artificial intelligence system had already been fully controlled by Emu, who now issued commands through pure thought. An invisible ripple descended from the Tianhuan fortress. An unseen force of restraint shot down like lightning, forcefully locking Lonan in midair. Unlike the previous times when he had been restrained, powers stemming from devil fruits, this force originated purely from technology. A terrifying technological force now trapped Lonan motionless in the air. This restraint force, it has actually reached this level. Lonan was somewhat startled. It wasn't because he hadn't tried to evade. It was simply that the speed of this restraint force was too fast, practically operating at the speed of light. Electromagnetic waves binding him in place so tightly that he couldn't move an inch. What I said earlier about using the main cannon on you was just intimidation. However, among the tens of thousands of secondary cannons aboard the Tianhuan fortress, there are 18 plasma cannons. Can you withstand such high-temperature weaponry? Emu sneered coldly, then suddenly raised his arm. A blinding and searing plasma cannon blast shot directly down toward Lonan. Although its area of effect was relatively small, its power was not to be underestimated. In Emu's eyes, it was more than enough to reduce Lonan to nothing but debris. Unable to move my body and completely immobilized, even with my current strength I cannot dodge. I have no choice but to endure it head-on. Armament Haki, primordial chi cultivation method, and JE cells withstand this attack. Lonan couldn't even lift his head as his body, like an insect trapped in amber, was pinned rigidly in midair. The plasma cannon shot down with a flash of lightning and struck him directly. Chapter 157 Annihilation of Heaven and Earth. Robin's new move. The high-energy plasma cannon transformed into an aurora-like beam, descending like divine retribution from the sky, directly slamming into Robin. At this moment, Robin had activated every single defensive measure at his disposal. The only ability he hadn't fully mastered was the Mera Mera no Mi, which had not yet reached the elementalization stage. Every other technique he possessed was now in use. After the plasma cannon struck, Robin withstood this earth-shattering, terrifying attack entirely through his own means. Boom. Robin's figure was sent crashing down from the sky, landing directly within the city of Marigold, smashing through numerous buildings. The shockwave destroyed everything within hundreds of meters, leaving behind an enormous crater in the heart of the Marigold city. On the ground, the five elders exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they saw a flicker of delight. Under such an attack, even if Robin was made of iron, there's no way he could survive. Absolute death, without a doubt. Ha. Let's see if he can still act arrogant. Even you, Robin, cannot escape death under the attack of the Pluton. One of the five elders laughed heartily, throwing his head back. The buildings of Marigold have suffered a lot of damage, but if we can eliminate Robin, this price is not too great, another calmly analyzed. Indeed. Eliminating a star of disaster like Robin for such a minor cost is already a very good result. Besides, there were not many casualties in the city, as all the noble families were informed in advance to evacuate. Others among the five elders nodded in agreement. At this moment, high in the sky, Emu, who had been standing arrogantly beneath the Pluton fortress, suddenly had a flicker of doubt cross his expression. His gaze shifted downward, fixing upon the massive crater on the ground, and the disbelief in his eyes was unmistakable. How is this possible? Why you actually survived the plasma cannon's attack? How is this possible? Emu's voice was filled with disbelief. The plasma cannon mounted on the Pluton fortress was an extremely terrifying high-temperature concentrated attack, an even more dreadful single-target strike than the lightning attacks of Enel. Emu could hardly imagine what kind of being could survive such an assault. Even one of the emperors, Kaido, would be reduced to dust and perish instantly facing such a blow. Yet here, Robin's figure slowly floated up from the crater. His form had hardly changed, still in the complete Genova state, though his clothes were now heavily damaged. Enduring the attack had cost him dearly, exhausting every possible defense he had. At this moment, a trace of relief and dread crossed Robin's face. The power of the Pluton's attack was indeed terrifying. Furthermore, this was just the secondary cannon. Looks like it's impossible to kill Emu today. If I push him to desperation, he might sacrifice Marigold and unleash the main cannon. I might be able to kill Emu at the cost of my own life along with Marigold, but that wouldn't be worth it. After pondering for a moment, Robin's mind had already begun to consider retreat. However, before leaving, he was definitely going to leave a gift behind. Otherwise, if he fled after being blasted by the Pluton summoned by Emu, where would his pride be? Emu, the Pluton's power is indeed impressive. But this so-called plasma cannon didn't even manage to inflict any fatal damage on me. Robin still wore a calm expression. He lightly brushed off his clothes and spoke casually to Emu, whose face had just shown astonishment. Robin, I must admit, your strength far exceeds my expectations. Even the Pluton's plasma cannon was unable to eliminate you. Emu took a deep breath, fixing a solemn gaze on Robin. Robin before him had now gained his complete and utmost attention. This guy was simply a monster. Such a powerful attack couldn't harm him at all. It had only torn his clothes. How was he supposed to deal with this now? Would he actually have to activate the main cannon? Even though Robin stood before him like an indestructible cockroach, Emu was still confident that with the main cannon, Robin's death was guaranteed. But activating it would mean certain destruction for Marigold. The main cannon's destructive power was simply too great. Since its design phase, the Pluton's main cannon had never been meant to target a single individual. It was built to bombard asteroids, to target ultra-large objects in space. Using the primary cannon from a fortress built for space warfare against a single person was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Emu faced precisely this decision. Should he really activate the main cannon against Robin? Emu, you seem hesitant. Robin was about to make his move. His left hand gently brushed over the blade of his Zanpakuto as he calmly said, Actually, I don't want to fight you head on either. If you're willing to sacrifice Marigold and fire the main cannon, I won't have any guarantee of surviving the Tenjin main cannon attack. But let me tell you, your previous plasma cannon shot really pissed me off. Before I leave, I'll leave you a little gift. Make sure you catch it. What are you trying to do, Robin? Emu was startled and quickly snapped out of his indecision. As Robin had pointed out, he indeed hesitated at the idea of killing Robin at the cost of destroying Marigold. The price was just too high, something he could not bear. From Robin's tone, did he mean he was about to leave? This was originally good news, but Robin's meaning seemed to suggest that he wouldn't just cleanly walk away. He was going to leave behind a gift? What did that mean? But at this moment, Robin had already taken action. He raised his Zanpakuto and, igniting the power of his Mera Mera no Mi, flames suddenly erupted from his body like a blazing torch, lighting up the sky. Go! Senbenzakura, Fire God by D-Sword. Combining the power of fire with his new sword technique, Robin launched a powerful slash. Countless flaming sword beams, like petals falling from the heavens, covered an area of several thousand meters, obliterating all buildings within the range. The aftershocks even transformed into razor-sharp sword chi, piercing countless structures far beyond that radius. This single move destroyed roughly a third of Marigold. Such wide-range area attacks might not be very effective against a single target opponent like Emu, but under the mindless blanket assault, it was simply terrifying. Robin, Emu's voice was sharp with anger. Looking at Robin's attack destroying more than a third of Marigold, his heart hardened and he immediately commanded, Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Mainframe, lock onto Robin's movements. Fire the main cannon, annihilate him. Too late. Robin's voice carried a trace of amusement. Looking up at the sky now, there was no sign of him anywhere. Robin's speed was comparable to that of Admiral Kizaru. Right after he attacked, he swiftly flew away from his previous position in front of Emu, rapidly reaching the outer edge of Marigold. It's rare for me to visit Marigold. I left a parting gift before leaving, and who knows when I'll have the chance to come again. I should also check in. Robin said casually as he mentally communicated with the system. System, check in at Marigold. Successfully checked in at Marigold. The system responded, Congratulations to the user. You have received a reward. Chapter 158, Check-in Reward. The Phoenix Force. Successfully checked in at Mary Geos. The system responded, Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. A fragment of the Phoenix Force's rule. What? The Phoenix Force? Upon hearing that the reward was the Phoenix Force, Luo Nan was instantly stunned. He hurriedly checked his inventory, and if this was truly the Phoenix Force he was thinking about, it would be absolutely incredible. Looking at the details immediately filled him with joy. Luo Nan even considered turning back to confront him in retaliation, and snatching the Joy Boy would be quite good. But after careful consideration, he decided not to act rashly. Fragment of the Phoenix Force, a supreme power from the Marvel Universe, possessing the ability to control creation and destruction, life and death. The Phoenix Force fragment obtained by the host is merely a piece of its rules, and cannot compare to the full Phoenix Force capable of shaping entire universes, yet it still holds terrifying power. I accept the Phoenix Force. Luo Nan immediately claimed the Phoenix Force fragment. Rules. These were powers only deities and demons could normally wield. The complete Phoenix Force stood far above such beings, an omnipotent power capable of erasing or creating entire multiverses, utterly godlike. Acceptance successful, integration in progress. Estimated time for complete fusion, 10 years, the system replied. 10 years. Luo Nan was momentarily taken aback. Damn it, 10 years, by then everything would be long past. Thinking about it, he didn't dwell further and immediately started fleeing. Im was now teetering on the edge of furious insanity, and Luo Nan had no intention of testing the firepower of the Joy Boy's main cannon. As he raced forward in a streak of light, he asked the system, System, why does integrating the Phoenix Force fragment take as long as 10 years? Host, the fragment of the Phoenix Force is different from any other reward you've received before. It is a rule, an equivalent of the ultimate realm of the primordial cultivation technique you're currently practicing, reaching the level of a great immortal. If you had obtained the full Phoenix Force, it would equate to power at the saint level. Even as a mere fragment, fusing it will greatly benefit you and directly elevate your being to a higher life form. So does that mean I will become a god? Luo Nen felt a slight thrill, though he usually remained calm. This reward was simply too overwhelming. Obtaining divine rules previously accessible only to gods, he could become an unrivaled existence in 10 years, completely indifferent to weapons like the Joy Boy's main cannon. Such power was terrifying. Even Luo Nen was shaken. Earlier, he'd been overawed by the Joy Boy's power, but now, given some time, even the Joy Boy's firepower wouldn't matter anymore. In 10 years' time, using the Phoenix Force's rule fragment, he would become truly unbeatable in this world. But that would take time. Even with the system assisting, integrating such a rule required 10 years, and this was only a fragment. Yet Luo Nen didn't consider it unreasonable. After all, this was the Phoenix Force from the Marvel Universe, a godlike might that could wipe out or recreate entire multiverses. Even if it required hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to fully absorb, that would still be understandable. Still, this was merely a Phoenix Force fragment, far short of the complete power. He didn't know whether he'd ever have a chance to collect the full thing. If he could someday complete it, there would be no need to painstakingly cultivate through the primordial cultivation technique. After all, the highest xianxia achieved through the technique could never reach the level of a saint, who was an immortal being capable of reshaping multiverses with a single thought. The highest xianxia the primordial cultivation technique could attain was the great immortal, just below that of a saint. Though powerful, an immortal practically coexisting with the heavens, it was still inferior to the saint. At this point, Luo Nen effectively had two paths forward, one to gather the complete Phoenix Force or to continue refining the primordial cultivation technique toward reaching sainthood. Forget it, no need to think about this right now. These are all matters for the future, which might still be far away. When the 10 years are over, even if it's only a fragment, once fully fused, I'll directly obtain immortal level power, godlike might. A smile appeared on Luo Nan's lips. At that point, life itself would be measured in hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. I'll have plenty of time. Luo Nan was swiftly flying across the sky when he suddenly uttered a light humph and looked ahead. Already at Marineford? Come to think of it, I forgot to check in before leaving just now. Well then, might as well check in while passing through. At present in Marineford, Sakazuki was directing everyone to clean up the aftermath. Luo Nan hadn't caused much destruction in Marineford, merely injuring many people. At this moment, Vice Admiral Kazuro hurried over to Sakazuki's side, his face pale as he reported urgently. Admiral Sakazuki, just now we received news from Mary Gios about what's happening over there. What happened to Mary Gios? Upon hearing the name, Sakazuki immediately asked, but seeing Kazuru's expression darken, his heart skipped a beat, and he gasped in disbelief. Could it be? Even I'm-sama couldn't stop Luo Nan? That's impossible. I'm-sama controls. It's true, Kazuru replied. I'm-sama summoned the Uranus fortress, yet even with that, they still couldn't capture Luo Nan. He escaped. Sakazuki widened his eyes. Uranus has the power of binding, plus tens of thousands of secondary cannons on board. Each shot as powerful as the Pluton's main cannon. Among those secondary weapons, there are plasma cannons with terrifying destructive power. If they had used the main cannon, it wouldn't just destroy Luo Nan, it could blow the moon itself to pieces. How could he possibly escape? Luo Nan withstood the plasma cannon attack. Kizara murmured. Then, just as I'm-sama was about to decisively fire the main cannon, he fled. Guess he's lucky. Sakazuki sighed in relief. After all, firing the Uranus's main cannon was no small matter. Once activated, it would trigger consequences far beyond anyone's control. A single shot would shake the entire world, causing catastrophic natural disasters that could last centuries and result in unimaginable loss of life. Just then, Sakazuki suddenly sensed something and looked up at the sky. His expression changed drastically, and he nearly shouted for everyone to prepare defenses. But by then, the streak of light that had paused briefly had already vanished. Sakazuki opened his mouth but said nothing, and Kizuru beside him was equally silent. Luo Nan had merely stopped briefly over Marineford to complete the check-in. Immediately after, he departed for Sabaody Archipelago, returning aboard the Voyager. On the ship, the women already knew he was back and were waiting eagerly for him on board. Successfully checked in at Marineford, the system announced. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. Chapter 159, Check-in Reward, Senzabine. Successfully checked in at Marineford. Congratulations, host. Reward obtained, Senzabine. Before arriving at Shimatsuki Island, Ronin checked the reward he had received from checking in at Marineford. Senzabine, a magical item from the Dragon Ball world. Any injuries below the Divine Demon level can be instantly healed. For injuries above the Divine Demon level, damage follows specific rules and the healing effect weakens accordingly, decreasing in effectiveness depending on the severity of the wound. Senzabine? A Senzabine from the Dragon Ball world? Ronin's eyes lit up. This was an incredibly powerful healing holy item. In the Dragon Ball story, Dragon Warriors would usually recover to peak condition instantly after consuming a Senzabine, with Son Goku reviving countless times using them. Now Ronin had obtained such a Senzabine as a reward for checking in at Marineford. With this bean in hand, Ronin had one more card to ensure his survival. Although in this world, almost no one could kill him or even seriously injure him. Only Imu and the Heavenly King in his possession posed a threat. But Ronin wasn't foolish. He had already decided to retreat before. He didn't think fleeing was particularly shameful, and a fool would try to confront the Heavenly King's main cannon head-on. After barely withstanding a secondary plasma cannon barrage from the fortress, he was already somewhat amazed by the peak technology of this world. Fortunately, human technology was still not powerful, and a fortress like the Heavenly King was merely an artifact left behind by ancient humanity. Otherwise, if a few more of such terrifying fortresses existed, Ronan would have had to keep an even lower profile. Now, with the Senzu Bean in hand, the threat from the Heavenly King fortress had significantly diminished. With this Senzu Bean, I feel much more at ease. But it's still not the right time to confront Imo. Let's talk about it after the Phoenix Force Rule fragments are fused in 10 years. Ronan thought inwardly. Anyway, this time's raid on Mariehua has already fulfilled my goal. Both Marineford and Mariehua suffered my attacks. Even Mariehua has been destroyed by me by 1/3. This action should be enough to Jinshura the world government, and let them know not to provoke me anymore. If they dare to keep provoking me in the future, they must be prepared for retaliation. After speaking, Ronan accelerated towards Shimatsuki Island, and soon returned to where the ship was anchored. On the deck of Voyager, the women had been waiting for quite some time. Seeing Ronan return safely, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Ronan, are you alright? Robin rushed up to him immediately, asking, your clothes are torn. Did you run into a strong enemy? Yeah, Captain Ronan. Nearby, Diana also joined in. It was too risky going alone on this mission. You should have brought Voyager along. We could have stayed on the ship. All of us possess devil fruit abilities and have decent self-defense, so we definitely wouldn't have slowed you down. Well, I'm fine now, aren't I? Ronan had already reverted back from his complete cell state to his original form. Seeing the concern in the women's eyes, he helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, this time, I simply went to Marineford and Mariehua to talk with them. Nothing too serious happened. No way. Hearing this, Robin rolled her eyes and said, I know something about your strength. Before, even dealing with large marine fleets never injured you. Your clothes never got torn either. Even during the fight on Rena Island, where you were attacked by both Rear Admiral Garp and Admiral Sengoku at the same time, you weren't hurt. But now, just look at yourself. You must have faced an extremely dangerous enemy. Ronan, is that true? Olivia also spoke with concern. What exactly happened during your trip to Marine headquarters and the headquarters of the world government? Can you tell us? Elena was also somewhat worried, saying, Captain Ronan, things on Shimatsuki Island have become quite tense recently. There are CP agents from the world government everywhere. Especially the surveillance on our Voyager seems more frequent than ever. CP agents? Heh, don't worry about them. They're just clowns anyway. Ronan smiled and said, first, I went to Marineford and questioned Steelbone Kong why they ambushed us in the Judicial Island waters. He, well, actually turned the accusation around, saying that the fleet was just passing through normally, and asked me why I attacked their fleet, which made me so angry I beat up his 3 candidate admirals. Then they were Bufu, still Bufu. Bufu, what to do? What did they do? Robin asked quickly. Did they send stronger people after you? Of course they did. Ronan nodded. They sent Garp, Sengoku, and Sakazuki to deal with me, but it still didn't work, and they ended up getting crushed again. Captain Ronan is so powerful. Kaluman clapped her hands in excitement. Captain Ronan is invincible. Elena also joined in, applauding. Seeing this, Ronan couldn't help but feel helpless. These 2 girls were clearly laying it on thick, while the other girls covered their mouths and giggled quietly. So what's next? Robin asked again. After you beat up the Marines at headquarters, why did you go to Mariehua? That's the headquarters of the world government. Wasn't it extremely dangerous? Of course it was dangerous. Ronan actually looked serious for once as he said this. As everyone knows, the 5 elders are the supreme rulers of the world government. Yes, that's common knowledge around the world. The girls looked at Ronan strangely. Wasn't that obvious? However, the reality isn't quite like that. Ronan shook his head. The 5 elders are merely figureheads put in place by the Tenryubito. In truth, the highest power in the world government still lies with the Tenryubito. And among them, there exists a true ruler. His name is Imu. Imu. The girls all looked puzzled, clearly having never heard of this person before. Imu had hidden too deeply. It wasn't just Elena and the others. Even Olivia, a learned archaeologist, had never heard of this person. Imu, he is the true leader of the Tenryubito and the actual ruler of the world government. His single word can decide the fate of the world. His personal strength is also extremely powerful. Ronan said gravely. Personal strength. Ronan, did you fight this Imu? How strong is he? Hearing this, everyone immediately became alert. Looking at Ronan's torn clothes, clearly, someone capable of damaging Ronan's attire must not be underestimated. It was certain that Ronan had encountered Imu during his visit to Mariehua. Imu's personal strength is indeed very strong. He possesses the devil fruit tree, the source from which all devil fruits in the world are born. Imu controls this tree and can use the abilities of the devil fruits that grow on it. His strength is formidable. However, even so, I am not afraid of him. But, all of you know about the 3 ancient weapons, right? Ronan looked up at the women as he spoke. Of course we know. The girls nodded. Then Olivia suddenly looked startled and exclaimed, could it be? Does Imu control one of the ancient weapons? Is it Poseidon, or the same as ours, the Pluto? Not exactly. Ronan shook his head. And when they saw Ronan shake his head, Olivia immediately froze, inhaling sharply in shock. Could it be? Is it the Uranus? Uranus? It's really the Uranus? The Uranus actually exists? I always thought it was just a legend. Captain Ronan, what exactly does the Uranus look like? Is it really that powerful? Chapter 160. All the girls are amazed. The era of the 5 emperors. It's a sky fortress. Luonan said. It's a massive floating island that's been transformed into a super fortress with formidable attack capabilities and flight ability. Wow, A sky fortress made from a floating island. That must be absolutely spectacular, Elena said in amazement. Hey, Elena, shouldn't we be focusing more on Xuanhuan's attacking capability? After all, Captain Luo-Nan seems to have been injured. Look, his clothes are torn. Surely he's been hurt, right? Koluman tugged at Elena's sleeve and looked at Luo-Nan, wanting confirmation. She believed that Xuanhuan was a formidable opponent. If Captain Luo-Nan himself acknowledged its power, there was no doubt about it. And with Luo-Nan's torn clothing, he must have taken some damage, although he must have used healing potions to recover by now. If I did sustain any injuries, they were just minor scrapes, Luo-Nan replied, his tone somewhat serious. But what I faced was merely Xuanhuan's secondary cannons. As for its main cannon, even with my current power, I wouldn't be able to resist it head-on. If I had tried to withstand a direct hit from Xuanhuan's main cannon, there's a 30 or 40% chance I might have been killed outright. He continued, even someone like Imu was hesitant to use it in fury. Firing it would basically mean the total destruction of Mary Geos, and the cost is simply too great. But then again, paying such a heavy price would make it highly probable that they could kill me. Now, however, Imu has missed that opportunity and will never have another chance. After all, Xuanhuan is so massive that it would take time to move, and any movement would cause too much commotion to be missed from afar. With my speed, if things got too rough, I'd have run away long ago. Besides, now that I have the Immortal Bean and the fragment of the Fenghuang Power's rule being assimilated, my strength will only continue to grow over time. Wow, so the ancient weapon Xuanhuan is truly that terrifying? If its secondary cannons could injure Captain Luo-Nan, what would its main cannon be capable of reaching the heavens? Koluman exclaimed. Then, Captain Luo-Nan, shouldn't we leave the island quickly? The world government's CP agencies know we're here. What if they send Xuanhuan to bomb us? Elena said, showing concern. Don't worry. As I just said, Xuanhuan is far too large. Once it starts moving, we'll be able to detect it well in advance. As long as we're well prepared, Xuanhuan's main cannon won't even be able to hit us. Luo-Nan waved a hand to reassure them all. Also, do you really think activating such a massive fortress is that simple? This isn't something they created themselves. It's a technological relic from the ancient era. They're just taking advantage of it. Although Imu can control it, I doubt they have unlimited access to its energy sources. That's true. Xuanhuan is the first of the 3 ancient weapons. No one can deny its might. However, if it truly were that easy to deploy, they would have used it already. Think back to when the Rocks pirates were ruling the seas, or when the pirate king Roger was feared throughout the world. Olivia interjected. Her words truly eased the tension among the group. Exactly. Until now, I've never actually heard of the world government ever deploying this ancient weapon. Many people even believe Xuanhuan didn't exist at all. Hundreds of years ago, both Poseidon and Pluton appeared, but as for Xuanhuan, we haven't seen it in 8 centuries. Robin spoke up. As an archaeologist, she'd read various ancient books mentioning only the theoretical existence of Xuanhuan, without any detailed records of what it was or whether it had ever been used. It must only be used in times of existential crisis by the world government. Or perhaps using Xuanhuan carried an enormous cost. That's what Luo-Nan thought too. Sacrificing a city might be something those rulers could accept, but there had to be a tremendous energy cost involved as well. Well, I've already told you everything there is to know. Let's now talk about our next steps. Luo-Nan looked around and said, our next steps? Isn't it obvious? We're going to Fishman Island first, and then head into the new world from there, Elena answered. Wasn't that our original plan? Luo-Nan, you've long been regarded as one of the 5 emperors in the new world, yet you've never actually set foot there. Not being present in the new world, but still being called one of its emperors. That's a little odd, Robin said with a smile. Surely you need to visit the new world at least once to make that title meaningful, don't you? Haha, okay then. Since we already made the decision before, let's just follow our original plan and head straight to the new world. Those 4 emperors have promised me before to leave a piece of territory for me in the new world. I don't need much, just a small place. After all, our Voyager pirates aren't that many in number, Luo-Nan said with a cheerful smile. Then, shall we set sail tomorrow? Elena asked eagerly. Sure. Everyone prepare yourselves. We're heading toward the new world. Early the next morning, Luo-Nan and the others boarded the Voyager, which had already completed its coding process, and headed toward Fishman Island beneath the sea, preparing to enter the new world through Fishman Island directly. As they passed by Fishman Island, Luo-Nan checked in at Fishman Island, but didn't stay for long. Although the king of Fishman Island invited them to stay, Luo-Nan declined. After all, the young mermaid princess Shirahoshi had just been born, and she was still far from adulthood. There was no point in staying around now. He planned to return once Shirahoshi grew up and recruited her into the Voyager pirates, for she was the future Joy Boy, a being who would command countless sea kings across the world. After passing through Fishman Island, Luo-Nan and his crew successfully arrived at the new world. The 4 emperors were already well informed and had personally come to greet him. Luo-Nan wasn't simply one of the 5 emperors. None of them were fools. Even though Mary Geos was doing its best to suppress the news, they had still learned of Luo-Nan's solo conquest of Marineford and his battle against Imu at Mary Geos. A battle so fierce that Imu had even summoned the legendary first of the ancient weapons, the Heaven King. And despite that, Luo-Nan had still emerged unscathed. This feat stunned the 4 emperors, forcing them to treat Luo-Nan with the highest level of respect. In their view, the stronger Luo-Nan became, the more benefits the 4 of them under the 5 emperors alliance would gain. At the very least, the Marines would no longer dare to act recklessly in the new world. With Luonan stationed there, the new world would surely be as stable as Mount Tai itself. Thus, when Luonan officially arrived at the new world, the era of the five emperors truly began. Chapter 161, Nanluo's Territory. Aran Island. The arrival of Nanluo, one of the five emperors in the new world, sparked much gossip among the populace. Ordinary people felt somewhat alarmed, and pirates felt alarmed as well. They had only heard of Nanluo's reputation but had never personally seen him, nor did they know what kind of personality Nanluo possessed, because from now on they would be under his rule. As for the issue of Nanluo's territory, the four emperors provided him with several choices, among them even the location of Wano country. Whether the candidate locations themselves agreed to be ruled by others wasn't considered. Could the people there really resist decisions made by the five emperors? Nanluo carefully examined the several candidate locations marked on the map and finally chose a relatively small island. This island was neither a world government allied nation nor a place already occupied by major powers. It was merely a small island, yet its geographical position was quite good, situated between the territories of the four emperors, making travel convenient in the future. After parting ways with the four emperors, Nanluo's group set off for the island that would become his territory. From now on, he would become the true ruler of this island. Calling him a king wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, Nanluo himself didn't seem interested in establishing a state system, and neither did the four emperors do so, but that didn't affect their control over vast territories at all. Within their territories, their words were law. Truly, one statement could carry the weight of 9 tripods. So this is the island we're going to settle down on. 2 days later, the Voyager officially arrived in front of an island and docked at its small port. Robin stood on the deck gazing at the island, sighing, what a small island indeed. The entire area of the island isn't even as large as Water 7 was. It's enough. The reason I didn't choose those large islands is because small islands are easier to manage. We traveler pirates have only so many people. If the territory is too big, we won't be able to handle it. Nanluo smiled lightly and said, a small island like this is just right. Fine, you have your reasons. Robin replied helplessly. Robin, come help us pack the stuff. On the other side, Olivia was calling for Robin. All the girls were packing their things, preparing to disembark. From now on, they would settle on this island for a long time. The name of this island was Aran Island. Nanluo didn't change its name and continued to call it Aran Island. There were 3 cities on this island, none of them large, located in the southern, western, and eastern parts of the island respectively. The northern part of the island was covered with forests, a small mountain range, and a not-so-large lake. That was all of this island. Its total area was roughly equivalent to that of a modern city, about 860 square kilometers. This kind of area couldn't even compare to large islands like Alabasta, which spanned hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. However, Aran Island had rich natural resources and fertile land, unlike Alabasta, which was a desertified island. In the southern part of Aran Island was the city of Kowloon, the largest of the island's 3 cities. The actual controller of the entire island was William, the mayor of Kowloon City and head of the William family. At this moment, Mayor William was standing anxiously at the foot of the City Hall building, welcoming Nanluo's arrival. Truthfully speaking, Aran Island had always been the William family's territory. But under the alliance of the 5 emperors, the island was reassigned to Nanluo's rule. His family, being small and insignificant, had no say at all. In fact, the reason Aran Island had remained unharmed and undisturbed by pirates for so long was mainly due to the protection of the 4 emperor factions. The island itself didn't possess powerful military forces to defend it. Upon Nanluo's arrival, Mayor William respectfully escorted Nanluo's party into the city hall, treating them with extreme politeness and reverence. Mayor William, don't worry. Although Aran Island has been assigned to my rule, I have no intention of replacing you as mayor. You will continue serving as the mayor of Kowloon City. Please call the mayors of the other 2 cities here. We'll have a meeting to discuss some matters. Nanluo directly sat down in the mayor's chair and issued orders to William. Yes, Lord Nanluo. I will inform them immediately. After Nanluo's group finished a meal at the city hall, the mayors of the other 2 cities also arrived. Considering the small size of the island, a short mealtime was sufficient for them to reach Kowloon from their respective cities. The mayors of the other 2 cities were relatively young, about 30 years old, both descendants of the William family, Mayor William's sons and nephews. Lord Luonan, Aran Island has a total population of over 89,500 people, among which more than 75,000 are local residents. The rest, over 10,000, are mostly newcomers, some scattered pirates, traders, or travelers passing by. Mayor William held a document in his hand and gave a detailed introduction of the island to Luonan. After all, from now on this island belonged to Luonan, so Luonan needed to first understand the current situation of Aran Island before he could begin to think about how to develop it. This was now his territory, so naturally he wanted to find ways to promote development. The living conditions of the island's people were not particularly good at the moment. Although the William family had ruled the island for many years, their governance had been mediocre, with annual tributes paid to the 4 emperors. Of course, now that Luonan had arrived, there would certainly be no more money paid to anyone. On the contrary, with Luonan's arrival, Aran Island was about to encounter a tremendous opportunity for development. Merchants from the 4 emperors' territories, and even from all across the New World, would surely come here to conduct business, allured by Luonan's name, which carried immense weight across the world and guaranteed complete safety to the island. After fully understanding everything, Luonan let the 3 mayors continue with their previous work, although they needed to prepare for upcoming changes. Soon, Luonin would contact the four emperors and establish connections with their territories, both commercially and in other areas. He also withdrew 2 billion belly from his bank account and immediately allocated the funds for infrastructure construction, building roads, repairing houses, and most importantly, constructing a personal estate for himself to reside in. He couldn't possibly keep living in a hotel in Kowloon City, especially since the best hotel on the island was still terrible, nothing compared to the hotel he had stayed in at Water 7. Therefore, soon after Luonan's arrival, large-scale construction began across Aran Island. Merchants from all regions flocked to the island. Many people from other islands, who had become homeless due to pirate raids or wars, also moved to Aran Island to settle down. In just a few months, Aran Island's population skyrocketed to around 200,000. The number of newly constructed buildings across the island's 3 cities increased at an unprecedented pace. As for Luonan himself, he chose a reputable construction company and decided to build a large private estate between the forest and the small lake in the northern part of the island. The estate alone covered several square kilometers and cost Luonan 150 million belly, leaving the contractor grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 162, The Passage of Time. 10 years later. As time passed, Luonan and his group had already been settled on Aran Island, the New World, for 10 years. However, it would be incorrect to say they had experienced peace all along. In these 10 years, both the New World and the Four Seas, as well as the first half of the Grand Line, had experienced some major events. Compared to Luonan's awe-inspiring feats that shook the world when he first appeared 10 years ago, these events paled in significance. In the first half of the Grand Line, because of the appearance of Rox, the pirate King Roger, and the birth of the 5 Yonko, including Luonan, numerous youths from the Four Seas had chosen to set sail, most of them becoming pirates who roamed freely across the seas. Recently, Sabaody Archipelago gathered a new generation of supernovas. Morgans had been paying particular attention to the newly emerging pirates every year. He even assigned the nickname Supernova to the strongest of these new pirates. Apart from that, Doflamingo had started his takeover of Dressrosa. This guy hadn't acted as aggressively as he did in later years. He was quite obedient, and upon arriving in the New World, he sent gifts to each of the 5 emperors, including Luonan, as a gesture of paying respect to the local powers. The Yonko didn't oppose him. Although he was born a world noble, he wasn't purely aligned with the world government. Not long ago, he had even audaciously robbed the gods' tribute fleet. This act caused an uproar in the New World and shook the entire Grand Line. Eventually, he successfully cleared his name by leveraging his status as a world noble. The world government did not pursue the matter further and instead offered him a position among the 7 warlords of the sea, which he accepted gladly. The 5 emperors made no complaints. The 7 warlords of today were nothing like the original ones. Look at who the current 7 warlords were. Jinbi of Fishman Island, for instance, basically didn't get involved in anything else. After becoming a warlord, he didn't follow the world government's orders to suppress pirates either. He remained in Fishman Island solely to protect it from pirate raids. Bartholomew Kuma had become one of the 7 warlords as well. While outwardly obedient, Luonan knew he was actually a revolutionary spy embedded within the world government. With Luonan's approval, the 5 emperors had refrained from taking any action against him. Then there was Boa Hancock. By this point, she had already become the queen of Amazon Lily and was traveling the seas with the Kuja pirate crew. She obeyed orders only when it suited her. The real reason she had taken the warlord position was for the protection it provided Amazon Lily. Luonan had met her once before. During his battle against Emu at Mary Geos, Luonan had also noticed Fisher Tiger's actions. One could say that many slaves, including Hancock, managed to escape from Mary Geos largely due to Luonan. Because of Luonan's intervention, the number of people who successfully escaped from Mary Geos was much greater than those originally rescued by Fisher Tiger in the story. The other warlords were also officially appointed, just like in the original story. Aside from Dracule Myhawk, the Loner, there were Moonlight Moria, Doflamingo, Crocodile, and others who all commanded large followings through their pirate crews. Speaking of Crocodile's Baroque works had already begun operations in Alabasta, and the conquest of Alabasta was underway. Alabasta's princess, Nefertari Vivi, had long been considered by Luonan as a future crew member. Luonan was planning to visit Alabasta soon, defeat Crocodile, and take that opportunity to invite Vivi to join the Traveler Pirates. Besides the pirates and the 7 warlords, the world government and the Marines had also seen some changes. First, the CP organization had a new leader. Ever since Spandine led the Buster Call fleet to annihilate Ohara, only to be wiped out after confronting the newly emerged Luonan, the CP organization had remained leaderless, under the direct command of the Gorosei, 5 elders. 10 years later, however, this mysterious force finally had a new commander, Spandam, the son of Spandine. Ever since assuming office, he had been relentlessly investigating the situation on Aran Island, Luonan's territory. It was clear he was preparing for revenge for his father. If Luonan knew about this, he would surely praise the guy for having guts, daring to come after him for revenge. But he better be ready to pay the price if he does. As for the Marines, the 3 vice admiral candidates had officially taken up their positions. Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu had become the 3 admirals of the Marines. The former admirals, Sengoku, had stepped down from the admiral position and assumed the role of the fleet admiral. The former fleet admiral, Kong the Steel Bone, had retired from the position and returned to Mary Geos to take up the post of commander-in-chief of the 3 military forces. Zephyr had resigned from the Marines. unable to tolerate the world government's actions of allowing major pirates to become part of the 7 warlords of the sea, and even tolerate their open plundering, not to mention erasing their bounties entirely. Upholding his strong sense of justice, Zephyr adamantly quit the Marines and also stepped down from his position at the Marine Academy. He then established his own new naval force, independent from the world government, dedicated entirely to hunting down pirate crews. As for Garp, well, he was still a rear admiral, nothing much had changed. Despite multiple offers from both the Marines and even the world government for him to take up the position of admiral, he had always refused. In fact, if he had been willing, the position of fleet admiral wouldn't have even gone to Sengoku in the first place. But that guy had long grown used to a laid-back lifestyle, having no interest whatsoever in becoming fleet admiral. Lately, he had been frequently traveling to the East Blue, apparently because his grandson was begging to set sail and become a pirate, which frustrated Garp to no end. And it wasn't just his grandson causing trouble. Recently, Garp had also fallen out with his own son. Why? His son hadn't become a pirate at all, but had gone so far as to oppose the world government directly. Monkey D. Dragon had founded the Revolutionary Army with the explicit goal of overthrowing the world government and ending the cruel rule of the world nobles. Yet Garp himself was a hero of the Marines and held the rank of rear admiral, making this extremely awkward not only for Garp personally, but also within the Marine ranks. With his own son leading the revolutionaries and his grandson now pushing to become a pirate, it was enough to make Garp's hair turn completely white. Beyond all this, nothing else happening around the world seemed to capture Luo Nan's attention. Or perhaps, things that seemed significant to others were just trivial to him. Now, Luo Nan found himself troubled by a matter right before him. Luo Nan, we're back again. We heard you have some great wine, so hurry up and bring it out for us to enjoy. Inside Luo Nan's mansion, as he had just settled back comfortably on a reclining chair, he heard a loud and cheerful voice from outside. No need to ask, Shanks and Mihawk had come by again. Speaking of these two, who would have thought that one of the 5 emperors and one of the 7 warlords would become such close and inseparable friends? They often got together for drinking and sword discussion. Both had come to understand the terrifying level of Luo Nan's sword mastery, so they frequently visited to spar with him. Occasionally, they would test themselves against him in sword duels, though the results were never in doubt. At swordsmanship within this world, nobody could yet surpass Luo Nan. Still, they remained undeterred. Every so often they would come around for another beatdown. And it must be said, after so many sessions with Luo Nan, Shanks and Mihawk had each genuinely improved their sword techniques. This only made them even more eager to challenge Luo Nan again and again. You still want a drink? Do you really treat my place like your own home? Luo Nan sighed helplessly, rising to his feet as he looked toward the approaching duo. I mean, didn't you just come and pig out and drink your fill last month? And now you're already here again? Heard there's good wine, huh? You know where I hide the good stuff better than I do. Oh, come on, just a few bottles of good wine. Don't be so uptight, Shanks chuckled. But this time, we didn't come just for a drink. I've been thinking about going back to the Goa Kingdom in the East Blue lately. I see you've been idle these days. Why not tag along with me for a little tour in the East Blue? Something big happening in the East Blue? Luo Nan's mind stirred. According to his intelligence, nothing major had been happening in the East Blue lately. But thinking back to the original storyline, he seemed to recall something significant. Chapter 163, The Problem Child of Windmill Village. It's nothing too serious. Shank paused before asking. You know about Vice Admiral Kobe from the Marines, right? Of course I do. That old rival of mine. I've beaten him a few times, so how could I not know? Luo Nan said, while instructing the mansion's servants to prepare some food and drinks. After all, as one of the Yonko, and with Mihawk, also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, visiting, he wouldn't actually let them leave without offering them something. In the garden of the mansion stood a pavilion, with a table and chairs inside. Once the dishes were served, the 3 began to enjoy their food and drinks there. Right now, Kobe's really in a fix. Shank chuckled. His son has joined the Revolutionary Army, and his grandson wants to become a pirate. I plan to go see how things are going. Hearing that, Mihawk rolled his eyes from the side. You're just enjoying watching someone else's trouble. Luo Nan also felt a spark of interest. According to the storyline, the reason this guy went back was to guide Luffy onto the pirate's path, and he also lost his left arm in the East Blue. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since he'd last been there. He could pay a visit. Fine, when are we leaving? Luo Nan took a sip of wine and looked up to ask Shank. You're in? Shank's eyes lit up. He gave a mischievous chuckle, adjusting his straw hat. Good, that's settled. Come to think of it, weren't you once in the East Blue too? Yep, over 10 years ago. Luo Nan nodded. Now Luo Nan had become a man in his 20s, fully matured, exuding a commanding aura and noble bearing. He had become one of the Yonko, and over the years had naturally developed a sense of genuine nobility, far beyond the fake pretentiousness of the world nobles. Is Mihawk also going? Luo Nan turned to ask the blackleg seated beside him. Yeah. Mihawk spoke little, and simply nodded upon being asked. This guy had always wanted to challenge Luo Nan's title as the world's greatest swordsman, though he lacked the strength, losing each duel. Yet he never gave up. Haha, he isn't tagging along just for fun like us. Recently he heard of a powerful swordsman in the East Blue, a dojo master of the Ishin Dojo, so he's preparing to meet him. As he drank, Shank spoke while eating some food. The Ishin Dojo? Isn't that located in the Shimatsuki village? I've also heard about that. The master of that dojo is named Kushiru, and he's indeed no slouch. Luo Nan smiled. Mihawk, when you challenge him, be careful how you approach it. Mihawk was no slouch in swordsmanship. Actually, he was the strongest swordsman Luo Nan had encountered in this world. Even Shank wasn't his equal when it came to sword mastery. Yet that dojo master, Kushiro, remained a quiet figure whose sword skill was clearly considerable. As to whether he would outmatch Mihawk or not, they would only know after their match. In the original story, Kushiro hadn't displayed particularly impressive strength, but managed to train a certain green-haired kid full of potential who would one day challenge Mihawk for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Come to think of it, Zoro should currently be training at the Ishin Dojo. By the timeline, Kuina should still be alive, though probably not for long. When heading to the East Blue, if the opportunity arises, he could help prevent Kuina's death. In the original storyline, in terms of swordsmanship talent alone, Kuina's ability had surpassed Zoro's by a large margin. Once she had grown, she definitely would have qualified to challenge Mihawk. Oh, that master must be really strong if you speak so highly of him. Mihawk's expression turned serious. If even Luo Nan, one of the youngest Yonko, spoke so highly of him, that person must be no ordinary foe. I won't say too much, just be careful when you face him. As he spoke, Luo Nan took a bite of food and clinked his glass with Shanks. After finishing a satisfying meal, the two said their goodbyes and left. It was agreed that they would depart in 5 days. During this time, Luo Nan and Shank themselves would take care of their business in the new world. 5 days later, Luo Nan, Shank, and Blackleg set off. Luo Nan didn't bring his own ship but instead boarded a small vessel arranged by Shank, heading straight toward the Red Line, planning to return to the first half of the Grand Line through Fishman Island. Speaking of ships, mention must be made of Tom the Shipwright's shipyard in Water 7. Over the past decade, with improvements in technical craftsmanship and skills of shipwrights, Tom's shipyard had successfully built 12 Pluton-class ships. Each of the 4 Yonko in the New World had ordered one, while the other 8 were purchased by other customers. Among them, one Pluton-class ship was ordered by Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Another was jointly ordered by Jinbe, also one of the 7 warlords, and the Fishman Island. Crocodile, who was far away in Alabasta, had also placed an order. Likewise, Boa Hancock, the Empress of Amazon Lily, had also ordered one. Apart from that, the remaining 4 ships were purchased by several powerful nations, some from the 4 seas, and others from major countries in the New World. As for the world government and the Marines, it wasn't that they hadn't tried placing orders, it was that after placing them, Tom's shipyard simply refused to build them, all due to Luo Nan's instructions. Do you really think Luo Nan is stupid? If you're already my enemy, do you think I'd still build ships for you, especially ships like Pluton, which are massive weapons of destruction? Not a chance. This infuriated the 5 elders of the world government to the point of slamming their fists on the table. However, they had absolutely no way to deal with Luo Nan. As for trying to buy Pluton ships from those who already owned them, that was out of the question. Everyone knew Luo Nan refused to build ships for the world government anymore. If they sold their Pluton to the world government, wouldn't that anger Luo Nan? No one had the guts to do such a thing. Moreover, possessing such a powerful weapon gave these countries confidence. Take the Empress, for instance. After purchasing her Pluton from Tom's shipyard, it immediately became the flagship of the Kuja pirate crew, dominating the first half of the Grand Line without equal. Even some of the top-tier pirates would immediately flee upon sighting the Kuja crew. Because of this, the power of Amazon Lily had greatly increased. As for Crocodile, this guy practically emptied his entire fortune to buy one Pluton. With such a powerful warship, his ambitions grew even stronger. Compared to the original storyline, he started his campaign to conquer the entire country of Alabasta much earlier. As for Fishman Island, Jinbe of the Fishman Pirates used the Pluton directly as the fleet's flagship to protect Fishman Island from any pirate attacks. After seeing the Pluton, passing pirates became extremely obedient and dared not even attempt any mischief. Fishman Island's King Neptune was overjoyed. He officially named the ship Ryuo, Dragon King, which intimidated countless pirates. Previously, they had relied on the reputation of Whitebeard to scare off those passing pirates, but now they could do it all by themselves. How great was that? Whitebeard himself didn't say much about it. He wasn't the kind of person who resented others for their success. On the contrary, since he had also placed an order for a Pluton of his own, and had always maintained good relations with Fishman Island for having previously protected it, the two were in a kind of alliance. Not as open and direct as among the Yonko, but close enough. Chapter 164, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. At Reverse Mountain, Dongda Tuong the East Blue. A small pirate ship was heading toward the East Blue. On board were Rorin, Shanks, and Mihawk, along with several other members of the Red Hair Pirates. Among them was Usopp's father, Yasopp, the only one whose name was known among the crew. He seemed to be missing home, mainly missing his son, and wanted to return to the East Blue for a visit together. The ship didn't waste any time and made directly for the Goa Kingdom, where Windmill Village was located. The journey was smooth all the way. No foolish pirate dared to harass them, and even the Marines' fleet in the East Blue paid no attention to such a small pirate ship. They didn't even send warships to tail them. Perhaps a vessel so small didn't even catch their attention. Actually, it was better that they didn't notice. If they really dared to confront this small pirate ship, they would certainly run into real trouble. A few days passed before the ship finally arrived at Windmill Village. We're here, the Goa Kingdom is just ahead. Yasopp, holding a telescope atop the crow's nest, looked out at the large island in the distance and called down joyfully. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Once we dock at the port, we'll gather supplies and start repairing the ship, Red Hair ordered the crew. Roger that, Captain. The crew quickly got to work obeying his command. Mihawk, are you going to Windmill Village with us, or would you prefer to head to the Frost Moon Village alone? Shanks asked Mihawk. I'll travel separately, Mihawk replied, as he was used to traveling alone. Since he didn't know anyone in Windmill Village, he had already decided to act on his own. Hey, Mihawk, didn't we agree earlier that when heading to Frost Moon Village you'd go together with me? But now I also need to go with Shanks to Windmill Village, so what do we do? Roran said helplessly. Well, you either come with us to Windmill Village or wait for me at the port, he continued. Why would you go to Windmill Village? Do you have someone familiar there too? Mihawk asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Yeah, I've been here once before. I met a few friends back then. One of them is even an old flame of Shanks, Makino. Roran smiled as he looked at Shanks. Old flame? You're imagining things. Shanks gave Roran a helpless glance. The guy had teased him with that before, but actually, he truly did want to see Makino again on this return. Fine, I'll wait at the port for you. Maybe I can also look for a sword expert to spar with around here, Mihawk said. After the conversation, once the ship docked, everyone split off to their respective tasks. Roran and Shanks went together to Windmill Village, while Yasopp and the rest of the crew stayed behind to maintain the ship. Mihawk left the ship to head toward the port city, in search of skilled swordsmen. Roran and Shanks reached Windmill Village. Their first stop was at the tavern, where they met Makino. Shanks, you're back. Makino was standing behind the bar counter wiping glasses when she suddenly looked up and saw two figures entering. When she saw clearly who they were, she brightened joyfully. It's been a long time, Makino. How are you now? Shanks greeted warmly as he smiled. I'm fine, thank you. And you? I heard you've built quite a reputation in the new world. Makino walked out from behind the bar counter and stood in front of Shanks, her face full of concern. Hey, come on. If you two are going to catch up, at least consider the situation. Your big light bulb here is still watching. Roran interrupted. Makino, after seeing Shanks, have you forgotten about me? Greetings, Roran. It's so nice to see you again. At these words, Makino blushed slightly. Over 10 years ago, when Roran had first come to the East Blue, she was still a little girl. But she had a good memory and still remembered what Roran looked like. Even though Roran had grown into an adult now, his general features hadn't changed much. Roran and Shanks took a seat at the tavern. After Makino brought them some wine and food, she also sat down to join in the nostalgic conversation. Meanwhile, at another part of Windmill Village, outside the tavern, something else was happening. Sabo, Luffy, you guys must grow up quickly. In a few days, I'm setting sail. After I've built up my reputation, you can join my pirate crew. I'll make you vice captains. A freckled, short-haired teenager stood by the seaside, facing the wind blowing across the shore as he spoke to the two children beside him. Why vice captains? I want to be the captain. Luffy shouted enthusiastically, raising his arms. Luffy, Ace is our big brother. He should be the captain, Sabo said unwillingly. No way. I want to be the captain. Luffy pouted stubbornly. Okay. Ace, standing nearby, gave in helplessly. Fine, you can be the captain then. When you grow up, I'll step down and let you take over as captain. But, will Grandpa Garp allow you to become a pirate? Luffy frowned slightly at those words. Recently, his grandfather had been constantly reminding him to join the Marines when he grew up, but Luffy had always dreamed of the free life of a pirate and never wanted to become a Marine. Hey Luffy, your grandfather is a Marine hero. If you become a pirate, he'll definitely get really angry. Sabo also spoke up. Why don't you think it over again? What's there to think about? I want to become a pirate. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Luffy clenched his fist and looked out at the sea, declaring loudly. Hearing this, Sabo and Ace exchanged glances, shaking their heads slightly. The Pirate King? As if that were an easy thing to achieve. By the way, why does Grandpa Garp allow Ace to become a pirate, but not me? Luffy protested, feeling it was unfair. He lets him be a pirate, but not me. What's the difference? Because I'm not actually his biological grandson, Ace replied after a pause. No, that's not really it. Probably mainly because of your father. My father? Luffy scratched his head in confusion. From childhood to now, he had barely seen his father more than a few times. He had left home long ago to travel the seas. The only recent news about his father came from newspapers and world government wanted posters. Indeed, his old man had established a revolutionary army specifically opposing the world government. Thinking about that, Luffy finally understood Garp's recent behavior. No matter what, I still want to become a pirate. Luffy insisted firmly. Ace, you set sail first and wait for me. Once I'm ready, we can conquer the seas together, just like Pirate King Roger, just like the 5 emperors of the New World. Alright then, but what about you, Sabo? Ace turned to the other boy. Will you also decide to become a pirate? Me? Of course I want to, but my family would never agree. We'll figure it out later. I just need to find an opportunity to run away from home. Sabo sighed. Coming from a noble family in the Goa Kingdom, becoming a pirate was no different than rebelling outright. It's already getting late, let's go back now. Okay, let's go see Makino. I heard she made some delicious stuff again. Luffy, you're always thinking about food. Chapter 165, A Small Gift. Encounter with the Mountain Bandit King. One-chan Makino, we're here. A childish voice rang out in front of the tavern in Windmill Village. Makino's expression shifted slightly, and she raised her voice. Luffy, is that you? Ace and Sabo, did you come with him too? Yeah, sorry to bother you again, One-chan Makino. Ace and Sabo followed Luffy into the tavern. They politely greeted Makino and curiously glanced at Shanks and Roronoa. One-chan Makino, who are these two? Luffy looked at Roronoa and Shanks, scratching his head in confusion. He noticed that Makino seemed unusually friendly toward them, which piqued his interest. But why did these two look so familiar? He racked his brain, but couldn't recall seeing either of them in Windmill Village before. Could they be travelers from somewhere else? Luffy, remember how you've always talked about becoming the Pirate King? someone as powerful as the Yonko of the New World? Makino began introducing the two guests to the three boys. This is red-haired Shanks, captain of the red-haired pirates. And this one is Roronoa, also one of the Yonko. What? Red-haired Shanks? Roronoa? Really you guys? As soon as Makino finished speaking, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo cried out in shock. They carefully examined Shanks and Roronoa again, and the more they looked, the more familiar they appeared. The two indeed looked exactly like their wanted posters. Looking at the expressions of shock on the three boys' faces, Roronoa and Shanks exchanged a glance, slightly speechless. But they could understand their own status in the minds of young kids like them. In this world filled with ocean culture and an adventurous spirit, they had become natural idols. As two of the four Yonko, their actual physical presence naturally left a deep impression on the three youths. That's right. I'm red-haired Shanks. Nice to meet you boys. Shanks greeted them openly. I am Roronoa. Roronoa smiled toward Ace, Luffy, and Sabo as he introduced himself. Makino told us a bit about you. You must be Luffy, right? I heard your dream is to become the Pirate King. Yes, I will definitely become the Pirate King, young Luffy said with a determined expression, clenching his fist. Facing two of the four Yonko, he didn't show even a hint of fear. In that case, I look forward to seeing what you'll achieve in the future. Roronoa smiled and said, since this is our first meeting, let me give you a little gift. As he spoke, Roronoa flipped his hand and pulled out 3 items, placing them in front of the boys. Huh? What is this? The 3 boys looked at the objects in front of them with curiosity, then picked them up to examine. What Roronoa had given them were 3 bottles of potions, different from the ones before. These were a different type of potion he had obtained through his decade-long check-ins across the New World. This is a type of enhancement potion. Drinking it can increase your physical strength. Having a strong body will be very beneficial for your future journeys at sea. Roronoa explained the effects of the potions. Upon hearing this, the boys became visibly excited. Without hesitation, they all drank the potions. Whoa, it's already working. Not long after drinking his potion, Sabo felt a warmth spreading through his body. He clearly felt his physical constitution strengthen, most notably in the form of increased strength. What amazing potion! Ace also spoke enthusiastically, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Roronoa. Inwardly, Roronoa sighed. More than 10 years ago, when he was collecting check-in rewards, he had mistakenly taken the Mera Mera no Mi, which originally belonged to Ace. At this moment, Ace was still without a devil fruit ability. It was obvious that this absence would greatly impact his future development, making it nearly impossible for him to reach the heights he was supposed to achieve in the original timeline. As he thought about this, Roronoa was wondering if he should give Ace a different devil fruit as compensation. Whoa, wow, definitely works. My strength really increased. Luffy swung his arms around enthusiastically. His rubber arms stretched and twisted. Since he already possessed the Hana Hana no Mi's ability, he could clearly feel a significant increase in his strength. Luffy was curious and thrilled about the magical potion Roronoa had given them. Roronoa, giving them such precious potions might be too generous. Makino knew how valuable potions that could enhance physical strength were, so she couldn't help but say, "Thank you so much on their behalf, Roronoa." "It's nothing, just a small gift." Roronoa waved his hand dismissively. "If you want some too, Makino, I still have more." "No thanks, I don't plan to go out to sea, so I don't need them." Makino smiled gently. "Hey, Roronoa, if you give them such great gifts and I don't offer anything, doesn't that make me look cheap?" Shanks exclaimed from the side. "Haha, you and I are different. I have quite a few good things, but with so many people in your pirate crew, nothing good would last long, right?" Upon hearing this, Luana laughed heartily. "Come on, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, I made some delicious food earlier. Let me get it and give it to you." "Thank you, One-chan Makino." Just as the group were chatting and laughing, enjoying their drinks, another commotion came from the entrance of the tavern. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the tavern's main door was forcefully shoved open by a muscular middle-aged man. His expression dark and grim, the man stormed inside. "Barkeep, bring me a good bottle of wine." With a deep voice, the man shouted toward the bar area. Noticing no one was behind the counter, he immediately became furious. "Where's the owner?" "Dead. I am the owner. May I ask what kind of wine you need?" Near the bar area, at the table where Luana and the others sat, Makino frowned slightly and stood up to inquire. "What wine?" "Of course the most expensive you have." The man barked. "Why aren't you bringing it already? If you make Grandpa me angry, I'll smash this entire place." At his words, everyone at Luana's table frowned. Shanks quickly grabbed Makino's arm before she could turn to fetch the wine, and looked up toward the stranger. "Whose grandpa are you? Is this how you behave when you come to a tavern for a drink?" "Brat, what the hell are you? How dare you speak to me like this?" The man's eyes shifted, narrowing as he examined Shanks. A faint, unusual glint passed through his eyes. He clearly recognized who Shanks was. Yet his tone showed no trace of fear, a reaction that raised eyebrows. When had one of the New World for Emperors, red-haired Shanks, lost so much of his intimidating presence? Beside him, Luana's lips curved slightly in a faint smile, as if he had just remembered who this person was. The Mountain Bandit King. A man who proudly placed himself at the same level as the Pirate King. A man so arrogant as to see himself as equal to Joel D. Roger. Clearly, someone like him wouldn't hold even one of the 4 emperors in any regard. Chapter 166 Arrogant and Tyrannical? Instant annihilation. Seeing the stranger talk like that, the 3 of them became extremely angry. Luffy clenched his fists and was about to step forward to teach the man a lesson, but Ace held him back. "What am I?" Shanks, furious, let out a cold laugh and slowly stood up from his seat. walking directly in front of the man. Could you repeat that? Hee, I naturally know who the red-haired Shanks, one of the New World Yonko, is. The middle-aged man replied with a sinister smile. However, this isn't the sea, this is my territory. No matter how powerful someone is, what can they do once they're on my ground? So you know who I am. Shank's eyes flickered as he spoke. You dared to speak to me like this knowing who I am. Obviously, you are very confident in yourself. Then can you tell me who exactly you are? I just don't want to beat up the wrong person. Me? The man let out a loud laugh, arrogantly proclaiming. I'm the Bandit King. The Bandit King who commands the Red Earth continent. Listen well. I'm as great in existence as the Pirate King Roger. Remember clearly. Don't ever forget who defeated you. Bandit King? Defeated me. Shanks was somewhat stunned. His eyes carefully examined the man before him. That title, Bandit King, was truly impressive enough to shock even Shanks. Those who dared to claim themselves as kings, and even compare themselves with Roger, who used to be Shanks' captain. How could this guy, this trash, dare compare himself with Roger? At this moment, xuanhuan couldn't bear watching any longer. If the plot continued like this, would it really become as ridiculous as in the original story? Cough cough. Shanks, finish this guy off quickly. I'm waiting for you to have a drink with me. xuanhuan coughed intentionally to remind Shanks to quickly deal with his opponent and continue drinking with them. Who was this fake Bandit King to interrupt his drinking time? Fine. After hearing xuanhuan's words, Shanks stopped pondering. Whether this opponent was actually a hidden powerful figure or not could be determined by a direct confrontation. Unexpectedly, after hearing xuanhuan's voice, the attention of the so-called Bandit King shifted to xuanhuan too. The man snorted with disdain, saying, So it's you. It's actually the devil's child, xuanhuan. Humph. The world government is indeed useless. More than 10 years ago they couldn't handle even a brat named xuanhuan, and now they've even let him become one of the ridiculous Yonko. Oh well, since I've met you today, I might as well finish you off too. Haha. Once I take down 2 of the Yonko, I'll go talk with the world government. I'm doing them a huge favor. They better offer me a decent reward, or I won't be satisfied at all. The Bandit King spoke with outrageous arrogance. Then suddenly he remembered something. Oh, that's right. Devil's child, xuanhuan. I heard you have a bounty of 1 billion belly on your head from the world government, right? Haha. That's a bonus to collect as well. Shanks was stunned again. This guy, with such audacity, does he think he is him? No. Even him wouldn't dare to speak to xuanhuan like that, right? Is this guy really invincible? This isn't a Bandit King, it's the Emperor himself. xuanhuan also was shocked. Obviously, this legendary Bandit King really had no brains at all. He probably thought that after beating up a few thugs and becoming the local boss on a mountain, he's the strongest guy around. Not only provoking Shanks, but now even daring to mess with xuanhuan himself. Seeing the solemn expressions of Luffy and the others, xuanhuan knew the 3 boys must have thought this Bandit King was a truly terrifying figure. After all, someone who dares to compare himself with the Pirate King Roger, that's definitely not an ordinary opponent, right? Unfortunately, xuanhuan knew the truth. This man in front of them was exactly like Satan in the Dragon Ball universe, his strength all hype, with an overly inflated ego, but was actually a mere piece of trash. If you are asking for death, then I'll oblige. xuanhuan said without even getting up, picking up a chopstick and flinging it outward. Shanks, I'll do you a favor. This guy insulted me, and he must pay for it with his life. Swish. The chopstick flew out at a speed untraceable to the human eye. With a crisp, chi, the so-called Bandit King, who claimed to stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger, died immediately. The chopstick pierced into his head and was completely buried in his forehead. The Bandit King still wore a self-satisfied look in his eyes, having not even had the time to react, and had already been casually killed by xuanhuan. The scene shocked the 3 youths watching. Previously, they were still wondering how terrifying this so-called Bandit King could be, someone who claimed to rival the Pirate King Roger. But who could imagine that, in the hands of xuanhuan, one of the Yonko, he couldn't even withstand a single move and was dead in an instant. As for Shanks, there was no surprise at all. He often sparred with xuanhuan and knew precisely how terrifying and horrifying xuanhuan's strength truly was, a power capable of crushing the 3 admirals, former admirals, and even the fleet admiral of the previous generation, and was even rumored to have crossed paths with him, the shadow ruler behind the world government. This so-called Bandit King in front of them, he hadn't even heard of him before. The title sounded impressive, but in the end, he was nothing at all. xuanhuan, I hadn't even started fighting yet, and you already finished him off? Shanks said helplessly. Who told you to be so slow? This so-called Bandit King, someone no one's even heard of, did you actually think he was a powerful figure comparable to Roger? xuanhuan replied. I guess he must have known we were here, and specially came to challenge us, hoping to make a name for himself. Is that so? Then he certainly chose the wrong target. Shanks said, glancing at the corpse on the ground. He walked over and hoisted the body onto his back. I'll take care of this body. Wait for me a moment. After Shanks left, xuanhuan turned apologetically toward Makino. Sorry for messing up your bar. No worries. Makino had just witnessed a man die right in front of her. Her heart was still beating fast. xuanhuan was simply too decisive and ruthless. He killed without hesitation, ending a life in an instant. The few teenagers nearby looked at xuanhuan with tense expressions. There was even a trace of fear in Sabo's eyes. Except for Ace, who was about to come of age, Luffy and Sabo were still very young, about the same age as xuanhuan had been when he first arrived in this world. This is pirate life, it's just giving you guys an early taste of it, xuanhuan said indifferently as he looked at the 3 of them. After a while, Shanks returned, and the group continued drinking, though there was no longer the same sense of ease and comfort from earlier. The previous scene was still imprinted in their minds, and they hadn't fully recovered yet. Unlike xuanhuan and Shanks, for whom such scenes were a daily occurrence, xuanhuan and Shanks settled down in Windmill Village. Shanks got along well with Luffy and the others, and xuanhuan occasionally taught the three of them some combat techniques. On one particular day, things seemed to follow the same path as the original plotline. Shanks and Luffy came to the seashore and asked Luffy whether he was truly committed to the path of being a pirate. Luffy firmly declared that he would definitely become the new Pirate King. Pleased by this, Shanks saw in Luffy a glimpse of Captain Roger's shadow, and decided to entrust to Luffy the straw hat that once belonged to Roger, the one he always wore on his head. Chapter 167, The King of the Coastline. Instant destruction. The straw hat that once belonged to the Pirate King Roger and was on Shanks' head was formally handed over to Luffy. The gears of destiny began to turn. As for Ronin, he expressed that the original storyline was finally about to begin. He would now officially become part of the entire plot, and even personally drive its progression. After all, he was no longer unknown. Being one of the New World Yonko, his status and position in the entire pirate world were supreme. In fact, even without considering the status of the Yonko, his own strength alone was sufficient to command the utmost seriousness from anyone in the pirate world. No one could afford to ignore Ronin's existence. Mr. Ronin, is this for me? In a temporary residence within the Windmill Village, standing before Ronin was none other than Ace, who was famously known in the original plot as Fire Fist. Holding a devil fruit in his hand, Ace wore an expression of both surprise and confusion. He couldn't believe why this Yonko of the New World had personally handed him a devil fruit. Ace knew exactly how valuable devil fruits were, and the one in his hand wasn't just any ordinary fruit. It was a rare Logia-class devil fruit. Sailing the seas is a dangerous business. You're tolerable enough, I suppose. Take this devil fruit for self-defense. Aren't you setting sail in a few days? Use this time to get used to the abilities of this fruit. Ronin casually waved his hand, telling Ace not to make too big a deal out of it. Tethys. All right then. Thank you very much, Mr. Ronin. Understanding and appreciative, Ace thanked Ronin and then ate the devil fruit. It was the Naniko no Mi, hot fruit, a fruit that had appeared in the original storyline, once owned by a man named Akino. Now it had become a check-in reward obtained by Ronin and was casually gifted to Ace. This fruit essentially belonged to the fire element group. If the Mera no Mi, flame fruit, belonged to the top echelon, perhaps even the highest level, then the next closest would be Sakazuki's Magu no Mi, magma fruit, Kalma's Hi no Mi, freeze fruit, and now Ace's Niniko no Mi, all of which were related to fire and high temperatures. After Ace consumed the Niniko no Mi, he indeed gained control over temperature. This ability was quite similar, even somewhat overlapping with the Hi no Mi at a higher level, yet in essence, it was quite different. While the Niniko no Mi could only generate heat, the Hi no Mi could produce high pressure, an equivalent difference to that between a pressure cooker and a microwave. After Ace left, Ronin got up and prepared to look for Shanks, intending to ask whether he could depart. Mihawk was still waiting at the harbor, and the time for heading to Shimotsuki village was drawing near. He would also pass by Jesus Burgess's hometown. This journey would be nothing but a leisurely trip. At the coastline, Shanks was playing with Luffy at the beach. It was more like Luffy was playing, while Shanks watched with a smile, as if he was witnessing the growth of the future Pirate King. Suddenly, Shanks's expression shifted. He shouted loudly, "Luffy, watch out." Luffy, who had been playing near the sea, was suddenly struck by a massive wave. Devil fruit users feared seawater. With this wave crashing down, Luffy was dragged straight into the ocean, and if he truly fell into the deep sea, he was almost certainly doomed. Without hesitation, Shanks immediately dashed forward. He hadn't eaten a devil fruit, so he had no fear of seawater. Ruhar! A thunderous roar rang from the ocean. A massive sea king suddenly rose from the seabed, lunging above the surface. With a ferocious glare, it opened its mouth wide and charged toward Luffy, who had just fallen into the water. Die! Shanks roared in anger. His haki of the king erupted, forcibly suppressing the sea king. However, Luffy was already slowly sinking beneath the sea surface. With no time to spare, Shanks could only rush into the water and grab Luffy. But at that moment, the Sea King had already shaken off the intimidation of his conqueror's haki. Fearlessly, it lunged toward both Shanks and Luffy again, attempting to devour them both. And this exact scene was caught sight of by Ronin, who had just arrived. The king of the coastline. Without my interference, Shanks would have lost his arm here. Ronin muttered softly, and was already in motion. He now regarded Shanks as a friend, and between the Yonko there were also mutual pacts. Under any circumstances, he wouldn't stand idly by and watch Shanks lose an arm. Bloom, Sinbinzakura. A blade of sword energy shot straight into the sky, slicing forward with lightning speed. Chi 3. A sharp slicing sound echoed from the ocean. The Sea King, mid-attack, froze abruptly. It let out a mournful cry as its massive head detached from its body and splashed into the ocean with a thunderous plunk, sending waves of crimson spreading through the water. The colossal corpse of the Sea King gradually sank into the depths, where countless bloodthirsty sea creatures, drawn by the scent of blood, eagerly swam toward it. This was the flesh of the king of the coastline. Consuming such precious meat would aid their growth beyond imagination. Ronin had just retracted Sinbinzakura when Shanks, Baoja Luffy from the sea, stepped onto the shore, looking slightly disheveled but unharmed. He knew that if not for Ronin's intervention, he would have faced real danger from the Sea King's bite. Are you alright? Ronin asked, glancing at a stunned Luffy. We're fine. Shanks shook his head, then stared at the Sea King's carcass being torn apart by swarming sea creatures in the water. He sighed. Never thought we'd encounter a Sea King here. Luffy, you must be more careful near the sea. This was the king of the coastline, a powerful Sea King that likes to stay near coastal waters. Without Ronan's help, we might have been in serious trouble. Why yeah, I understand now. Thank you, Mr. Ronan. And thank you too, Shanks. Luffy finally came to his senses, hurriedly thanking them while wiping tears from his face. He had really been terrified, falling into seawater, nearly drowning, now with snot and tears smeared across his face. Glad you're all right, Ronan nodded, then said, this Sea King is dealt with. I assume there aren't any more kings of the coastline lurking around? Kings of the coastline aren't like cabbages. You don't just find them everywhere. Having one in the East Blue is already extremely rare. I doubt there's another, though I can't promise no other Sea Kings might show up. Truthfully, lately Sea Kings have been acting strangely. Not sure if something's wrong in the Calm Belt or elsewhere, but they've been leaving the Calm Belt more frequently. My fleet has been attacked several times already. As he placed Luffy back on the ground, Shanks thought for a moment and asked, Ronan, do you know what's going on? Well, have you ever heard of the Sea Dragon King? Ronan smiled slightly. Sea Kings growing restless isn't unprecedented in history. The Sea Dragon King? It's happened before in history. Shanks looked surprised, then said, makes sense. You've got two top archaeologists with you, so you probably know more ancient history than me. If you understand it, would you mind telling me more? Of course not. It's not a big secret. Just don't go spreading it to others. The Sea Dragon King has already appeared, and is beginning to awaken its abilities. That's why these Sea Kings are becoming agitated. They're coming out of the Calm Belt, searching for their true ruler. The Sea Dragon King has appeared? Shanks rubbed his chin. Each Sea Dragon King has been a mermaid princess of Fishman Island. So this generation's princess has awakened? If that's true, Fishman Island will probably become a place of chaos soon. I'll let Whitebeard know, Ronan said. Though Fishman Island now has a Pluton for defense, its relations with Whitebeard are far stronger than with anyone else. Let him handle that burden. Hehe, the Sea Dragon King, huh? You're not interested at all, Ronan. Shanks grinned, looking at him. Commanding the Sea Dragon King would mean commanding every Sea King in the world. That kind of power could subjugate the entire ocean. People have free will. I'm not someone who seeks to dominate others like that, Ronan said, scratching his nose. We'll see later. She's still too young. Her power's not fully matured yet. Maybe a few years from now I'll visit Fishman Island and ask the princess if she'd like to join my pirate crew. Hehe, then I'll have to visit too. Shanks chuckled, equally eager to pursue the power of the Sea Dragon King. Chapter 168. Check-in at Frost Moon Village. The Divine Huangxian Sword. A few days later, Shanks and Luonin officially left the Windmill Village. During these days, Garp had not appeared in the village. Nobody knew where he had run off to. Perhaps he was at one of the marine branches in the East Blue near Lobetown. The two of them didn't dwell on such matters. Actually, it was better not meeting each other. After all, they belonged to opposite sides, the Marines and pirates, mutually hostile factions. A real encounter would have surely been awkward. As for Shanks, he had come to Windmill Village merely to trick Garp's grandson into becoming a pirate. He even gave Roger's straw hat to Luffy. As for Ace, Luonin had given him a devil fruit, significantly improving his safety once he set sail. Though perhaps not as powerful as in the original storyline, Ace, with his personality, would certainly grow stronger. The two left Windmill Village and at the port met Mihawk. Shanks instructed his crew members, like Jesus Burgess, to sail away from Goa Kingdom, heading toward Frost Moon Village. Several days later, once the ship reached the island where Frost Moon Village was located, it did not stay for long. After dropping off Luonin and Mihawk, the ship sailed off again, Shanks and Jesus Burgess heading to the island where Usopp lived, while Luonin and Mihawk did not accompany them. So, this is the island where Frost Moon Village is located? It looks pretty run down. Luonin looked at the island ahead. It wasn't a big one, merely a relatively small to medium-sized island even in the East Blue. There were several villages, and a small port town that could only be described as moderately developed. That port town was the island's biggest commercial hub. Certainly not as prosperous as your Aaron Island. Mihawk added, your island wasn't even that developed in the New World originally, but after all these years under your rule, it has become the most prosperous island in the New World. Truth be told, Luonin, your talent for governance and commerce is really impressive. I don't have much governance talent at all. Others handle the island's affairs. As for my commercial talent, those commercial firms on Aaron Island are all owned by merchants who do business there. I just collect taxes. Luonin waved his hand dismissively and said, come on, let's go take a look at Frost Moon Village. I wonder if Gashiman Kawasumi of the Itoryu Dojo would welcome us. Whether he welcomes us or not, we're here already. You're the one coming to challenge him. Who do you think would welcome that? That's not necessarily true. Personally, if a young upstart challenges me, I would be very happy. Mihawk said earnestly. Regarding swordsmanship, he was very serious, even enthusiastic about seeing new sword talents emerging. But not everyone thinks like you. Luonin shook his head. This Gashiman keeps a low profile and hasn't gained much fame. Likely few people have ever challenged him. But I guess this challenge of yours won't be a problem. After all, no swordsman fears challenges in their martial cultivation. That's right. A swordsman fears nothing. Mihawk nodded solemnly. Chatting as they walked, they entered the port city and found a horse-drawn carriage to take them to Frost Moon Village. Since the island wasn't very large, they reached Frost Moon Village in about half a day, only because they didn't want to walk the whole way themselves. Otherwise, such a distance wouldn't even take Luonin 10 or so seconds to cover. But it didn't matter to waste some time. He didn't lack time at all. In fact, 10 years had already passed. He had already integrated the essence of the xuanhuan's power fragment, and on a fundamental level, his life form had already reached a demigod level. Why demigod? Because he had yet to forge a divinity core. In terms of mythical hierarchies, god level and immortal level beings belonged to the same tier. Luonin had the opportunity to forge a divinity core and become a true god, gaining near infinite lifespan. Yet he wasn't limited to only this cultivation path. He still had the Tao of immortality open to him. So, filled with ambition, he decided to pursue both paths at once, delaying the forging of his divine core until reaching the immortal level with his cultivation in the primordial cultivation arts, at which point he would simultaneously forge an undying immortal body and an immortal divine core. His ultimate goal was far beyond merely becoming a god or an immortal. He aspired to eventually achieve the ultimate goal of both divine and primordial cultivation, to become the ruler of multiverses and, simultaneously, reach the eternal and indestructible state of a primordial sage. These were the ultimate goals of the two paths, at least as far as Luonin could currently see. Perhaps, even beyond such levels, greater boundless worlds awaited him, but for now, he was moving forward with these two objectives in mind. Speaking of the xuanhuan's power and its rule fragment, Luonin had now fully fused it. The power of a demigod rendered him unrivaled in this world, and his lifespan had reached millions, even tens of millions of years. With such longevity and strength, there was practically nothing left in the one-piece world that he wished to pursue. For the upcoming period, he would simply sit back and observe the unfolding events, choosing to participate or not as he pleased. Even Emu and the Utopia Fortress had lost their appeal to him. Within the 10 years of check-ins, he had obtained various treasures, including spacecraft and interstellar carriers from technological worlds, among many other items. As his strength improved, so did the rank of the rewards from his check-ins. This was something the system had explicitly stated in the past, and it indeed proved to be true. Throughout his journey in the East Blue, the rewards he received were significantly better than those from before. System, check-in at Frostmoon Village. Upon arriving at Frostmoon Village, Luonin casually instructed the system to perform a check-in. This was his first time coming here, so it was worth checking in and seeing what reward might come from it. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. Xianhuan sword. Xianhuan sword? Luonin showed a flicker of surprise. This was no ordinary sword. However, he didn't yet know which world it came from. If it were merely a Xianhuan sword from a martial arts world, then it would be nothing more than a divine weapon. But if it came from a cultivation world, it would at least be a celestial artifact, or even better, if from a chaotic primal world, it could be a spiritual treasure-level item. Xianhuan sword, a divine weapon from a cultivation world, passed down from Xianhuan himself. A treasure that suppressed and stabilized fate and fortune. As expected, even though it's not from a top-tier chaotic primal world, it's still a Xianhuan sword from a cultivation world, a divine-grade artifact. At my current power level of demigod, using a divine artifact like this is very appropriate. Luonin smiled slightly, accepted this Xianhuan sword, and placed it directly into the Sanqiong ring. Inside the ring was already packed with numerous items. Naturally, the earlier obtained spacecraft and interstellar bases were not placed inside, because they were far too large, they wouldn't fit. Luonin hadn't yet claimed these massive rewards, instead keeping them stored within the system space. When needed, he could simply claim them. The system no longer imposed time limits on claiming rewards, which was extremely convenient. The only drawback was that once claimed, the items could no longer be placed back into the system space. Otherwise, Luonin would have possessed an infinitely large private storage space of his own. Chapter 169, The Isao Dojo. Isho. Inside the Isao Dojo, in the village of Shimatsuki. Alright, now follow Kuina closely and practice the sword techniques I just explained. Go through them all thoroughly. Isao, kneeling respectfully at the head of the room, adjusted his glasses and spoke with a solemn expression to the group of disciples before him. Yes, master. A group of young boys knelt and bowed respectfully toward Isao. Isao nodded, then got up and left. As soon as their teacher was gone, the boys seated below relaxed visibly and began smiling and chatting. Senior sister Kuina, the sword techniques our teacher showed are so hard. How did you pick them up so quickly? A tall, bulky boy approached a smaller girl, asking with an obvious hint of flattery. Senior sister Kuina is a genius. No matter what technique master teaches, she always grasps it quickly. Another boy, beside him, admired the girl. All right, no more chattering. We need to practice. Kuina blushed slightly, but quickly became serious again at the mention of sword practice. Her passion for the way of the sword was deeper than any of theirs. Unfortunately, her father Isao had never agreed to let her continue training in the martial arts. He probably just thought she was still a child, but once she grew up, it seemed her fate was to get married and give up swordsmanship entirely. As she thought about this, Kuina felt a lump in her chest. Was it really impossible for a girl to walk the path of the sword any further? Her eyes shifted slightly, and she glanced toward a corner of the dojo where a lean boy with green hair silently wielded a wooden sword, swinging it with great concentration. Look at Zoro over there. He's already started practicing. Now take a look at all of you, goofing around. Can't you show a bit more seriousness? The training our master assigned must be completed, and I will be overseeing it carefully. Kuina's tone grew stern. Upon hearing her words, the boys quickly regained their composure and picked up their wooden swords, beginning their formal training. Zoro had also heard Kuina's scolding, but he merely glanced up at her briefly before resuming his focused practice. Ever since his countless challenges against Kuina had ended in failure, he had vowed to train diligently and defeat her someday. A male chauvinist to the core, Zoro couldn't bear the fact that he kept losing to a girl. If he couldn't defeat her now, he would only train harder and learn even more powerful sword techniques to overcome Konoha in the end. As the students of the dojo trained hard, two unexpected visitors approached the front of the Isao dojo. Lunin and Mihawk had already arrived at the entrance. Gazing at the plaque hanging above the main gate reading, Isao dojo, Mihawk nodded and said, "The calligraphy here is sharp and full of edge, just as you said. Master Isao truly is a master swordsman." "Just don't rush into a fight right away," Lunin said calmly. "It's hardly noble for us to have come so far to cause trouble. Compared to real blade-to-blade combat, sometimes sharing and discussing sword techniques can benefit both sides more." "I understand exactly what you mean," Mihawk confirmed. "In the past few years of sparring and discussing with you and Shanks, I've gained immense insight. Especially you, Lunin. I truly can't imagine how you came up with those sword theories. They broaden my horizons greatly." "Hee, just talent. Nothing special," Lunin replied casually with a wave of his hand, as though brushing aside something trivial, which immediately caused Mihawk next to him to roll his eyes. That guy had many virtues, but he sure knew how to show off. The two walked directly into the training hall. But as soon as they stepped inside the gate, several youths practicing with wooden swords in the yard noticed them. "Who are you two? What business do you have here at our dojo? Are you here to learn swordsmanship, or something else?" A boy who appeared to be the leader stepped forward, eyeing Lunin and Mihawk cautiously. Perhaps due to this place being relatively remote in the East Blue, or perhaps the boys simply lacked experience, they had failed to recognize these two figures. One a former warlord of the sea, the other a newly risen emperor of the New World, yet no one here knew who they were. "Excuse me, but is the master of the Isao dojo named Mr. Isao?" Lunin asked politely. Despite having a higher status and immeasurable strength, so powerful that he could be called the most supreme figure in the pirate world, reigning above all, Lunin never carried himself with arrogance, nor did he look down on ordinary people. Instead, he treated everyone with gentleness and calmness. "Yes, Mr. Isao is our master and teacher. Are you two here to see the master?" The young leader relaxed a bit, thinking maybe these two were friends of the teacher. Seeing the massive black blade strapped to Mihawk's back, the young boy assumed these two were admirers of their master, both accomplished swordsmen coming to seek guidance. In reality, without needing the boy to report, inside the back hall of the dojo, Isao, who had been polishing a long sword, suddenly lifted his head. His eyes flared with an intensely sharp gaze as he murmured, "This sharp sword aura, which swordsman has come to my dojo?" As he spoke, Isao rose immediately, sheathed the sword in his hand, and walked toward the courtyard. "I wonder which swordsman has honored my humble place with his presence." Isao's voice echoed through the courtyard as he appeared at the doorway leading from the back hall. "Hearing of the incredible sword mastery of the head of the Isao dojo, Mihawk has come here to learn from you." At the first glance of Isao, Mihawk's fighting spirit flared. Instantly forgetting what Lunin had just said, he declared his intent to challenge outright. Beside him, Lunin rubbed his forehead in exasperation. As expected, a battle-crazy man, seeing a sword expert only made him think of a duel. "You are Mihawk Hawkeye?" Isao's heart trembled slightly. At first sight, the man looked familiar, and upon hearing the name, he instantly recognized him. This man before him was none other than the famed warlord of the sea, known as Hawkeye Mihawk, one often regarded as the strongest among the 7 warlords of the sea by the world at large. His swordsmanship was unquestionably legendary. And now, this great swordsman had actually found his way here and dared openly challenge him. Isao couldn't help but feel helpless. Despite his low profile, he had still attracted such a formidable challenger. Hawkeye Mihawk. In the courtyard, more than just those few boys had gathered. Upon hearing the commotion, other youths practicing sword techniques came rushing out as well, including Konoha and Zoro. Hearing Isao's words now, they were utterly astonished. Though their experience was limited, as aspiring swordsmen, they had certainly heard the name of the 7 warlords' strongest, Hawkeye Mihawk, even if they had never actually seen him before. Upon hearing Isao's words now, they all stared fixedly at Mihawk, shocked and stunned, for what they had just learned was truly a monumental matter. The 7 warlords himself wanted to challenge their master. And then this gentleman here. Isao didn't pay attention to his disciple's shock. He shifted his gaze to Lunin. If Mihawk had startled him, then this extraordinarily handsome young man before him was someone who warranted utmost seriousness, not only from himself, but even from any powerful figure, sword expert, or top martial artist in the world. I am Lunin. We've come here and disturbed you, Mr. Isao," Lunin said gently with a smile, his tone even carrying a hint of apology. "I asked Hawkeye previously about skilled swordsmen in the East Blue, and I mentioned your name. After that, he insisted on coming to challenge you. I didn't stop him. I hope Mr. Isao won't mind." Chapter 170, Hawkeye vs. Genshura. Challenging me? Genshura was momentarily taken aback. This Shichibukai had actually come to challenge him. Considering the sword aura he had sensed earlier, it was clear the man was serious about it. However, no matter how low-key Genshura normally was, as a master swordsman, he could never turn down a challenge from another swordsman. "Indeed. Please accept my challenge, Genshura-san. This won't be a fight to the death, just a simple exchange of techniques. I believe it will help deepen our understanding of the sword way," Mihawk said seriously. "Of course I won't refuse." Genshura laughed as he replied. "Since Mr. Mihawk has come all the way to my dojo, how could I possibly turn down your challenge? Winning or losing isn't the issue. If I refused, what would people say about my sword dojo? So I accept." "Haha, Mr. Genshura, truly a sword master. Then, shall we start now?" Hawkeye actually smiled briefly, an expression rarely seen on his normally stoic face. Only matters relating to swords could bring such a reaction from him. So eager? You're ready to start just like that? Luonin was somewhat speechless beside them. Was this guy really this impulsive? I don't wish to waste time, Hawkeye stated solemnly. If Mr. Mihawk is unwilling to waste time, then we shall start immediately. Jinshura nodded directly without further delay. I'll go get my sword. Guena, please prepare some tea for Mr. Luonin. Okay, Guena nodded. Her gaze fell on Luonin. This man named Luonin was actually even more powerful than Hawkeye. Among the 5 emperors, he was not only the youngest, but also the strongest, and moreover, he bore the title of World's Strongest Swordsman. This title had been given to Luonin over 10 years ago and remained his to this day, despite countless challenges from others. From this, one could imagine just how profound this young man's sword skills were. Guena even felt a desire to learn some sword techniques from Luonin, though first she had to serve them the tea. She couldn't afford to be careless with such important guests. Once everything was arranged, Luonin sat in the hall sipping tea while Jinshura retrieved his sword. It wasn't a particularly famous blade, and it would definitely be at a disadvantage against Hawkeye's black sword. The sword he gave to his daughter was slightly more renowned. Jinshura practiced dual sword techniques. He now also took Guena's sword along with the Wado Ikamanji. Holding 2 swords, the aura of a true sword master erupted powerfully from deep within the training hall. Hawkeye's expression turned serious. Indeed, a true sword master. The match officially began. Hawkeye walked into the courtyard center while Jinshura stepped forward wielding his twin blades. A large group of swordsmen gathered around the dojo. Luonin also rose and entered the courtyard, followed closely by Guena and Zolo. Who do you think will win? Luonin asked them both with interest. Definitely my father, Guena said confidently. My teacher is strong, but the opponent is none other than Dracul Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the Shichibukai. His power shouldn't be underestimated, Zolo said with a frown. Zolo, how can you have so little faith in father? Guena glared at Zolo. It's not that I don't believe in him. I have full confidence in my teacher. However, the opponent is someone who has long made a name for himself across the seas. And my teacher? I have never actually seen my teacher using his full strength before, so I don't know exactly how strong he truly is, Zolo explained. You'll have the opportunity to witness father's true power today. Guena still sounded confident. Her gaze turned toward the two in the arena with burning passion. As a novice swordswoman, she had always been passionate about sword learning. Now she would get the chance to witness an encounter between 2 sword masters. Nothing could be more exciting than this. Zolo felt similarly. Even though he admitted Hawkeye shouldn't be underestimated, deep down he truly hoped Jinshura would win. After all, Jinshura was his sword mentor. If Jinshura could win, it would prove that his teacher was powerful enough to rival the top sword masters in the world, and in turn, the sword technique Zolo would learn in the future would be even greater. Luonin chuckled and said, Mr. Jinshura's power is certainly not something to be taken lightly. However, what you said earlier, Zolo, is also true. Hawkeye is no ordinary opponent either. His sword strength has been tempered through countless battles. So this match will definitely be spectacular. Mr. Luonin, your strength should be stronger than this Shichibukai, right? Guena's eyes sparkled, seeing that the match had not officially begun yet, and both opponents were still building up their presence. Without having actually clashed swords, she turned her head and asked Luonin, her eyes filled with interest in him. My strength is indeed slightly stronger than his. Luonin calmly nodded in agreement. Guena, aren't you stating the obvious? Mr. Luonin is the world's strongest swordsman. Sanji, who stood nearby, spoke directly. Then, the look in his eyes toward Luonin changed, filled instead with a sense of challenge. Not that he wanted to challenge Luonin right now, but it was a look of setting a future goal for himself. He also wished to become the world's strongest swordsman. Mr. Luonin, I too will become the world's strongest swordsman one day. When I grow up, I will challenge you. Watching Zolo solemnly issue a challenge to him, Luonin laughed out loud. All right, I'll remember that. When you have fully mastered the sword way in the future, you're always welcome to challenge me. If you can defeat me in swordsmanship, I will gladly hand over the title of world's strongest swordsman to you. Great, I remember now. I will definitely work hard on swordsmanship and challenge you as soon as possible. Zolo's expression was filled with excitement, as if he had boundless energy now, with a clear future goal. He was certainly going to train much harder from now on. Seeing this, Guena couldn't help biting her lips slightly and whispered, Mr. Luonin, may I ask you one question? What question? Luonin lowered his gaze to look at Guena. Father says that girls are not suited for sword training. Even though I can now defeat all the other disciples at the dojo, when they grow up their physical strength will surpass mine. At that stage, my sword skills won't stand a chance against those of boys. Is there really no way to change that? Guena's expression seemed somewhat dispirited. Oh, haha, Mr. Kushiru is indeed right. Luonin nodded, smiling faintly. Under normal circumstances, this is indeed true. It's a natural physical difference between men and women. Of course, there are some exceptions in the world. For example, some women are naturally strong and gifted with extraordinary talent. Some possess amazing abilities in other areas. However, in swordsmanship, very few women have achieved great success in this world. This is probably why your father doesn't want you taking this path. Hearing these words from Luonin, the world's strongest swordsman himself, Guena's eyes instantly dimmed. However, exceptions exist in everything. Chapter 171 Helping Kuina and Zoro. Suddenly, Ronin spoke up. I know a way to help you overcome this shortcoming. As soon as Ronin finished speaking, Kuina, who had originally appeared downcast, suddenly lit up with excitement, raising her head abruptly to stare at Ronan. "Ah, Ronan, sir. Since we came here and caused some disturbance, I suppose it's our fault for troubling you. So, consider this a small gift, as an apology. I hope it can help you." Looking down at Kuina's eager gaze, Ronan smiled. "Truth is, your talent in swordsmanship is the highest I've ever seen. Even my hawk doesn't compare. My sword talent is really that high?" Seriously, Kuina was delighted. Although she herself felt she was very gifted in swordsmanship and also worked extremely hard, being able to defeat all other students at the dojo at her age, when compared to the top sword masters in the world, she still had her doubts. But now, this man, the world's greatest swordsman himself, was saying that about her. It must be true. "Of course it's true." Ronan nodded, then waved his hand and pulled out a few things. "This is a book on swordsmanship. It records some of my training experiences and several powerful sword techniques. Take a look. Some parts contain actual sword cultivation techniques. Both you and Zoro can study them, but don't share them with anyone else without my permission." Ronan handed the book to Kuina. He didn't exclude Zoro, who was staring with bright eyes nearby. These two were such rivals, and according to the original storyline, if not for Kuina's tragic death, they would have been a perfect match. Thank you, Mr. Ronan." Kuina hadn't even spoken yet when Zoro excitedly expressed his gratitude. Receiving training techniques and sword techniques directly from the greatest swordsman in the world? That was truly a once-in-a-lifetime stroke of luck. This, Mr. Ronan, if it were my father." Kuina hesitated for a moment. "Of course your father can read it too. After the match ends. Once we've left, tell him about it." Ronan thought for a moment before speaking. He figured if he told her father first, Kuina's father, Jinshura, might politely decline. Ronan didn't want to see a sword prodigy like Kuina just vanish away unnoticed. If he could help, he would. And these are 2 vials of potion, called the Strengthening Tonic. They can greatly enhance your physical condition. You and Zoro each take one and drink them. Ronan handed over the other items to Kuina. These potions are extremely effective. They will absolutely boost your physical strength, even beyond the average male level. A potion that enhances physical condition greatly? Wow, is this some kind of miraculous potion? Zoro couldn't help exclaiming loudly again, drawing side glances from other students observing the match nearby. However, they were too far away to understand exactly what was happening near Ronan. So powerful and miraculous a potion must be extremely valuable. Kuina bit her lip, her eyes gleaming with desire, but she still said, "Mr. Ronan, we cannot accept such a precious gift from you." "Haha, just accept it. Although it is indeed very valuable to you, it's nothing to me. Since I'm giving it to you, you can just take it without hesitation." Ronan chuckled. "Continue your sword training in the future. I not only hope that Zoro will one day be strong enough to challenge me. I'm also looking forward to you, Kuina, defeating me and becoming the world's greatest swordsman. The greatest female swordsman in the world. The world's greatest female swordsman." At those words, Kuina's eyes sparkled with radiant determination. Her confidence and fighting spirit soared. Taking a deep breath, she popped the cap and immediately drank the potion without hesitation. She wasn't afraid that Ronan might have given her some kind of poison. A person of his status would never do something like that. As the potion flowed into her stomach, a warm, tingling sensation spread from her stomach throughout her entire body, like sitting in a hot spring, though not nearly as intense. Her muscles, even her internal organs, felt as if they were continuously strengthening. Kuina could clearly feel her body becoming stronger. The potion's effects were extremely obvious and fast-acting. She clenched her fists and felt her physical abilities rapidly improving, the enhancements growing stronger by the minute. This potion's effects are quite strong. To fully absorb its effects, you'll probably need about a day and a night. By this time tomorrow, the effects should be completely absorbed. Test out the improvements then. Ronan smiled as he explained that the potion was indeed as precious as Kuina had said. Even though he had obtained only a small number over the past 10 years, barely over 20 bottles in total, it was something he had collected through daily check-ins. Naturally, every member of his pirate crew already had their share. The remaining ones were stored in his Heaven's Vault ring for safekeeping and not put up for auction. He didn't really need money now, so offering them to Kuina and Zoro as gifts was the perfect opportunity. With the effects of the potion, Kuina's physical strength would be significantly enhanced. There was absolutely no way she would suffer the same fate as in the original story, dying from a simple fall down the stairs. Even if she fell from the 8th or 10th floor, she wouldn't die, at most sustaining serious injuries. This effect really that good? Zoro, standing nearby, asked in disbelief. With limited experience and never before encountering a potion so miraculous, he followed Kuina's example and drank the potion immediately after receiving it. As soon as he drank it, he too felt the same warm energy Kuina had felt, an intense, clear sensation coursing through his muscles and organs, strengthening everything from the inside. This feeling, this continuous sensation of growing stronger by the moment, it's just too awesome. Zoro looked gleefully at his own hands. He could feel his power increasing, bit by bit, little by little. According to Ronan, the effect would last an entire day and night. Who knew how strong his physique would become by this time tomorrow? This potion was terrifying. This was the single most genuine feeling shared by both Kuina and Zoro at that moment. Make sure you two keep that book safe, Ronan reminded them, pointing to the one in Kuina's hands. Then, suddenly, he sensed two sharp bursts of sword aura soaring into the sky. He knew the duel between Mihawk and Jinshura had begun. Now sit back and watch this great sword match. Right? Come on, sensei. Zoro snapped out of his thoughts, his eyes burning with excitement as he turned his gaze toward the courtyard, ready to cheer for his teacher. Chapter 172. The duel ends. A slight edge. Gazina didn't say anything, but she began to watch the match between the two with serious interest. Ronin didn't look particularly solemn. To him at this moment, the duel between Mihawk and Jinzo was practically child's play. The gap between himself and the powerful fighters of the pirate world was just too vast. Hiss, bang, bang. Under the Zhongheng sword chi, the two figures turned into blurred images barely visible to the naked eye. In the courtyard, the sounds of clashing steel rang out continuously, the unmistakable metallic clash of blades colliding. The two had already begun fighting. Their movements were incredibly fast. Ronin could see every detail clearly, but the ordinary students looked on helplessly. They couldn't even begin to follow the movements of Jinzo and Hawk's duel. Beside Ronin, both Gazina and Zoro could vaguely perceive the outline of the battle. This was due to the potion's effects finally kicking in. Once they fully absorbed its power, they would be able to clearly see the figures and movements of the combatants. The duel between Mihawk and Jinzo was proceeding intensely, leaving the watching sword school disciples completely astounded. I never imagined that master's strength could be so great. Yeah, I can't even see their movements. Anyway, how is the battle going? Who has the upper hand? I don't know either, completely invisible to us. A group of sword school students murmured among themselves, unable to clearly see what was happening in the fight. They could only see blurry and rapid figures darting across the battlefield, accompanied by occasional sounds of swords colliding. Over here, Gazina and Zoro could barely catch faint glimpses, but still couldn't clearly understand the situation unfolding before them. Mr. Ronin, how is the match going now? Our master must have gained the upper hand already, right? Zoro asked anxiously. How should I say it? Right now they're only warming up. They're both still holding back and haven't shown their true abilities yet. Ronin said somewhat boredly. To him, the seemingly fierce battle appeared intense only to the eyes of these sword school apprentices. Even Gazina, a prodigy in swordsmanship who had just started learning a few years ago, was still far too young and lacked the depth of understanding in the profound subtleties of sword arts. What? This is just warming up. Zoro was stunned, staring blankly at the fierce battle taking place before him. He found it unbelievable that such a terrifying battle was only considered a warm-up. That exaggerated? Zoro said, his mouth twitching. Then, Mr. Ronin, when will this duel finally end? Gazina asked curiously. It should be almost over. When they both finally use their ultimate techniques, that's when the battle will end. Ronin said. Indeed, the two figures within the courtyard were growing ever more ferocious in their combat. Swirling sword winds kicked up, causing strong gusts of wind that blew throughout the entire courtyard. This was merely a side effect of their battle. Yet, even this wasn't particularly surprising. For sword masters of their caliber, this courtyard was still far too small. Watch closely. It's about to end. Ronin suddenly changed expression and spoke out. Upon hearing this, Gazina and Zoro both instantly focused their eyes tightly on the ongoing battle. Suddenly, in the middle of the fray, Mihawk and Jinzo's figures both appeared simultaneously. Standing on opposite sides, both were breathing slightly heavier, holding their famous swords and looking toward each other. Their eyes burned with intense fighting spirit. Both of them understood they had encountered an equal match. Mr. Jinzo, your strength is truly formidable. I must say, I'm rather surprised. Mihawk spoke, genuinely impressed. Though he hadn't underestimated the opponent earlier, the strength shown now truly surpassed his expectations. This was just a small village on a medium-sized island in the East Blue. How was it possible for a terrifying swordsman like this to exist here? If he were appearing in the Grand Line or the New World, that would make perfect sense, since all the world's top experts gathered there. Seeing this before him now, however, truly astonished him. I didn't expect Mr. Mihawk's strength to be so formidable either. Wielding his dual swords, Jinzo declared solemnly, Now, I shall unleash my strongest dual blade technique. Please, Mr. Mihawk, treat this with utmost caution. I will use my ultimate move as well, or else I won't be able to win this challenge. Mihawk's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Gripping his massive black sword in both hands, he pointed it directly at Jinzo from afar. Wanting to beat me? That's not going to be an easy thing. Jinzo smiled slightly, then his expression turned serious. Crossing his twin blades, he stomped his foot, and in an instant, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already midair, above an open space outside the sword dojo. This courtyard was no longer sufficient to contain their upcoming battle. If they weren't careful, the collateral damage from their techniques could completely destroy the entire dojo. As for those disciples and apprentices, if Ronin didn't intervene, they would all perish in the aftermath of the battle. Though Jinzo was aware of Ronin's great strength, he still wasn't willing to take that risk, so he had shifted the battlefield elsewhere. Exactly what I wanted. Mihawk grinned widely. He too vanished from his spot, reappearing midair opposite Jinzo. Both possessed immense strength that allowed them to remain suspended in air for a short time while they fought. Boom! A vast, explosive sword aura suddenly erupted into the sky, shooting upward like a detonation. It was Jinzo. Unbelievable. Such a gentle and humble person was now unleashing a final strength so fierce and overwhelming, radiating a terrifying momentum that charged forward without hesitation. This sword aura was extremely terrifying, one that even Ronin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. Hiss! Another razor-sharp, terrifying sword chi surged upward, almost piercing through the heavens itself. Even the distant clouds high in the sky were torn open, forming a massive gap. This was the ultimate sword aura released by Hawkeye. extremely sharp, and possessing terrifying penetrative power. In his eyes, nothing in this world could withstand the attack of this technique. Of course, when he used to spar with Ronin, this attack had been blocked by Ronin using just a single finger. After that, he had never used it again in front of Ronin. Therefore, aside from Ronin, in this world, no one could withstand this move. It was Hawkeye's firm belief. Yet now, he faced someone who, aside from Ronin and Shanks, was nearly his equal in sword strength. Jinzo, a terrifying swordsman powerful enough to push him to use this move. Clang! Pung pung! After a resounding clashing sound that shook the heavens, two duller sounds followed, the sound of the two figures retreating and crashing back to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Mihawk coughed blood while trying to stand back up, using his great black blade to prop himself up, but his whole body was powerless, unable to support the motion. His entire clothing was severely torn at this point. Countless sword auras had sliced through his clothes and lacerated his body innumerable times. Blood flowed from his wounds. Such severe injuries, if not treated promptly, would certainly lead to death. And opposite him, Jinzo was in even worse condition. Both of his twin blades were shattered. His own Wado Ikamanji had also been destroyed. When facing the peerless peak clash of one of the supreme great swords, the Shusui, these two swords were simply no match. A terrifying wound ran straight through Jinzo's chest, an injury inflicted by Hawkeye's last, terrifyingly concentrated sword aura. Such a grievous wound, no matter how promptly treated, would likely be impossible to heal even for the most skilled doctor in the world. Only individuals with special devil fruits, such as Traffy, who had already begun wandering the seas, and the little princess Manje, could possibly save his life. Of course, with Ronin present here, none of this was a problem. Father, teacher, seeing such a horrifying scene, the apprentices didn't even think about who had won or lost. They rushed over to Jinzo in panic. Gazina and Zoro were the first to dash forward. Seeing this, Ronin shook his head helplessly. These two people really deserve their reputations as sword practitioners. Before the match, they had said they would stop at showing their skills and maintain harmony, but once the fight began, they fought as if their lives depended on it. Now look, nearly costing them their lives. Ronin casually took out 2 vials of potion and walked over to the two men. With him here, of course, there was no way he would allow these two to die just like that. Arriving beside them and examining their injuries, he immediately poured the potions down their throats. The effects manifested instantly. Within minutes, both were already jumping back to their feet energetically. Thank you for the potion, Mr. Ronin. I've long heard of the miraculous healing potion you possess, but I never imagined I would have the chance to personally experience its effects. Jinzo touched his chest, where moments ago there had been a terrifying wound running straight through his heart. And now, there was absolutely nothing left. Not only that, but even the lingering old injuries he had accumulated over the years had also vanished completely. Truly terrifying was the effect of this potion. Tastes pretty good. Mihawk smacked his lips beside him. Tastes pretty good? This stuff isn't cheap, you know. You two just used it all up like that. Weren't you the ones who agreed to a demonstration and keep it friendly? Why go all out like that? Ronin rolled his eyes. If it weren't for me being here, you two would be dead. Mr. Jinzo's strength was overwhelming. I couldn't help but give my all. Hawkeye looked at Jinzo and smiled faintly. It's exactly this feeling I was craving. Mr. Mihawk's strength is truly amazing. This duel, I have to admit defeat. Jinzo looked down at the shattered remains of his twin blades and sighed. Mr. Jinzo didn't lose due to inferior strength, but because of the gap in our weapons. My great black blade is one of the supreme great swords. Naturally, it overwhelms your swords. Hawk, I did not display arrogance despite his slight victory. He looked at his own sword and continued. If we had switched weapons, there's no way I could have beaten you, Mr. Jinzo. Weaponry is also a part of one's strength. Mr. Mihawk, there's no need to be so humble, Jinzo smiled. I'm not the kind of person who can't accept defeat. Anyway, let's return to the dojo. Both of you have traveled far. Allow me to properly entertain you. I wonder if there's any sake? How could there not be sake? Thus, under the shocked gazes of their apprentices, the two men who had just barely escaped death strode away casually, preparing to have a drink. What the hell just happened here? I don't know. It seems like they recovered after drinking that potion from Mr. Ronin. Heavens, this is simply unbelievable. Chapter 173, the special reward for the 1000th check-in. Luo Nan and Mihawk stayed at the Shizukaduki Dojo in Shimatsuki Village for 2 days. During this time, Jinshu truly treated them with the finest foods and drinks. Since they had accepted his hospitality, they offered some swordsmanship guidance to the dojo apprentices in their spare time. Luo Nan personally instructed Kina and Zoro in studying the materials from the books he had given them, allowing the two to genuinely feel a significant improvement in their sword techniques. After completely absorbing the effects of the potions, their physical condition and mental acuity became extremely sharp, and their comprehension of swordsmanship improved greatly. Jinshu was immensely pleased and specially thanked Luo Nan. Originally, he didn't want Kina to walk the path of swordsmanship because women are naturally weaker physically than men, thus unlikely to achieve much in the future. But now, all those concerns were no longer an issue. 2 days later, Luo Nan and Mihawk said goodbye to Jinshu and departed from Shimatsuki Village under the reluctant gaze of Kuna and Zoro. Less than half a month after Luo Nan's departure, Kuina encountered the fate that was originally destined to kill her. She accidentally fell down the stairs. Thanks to her enhanced physical condition, she managed to escape death, suffering only minor bruises and wounds. After leaving Shimatsuki Village, Luo Nan and Mihawk proceeded towards Syrup Village, as agreed with Shanks. Upon arriving at Syrup Village, a sudden ding echoed inside Luo Nan's mind as the system voice activated. Congratulations to the host for completing the 999th check-in. This island now allows the 1000th check-in, which will grant a special reward far surpassing all previous ones. Master, would you like to proceed with the check-in? The sudden system response left Luo Nan momentarily stunned. Already 1,000 check-ins. After more than a decade, the total number should indeed be close to 1,000. However, I never expected that reaching 1,000 check-ins would unlock a special reward. This is an unexpected surprise. Smiling slightly, Luo Nan mentally replied, System, proceed with the check-in. I'm eager to see what this so-called special reward will be. Ding. The 1000th check-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Dimension Breaker Device. Dimension Breaker Device. A forbidden artifact originating from the civilization of Transcenders. The Transcenders surpass even divine-level civilizations as the highest form of existence. All individuals within this civilization are eternally immortal, capable of traversing infinite multiverses using the Dimension Breaker Device. Each usage requires a century of cooldown to recharge using world core energy. Stunned, Luo Nan stared at the reward description. Just from the name, he could tell this item was extraordinary, an item to break dimensional boundaries. However, it required a full century to recharge after each use. And what exactly was this world core energy? Luo Nan had no idea what world core energy meant, but the power of the Dimension Breaker Device was truly terrifying, capable of breaking through dimensions, meaning Luo Nan could travel to other worlds using it. Transcender Civilization, a civilization surpassing even the divine-level civilization. Every individual is immortal. Is it that powerful? Absolutely terrifying. Sighing, Luo Nan grew more cautious. Before, his semi-divine level strength made him feel somewhat self-satisfied, but in the realm of the multiverse, across countless worlds, such power meant little. Much less the divine-level civilization or the Transcender civilization that invented the Dimension Breaker Device, a peerless civilization where all were immortal sages, freely roaming the multiverse. How terrifying a civilization. If Luo Nan were to encounter such a civilization now, or even just a divine-level one, he would only end up crushed beyond recognition. System, when using the Dimension Breaker Device, does it randomly transport to other worlds, or can it be directed to specific destinations? Luo Nan had to clarify this point. If the opposite side of the open world turned out to be a divine-level civilization, or if he was directly dropped into a heavenly or demonic realm, he might die without even knowing how. The destination world cannot be manually selected, the system replied. However, the system can reveal the tier of the target world. The world tier. Luo Nan raised an eyebrow and asked further questions. He wouldn't dare activate any journey without understanding these matters clearly. Yes, Master. World tier classification is based on the strongest possible power level it can sustain. There are 5 tiers: common tier, low martial tier, high martial tier, divine demonic tier, and primordial tier. Anything beyond that is classified as multiverse tier and does not count within this scale. These tier names may differ slightly in different worlds for convenience of understanding, as an aid for the host. For example, divine demonic tier may also be called immortal martial tier, and primordial tier might also be known as world creation tier, among other names. Luo Nan nodded, sorted through this information, and was deeply shocked. Since arriving in the One Piece world and obtaining the system, he had always known that apart from the ordinary level world like the real world, there were countless other mighty worlds across the multiverse. The One Piece world's tier might be slightly higher than low martial, Manchang entering the high martial tier, but compared to the divine demonic tier, or even primordial tier worlds, it remained too low. Not to mention the primordial tier, a realm capable of harboring eternally immortal sages. If that were the case, then the world tiers of the various anime universes also differed. Dragon Ball's world might barely qualify as primordial tier. The Marvel Universe would certainly deserve the title of primordial tier or world creation tier. After all, countless terrifying existences dwelled there. As for the real world, of course it belonged to the common tier. He just didn't know if the real world's dimension was particularly high. Thinking this, Luo Nan immediately asked, System, what tier is the real world classified under? Is it common tier? Can the Dimension Breaker Device bring me back to reality? Host, the real world is a high-dimensional world, a being beyond the multiverse tier, radiating influence across infinite multiverses. Of course, the Earth in the real world where the host resides belongs only to the common tier, with no supernatural forces existing there. However, within the Milky Way and the universe, there are many civilizations, including certainly divine-level civilizations. The system's calm answer left Luo Nan greatly shaken. So there really were alien civilizations in the real world, quite a few, even divine-level civilizations. This kind of information could utterly shock all of humanity on Earth. As for the host's question about whether the Dimension Breaker Device can bring you back to reality, the answer is currently no. The system answered another question from Luo Nan. Temporarily no? What? Upon hearing this, Luo Nan immediately asked further. If it was only temporary, did that mean it would become possible later? Because the real world's level surpasses the multiverse, it belongs to a high-dimensional world, and the Dimension Breaker Device cannot take you back to reality, the system explained. However, when the host completes 10,000 check-ins, you will receive an item from the Origin Civilization, the Chaos Traveler Machine. Additionally, the host must reach saint-level cultivation and possess an immortal essence before dimensional travel and return to the real world become possible. Saint level, immortal essence, dimensional travel. Luo Nen murmured to himself, repeating these unfamiliar terms. He had begun to grasp the knowledge of the multiverse and higher dimensional worlds. This knowledge was vital. Once he reached the strength of a divine, or even a saint-level being in the future, he definitely couldn't remain stuck in the small world of the One Piece universe forever. Like a small pond incapable of holding a dragon, he couldn't be confined to such a tiny world. In the future, he must travel across the countless worlds of the multiverse, checking in across those realms. There, the rewards obtained would surely surpass anything achievable from check-ins on small islands like this. He could feel, and the system had already told him, that treasures like the xuanhuan sword obtained from previous check-ins represented the highest rewards possible in this world. Even if he reached the strength of a deity, he would not receive better rewards. He could no longer obtain cultivation techniques beyond the saint level here. As for the extremely precious xuanhuan force rule fragments, in over a decade, he had acquired only one such fragment. To collect the remaining xuanhuan force fragments, he might have to travel to the Marvel Universe someday. Chapter 174, Syrup Village. Kaya and Usopp. They had already arrived at Syrup Village. The island where this small village sat was truly tiny, with no real port to dock a ship. Even the red hair pirates, who had arrived at this island earlier, had simply moored their ship at a small, crude dock, and Ronin and Mihawk did the same. After walking into the village, Shanks welcomed them at the village entrance upon hearing of their arrival. You two finally made it, Shanks said with a smile, alongside Yappa, greeting the pair. How was your trip to Frostmoon Village? It went well. Ronin smiled in response, glancing toward a boy with a long nose standing beside Yappa. The boy had a clever-looking gaze, but appeared overall quite simple and honest. Captain Ronin, this is my son, Usopp. Yappa quickly introduced, noticing Ronin's gaze on the boy. Why you hello Captain Ronin. Usopp hurriedly greeted Ronin. Hello. Ronin nodded, smiling. After the greetings, the group headed back into the village toward Usopp's house. Originally, the boy had been an orphan and was not particularly liked by the villagers. He only really got along with a few other children. The villagers had often been fooled by Usopp, so over time, they came to think of him as a child who loved lying and grew cold toward him. But that was all in the past. Now that Yappa had returned, sailing a great ship full of goods and money, his first action was to renovate the house. Now, Usopp's home was the most luxurious in the entire village. Even Usopp himself, who had always been somewhat shy and insecure, now walked with his head held high among the villagers. His friends looked at him with envy, making Usopp swell with pride. His mother had indeed been truthful. His father had truly gone off to the sea. Now that he was back, he was clearly an impressive man. Ever since Yappa's return, Usopp had been eating sumptuously, and today he was preparing to go out with his friends toward the outskirts not far from the village, a place where he had a little secret. Hurry up. I brought a wonderful gift for Miss Kaya today. She's definitely going to be so happy, Usopp said excitedly, holding in his hands a magical conch shell that his father had given him. It was a rare item from the New World, capable of producing beautiful melodies when blown. His first thought was to give it to Kaya. Usopp, why are you in such a rush? A little boy with a radish-like hairstyle panted. Yeah, don't run so fast. Wait for us, another kid, who wore greens on his head, also called out. Miss Kaya isn't going anywhere, so let us rest for a bit. Rest? She must be waiting anxiously. We haven't visited her in days. I don't know if she's gotten better, Usopp replied, clearly worried. Usopp, I overheard something while I was waiting at your house earlier. The radish kid whispered. That important person named Ronin has some kind of miraculous potion. It can cure very serious injuries and diseases. If we had that medicine, Miss Kaya could definitely recover. Oh really? Upon hearing this, Usopp's eyes widened in excitement. Of course it's true, the boy whispered. I heard that the guy with the big sword said he nearly died in a duel, but was saved by this miraculous potion. See, if someone nearly dead could be brought back, curing Miss Kaya's illness should be no problem at all, the boy continued. That's so amazing, the Greens kid's eyes also widened, as he had never heard of such powerful medicine. Usopp, why don't you just steal it and give it to Miss Kaya, the radish kid suggested. All the children really liked Kaya. Every time they saw her suffering from illness, they were heartbroken. Usopp was the one who always felt the worst. Surely, for Kaya's sake, he would find a way to steal the potion. But it's someone else's thing. How could I steal from others? Usopp hesitated. He truly wanted to cure Kaya's illness, but felt helpless. After all, Kaya's family was the wealthiest on the entire island, and even they couldn't cure her. What could he possibly do? Kaya's parents were once rich merchants who sailed the seas. But later, tired of the restless, wandering life at sea, they settled down on this remote island. Her parents themselves suffered from the same illness, and had passed away a few years ago, leaving Kaya alone to live on in solitude. By chance, Usopp and the others arrived at Kaya's mansion. Kaya, who almost never left the mansion, was having a great time playing with her little friends. From time to time, Usopp and his friends would come to visit Kaya, telling her jokes and stories. The group came to the mansion again, sneaking past the mansion guards and reaching the window of Kaya's room. They climbed up the tree and looked through the window, seeing Kaya sitting alone by the window. Usopp, you finally came, and everyone else too, hello. Kaya exclaimed happily upon seeing Usopp. Her face was pale, yet it couldn't hide her delicate and lovely beauty. Even though she hadn't fully grown up yet, she was already a remarkably beautiful girl. Kaya, we've come to see you. Usopp happily greeted her and proudly pulled out the magical conch shell from the small bag on his back. Kaya, my father came back to visit me. What I told you earlier wasn't a lie at all. My father really went off to the sea. Now he's a big man, super cool. Look, this is one of the gifts he brought back for me. This conch shell is really amazing. It can make a beautiful sound when you blow it. I want to give it to you. Really? Thank you so much, Usopp. You're too kind. Kaya smiled happily, then said, but this was a gift from your father. Wouldn't giving it to me be a bit inappropriate? Ha ha ha, no problem at all. I still have many gifts from my father, and lots of delicious food too. I've even gotten tired of eating it these past few days. Usopp proudly raised his head. My father even renovated my house. Now my home is huge. That's wonderful, Usopp. Then you won't have to live in a leaky house anymore. Kaya was happy for Usopp, then curiously picked up the conch. This shell really can make a nice sound when blown. Of course you can try it. As soon as he heard her say that, Usopp eagerly said, I wouldn't lie to you. Kaya, we've heard it too. It really works. The radish-haired kid from below the big tree quickly called out. Yeah, I even blew it myself. It definitely works, shouted the Greens kid as well. Then I'll try blowing it a little. Following those words, Kaya puffed her cheeks and gently blew into the conch shell. Immediately, a melodious and pleasant sound rang out. Incredibly beautiful. Wow, it really works. So beautiful, Kaya happily exclaimed. But as soon as she became excited, her face suddenly flushed an abnormal shade of red, and she started coughing. Kaya, are you okay? Usopp cried out anxiously at once. I'm okay. Kaya felt slightly dizzy and touched her forehead. Looking at Usopp with a grateful but apologetic gaze, she said, Thank you, Usopp, for giving me such a precious gift. Hee, it's nothing. Usopp grinned foolishly while scratching the back of his head. Who's there? You brats again. Right at that moment, a loud shout and hurried footsteps rang out. Oh no, we've been found out. Quick, run. Chapter 175, Captain Kuro. Usopp's decision. Ganja Kuro, don't chase them anymore. Nami shouted from the window. Below in the mansion yard, a young man dressed in a black suit was leading a group of guards chasing away a few teenagers led by Usopp. These damned lowlifes again, coming to cause trouble, muttered the Ganja Kuro with annoyance, before turning around with a serious and righteous expression toward Nami. Miss Nami, it's time for your medicine. Please don't associate with such people again. Nami felt uneasy, but she dared not protest. This guy had been arranged by her parents before they passed away, instructing her to follow his arrangements for her treatment. Unfortunately, her illness had never been cured, and she had been confined in the mansion without permission to go outside. Seeing Nami go to take her medicine, Ganja Kuro nodded in satisfaction. Then his eyes turned deep and thoughtful. As the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, he had arrived here last year, infiltrating the mansion and gaining the trust of Nami's parents. After they passed away, he had begun planning how to seize all the wealth of Nami's family. However, taking everything by force was unlikely to succeed. The gardeners and guards here obeyed his orders, but these were people left behind by Nami's parents, grateful for their past care and devoted to protecting Nami. It was too hard to bribe them. So Captain Kuro had decided on a long-term plan, willing to spend a few years to get this mansion and whatever wealth Nami's parents might have left. But plans can't keep up with changes. Who would have thought that 2 emperors from the New World would come to such a remote island? Unbelievable. Kuro felt his teeth clenching. Right now, he felt nervous and fearful, fearing that the 2 emperors might discover his presence. If they knew, in a better scenario, they might spare his life out of fellow pirate courtesy. But if they disliked him, they might kill him and monopolize the mansion and the wealth. Perhaps I should send a signal for the rest of the pirate crew to come and seize everything by force. Kuro thought for a while, then shook his head. No, I know exactly how capable those guys are. Even if I joined, there's no way we could beat 2 emperors. Attacking directly would be suicide. Just take it step by step first. I need to hide well. My current identity is just an ordinary and unremarkable Gunja. Hee. Usopp, you run really fast. Luffy panted while running toward Usopp ahead. They didn't chase us. Let's rest for a while. Didn't chase us? Usopp was also a bit tired. He looked behind, and indeed, the guards hadn't followed too far. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he said to the 2 behind him, All right, since we're safe now, you guys go back on your own. I'm heading home first. Luffy, is that information about the medicine you mentioned really true? I'll try to figure something out. Of course it's true, Usopp. Are you really going to go for it? Luffy brightened his eyes, but hesitated, adding, That guy, Luo Nan, is really powerful. If you're discovered, you could be killed, right? Don't worry, go ahead. Even if you're killed, you must get the medicine. We'll help you complete the next part. Miss Nami's illness can definitely be cured. Shinkai spoke solemnly. Can you guys say something encouraging? Why would I be killed? Usopp rolled his eyes. I plan to ask my father for help. That Mr. Luo Nan doesn't seem like a bad person. He should be willing to help me. But what if he just refuses to give you the medicine? Shinkai asked. Well, we'll figure that out then. Anyway, I won't steal anything from others, Usopp said frowning. TSK, we've stolen plenty of food together before. The 2 of them looked at Usopp in disdain. That was just some food. This kind of medicine is definitely very valuable. Besides, it won't be easy for me to steal it. Mr. Luo Nan is a big shot, same as my father's captain. From what my father says, he's extremely powerful. Usopp still lacked confidence, feeling he had no chance to steal anything from him, and he himself didn't want to either. If his father found out, he'd probably be beaten to death. Since his father came back so rarely, he definitely couldn't disappoint him. Thinking like that, Usopp started running back towards home. In Usopp's house, Luo Nan, Shank, Mihawk, and Jesus Baru were playing cards casually. By the way, Jesus Baru, you've visited your son, and we've been here for several days already. Shouldn't we leave now? Shank played a card, and said to Jesus Baru. Well, it's about time. Captain, you must be very busy too, and there are many things waiting for you in the new world. Thank you for taking care of me this time. Jesus Buru said apologetically. What are you talking about? You're my crewmate, my brother. Everyone here is family. Shanks patted Jesus Buru's shoulder. He truly treated his crew like brothers, just like Whitebeard, who had treated his men as family. Is it time to leave? Mihawk nodded slightly. It's about time for me too. After leaving the East Blue, I'm planning to head to the North Blue. There should be some sword masters there worth seeing. The North Blue? I heard the food there is great. Luo Nan said with a chuckle. Do you want to come with me, Luo Nan? Mihawk turned to Luo Nan and asked with visible anticipation. No thanks. I should return to Aaron Island. Luo Nan shook his head. He had been away for quite some time already. The women at home were probably impatiently waiting for him. Your Aaron Island surely has a lot on its plate, Luo Nan. But you yourself don't have to be overwhelmed, Shanks said with envy. Your crewmates are really amazing. Under their management, Aaron Island is thriving. Among Luo Nan's crew members, whether it was Olivia or Robin, or Dana and Elena, all of them had helped manage Aaron Island over the past decade, handling most of the major tasks while Luo Nan himself rarely worried about these things. None of the women were simple individuals. They all possessed impressive managerial abilities. One could say that most of Aaron Island's status as a commercial center in the New World was due to their efforts. Haha, that's because I have good judgment. Luo Nan laughed heartily and threw 2 cards onto the table. At that moment, footsteps were heard from outside the door. Usopp had returned. F.A. Father, there's something I need to talk to you about. Chapter 176 agreed. Obstructing Lauren? What's going on? You look a bit strange. Jesus Boo asked curiously, and even Lauren and others couldn't help but turn to look at Usopp, wondering what was going on with the boy. Me. Usopp hesitated slightly, glancing at Lauren, which surprised Lauren. Could this have anything to do with him? I heard that Mr. Lauren has a kind of medicine that can treat serious injuries and diseases. I just wanted to ask if there's any left, Usopp said with difficulty. Logically, such a potion must be extremely valuable. On what basis could he ask Mr. Lauren for it? On his father's reputation? Usopp, why are you asking about this? Jesus Boo's expression changed immediately, and he scolded sharply. Don't get excited. Usopp, can you tell me why you're asking about this medicine? Lauren smiled slightly, motioning for Jesus Boo to calm down before turning back to ask Usopp. In his heart, he had already figured it out. This must be about Kaya. It's like this. I have a friend who has a very difficult illness, so I wanted to ask whether you still have this medicine. Don't worry, I know it must be extremely valuable. I'll definitely earn money to pay you back in the future. Usopp said earnestly, clenching his fists. Usopp, what are you talking nonsense? That medicine is worth millions of belly. How can you possibly repay it? Jesus Boo frowned angrily. Not to mention you. Even I couldn't afford it. What kind of friend is this of yours worth such a huge price for medicine? Why didn't she come herself? My friend is Kaya. Her house is just next to the village. She can't come herself due to her poor health, so I came to ask first. Usopp replied softly, lowering his head. Huh. Shank chuckled beside them. I know that mansion. It's probably the wealthiest family on this island. I heard the young mistress is named Kaya, and her parents passed away earlier this year from illness. Seems like an inherited disease. It's quite pitiful, really. That still doesn't justify it. Jesus Boo shook his head. If she came herself to ask for the medicine, Lauren Shenchung could decide whether to give it based on the situation, and it would still cost her. Her mansion looks well off enough. Surely she can afford the potion. But what does she mean sending Usopp here? Is she taking my son for a fool? No, Dad. Kaya doesn't know anything about this. I decided on my own. Mr. Lauren, if you don't want to give it, it's fine too, Usopp said with a sad look. The thought of using his father's connection to pressure Lauren into handing over the potion was impossible. Looking at the current situation, there seemed to be no chance of getting the medicine, so Usopp felt disheartened. Haha, when did I say I wouldn't give the potion? Lauren smiled calmly. Don't listen to what your father said. Although the potion was indeed very expensive when I auctioned it off before, it isn't that rare in my hands. Alright then, take me to see your friend. This medicine isn't omnipotent either. While it can cure most injuries and diseases, some rare conditions might still be beyond its power. Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Lauren. Thank you. Usopp was almost jumping with joy, thanking Lauren quickly. Mr. Lauren, you. Hearing this, Jesus Boo immediately felt somewhat embarrassed. His son didn't understand Lauren's real status and had made such a bold request, which startled him. But now, Lauren was actually willing to help his son's friend. It was completely unexpected. There's no need to say more. Medicine that can save a life is not a waste. Lauren smiled gently. Mr. Lauren truly is kind-hearted. Sometimes I really feel like you don't seem like a pirate at all. Jesus Boo scratched his head. Haha, not all pirates are wicked villains. Lauren laughed. Like you, the red-hair pirates, the white-beard pirates. Many of them aren't just ruthless plunderers. Of course, calling pirates evil isn't just government propaganda. Most pirates really do rob, kill, and pillage without restraint. We can only manage ourselves. If Shanks and I, the Yonko, actually used our power to suppress all pirates in the New World, stopping all of them from committing evil and plundering, would pirates still be pirates? You've got a point, Lauren. All we can really do is control our own crews. Even among the Yonko, Big Mom and Kaido's pirate crews have indeed committed quite a few acts of plunder, Shanks said with a wave of his hand. Enough of this talk. Let's continue playing cards. Usopp waited patiently nearby. After all, Kaya had suffered from her illness for so many years, so a few more minutes wouldn't make a difference. After the card game ended, Lauren went alone with Usopp toward the mansion where Kaya lived, without others tagging along to cause a commotion. When they arrived near the mansion, Usopp hesitated again. He had always come here by crawling through holes, climbing walls and trees before, but this time Lauren was with him, so he couldn't possibly expect Mr. Lauren to do the same, right? Why aren't we moving? Lauren's expression was calm, his lips curling into a smile. This mansion is quite large. Come on, let's go through the main entrance. Lauren knew what Usopp was hesitant about, but he'd never agree to sneak in like a thief with Usopp. Going directly through the front door was the natural choice. After all, he came to treat Kaya. There was no need to sneak around. All right. Usopp forced a response, though he reminded, Mr. Lauren, the people in this mansion actually don't welcome me at all. When I came to play with Kaya before, I often got chased and expelled by the guards. I'm afraid something unpleasant might happen soon. Don't worry about such small things. Just stand there and watch quietly. Lauren waved his hand dismissively. Could he really be intimidated by those guards? When they reached the gate, even before the two could speak, a few guards yelled from the entrance. Well, look who it is. Usopp, you actually dare to show up again? Our butler, Mr. Kuro, specifically warned us about you. You're to be properly taught a lesson if you dare appear again. Hearing that, Usopp immediately shivered in fear and hid behind Lauren. Mr. Kuro, go call your butler Kuro out here to see me. Who the hell are you, kid? You really think our butler is someone you can just request to meet? One guard, unfamiliar with Lauren, shouted back immediately. Hurry and move along. Don't block the gate. In over a decade, no one has dared speak to me like that. Considering you probably don't know who I am, I'll spare your life this once. But though your life is safe, you certainly won't escape punishment. Lauren's expression remained unchanged. He simply lifted his hand slightly, pointing it gently toward the guard standing at the gate. Sword beams exploded outward. A domineering aura surged forward. Chapter 177, Treating Kaya. Ronin's invitation. Sharp sword chi sliced through the air, piercing the skin of the guards before him, blood gushing from their wounds. Though not dead, they suffered excruciating pain, as if enduring a fate worse than death. The agonized screams of the guards at the manor entrance caught Kuro's attention. What's going on? What's happened now? Kuro frowned deeply, feeling as though his eyelid had been twitching all week. Surely something bad was happening. He hurried to the entrance of the manor. Before he could even ask the guards what had occurred, he saw Ronin standing at the gate. Ronin. Kuro's eyes narrowed as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Why was this powerful figure here? Could it be he was here to cause trouble? But that didn't make sense. Kuro hadn't provoked him. Why would he come to bother him? Was it something else? Should he make a run for it now? Kuro felt conflicted in his heart, but no matter how much he agonized, he couldn't stay silent. He couldn't afford to offend someone this powerful. Of course, now was far too late to even think of fleeing. Sir, hello. May I ask what brings you to our manor? Kuro politely addressed Ronin, then glanced at the whimpering guards below before adding. These guards must have done something to offend you, huh? Good lesson. Thank you for teaching them a lesson. It will help them learn right from wrong and not provoke others in the future. Huh? Usopp, standing beside them, couldn't believe his ears. Was this really the same cold-hearted Genja Kuro he had encountered before? Last time, he had been beaten and driven away. There were times when he had seen killing intent in Kuro's eyes. If not for Lady Kaya's protection, Usopp and the others would have died by Kuro's hand long ago. Clearly, this Genja wasn't someone to be trifled with. But now, the Genja had immediately put on a groveling face upon seeing Mr. Ronin and was even thanking him for punishing the guards. It was almost absurd. Ronin's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at this captain of the Black Cat Pirates. That man was a ruthless character indeed. He had infiltrated Lady Kaya's estate for years in order to steal her inheritance. If Ronin hadn't interfered, the Straw Hat crew, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and the rest, would have eventually defeated him years later. But now, hearing these words, it was obvious that Kuro had recognized Ronin. His darting eyes made it clear. I hear from Usopp that the manor's owner, Lady Kaya, suffers from a rare inherited illness. I came to take a look, Ronin said coolly, hands behind his back, glancing at Kuro with an indifferent expression. Lead the way. Oh, of course. Right away. Genja Kuro nodded immediately, respectfully stepping ahead to lead the way, ushering Ronin and Usopp into the manor. On the ground, the guards who had been wailing in pain moments ago now sat stunned and speechless, watching Kuro act like a complete kiss-ass as he ushered Ronin into the estate. They no longer even felt their wounds. They were too shocked by what they had just seen. Inside the manor, in Kaya's room, Kaya sat on the edge of her bed, holding the seashell Usopp had given her. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and Kaya called out. Is that Genja Kuro? Come in. Miss Kaya. Genja Kuro opened the door and said to her, This is Mr. Ronin. He is a very important person. Hurry and greet him. Huh? Kaya blinked, confused about what had suddenly occurred. Enough with the formalities. Ronin waved a hand dismissively, sending Kuro away. What a shameless coward this man was. He was willing to grovel to survive. Miss Kaya, it's me, Usopp. Usopp's voice rang out as his long-nosed face peered into the room, giving Kaya a smile. Usopp? How did you come here? And through the room entrance inside the manor. Genja Kuro. Kaya was stunned. Why would Genja Kuro allow Usopp into her bedroom through the front entrance of the estate? Miss Kaya, this is Mr. Ronin. Usopp wiped the smile from his face, speaking seriously. Mr. Ronin is a very powerful figure from the New World. After I returned, I told him about your illness and asked him to help treat you. He has agreed to come and see you. Miss Kaya, with Mr. Ronin's help, your illness will surely be cured. Treat my illness? Kaya hesitated, then looked at Ronin and said, Mr. Ronin, thank you, but my condition is not so simple. My parents died from this illness as well, It's very hard to cure. So Miss Kaya doesn't believe I can cure your illness? Ronan walked into Kaya's room and saw many medical books inside. Thinking back to the original story, Kaya had suffered from chronic illness since childhood and had even witnessed her parents suffer and die from the same illness. This kind and compassionate girl had always dreamed of becoming a doctor. Ronan thought for a moment. In his pirate crew, he already had a navigator, a cook, and a shipwright. Nearly all the key positions were filled. But what he lacked most was a ship doctor. Although Kaya was still in the early stages of learning medicine, with his guidance and support, she could quickly become a qualified physician. In the future, she might even rival the likes of Trafalgar Law, Chopper, and Mancherry. He could certainly offer Kaya an appropriate devil fruit, along with all his various medical potions. With that, Kaya would surely become an extraordinary doctor, one capable of reviving the dead and healing the gravest wounds. With this thought in mind, Ronan turned his gaze to Kaya. Miss Kaya, if I can completely cure your illness, I have a request. I hope you will agree to it. What kind of request? Kaya looked slightly confused and a bit curious. This man before her indeed appeared extraordinary. A great figure from the new world. Surely he must be incredibly powerful. Maybe he could really cure her illness. A small spark of hope ignited in her heart. I want you to join my pirate crew and become my ship's doctor. Ronan pointed toward the medical books on the bookshelf in her room and smiled. I imagine that you yourself must also wish to become a doctor, right? Mr. Ronan, are you saying you want to invite me to join your pirate crew and become your ship's doctor? Kaya's eyes widened in shock. On her pretty face was clearly written disbelief. Her medical skills were incomplete, barely enough to treat herself. Yet someone was inviting her to be a ship's doctor? How could that be possible? But facts were facts. As absurd as this scene before her appeared, it had truly just happened. Ronan was genuinely inviting her to be the ship's doctor of his pirate crew. That's right. Ronan smiled gently as he looked at Kaya. It seemed as though he could see right through to her thoughts. Don't feel like you're not qualified to be a ship doctor. As long as I am here, I will quickly help you become a truly excellent doctor, one of the best in the world. If it's really possible, then I accept. Kaya spoke seriously. Becoming a doctor had always been her greatest dream. If Ronan could not only cure her illness, but also help her fulfill her dream of becoming a doctor, then why not accept his offer? Good. Ronan smiled faintly, flipped his hand, and pulled out a bottle of potion. This is a healing potion. Try drinking it and see the effects. Unless something unexpected happens, it should completely cure your illness. If it doesn't work, I still have other methods. Chapter 178. Healing. Captain Kuro's identity exposed. The medicine had barely gone down her throat when, within just a few minutes, Coco felt a warm current spreading throughout her body. Her body, which had been tormented by illness for so long that even walking a few steps left her exhausted, now felt full of energy, and all her pain vanished along with that warm current. What kind of medicine is this? Why is it so powerful? Coco stared in shock for a moment before hastily asking. This is a medicinal potion from Mr. Roran. Usopp, seeing Coco's complexion visibly improve, immediately chimed in. I heard this potion is extremely valuable. Just one bottle can sell for millions of berries. Wow, so valuable. Coco was greatly startled upon hearing this. Such a precious potion had just been swallowed by her. Even if she sold off all her family's assets, it would barely amount to the value of just one potion. Should she accept their invitation then, to become a member of their pirate crew? They had given her such a valuable potion, she'd definitely have to pay for it if she declined. Sigh. It's not that she wouldn't pay, but selling off her family's estate would take a lot of time, and what would happen to the servants in the mansion? Moreover, this was the heritage left behind by her parents. How could she simply sell it off so easily? What would she live off afterward? Miss Coco, have you made your decision? Roran smiled calmly while glancing through the medical books in Coco's room, as he asked the young girl lost in thought. This. Mr. Roran, may I ask, if I join your pirate crew, does that mean we will head to the Grand Line and the New World? Coco turned to look at Roran. Meanwhile, Kuro, who had been secretly watching the situation closely, was also listening intently. This guy had sneaked in solely to plunder Coco's fortune. Looking at the situation now, Coco was preparing to join Roran's pirate crew. That meant her plans were completely ruined. If Coco agreed, she would become part of the Roran pirates. Would he dare to touch her inheritance then? Absolutely unthinkable. He wouldn't even dare dream of it. Okay, Mr. Roran, I agree to join. Suddenly Coco made her decision and accepted Roran's invitation, officially becoming a member of the Explorer Pirates. Haha, excellent. I believe Coco joining my pirate crew will surely not disappoint you. Roran let out a loud laugh, then turned his gaze toward another side of the room, where someone was listening to their conversation intently. None other than Ginja Kuro himself was standing there, hiding in the shadows by the door eavesdropping. He couldn't help but eavesdrop. The girl was about to join the Roran pirates. What would become of him then? All those years of meticulous planning would just be flushed away? Indeed, when Kuro heard Coco truly accept joining Roran's crew, he tightly frowned, thinking grimly to himself. Looks like there's really no other choice. I'll find a time to flee and look for another opportunity, then bring a pirate crew back here for some looting. While Kuro was still lost in thoughts about future looting plans, suddenly a chill ran through his entire body. Several pairs of eyes fell on him, and one gaze in particular felt like divine wrath, the eyes of a god upon him, and he couldn't even dare move a single muscle. Roran, sir, why are you staring at me like that? Kuro struggled to lift his head and saw Roran's calm but deeply imposing gaze, which made him stutter slightly in questioning. He felt his hiding spot had been perfect. He couldn't possibly be discovered so easily. You may be powerful and possess great influence in the Grand Line and New World, but this is the East Blue. There's no way you already have full knowledge of even the intel about a small pirate crew here. Yet, reality shattered Kuro's delusion completely. Then came Rorin's cold, sharp voice, directly piercing into Kuro's ears. Captain Kuro, you seem a bit pale. Are you thinking about when to run away? What captain? What running away? Why would I run away? Kuro put on a surprised expression, pretending not to understand what Rorin was talking about. However, Usopp and Koko next to him were now giving him odd glances. Neither had ever imagined that this Gunja Kuro was actually a pirate captain himself. What exactly had he been plotting while hiding in the mansion? Koko, in particular, was so frightened that her face turned pale. She never expected that the Gunja of her own mansion would turn out to be a pirate captain personally hiding in disguise. What exactly was his intention? Koko wasn't stupid. As soon as she gave it a little thought, she realized it must be her parents' inherited fortune he had been after all along. Luo Nan, Mr. Luo Nan. Koko and Usopp, somewhat frightened, moved closer to Luo Nan, as if being near him brought a sense of security. And indeed it was so. Originally, Kuro at the doorway had intended to immediately retreat and escape, but facing Luo Nan, running away was far too difficult. He simply couldn't manage it. As a leader of an East Blue pirate crew, he understood far more about Luo Nan than the average person did. This was a man who utterly crushed the Navy's 3 admirals, a peerless expert who 10 years ago dared to attack Mariehua single-handedly. How could someone like him possibly stand a chance against such a fearsome figure? Thus, after racking his brain, Kuro could only think of one method: capturing either Koko or Usopp to threaten Luo Nan into letting him escape. Unfortunately, Koko and Usopp weren't foolish either. After seeing the look in Kuro's eyes, they immediately moved close to Luo Nan's side. In reality, there was no need for such fear, for as long as Luo Nan was present, none of Kuro's schemes could possibly succeed. There was absolutely no way for him to capture either of them under Luo Nan's watchful eyes. Damn it! Seeing this, Kuro muttered a curse under his breath and glared at Luo Nan. Luo Nan, you're one of the 5 emperors of the New World. As fellow pirates, can't you just let me go? You've been hiding inside my crew member's home. What you intended to do is obvious even to a fool. Do you really think I would let you go? Luo Nan chuckled calmly, his right hand already slowly lifting. Kuro, seeing this from the opposite side, realized he truly had no other choice. Even if escape was impossible, he had to fight desperately to carve out one final chance at survival. Swish! In a flash, Kuro's figure turned into a blur, bursting through the second-floor glass window, leaping downward, and fleeing outside the mansion grounds. Mr. Luo Nan, he's escaping. Usopp shouted loudly from the side, but Koko let out a sigh of relief. She didn't really know the extent of Luo Nan's strength, and seeing the demon who had infiltrated her home run away, she felt a wave of relief wash over her heart. Chapter 179, Settled. Departure. Return to Aaron Island. Don't worry, he won't escape. Ronin smiled calmly. How could anyone possibly escape right under his nose? Kuro was extremely fast. As captain of the Black Cat Pirates, he was as nimble and quick as a cat. In no time at all, he had reached the edge of the island, where a ship was hidden. This ship was precisely the Straw Hat Crew's vessel from the original story, the Going Merry. As the manor's butler, Kuro naturally knew where the ship was docked. At this moment, it had become his only means of escaping the island. That was close. I actually really managed to escape? Kuro wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying with some relief. He turned to look back briefly, and only after confirming that Ronin hadn't pursued him did he finally relax completely. Then his heart surged with wild joy. He almost wanted to throw his head back and laugh. To escape from Ronin's grasp was an extremely rare feat in this world, and yet he had accomplished it. Just as Kuro was reveling in triumph, a dazzling beam of light suddenly streaked across the sky. Kuro looked up and froze in stunned disbelief. It was a massive sword slash spanning the heavens, like a meteor shooting through the sky. It plummeted straight down, swallowing Kuro whole. Then the sword light faded, and Kuro himself was gone, utterly annihilated. Not even a trace remained. Back at the mansion, Nami and Usopp only saw Ronin wave his hand casually and flick his finger, sending forth a brilliant ray of light. What happened after that they couldn't see. All right, Kuro has been taken care of. The rest is up to you, Nami. After you finish packing, we'll take you with us when we depart in a few days. Our pirate cruise base is Aaron Island in the New World. Ronin said to Nami. So soon, it's already time to leave? Nami looked around somewhat wistfully. She had never left the mansion grounds her whole life, not since she had fallen ill as a child. But now, her illness was cured, and she finally had the ability to live in the sunlight. Besides, she'd promised him to become the cruise doctor. She wanted to try? All right, Mr. Ronin. I'll get everything ready. You just need to tell me when it's time to leave in a few days. Nami nodded and replied. Then that's settled. Ronin nodded too, and prepared to leave with Usopp. But right now, Usopp seemed somewhat dazed. Nami was about to leave. A sense of loss filled his heart. But this was her own decision to go with Ronin, and she would become the doctor she'd always dreamed of becoming. He should be happy for her. Besides, her illness had already been cured. This was a completely normal choice. In the end, Usopp still followed Ronin away. Upon returning to the village, he told the other kids that Nami had been cured, and everyone became very excited. Several days later, Nami followed Ronin and the others as they left Syrup Village. The mansion was left behind for the gardener and servants to live in, though ownership still belonged to Nami. The Going Merry was also left behind. Originally, Nami wanted to take the ship with them, but Ronan had her leave it for Luffy's future use. However, Ronan couldn't help wondering. Since Kuro had already been dealt with by him and Nami had already been taken away by him, how would Luffy and the others come to obtain the Going Merry now? In the original story, Nami had gifted the Going Merry to Luffy and his crew as thanks for helping her deal with the lurking pirate captain, Kuro. But now, well, Ronan had practically lured Nami away entirely. Ronan didn't dwell on these issues further, simply returning with Nami directly to Eren Island in the New World. Shanks, Ying-Yang, Hawkeye, and the others had already departed to attend to their own affairs. Wow, Ronan, you went to the East Blue and came back with a little girl. And a beautiful one too. No sooner had he arrived at Eren Island and returned to his estate than Robin appeared before Ronan. Robin's current appearance was exactly as she had appeared originally, no longer young in age, but because of the effects of the Elixir of Immortality, she didn't look old at all, instead exuding a mature woman's charm. Likewise, though Ohara's age was now as high as 40 or 50 years, she looked no different than she had over a decade ago. Standing next to Robin, they could easily be mistaken as sisters. The same was true of all the other girls. The effects of the longevity elixir were no exaggeration. This is Nami, our future ship doctor. Ronan smiled slightly and introduced Nami to Robin, then introduced Robin to Nami. This is Robin, an archaeologist. Hello Robin, I'm Nami. Nami greeted Robin with a polite, lively smile. Please take care of me in the future. Hello, Kokoa. Welcome to Eren Island, and welcome to our traveler pirates. Robin smiled brightly, taking Kokoa's hand and ignoring Ronan completely as she led Kokoa around the estate to enjoy the scenery. Ronan gave a helpless smile, then turned and walked away. Although he wasn't worried about the state of Eren Island during his long absence, he still wanted to check things out. First, he went to Kirin City and found the mayor, asking about the current situation on Eren Island and making a few arrangements. In the evening, after all the girls returned, Ronan also came back to the mansion. Together with the girls, he prepared a grand dinner to celebrate Kokoa's arrival. Wow, Kuruman, you really went all out with the dinner tonight. Ilana, still girlish in spirit, exclaimed while looking at the lavish dinner spread on the table. Hee, welcoming a new member required all my effort to prepare this dinner. Kuruman said proudly. In that case, we're truly lucky to enjoy this feast thanks to little sister Kokoa joining us. Dana smiled gently. Little sister Kokoa is going to be our future ship doctor, right? We really did need a dedicated physician. Olivia laughed. Now that things stand, our crew is nearly complete. We have Dana, the incredible shipwright, Kuruman, one of the greatest chefs in the world, Alana, an equally world-class navigator, and of course Ronan, an extremely powerful fighter. Now our crew is not only the strongest in the New World, we're even among the top elite pirate crews in the entire world. Wow, are we really that strong? Upon hearing these words, Kokoa was instantly amazed. She already knew that Ronan was someone of immense status. After arriving at Eren Island in the New World, she naturally discovered that Ronan was one of the 5 emperors of the New World. From newspapers and other sources, she also learned about the tremendous things Ronan had accomplished over a decade ago. These revelations deeply shook her. Now, hearing Olivia's words, Kokoa realized that the traveler pirates weren't just powerful because of Ronan alone. Everyone else in the crew was amazing too. No one was ordinary. Even the mother-daughter pair of Robin and Olivia were world-class archaeologists, and their combat abilities were also impressive. Kokoa even learned from Alana that Dana, the gentle and shy shipwright girl, had absolutely terrifying combat power. Dana possessed the Logia-type devil fruit, the Goro Goro no Mi, granting her the power of lightning. She was likely the most powerful person in the entire crew besides Ronan. This realization made Kokoa feel pressure. Although she had recovered from her illness, if she were asked to fight now, she probably couldn't even beat an average person. However, she wouldn't need to fight. Her future role would be as the ship's doctor, the physician. She silently resolved to study medicine diligently in the future. Even if she didn't become the greatest doctor in the world, she couldn't be too weak either, and she definitely couldn't become a burden to the team. Thus, Kokoa settled comfortably into life on Eren Island. Ronan was also gathering various medical texts from the New World for her to study, and at the same time, he kept his ears open for news about devil fruits related to medicine. The 2 devil fruits he paid particular attention to were the Op Op no Mi and the Yomi Yomi no Mi. In the original storyline, the Op Op no Mi was obtained by Trafalgar Law. Originally, it belonged to Doflamingo, but his underling, Corazon, secretly delivered it to Law. Though Law was even Doflamingo's younger brother, such an action had enraged Doflamingo. But with things already as they were, there was nothing Doflamingo could do about it. Eventually, he settled for second best, wanting Law to inherit the position of Red Hair Pirate's 3rd-generation Corazon. As for the Yomi Yomi no Mi, as previously mentioned, it was with the Merry Kingdom's Princess Mancheri. It was a devil fruit that healed others by consuming one's own life force. Although its healing effect was excellent, its flaw was also severe. Naturally, Ronan prioritized obtaining the Op Op no Mi first. Thus, he chose a moment and planned to travel to Dressrosa to meet Doflamingo. He wondered whether Law had already eaten the Op Op no Mi by now. Chapter 180, Doflamingo's Warm Welcome. Dressrosa received a most important guest today, none other than Luo Nan. Doflamingo welcomed Luo Nan's arrival with the utmost seriousness, holding a grand ceremony. Several leaders of the family's squadrons were present, and the banquet hall was full of people, bustling with excitement. Come, let us raise our glasses to welcome Mr. Luo Nan. Doflamingo led the toast with a smile toward Luo Nan and said, Mr. Luo Nan is clearly a very busy man. Your visit to Dressrosa truly delights us. Indeed, indeed. Mr. Luo Nan is not only one of the emperors, but could arguably be considered their leader. Gladius laughed. You flatter me. Luo Nan replied calmly with a faint smile, his gaze sweeping across the gathered officers, but he did not see Rosinante among them. Where is the commander of the Heart Pirates? Luo Nan raised his eyebrows and asked. Has Mr. Luo Nan come here specifically to meet Rosinante? Doflamingo asked curiously. He had been wondering why Luo Nan would come to his territory. Naturally, he must give a warm welcome. After all, Luo Nan's status alone made it impossible to remain indifferent. Still, he was eager to learn Luo Nan's true purpose. Making friends with such an influential figure could only bring benefits. Although he currently maintained contact with Kaido and had extensive business dealings, compared to Luo Nan, Kaido simply fell short. I do have something to discuss with him, Luo Nan nodded. I've heard he is urgently searching for a doctor to cure a patient. Luckily, I happen to have some medicine that might solve his problem. What? At those words, everyone, not just Doflamingo, stared in shock. Wait, so a huge figure like Luo Nan came all this way just to help Rosinante? Just to help him treat someone? That doesn't make any sense. Could this be an imposter? Seeing the doubt in everyone's eyes, Luo Nan smiled again and added, Of course, I also have my own purpose. I want to make a deal with Rosinante. What kind of deal? I can also give my opinion regarding my brother. Immediately, Doflamingo relaxed. He had been most afraid of Luo Nan showing up out of the blue with no motive. Such behavior would have been utterly incomprehensible. But if Luo Nan had an agenda, that made things much easier to understand. Hearing Luo Nan had ulterior motives, Doflamingo now leaned in, ready to listen carefully. Your opinion is indeed necessary, Luo Nan nodded. In the original story, there had been conflict between Doflamingo and Rosinante over the Op Nomi. Of course, the real reason Doflamingo eventually killed Rosinante wasn't because of the devil fruit itself, but because Rosinante had secretly been a marine spy. This information had been personally confirmed by Virgo, the original Rosinante. Doflamingo, tell me, do you have a devil fruit called the Op Nomi in your possession? Luo Nan asked, looking directly at Doflamingo. The Op Nomi. Doflamingo's expression changed slightly. He did not possess that fruit himself, but he knew who did. A certain great pirate with a huge crew, someone quite formidable to deal with. Recently, he'd heard that the pirate had contacted the Marines to sell the fruit at an exorbitant price. But the cost was astronomical. One Doflamingo could not afford even if he wanted to buy it, unless he used force. Yet again, force would carry a tremendous cost. Yet now, Luo Nan had come all this way, seemingly interested in that exact fruit. But why would it involve Rosinante? And why would he want to make a deal with him? My prince. Baby 5 seemed to recall something and spoke up. Rosinante returned here not long ago. He might already have found out about this fruit, and perhaps has already gone after it. That's probably why Mr. Luo Nan just said what he did. Could he have already obtained the Op Nomi? Doflamingo raised his eyebrows in surprise. That pirate was no easy opponent. Not sure. Everyone else shook their heads. Well then, Doflamingo said with a smile as he turned to Luo Nan. Please stay here at my place after dinner, Mr. Luo Nan. I will try contacting Rosinante and also confirm the information about the fruit. In that case, thank you for your hospitality, Luo Nan nodded. I'll gladly pay you for your trouble, whether with rare medicine or money. Also, I heard a rumor. You seem to be holding some people from the kingdom of the little people in captivity. Upon hearing Luo Nan's words, Doflamingo and the others were momentarily stunned, then exchanged glances. Very few outsiders knew about those captives, only the dwarves themselves. Could it be that Luo Nan had come as a mediator sent by them? That is true. Doflamingo's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke. Mr. Luo Nan, are you here on behalf of the Dwarf King to ask for their release? If that's the case, I will certainly respect your request. After all, it's only a few hundred dwarves. Upon hearing this, Luo Nan felt an immediate sense of ease. Looking at Doflamingo before him, he found him far more agreeable. This man, who in front of him appeared quite accommodating, was actually a real troublemaker in the entire pirate world. Doflamingo feared neither heaven nor earth. He had once even hijacked the Golden Yacht fleet, confronted the 5 elders directly, and ever since seizing Dressrosa, he had thrived through slave trading and all sorts of illegal weapon smuggling. Such a brazen, domineering figure had shown him nothing but humility and gentleness. Since you're willing to do that, I won't disappoint you either. Since Doflamingo had been so generous, Luo Nan wasn't about to turn cold either. Smiling faintly, he casually flipped his hand and produced several items from his space ring, placing them on the table, 1 Elixir of Immortality, 10 healing elixirs, and several devil fruits. These are just the rewards for releasing the dwarves. As for the Op Nomi, I'll give you something even better as compensation. Luo Nan added with a smile. The value of the surgery fruit was enormous. If Doflamingo could really get it for him, he wouldn't mind paying an even greater price. Though, of course, what might seem like a great price to others was practically nothing to Luo Nan. This is just too much. Doflamingo's eyes widened as he stared at the elixirs on the table. Though the devil fruits meant little to him, the sight of those 11 elixirs sent wild excitement surging through his heart. His joy was so intense that his face couldn't help but reveal it. Even the other officers looked on in astonishment, eyes gleaming at the elixirs. Never mind the extremely rare Elixir of Immortality. Even the healing elixirs alone were miraculous. With just 1 bottle, one could heal almost any critical injury and cure all kinds of stubborn diseases. Possessing such an elixir was like gaining an extra life. What a bargain. What an incredible bargain. Exchanging a few dwarves for such a pile of treasures was beyond profitable. Even Sugar, standing beside them, looked at the elixirs with joy. With these elixirs, the overall strength of the Don Quixote family would surge dramatically. Chapter 181. An invitation for Mancheri to join. These potions were distributed by Doflamingo to others instead of being kept entirely for himself. This man was actually quite considerate toward his own people. On another front, the dwarves were all released, as Doflamingo had promised Law. He did not pretend to comply while secretly opposing. Rather, he earnestly fulfilled his promise. The 600 or so dwarves had been locked up after being captured by Doflamingo and forced into labor. Their supervisor was none other than Sugar, the user of the Horu Horu no Mi, the toy fruit. When Mancheri led the dwarves in their release, they wore bewildered expressions, unable to figure out why Doflamingo suddenly decided to set them free. What the heck is going on? Mancheri, a dwarf girl curiously asked the princess. Why do you think that evil jerk Doflamingo suddenly let us go? I don't know either. Mancheri replied, equally confused. Since her capture, she had always wanted to resist and escape, but had been unsuccessful. Doflamingo had threatened her with the lives of her people, forcing her to work for him. Yet now, suddenly, and without explanation, Doflamingo released their group. What happened? Could it be that her father and Doflamingo had reached some sort of agreement? Carrying such confusion, Mancheri and her group finally left Dressrosa. After leaving, Mancheri saw a human figure waiting on the road ahead. You? Who are you? A dwarf, nervous, asked. Did Doflamingo change his mind? Don't speak out of turn, Ella. This isn't someone sent by Doflamingo. This is one of the 5 emperors of the New World. As other dwarves tensed up, Mancheri had already recognized Law. Unlike ordinary dwarves, as a princess, she had a wider perspective and naturally knew who Law was. Princess Mancheri. Law smiled slightly as he looked at the petite queen before him, who indeed appeared very beautiful, mainly due to her tiny, delicate physique. Undeniably adorable. Mr. Law, hello. Mancheri showed no arrogance despite her royal status. More importantly, this was in front of Law. When facing one of the Yonko, even a royal had no right to feel superior. Mr. Law, could it really be because of you that Doflamingo released us? After greeting him, Mancheri's eyes lit up in sudden realization. She turned toward Law in surprise, quickly verifying her guess. That's right. Law nodded with a smile. It was indeed at some cost to me that Doflamingo agreed to release you. Wow, so it really was you. Thank you so much. Mancheri immediately exclaimed happily. With Law involved, there was naturally no way Doflamingo could object. Mancheri, you and your 500 countrymen are practically free now, and you may return to Tontata Kingdom. But I'd like to invite you to join my pirate crew. Would you consider it? Law smiled. If you join my crew, you will naturally receive my protection. From then on, your entire Tontata Kingdom will be under my protection. My crew also has a doctor, and together with you, you could become the top medical duo in the world. What do you think? Give it some thought. This. Mancheri was momentarily stunned by Law's words. She hadn't expected Law to be here to recruit her personally. However, as a princess of the kingdom, it might be inappropriate to impulsively join another pirate crew. On the other hand, this was Law they were talking about, not just any insignificant small-time pirate. Moreover, what Law said made sense. If she joined his crew and gained his protection, the Tontata Kingdom would be absolutely safe, and no one would dare provoke the dwarves ever again. Mr. Law, I need to return and discuss it with my father. Also, I must bring my people back home first. Mancheri replied. Sure, no problem. Go back and talk with your father. Take my suggestions seriously. Law was in no rush. He thought to himself that judging from the Tontata King's wisdom, he probably wouldn't reject this offer. Not that Law intended to force anyone, but just his status as one of the 4 emperors was sufficient for the Tontata King to take this seriously. Mancheri left with her people while Law returned to Dressrosa. On the way back, Law was still pondering. Since he had Mancheri at hand, why was Roseward still searching for other treatments for Law? Could it be that even Mancheri's healing abilities couldn't cure Law's illness? According to the original story, the Yuki no Mi, snow fruit, can heal almost all external injuries, capable of curing any wounds sustained in battle. However, when it came to diseases, especially congenital or genetic conditions, it showed little effect. On the other hand, the Op no Mi, operation fruit, could cure diseases through surgery, although it was slightly weaker than the healing fruit when it came to treating injuries caused by blades or combat. Viewed this way, the ability of the Op no Mi was indeed significantly more powerful than the healing fruit. Additionally, the cost of using the healing fruit was quite high. In comparison, the operation fruit was clearly superior. If they managed to obtain the Op no Mi, and once Chopper started using it while Mancheri joined the crew, these 2 devil fruits together would be absolutely unstoppable. Back in Dressrosa, in the room Doflamingo had arranged for him, it wasn't long before news came from Doflamingo himself. There was an update regarding the Op no Mi. Mr. Rounin, Doflamingo said with a hint of regret. According to our information, the Marines have already completed the transaction with that great pirate. My brother didn't manage to get it. What a shame. There was a trace of shadow deep in his eyes. He had received this information from his spies embedded in the Marines. That particular informant also passed along a special piece of news. The current incarnation of Corazon seemed to be in contact with the Marines. Originally, the transaction of the Op no Mi had been kept extremely secret, yet Rosanani had found out about it. There must have been a reason behind it. Upon closer thought, it wasn't hard to figure out. Is that so? Then I'll go there myself. Regardless, you still helped me track down the information about the Op no Mi. Once I get it, I will prepare a separate reward for you. With that, Rounin stood up and began preparing to leave. No way. The Ope Nomi hasn't been personally handed over to Mr. Rounin yet, so you absolutely don't need to prepare another reward. Doflamingo hurriedly waved his hands. It's settled then. Give me the specific details. Just don't let the Marines relocate the fruit. That would mean I would have to go all the way to Marineford again. I imagine the new Fleet Admiral Sakazuki wouldn't be too thrilled to see me stepping into the Marine headquarters again. Rounin smiled calmly. Chapter 182. Wuxia, Luanon's oppression. The Gaijut of the New World was now very clear. It basically belonged to the 5 emperors. Even the Marines had only a small fleet drifting around the New World and a very tiny base. That was still only because the 5 emperors, considering the world government allied countries' trading situation with the New World, had chosen not to interfere with this fleet. Otherwise, such a fleet could not have existed in the New World at all. Compared with the original timeline, the New World now, with the presence of Luonan, was significantly stronger, far stronger. Leading a marine fleet in such a powerful new world was an ungrateful and exhausting task. Recently, headquarters had even issued a message regarding making a deal with a great pirate to purchase a devil fruit. One that was particularly extraordinary, the Op fruit. Thus, the marine fleet stationed in the New World, led by a rear admiral, met with this great pirate, negotiated, and finally purchased the Op fruit for a terrifying price of 2 billion belly. The great pirate then happily left, while the Marines suffered no losses. The money had come from headquarters, which had obeyed the orders from Mary Geos. In the end, it was still Mary Geos that had paid for it. 2 billion belly for one devil fruit. That was truly unexpected for many. This price was too exorbitant. Everyone aboard the fleet felt their hearts tremble with fear. Hopefully, nothing would go wrong. Just return smoothly to headquarters. However, bad things happen more easily than good ones. The more you hoped for safety, the more likely an incident would occur. At that moment, a figure flew from a distance, hovering in the air and Aaron, standing above the fleet. Who are you? A Marine on the lookout shouted loudly. This is the New World branch fleet of the Marines. Dare you intercept us? Whoever you are, you will face the judgment of the Marines. Since when have the Marines dared to judge me? Luanon's calm voice descended from the sky. The young Marines did not yet know who it was, but the fleet's commander, the rear admiral sent from Marine headquarters, immediately changed expression the moment he heard Luanon's voice. Is it Luonan? He hurriedly rushed out and looked up toward the sky, where a figure stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at him. Oh, there are still people who recognize me? Since you know who I am, then things will be easier to talk about. Luanon's eyes locked onto the rear admiral who had stepped out from the cabin. I've heard you've bought a devil fruit from a great pirate. I have my eyes on this fruit. How much did you pay? I'll buy it from you. Luonan didn't intend to forcefully seize it, but wanted to purchase it at the original price. After all, he was now one of the 5 emperors and couldn't possibly do such low-class plundering. What? You want the Op fruit? Upon hearing this, the rear admiral immediately turned pale. The fruit had been specifically ordered by the Marine headquarters and Mary Geos to be safely returned. Never would he expect a sudden interference halfway, let alone by a figure far more terrifying than a meddler like Cheng Yaojin. Do you think you can refuse me? If that's the case, I wouldn't mind forcibly seizing it once. After all, technically speaking, I am a pirate too. If the other side refused to trade, Luonan naturally wouldn't mind resorting to force. It all depended on how sensible the other party was willing to be. The rear admiral's expression was full of hesitation and helplessness. Frankly speaking, facing an existence like Luonan, it wasn't just him, a mere rear admiral from headquarters. Even the admirals wouldn't matter here. How much say could he possibly have in this situation? He had no choice at all. However, if he really handed over the devil fruit, he would certainly be held accountable by the fleet admiral and Mary Geos back at headquarters, and his promising future would definitely be ruined. Yet, having a ruined future was still better than dying immediately in front of him. Not taking much time to decide, the rear admiral immediately looked up and spoke. We are honored that Mr. Luonan takes interest. Since you personally spoke, we shall hand this devil fruit to you. Haha, great. It seems you're indeed a sensible person. In that case, I won't destroy your fleet. Luonan smiled calmly, but his words sent chills through the bodies of the Marines below. They recalled stories of Luonan, which generally involved him killing without hesitation, massacring in great numbers. More than a decade ago, countless Marines had died by his hand, at the very least, several thousand, and probably tens of thousands. To have merely escaped with their lives in front of Luonan caused these Marines to let out a big sigh of relief. However, beside the rear admiral stood one of the headquarters officers, who wore an unhappy expression. He quietly said to the rear admiral, Sir, this devil fruit was specifically requested and highly valued by headquarters and Mary Geos. And you simply handed it over to Luonan just like that. Refuse? What happens if they refuse? Tell me, now that Luonan has personally asked for it, what should I do? Refuse him? The rear admiral calmly looked at the Tanmob. This. Aye, fine, you're right. The Tanmob immediately stammered, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded reluctantly. You've thought it through. This is Luonan we're talking about. Although I wasn't around 10 years ago, I've heard stories from the veterans. Someone like him is absolutely not someone we can possibly offend. God, 10 years ago he dared to attack Marineford and Mary Geos. Such a monster. Who dares to offend him? Sho, speak quietly. Unaffected by the murmurs of the Marines on the deck below, Luonan stood leisurely in the air, waiting for the rear admiral's next move. The rear admiral also acted quickly. He truly didn't dare keep Luonan waiting. Heaven forbid Luonan grew impatient. Then, Not only would the money spent on the devil fruit be wasted, but he might end up having his entire fleet obliterated in an instant. Quickly, the rear admiral personally retrieved a devil fruit housed inside a box and respectfully handed it over to xuanhuan. Xuanhuan landed on the main fleet's flagship deck, accepting the devil fruit handed to him by the rear admiral with an expression of satisfaction. This guy really was very understanding. Very good, I'm quite satisfied. How much did you pay for this fruit? Xuanhuan nodded and asked. Mr. Xuanhuan, we paid 2 billion belly to that great pirate for it. If you think the price is too high, just pay whatever you feel is appropriate. I'll handle the communications with headquarters and Mary Geos, the rear admiral said while bowing slightly, clearly trying to flatter him. There was no choice. He had to treat xuanhuan well, or else he'd be the one suffering consequences. He had even considered giving the devil fruit to xuanhuan for free, and as for the Navy headquarters and Mary Geos, he believed that once the people there heard of Luonan's name, they probably wouldn't blame him anyway. After all, this was Xuanhuan. 2 billion belly? Actually, for this fruit, that price isn't even expensive. Xuanhuan smiled calmly. That price truly wasn't excessive. It was even cheaper than the original plot where the world government was willing to pay 50 billion belly for the same fruit, although in the end it had fallen into Law's hands. But now, this op fruit was in Luonan's possession. By the time Mancheri joined in the future and teamed up with Kaya, who possessed this fruit, the duo would be unstoppable. Chapter 183, Empress Mancheli Viviana joins. The surgery fruit had been purchased by Lona, so the people of this fleet could only return to the branch base in disgrace, while informing Marineford by phone and reporting the matter. When Marineford learned that the surgery fruit had actually been intercepted by someone midway, they were furious at first. But when they heard the Tanmo mention that the person who intercepted it was Lona, the entire Marineford instantly fell silent. Even the Mary Geos, which had been most eager for the surgery fruit, did not issue any punishment toward the branch base in the New World. On the other side, in the kingdom of Don Quixote, upon learning his daughter had returned with 500 miniature people, King Don Quixote was overjoyed. After properly settling everyone, he finally heard the entire story from Mancheli. Upon hearing Mancheli recounting Lona's invitation, King Don Quixote's eyes lit up. Indeed, if protected by this emperor, no one would dare to ever bully the miniature people again. Mancheli, I think what Mr. Lona said makes perfect sense. If you join his pirate crew, our miniature people will be under his protection, and you won't lose anything either. I would never risk your safety for personal gain. Besides, all those who joined Captain Lona's crew before are living great lives. It's evident that Mr. Lona never mistreats his subordinates. King Don Quixote slowly said while stroking his beard. Really? Well then, I'll join Mr. Lona's pirate crew. Mancheli lightly sniffed with her tiny pointed nose, considered briefly, and agreed. Then I won't keep you here for too long. Although it's been a while since we last met, you should set off for Aran Island as soon as possible to report in. Understood. A few days later, Mancheli arrived at Aran Island. Seeing the island, bustling with incredible prosperity, she was absolutely amazed. It was far more advanced than Greenbit Island, even surpassing Dressrosa in grandeur. Tall buildings were everywhere, streets swarmed with countless people, and shops along the road were filled with customers. Every passerby stood with heads held high. Most of these people were travelers from every corner of the New World. The magnificent island Lona created perfectly matched the name of Explorer Pirates. Mancheli's arrival delighted everyone greatly. Even Lona himself couldn't hide his joy and specially prepared some potions as a gift for her. Next, it will be just a few more years before the original plot unfolds. However, for me, the following plot lines are nothing more than a repeat viewing, which might have slight variations, but still don't hold much interest. Perhaps, I could use this time to activate the Dimension Breaker? After the grand welcoming ceremony, Lona pondered. During the previous decade, despite the original storyline not having unfolded, Lona wasn't idle. Check-ins. He traveled around the world checking in, covering countless places until he completed check-ins almost everywhere, accumulating rewards beyond imagination. Now, he seemingly had nowhere else to check in anymore, and could only look elsewhere for ideas. The only solution, then, was to head to other worlds to check in. According to the system, the higher the level of the world, the better the rewards after checking in. Thus, searching for higher-level worlds had almost become Lona's only path for advancement. Decided. These few days I'll let Mancheli get familiar with everyone first, and then we'll prepare to activate the Dimension Breaker. I'm actually excited about the new world that's about to be unlocked. Lona smiled slightly, having the feeling of going on a group dungeon raid. At present, even though he had already checked in every corner of the One Piece world, and there wasn't much left to gain, it remained his primary world. After more than 10 years of companionship, relationships had naturally formed. Whether it was Robin or the other girls, they were now inseparable. Since all the girls were from the One Piece world, naturally, Lona had also developed strong feelings toward it. So even when entering a new world, for Lona, the One Piece world would still be his main base, while the new world would be just an expansion, a world for resource gathering, primarily for check-ins and collecting rewards. Who knew what special features this unknown world might have? Alternatively, perhaps he could invite some new crew members from the new world too. The next day, the girls took Mancheli to tour all of Aran Island, while Lona had nothing particular to do. The entire Aran Island didn't require much of his management, so he leisurely stayed behind at the mansion. Meanwhile, in the first half of the Grand Line, one person who had always been keeping close attention on Lona immediately set sail for the new world upon learning the princess of the miniature people had joined Lona's pirate crew. That person was none other than the Empress of the Amazon Lily, the Empress Hancock. Ever since she escaped from Mary Geos 10 years ago, the Empress had been investigating the identity of that mysterious person who ruled over Mary Geos. It wasn't too difficult for her to obtain relevant information about that mysterious individual. Although the incident had been covered up by the world government, the major pirates in the world naturally had their own sources of intelligence, and such a massive event could never be completely suppressed. As the queen of a nation, the Empress easily obtained the necessary information. Rona, I have already arranged everything for Amazon Lily and officially stepped down from the throne. I hope you will allow me to join your pirate crew. With a nervous expression, the Empress traveled by ship to the New World. This time, she didn't bring anyone along, not even her two younger sisters. The Blackbeard ship was naturally left behind for the new queen to protect Amazon Lily, while she finally could go see Rona, the man who had left a deep impression on her back then. Meanwhile, in the East Blue, Nami managed to escape the harassment from Arlong's crew and also headed toward the New World. I've heard that Captain Rona treats his crew members very well. Perhaps by joining his pirate crew, I can get help to defeat Arlong's gang and save my hometown. At this moment, Nami appeared very young, still underage, yet already possessing an extraordinary level of intelligence, relentlessly striving to rescue her hometown from Arlong's oppression. After hearing the legends of Rona, she had finally saved up enough money recently, purchased a ship capable of long-distance voyages, and began heading toward the Grand Line and onto the New World, relying on her abilities as a navigator. Coincidentally, in Alabasta of the Grand Line, perhaps due to the altered path of fate, this time, Princess Vivi didn't choose to investigate the cause of the drought in the Alabasta Kingdom. Instead, she decided to directly head toward the New World, hoping to join Rona's ranks. I'm definitely going to be accepted. Once I join, I'll ask Mr. Rona to help my father resolve the crisis in Alabasta. Mr. Rona is so powerful that surely he can handle such a matter. With determined eyes, Vivi looked toward the distance. The ship she was riding was a merchant vessel from Aran Island, capable of heading directly to Aran Island. She told the ship's captain she wanted to travel there. As the princess of a kingdom wishing to tour Aran Island, the ship's crew treated the voyage with utmost care and naturally ensured her safety throughout the journey. Thus, 3 women practically arrived at Aran Island in quick succession. Rona felt somewhat bewildered and taken aback as he looked at the 3 women before him. Are you sure you 3 didn't plan this together? Empress Hancock, Princess Vivi, and Nami. These 3 had seemingly coordinated perfectly, all arriving at Aran Island together. Each had experienced untold hardships on the way here, and their sincerity naturally required no doubt. Since the 3 wished to join his pirate crew, Rona naturally welcomed them with open arms. After all, these were 3 important female characters. In fact, Rona himself had just been wondering when he could recruit these 3 into his crew when, unexpectedly, they arrived on their own. Naturally, the best course of action was to simply accept them. Alright then, since you've all overcome so many obstacles to reach Aran Island, of course I won't refuse you. Welcome aboard. Rona finally spoke. Yay! Nami and Vivi cheered, clapping their hands together. Looking quite young, around 15 or 16 years old, they radiated joy. As for the Empress, her age was approaching 30, close to Rona's own. Therefore, she remained much more composed. Years of royal rule naturally brought a certain dignity and self-restraint. The Empress's arrogance was unquestionable. However, in front of Rona, she displayed a demure and charming demeanor, secretly glancing at him from the side. Especially after seeing Rona's incomparably handsome features, her affection for him grew even stronger. Chapter 184, Fishman Island. Instant defeat of Vander Dekkan. The arrival of the 3 girls was warmly welcomed. Although the Empress was proud by nature, she had no choice but to bow her head here and get along with the other girls. Nami and Vivi did the same. Neither of them was difficult to get along with, and soon they became as close with the other girls as longtime friends. At the same time, they also explained why they Maoshan took a rusk to come here and join Ruanan's crew. After hearing their stories, the other girls felt sympathy and expressed their willingness to help, although ultimately, it still needed Ruanan's approval. After Ruanan learned the situation, he looked at the 2 girls and said, "That's simple. No need for anyone else to do it. I'll handle it personally." Then, thank you so much, Captain Ruanan. Nami and Vivi were immediately overjoyed. With Ruanan personally involved, of course, it would almost certainly succeed. Thus, Ruanan followed Nami and Vivi as they left Aran Island, traveling from the New World back to the first half of the Grand Line. Interestingly, when they passed Fishman Island, King Neptune of the Ryugu Palace invited Ruanan again. This time, Neptune frankly asked for Ruanan's help. "Mr. Ruanan, my daughter is facing some threats. I beg you for assistance, and I am also willing to persuade my daughter to join your pirate crew." King Neptune said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Ruanan's eyes lit up slightly. He himself had this idea before, Whitebeard as the current Joy Boy, possessing the ability to control sea kings. To recruit such a figure would be a very wise choice. Well then, since King Neptune has said this, I can't very well refuse you. Ruanan smiled lightly. "So, what kind of threat is your daughter facing?" "There is a damn bastard who wants my daughter to marry him. But how could he ever be worthy of my daughter?" Neptune said with disdain on his face. "The guy's name is Vander Dekkan. He has a special devil fruit ability." After explaining in detail, both Ruanan, Nami, and Vivi understood the whole story. In truth, Ruanan immediately recognized the circumstances from the original plot, where ultimately Luffy and his crew resolved Whitebeard's dilemma. But now, there were still a few years before Luffy set sail. If Neptune didn't ask for his help, Whitebeard might have to remain inside the hardshell tower for several more years. For years on end, She'd live under the constant threats of Vanderdecken, truly living in daily fear. Since Whitebeard would eventually become a member of his pirate crew, solving her troubles ahead of time was only natural. So, Neptune led Xuanhuan and the three others to the Hardshell Tower to meet Whitebeard. Whitebeard, upon meeting Xuanhuan and the others, showed some curiosity. Ever since she was born, she had lived mostly on Fishman Island and had hidden in the Hardshell Tower due to Vanderdecken's threats for the past 6 or 7 years. She rarely saw outsiders, especially humans, so she felt especially curious about Xuanhuan's group. Upon learning that Xuanhuan had come to help her with her troubles, she became even happier. Xuanhuan let Nami and Vivi stay with Whitebeard. Otherwise, the girl would start crying again. He himself went outside the Hardshell Tower, where now and then weapons flew through the air, slamming into the outer walls of the tower. These weapons included axes, long blades, and swords of various types. This was the power of Vanderdecken's Devil Fruit ability, the target fruit. It allowed him to throw weapons which would definitely hit their target unless something blocked them along the way. Using Whitebeard as the target, he continuously threw weapons, threatening Neptune and Whitebeard until Whitebeard married him. But how could Neptune ever agree to that? The weapons thrown by the target fruit were blocked by the Hardshell Tower. Despite this, Vanderdecken had never given up in all these years, throwing several weapons every single day. They flew across the ocean to strike the Hardshell Tower, making Whitebeard live in daily fear. Whoosh! Another weapon flew toward the Hardshell Tower. Xuanhuan raised his eyebrows slightly, reached out his hand, caught the axe midair, and then smiled strangely. He tested the axe's weight and said, "All right then, you may as well die by the weapon you threw yourself." Xuanhuan casually threw the axe in his hand. It shot forth like a streak of light, disappearing beyond the Hardshell Tower. Don't underestimate this simple throw. It could cause devastating destruction with Xuanhuan's current strength. Under his control, he could do many unbelievable things, such as now. The axe, imbued with Xuanhuan's power, crossed the seas at high speed, flying directly into the deep sea near Fishman Island, where a battered, old ship was sailing beneath the ocean. On the ship's bow, a bizarre-looking figure stood on the deck with bubbles floating around him, wearing a proud grin on his face. "Ha! Whitebeard, you still won't surrender? Neptune, are you really so heartless to let your daughter live in fear every day? TSK, what a cruel father. Hee. Sooner or later, Neptune will be moved by your sincerity, Captain. You'll definitely end up marrying Princess Shirahoshi," one of the crew members flattered from behind. "Shut up. Why would I want to move that old man? It's Whitebeard I want to impress." Vanderdecken glared at his subordinate, then snorted and said, "Humph, Whitebeard will be mine sooner or later. Yes, Princess Shirahoshi is definitely the captain's." More flattery followed, and Vanderdecken felt delighted listening to it. But just then, a sudden whistling sound came from the ocean water. Everyone on the ship, including Vanderdecken, froze and turned their heads in shock. Captain, isn't that the axe you just threw earlier? How come? How come it's flying back?" One of the crew pointed at the rapidly approaching axe, shouting toward Vanderdecken. Flying back on its own. Impossible. Since when did I get that ability? Has my devil fruit awakened some new power? Why would the axe fly back by itself?" Vanderdecken looked completely confused, clearly as astonished as his crew. As everyone on the ship looked dumbfounded, Vanderdecken tried to catch the axe mid-flight. Clang! A sharp ringing noise came from the axe, followed immediately by a terrifying sword chi bursting forth from it. The blade energy surged violently, sweeping across a radius of hundreds of meters. In an instant, it shredded the entire ship and every single person on it, including Vanderdecken, into nothingness. When the storm of sword energy finally subsided, nothing remained in that area of the sea. The ship was gone, as were all its crew members. In truth, the moment Vanderdecken and his crew saw the returning axe, their fate had already been sealed. Chapter 185. The Nation Thief, Shichibukai Crocodile. "All right, that's taken care of." Nyan patted his hands together and said, "What's taken care of?" Neptune looked puzzled at Nyan, completely unable to grasp what Nyan meant. "I mean, that Vanderdecken has already been dealt with by me, so Shirahoshi no longer needs to stay inside this tower," Nyan said calmly. "What?" Neptune was stunned. What the hell? It had only been a few minutes ago, and this huge problem that had plagued him for years was already resolved? He didn't know that with just a casual toss of an axe earlier, Nyan had already killed Vanderdecken instantly. Such an outcome was unthinkable for anyone. Yet for Nyan, defeating someone like Vanderdecken wasn't even worth him going in person. With the power Nyan possessed now, a single strike from him wasn't much weaker than Vanderdecken's Pacifista Fruit abilities. Perhaps at greater distances he couldn't match the Pacifista Fruit's bug-like locking capability, but since Vanderdecken was already near Fishman Island, such a distance was nothing for Nyan, who was now practically a demigod. "Rorohane-san, are you saying that Vanderdecken has already been dealt with?" Neptune asked in disbelief, seeking clarification. How could he not ask again? He had just finished telling Nyan what had happened, and then Nyan simply declared it resolved, without even seeming to go and fight Vanderdecken. "Hee, you saw that axe I threw earlier, right?" Nyan smiled lightly. "I threw it back. There was my power imbued within it." At the moment the axe returned to Vanderdecken, the power exploded, instantly killing him. This. Neptune was completely astounded. Such a technique actually existed? He had always heard rumors of how overwhelmingly powerful one of the 5 emperors, Rohane, was, but he had never witnessed it firsthand. Now he had finally seen just how strong the so-called world's greatest swordsman, world's strongest man, and mightiest figure upon the seas actually was. it was absolutely absurd. Without even appearing in person, his opponent had already been killed, with nothing more than a casually thrown axe. Was there anything more ridiculous than that? Despite how difficult it was to believe, Neptune had no choice but to accept this truth. Rohain had no reason to lie to him. So, was it really possible that the problem which had plagued his daughter for so many years was now resolved? Sure enough, once Shirahoshi exited the hardshell tower, there were no further attacks from Vanderdecken. Everyone exhaled a deep sigh of relief, especially Shirahoshi's 3 older brothers. To see their beloved younger sister no longer hiding inside the hardshell tower, but instead freely living outside, was the happiest thing for them, and they naturally felt even more grateful toward Rohain. Neptune asked Shirahoshi if she wanted to join Rohain's pirate crew. Thrilled, Shirahoshi immediately agreed. She had grown extremely curious about Rohain. After all, he was the one who had saved her life, and the idea of living closely alongside Rohain in the future made her more than happy. However, Rohain, Nami, and Vivi were still continuing onward to the first half of the Grand Line, and since Shirahoshi was so large, they decided not to take her along. Instead, they let her stay behind to reunite with her family and enjoy a little vacation on Fishman Island. Shirahoshi hadn't had much chance to play outside recently, and she had always been very lonely. Now that the opportunity presented itself, it would be foolish to waste it. From now on, there would be countless opportunities for her to live freely outside. Rohain didn't stay in the Dragon Palace City for long. After only 2 days, he departed Fishman Island along with Nami and Vivi, heading next for Alabasta. The ship moved very quickly. After leaving Fishman Island, they didn't stop by Sabaody Archipelago, but headed directly for Alabasta. If they had lingered there, the Marines at Marineford might have gotten nervous, huh? A week later, the trio finally arrived at Alabasta. Delighted, Vivi looked at the harbor and cheerfully said, "I'm finally back. Actually, this is the first time I've ever left Alabasta. I wonder how my father and everyone else are doing." "Don't worry, Vivi, everything will definitely be fine. And this time, Captain Rohain is coming with us, so we'll definitely help you resolve the drought issue in Alabasta." Didn't Rohain already explain that the drought plaguing Alabasta isn't a weather issue, it's man-made? Nami interjected. Man-made? How could someone do such a heinous thing? So many lives have already been lost in Alabasta because of this long-lasting drought. So many families have been broken apart, wandering and fleeing across the country. At this, Vivi's face filled with anger. How detestable the people responsible for causing such a drought truly were. Rohain chuckled and said, "That person, you must have heard of him. Do you know Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai?" "What? It's him." Vivi was instantly shocked by this news. He's always been known as a great benefactor all over Alabasta. After the drought started, famine spread everywhere, but Crocodile freely distributed food and water to the people, purchasing everything himself from other islands. So many people are grateful to him. How could it be him? I believe Captain Rohain can't be wrong," Nami said, resting her chin in her hand while blinking her eyes thoughtfully. "This person clearly has a problem. Buying food and water with his own money just to freely give it away to the Daimon. Isn't that clearly buying their loyalty?" She then couldn't help but feel slightly confused. But why would he do something like this? What's the point of buying people's hearts? "It definitely has its use," Rohain replied, "because Crocodile's ultimate goal isn't just hoping for chaos and resentment toward the royal family in Alabasta. Vivi, don't tell me your country has many people who have openly risen up in rebellion against the monarchy?" "Yes, we do, quite a few. There are several rebel groups, mostly composed of Zamin." Vivi sighed deeply. It was understandable that these Jamin had formed rebel armies, blaming the royal family for the disaster. With famine persisting and the people suffering so much, they naturally saw the royal family as responsible. Where did those Jamin get their weapons? Rohain smiled calmly. Exactly, provided by Crocodile himself. He gives them food and water to buy their loyalty, while simultaneously supporting their uprisings. Once the monarchy falls, he'll be appointed the new king by the rebels, leading the people out of this disaster. Doesn't that seem perfectly logical? What? Vivi was stunned. This Crocodile wants to rebel? He wants to seize the throne of Alabasta. Then why else would he put in so much effort? Rohain shrugged. This guy definitely has enormous ambitions. Nami beside them was also surprised. He actually wants to seize the throne of an entire kingdom? Has the position of a Shichibukai already become insufficient for him? Vivi said with a troubled look. He even dares to seek the throne of Alabasta. This Crocodile really is despicable. Right now the kingdom is already struggling to deal with the rebels. If Crocodile joins in, it will be nearly impossible to win. Moreover, Crocodile, as one of the Shichibukai, possesses a battleship called the Pluton. Against such a powerful vessel, how could the kingdom ever stand a chance? Chapter 186. Instantly defeating Crocodile. Descending upon Rainbase. Vivi, have you forgotten who actually created the Pluton? Upon hearing this, Luonin couldn't help but laugh heartily. Who? Wasn't it built by a shipyard in Water 7? Vivi replied in confusion. Nami, standing beside, her eyes flickering slightly, then spoke up. The Tom's shipyard in Water 7. Rumor has it their backer is actually Captain Luonan. Could that actually be true? What? That shipyard is supported by Mr. Luonan. Vivi was instantly shocked. Still quite young, she hadn't been around long enough to understand clearly what had happened more than a decade ago. Back then, she was merely a 5 or 6-year-old child who knew nothing of such matters. Hearing this from Nami now naturally startled her. Nami is right. That shipyard is indeed supported by me. One of Tom's apprentices is even part of my pirate crew, Dina. Didn't you girls get along quite well before? Luonan shrugged as he spoke. Dina is from Tom's shipyard? Vivi and Nami exclaimed in unison. Indeed, they had spoken quite well before, but hadn't touched on this particular topic. Dina hadn't brought up anything about the shipyard, and wouldn't have done so deliberately. It would have felt like showing off. Given Dina's introverted and shy nature, such behavior was simply impossible. Even though she possessed the rumble ball, making her the second strongest person in the Traveler Pirates behind xuanhuan, there was simply no need to boast about it. Therefore, you needn't worry about that Pluton crocodile possesses. Do you really think I'd be afraid of such a vessel? To xuanhuan at present, the Pluton's might was hardly worth mentioning. It wasn't even impressive. Even 10 years ago, he wouldn't have feared such a ship. So what reason would he have for concern now? Phew. In that case, I can finally rest easy. With Captain xuanhuan here, that crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the sand pirate, is obviously no match for us. Vivi's face relaxed into a bright smile, which had previously been filled with worry. Of course, with xuanhuan present, practically nothing seemed impossible. This was one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Crocodile, as a warlord, was simply incomparable to an emperor. So, shall we hurry along then? Vivi, how much longer until we reach your kingdom's capital? Nami asked. It's just a few more days, don't rush me. Vivi smiled as she replied, then added, I need to find some transportation. No need. You guide the way, I'll take you both. xuanhuan waved her off. Waiting for Vivi to find transport would likely delay them indefinitely. He might as well step in himself. After all, his main purpose this trip was to help these 2 girls solve their problems. The faster they resolved this, the sooner he could return and activate the dimensional piercer. Dealing with someone like Crocodile and Arlong was hardly exciting enough to stir any real enthusiasm in xuanhuan. He just wanted to get things settled quickly. xuanhuan grabbed both women in his arms and ascended straight into the sky, heading toward the capital city of the Arabasta Kingdom. With Vivi's directions, they reached the capital city Aliabarna within an hour. King Cobra was overjoyed at Princess Vivi's return. Her sudden disappearance from home had greatly troubled him. When he first saw xuanhuan, however, he immediately recognized who he was. King Cobra was deeply astonished. What could the Emperor xuanhuan want in Arabasta? After Vivi's explanation, King Cobra finally understood. His daughter had already joined Luonan's pirate crew, becoming a member of the Traveler Pirates. Luonan's presence here was at his daughter's request, to resolve the dire situation currently afflicting the Arabasta Kingdom. Deeply moved, King Cobra couldn't help but feel that he'd failed his country, needing his own daughter to seek out someone like Emperor xuanhuan to help them. He could only imagine what sort of price Vivi must have paid to convince him. Yet, seeing Luonan's young and handsome appearance, as well as his current status and power, King Cobra wisely chose not to press further. Under Luonan's inquiries, King Cobra revealed the recent events and troubles the kingdom had faced, fully disclosing the details of the rebel forces and the situation in Rain Base, where Crocodile was based. Knowing that such chaos in his country had been orchestrated by Crocodile made King Cobra furious, but at the same time, helpless. Crocodile wasn't someone he could easily provoke. However, with xuanhuan stepping in, things were completely different. From now on, both of you should remain in Aliabarna and await news. I alone will handle Crocodile. I won't require you to come along. xuanhuan said to Vivi and Nami. He planned to go alone. Though bringing Vivi and Nami along wouldn't necessarily cause any issues, there was no real necessity to do so. Well then, Captain xuanhuan, do be careful yourself. After all, Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and his strength must certainly be formidable. Vivi said with concern. Yeah, I mean he's still one of the warlords. If he happens to have some hidden trump card, it might cause you some trouble, right? Nami added. Hee, no need to worry about that. xuanhuan knew the 2 girls were just trying to be considerate, but since they were unaware of his true power, their concern was natural. He merely smiled in response. Afterward, xuanhuan flew off alone, ascending directly into the sky and heading first toward the rebel army's location. Upon arriving at the rebels' base, xuanhuan spotted a large number of hardened troops stationed on the ground. His eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly located the largest tent, where the rebel leader, Koza, resided. Without hesitation, xuanhuan took action immediately. Although Koza wasn't truly evil, he wasn't supposed to have died in the original storyline and would later become the environment minister of Arabasta after being redeemed. Right now, he was the rebel leader. Regardless of his future redemption, and without further words, xuanhuan attacked directly. A sharp sword chi erupted from Luonan's hand and blasted straight down at the largest tent below. With a deafening roar, the entire tent was completely destroyed. The rebel leader Koza and the upper echelons of the rebels were instantly obliterated into dust. Looking down at the panicked rebel army below, xuanhuan gave a calm smile. Nothing more than a group of disorganized rabble. Then, xuanhuan turned his figure and flew directly away, heading toward Rain Base without sparing another glance at the chaotic rebel camp below. Rain Base, Crocodile's location. At this moment, Crocodile was sitting triumphantly inside an enormous casino, wearing a thoroughly satisfied expression. Recently, this casino had earned him a massive sum of money, and the use of dance powder had plunged the entire Arabasta kingdom into chaos, with rebellions springing up everywhere. The Arabastan royal family was undoubtedly in a state of great distress, while Crocodile himself was profiting heavily from the chaos. His secret plan to seize the country was about to succeed. Ha ha ha, it won't be long before the entire Arabasta kingdom becomes mine. Crocodile roared with laughter. However, just at that moment, an overbearing, unrivaled aura suddenly descended upon all of Rain Base. An infinite weight of authority crashed down like thunder, and the entire Rain Base was shrouded in an aura of sheer terror. Chapter 187. Crocodile's Desperation. This aura. Crocodile's face paled drastically, abruptly standing up from his seat. Meanwhile, all the Baroque Works agents stationed across Rainbase also turned pale with shock, each one looking up at the sky, unsure of what had just happened. But this incredibly powerful, almost world-shattering aura filled everyone's hearts with dread. Who is it? Crocodile barked, already dashing out of the casino. With his figure flickering, he quickly arrived atop the tallest building in Rainbase, gazing upward. When he finally recognized who was in the sky, his heart sank, and a wave of hopelessness spread throughout him. Roran, why is it you? Why can't it be me? From high above, Roran stood proudly in midair, hands clasped behind his back. Hearing Crocodile's nearly desperate whisper, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Roran, you, as one of the emperors, why are you unleashing such power here in my territory? Are you declaring war against me? Crocodile asked solemnly. It was clear, Roran had released that dangerous aura just now. It was definitely not an act of friendliness. Even a fool could tell that such an appearance was not that of a visitor. Therefore, he must be an enemy. And if it was an enemy they were talking about, Crocodile felt only despair. This was Roran, one of the emperors, a man whose strength was completely insurmountable. 10 years ago, he had dared to storm the Marines' headquarters alone, and even infiltrated Mary Geos and managed to escape unscathed. How could Crocodile possibly face such an opponent? Almost immediately, Crocodile began thinking of possible escape routes and contingency plans, even contemplating surrender. Would Roran spare his life if he surrendered? Yes. Roran nodded simply and replied bluntly. Princess Vivi of Alabasta has joined my pirate crew. She has asked me to help Alabasta overcome the drought crisis, so naturally, I came directly to you. Once you're eliminated, Alabasta's problems will be resolved. What? Impossible. How could you possibly know so much? Crocodile's eyes widened, and his expression turned incredulous as he stared at Roran. Did Roran actually know every single one of his schemes in detail? From Roran's words, even though he hadn't outright said it, it was clear that resolving Alabasta's crisis only required eliminating Crocodile. Roran clearly understood that all of this was being manipulated from behind the scenes by Crocodile himself. Why I know all this is none of your concern. Roran smiled slightly. Now then, Mr. Crocodile, it's time for you to die. Damn. Crocodile, hearing Roran's words and observing his expression, knew immediately that the other would absolutely not spare him. Roran, this kind of figure with blood on his hands, was a man who would kill without hesitation. Even gods and Buddhas wouldn't be able to stop him once he decided to kill. The only way to save himself was to rely on his own strength. But could he truly save himself? Crocodile's face hardened, and then he stretched out both arms. On his left hand, the golden hook glimmered with cold light, while a swirling mass of sand formed a vortex in the palm of his right hand. Obviously, Crocodile had no intention of conceding so easily. You want to kill me? Even if you are Roran, it's impossible. Crocodile growled, his eyes already turning blood red. Sandstorm. Crocodile swung his right hand forward, launching the small whirlwind from his palm directly upward toward Roran. Instantly upon release, this miniature whirlwind rapidly expanded, growing larger and larger until, by the time it approached Roran's position, it had become a monstrous cyclone reaching up to the heavens and down to the desert, connecting sky and land in a terrible twister. Carrying a horrifying pressure capable of tearing everything asunder, it surged directly toward Roran. Interesting. I didn't expect such a technique could grow this powerful, if given time. Roran rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he watched Crocodile's move unfold. Yes, he had intentionally given the other a chance to strike back. Otherwise, Crocodile wouldn't have even had the opportunity to notice Roran's presence before being instantly destroyed. After all, this was Sanderson the Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords. It wasn't excessive to grant a dying foe a last attack. Of course, what had started as a small whirlwind in a single palm had now become a terrifying sky-to-earth twister. This clearly demonstrated that Crocodile did possess some real power, even if it was only because Roran allowed him the time to unleash it. Still, one had to admit that Crocodile lived up to his reputation as one of the 7 warlords. But still, this is all you can do. Roran uttered these words, then slightly shifted his gaze. A mysterious wave of power swept through the air. The terrifying whirlwind, which had changed heaven and earth, abruptly came to a halt and then disintegrated completely. Such a devastating attack. Had it truly been neutralized by nothing more than a mere glance from Roran? Crocodile was stunned, as were all the Baroque Works agents scattered across Rainbase who had been watching this battle. Each of them stared in disbelief, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. One glance, just a single glance, and an attack of this magnitude had been erased. This Roran was simply terrifying. No, this can't be possible. At this sight, Crocodile gasped as though seeing a ghost, muttering impossible under his breath. Yet the scene before him had indeed occurred, real and undeniable. No matter how shocked he was, he couldn't change the fact that his attack had indeed been effortlessly destroyed by Roran with nothing more than a glance. Damn it! How could he be this monstrous? Crocodile cursed inwardly, glaring at Roran through gritted teeth. However, Roran still stood there, hands behind his back, as though nothing had happened. It was obvious, just now, not even a trace of tension had appeared on Roran's face. Naturally, how could he possibly be concerned about an attack that could be nullified with just a single glance? Crocodile understood he had to unleash even stronger techniques. Otherwise, with Roran's strength, once Roran decided to attack, there would be absolutely no chance of survival. Weighted Sandstorm. An attack far more terrifying than the previous whirlwind came raging forth. Yet, if the last whirlwind had been neutralized by just one glance from Roran, then what about this even more terrifying one? The answer is, yes. Even this far more horrifying whirlwind was still effortlessly destroyed by a single glance from Roran, without the slightest deviation. Damn it! Crescent Dune. Crocodile roared, launching a crescent-shaped slash of sand through the sky at Roran. Yet, Roran merely flicked his finger, and the entire attack was annihilated. Desert Blade. A massive blade made entirely of sand slashed toward Roran, yet Roran still effortlessly neutralized it with just a single fingertip. Crocodile's eyes bulged with rage and despair as he continued shouting, Desert Diamond Blade. Throughout the entire city of Rainbase, every other area was silent. Even the Baroque Works agents currently dared not intervene in this battle. Such a terrifying confrontation was completely beyond their ability to interfere. They could only stare in dumb shock. Between heaven and earth, there remained only Crocodile's continuous roar of techniques and the figure of Roran in the sky, casually wiping away each attack with a wave of his hand. Desert Greatsword. Crocodile's voice, from initially full of power and vigor, had now turned hoarse and filled with despair. His eyes were no longer blood red, but dull and gray. Observing this, Roran showed no interest anymore. He spoke coldly. I've given you a chance to resist. Looks like that's all you're capable of. Then, let's end this. Chapter 188. The East Blue, Kokoyashi Village. In Rainbase, with Robin making her move, Crocodile couldn't resist at all. Even with his Logia ability from the Sand fruit, against a god-level Robin, it was like piercing foam with a needle, easily shattered with a single strike. Thus announced the death of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, slain by Robin. His dream of becoming the new king of Alabasta was now shattered. After Crocodile's death, Robin piled pie hands and left Rainbase. Inside Rainbase, members of Baroque Works stared silently at one another. As the boss of Baroque Works, Crocodile had always been the final authority within the organization. Being one of the 7 warlords, even across the Great Seas and the entire world, he was a figure of notoriety. None of the warlords were to be taken lightly, yet a power like that was utterly crushed without any chance to retaliate when faced with Robin, one of the 5 emperors. It was beyond their imagination, and now they felt lost. Was Baroque Works really over? After a long silence, Mr. One spoke up. Our leader was killed by Robin. There's no need for Baroque Works to continue existing. We are now just small fry, and Robin won't bother paying attention to us. He didn't strike us down after killing our leader, but if we continue advancing our former leader's plan, we might provoke him. That's right, another person added. You all also heard the conversation between Robin and our leader earlier. Princess Vivi of Alabasta has already become a member of Robin's pirate crew. From now on, Alabasta will definitely be under Robin's protection. If we continue to plot against it, we'll surely draw Robin's attention, and without our leader, there's no way we could complete that plan anyway. Yes, then if that's the case, we should all disband. Mr. One nodded. Inform all operatives who are elsewhere completing missions. All tasks are terminated. Baroque Works is now disbanded. From here on, everyone should take care of themselves. Okay, Robin didn't pay any attention to Baroque Works anymore. Their leader, Crocodile, had already been eliminated. The remaining minions were no threat. Those with any sense won't continue causing trouble. Knowing this, and having also dealt with the rebellion's leaders, Robin had essentially removed all the obstacles behind Alabasta's crisis. With Crocodile dead and the rebellion completely crushed, the drought problem had effectively been resolved. Now all that remained was to gradually restore the kingdom's food production and water supply, relocate and care for refugees, and officially declare the end of the disaster. Robin returned to Aliabarna. King Cobra learned from Robin that everything had been completely resolved and immediately became ecstatic, quickly showering Robin with praise. Robin merely responded with a smile, stayed in Aliabarna briefly, and then continued his journey with the 2 girls. Next was a trip to the East Blue, to Nami's hometown, to help resolve Nami's issues. Once Nami's problem was settled, he would have nothing else to worry about, and Robin could then proceed to activate the Fuba. Robin still felt greatly curious about those dimensions opened by the multiverse breaker. Vivi also joined him heading for the East Blue. Having become a member of Robin's pirate crew, King Cobra didn't insist she stay behind. Nami was also delighted to have Vivi accompanying them, saying that upon reaching her village, she would treat Vivi to some great food. Her elder sister Nojiko's cooking was absolutely amazing. Learning that Nami had an older sister back at home, Vivi was also quite curious. She encouraged Nami along the way. Since your sister is alone at home, why don't you ask her to join our pirate crew too? Otherwise, when you later travel with us into the new world, leaving your sister alone in the East Blue would be very lonely. Hearing that, Nami felt it was indeed a good idea and asked Robin whether her elder sister, Nojiko, could also join the pirate crew. Robin pondered briefly before nodding. Sure, but you should better ask your sister herself. In our pirate crew, not a single one is joined against their will. Everyone has come by choice. Fangxin, Nojiko will definitely want to join. Plus, her cooking is amazing. Once she joins us, she could study under Sanji's chef, Carlman. Then we'll get to enjoy even more delicacies. Nami said happily. Several more days had passed. The ship carrying Luo Nan and the 2 girls quickly arrived at the East Blue after crossing the reverse mountain. No one was alerted of their arrival, not even the world government or Morley, though news of Crocodile's death in Alabasta should have already spread. They might already be investigating the matter, but naturally not as quickly as Luo Nan's movements. The Marine branch in the East Blue had no idea Luo Nan had arrived, and even if they did know, they probably wouldn't dare intercept him. There was no other reason for this. It was simply because they were terrified of being killed. Kokoyasi village in the East Blue was a settlement famous for its oranges. It used to be a wealthy island, but ever since a group of fishman pirates arrived years ago and took over the village, the prosperity was gone. The villagers were now constantly oppressed and exploited by the fishman pirates, living in hardship day by day. The villagers hadn't failed to resist before. However, many who resisted were killed by those pirates. Over time, they learned that resistance was useless, and it only came with the cost of their lives. Helplessly, they gave up on opposing the tyranny of the fishmen. The mother of both Nami and Nojiko had died in the struggle against the brutal rule of the fishman pirates, killed by Arlong. Although Nami was the navigator of Arlong's crew, she deeply hated them in her heart. It was Arlong who had killed her mother. Though not her biological mother, the bond both girls shared with Belmare was no weaker than that with a real mother. Luo Nan's ship finally reached Kokoyasi village. The island where the village was located only had one port for docking ships. Naturally, this port was occupied by Arlong's pirate crew as their base, controlling the sole access to the open sea. Everyone moving in and out of the village was strictly monitored. As soon as Luo Nan's ship approached, it was noticed. Meanwhile, deep beneath the sea, a massive sea king resembling a giant manatee responded to a signal from one of the fishmen and began heading toward Luo Nan's ship. Captain Luo Nan, we need to be careful. This port is controlled by Arlong's gang. If we dock directly, we'll definitely be noticed by them. Arlong is a brutal fishman. As Nami spoke of Arlong's crew, her face turned slightly pale, as if recalling a terrible memory. Don't worry, Luo Nan said calmly with a faint smile, soothing Nami, and then his gaze shifted toward the port. There, dozens of bizarre-looking fishmen had gathered, weapons in hand, and glaring viciously in their direction. Chapter 189. Arlong, who hopes to counterattack against Roran. They all have weapons, and those leading fishmen are extremely powerful. Nami's voice was slightly trembling. She had lived under the shadow of fishman pirates since childhood. Even though she knew someone as strong as Roran was by her side, she couldn't help but feel a bit fearful. Nami, calm down. With Roran here, we have nothing to fear. Vivi held Nami's hand, comforting her, while her gaze also turned toward Roran. What to do next entirely depended on him. Since I'm here to resolve Nami's predicament, there's no need to stay low-key anymore. Roran spoke calmly, and with that, his figure suddenly shot up into the sky. Without waiting for the ship to dock, he flew straight toward the harbor. During his flight, he casually pointed at the sea below. Deep in the waters, the sea cow hadn't even surfaced when its skull was pierced by a terrifying sword chi. Blood spread in the deep sea, attracting a swarm of sharks to fight over the feast. Damn it, he killed the sea cow. One of the fishmen angrily shouted. Can this guy actually fly? Who exactly is he? Another fishman pirate asked in confusion. Is there such a figure in the East Blue? Humph, the chief Arlong has already arrived. No matter who this guy is, daring to provoke our Arlong pirates means only death awaits him. Another fishman pirate shouted furiously. Behind the group of fishmen, a tall fishman with a sharp nose, sharp fangs, and teeth stepped forward. This person was none other than the leader of the Arlong pirates, Arlong. He, daring to cause trouble in my territory. No matter who you are, you will die by my hands today. Arlong sneered and shouted toward the figure in midair. Kid, why don't you come down and die already? Just as arrogant as expected, a clear and calm voice came from the figure in the sky. In this world, those who dared to speak to me like this are practically all dead. Never thought I'd meet another one today in the East Blue. So you're Arlong? Fine, no need to waste words with you. Roran's figure slowly descended onto the ground of the harbor, his hands clasped behind his back, looking calmly at the group of fishman pirates led by Arlong. While speaking, he prepared to take action. Dealing with these small fries didn't require much effort, just a straightforward extermination would do. Arrogance? You're the truly arrogant one. Do you even know who our leader is? Our leader is Arlong of the East Blue Arlong Pirates. Why don't you beg for mercy before our leader? A foolish fishman lackey arrogantly shouted, but before he could finish his words, he received a heavy slap across his head. Smack. The one who hit him was none other than Arlong himself, the self-proclaimed mighty leader this fishman lackey just praised. Right now, Arlong's heart was trembling violently. Why? Because he had recognized who this person before him was. Perhaps his subordinates didn't recognize this man, but as the captain of the Arlong Pirates, how could he possibly not know who this figure was? Shut up, Arlong shouted at his underling, then turned to look at Roran. His attitude had suddenly changed, completely devoid of the previous arrogance. This subordinate is just ignorant. Please don't take offense. Mr. Roran, what a surprise to see you here. What brings you to my place? While speaking, a peculiar glint appeared in the depths of Arlong's eyes, an expression mixing confusion, fear, and a trace of sinister cruelty. Confusion because he couldn't understand why Roran had come to his tiny corner of the world. Roran, being one of the 5 emperors of the New World, was truly a great figure, among the most elite in the entire world. For him to come to Arlong's small, insignificant territory was simply strange. Not that Arlong put himself down, but his territory was merely a small operation compared to Aran Island, Roran's dominion. Any one of Aran Island's 4 major cities far surpassed the entirety of Kokoyasi village by countless leagues. Kokoyasi's total profit from 100 years would still fall far short of the annual tax revenue of those cities. Truly an impossible comparison. The fear, of course, stemmed from Roran's immense power. Standing right in front of him was Roran, one of the 5 emperors. Even back when Arlong was still a teenager, he'd heard through the newspapers about the great deeds Roran had accomplished, completely destroying numerous marine fleets, storming directly onto Marineford, and even Mary Geos. events that had astonished Arlong beyond words. Now, standing directly before such a terrifying existence, how could he not feel fear? And the sinister cruelty came from the fact that clearly, Roran was not here on friendly terms. However, expecting him to just surrender and wait for death was simply impossible. Roran was indeed powerful, no doubt about his status and authority being high, but this is my territory. As a fishman, my biggest advantage has never been fighting in the sky. It's fighting in the water. Arlong's eyes flickered as he cast a sidelong glance toward the sea surface of the harbor. If Roran truly intended to kill him, he would jump into the ocean and escape. There would be no problem with that. Moreover, Roran, being a devil fruit user, could never pursue him into the sea. If Roran dared to enter the water, even if he could endure the effects of the devil fruit, Arlong's combat strength underwater would be nothing short of unbeatable compared to land. If possible, if he could kill Roran, then his name would resound throughout the world. Thinking thus, a hint of uncontrollable excitement flickered deeply within Arlong's eyes. He felt that he was just one step away from becoming the strongest man in the world. If Roran dared to fight him underwater, he was certain Roran would be no match for him. Meanwhile, the fishermen pirates standing nearby were completely bewildered by Arlong's words. What the hell? Since when had their leader become this much of a coward? No way, right? They'd never seen this side of him before. Even when facing their former leader Fisher, or even one of the Shichibukai, Jinbi, he had never shown fear. He had even proudly held his head high when confronting Ryugu Palace's ruler, the king of fishmen, Neptune. How could he now act like such a coward before this white-skinned guy? The pirates exchanged confused glances. They didn't share Arlong's knowledge, and besides, Roran's fame had started 10 years ago. Though he was well known along the Grand Line now as one of the New World 5 emperors, not many people had actually seen Roran's face in person, especially younger generations. At this moment, Roran had just been about to take action when the ship finally docked. Nami and Vivi stepped off the ship, and at the very sight of Nami, Arlong and the other fisherman pirates immediately understood everything. Nami, so it's you who led them here. One fisherman pirate glared at her menacingly. Nami, our Arlong pirates have always treated you well. How dare you betray us? You truly deserve to die. Another pirate growled with hatred, looking at her as if he wanted to devour her alive. Ah, so it's you, Nami. At this moment, Arlong spoke, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Nami, his voice calm, yet deliberate. I didn't expect it to be you who brought someone like Roran, one of the 5 emperors, as a helper. Are you trying to avenge your mother? Upon hearing this, Nami, who had still felt some fear moments ago, clenched her teeth, glaring at Arlong and his fishmen with hatred in her eyes. Arlong, you killed my mother and oppressed the villagers. Did you think there would never come a day for you to answer for this? Humph. Now, Captain Roran himself has come to deal with you. Your end has come. Ha ha ha. Roran is indeed strong, I admit that. But don't forget, he's a fishman. As he finished speaking, Arlong, with lightning-fast speed, leapt straight into the waters beside him, his head barely above the surface as he looked up at Roran. You, a devil fruit user, dare to fight me in the sea? Ha ha ha. The invincible Roran of legend. Dare you fight me in the water? Roran's gaze remained calm as he observed Arlong's movements. The expression on his face was no different than one watching a foolish clown. Chapter 190. Instant kill. Nojiko joins. Ha ha ha. Kid, do you dare fight our leader under the sea? When the fishman pirates nearby heard this, they all burst into laughter, exuding arrogance and audacity. Everyone knew that a fishman's combat strength underwater was far beyond what it was on land. A human who had eaten a devil fruit would still have a significant advantage fighting an ordinary fishman underwater, let alone someone like Arlong, a strong fishman. Therefore, in the fishman pirates' view, Luonin absolutely wouldn't dare to fight underwater. Although they didn't know exactly who Luonin was, from Arlong's words, he must be an extraordinary, formidable figure. But so what? No matter how powerful someone was, they still wouldn't dare to challenge a fishman underwater. Annoying. Luonin listened to the arrogant laughter of the fishman pirates and gave them a cold glare. After a snort, he waved his hand, and a slash of sword energy was released. Hiss, hiss. A series of tearing sounds, slicing through flesh and blood, filled the air. Then all the fishmen in the scene were no longer standing. At least, it would be more accurate to say none of them were still alive or whole. They had all been cut into pieces by the sharp sword energy. To prevent Nami and Vivi from witnessing such a gruesome scene and getting sick, Luonin even casually released a flame, burning every limb and body part to ashes. As a user of the Mera Mera no Mi, his ability had reached the peak after 10 years of awakening, far surpassing even the strongest version of Ace in the original world. Luonan's current strength was more than 10 times Ace's at his prime. It's over already? Nami was also stunned. As expected, as soon as Luonin acted, his power was clearly displayed. So many fishman pirates were instantly wiped out, and then burned to ashes with a single fire. Even Vivi beside her was momentarily stunned. Neither Nami nor Vivi had personally witnessed Luonin fighting before. Even though they knew Luonin was strong, their impression of his strength was merely based on stories and rumors, from what Dine Robin and Ileana told them. Back in Alabasta, when Luonin killed Crocodile, he hadn't brought either of them along to witness it. Now, this was truly the first time they saw Luonin fight, and when he did, it was like a storm of thunder and lightning. It wasn't just Nami and Vivi who were stunned. Arlong, floating on the ocean's surface, was also in a state of shock. Those were all his subordinates, each of them powerful, capable of holding their own against human pirate crews. Yet now, they hadn't even lasted a single move against Luonin. They were wiped out instantly. Just how strong, how overwhelmingly strong, was this Luonan? Arlong was terrified, drawing in a cold breath. Suddenly, the surrounding sea no longer gave him any sense of safety. Realizing this, Arlong no longer dared to provoke Luonan. Filled only with fear, he turned and dove deep into the ocean. If just moments ago he was still dreaming of killing Luonan to become instantly famous, now he only wanted to escape from this place, fleeing into the ocean depths. The deeper the better. This Luonan was simply too terrifying. That Arlong is trying to escape. Vivi recovered first and saw Arlong diving down into the water. She immediately shouted loudly. Nami beside her turned around as well and saw Arlong's figure quickly vanishing beneath the sea. He relax. He won't escape. Luonan smiled faintly, waving his hand reassuringly at the two girls. Then, he snapped his finger, launching a highly concentrated sword beam from his fingertip. Moving at incredible speed, it disappeared from his finger like a ray of light and traced a straight line into the ocean. Soon after, everyone heard a dull, muffled scream rise from the ocean depths. About 100 meters under the water, Arlong's head had already been pierced through by the sword beam, his brains spilling out everywhere. His body trembled once, and then he didn't move again, clearly dead. Luonan didn't bother shattering Arlong's corpse, letting the sharks on the ocean floor devour the body instead. This man had been the chief culprit in Nami's mother's death. Killing him with just a single sword strike was letting him off too easily. Luonan certainly wouldn't allow this guy to be given a proper burial. Alright, done. Luonan clapped his hands and said casually in Xingxungdut. Now, Nami, since this is your hometown, you're definitely going to invite us to your home for a visit, right? Is it really over already? Nami was still somewhat dazed, or rather, she found it hard to believe, and couldn't recover from the feeling of seeing her mother's murderer finally brought to justice. Nami, of course it's over. Vivi pulled Nami's hand and said, Captain Luonan definitely had everything under control. You heard that scream from the bottom of the ocean just now, right? Arlong is already dead. The vengeance for your mother has been completed. So now, you should smile a little. Yes, finally my mother's revenge has been avenged. That's great. A Fujidong tears streamed from Nami's eyes as she exclaimed emotionally. Then she continued, Come on, I'll take you to my home. I need to tell Nojiko this good news too. She'll definitely be very happy when she hears it. Also, the villagers will surely be delighted to know that Arlong's gang is dead and no one will ever oppress them again. Soon after, the three of them arrived at the village. Nami announced to the villagers that Arlong's gang had been completely eliminated. Naturally, the first reaction upon hearing this news was disbelief. However, after some villagers went to inspect the pirates' base at the harbor, the entire village burst into a frenzy of excitement. Seeing the villagers cheer and laugh happily, the three of them had already left the village and were walking toward a hill behind it. That was where Nami and Nojiko's house was located. Previously, it had belonged to their mother, Belmir. After Belmir's death, the house naturally became the shared property of Nami and Nojiko. Surrounded by oranges trees, which Belmir had planted while alive, the two had also maintained the orange groves very well so that the trees left by their mother would never suffer any problems. Moreover, in the courtyard was a secret place where Nami had once buried her treasures. This was a decision she had made before she met Luonan. She had planned to save up enough money to buy back the village and her own freedom from Arlong. However, as she grew older, Nami realized just how naive that childhood dream had been. If Arlong saw she had so much money, his first reaction would absolutely be to rob her of it, rather than keep his promise as he claimed he would. After entering the house, the three saw Nojiko, who was busy with chores. Overjoyed, Nami happily ran over and hugged her, immediately telling her the good news about Arlong's gang being eliminated. Upon hearing this, Nojiko looked doubtful at first. However, once she confirmed that Nami wasn't lying, she suddenly burst into tears. With Nami introducing them, Nojiko soon met Luonan and Vivi as well, and quickly prepared a generous lunch for everyone. Sure enough, Nojiko's cooking skills were indeed as good as Nami had said. Even Karu, when he first joined the pirate crew, probably could only match this level. Nojiko truly was a girl with exceptional talent in cooking. After lunch, Nami and Nojiko went together to the back mountains, to the place where Belmir was buried. In front of Belmir's grave, they placed lilies and knelt, telling their mother the fate of Arlong's gang. Encouraged by Nami's words, Nojiko didn't hesitate much before finally agreeing to join Luonan's pirate crew, right in front of Belmir's tomb. Chapter 191. Activating the Dimensional Breaker. After staying in Kokoyashi village for 2 days, Nami and Nojiko packed up and left together with Roran. Although the villagers were somewhat reluctant, they still lined up to bid farewell joyfully. The villagers had suffered from Arlong's gang's exploitation over the years. But this time, they got back all the wealth that had been taken from them. All the belongings left behind by Arlong's gang were distributed by Nami among the villagers. Everyone was beaming with happiness and naturally greeted Nami and Nojiko with warm smiles. After leaving Kokoyashi village, they headed directly to the reverse mountain. Once entering the Grand Line, they saw Laboon still waiting there. Roran suddenly remembered that he had promised Laboon to find Brook. However, despite the long time that had passed, he had not really put effort into searching. Well, actually remembering it now, he felt quite guilty towards this innocent whale. Fortunately, Laboon might have been asleep and didn't encounter Roran and his companions during this pass. Therefore, they smoothly crossed the reverse mountain, passed through the Sabeti archipelago, entered Fishman Island, picked up Shirahoshi, and then returned to Aaron Island in the New World. Upon arriving at Aaron Island, Roran made a call to red-haired Shanks. asking him to help find any traces of Brooke. Considering Mihawk liked to travel around, it was possible that he might run into Brooke. So he also gave Mihawk a call, asking him to watch out for any signs of Brooke and inform Brooke about the whale, Laboon. Roran himself did not personally go to deliberately look for Brooke. That guy's ghost ship was floating somewhere in the middle of nowhere. While Roran handled these matters, the newly joined Shirahoshi, Vivi, Nami, Nojiko, and others gradually became familiar with the other girls. They happily went shopping, playing around, even playing cards together every day, getting along extremely well. When Roran finished arranging everything, he went alone to a quiet room and took out the item he had obtained as the system's 1000th check-in reward, the Dimensional Breaker. System, are there any precautions when activating the Dimensional Breaker? Is there a possibility of a destructive energy release when it's activated, damaging the surrounding environment? Before activating the Dimensional Breaker, it was necessary to ask about such important matters clearly. Otherwise, not only might there be danger to himself, although his demigod power could withstand it, but Aaron Island outside, and people like Robin, Vivi, and Nami, would not be able to handle any destruction. Master, there's no danger as you mentioned during the activation of the Dimensional Breaker. Actually, there's no danger at all, the system replied. The danger comes only after activation, when you enter other dimensions. If the level of that dimensional world is high and you encounter powerful beings there, then you might be in life-threatening danger. Oh, that's okay. Roran mainly wanted to confirm whether activating the Dimensional Breaker would pose any danger. Since activating the device itself was safe, that solved the problem. As for possible dangers after entering other dimensions, that was totally normal. Just like when Roran first arrived in the One Piece world, his power back then wasn't nearly as strong as it is now. If he had encountered Emu or one of the ancient weapons at the beginning, he would definitely have been killed. After quickly going through the early development stages, Roran had since become invincible and unstoppable. Naturally, there hadn't been any mishaps. After all, he had the system, a powerful trump card. Dominate the world? No major issue there. Back to the current situation. After confirming with the system about activating the Dimensional Breaker, Roran took a deep breath and prepared to activate it. System, claim the Dimensional Breaker. As he spoke, Roran started the claiming process for the Dimensional Breaker, which had long been stored within the system space. A flash of light appeared, and the Dimensional Breaker materialized before Roran. It was a disc-shaped object, about the size of a wok lid, perfectly round and smooth, radiating a gentle pearly white glow, like a jade tray. This device didn't look like a technological item at all. Instead, it appeared more like some kind of magical artifact from a cultivation world. But in reality, it was a high-tech product created by the Transcendent Civilization. The Transcendent Civilization was a civilization where everyone was immortal. Through questioning the system, he learned that it was a scientific and technological civilization, not one of cultivators. Perhaps due to convergent evolution, or perhaps Roran's current perspective was just too low to tell whether the Dimensional Breaker was a technological creation or a mystical artifact. So what if I can't tell the difference? No matter what, this thing is a creation from an immortal-level civilization. If I, merely a demigod, could easily discern its secrets, then the Transcendent Civilization would be too low class. Roran shook his head, not dwelling on such matters. Instead, he focused seriously on examining the Dimensional Breaker's user manual. After finishing the instructions, he calmed his mind and fixed his gaze on the Dimensional Breaker. Focusing his mind and releasing a special force from his consciousness, Roran projected his mental power outward. His spiritual energy covered the Dimensional Breaker entirely. According to the instructions, he began adjusting the frequency of his spiritual energy. This activation method relied entirely on mental power. After about 10 minutes of changing through 63 different frequencies, finally, with a click, the Dimensional Breaker activated. After the clicking sound, a deep blue mysterious gem suddenly appeared in the center of the jade tray-like Dimensional Breaker. The light aura from the tray continuously converged onto the deep blue gem. Under Roran's control, the gem emitted a beam of blue light toward the empty space of the room. The light gathered and solidified into a deep blue, framed door. This door was the portal to another dimension world created by the Dimensional Breaker. At the same time, a stream of information appeared from the Dimensional Breaker. Through his spiritual link with the device, Roran immediately accessed this information. It was the classification of the world behind the portal. Lower High Martial World, Earth-like background, contains supernatural powers. Roran immediately understood. This was a world with an Earth-like setting, likely a dimensional world derived from a realistic world projection. He couldn't be sure exactly what kind of world it was. It probably wasn't the Marvel Universe. In fact, it was almost certainly not. If it were the Earth from the Marvel Universe, it would at least be on the primordial chaos level, requiring classification on a cosmic or multiversal scale. However, the dimension world classification given by the Dimensional Breaker wasn't that high. Of course, there was a possibility that the scope of the assessment wasn't comprehensive enough. The details would need Roran to check out in person. This was his first time using the Dimensional Breaker. Although he had carefully studied the instructions and asked the system plenty of related questions, since it was his first usage, there were still many unknowns to be discovered later. Phew, finally activated. Roran exhaled in relief, then calmly looked at the portal. I will definitely go through, but before confirming the actual danger level, I can't bring Robin and the others along. I must go first to investigate. Just to be safe, I should make some arrangements for Robin and the others first. Shaking his head, Roran didn't rush through the portal immediately, instead turning around and leaving the room. Stepping out of the room, Roran called Robin and Olivia over, but didn't inform the other girls. It wasn't because he distrusted them. He just felt the danger of traveling to this other dimensional world was likely minimal, so there was no need to make things overly serious. Arranging things with Olivia and Robin was just a precaution, such as preparing for potential time flow differences between the two worlds. Hearing Roran's arrangements and seeing the items he had specifically left behind, even leaving the celestial ring, Olivia stayed silent, somewhat solemn, while Robin appeared visibly anxious. Seeing Roran acting as if he were making final preparations before heading into danger, how could she not be worried? Chapter 192, Where am I? Demon Slayer. Haha, Robin, don't worry. Actually, the power level of that world is about the same as ours, or even lower. Think about it. I'm already Wu Di in this world. How dangerous could another world possibly be? Luonin chuckled as he comforted Robin. Though Robin was now mature and steady, graceful and dignified, like a sister to Olivia, she still relied on Luonin just as she had when they were kids. No way, Luonin. You're not just responsible for yourself anymore. There's me, Mom, and all the other sisters. If something happened to you, what would we do? Robin continued, then suddenly changed the subject. How about this? I'll go with you. You said yourself that world isn't too dangerous. No way. I need to go first to scout the situation. Don't worry. Once I figure things out, I'll return immediately. The dimensional breaker has already locked onto this world's coordinates, so there's no problem returning. I can come back anytime using the dimensional breaker. Though the dimensional breaker required 100 years to recharge between major interdimensional jumps, once a world was accessed, its coordinates were stored. Re-entering a known world could be done repeatedly with minimal effort. Only when discovering new worlds would a 100-year cooldown be required, because that involved expending world origin energy to locate new coordinates. Worlds with known coordinates were much simpler. All it took was a minor cost in Luonan's spiritual energy, truly negligible. In the end, Luonan still rejected Robin's request to accompany him and finalized the plan, disregarding her objections. Robin, Luonan's decision makes perfect sense. Don't act like a child, Olivia said firmly, holding the azure sky ring Luonan had left behind. She inhaled deeply and looked directly at him. Luonan, be careful once you reach that world. Just like you said, investigate first and return immediately. If it's safe, you can bring us over. If it's dangerous, don't even think about bringing us there. I understand. Don't worry. Luonan smiled slightly, realizing he might have overreacted. After all, it was just a low-tier high martial arts world, similar to, or even weaker than the One Piece world. He felt a bit ridiculous for being overly cautious. After everything was settled, Luonan left under the concerned gazes of the two women and returned to the previous room. He stared at the deep blue portal before him, took a deep breath, and stepped forward into the portal. After a sensation like rippling water, Luonan arrived in a new dimension, a new world different from the One Piece world. Looking up, he felt the environment around him strangely familiar. What kind of world is this? It actually looks like Earth. Muttering to himself, Luonan immediately flew up high into the sky to survey the surroundings. It was a small, somewhat dilapidated town. As he hovered above, he noticed the ancient architecture. Directly beneath him was where he had entered the world, where a phantom-like jade disc floated. No doubt, it was the dimensional breaker. Before the breaker, there was a deep blue portal, undoubtedly the very one he had entered through. After the dimensional breaker opens a portal to a new world, it creates a phantom image in that world. This phantom can then be transformed into a real dimensional breaker by the user. Once transformation is complete, the dimensional breaker in the One Piece world will become a phantom version, and the one in the new world will become the primary one. Only the primary version can be controlled. Any being passing through the deep blue portal must first be approved by the host. The system explained at this moment. When I was reading the instructions earlier, I didn't quite understand everything. Now I get it. Luonan nodded, finally grasping the operational mechanism of the dimensional breaker. He landed directly and began the transformation of the dimensional breaker, which completed quickly. Now, the breaker was linked to his spiritual energy, requiring only a minor expenditure of spiritual energy to complete. Once the breaker was fully transformed, he stored it inside a storage necklace, one of the items he had acquired through check-ins previously. Then, he chose not to fly up into the sky again. This was a world similar to Earth, where supernatural powers might exist without the knowledge of ordinary humans. If he flew through the sky and was seen by civilians, it could unnecessarily affect this world's ordinary society. He didn't want to draw attention to himself too early. The main thing was that he still hadn't figured out exactly what kind of world this was. If you were to say it was a world completely similar to Earth, how could a small town be so run down? However, this didn't bother Luonan at all. He simply strode forward and headed toward the town center. Where there were more people, he could gather more information. First things first, he needed to figure out what kind of world this was. Just as Luonan had seen from the sky earlier, it was indeed a shabby little town. As he walked deeper in, he noticed some signs and banners hanging on the storefronts bearing Japanese text. Luonan suddenly had a realization. He was probably in another Japanese anime dimension, but he couldn't tell which anime or movie or TV series it was. As time passed, Luonan had stayed in this rundown town for several hours and finally managed to understand some things. Although he still couldn't figure out whether this was a particular movie or anime, he had at least clarified the time frame. The timeline was during the Taisho period. World War I seemed to have just ended, and the entire world was recovering from it. Knowing the timeline was clear, but Luonan still remained clueless about the main things he wanted to find out. This timeline didn't really mean anything to him. Could it be a movie or anime related to World War II? That can't be right. According to the information from the Dimensional Breaker, this is a world with extraordinary powers. Are we talking about a magical battle during World War II? Luonan rolled his eyes. Thinking this way seemed like too much of a stretch, so he stopped thinking about it. Besides, even the weapons from World War II would pose no threat at all to him, a semi-god in this current state. He had nothing to fear. Should I go back and tell Olivia and the others first? Maybe I should wait a bit longer. At the very least, I need to figure out how the extraordinary powers in this world work. Luonan thought for a moment and made a decision. Then he suddenly remembered an important thing. Right? Check-in. I shouldn't forget that. Perhaps I could infer something about the extraordinary power of this world from the check-in rewards. System, check in this city. Luonan directly communicated with the system in his mind and requested to check into this city. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. Flame Breathing Technique. Flame Breathing Technique. One of the martial arts methods in this world, a fundamental cultivation technique. One of the 5 basic breathing schools, originating from the Kagurabana clan's inherited breathing method. The moment he saw this, Luonan immediately understood. He had finally figured out which world this was. Demon Slayer. This place was actually the world of Demon Slayer. The timeline also matches perfectly. The Taisho period, just after World War I ended and before World War II started. Luonan thought while stroking his chin, but if this world is classified as a lower-tier high martial arts world, isn't that somewhat overestimating it? The One Piece world is also a lower-tier high martial arts world, but clearly, its combat power is much stronger than this Demon Slayer world. How can this Demon Slayer world even be called a high martial arts world? Are you kidding me? Thinking about it, Luonan couldn't help shaking his head. However, the system's response arrived just then. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Luonan finally realized he might have underestimated this world a bit. Chapter 193, Encounter. The Crisis of the Demon Slayer Core. Host. The One Piece world ascends to the high martial world mainly relying on the powers of devil fruits, while this Demon Slayer world relies on the strength of demons and the breathing techniques. The potential of the breathing techniques here is enormous. However, in the One Piece world, cultivation methods are slightly inferior. Even the 3 types of haki don't really count as cultivation methods. The system's explanation caused Luonan to feel enlightened. The measure of a world's supernatural level mainly depended on the climb in supernatural power. How high a cultivation method could elevate a person had a significant impact on the assessment of the world's level. Of course, some worlds didn't have cultivation methods. However, if such worlds had a high world level, one must be cautious. That world might possess supernatural beings with terrifying bloodlines. Just like the Sea Kings in the One Piece world, they didn't have any cultivation methods, and their intelligence was low, only slightly higher than that of normal sea creatures. But their destructive power was unparalleled. Thus, although in Luonan's eyes, the combat strength of the Demon Slayer world wasn't particularly high, in terms of world ranking, it was still on the same level as the One Piece world. Alright, I never expected you'd hold the breathing techniques in such high regard. Luonan smiled lightly. Though, no matter how excellent the breathing techniques are, they're merely techniques of a low-high martial world. Compared to the ones I'm cultivating now and some techniques I've previously acquired through check-ins from higher-ranked worlds, they still don't measure up. That's naturally true. The system explained. The potential of the breathing techniques is only decent within the context of low-high martial worlds. Compared to cultivation methods from the xuanhuan, immortal martial worlds, they pale in comparison. After all, there's a difference in world ranking, the system continued. However, host, this is the first dimensional world you've unlocked. Checking in at well-known locations here could yield decent rewards, possibly even better than in the One Piece world. Oh, there's such a good thing. Hearing this, Luonan's eyes lit up immediately. Would I obtain Phoenix Force Rule fragments? Or perhaps a cultivation technique that takes me straight to the Sage Realm? Whether such rewards can be obtained will only be known after the check-in. The system replied truthfully. Upon hearing this, Luonan lowered his head in thought. Then, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the world of Demon Slayer, aside from the Earth-based setting allowing check-ins in various countries, several famous locations from the original story also existed, such as Musen's Lair, the Infinity Castle, the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters, and Fujikase Mountain, among others. However, before heading out for the check-ins, I should go back first, or else Robin and the others will definitely be worried. Luonan wasn't a lone wolf anymore. He had a group of girls to take care of. He had promised Robin and the others that if this world wasn't dangerous, he'd return to bring them all over. Now that he understood it was the world of Demon Slayer, he had no major concerns. Each of the girls was quite capable. Someone like Dina, who possessed the Shangleguashri, Thunderdrum fruit, could dominate even in the Demon Slayer world. Also, instead of going solo in this world, they'd be entering as a group, which meant the danger was minimal. Even if they encountered demons, or even Musen himself, there was nothing to fear. Thinking thus, Luonan was just about to retrieve the dimensional wall breaker and open a portal to return to Eren Island to bring the women over for a visit. Indeed, for Luonan, touring around the Demon Slayer world for check-ins was indeed merely an enjoyable excursion. This world was set in the 19th century, vastly different from the One Piece world. He imagined the girls must be extremely curious about this place. Just as Luonan was preparing to open the portal, within the small town where he stood, in a dark corner, a grotesque, monstrous humanoid creature was drooling, preparing to bite down on a child it held tightly in its grasp. Fearless demon, I've been chasing you for a long time, and now you finally can't help yourself but strike. A crisp voice rang out, startling the demon. Cursed Demon Slayer, how annoying, you guys don't give up even after chasing me here. The demon snarled. refusing to step out from the shadows. The time was evening. The sun was just setting in the west, leaving slight remaining sunlight. And he wasn't even one of the 12 Kazuki demons. Bugan Maran, Beijiao Shirdao, Bugan Maran, Beijiao Shirdao, Bugan Maran, Beijiao Shirdao, Bugan Maran, Beijiao Shirdao. These demon slayers indeed fell for it. The Great Upper Moon 3 truly predicts all. This time, I'll definitely kill this squad of demon slayers. How exciting. I wonder how delicious these demon slayers taste. This seemingly ordinary demon, who had been fleeing desperately while being hunted by the demon slayer corps, turned out to be actually under the command of Akaza, and this was in fact a carefully devised plan targeting the demon slayers. On the roof of a dilapidated house, several figures quickly approached and stopped. Leading them was a young, plump figure with gorgeous pink hair, none other than Demon Slayer Corps' Love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri. Behind her were regular Demon Slayer warriors. Their target for this mission was a cruel demon who had slaughtered dozens of people. After a long chase, they had finally cornered him in this small town. There was no way they could allow him to escape this time. Prepare to die. With a soft humph, the Love Hashira raised her hand sharply. Kill him. Finish this quickly so we can return to headquarters early. Understood, Hashira-sama. The few Demon Slayer swordsmen behind her exchanged glances, nodded seriously, then drew their Nikarin blades and leapt from the rooftops toward the demon hiding in the darkness. Ha-he! Suddenly, the demon, who the Demon Slayers had considered as helpless as meat on a chopping block, let out a cold chuckle, causing the Demon Slayer swordsman to feel slightly puzzled. However, Kanroji's expression abruptly changed, her face darkening as she suddenly turned her gaze to one side. There, a man appeared with a featureless face and strange tattoos all over his body. Akaza, it's actually you. So that means... Her face filled with hatred, Kanroji gazed resentfully at the suddenly appearing figure and muttered grimly. Since when have you, one of the 12 Kazuki Upper Moons, started stooping to such underhanded tactics? Considering the opportunity to kill a Hashira-level swordsman, a few minor schemes don't seem like too much, Akaza replied coldly. Damn it. Cursing inwardly, Kanroji no longer paid attention to the demon below. Clearly, it was just bait meant to lure her here. Were the 12 Kazuki demons really so desperate to kill a Hashira swordsman? While planning her next move, Kanroji also observed the surroundings carefully. Akaza, the Upper Moon 3, was indeed a terrifying enemy. Among the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, her strength ranked relatively low. She was clearly no match for him. However, since he had come alone, she still had a chance to escape. You're thinking about how to flee, aren't you? Akaza stared coldly at Mitsuri Kanroji. Don't bother wasting your efforts. A low sound of a piak, biwa, began to play. Upon hearing it, Kanroji's expression turned even more grim. Has Neriku come as well? Was it really necessary to go through so much effort just to deal with me? Neriku didn't come personally, Akaza replied calmly. However, in preparation for this fight, we have utilized some blood demon arts. Enough said, time to send you off. At this critical moment, the group suddenly sensed something. Even the anxious Demon Slayer swordsmen turned their heads in surprise toward the street below. Surprisingly, a lone young man in white walked down the previously deserted street, his handsome features calm and elegant. Hey, get out of here quickly. Seeing this, the Love Hashira shouted urgently, trying to warn the ordinary person who had inadvertently entered the battlefield between the Demon Slayers and the demon. Meanwhile, on the street below, the white-robed young man, the so-called ordinary person, was none other than Luonan. Upon hearing the warning, he smiled faintly, lifting his gaze toward the rooftop. Chapter 194. Instantly killing a demon. Everyone is shocked. Ha ha, Meishang Dao Jingran Hyoger Run Lei Jinru Dao, Woman de Jancha. The demon who had been used as bait suddenly let out a terrifying laugh. He couldn't intervene in the battle between Upper Moon 3 Akaza and Love Hashira, and even if several demon slayers under Love Hashira teamed up, they couldn't defeat him alone. Originally, he had prepared to hide until Akaza finished off Love Hashira before emerging to claim a reward. Now, unexpectedly, an ordinary human had arrived. This abandoned city was already sparsely populated. It had been deliberately chosen as a battlefield to avoid attracting human attention. Yet now, for reasons unknown, an ordinary human had arrived here. Naturally, this demon wouldn't allow him to leave. Therefore, immediately after Love Hashira shouted a warning, he began moving. Even Akaza remained expressionless, an ordinary human. Killing him was meaningless. By now the sun in the western sky had completely set, and the night grew darker, allowing this demon to freely move. Love Hashira became even more anxious, yet Akaza was right before her, and if she showed any sign of weakness, her opponent would certainly seize the opportunity. One must understand that Akaza, being Upper Moon 3, was extremely powerful. Even with a group of Demon Slayer swordsmen at her side, it would be very difficult to overcome him, perhaps even impossible. Thus, she could not afford to divert her attention elsewhere. As for Nan Luo, he smiled, seemingly unconcerned, and watched Love Hashira with great interest. What a beautiful woman indeed, and quite kind-hearted too. She was nearly overwhelmed, yet still warned him to flee. Clearly, this situation was a trap set by demons. If not for his arrival, would Love Hashira have perished here? Still, that couldn't be right either. Originally, Love Hashira hadn't died at this point in the story. Had the storyline changed? Nan Luo raised his eyebrows when he noticed a demon charging toward him, emitting an evil, bloodthirsty aura, and stopped contemplating. He would naturally know everything in the future. Ha ha, Xiaozik, Gewachir Suba. The demon roared with triumphant laughter. His hands transformed into a terrifying shape, turning into a pair of sharp claws. Each finger resembled a sharp blade, tearing through the air with a cold, hissing sound as they lunged toward Nanluo's head. If Nanluo were truly an ordinary person, he wouldn't even have time to react. He would certainly have his skull crushed, his brain splattering. Unfortunately for the demon, he had met Nanluo, a demigod-level expert, a being far surpassing the strength scale of this world. To put it bluntly, even if the demon king Muzin himself were standing before him, Nanluo could effortlessly eliminate him with a mere gesture, let alone this lowly demon. So, Nanluo simply lifted one hand, lazily, and even snapped a finger. Bang! With a crisp sound, the terrifying demon, who appeared fierce and menacing moments ago, suddenly exploded in midair, bursting into a pile of blood and gore scattered on the ground. This shocking scene stunned everyone present. The several demon slayers stood dazed and dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why the arrogant demon from just now had been eliminated with a single finger. Even Love Hashira wasn't faring much better. She had thought he was just an ordinary human. When she saw the demon's claws almost reaching Nanluo's head, she had already sighed inwardly, unable to bear watching, but in the next moment, it was the demon whose body exploded from one finger. What the hell was going on? Was this person not an ordinary human? Well, this very scene proved that he definitely wasn't an ordinary human. Akaza, who had maintained an aloof expression all along, was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. His mind was blank. Who was this person exactly? He had instantly killed a demon with a single finger. Most importantly, he hadn't seen that demon regenerate. Yes, everyone knows that in this world, demons cannot truly be killed unless their heads are severed by a Nichiren blade. Any other methods would allow them to revive, even if chopped to pieces. Yet now, this person had actually killed a demon, without using a Nichiren blade. How could he not be shocked? He wasn't surprised about the demon's death itself, but rather, he was deeply astonished that the person had killed a demon without relying on a Nichiren blade. If he indeed possessed such a method, wouldn't all demons become vulnerable? Ghost, that demon didn't revive? At this moment, one of the demon slayer's swordsmen, who had been standing nearby in shock, suddenly cried out. They had clearly seen that Nanluo did not use a Nichiren blade, yet the demon lying before them did not revive. Just like Akaza. They were horrified. It's true. Could it be some other special method? Mitsuri Kanroji also noticed this and immediately turned her curious, investigative gaze toward Nanluo. As for the confrontation between herself and Akaza, both of them now completely ignored it. The sudden appearance of this strange man had now become the most important focus. May I ask, sir, who exactly are you? Love Hashira pondered for a moment before directly asking. Beside her, Akaza remained silent for a moment before speaking as well. You don't carry the scent of demons, so you truly are a human. However, you also lack the scent carried by members of the Demon Slayer Corps. At a glance, you're no different from an ordinary person. Tell me, who exactly are you? Who am I? Upon hearing this, Nanluo smiled calmly and glanced at the two of them. It seems both of you are eager to know this question? Actually, I'm just an ordinary person passing by. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the crowd rolled their eyes inwardly. You can kill a demon with just a finger, yet you still dare to call yourself an ordinary person? Who would believe that? No, Akaza himself, as a demon, didn't believe Nanluo's words either. If this truly were an ordinary human, he wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. But if you claim he's a top-class swordsman, Akaza could detect no trace of power or presence from Nanluo, just like an ordinary person. Only his handsome features and outstanding demeanor set him apart slightly. Otherwise, even in a crowd, nobody would notice anything unusual about him. How could Akaza possibly know that Nanluo's power level was far too high? As a demigod-level expert, naturally, he possessed the ability to suppress his own aura completely. If he didn't suppress even the slightest bit of his strength and allowed his aura to spread outward fully, the overwhelming presence of a demigod would be unleashed, comparable to possessing the Conqueror's Haki constantly active at full strength. In such a relatively low-powered martial world, almost nobody could resist this pressure directly. One could say this was a gap in life-form tiers, like humans facing ants, or even more significant. Although a demigod still remained at the demigod level, he stood on the verge of ascending to true godhood. Gods and humans were entirely different beings. Gods possessed near-immortal lifespans, while humans were as fleeting as summer blossoms, briefly radiant before fading away. In contrast, true deities existed eternally. Mitsuri Kanroji didn't believe him either, and neither did the other Demon Slayer swordsmen. They were also curious. Just who exactly was this Nanluo? Could it be that this person before them was a hidden swordsman expert? Everyone couldn't help but speculate silently. Chapter 195, Instantly Slaying Upper Moon 3. Love Pillar's Invitation. The Demon Slayers, who had just been ambushed by Hantengu, had already prepared themselves for death. Even Kaneo Tsukishima, the Love Pillar, was no exception. In such a remote location, being caught off guard by one of the upper moons, did she really have a chance to survive? The odds were slim, and reinforcements from the Demon Slayer Corps were unlikely to arrive in time. However, with Luan's sudden appearance, everything had changed dramatically. Sir, your strength is truly formidable. Could you possibly help us defeat this demon? One of the Demon Slayers pleaded with Luan. No one wanted to die if they had a chance to live. Hearing the swordsman's words, the other Slayers, even the Love Pillar, brightened and looked towards Luan with hope in their eyes. Before Luan could answer, Hantenga frowned and spoke up. Humph, Love Pillar, do you really think this sudden stranger can save you? I admit he might be strong, killing a demon with a method unknown to me, and without a Nichiren blade. But so what? I am Upper Moon 3. Do you really think he can match me? Upon hearing Hantengu's words, Luan simply smiled and replied, Oh, it seems this demon gentleman is very confident in his abilities. Please, don't underestimate him. He is Hantengu, Upper Moon 3 of the 12 Kazuki. He is an extremely powerful demon. The love pillar quickly explained Hantengu's identity to Luan. She had assumed Luan didn't know who Hantengu was, since he clearly wasn't a native of this land. His clothing especially stood out from what people wore nowadays. My name is Luan. Since you're so confident, I'll let you know the name of the one who kills you before you die. With that calm declaration, Luan slowly lifted his right hand. How ridiculous. A mere human from who knows where dares speak so boldly. Hantengu sneered, but before he could finish, a flash of red light flared from Luan's finger. A terrible, soul-freezing aura surged forth, sending shockwaves through his entire being. It was the aura of death. How long had it been since he became a demon? How many decades had passed without experiencing such terrifying, suffocating dread? He couldn't remember. Yet now, he was faced with an overwhelming sense of impending death. There was no time to react. The red light flickered across Luan's fingertip and vanished just as quickly. A slash of flaming energy, charged with the power of the Mera Mera no Mi, flew forward and struck Hantengu. The formidable Upper Moon 3 had no chance to defend himself. The instant the energy hit, a thunderous bang rang out. The blast shattered his body beyond recovery. Even though, as one of the Upper Moons, his regeneration power was extraordinary, he still could not withstand Luan's attack. He was killed instantly, one strike, and it was over. Yes, instantly obliterated. This overwhelming power took even Hantengu by surprise, and the demon slayers were just as stunned. They had thought Luan was strong, yes, but to face off against Hantengu of the 12 Kazuki, surely it would take at least some back and forth. Yet the scene before them had left them completely speechless. Slain in one hit. Inconceivable. That was Hantengu. Right? That was Hantengu, Upper Moon 3 of the 12 Kazuki. How could he be killed in one blow like that? No Nichiren blade was even used. Just barehanded. One red flash and Hantengu was gone. The Demon Slayer warriors muttered in astonishment, staring in disbelief at the scene. The love pillar herself stood frozen. She knew just how strong Hantengu was. The first 3 Upper Moons were no weaklings. They were the strongest among the 12 Kazuki. Left unchecked, each of them could wipe out an entire city within moments. That was the level of power the Upper 3 wielded. And yet, this powerful demon, standing before this sudden stranger, fell as though he was nothing. A single finger, one instant, and he was annihilated, again without the use of a Nichiren blade. Who is this man named Luan? Why is he so powerful? Kaneo thought, astonished beyond belief. TCH, is that all there is to demons? Disappointing. Luan clapped his hands together, coughing slightly, snapping the shocked onlookers back to reality. Now that the demon is gone, you should all be safe. Farewell, everyone. Saying that, Luan continued walking toward the end of the road. He intended to find a quiet place to activate the dimensional device. The forest outside the city ahead would be a good spot. He could open a dimensional gate there and bring Robin and the others over for a visit, while also checking in to receive some rewards. Ah, wait. Are you called Luan? Thank you so much for saving us. The love pillar snapped back to her senses upon hearing Luan's words, and quickly called out, expressing her gratitude while also extending an invitation. I am the love pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. My name is Kenroji Mitsuri, and I am truly honored to have met someone as powerful as you today. If you have time, would you consider visiting our Demon Slayer Corps? The love pillar gazed at Luan with hopeful eyes. If they could recruit such a powerful individual into the Demon Slayer Corps, then the Corps' long-cherished dream, to eliminate every demon in the world, could surely be achieved. With Luan's strength, capable of instantly defeating Upper Moon 4, he might even stand a chance against Muzan himself. This man, Mr. Luan, his name sounds like it's from that neighboring great nation. However, recently the upper levels of the Japanese government seem to be preparing to wage war against that country. Sigh, I hope that won't affect this gentleman's impression of the Demon Slayer Corps. Visit the Demon Slayer Corps? Luan raised one eyebrow and glanced at the love pillar. Isn't your Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters always a secret? You know about our Demon Slayer Corps. Kenroji was surprised. Someone who knew such details must understand the Demon Slayer Corps quite well. Then he must also know a lot about demons. It seems this foreigner isn't clueless after all. I know a few things, yes. I know some about demons as well. Luan shrugged and said, all right, as for visiting your Demon Slayer Corps, let's talk about it another time when we meet again. Right now, I have other matters to attend to. All right then, I won't disturb you further, the love pillar politely said. Mr. Luan, I hope we meet again in the future. Yeah, till we meet again. Luan waved his hand and casually walked away down the street. The demon slayers looked at his retreating figure with deep respect. It was the reverence that all warriors showed to a true Cha. Chapter 196, Entry. The Demon Slayer Corps' shock. With the dimensional wall breaker activated, Nathan stepped back into the one-piece world through the portal, arriving once again in the same room where the portal had been opened earlier. Sensing Nathan's presence, Robin and others who had been closely monitoring this location quickly came over. Nathan, are you okay? Robin anxiously asked. Beside her stood Olivia and Elena, all of them looking at Nathan with expressions of concern. Do I look like someone who's in trouble? Nathan calmly smiled, waving his hand. I've already figured out what the other world is like. It's not dangerous at all. In fact, all of you could come with me and take a look around. To Nathan, bringing others along was not an issue. He had only gone to the Demon Slayer world to check in. Demons from that world weren't a real threat to him. Even for Robin and the others, he believed they could handle them. The only consideration was that demons in the Demon Slayer world couldn't be killed by ordinary means. Robin and the others might need a Nicaran blade to slay them. Of course, Nathan didn't intend to let the girls go off on their own. Traveling together meant there would be no unexpected problems as long as he was there to watch over them. Really? We can go too. Elena was instantly delighted. Nathan said before that as long as we confirmed the world wasn't too dangerous, we could all go together. Robin added, her voice filled with expectation. Then I'll go get the others. Elena happily said, then glanced at Nathan. After seeing him nod, she ran off joyfully. What kind of world is it? Olivia turned and asked Nathan, curious about the other world. Nathan thought for a moment before describing the situation in the Demon Slayer world. Before long, the other girls arrived as well, with Shirahoshi's enormous form especially noticeable. Everyone listened as Nathan explained the other world. For the others it's fine. Even Mercil can hide if needed. But Shirahoshi, with that size, she's going to stand out too much. Nathan said as he looked at Shirahoshi. Having such a massive mermaid appear in the Demon Slayer world would surely cause a worldwide uproar. Then what should I do? Maybe I should just stay behind this time. Shirahoshi replied anxiously. Don't worry. I have something that can solve your size problem. Nathan chuckled as he pulled out a beautiful necklace, a gorgeous silver-white piece. This necklace can control your size changes. Try it on. Nathan handed the necklace to Shirahoshi for her to test. Shirahoshi immediately put on the necklace under the expectant gazes of others. Soon, information about the necklace flowed into her mind, letting her understand how to use it. A faint glow emitted from the necklace, and soon Shirahoshi's body visibly started shrinking, her tail transforming into human legs before everyone's eyes. This is amazing. I've actually become smaller, and I have legs now. Shirahoshi cried out joyfully. The other girls also marveled at the miraculous power of the necklace. Nathan, do you have any more of those necklaces? I want one too. I want to be the same size as all of you. Mercil immediately started jumping up and down on Robin's shoulder. You should be fine the way you are. Your small size makes it easy to hide anywhere, so no one will even notice you. Robin laughed, patting Mercil lightly on the head. But I still want to be as big as you guys. Mercil pouted. I only have one of those necklaces. I don't have any more left, Nathan said, shrugging his shoulders. So, Mercil, you'll have to manage the way you are. Fine. Mercil sighed in defeat, but then immediately jumped to Elena's shoulder, chatting excitedly with her about the Demon Slayer world and already planning where they should go once they arrived. The group heading to the Demon Slayer world was finalized. Robin was obviously going, and since Shirahoshi had solved her size issue, she would join too. Mercil was definitely coming. Refusing would make her cry. Elena, Karuman, who was curious about the food in that world, Nami, and Hancock also decided to go. Diana, however, chose to stay behind to oversee Aaron Island. Eventually, Vivi also decided to remain. Once the dimensional portal opened again, Nathan led the way stepping through, followed by Robin and the others as they headed together into the Demon Slayer world. Meanwhile, in the Demon Slayer world, the death of Upper Moon 3, Akaza, had caused panic among the demons. Inside the Infinity Castle, Muzan Kibutsuji received the news of Akaza's death firsthand. As the progenitor of all demons, Muzan had created the 12 Kazuki using his own demonic blood, and their existences were closely linked to him. Even Akaza was killed by someone. Who could have done this? Did the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps gang up on him? Muzan's expression darkened. According to Mikawa, Akaza had prepared bait to lure and kill the Demon Slayer Hashira, yet instead of killing his target, he himself was killed. This proved that the Demon Slayers had definitely planned it. Mikawa, call all the Upper Moons and summon them to the Infinity Castle for a meeting. Muzan ordered coldly, daring to kill Akaza. It seems the Demon Slayer Corps is ready for an all-out war. At once, my lord. Mikawa replied respectfully, holding her biwa. As Muzan's command was sent to the remaining Upper Moons of the 12 Kazuki, the Love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, had already returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and reported the encounter to the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kagamiya Shizuka. Upon hearing this information, Kagamiya was greatly astonished. How could such a powerful human exist in the world? Instantly killing Akaza, what did that even mean? Akaza was the Upper Moon 3, a demon of immeasurable strength. And yet this man, Luonan, had managed to kill such a mighty demon in one blow. It was almost unimaginable. Kagamiya immediately summoned several Hashira who were not currently on missions to discuss the matter. All of them were shocked and exchanged glances, each finding the information utterly unbelievable. Surely you must be mistaken, right? There's no way someone like that exists in the world, let alone a human. Kaijiro Rengoku, the Flame Hashira, exclaimed in disbelief. I don't buy it either. We're the ones who know how to deal with demons. Sanemi Shinazugawa scoffed. I think Mitsuri must have been deceived. Maybe that guy was actually a demon, a new one created by Muzan, pretending to fool you. A new demon? A fake just to trick you? And they just happened to sacrifice Akaza in the process. Mitsuri shook her head. I'm not important enough for Muzan to go that far. Who's to say Akaza is even dead? Maybe he faked his death. Shinazugawa interjected once more, still unwilling to accept the possibility of a human possessing such overwhelming power. Chapter 197. The Meeting. Muzan's fury. How is that possible? I saw it with my own eyes. Akaza was completely wiped out, absolutely, and definitely dead. Kaneo Tsukishima exclaimed loudly, clearly irritated by Tengen Yuzui's lack of faith. That may not necessarily be true. Tengen shook his head, his sword fingers forming a skeptical gesture. As everyone knows, without a Nicaran blade, It's impossible to kill a demon for good. You can't just say that. If there's even a chance that it's true, with such a powerful new individual suddenly appearing, Master, we might need to pay more attention to him. The sound Hashira, Ubuyashiki Tenjin, said solemnly. He knew that Kaneo wasn't the type to exaggerate. If she was this certain, it was very likely the event had truly occurred. If such a person had indeed appeared, the Demon Slayer Corps must treat it seriously. Sound Hashira speaks wisely. Kagaya Ubuyashiki nodded, then turned his head toward Kaneo. Although his eyes were sightless and vacant, Kaneo could still feel Kagaya's gaze fixed upon her. Kaneo, do you have any further information on this Luonan? No, Master. All I know is that his name is Luonan, and he might be from a distant neighboring nation. As for any specific details beyond that, I know absolutely nothing. Kaneo shook her head. That's rather troubling then. Kagaya sighed deeply. With a figure of such strength, if we could form an alliance with him, he would definitely be able to contend with the upper moons, and even perhaps go against Muzan himself. Exactly. After all, he defeated Akaza instantly. Kaneo nodded in agreement. Even Muzan couldn't instantly kill a powerful demon like Akaza without resorting to his trump card. Only by using his hidden techniques, as the progenitor of all demons, could Muzan instantly kill any demon. Except for superhuman-level outliers such as Kura Wugi or unique cases like Makomo and Sessamaru, who had not been transformed by Muzan into demons. Thus, our next priority must be to monitor the upper moons. Akaza's death will certainly stir something among them. Even Muzan will fly into a rage over this. They will immediately suspect us, and we must prevent retaliatory measures. Inform the Hashira who are out on missions, and have them proceed with extra caution. Understood, Master. No problem. I will immediately send word to them. Kagaya nodded approvingly and continued. Also, inform the swordsmith's village to remain vigilant. Additionally, regarding the person Kaneo mentioned, we should monitor his movements as well. Once we locate him, we must immediately invite him here. What? Here? This is the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters. The Wind Hashira immediately expressed his discontent. He already harbored doubts toward this so-called hidden powerful warrior named Luonan. Now they were even considering risking exposure of the headquarters location just to invite this stranger in? That was unthinkable. Enough, Tenjin. That is my decision. Kagaya waved a hand dismissively. He is worth such an effort from us. But this person is completely mysterious. How can we be sure he isn't Muzan's ally? Tenjin persisted, still unwilling to let go. Allies? If he were their ally, why would he kill Akaza? Kagaya's eyebrows lifted slightly. Even if he killed Akaza specifically to locate the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters, well, then Akaza's life as the upper three would be worth next to nothing. Just finding our headquarters won't help. They already know Muzan has been searching for years, and might even have found clues by now. But what of it? We've long been prepared. If Muzan dares to come here, let him taste our strength. Haha, I doubt Muzan would dare attack our headquarters alone even if he knew its location. He fears death more than anyone else. Shinobu Kocho laughed loudly. This guy is the most cowardly of them all. There's absolutely no chance he would come alone, or even personally lead a group of demons. He'll only send the upper moons to check things out first. Now that Akaza is dead, the strength of the upper-ranked demons has been greatly reduced. The lower ranks are barely even worth our attention. Apart from Kura Wugi, only upper two, Doma, is a legitimate threat, Ubuyashiki stated seriously. However, I doubt Muzan will act rashly. With Akaza dead, he will surely investigate thoroughly before taking any action. Now I wonder. The Flame Hashira suddenly chuckled, stroking his chin. What would happen if Muzan traces things back to Luonan? Possibly. Upon hearing his words, the others nodded immediately. After a while more of discussion, they disbanded to handle their respective duties. As for Muzan, the subject of their conversation, he was, indeed, feeling rather grim at this very moment. Inside the Infinite Castle, Muzan sat at the head of the gathering in the form of a beautiful woman. The remaining upper moons of the 12 Kazuki stood below him. As for the lower moons, they were not even considered worthy of attending such a meeting. Although he called them the 12 Kazuki, it was merely a title. In truth, Muzan only valued the upper moons. Now, Akaza, the upper three, had perished. Looking at Muzan's stern face at the head of the chamber, all the upper moons felt uneasy. Only Black Kiri, the six-eyed Black Death cow, remained unchanged in expression, while even Doma, who always wore a smile regardless of the situation, showed signs of tension. The upper moons glanced at one another, none of them knowing the reason why Muzan had suddenly summoned them for a meeting. Lord Muzan, where's Akaza? Standing just below Black Kiri, and still observing the latter's calm demeanor, Doma finally chose to speak up. After all, he was second only to Black Kiri within the 12 Kazuki. Akaza? Muzan slightly lifted his eyes, interrupting his own thoughts. He cast a cold glance at Doma and replied icily. I summoned all of you today because of Akaza. Oh, Doma, and even the other upper moons, expressed surprise. Even Black Kiri's eyes subtly flicked toward Muzan. My lord, might you tell us what has happened? Doma asked earnestly. Other demons such as Gokyu and Tamayo also wore expressions of curiosity, completely unaware of what had befallen Akaza to prompt such a personal meeting convened by Muzan. Akaza is dead, Muzan declared. The hall immediately fell into complete silence. Akaza was the upper three, his strength was second only to Black Kiri. Even Doma wouldn't dare claim certain victory over Akaza in a fight. Yet now what had they just heard? That Akaza was dead? How could that be true? Their first reaction was disbelief. But since Muzan himself had said it, they had no choice but to believe. All the demons born from Muzan's blood carried a connection to him. If Muzan declared Akaza dead, then it was certain he was indeed dead. But how is that possible? Akaza was extremely powerful. Tamayo exclaimed in shock. Exactly. Lord Akaza was not weak. How could he suddenly die? Could it be that the Demon Slayer Corps gathered all their Hashira to ambush him? Japongitane said, also in shock. Beside him, Daki remained silent, still stunned by the news. Black Kiri's expression tightened. He moved his lips as if to speak, but instead fixed his gaze on Muzan. He saw the fury burning in Muzan's eyes. Muzan coldly spoke. That's exactly what I suspect. To kill Akaza, a mere 1 or 2 Hashira wouldn't have been enough. Even if overpowered, Akaza should have been able to escape. Yet this time, Akaza died under very suspicious circumstances. He had no chance to flee, nor even time to send a message. The only possibility is that the Demon Slayer Corps sent nearly all their Hashira to launch a surprise attack on him. Humph. How bold of the Demon Slayer Corps to dare ambush an Upper Moon. It seems we've waited too long to deal with them again. These new Hashira have already forgotten the fear I once instilled in them. Chapter 198. Who is Luonan? Muzan's decision. Lord, I have some doubts. Doma tapped his iron fan thoughtfully and said, we understand the Demon Slayer Corps' strength. To encircle and kill Akaza, at least 6 Hashira would be required. If fewer than 6 were present, Akaza could either win or escape. Yet this time, Akaza couldn't even flee. This indicates that either the Demon Slayer Corps has gathered more than 6 Hashira, or there is another force involved. Upon hearing this, others like Kabutsuji furrowed their brows, while Hantengu and the others began to think. Muzan's eyes flickered as he calmly replied, indeed, but we have knowledge of the Hashira's movements. For the Demon Slayer Corps to gather more than 6 Hashira without us noticing, humph, could our intelligence on them have fallen that far behind? This is clearly not the case, Lord. Doma gave his usual faint smile. From what I know, the strongest Hashira, Senyu Kyuden, is currently in Kyoto tracking something related to an incident I caused 2 months ago, and Butterfly Midamaru has been spotted by my men in the Kanto region. The water Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, visited his relative in Fujitsuko. I even saw him personally a couple of days ago. Unfortunately, he ran away fast enough. If not, he'd have died by my hand already. In that case, I can't believe that the rest of the Hashira alone could have possibly overwhelmed Akaza. Muzan narrowed his eyes before finally ordering the others. Doma, investigate Akaza's exact cause of death. I need to know exactly what happened, whether the Demon Slayer Corps suddenly developed a secret weapon. My lord, I think that unlikely. If they really had a secret weapon, they would have used it against you or Lord Kabutsuji instead of wasting it on Akaza. After all, even I couldn't withstand a decisive strike that powerful. Doma sighed then said, I suspect some other force intervened, but I need to investigate further. Please give me some time, my lord. Don't disappoint me. Doma. Muzan looked approvingly at Doma and nodded. The Upper Moon too had indeed done well, and was worth sparing all those years ago. Although not as strong as Kabutsuji, Doma was a valuable asset, not only for his power, but for his clever mind. I will never disappoint you, my lord. Doma respectfully bowed to Muzan and left immediately to begin his task. Among the 12 Kazuki, except for Kabutsuji who remained indifferent as usual, others couldn't hide their slight envy. It seemed Doma remained Muzan's favorite. Enough of waiting around. Muzan turned sharply toward the other Kazuki with a cold tone. Deploy your forces immediately. I want to know every detail. Investigate and find the truth behind Akaza's death. As your command, my lord. Tongogu and the others immediately departed to issue orders to their subordinates, sending demons out throughout the night to investigate Akaza's death, eventually even reaching the ruined small town where Akaza died. After many days of investigation, Doma was the first to obtain subtle clues. The information came from a captured Demon Slayer swordsman. This swordsman had once been under the command of the Love Hashira while pursuing one of Akaza's subordinates. Unluckily for him, he had been captured by Doma's men and after a brutal interrogation, was forced to reveal information about Luonan. Upon learning of Luonan's existence, Doma was immediately shocked. Was there really such a powerful individual in this world? One hit killing Akaza? Are you not kidding me? Could Kabutsuji kill Akaza in one hit? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the entire world, only Muzan himself could possibly achieve that, but even then, not through brute force, only through his suppression as the demon ancestor over Akaza. Now suddenly, a human appeared who could kill Akaza in one strike, without even using a Nichiren blade. How could this not stun Doma? More importantly, Doma even feared. If such a person attacked him, could he survive a single blow? After deep thought, Doma wasn't sure. He wasn't much stronger than Akaza, and arguably weaker in terms of actual combat strength. He owed his higher rank to his intelligence and his fanatical followers, unlike Akaza who mostly acted alone. Realizing this only increased Doma's tension. Immediately, he contacted Muzan to report this critical information. Inside the Infinity Castle at this moment were only Muzan, Nariku, Hantengu, and Doma. The other Upper Moons had not been summoned. In Muzan's eyes, since the information had come from Doma, those other demons were already useless and no longer deserved his attention. Luonan. Is this name from that neighboring great nation? Muzan raised his eyebrows slightly. If this Luonan truly possessed the ability to kill Akaza with a single strike, coming from that great nation, although it would be shocking and unexpected, it wouldn't be impossible. That should be correct. Doma maintained his icy smile. That Demon Slayer swordsman said so himself. He was actually present at the scene. Originally, it had been a trap set by Akaza to lure in the Love Hashira. It had nearly succeeded. When this Luonan suddenly passed by, casually struck down the demon used as bait with one move, and then killed Akaza as well. The demon slayers were very surprised. The Love Hashira even invited him to visit the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, but this Luonin refused. Judging from this, he's definitely not someone the Demon Slayer Corps can control. Even so, he killed one of my subordinates. Muzin said coldly. One strike to kill Akaza without even using a Nichiren blade. Umph. How can I easily believe that? With Muzin's pride, how could he possibly acknowledge the existence of a being more powerful than himself, especially a human? Lord, I also find it a bit hard to believe. But please, my lord, don't risk going yourself. What if that Demon Slayer swordsman was telling the truth? Doma said softly. Why don't we send some of the other upper moons to test him first? A mysterious expert of this level. I'm willing to handle it personally. Hantinga spoke for the first time, his 6 eerie eyes revealing a cold glint of fighting spirit. Upon hearing this, Doma smiled uncomfortably, not daring to reply. As the leader of the 12 Kazuki, Hantinga was considered more terrifying than Muzin in the eyes of all the upper moons. When Muzin got angry, there was always a reason behind it. He would only kill those who failed him when he was in a rage. But with Hantingu, you never knew when he would suddenly kill someone or why he did it. He was simply a killing machine. No one could understand why such a ruthless and cold-blooded figure could share the same blood as a saint-like warrior who was nearly powerful enough to kill Muzin, the Biju himself. That man was a peerless swordsman. Hantingu, you stay put for now. Let the other upper moons test his strength first, see whether he's truly that powerful. Doma, do you know where this person is now? Muzin stopped Hantinga's urge to take personal action and then turned to Doma. Actually, it's a coincidence. My followers indeed spotted this individual in Osaka. He was accompanied by several beautiful women, seemingly touring the city, perhaps visiting the country as a tourist. Doma shrugged. Very well, Naraku, inform Hantingu and the others. Let the upper moons 4, 5, and 6 all move out. You should also monitor the situation there closely. Don't let the same thing happen as with Akaza's death, where we still didn't know the details afterward. Muzin cast a cold glance at Naraku. Naraku trembled slightly and immediately bowed to accept the command. Understood, my lord. Chapter 199. The ghost is coming. The ghost is dead. At this moment, in Osaka Prefecture, on a relatively bustling street, Luo Nin was walking around with Robin and others, enjoying the sights and shopping. Different from the customs of the pirate world, the girls were fascinated by this new experience. Though this was merely Osaka Prefecture of the 1920s or 1930s, far from matching the prosperity of its future incarnations, it was still novel enough for them. In Luo Nan's eyes, the place was nothing special, but in the eyes of Robin and the others, it was a source of delight. They roamed from shop to shop, experiencing the vibrancy of the modern commercial street. Wow, there's so much here, not just lots of clothes I've never seen before, but all kinds of delicious food too. Kaluman exclaimed, holding a skewer of some unknown snack, eating it as she spoke. MHM, what's this stuff? It smells great, but why does it taste so bitter? Eilina approached from a distance, holding a cup of beverage, frowning as she sipped. But moments later, her eyes lit up. Actually, it's pretty good. That's coffee. Luonin laughed. Didn't you add sugar? Can I add sugar? Why didn't that shop owner tell me? Eilina complained. He probably thought you already knew. He might have assumed you didn't want sugar on purpose, Luonin casually replied. Oh really? Well then, next time I'll definitely add some sugar. This way is a bit too bitter, but still not bad. It's still very tasty. Eilina smiled. Luonan, I heard from passers-by that there are even more prosperous places in this world. Is that true? Nami suddenly asked. Indeed there are, Luonan replied. Cities like New York, London, Shanghai, and Tokyo right here in this country are all much more prosperous than the city we're in now. Although the world still could not compare to the future, the metropolises he just mentioned far surpassed anything in the world of pirates. Even the developed Aran Island could not match them. After all, they belong to completely different worlds. Though the pirate world may have once flourished, even surpassed this world's future, it was now nothing but history. In the original storyline, Inaru thrived on the moon, where the advanced technology clearly showed that the ancient humans of the pirate world had once built an extremely advanced civilization. Unfortunately, that era was long gone. When will we get to see those bustling metropolises? Nami said excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Manjiri, hiding within Robin's collar with just her tiny head visible, stretched her head out curiously too, looking at Luo Nan with eager eyes. Why not? We have time. Once we finish touring this city, we'll head to Tokyo. Luo Nin replied with a smile. Yay. The girls immediately cheered upon hearing this. Even Hancock, who hadn't spoken at all, revealed a faint smile. Meanwhile, as Luo Nin was walking with the girls, Upper Moon demons led by Hantengu and Gyukatsu had arrived in Osaka Prefecture. There were 4 of them in total: Hantengu, Gyukatsu, Jifu, Kailong, Jaburitaro, and Dojin, Hantengu. Lord Hantengu, is that man Luo Nin really in Osaka? He hasn't escaped yet, right? Jaburitaro looked up to Hantengu with a flattering gaze. Next to him, Hantengu glanced at him without a word. I've already sent out a few demons to keep an eye on him. Now that everyone is here, it's time to act. Hantengu appeared as an old man, speaking slowly, his expression calm and leisurely. Looking at the others, he continued. Lord Muzin's order. This time we must complete the mission perfectly. Otherwise, I believe no one wants to see what punishment he would give. We definitely don't want that. Recalling Muzin's cruelty, Jaburitaro immediately shook his head, his emaciated body trembling involuntarily. Gyukatsu, though hiding inside his clay pot, made a clanking sound as the pot shook against the ground, an indication of his fear. Indeed, any demon feared Muzan, except for Ketsui Hashibara and a few others not under Muzan's control. Even Hantengu, a proud woman by nature, couldn't help changing expression upon hearing Hantengu's words. My lord Hantengu, shall we start immediately then? Jibiritaro quickly said. Yes, all of you follow me. This man Luo Nan, I've heard, may be a hidden expert. Don't underestimate him, Hantengu said with a serious look. Unlike the others, he had secretly heard from Doma earlier that Sin no Yuta of the Upper Moons, Akaza, may have fallen, not at the hands of the Demon Slayer Corps, but due to this Luo Nan. Upon hearing such news, Hantengu had originally had no desire to face Luo Nan directly. As a cowardly and death-fearing demon, Hantengu valued his own life greatly. Unfortunately, he couldn't disobey Gikatsu's orders, or he would die immediately. Helplessly, he could only accept the mission and come to confront Luo Nan. However, with Doma's earlier warning, he had made some preparations. He had decided to let the others attack first, and once the situation turned unfavorable, he would immediately flee. While calculating in his mind, Hantengu led the others toward a bustling street in Osaka Prefecture. At this moment, it was nighttime, an ideal time for demons to operate. Guided by a minor demon monitoring Luo Nan, they finally arrived in front of a shop. Not long after, several figures stepped out of the store, with Luo Nan leading the way, followed by Nami, Robin, Hancock, and others. Their expressions were relaxed, as if they hadn't realized at all that they had become targets of the demons. Seeing this, Hantengu slightly nodded at the others, signaling them to prepare. The others exchanged glances before initiating the attack. Jibiritaro was the first to draw his weapon, a curved saber, and charged forward without hesitation. Immediately following him, Hantengu leapt into the air, disregarding the fact that it was a busy street. She flew along the rooftops and dashed toward Luo Nan and his group from above. Meanwhile, Gyokatsu, standing next to Hantengu, manipulated his clay pot, hopping upward as he extended his upper body out from the pot like a snake. His arms stretched outward as he advanced toward Luo Nan with a ferocious expression. Hantengu himself narrowed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and prepared to fight. If Luo Nan was truly a powerful hidden expert, he would run. But if he was just an ordinary human, then he would join the fight too. He had to earn some credit after all. However, just at this moment, Luo Nan, who had just stepped out of the store, had a slight smile on his lips. When the demons had been watching him earlier, he had already noticed. However, those minor demons hadn't taken any action, clearly just lowly minions. Now, the mastermind behind the scenes had finally appeared. Then, since they dared to attack him, they could die. The girls beside him also slightly furrowed their brows, somewhat suppressing their joyous expressions as they oddly looked at the charging demons. Then, they looked at Luo Nan. With Luo Nan around, they naturally felt no concern for their safety. In fact, even if they were to fight the demons themselves, they could handle them to some extent. They were certainly not helpless girls. Each of them possessed considerable strength. Even against the upper moons of the 12 Kazuki, they could engage in battle. But since Luo Nan was here, there was no need for them to personally step in. Defeating these creatures didn't even require Luo Nan to expend much effort. With a light, simple wave of his hand, a red glow flashed as sword energy infused with the terrifying power of the Mera Mera no Mi shot forth. It split into 4 beams of light, directly aiming toward the 3 charging demons and Hantengu, who stood cautiously behind. Without the slightest surprise, under Luo Nan's attack, these foes were completely wiped out without even the slightest resistance. Their strength did not even compare to Akaza's. If Akaza had been instantly defeated by Luo Nan, how much more so these mere demons? Chapter 200, Black Death Mujo enters the battlefield. The decisive battle in Tokyo. Let's go. Luo Nan waved his hand, and, in an instant, he and the girls disappeared. Their speed was too fast for ordinary people to even react. The ordinary people on the nearby streets thought they had hallucinated. They rubbed their eyes one after another, but when they looked again, there was absolutely nothing there. The few demons had been killed and vanished, and Luo Nan's group had left. Could it really not have been a hallucination? Luo Nan and his group left Osaka Prefecture and headed toward the bustling and prosperous Tokyo metropolis for some shopping. While on the other side, Muzan Kabutsuji's expression suddenly changed dramatically. What's going on? Inside the Infinite Castle, Muzan, who had been conducting research, suddenly turned pale. He could clearly sense that the lives of several upper ranks he had been monitoring had suddenly vanished. It had happened too abruptly. In the blink of an eye, all 4 upper rank demons, numbers 4 through 7, had completely disappeared. These 4 were the demons he had sent to test Luo Nan. They're all dead? How is that even possible? Muzan was shocked. These weren't weak lower rank demons. They were upper rank demons. And yet they hadn't even managed to put up a fight before being instantly annihilated. How could he not feel shocked? Frowning gravely, Muzan lowered his head in thought before turning and stepping out of the research room. Makio, summon Doma and Kokoshibo. As you command, my lord. Makio respectfully responded, and then contacted Kokoshibo and Doma, transporting them to the Infinite Castle. My lord. Upon arrival, Doma respectfully bowed to Muzan, while Kokoshibo remained silent. Hantengu and the others are dead. Muzan's voice was low and heavy. They died instantly, 4 upper-rank demons, all gone in a single moment. Luo Nan is no ordinary opponent. He is truly extraordinary. What? Upon hearing that, Doma was instantly horrified. Instantly? All of them died at once. It wasn't the fact of their deaths that shocked him, but rather the instantaneous annihilation of all 4. What did that mean? It meant that Luo Nan possessed the ability to kill them all in a single moment. Not even Doma himself could do that, nor could Kokushibo, except perhaps Muzan himself through his cunning methods. If one relied purely on strength, not even Muzan could instantly kill 4 upper ranks. How could this not terrify him? Hearing this news, Kokushibo's eyes flickered and his entire body brimmed with battle intent. He raised his head and said, "My lord Muzan, let me go meet him. This opponent is strong enough to slay 4 upper-rank demons at once. I long to face him in battle." Kokushibo. Muzan hesitated for a moment. Previously, he had been reluctant to send Kokushibo into battle, but now, his conviction was wavering. Such a terrifying enemy must be eliminated by any means necessary. Otherwise, it would only cause him greater unease. Yet, in his heart, Muzan also felt fear. Fear of an opponent like Luo Nan, who could wipe out 4 upper ranks in an instant. He didn't dare face Luo Nan personally. The only remaining forces he had now were Doma and Kokushibo. As for those lower-rank demons, they were all useless. If even Akaza and the other 4 upper ranks had been killed, what could the lower ranks possibly accomplish? They were simply no match. Therefore, the ultimate responsibility now fell entirely upon the 2 of them. Doma might be strong, but his strength was about equal to Akaza's, and since even Akaza had been defeated by Luo Nan, sending Doma would just be throwing him away. So, if Muzan himself wasn't going to go, the only viable powerhouse left was Kokushibo. After a moment of silence, Muzan nodded and said, "All right, Kokushibo. Since you insist, you shall personally confront Luo Nan. However, you must proceed with the utmost caution. That man is no ordinary foe. His strength may even surpass mine. Never let your guard down. Rest assured, I am not the kind of person who underestimates his opponents lightly." Kokushibo said calmly, "I will give my full effort against any enemy, especially so when the enemy has killed 4 upper-rank demons. No, 5. I truly look forward to battling him. Your moon-breathing technique indeed holds immense power. It isn't even inferior to your younger brother's sun-breathing anymore." Muzan remarked, admiration evident in his tone. Although moon-breathing originated from sun-breathing, it had, over centuries of refinement, become completely different, a breathing technique perfectly suited to his combat style. Upon hearing Muzan mention his younger brother, Kashiro Yurichi, Kokushibo's eyes flickered, though he remained silent. In his heart, there was an indescribable jealousy toward his younger brother's extraordinary swordsmanship talent. This was one of the reasons why he abandoned the name Kusei Kaganamitsu and changed his name to Kokushibo, becoming one of Muzan's demons, mainly to grow stronger in swordsmanship until he could surpass his former younger brother, Kashiro Yurichi. Kokushibo left, taking his weapon with him from the Infinity Castle. Using Nezuko and Doma's connection, he began tracking Luo Nan's group. Eventually, 2 days later, he received the information Luo Nan's group had actually arrived in Tokyo Metropolis, one of the most bustling cities. Without hesitation, Kokushibo headed straight for Tokyo. He selected a night brightly illuminated by the moon and began his move. Muzan and Doma were both gathered in the Infinity Castle, waiting for the result of the battle between Kokushibo and Luo Nan. At this moment in Tokyo, Luo Nan had just finished strolling around with the girls and, along the way, had also completed his check-in. "System, check-in at Tokyo Metropolis," Luo Nan said leisurely. "Congratulations to the host. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. Initial breathing technique. Sun breathing." The system's prompt made Luo Nan raise his eyebrows. He had unexpectedly obtained the strongest breathing technique in the Demon Slayer world, the one created by Kashiro Yurichi, sun breathing. It was a rather decent reward. Luo Nan accepted the breathing technique and studied it briefly, discovering that this technique was quite good. It perfectly complemented the power of his Mera Mera no Mi and the Phoenix Force. Even when used with his Zanpakuto, it offered additional enhancement. Therefore, within less than half a day, Luo Nan had mastered sun breathing to its highest level. After all, it was just a cultivation method from a lower-tier martial world. Given Luo Nan's current life form level, cultivating such a technique was not difficult. So easy it was almost like drinking water. "Alright everyone, it's already very late. Let's find a place to rest." Luo Nan smiled as he looked at the girls chatting excitedly beside him. "There's a very nice hotel just ahead. We'll stay there tonight." "Great, I'm fine with it." Elena smiled, still eating a delicious meal in her hand. "Of course, I was planning to continue shopping tomorrow. There's no need to open a dimensional portal back to our world yet." Nami also smiled, her hands filled with high-end clothes unlike anything available in the One Piece world. "Then it's settled." Luo Nan had a sudden thought and glanced sideways at a tall structure not far away. It was a towering iron tower, atop which someone seemed to be standing with a sword. The full moon behind him seemed even brighter. "You all go ahead to the hotel first. I have something else to do." Luo Nan nodded and said, Are there still those called demons coming to cause trouble?" Empress raised her brows slightly, thoughtfully. "Yes, don't worry about me. I'll be right back," Luo Nan replied casually. "Fine then, girls, let's go. What do we have to worry about Luo Nan's affairs?" Robin smiled, pulling Nami beside her and leading the group of girls toward the large hotel on the street. As for Luo Nan, his figure moved and instantly soared into the air, rapidly arriving in the sky beside the tower so swiftly that the pedestrians below could barely see him clearly. Shortly after, however, the crowd below the tower began to exclaim in surprise, as if they had noticed something unusual atop the tower. Chapter 201, Luo Nan vs. Akutagawa. Tokyo Metropolis is one of the most prosperous regions, densely populated with over 10 million residents even in this era. This tower, although not as tall or famous as the future Tokyo Tower, still isn't short. Nearly 200 meters high if not over 300, and stands out prominently in the bustling city. Atop this tall iron tower stands a strange six-eyed creature, none other than Akutagawa. However, the ordinary people below cannot see him clearly. Their gazes are not fixed upon Akutagawa, but instead on another person. Luonin flew straight into the air, suspending himself midair. In the nearly 200-meter-high sky, he stared across at Akutagawa. There was combativeness in Akutagawa's sharp gaze, as well as surprise at Luonin's ability to fly, though there was no fear. The sudden appearance of an expert who could defy gravity was unexpected, yet it didn't in the least extinguish Akutagawa's fighting will. Meanwhile, Luonin was also staring at Akutagawa. Although Akutagawa's eyes were somewhat unusual, his combat power was formidable in reality. He was second only to Muzan and his younger brother Kaijiro in the original story, a worthy opponent who forced Luonin to be a little more serious. During the silent face-off, the people below had already erupted into loud noises due to Luonin hovering in the sky. Some people had already called the police, and the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department was quickly rushing to the scene at top speed. Normally, a ridiculous report of a flying person wouldn't even be considered, and the authorities might even scold those who filed such a complaint. But today was different, because there were too many calls coming in. Nearly everyone near the tower reported seeing a flying person, proving this was not the delusion of just one or two individuals, but something seen by thousands, demanding serious attention from the police. As a result, hundreds of officers were dispatched rapidly to the commercial district where the tower stood. When these hundreds of officers arrived, they found masses of civilians surrounding the base of the tower, gazing skyward. The officers also looked up, only to be instantly stunned. Huh? Really? He's actually flying. A young officer, eyes wide, stuttered as he pointed skyward. Expressions of stunned disbelief appeared on the faces of the surrounding officers as well, all staring at the sky. Although it was already quite late, Akutagawa had specifically chosen the night for his attack, as darkness was when he reached his maximum strength. Although he had a relatively strong resistance to sunlight, he couldn't withstand direct exposure. After all, even Muzan couldn't withstand that. Only during the night did the strength of demons peak. Quick, call the chief and inform him what's happening here. It's real. A real flying man, one of the leading officers shouted immediately. Originally, he had believed it was just a false report, even if thousands of people made the same claim. But never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that someone could actually fly. So, the officers called the police headquarters once again. This time, with officers directly reporting, higher authorities finally paid serious attention. The information was quickly relayed to even more senior personnel, including even the Prime Minister and King. The entire Tokyo leadership was immediately thrown into commotion. A human who could fly. This was a matter of utmost importance. If they could capture this person and study him, perhaps they might uncover the secret to flight. Thousands of officers and large numbers of soldiers rushed to the area around the tower, sealing off surrounding roads and driving away crowds of onlookers, who were furious yet dared not protest. Of course, Luonin was aware of the disturbance below, but since he had decided to fight Akutagawa, it was inevitable. Akutagawa had deliberately chosen such a location, probably without the intention of concealing their battle, so Luonin had no objections either. This world was still in the period of World War I and II, and atomic bombs probably hadn't even been developed yet. Although even if they had been completed, the nuclear bombs of this era still couldn't harm him. His speed alone could dodge missile strikes armed with nuclear warheads, and even the epicenter explosion and its radiation would be completely ineffective against him. Therefore, Luonin had nothing to fear from these ordinary humans. As a powerful demon who had existed since the Sengoku era, Akutagawa also feared no ordinary human and didn't care much about these disturbances either. After a brief standstill, the first movement finally appeared. I didn't expect there to be someone as strong as you in this world besides demons. Akutagawa wasn't known for being talkative, but speaking to Luonin at this moment meant he was treating this opponent with extreme seriousness. Are demons that powerful? Luonin smiled slightly. Your younger brother once defeated Akutagawa and even nearly killed him, and your brother wasn't a demon. Hearing Luonin mention his younger brother, Kuroshimaru's eyebrows furrowed slightly. How did this person know so much about him? After all, Kuroshimaru was a figure from over 400 years ago, during the Sengoku era. After so many centuries, the number of people who knew anything about him could be counted on one hand. Yet Luonin knew of him. Clearly, Luonin was no ordinary individual. Could you be a final safeguard left behind by Yuichiro? Kuroshimaru's eyes narrowed as he stared intensely at Luonin. Have you inherited his techniques? The original breathing style. Haha. Though Yuichiro Tsujikuni was a swordsmanship genius with considerable strength, he still isn't qualified to teach me. Even the breath of the sun holds no real appeal for me. Luonin shook his head and looked at Kuroshimaru. Enough talking. Since you came here seeking me out, you must not have come for idle chat, right? Let's see your real ability then. Show me how much stronger you've become after living for centuries as a demon. As you wish. Upon hearing Luonin's words, Kuroshimaru didn't waste more breath. Since Luonin denied receiving Yuichiro's inheritance, they would settle this in battle. Then he would find out for sure whether Luonin truly possessed the inheritance of Yuichiro. Clang. Kuroshimaru drew the demon's sword from his waist, fixing Luonin with a severe gaze filled with hidden killing intent. Luonin, on the other hand, merely folded his hands behind his back, showing no intention of drawing his Zanpakuto. Kuroshimaru did possess the qualifications to make him fight, but he certainly didn't possess the strength to make him go all out. At his current state, a semi-divine being, using full power would likely destroy the entire island with one strike. Was someone as insignificant as Kuroshimaru truly worthy of forcing him to unleash his complete might? Yet at the moment both were about to engage, activity began to stir among the military personnel and police surrounding the area below. All units, listen. Fire all cannons at the flying man. Full Wuli, shoot him down from the sky. A military general glared sternly at Luonan, suspended in the air above, and issued the order to attack. Yes, sir. The soldiers responsible for the artillery immediately began loading and assembling shells, then opened fire directly at Luonan. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 202. Janji Roar. A wave of annihilation. Countless shells were fired toward the sky without any regard for the fact that this was a downtown area. In their eyes, as long as they could shoot down this flying figure and obtain the secret to flight, all other concerns were secondary. Endless soldiers and police officers stared intensely at the silhouette in the sky. They had also noticed the figure standing atop the radio tower, but since that individual didn't appear capable of flight, he was not treated as the primary target. The shells raced forward and exploded near Luonan, nearly engulfing him in the fiery blasts. Unfortunately for the attackers, such ordinary artillery posed absolutely no threat to Luonan whatsoever. Luonan cast a calm, dismissive glance toward the incoming barrage. Then, with a light wave of his hand, sword light flashed and a wave of sword chi swept through the air. In an instant, the sky, thick with incoming artillery, was completely cleared. The radiant blade light illuminated the night sky, and the figure atop the radio tower, Hakataka Murasame, immediately froze mid-movement. He silently calculated in his mind whether he would have been able to withstand that single move from Luonan. Down below, the soldiers and police officers were filled with terror. They could hardly believe what they had just witnessed. How was it possible that so many powerful explosive shells could be wiped away with just a single wave of someone's hand? This flyer. What exactly is he? He's just too terrifying. A policeman stuttered fearfully, his body trembling. Yes, way too terrifying. So many shells. And he just swept them all away like that. Another officer echoed, his eyes betraying unmistakable fear. Quickly fall back. Our Air Force is already on the way. Don't panic. No matter how strong this strange flyer is, he can't possibly withstand our fighter jets. On the side, the leading officer had also been startled by the sight, but being a military commander, he quickly regained his composure and gave calm orders, directing the soldiers and police to retreat in an orderly fashion. Upon hearing that the Air Force had already arrived with fighter jets coming into play, the rifle-toting soldiers and pistol-armed police officers gradually calmed down and began retreating in formation. In the sky above, Luonan slowly withdrew his hand. To him, these ordinary human attacks were nothing, but provoking him had consequences. He intended to deal with these petty nuisances, but suddenly, his ears twitched. He turned his gaze to the horizon, where faint lights began appearing in the sky. Standing atop the tower, Hakataka also glanced in that direction. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to act, and instead remained still, silently waiting. To him, it was a good thing that humans had launched an attack against Luonan. Even though he was confident in his own strength, after witnessing Luonan's overwhelming display of power just now, he no longer had complete certainty in defeating him one-on-one. Now that humans had used their high-tech weaponry to strike Luonan, it offered Hakataka a valuable opportunity to observe and let others drain Luonan's energy beforehand. Once Hakataka finally moved to confront Luonan, victory would surely be much easier, wouldn't it? Thus, Hakataka did not interfere in Luonan's fight with the humans, and in turn, the humans did not target him either. This was partly because Hakataka could not fly, and partly because it was night, so no one had clearly seen his true form atop the tower. People only vaguely knew there was someone up there. Naturally, if convenient, the fighter jets might also target him. Now, with the expectant gazes of the soldiers and police on the ground, large numbers of fighter jets roared in the sky, swooping down directly toward Luonan's position. As they dove, they opened fire. Though the pilots knew the target was a flying person, when they actually saw him, they still felt uneasy. However, orders were orders, and despite their hesitation, they commenced the attack on Luonan. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Machine guns thundered across the sky. Dozens of jets circled Luonan, unloading continuous gunfire, while others patrolled in the outer airspace, monitoring the battle. But to their horror, they realized the bullets had absolutely no effect on Luonan. The bullets simply hovered midair, almost concealing Luonan's entire form. Countless bullets floated around him like a spherical shield. Within the bullet sphere, Luonan stood calm and unharmed. To him, such attacks were simply too childish. Scatter! With a wave of his hand, Luonan unleashed a powerful force that sent the bullets hurtling outward like lightning. Bang! 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 The bullets that had been sent flying backward pierced the attacking fighter jets around Luonan. Many of them had their fuel tanks punctured, causing raging fires that resulted in massive explosions. Approximately 30 or more aircraft were destroyed. Only a few lucky pilots managed to eject successfully, while the rest perished along with their jets in the fiery blasts. The pilots of the circling jets nearby were utterly shocked by the sight. They stared in horror, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Monstrous, monstrous. What the hell is this? One pilot cried out in fear. This is terrifying. Just what kind of person is this? Call headquarters, call headquarters. We can't handle such a powerful enemy. Hurry, hurry for reinforcements. We need more support. As the pilots shouted for aid, Luo Nen had already turned his gaze toward them. He raised his right hand toward these foes, and a red glow flickered along his arm. One after another, small fireballs the size of fists appeared. After summoning thousands of them, Luo Nen casually waved his hand. These fireballs, each trailing flames like guided missiles, shot through the night sky like a meteor shower, breathtakingly beautiful, yet delivering deadly despair to the enemy aircraft. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying series of explosions, shaking the heavens, echoed across the sky, leaving countless people on the ground stunned and disoriented. It was unimaginable that hundreds of fighter jets could be destroyed in such a short time. How terrifying was this scene? Without saying anything else, the soldiers and police officers below, upon seeing this, immediately began to retreat under their commander's leadership. There was no choice but to flee. If hundreds of fighter jets couldn't stand against this enemy, how could mere human bodies fight back? They needed to return and report the situation immediately. Alright then, now that those annoying flies are gone, it's finally time for our battle. Luo Nen said casually as he clapped his hands together, then turned his gaze toward the radio tower. There stood Hakataka Murasame, eyes filled with the utmost seriousness as he stared at Luo Nan, yet his hand firmly gripped his demonic blade. Its sharp edge pointed directly at Luo Nan, showing no sign of retreating. Indeed, incredibly powerful. Hakataka exhaled deeply, his 6 eyes locked onto Luo Nan. His heart was deeply shaken. He understood how powerful human technology was. After all, those were hundreds of aircraft. Yet, even under such a terrifying barrage of modern weaponry, Luo Nan had not even been harmed. What kind of monster had appeared before him? Indeed, even someone as powerful as Hakataka considered Luo Nen to be a monster. He thought that upper rank one of the 12 Kazuki, Kokoshibo, had been unwise to provoke such a powerful enemy. However, it was unavoidable. Now, he would have to give it his all to defeat the man before him. Otherwise, given Luo Nan's cold-hearted nature, he would certainly not be allowed to walk away. Moreover, Hakataka himself wanted to test his strength against such a powerful opponent. Thus, after inhaling deeply, Hakataka made his move. He shouted, "Take this, moon breathing, first form, dark moon, palaces of the night." Chapter 203, Slaying Kokoshibo. The Demon Slayer Core Meeting. Kokoshibo's attack was extremely sharp. After all, he was one of the upper ranks, and his strength was undeniably powerful, second only to Muzan Kabutsuji himself. One could only imagine how terrifying a demon he was. But his current opponent was no one else but Luo Nan. Therefore, this move was like punching in a cotton in front of him. Luo Nan simply raised his right hand and lightly flicked his finger. Amidst a flash of flame, he shattered dozens of crescent-shaped sword blades that came slicing toward him. Since Luo Nan could fly while Kokoshibo could not, the latter was restricted to standing atop a tall tower to launch his attacks. This greatly limited Kokoshibo's options, and he himself realized it, frowning as he began to move. With a leap of his feet, Kokoshibo both attacked Luo Nan and attempted to shift the battlefield. Initially, he hadn't known that Luo Nan could fly. Had he known, he would never have chosen this tower as the battleground. He had originally intended to fight Luo Nan using his powerful demonic physical abilities, but with his opponent able to fly, Kokoshibo had no choice but to relocate. Luo Nan also guessed Kokoshibo's intention, but he didn't care. He was merely toying around anyway. Since you want to shift the battlefield, then fine, let's go. The two fought from midair down onto the ground, leaping rapidly across rooftops of various buildings. Countless structures were destroyed in the process. The distant onlookers were shocked beyond measure. How could people this powerful exist in the world? The man who had been on top of the tower was this strong as well? And what terrified them more was, did he really have 6 eyes? That was too horrifying. The battle continued, intense and furious. Those watching below quickly fled in panic, scrambling and tumbling over each other to escape with terror. Boom, boom, boom. In the deafening roar, the two exchanged continuous blows. Mostly Kokoshibo attacked while Luo Nan defended. Luo Nan's expression remained calm, even keeping his left hand behind his back. With only his right hand extending casually to counterattacks, he remained unruffled, completely unharmed by Kokoshibo's onslaught. Kokoshibo's expression turned grim, his strikes growing fiercer. Breath of the Moon, second form, Splendor of the Moonlit Flower. Breath of the Moon, third form, Loathed Moon, Erosion. Breath of the Moon, fifth form, Moon Soul Disaster Spiral. Breath of the Moon, sixth form, Long Night Solitary Moon, Relentless. Breath of the Moon, 14th form, Calamity Transformation, Heavenly, Full Crescent Moon. Kokoshibo's expression became increasingly junging, his blood demon art activated. Sharp blades appeared all over his body. A pair of pale white bone horns sprouted from his forehead, and with both hands gripping his demon blade tightly, he hacked furiously at Luo Nan like a mad beast. Yet, he still couldn't even graze Luo Nan the slightest bit. No, impossible. Why? Why am I unable to harm you at all? How is this even possible? Kokoshibo growled in furious disbelief. You've thrown so many moves. Now it's finally my turn. It's time to end this farce after spending so much time with you. Well then, brace yourself. Luo Nan, ignoring Kokoshibo's stunned expression, calmly stated, and then curled his right fingers into a sword-like shape, pointing straight at Kokoshibo. At that moment, Kokoshibo's entire body shivered, as if his soul itself had frozen solid, leaving him petrified with terror. No good. Move now. However, his body remained completely rigid in place, helpless as he watched Luo Nan's finger stab toward him. A ray of sword ki burst forth from the tip, carrying terrifying power capable of annihilation, colliding with Kokushibo amidst a buzzing sound. Boom. Kokushibo's body exploded violently, completely engulfed in red light, reduced to ashes. Nothing remained. Remember, the sword key Luo Nen used now was not merely sword key alone. It contained the terrifying power of the Mera Mera no Mi, the strength of the breath of the sun technique, and most importantly, the ultimate power, the divine rule of the phoenix flame. This was the most terrifying aspect. The idea that demons were immortal and indestructible without a Nichiren blade was completely invalidated in the face of Luo Nan. Nichiren blades could kill demons because they contained the energy of the sun, and the power of sunlight was the true key to killing them. But the power in Luo Nan's fingertip far surpassed the sliver of sunlight within any Nichiren blade. The difference was vast, immeasurably greater. There simply was no comparison. Therefore, Kokushibo was completely helpless against Luo Nan. Earlier, Luo Nan had tested him to see just how powerful this demon, second only to Muzan, actually was. And it was not a pointless act. After all, Muzan was the final boss in this world. While Luo Nan could afford to look down on him strategically, he would never underestimate his opponent tactically, not even as a demigod. How many bosses in Japanese anime end up killed by the protagonist who initially seemed weak, only to erupt with unexpected power? He would never make such a mistake. Come to think of it, the protagonist of Demon Slayer, Tanjiro, was just like that. When he finally killed Muzan Kabutsuji, his overall combat strength was certainly inferior to Muzan's. However, by relying on the inheritance and sword left behind by Yorichi Tsujikuni, as well as his own mastery of the breath of the sun technique, with the help of all members of the Demon Slayer Corps, he still managed to defeat and kill Muzan. That is solid proof. Speaking of which, due to my arrival, I've successively eliminated all the upper ranks. Will the protagonist, Tanjiro, still have the chance to grow in the future? With all the upper ranks already defeated by me, I wonder how Muzan must be feeling now? Will he come after me for revenge? No. Given his cowardly personality, he'll probably just hide inside the Infinity Castle and refuse to come out. Hee. Luo Nen smiled calmly. Then his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. After a long while, the onlookers finally dared to move closer, including the soldiers and police officers. Everyone stared at the battlefield, now completely destroyed, and exchanged fearful glances, unable to utter a word. Deep in their hearts, they were shaken. Who in the world could be this powerful? Meanwhile, Luo Nen returned to the hotel. Due to the aftermath of the battle, the girls had learned about what had happened. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department began investigations and surveys of the surrounding area. None of them wanted to stay any longer, so Luo Nen took the women and left Tokyo, heading north. Several days later, at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the members gathered once again at the summons of Kagami Hashiraguchi. This time, all the Hashira attended the meeting, each with solemn expressions full of seriousness. I never imagined this person Luo Nan's strength could be so overwhelming. I had already estimated his strength to be very high before, but now, I clearly underestimated him. Kagami Hashiraguchi sighed, then looked around the room with his sightless eyes, and asked, "Everyone, what are your thoughts?" Umatba, Hinatsu Gimi-ai, who had already returned, clasped his hands in prayer and chanted, "When I first heard others talk about this man, I found it somewhat unbelievable. But now, one must believe it completely. Of the 12 Kazuki upper ranks, all except for Kokushibo have been killed by him. Truly terrifying." Indeed, achieving such a feat, even if all of us Hashira worked together, would have been extremely difficult. Murata Kabato spoke in a low tone, his eyes filled with grimness. Such a powerful expert, he hadn't even heard of someone like this before. This strength was just too overwhelming. Chapter 204, Butaji Shinobu. Kuruma Senaho. If all of us Hashira were to attack together, we could only defeat those upper-ranked demons if none of them tried to flee. Otherwise, it would truly be beyond us. Sabito Ajiri said solemnly. Don't forget, Muzan won't sit idly by while so many of us Hashira gang up on his subordinates. Quite right, it's not as simple as we thought. Ubuyashiki Tenjin followed up. Still, things have gotten a lot easier now. With this sudden appearance of Luo Nan, all upper ranks have been eliminated except for that abnormal freak, Doma. Now, our major enemies have been greatly reduced. So now, the problem is that Muzan's 12 Kazuki are practically ruined. There's only Doma left among the upper ranks, which isn't much to worry about, and the lower ranks can be completely ignored. However, Muzan himself remains a grave threat that we must take seriously. Ubuyashiki Aoyagi said gravely. I'd like to invite Mr. Luo Nan here to discuss attacking the Infinity Castle. You've considered wisely, Lord Commander. Butaji Shinobu nodded in agreement. We must never underestimate Muzan, because as long as he gets time, he can create powerful new upper ranks again. Even if he cannot replicate someone as strong as Kokushibo, we still shouldn't underestimate him. Let's take this opportunity while Luo Nan is still around, and invite him to attack the Infinity Castle with us. His presence could help us avoid massive losses. Commander, how can we be sure this Mr. Luo Nan will agree to help us? IB Sabito asked with a frown. Based on our intelligence, judging from his itinerary, he clearly travels through major cities for sightseeing purposes. Would he really accept our invitation? How can we know unless we try? Butterfly Shinobu raised her head and said, Commander, I'm willing to personally invite him. To show our sincerity, it's necessary for a Hashira to personally go. Byugi no Hashira is right. If not for my physical condition, I would personally invite him to show our respect. Ubuyashiki Aoyagi nodded. Then this matter is entrusted to you. Byugi no Hashira. Don't worry, I certainly won't fail to live up to your expectations, Commander. Butterfly Shinobu said solemnly. The meeting of the Hashira ended. Everyone left, beginning preparations for the final battle, the upcoming assault on the Infinity Castle where Muzan resided. Ubuyashiki Aoyagi's eyes were dull, yet inwardly he sighed deeply. Finally, is it ending? After hundreds of years, the Ubuyashiki family's stain shall finally be cleansed. Muzan, this time you shall surely die. Among the departing Hashira, one individual's mind was especially complicated. That person was none other than Takata Muichiro. As a descendant of Kira Jinzuk, who lived more than 400 years ago before becoming a demon, his current thoughts were hard to express. After Kira Jinzuk became a demon, he abandoned the Kira name and changed it to Kokoshibo, yet the Kira family continued inheriting the will of Kira Jinichi, opposing demons. Even descendants of Kira Jinzuk followed the same path. After hundreds of years of entanglements and battles, upon hearing that their direct ancestor, Kokoshibo, had been killed by Luonan, he couldn't help feeling complicated emotions. However, thinking about the upcoming battle at the Infinity Castle, Takadu straightened himself up and began preparing alongside the other Hashira. Meanwhile, Butaji Shinobu had already taken her stepchild and left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to search for Luonan. Her goal was to invite Luonan to the Demon Slayer headquarters as a guest, and to ask him to join them in attacking the Infinity Castle and ending Muzan's centuries-old terrifying threat. According to reports from Demon Slayer swordsmen in charge of intelligence, Luonan was currently traveling in the Kansai region. Thus, the two quickly set off towards their destination, traveling swiftly by train and arriving at the location within just a few days. When they arrived, Luonan was sitting with several women in a roadside eatery, enjoying delicious food. Although life wasn't easy for commoners in this era, that mainly affected ordinary people and rural folks. In such a big city, even street-side food stands served food of excellent flavor. Naturally, their prices were unaffordable for the lower class. Tanjiro's family in this world's storyline exemplified the lives of lower-class citizens, a life of extreme hardship. Without the appearance of demons killing his mother and siblings, he probably would have spent his whole life working in the countryside as a charcoal burner. Although, if given the choice himself, Tanjiro probably would have preferred that life over losing his family. As soon as Butaji Shinobu arrived at the eatery, she spotted Luonan's group at first glance. There was no helping it. Compared to the surrounding people, Luonan's group's presence was extremely conspicuous. No one could ignore them once seen. An extremely handsome and outstanding young man, accompanied by a large group of beautiful and attractive girls, was naturally too conspicuous to go unnoticed. It wasn't that Nolomong or ruffians had ever schemed against them, but those guys now were long dead. So much so that not only were their corpses cold, but even their bone fragments had turned to dust. As soon as Butaji Shinobu entered the restaurant, Luonan had already noticed the two of them even before they entered. He merely smiled faintly, his mind forming a few guesses. Mr. Luonan, forgive our intrusion for coming uninvited, Butterfly Shinobu said, arriving at the table and greeting Luonan and his companions with a bow. We've met Mr. Luonan before, Kurume Sanaho, still with a calm smile on her face, bowed respectfully as well, and nodded at the curious-looking girls like Robin and others. You two are from the Demon Slayer Corps. Luonan glanced at the Nichiren blades at their waists and said, I've met a girl from the Demon Slayer Corps before. How is she doing now? Hanabusa Mitsuri is doing very well. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Luonan. Butterfly Shinobu's eyes flickered slightly as she replied. This time, I have come personally on behalf of Lord Ubuyashiki to formally invite you to visit the Demon Slayer headquarters. I sincerely hope you will accept this invitation, Mr. Luonan. Hehe, let's not talk about that first. You two came all this way and probably haven't eaten yet. Please, sit down and have something to eat first. Luonan gestured for the two women to sit, then signaled to Kalu-min. Kalu-min immediately stood up and walked to the counter, bringing additional dishes back to the table. The two women did not insist too much. After all, if Luonan had invited them to sit and eat, it would be inappropriate to refuse. Looking at Luonan's demeanor, it seemed the invitation would not be a problem this time. After a brief conversation, Luonan learned that the Demon Slayer Corps was preparing to attack the Infinity Castle. Coincidentally, he had already planned to go to the Infinity Castle for his check-in mission anyway, so agreeing to the request posed no issues. Helping them defeat Muzan would simply be a convenient favor along the way. In the original storyline, the Demon Slayer Corps had paid a devastating price to attack the Infinity Castle, losing a large number of Hashira warriors. Essentially, after defeating Muzan, the Demon Slayer Corps was almost wiped out, having fulfilled their historical mission. But with his involvement this time, the Demon Slayer Corps would suffer virtually no casualties. At least, deaths like Shinazugawa Sanemi or Takeda Muichiro being killed by Kokoshibo would not happen again, because Kokoshibo had already been killed by him. Moreover, characters like Rengoku Kaijiro, who previously had been killed by upper rank 1, would not meet that fate either, since he was still alive and full of energy now. With all this in mind, Luonan readily agreed to their request. Butterfly Shinobu and Kurume Sanaho successfully completed their mission, which left the two young women somewhat astonished. Completing such a crucial task so easily was truly unexpected, and the fact that Luonan, a cultivator with such terrifying strength, was also so easy to deal with made them feel a bit shocked. The two women also got along very well with Robin, Alina, and the others. Time passed quickly, and 2 days later, the group arrived at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. At that moment, the headquarters had already completed all preparations for war. The battle for the Infinity Castle was about to begin. Chapter 205, Blue Hellflower and Perfect Demon Blood. Nezuko, don't run off. Wait for me at home, understand? At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, because the final battle was drawing near, the Demon Slayers had gathered. This wasn't a battle for the Hashira alone. It was also the fight of many ordinary Demon Slayer warriors. Tanjiro was naturally an indispensable part. He had brought his younger sister Nezuko to the headquarters for the final preparations. With him were Zenitsu Agatsuma and Inosuke Hashibara, all sharing a residence with Ju Tomioka. As Tanjiro's senior disciple, Ju had been of tremendous help, and it was thanks to his protection that Nezuko was even alive today. On this day, Tanjiro needed to attend a meeting at the head of the household's residence. He had heard that Shinobu Kocho and the insect Hashira had returned, and also that a mysterious and powerful warrior named Luonin had arrived. Tanjiro was both curious and awed by this formidable presence. He would participate in this meeting, and so would many other swordsmen who weren't Hashira, but held high ranks, most of whom were now part of the team preparing for the final battle. After reminding Nezuko to stay put, Tanjiro prepared to leave for Kagaya Ubuyashiki's residence. Yet before he had taken 2 steps, someone pulled his sleeve. Looking back, he saw Nezuko watching him with innocent eyes, filled with reluctance. "Nezuko, this meeting is different from the last one," Tanjiro gently said, holding her hand. "Many people will be there. If they see you as a demon, something bad might happen. I'm just trying to protect you. So stay at home and wait for me. Don't worry, I'll come back right after the meeting, and I'll definitely bring you with me for the final battle. I won't abandon you." Nezuko shook her head and let out a muffled protest, refusing to let go. With no choice, Tanjiro decided to bring her along. Because it was still daytime, he had to carry her in a basket to prevent the sunlight from harming her. When they arrived at the head residence, they found many people already gathered there, including Ju, Shinobu Kocho, and Shino, all of whom would be joining the battle. In the meeting hall of the estate, Tanjiro caught sight of the legendary figure, Luonin. Luonin was discussing strategies for the upcoming battle at Infinity Castle with Kagaya when he suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze outward. In the courtyard stood a boy with a flame mark on his forehead, carrying a basket on his back and a Nichiren blade at his waist, curiously observing him. "Hee, Mr. Luonin. That's Tanjiro Kamado, our Demon Slayer Corps' newly promoted A-rank swordsman. The basket he's carrying contains his sister, though her condition is quite unusual. I hope you won't mind," Kagaya softly explained. "Haha, that's no problem. But a demon this strange does provoke curiosity. Let me see. Maybe I can help her become resistant to sunlight." Luonin smiled faintly. Kagaya was shocked. Was Luonin saying he had the ability to make demons immune to sunlight? That was impossible. Could it be that he possessed the blue hellflower, the very same flower that Muzan had been searching for these past 1,000 years without success? Kagaya's heart pounded with alarm. If Muzan got his hands on this treasure, it would be extremely dangerous. However, Kagaya couldn't just ignore Luonin's request. They were counting on him to help storm Infinity Castle, and he himself was curious about whether it truly was the blue hellflower. Thus, Kagaya called for Tanjiro to come in. As soon as he entered the reception hall, free from direct sunlight, Nezuko sensed the change. More importantly, she felt an unusual aura, sometimes vast as an ocean, other times ethereal and fleeting like passing clouds. Curious, she wanted to peek out from the basket. "Nezuko, how did you come out like this?" Tanjiro had been greeting Kagaya and Luonin when he suddenly noticed the basket he had placed aside was open, and a lovely girl with a bamboo tube in her mouth peeked out, her eyes fixed on Luonin. "Lord Kagaya and Lord Luonin," Tanjiro quickly apologized. "This is my sister Nezuko. Please don't be offended." "Offended? There's nothing to be angry about." Luonin waved a hand casually, smiling as he looked at Nezuko once more. A very special demon indeed, unlike other demons, with such strong willpower. "That's good. Oh, then, Mr. Luonin, you really can make Nezuko resistant to sunlight?" Kagaya asked urgently. "No, not fear the sun." Hearing this, Tanjiro beside them was immediately stunned, his eyes widening as he looked at Luonin. He only now realized that it must have been Mr. Luonin's idea to call him over. But not fear the sun? Could this truly be possible? Tanjiro gazed at Luonin in anticipation. Beside him, Nezuko had initially seemed confused too, but seeing Tanjiro's excitement, she seemed to grasp something as well. Her large, adorable eyes fixed unwaveringly onto Luonin. Thus, under the expectant gazes of the 2 humans and 1 demon, Luonin smiled faintly and flipped his hand, producing 2 items. Yes, 2 items. Luonin had inquired with the system. He needed both of these items to make Nezuko immune to sunlight. Otherwise, alternative methods would require other costs and time, which Luonin didn't have to spare. For instance, the 2 items Luonin produced. One was a super rare item in this world, the blue hellflower. This premium medicinal herb was extremely scarce, rarely seen even in 1,000 years. Crucially, it grew deep within remote mountains. Sometimes, it could bloom and wither without ever being seen by human eyes. The blue hellflower was exactly what Akaza had been searching for. Indeed, through special methods and combined with other medicinal ingredients, one could formulate a potion that would make demons immune to sunlight, but that required time. Luonin didn't want to waste time, hence the other item, a test tube filled with red blood. This was no ordinary blood. It was the blood of a perfect creature born from the union of a werewolf and vampire, known as perfect demon blood. This perfect being was naturally immune to sunlight. Though differing from the demons in the Demon Slayer world, according to the system, mixing the blue hellflower with perfect demon blood could enable demons in this world to completely overcome their fear of sunlight. Additionally, the power of the perfect demon blood would be fully unleashed, making the demon appear as normal human. yet capable of transforming into a formidable demon during dangerous situations, making them in existence more perfected than Akaza. Luonan flicked his finger, and the blue hellflower crumbled into powder. The dust dissolved into the blood within the test tube, transforming the red blood into green. It looked somewhat strange. Kagaya, Ubuyashiki, Tanjiro, and Nezuko watched Luonan's actions with confusion, but when they saw him toss the test tube toward Nezuko, they started to understand. Drink it. After you do, you won't fear sunlight anymore. And there are other benefits too. You'll become even more perfected than Akaza. Luonan gestured for Nezuko to drink it. Tanjiro hesitated slightly, eyeing the green liquid inside the test tube. However, Nezuko's eyes gleamed brightly. Ever since she had caught the scent of the blood in the test tube, she had found it difficult to control her own body. This was even more irresistible than the time she had smelled diluted blood. It was absolutely irresistible for a demon. Without exaggeration, this perfect demon blood alone, without being combined with the blue hellflower, wouldn't grant immunity to sunlight. It wasn't the blood of the same kind of being, but it could supply incredible energy. Just one test tube of perfect demon blood could let a demon go years without needing to consume humans, and could even enhance its strength. To a demon, it was irresistibly tempting. Even before this, the unadulterated perfect demon blood had been so alluring that if Luonan hadn't stepped in to restrain her, Nezuko would have already lunged out in battle form to seize it. It was something beyond her control. Now, Luonan directly handed her the test tube already infused with the blue hellflower essence, lifting all restrictions. The green liquid in the test tube was even more tempting than before. Without the slightest hesitation, Nezuko poured the entire contents into her mouth, without leaving even a single drop. Chapter 206, A Demon Basking in the Sunlight. Tanjiro stood by nervously watching Nezuko. He didn't know exactly what this strange liquid was, nor whether Nezuko would be alright after drinking it. However, the master was present, and Lord Rohan, such a powerful figure, likely wouldn't bother deceiving him. Still, because this concerned his sister, he couldn't help feeling worried. However, after drinking the perfect blood infused with the blue spider lily, Nezuko's transformation exceeded everyone's expectations. She didn't experience any discomfort. Instead, Nezuko felt her body filled with strength. The green liquid contained boundless energy that continuously transformed her body, visibly enhancing her physical capabilities. Moreover, the power of the blue spider lily was also taking effect. Nezuko could feel that the sunlight shining outside no longer burned or frightened her. It now felt warm and comforting. Without hesitation, Nezuko sprinted off, ran straight out of the sitting room, and stood under the bright sunlight, much to Tanjiro's horror. This was the first time Nezuko, after becoming a demon, had stood openly in the sunlight. She felt its warmth, not the terrible heat she once feared. This overwhelmed her with emotion. Tanjiro also saw that his sister wasn't being burned by the sun, but was standing in it as if nothing was happening, completely unharmed. This filled Tanjiro with joy. He almost wanted to jump up in excitement. His sister would no longer need to hide during the day. Those who had gathered in the courtyard waiting for the meeting all turned to look at Nezuko in astonishment. Most of them knew Nezuko's true identity. But what were they seeing now? They were witnessing a demon openly standing under the sunlight without any damage. This shocked them beyond words. This was something even Akaza, the demon progenitor, couldn't achieve. And yet this little girl had managed it? Even some of them felt a surge of caution and hostility, eyeing Nezuko murderously. A demon unafraid of sunlight was truly unsettling. As if sensing their hostility, Nezuko glanced toward the gathered swordsmen, then hurried back to the sitting room, obediently returning to Tanjiro's side, taking his hand. Her eyes looked toward Rohan, brimming with gratitude. She even took off the bamboo tube she usually kept in her mouth, an object that was originally used to prevent her from going on a rampage and eating people. It wasn't needed anymore now that the perfect blood's power was enough to sustain her for decades. Now that she could live under the sun, she no longer had to worry about food either. She could actually absorb energy through sun exposure. Nezuko felt this was an incredible secret. In this world, demons were vulnerable to the sun. Even Akaza would perish if exposed to prolonged sunlight. Yet she not only no longer feared the sun, but could also absorb its energy simply by basking in it. How could this not shock her? Despite being a demon, Nezuko was kind-hearted. She wasn't the kind of demon who devoured people, nor did she belong to Akaza's lineage. She was like Yushiro and Kaneo, demon who retained their humanity. Nezuko looked at Rohan, knowing all of this was his doing. It was fortunate Rohan was so strong. Otherwise, if such a world-shattering potion were to fall into Akaza's hands, allowing demons to walk freely in daylight, the entire world might be doomed. Thank you so much. This was the first time Nezuko had spoken since becoming a demon. The perfect blood and blue spider lily were extremely potent, restoring Nezuko's ability to speak. Unlike other demons, whether Akaza's evil demons or benevolent ones like Yushiro and Kaneo, Nezuko had lost her voice. Perhaps the trauma of becoming a demon had been too great. Now, regaining her speech made Tanjiro incredibly happy. You're welcome. Rohan waved his hand, smiling at both Nezuko and Tanjiro. You two have certainly been through a lot. This might be very important to you, but to me, it's merely a simple favor. Don't think too much of it. Just continue to live a good life. What might be a small favor to Lord Rohan is a miracle that has saved our lives. Tanjiro solemnly thanked Rohan, then continued. Once we finish dealing with Akaza, and this war concludes successfully, Nezuko and I will return to our hometown and live a peaceful life. I hope our assault on the Infinity Castle will succeed this time. Haha, with Master Rohan involved. This mission is definitely going to be a success. Kagamiya Awiya joined in the laughter. For a long time, the burden of fighting against Muzin had rested entirely on his shoulders. As the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, one can only imagine the pressure he endured. And it wasn't just him. Nearly every previous leader of the Kagamiya family had died young, partly due to curses and partly from overwhelming pressure. Now, with such an unexpectedly powerful warrior like Rohan stepping in to help, there absolutely wouldn't be any problem dealing with Muzin. Awiya truly understood Rohan's might. Even someone as terrifying as Black Death Mudo had been eliminated by him. This time, the Demon Slayer Corps would be joining forces with Rohan during the attack on the Infinity Castle. There was no way they could possibly fail against Muzin. As he was speaking, Butterfly Inosuk arrived to announce that the meeting could begin. Everyone then moved toward the meeting hall. Upon entering the meeting hall, Rohan's gaze swept across the room and landed on Kandarina Mitsuri, along with a group of girls beside her, Robin, Nami, Boa Hancock, and several others. When they first arrived at the Demon Slayer headquarters, the Love Pillar had visited Rohan to once again express her gratitude for saving his life. She had coincidentally seen Robin and the others then and invited the women to go sightseeing. Now that the meeting was beginning, she had returned with them to attend. As for Rohan's companions, the Demon Slayer Corps didn't dare to treat them with any negligence. Even several of the Hashira could sense that these girls weren't weak, especially Boa Hancock and others like her, who subtly exuded an overwhelming pressure that gave them the same sensation as facing a peak expert. The meeting officially commenced. This gathering served as a pre-battle conference. After its conclusion, everyone would proceed to the Infinity Castle. The upcoming battle was of great significance. It would bring an end to centuries, perhaps even 1,000 years, of war between demons and humans. Its importance was thus evident beyond words. Chapter 207, Battle at the Infinity Castle. Muzin's Fear. As the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters gathered the Hashira to launch an attack on the Infinity Castle, it was impossible for Muzin to remain completely unaware. As mentioned earlier, Muzin had already investigated the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, preparing for its destruction. But now, instead of him being the one to strike first, the Demon Slayers were coming after him. Damn that Roran. This is all his fault. Muzin cursed viciously, his eyes full of malice. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about Roran. He didn't even dare to face him directly. If even Kokoshibo couldn't defeat him, then this guy is truly terrifying. A flicker of fear crossed Muzin's eyes before he took a deep breath and began gathering forces to defend the Infinity Castle. Yet after summoning all the demons he deemed worthy, he sorrowfully realized just how few strong demons remained under his command. Among the upper moons, only Doma was still alive. The lower moons were all present, but in Muzin's eyes, they were all useless. How could they possibly stand against the Hashira? Not to mention, there was still Roran. Muzin twitched in frustration and then, staring at the lower moons, said sternly, "The Demon Slayers will surely attack this time. If you all fight hard and defeat them, I will reward you with demon blood after the battle and promote you to upper moons." Seriously? One of the lower moons shouted excitedly. Being promoted to an upper moon was already a great reward in their eyes, not to mention the demon blood that could directly increase their strength. "Thank you, Lord Muzin. We will certainly complete the mission," Gyako solemnly replied. "My Lord Muzin, the Demon Slayers will return empty-handed. Just wait and see how we crush them." Yuro Kadaki muttered grimly. Other lower moons nodded and began boasting that the Demon Slayers weren't as strong as people thought. If they dared to attack the Infinity Castle, they would only suffer a devastating defeat. Watching in silence from the side, Doma didn't speak but remained respectfully beside Muzin, and Nezuko stayed kneeling silently as well, hugging her lute and keeping her head lowered. Doma and Nezuko fully understood the Demon Slayer's power, especially fearing Roran's might. Almost all the upper 6 moons had been annihilated by Roran alone. This time, when the Demon Slayers attacked, Roran would most likely come too. When that happened, the only one capable of fighting Roran would be Muzin himself. And as for the others among the Demon Slayer Hashira, those elite swordsmen in their prime condition, who would deal with them? Doma sighed inwardly. Only himself and Nezuko would be available. Nezuko had now become an honorary upper moon demon, though it was still too early to talk about such things now. Rewards could come only after the battle, if they survived. But would he and Nezuko really be able to handle all those Hashira? 1 or 2, maybe manageable. But 5 or 6, maybe even 7 or 8. How could they possibly hold out? Absolutely impossible. Doma glanced at Muzin, who was kindly speaking and encouraging the lower moons, obviously trying to boost their morale. In reality, however, Muzin was merely sending them to their deaths. What use were they really? Could they actually handle the Hashira? If the Hashira were so easy to kill, would they have lasted until now? He wouldn't expect them to do much, but maybe they could slow down 1 or 2 Hashira and thus reduce some of the pressure on him. And so, both the Demon Slayer Corps and the defenders of the Infinity Castle made their final preparations. 2 days later, the main forces of the Demon Slayer Corps finally arrived at the Infinity Castle, and Muzin hurriedly entered battle as well. Muzin Kabutsuji, today you will die. Kyojiro Rengoku rushed in first, immediately charging straight toward Muzin as soon as he entered the Infinity Castle, determined to be the first to face him. Unfortunately, the sound of a lute suddenly filled the air, and under Nezuko's power, the Infinity Castle activated, separating everyone, including Roran, into different areas. Roran made no attempt to resist. If he had resisted, Nezuko would not have been able to move him at all. If Robin and Hook had been with him, he definitely wouldn't have allowed the group to separate. But since the girls had remained at the Demon Slayer headquarters, Waiting for his victorious return, Roran decided to advance slowly like the others, giving the other Hashira a chance to contribute. If he single-handedly crushed the Infinity Castle, all the hard preparations the Hashira had made, all their intense determination, would have been for nothing. This was a grudge spanning centuries between the Demon Slayer Corps and Muzan. It would be too cruel to deny them the opportunity to fight. Of course, Roran would not simply watch as the Demon Slayers suffered heavy losses. Under his control, such a scenario would never come to pass. Thus, Roran casually wandered through the castle, subtly moving from one crisis-filled room to another, rescuing Demon Slayer members in danger. In the end, all the Demon Slayers emerged unharmed, while the defenders of the Infinity Castle suffered devastating losses. The Lower Moons were dealt a crushing blow, dying off rapidly. Whether it was the powerful Lower Moon 1, Kaigaku, or the cunningly elusive Jutaro, they all met their end at the hands of the Demon Slayers, finally bringing their evil lives to a close. Watching from the shadows, Muzan witnessed all of this clearly. The fear in his eyes grew deeper, and he seethed with hatred toward Roran for repeatedly interfering in the battles between the Lower Moons and the Demon Slayers. This Roran, where the hell did he even come from? He's utterly infuriating. Through Nakeim's blood demon art, Muzan glared furiously at Roran. But unfortunately, he dared not confront Roran directly. Lord Muzan, this Roran is incredibly powerful. Even though I've tried my best to move him to the corners of the castle, he still finds his way out. Worse, he seems to intentionally head toward the Demon Slayers who are in danger. I think his strength makes it impossible for my blood demon art to move him. He might actually be doing it on purpose. Nakeim's raspy voice was filled with disbelief. Her blood demon art was a spatial ability. How is it possible for a human to break free so easily and effortlessly? Tomoe, go and hold Roran back. I'm not asking you to defeat him, nor am I sending you to your death. Just find a way to stall him. Muzan suddenly turned to Doma, his voice heavy with urgency. I must deal with those Hashira myself. I can't let things continue like this. If the Demon Slayers are allowed to keep killing the Lower Moons and other weaker demons, our end will be no better than being buried alive. While Nakeim is still able to separate them, I must seize this opportunity to eliminate them one by one. But the only one I have no confidence in facing alone is Roran. Understood, Lord Muzan. Doma nodded firmly. I'll hold Roran back and prevent him from interfering with your battle. But you must also eliminate the Hashira as quickly as possible, one by one. If you take too long, I fear even Nakeim won't be able to contain them. And honestly, I don't think I can hold Roran off for long either. His strength is overwhelming. Doma had full confidence in his own abilities. If it were anyone else, even the strongest Hashira, he would not fear them. But now, his opponent was Roran, the man who had already slain every Upper Moon demon except himself. Could he not treat this seriously? Chapter 208, Infinite Castle Check-in. A major crisis. Just as Tomoe was preparing to intercept Tonan, the latter was leisurely strolling through one of the rooms in the Infinite Castle. According to Lonan's powerful perception, this particular room was located extremely far away from the rooms where the others were. Under Minger's unique spatial ability, all the rooms in the Infinite Castle were like movable compartments of a three-dimensional puzzle, shifting and rotating in every direction, sometimes upside down, sometimes sideways, with positions constantly changing. People with a weak sense of direction wouldn't even know where they were. Even those with a good sense of direction would probably be disoriented after just a few room movements. Naturally, that was the case for everyone else. As for Lonan, however, this was mere child's play. Leaving aside other considerations, while he himself did not possess abilities over spatial manipulation, he was, after all, a demigod-level being. His sheer strength was far beyond Nguyen's. In a straight fight, his raw power alone would be enough to tear the entire Infinite Castle apart. He was just giving the others a chance to fight this time. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lonan strolled forward at a slow pace. He clearly sensed Vingnir trying to set obstacles for him, attempting to prevent him from easily reaching the rooms of the other demon slayers. Despite that, he had broken through several separations and saved several people along the way. For example, when Tinalong once encountered danger, Ta had intervened, and when Nanju faced a life-threatening crisis, Ta had stepped in again. Now that I've reached the Infinite Castle, I certainly can't afford to miss the check-in opportunity. Suddenly, Lonan remembered. His mission wasn't only about having fun, he also had a check-in task to complete. Speaking of which, he'd even forgotten to check in at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. After this battle at the Infinite Castle, he mustn't forget to make it up. System, initiate check-in right away. Thinking thus, Lonan immediately issued the command. Check-in successful at the Infinite Castle. Congratulations, Master. You have received the check-in reward, World Source Energy. The system responded. World Source Energy? Upon hearing this, Lonan immediately widened his eyes in surprise and asked curiously, how much World Source Energy? Enough to fully charge the Dimension Piercer? Master, this time's obtained World Source Energy is extremely substantial. It is sufficient for powering the Dimension Piercer for 3 full uses. 3 times? That's truly great. Upon hearing this, Lonan immediately nodded with visible delight. Originally, the Dimension Piercer had only enough power for a single usage, namely, its use during this Gurren no Cave mission. Now, the Dimension Piercer was already in a half-damaged state, requiring 100 years to recharge fully. Obviously, Lonan could not really afford to wait 100 years. Such a wait was simply unreasonable. But now, just by checking in here at the Infinite Castle, he had already obtained a massive reward of World Source Energy, granting 3 full usages of the Dimension Piercer. What an enormous amount of world source energy. Xuanhuan was extremely satisfied with this reward. His face clearly lit up, barely able to suppress laughter. He was just feeling happy when he was interrupted. None other than Tomo himself had come to block him. Tomo intended to stop Xuanhuan, providing Kyushu an opportunity to strike down the others one by one. This was indeed a highly critical mission. After all, he was about to face someone like Xuanhuan. Tomo wasn't particularly confident, but even the slightest bit of hope meant he had no choice but to go forth. He had no alternative. The enemy had come all the way to the Infinite Castle, to the Goi's stronghold itself. Buzz. A vibration in space rang out. Xuanhuan's eyebrows lifted slightly as he turned his head. A man wearing a hood appeared before him, each hand wielding an iron fan. The man wore a deceitful fake smile across his face, but his eyes remained cold and emotionless. So was this Tomo? Greetings, Mr. Xuanhuan. Tomo's tone was full of courtesy. Upon seeing Xuanhuan, he stepped forward and gave him a respectful bow. As for the bow from his opponent, Xuanhuan remained completely expressionless, his hands still behind his back. Oh, Tomo, the upper rank too. Now the last of the upper moons, I suppose. Didn't expect you to personally come out. We're just out of people, that's all. Tomo waved his fan with a smiling face. All the other upper moons were killed by Mr. Xuanhuan, and even Lord Gyosur had to personally step in. How could I dare not come? So, you're here to fight me? If Heisumo couldn't accomplish it, do you think you can? Xuanhuan gazed at Tomo with interest. This fellow sure was confident. Fully aware that so many upper moons had died by his hand, he still dared appear before him. Was it because he had no fear of death, or was he overly confident in his own strength? What Tomo couldn't accomplish, I naturally can't achieve either. Tomo shook his head, then lifted his eyes to look directly at Xuanhuan. However, my purpose isn't to defeat Mr. Xuanhuan. As long as I cooperate with Thing and trap you here, that will suffice. Oh, trap me here. A barely contained smirk appeared at the corner of Xuanhuan's lips. Oh my, what a clever calculation you've made. Trapping me here, while Genova then proceeds to eliminate the other pillar members one by one. You sure dream of a rather beautiful outcome. Tomo's eyes flickered, not expecting the other party to figure out his plan so quickly. But so what? Even if he had guessed correctly, it wouldn't matter, as long as they could trap him here. After all, this was the Infinite Castle, the stronghold personally forged by Lord Muzan. There would be absolutely no problem in defeating the Demon Slayer pillars one by one. Tomo had full confidence in Muzan. After all, Muzan wasn't facing Xuanhuan this time, but those Demon Slayers, the pillars, whom he already knew inside out. And the battlefield was within the Infinite Castle itself. How could he possibly lose? If it was a fight where the pillars surrounded Muzan, then defeat might be possible. But now, with coordination from Naraku and the manipulation of the Infinite Castle, eliminating the enemies one by one was absolutely foolproof. So, as Tomo officially confronted Xuanhuan, Muzan, watching from the core of the Infinite Castle, issued instructions to Naraku, and then stepped into one of the rooms inside the castle, the one where Yuzui Tenjin was located. Muzan chose to target the pillars first, instead of heading to the rooms of lower-ranked demon slayers like Tanjiro. In Muzan's view, once all the pillars were defeated and killed, the remaining ordinary swordsmen would naturally collapse. Moreover, once the main force of the Demon Slayer Corps was crushed, Xuanhuan, who had merely been invited to assist, would surely retreat. After all, why would he risk his life for the Demon Slayers? Muzan felt a sense of satisfaction at his own cunning. Soon, he engaged in battle with Yuzui Tenjin. Unquestionably, Muzan's combat strength was terrifying. Tengin's power ranked among the very top of the pillars, significantly stronger than the likes of Shinobu, Mitsuri, Sanemi, and Rengoku. But even then, he was still being overwhelmingly suppressed by Muzan. Defeat seemed nearly inevitable almost instantly. Damn it, it's actually Muzan. How did he suddenly appear here? He's planning to kill me here and eliminate us one by one. Yuzui Tenjin endured the terrifying pressure, blocking Muzan's savage attacks while desperately thinking of a solution. What should I do? What should I do now? The rooms of the Infinite Castle are all separated. Even if the others realize I'm in danger, they won't be able to come to my aid. Could this really be the end for me? At the moment, Yuzui Tenjin fell into despair at Xuanhuan's location. So, Mr. Xuanhuan, why don't we just chat here and forget about interfering with Lord Muzan's battle? After all, you're just a reinforcement invited by the Demon Slayer Corps. Why bother exerting yourself so hard? Tomo said with a smiling expression. As he spoke, he was trying to stall for time, discourage Xuanhuan from proceeding further, and even attempted to sow discord between Xuanhuan and the Demon Slayers. If you were injured in our fight, that would be unfortunate. You never know, maybe afterward, the Demon Slayers might even turn on you. After all, your immense power is already a threat to them. Chapter 209, The Suppression and Killing of Doma. Xuanhuan makes his move, everyone is shocked. In a fight with me? Do you think you're capable of injuring me? Xuanhuan looked at Doma with a calm expression. This fellow was quite strong among the upper moons, second only to Kokushibo. In terms of sheer combat strength, he was likely on par with Akaza, or perhaps slightly inferior, but he definitely outclassed Akaza in intelligence. Otherwise, Doma wouldn't have become the leader of the blissful religion, manipulating a massive group of fanatic followers to sacrifice their lives for him. He was a truly terrifying madman. However, this so-called terror was only towards ordinary people. To Xuanhuan, Doma was nothing more than an ant that could be crushed casually, just like now. Looking at Doma, who appeared arrogant and invincible, Xuanhuan said indifferently, "Humph, trying to slow me down? Since you're so confident, let me see whether your power is as great as you claim." As Luonan finished speaking, he prepared to strike, and across from him, Doma's expression immediately turned serious. Although he sounded confident, he was, in fact, extremely cautious toward Luonan. This was the man who had annihilated Kokushibo, an opponent worthy of boundless vigilance. He absolutely could not be careless. Slowing Luonan down was vital. It would buy time for Musen's opportunity. Right now, Musen was just starting to attack the first Hashira. As long as Luonan remained occupied, with Musen's overwhelming power, he could certainly defeat the Hashira one by one. Then he could fully concentrate on dealing with Luonan. Senya, change the room's spatial coordinates to increase the difficulty for Luonan, Doma said to Senya, while at the same time launching an attack toward Luonan. Suddenly, Luonan's vision blurred slightly, and Doma in front of him flipped upside down, his head now facing the floor and his feet up. It was obvious that Senya had altered the spatial laws, intending to make Luonan panic. At the same time, Doma seized the moment. His colorful but cold eyes flashed briefly, and he called out loudly, "Blood Demon Art! Lotus Leaf Ice!" Boundless cold energy flew from his pair of iron fans, solidifying into countless pure white ice lotuses, radiating terrifying cold, capable of freezing people's bodies and blood, turning the entire room into a freezing icy hell. A sinister smile crept onto Doma's face as he coldly gazed at Luonan, anticipating the miserable appearance of his opponent in such brutal conditions. As a demon skilled in ice-based blood demon arts, fighting in a confined space with Senya's assistance was like a tiger gaining wings. He was confident that even Kokushibo might not be able to defeat him under such conditions. In front, surrounded by countless icy lotuses releasing frigid energy, Luonan remained composed. His calm gaze continued to fall on Doma, who was beginning to look smug, as though those icy flowers surrounding him didn't exist at all. Indeed, they were powerful enough. They could harm even strong demon slayer swordsmen. But to Luonan, they were completely ineffective. This little chill isn't even comparable to an air conditioner. What are you doing here, playing around? Luonan shook his head with a faint smile, casually waving his hand. Not only did he restore the room's original spatial position, the icy coldness also instantly dissipated, even becoming somewhat scorching. After all, Luonan possessed the power of the Hai no Mi and had mastered the breath of the sun to its peak, and he had also obtained the Phoenix Force's law fragment. With so many fire-based power sources of supreme levels, what was Doma's little coldness? It was like dropping a drop of water into a massive fire, utterly powerless. What? How is this possible? Doma's face turned pale as he saw this scene, exclaiming in disbelief. The heat around him was making him feel increasingly uncomfortable. As an ice demon, he hated fire more than other demons and feared it intensely. What's more, Senya? What's going on with Luonan? Didn't you reverse the space on his side? Why has it recovered already? Doma shouted at Senya, already shaken by Luonan's display. Seeing Luonan's space return to normal only deepened his shock. He is too strong. I can no longer completely control the space he occupies, Senya replied hesitantly. You will have to handle this on your own. Musen summoned me. I'm going to help him now. I cannot assist you further. What? Damn it, you bastard. How am I supposed to deal with this terrifying enemy alone? At this moment, Doma completely abandoned any trace of contempt or complacency. Actually, he had never underestimated Luonan before. However, he now realized he still underestimated him. Luonan was far more terrifying than he had imagined, capable of resisting Senya's spatial control and possessing formidable fire-based power, directly counteracting Doma's ice-based blood demon arts. Doma's face turned extremely grim. He had already lost contact with Senya, likely because she had gone to assist Musen. Now he had absolutely no reinforcements left. What should he do? Doma hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and decided to risk everything, throwing all his strength into a final confrontation with Luonan. Surrender was never an option. Not only was it impossible for the enemy to accept, but even if it somehow were, Musen would never allow it. One mere thought from Musen could instantly erase him. Now, the only option was to do his utmost to complete his mission, keep Luonan occupied so that Musen could successfully defeat the Hashira one by one. Only then could everything be salvaged. I never imagined that even with all my precautions, I still underestimated you. But I won't give up. This time, I will reveal my true strength. Doma took a deep breath and, with renewed determination, launched another full-force attack toward Luonan. Blood Demon Art, Spreading Lotus. Blood Demon Art, Scattering Lotus. Blood Demon Art, Withered Garden, Drifting Snow. Blood Demon Art, Frost Cloud. Blood Demon Art, Frigid White Princess. Blood Demon Art, Pitch Winter Icicle. Blood Demon Art, Crystal Divine Child. Blood Demon Art, Mist Ice, Bodhisattva of the Water Lily. In one breath, Doma unleashed every technique at his disposal. The final move was his ultimate and most powerful attack, the pinnacle of his skills. Once unleashed, he was confident it could deliver a fatal blow, guaranteeing a severe injury to his opponent. Panting heavily, Doma calmed his completely exhausted mind and looked toward Luonan, hoping to witness his opponent's defeat. But what did he see? Even though the entire room had frozen solid, Luonan floated midair unharmed, his body radiating a faint flicker of flame-like aura. He looked like a god of fire, untouched by the frigid ice surrounding him. Even more terrifying was the sight of ice melting wherever Luonan's gaze turned. Even the massive and chilling Bodhisattva of the Water Lily, ice sculpture was melting rapidly. No. Doma's eyes widened in despair as he let out a low roar of disbelief. It's over, Luonan said calmly, then suddenly erupted with a massive wave of fiery energy. With a thunderous boom, the entire room shattered, and boundless flames surged outward violently, ripping apart the once solid spatial prison. Indeed, not only was Doma destroyed by this terrifying inferno, but the entire Infinity Castle itself sustained massive damage, torn open by xuanhuan's devastating strike. Boom, boom, boom. The Infinity Castle trembled violently under the assault. Xianxia, who controlled the entire castle, turned pale with shock. Lord Muzin, that xuanhuan, he has shattered the Infinity Castle's spatial prison. The entire castle has slipped beyond my control. What? Receiving Xianxia's message, Muzin was just about to deliver the finishing blow to Ubuyashiki Tenjin, officially ending this Hashira swordsman's life. But the news from Xianxia changed his expression completely. Chapter 210, Defeating Muzin Kabutsuji. The end. How is this possible? Where's Doma? Didn't I tell him to hold xuanhuan back? Muzin Kabutsuji's face darkened as he snapped the question. Lord Doma. Lord Doma has already been killed by xuanhuan. Mizuchi replied. He actually fell so quickly. Muzin had anticipated that Doma wouldn't be a match for xuanhuan, but he hadn't expected xuanhuan to defeat him so swiftly, even breaking through the spatial prison of the Infinite Castle. This exceeded his expectations. No way, that guy is too terrifying. A flicker in his eyes, Muzin no longer paid attention to the severely injured Hinakami Kagurashi, whom he had nearly finished off, fearing that staying a second longer would mean xuanhuan catching up. Immediately turning away, he made the decision to flee. On the other side, Hinakami Kagurashi had already given up on surviving, standing on the brink of death before Muzin's final strike. But at that moment, the entire space of the Infinite Castle began to shake violently. This sudden tremor reignited a spark of hope in his eyes. As he saw Muzin, who had been about to deliver the killing blow, suddenly halt and look conflicted before retreating entirely, Hinakami couldn't help but laugh loudly at having narrowly escaped death. Boom, boom. The entire space where the Infinite Castle was located started to fracture layer by layer. The Demon Slayer swordsmen, previously scattered into different rooms of the castle, now caught sight of their comrades through the cracking void. Although slightly surprised, they quickly rushed toward each other. Butterfly Shinobu, Kenroji Mitsuri, and Rengoku Kyujuru, among others, all gathered in one place, soon uniting together. Is everyone alright? Fujita Ju kept watch on the surroundings warily as he quietly asked. Iguro Oba Knight, Iguro Obini, waved his hand dismissively. We're all fine. But Hinakami seems to be hurt. What kind of opponent did he meet? Hinakami's seriously wounded state startled them, and Butterfly Shinobu immediately rushed forward to tend to him and ask about his condition. To have encountered Muzin himself and survived, that's truly impressive. It wasn't because of my strength. It was that xuanhuan intervened. Hinakami said, his gaze locked ahead. There, high in the air, xuanhuan hovered with an imposing presence. Directly in front of him, a terrifying figure was slowly retreating, none other than Muzin Kabutsuji, the one who had nearly killed him. Upon hearing Hinakami's words, the others also turned their gazes toward the spot. Seeing Muzin Kabutsuji's figure, all of them became solemn. The overwhelming power of Muzin was unquestionable, as evident from Hinakami's almost fatal state. And now, this extremely powerful being was actually running away in fear. Muzin, together with the only surviving Mizuchi, attempted to flee. As for the lower ranks, they had long been killed by the Hashira. It was beyond their ability to stand against the Hashira. All of you are worthless. Muzin silently cursed the lower ranks of the 12 Kazuki. It was understandable that Doma couldn't withstand xuanhuan, but none of the lower-ranked demons had survived, while the Hashira remained without any serious injuries, clear evidence of how utterly useless those lower ranks had been. At this moment, after centuries of careful cultivation, nearly all his subordinates were completely lost. Only Mizuchi was left. With the Infinite Castle collapsing, even Mizuchi's usefulness was diminishing, and he had truly become a lone wolf. Now, in order to survive, he had to escape from the presence before him, an existence terrifying beyond comprehension. Why have you stopped running? Xuanhuan, hands behind his back, gazed calmly at Muzin Kabutsuji as he spoke softly. Keep running. Perhaps you'll escape somehow? Xuanhuan, don't push too hard. You're just someone who suddenly appeared, right? We don't have any deep grudge, do we? Why are you fighting so hard for the Demon Slayer core? Is it worth it? Muzin asked in a deep, stern tone. He truly felt wronged. How could he possibly encounter such a top-tier expert out of nowhere? It simply made no sense to him. It was entirely unreasonable, like this person had never belonged to this world at all. Having survived for nearly 1,000 years, he had traveled across countless countries. Regardless of whether xuanhuan came from that neighboring major nation, he had journeyed through countries all over the world throughout the past 1,000 years and had never heard of such a powerful figure. He just couldn't understand, but the situation in front of him left him no time to think further. Right now, the most important thing was preserving his life. No deep grudge with me. Xuanhuan arched his eyebrows and said, I just want to ask, why did a group of upper ranks ambush me while I was traveling? Can you still say there's no grudge between us? Upon hearing this, Muzin's heart immediately tightened. He knew Xuanhuan would definitely not spare him. Back then, he hadn't thought much about it. He had initially believed that Hakuja's death was due to his own underestimating the opponent, and also wanted to test Xuanhuan's strength. But he had never expected this to become his own catastrophe. A trace of regret flickered in Muzin's heart. If he had known, he would never have sent those demons to trouble Xuanhuan. Knowing that Xuanhuan would absolutely not let him go, Muzin gritted his teeth and waved at Nakeim behind him. Nakeim, cover me. We're going all out against this guy. As you command, Lord Muzin. Nacom nodded, then strummed her biwa. After a tremble of sound, ripples surged through the space in front of Luo Nan, as if the air had been compressed, and rushed toward Luo Nan as an attack. However, such an attack was nothing more than a mere tickle to Luo Nan, completely ineffective. Muzin knew this too, but Nacom's role was only to distract Luo Nan. He swiftly leapt forward, attacking Luo Nan directly. Blood Demon Art, Black Blood, Thorny Vines. Muzin didn't want to stay defensive and immediately initiated an attack himself. He feared that if he didn't act quickly, he might be eliminated before he could even strike. Now, facing Luo Nan, he no longer harbored even the slightest trace of disdain. Is this all you've got? Disappear now. Luo Nan waved his hand. Countless sword beams erupted outward, destroying every tendril-like spike of flesh. Luo Nan's sword chi was too powerful. It was impossible for Muzin's attacks to resist. After obliterating the flesh spikes, the sword beams continued unimpeded toward Muzin. Not good. Muzin's expression changed drastically. He had never expected Luo Nan's attack to be this terrifying. Right now, he truly understood the despair his upper-rank demons must have felt facing Luo Nan. It wasn't that those demons were incompetent, but Luo Nan was simply overwhelmingly powerful enough to bring about absolute despair. His eyes sharpened with resolve. Muzin roared, split. With a xuanhuan roar, his body exploded into countless chunks of flesh, scattering in all directions. This was his last trump card. Though it possessed no offensive power, its only function was regeneration. As long as one piece of flesh escaped destruction, he could be reborn. Just like the legend of a vampire turning into countless bats, this was his ultimate survival technique. Under normal circumstances, Muzin's power was undoubtedly formidable. Even facing multiple Hashira, he wouldn't have used his survival move so soon after only a single move. But who could have known? He was facing Luo Nan. Still trying to run? You've already run out of chances. Luo Nan coldly smiled. Then, his entire being seemed to transform into a dazzling sun. Hongde Yi Sheng, endless light and heat erupted outward. Light and heat imbued with the power of the Fenghuang's rules. They shone upon all the pieces of flesh. Immediately afterward, sizzling sounds rang out, as if mixed with Muzin's shrill scream of agony, until finally everything turned to ash. Muzin Kabutsuji was no more. Even Nacom was burned into ashes beneath that endless light and heat. It's over. Luo Nan reigned in the radiance and heat. His expression remained calm as he glanced around, nodding with satisfaction. The final boss of the Demon Slayer world had been eliminated. The check-in rewards had mostly been collected. This interdimensional vacation was about to come to an end. Chapter 211, Return. Opening a new dimension. The battle in the Demon Slayer world had ended. Despite the Demon Slayer Corps' attempt to persuade them to stay longer, Luo Nan and the girls stayed a few more days before returning to the One Piece world. During their stay, the girls got along very well with Mitsuri Kenroji, Shinobu Kocho, Shinoji Kazan, and Izuko. They even made mutual promises to hang out more often in the future. The Demon Slayers assumed Luo Nan's group was returning to a neighboring country, not knowing that they were actually going back to the One Piece world. After returning to the One Piece world, Luo Nan first checked the situation on Aaron Island and inquired about the current state of the new world. He worried that the Marines might have attacked his base during his absence. However, with the other Yonko around, the new Marine Admiral probably wasn't so bold, and even the Fleet Admiral Sakazuki had experienced Luo Nan's dominance at sea and would certainly not act recklessly without full confidence of victory. In reality, things were indeed still stable in the One Piece world. Luo Nan calculated that the storyline from the original timeline should be beginning soon. But with his sudden interference, he wondered whether the events from the original plot would still happen. Kaya had already been taken by him. The Pirate Empress had also followed him, and Nami and Vivi were no longer available to the Straw Hats. The Straw Hat crew would not be as lively as in the original story. Luo Nan didn't think too much about it. There was no way he'd return Nami and Vivi to their old paths. So he idled away his time once more, occasionally dueling with Shanks and Yin Yan, using sword techniques, or going to drink with Whitebeard, or taking his girl shopping. After living like this for a while, Luo Nan grew restless again. System, the Ghost Slayer world's level is too low, even slightly lower than this world. If I use the dimensional breaker again, can I access a higher level world? Luo Nan asked the system. Low-level worlds weren't very interesting. Although he could check in and get rewards, those rewards were mediocre at best. The only real treasure was the world's source energy. Other things, such as techniques acquired in the Demon Slayer world, were barely sufficient to count, not particularly valuable. Master, the level of the worlds opened by the dimensional breaker is not under my control, the system responded. Please explore by yourself. There it was. The system dropped the ball again, leaving it all up to Luo Nan. With no choice, Luo Nan decided to activate the device and see what happened. One day, Luo Nan took out the dimensional breaker and prepared to open a new dimension. After obtaining world source energy from the Demon Slayer world, the dimensional breaker had become fully charged, enough energy to activate 3 times. Having 3 chances, Luo Nan wasn't about to hold back. Activate. Luo Nan activated the dimensional breaker. Familiar blue light flickered from it, and a glowing portal appeared. The portal has formed. System, scan the world level of the other side. Luo Nan said in a deep voice. There should be no problem, since he was able to assess the Demon Slayer world beforehand. This time should be no different. Ding. Mid-tier Divine Demon World. Extremely dangerous. Please proceed with caution, Master. The system's response startled Luo Nan. Unexpectedly, instead of just avoiding an overly weak world, He had now opened a mid-tier divine demon world, certainly a world with true deities. At his current half-god level, entering that world could easily put him face to face with real divine or demonic beings. He might even die without knowing how it happened. He wiped the sweat off his brow and grimaced as he said, "Save the coordinates of this world, and then activate again." Luonin definitely wouldn't dare to enter such a world right now. It was too risky. However, he might consider it in the future, so he immediately had the system store the world's coordinates. This way, the next time he activated the dimensional breaker, he wouldn't need to consume world source energy searching for the coordinates. "Coordinates saved," the system replied. Luonin nodded. He now had the coordinates for the Demon Slayer world and this newly discovered divine demon world. These coordinates were too valuable to lose. They could be considered a precious asset. Frankly speaking, in case he ever faced a dangerous enemy he couldn't handle in the future, he could always escape to one of these worlds. As for his enemies following him there, let them try to find the exact coordinates first. Finding coordinates was no simple matter. Even such a powerful artifact as the dimensional breaker could only search randomly. To locate a specific coordinate intentionally was incredibly difficult, at least for beings at the divine demon level and below. This gave Luonin room to maneuver and was, in fact, an invaluable ace up his sleeve. Luonin activated the dimensional breaker a second time, hoping the new world would be a high martial arts realm, just slightly stronger than the One Piece world. If it were too powerful, he'd have to act subservient upon arrival, which would be really uncomfortable. During this second activation, the familiar blue light portal appeared again, and the system once again evaluated the world level on the other side. Ding! Upper level primordial creation level world. The system's evaluation startled Luonin greatly. This time was even more absurd. It had opened a high-level primordial creation level world. Was this some kind of joke? If he went there, he wouldn't just have to worry about encountering enemies. Just surviving would be a problem. Luonin twitched his lips, speechless. "Master, this high-dimensional creation level world is connected to the fragmented Phoenix power rules you've assimilated. According to my system's identification, it should be the Marvel Universe." The system sent another message, which immediately caught Luonin's attention. Marvel Universe? Hurry up and save the coordinates. He had previously considered finding an opportunity to collect the complete Phoenix power. He had also been thinking about how difficult it would be to locate the Marvel World's coordinates. Mei Shangdao. Things had suddenly taken a turn for the better. He had now obtained the Marvel World coordinates. Luonin's heart immediately felt at ease. Based on my previous thoughts, if I want to reach the Immortal Sage level and achieve eternal imperishability, I must have both complete Phoenix power and Sage power. Now that I have the Marvel Universe coordinates where the Phoenix power resides, the next major target should be locating the Primordial Chaos World's coordinates. Thinking this, Luonin nodded and saved the Marvel World coordinates. Speaking of Marvel, if it was just Earth, there wouldn't be too much danger. As long as he didn't go looking for trouble, it would be relatively safe. However, the universe itself contained many unpredictable elements, and above the universe, there were even incomprehensible beings. Luonin had no intention of taking risks and wasn't planning to go to the Marvel world now. After all, he only had one life to live. Playing it safe was more important. I should try one more time. I hope the world I opened during this final activation is a suitable one for me to visit. Sighing, Luonin activated the dimensional breaker for the third time. This time, all he hoped for was a high martial arts world. If that wasn't possible, even a world slightly weaker than the Demon Slayer universe would be acceptable. It was still better than nothing or the extremely exaggerated worlds he had encountered previously. At least it would be safer. The blue portal appeared for the third time. Ding. Lower tier, divine demon, cultivation level world. The world's background differs from Earth's. The system responded with another evaluation. This time, although it was a divine demon cultivation level world, it was only the lower tier. While still dangerous, Luonin considered it acceptable. Unfortunately, it wasn't the ideal high-level martial world he had hoped for. Forget it. How often do ideal things really happen? Shaking his head, Luonin stared intently at the glowing portal. A lower-tier divine demon cultivation level world. This would definitely offer very good rewards upon checking in. After gathering resources from this world, he could then proceed to the mid-tier divine demon world he had opened during the first activation. After getting used to the lower-tier world, going to the mid-tier should be manageable. Divine demon level worlds already required Luonin to proceed with caution. That was why he couldn't bring the girls with him this time. Even after scouting the environment to confirm there was no danger, he didn't plan to bring them along. Let's begin. I hope this world will give me some good check-in rewards. Saying that, Luonin stepped forward and entered the portal. Chapter 212, The Three Main Gods. The moment he passed through the light gate, Luonin's expression suddenly changed, his brows tightly knitted. After a brief glance around, he felt somewhat relieved. It was a wasteland, and the air was filled with extremely high energy levels, far surpassing both the One Piece world and Demon Slayer world. No wonder, this was a world where gods truly existed. However, what made Luonin frown slightly was that upon arriving here, he felt his power being suppressed. System, what's going on? My abilities have been suppressed. Luonin cautiously chose not to act recklessly, instead calming himself and asking the system. Even though he had previously gathered quite a bit of knowledge about the multiverse from the system, his understanding remained superficial. This kind of suppression he now experienced was something he hadn't previously known about. Master, the worlds you went to before were of lower rank than the One Piece world, so naturally there was no suppression. Alternatively, such low-level worlds couldn't suppress your powerful strength. The current world you are in, however, is of much higher rank than the One Piece world. by an entire tier. Since you lack an immortal nature and are not native to this world, it's natural you'd fall under this suppression. It's a form of protection that every world possesses. The system's explanation clarified for Luonin why he was being suppressed, though he still had doubts. If it's protection, then why don't lower-tier worlds protect themselves by suppressing intruders from higher tiers? Someone like myself, coming from a lower world to a higher one, couldn't possibly pose a threat to a world this powerful, right? Luonin asked, feeling puzzled. In his opinion, this seemed backwards. In the multiverse, strength is the ultimate authority. Such world rules as suppression also revolve around that principle. Only powerful worlds can suppress the weaker ones. That's just how brutal reality is. It won't bend to suit what you believe is right or fair. The system answered calmly. Upon hearing this, Luonin couldn't help but sigh. Might makes right. The so-called rules of protection were not meant for the weak at all. They were crafted by the strong. World laws, too, were formulated by powerful worlds, always meant to dominate the weaker ones. Was this the true nature of the multiverse? Now, Luonin truly sensed the cruelty of the multiverse, completely unlike the somewhat idealized world of One Piece, where he reigned unrivaled. It looked like he'd have to tread carefully during this world's exploration. After all, this world was not as weak as demon slayers. It possessed true gods. For now, it'd be best for him to stay low and collect better rewards through his sign-in system. Once his power improved, he could go head-to-head with the gods of this world. He had the system, after all, so his rate of growth far outpaced that of any native deities. Reassured, Luonin began his journey into this foreign world. Before activating the dimensional traverser this time, he had already informed Olivia and the others that this trip might take some time, and that this world posed a certain level of danger. For their own safety, they couldn't accompany him. Although the women were worried and reluctant, they still respected Luonin's decision, offering him many careful reminders before he left. This place is a wasteland. I need to find a human settlement first. Thinking this, Luonin took immediate action. He flew straight into the sky, arbitrarily chose a direction, and dashed forward like a streak of light. After flying for about several minutes, he spotted a small town. At Luonin's speed, reaching this town from the wasteland only took several minutes. Yet the same distance on foot would take at least half a month of nonstop travel, day and night. His speed was truly exceptional. The physical quality of ordinary humans in this world isn't bad either. Luonin descended from the sky, landing directly in the middle of this town. Though he had planned to keep a low profile, that was mostly about avoiding divine confrontations at the beginning. As for commoners, he still had no fear. Judging from the town's appearance, its societal structure appeared similar to a medieval European setting, and its background context seemed about the same. However, the existence of real gods suggested that this world wasn't merely medieval. Luonin didn't know whether it might be a world from some anime or another. Luonin's sudden arrival surprised the townspeople, who stared at him with varying expressions of shock and confusion. The fine clothing Luonin wore immediately drew their attention. Originally, he'd thought that his black hair and black eyes would stand out more, but that didn't happen. There were a few black-haired, black-eyed individuals among the townspeople, though they still possessed the deep-set eye sockets typical of Western features. Who is this person? Old man O'Harm. You've been to the big city before. This man must be a noble from a big city, right? An envious young boy stared at Luonin's obviously expensive white garments and asked an older man beside him. Undoubtedly a noble from the big city. The middle-aged man beside the boy muttered thoughtfully, his eyes shifting slightly as he spoke. Look at him. He must be someone from the capital city. Don't you dare offend him, understand? Yeah, I get it. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the boy beside him immediately began nodding his head enthusiastically. Although Luonin stood a fair distance from these two, with his abilities it was obvious he had heard their entire conversation clearly. His expression subtly shifted. He had already used his spiritual sense to scan the area and had instantly learned the local language, so communication wouldn't be an issue. Smiling faintly, he approached the two directly. His primary target was Uncle O'Harm, who had traveled to big cities before. His understanding of the world would naturally be broader. Luonin intended to learn more about this world through him. The two felt somewhat flattered that Luonin would personally approach them to talk. Naturally, they were more than happy to share anything and everything. Whatever Luonin asked, they answered honestly. Through clever conversation, Luonin managed to coax out general information about this world from the two of them. The two didn't know the name of the world, but they did know the name of the continent they lived on, the Bari continent. According to them, the entire world contained 3 continents in total. The Bari continent was mainly governed by humans and included 4 great human empires, as well as dozens of kingdoms and duchies, all of which were vassal states under the 4 empires. The kings and dukes were largely appointed by the 4 empires. Their own town belonged to the domain of a baron from one of the kingdoms. As for the other 2 continents, one was the ancient continent of the orcs, and the other was the mysterious continent of the elves. Overall, the world was divided among humans, orcs, and elves. This world had 3 deities. Each was the main god of humans, elves, and orcs, respectively. Each main god had a group of subordinate gods under them. However, Luonin immediately speculated after careful thought that these so-called subordinate gods were probably similar to himself, demigods, not real gods. Likely, due to the lack of knowledge about higher realms in this world, even demigods were called gods. Even so, the 3 main gods were genuinely powerful gods, something even Luonin couldn't afford to ignore. From the two's explanation of history, Luonin learned that the elves on the Elven continent were not originally from this world, but had migrated from another dimension. When the elves had first arrived 10,000 years ago, there had been a massive battle with the orcs. At that time, there were no humans yet, only orcs, who were truly the original inhabitants of the world. What about humans? Legends claimed humans were descendants of apes within the orc race. During the Great War 10,000 years ago, the elven god, having newly arrived to this world and seemingly being an exiled war loser from another dimension, was no match for the orc god. Therefore, the elven god was forced to retreat to his divine realm, fending off the attacks of the orc god, who was unable to penetrate the elven god's divine realm either. Both sides were at a stalemate. The war extended from the gods to mortals, igniting a great war between elves and orcs. That war lasted nearly 100 years, with both sides fighting desperately for survival, shaking the entire world, splitting the original massive continent into 3 parts. The orcs occupied 2 of them, while the elves retained only 1. At a critical moment, the elven god came up with an idea. Knowing that elves were outnumbered by orcs, he decided to divide the orcs by secretly modifying and enhancing a race of apes, the ancestors of humanity. The human god also emerged during that transformation. With the help of the elves, humanity finally separated from the orcs. The first human emperor successfully ascended to divinity, signed an offensive-defensive pact with the elves, and took control of a continent, the present-day Bari continent. After the rise of humanity, the orcs could no longer withstand the joint forces of both sides and had to proactively seek peace. Thus, the 100-year war came to an end, leading to a relatively stable era continuing up to the present day. Of course, small conflicts still happened constantly, especially between humans and orcs. Conflicts frequently broke out. In fact, the orcs didn't mind the elves fighting over living space. They instead deeply resented the rebellion of humans. Without human betrayal, the orcs would certainly have expelled the elves. Meanwhile, humans themselves were also very resentful toward orcs. After gaining enlightenment, humans certainly did not consider themselves as the same race as those green-skinned beasts. They saw themselves as superior. To humans, the orcs were nothing but brute beasts, completely unworthy of comparison. Over the past 10,000 years, humans and orcs had engaged in countless wars. Even divine wars had occurred several times. The most ridiculous part was that the elven god had always been the one to mediate conflicts, a fact that left Luonin astounded. What skillful moves by the elven god! Luonin couldn't help but marvel. By sacrificing merely a divine spark, the elven god had secured the elves' right to exist in this world and cleverly split the once mighty orc race into 2 factions, setting them against each other in conflict for nearly 10,000 years. Truly remarkable. Still, I never expected the elven god would be willing to pay the price of a divine spark. Luonin remained silent for a moment. That was a divine spark after all. But indeed, at that time humans had only just risen to power. How absurd it would have been to talk about ascending to godhood. Only something like a divine spark, a shortcut for instant ascension, could have been used. Just from this, one can tell that even as a defeated party, the elves once possessed extraordinary glory. Chapter 213, Total War? Time to start daily check-ins. The first human emperor who became a god through a divine spark was far less powerful than deities like the Orcish Lord or Elven Lord, who rose to godhood through the faith of their entire races. Given enough time, the first human emperor could have done the same. Considering the population of Bari continent numbered in the hundreds of millions, becoming a god through faith wouldn't have been a problem. Unfortunately, during that time, war had broken out between the orcs and elves, and the Elven Lord was short exactly 1 ally. He didn't have the time to gradually ascend either, so he had to take the shortcut. Fortunately, with the Elven Lord balancing things out, the human Lord God wouldn't have already been eliminated by the Orcish Lord. Ronan had obtained the information he wanted and was preparing to leave this town. This wasn't his destination, but before leaving, he could check in and try out the reward system in this world. Despite being just a small town, it could still indicate the potential value of future check-in rewards. System, check in at this town, Ronan said as he was about to leave the town after saying goodbye to the 2. Beep. Check-in completed. Congratulations to the master for receiving the magical tome Secret of Thunder, authored 260 years ago by the great mage Rains. The current residence of Archmage Rains is within the divine realm of the human lord god Ekans, and he is one of Ekan's subordinate deities. Secret of Thunder. Ronan's eyes lit up. Rains, this great mage who had become a subordinate deity of Ekans, must have at least demigod strength. A magical text written over 200 years ago wouldn't be inferior. It was definitely worth Ronan spending the effort to learn. If people from the human kingdoms, even empires of Bari continent had learned about this, they would have gone mad. The secret manual of the great mage Rains. Currently, only the Temple of Thunder preserved it, and it was exclusively taught to temple personnel, strictly forbidden from being transmitted outside. Yet for Ronan, this reward was just worth spending some effort to learn. Well, indeed so. After all, this was merely the first check-in in this world, rewarded only by checking in at a regular little town. One could only wonder what better rewards one could get by checking in at a royal capital of a kingdom, or in the imperial capitals of the 4 great empires. Indeed, check-ins were the righteous path. Otherwise, where else could he get so many rare items? After all, Ronan was definitely planning to move toward more powerful levels. Staying closed up in the pirate world would likely take centuries or even millennia before reaching the rank of true god. And beyond that, there were even higher realms waiting for him. Ronan believed that his path toward greater power absolutely couldn't stop progressing. Especially in this world, upon hearing about its mythology, the Elven Lord came from beyond this world. there was no guarantee that the pirate world wouldn't eventually be invaded by more powerful beings from other worlds as well. Just like himself, dimension-breaking machines weren't exclusive to him. The Transcender civilization was the original inventor and creator of such devices. Since there was one such civilization, there certainly were others of the same level capable of owning such devices. Anything was possible, not to mention the even mightier existences beyond them. Ronan pondered over these thoughts, making up his mind on his future path of exploration, and as he thought, he had already walked out of the town. Directly following the directions given by the man from the town, he flew towards the royal capital. At that moment, the royal capital of the Narc Kingdom was facing a military operation. The king was receiving an envoy from the Mydela Empire, who requested the kingdom to dispatch troops to the coastal border. The four great empires had received news that the Orcish Empire was once again sending a massive fleet carrying terrifying Orcish armies to attack the Bari continent. This was no minor skirmish. In the 10,000 years of recorded history, such a large-scale military action had only occurred 3 times, and this was the 4th. This was a war on the scale of the entire continent, not a small-scale conflict any single human empire could handle alone. In wars against the orcs, it was strictly forbidden by the decree of the human Lord God for any internal disputes between the 4 human empires and various kingdoms to persist during this time. They must stand united against the external threat. This was a condition that the Narc Kingdom had no choice but to follow. Even though the Narc Kingdom had been waging war against a neighboring duchy, they now had to halt the campaign. The king of the Narc Kingdom felt deeply regretful. He wished he had committed fully to conquering the duchy before the imperial envoy arrived. But he had no idea about this news at the time and had merely been thinking of saving on military expenditures. Once the imperial envoy arrived, everyone in the royal capital came to know what was about to happen. Therefore, when Ronan arrived at the capital city, he naturally learned of this major news as well. So I've actually stumbled upon such a major event. Ronan was slightly taken aback, then broke into a faint smile. Well, perhaps it's for the better. The 4th total war between humans and orcs. Judging from the outcomes of the previous 3 great wars in history, both sides' patron deities eventually intervened in person. This time probably won't differ much. In that case, I'll have the perfect opportunity to profit from the chaos. Ronan's eyes narrowed slightly. I wonder what kind of reward I'd receive if I checked in at a deity's divine realm. Under normal circumstances, it's absolutely impossible. Divine realms aren't simple places one can just casually enter and leave as they please. But once war breaks out, there might be an opportunity. Perhaps my chance to ascend to true godhood lies within this grand war. However, I must also be cautious of the elven lord Adelaide. That fellow is no simple opponent. As an outsider, he still managed to rise to this level, smiling while watching humans and orcs tear each other apart, while his elves quietly develop their strength. I can't let myself be secretly sabotaged by him in the end. While checking in at the royal capital, Ronan was already thinking about how to gain advantages from the upcoming massive war. System, check in at the royal capital of the Narc Kingdom. Beep. Check-in completed. Congratulations to the master for receiving the reward, Elven Chronicles. This is a book recording Elven history, originally from the library within the divine realm of the Elven Lord Adelaide. This reward is a flawless replicated copy. It was rather unusual. This time the check-in reward was actually a historical book, which somewhat surprised Ronan. Yet he didn't feel disappointed at all. On the contrary, he found it quite intriguing. In Ronan's eyes, the elves of this world were extremely mysterious. Even though they had settled in this world for 10,000 years, they had left behind very little information in human society. Humans only knew that elves were not to be trifled with. All major empires held elves in great reverence, not to mention the human Lord God, who even owed a significant favor to the elven lord. Or rather, the entire human race owed a tremendous debt to the elven people. Therefore, in this world, there was absolutely no such thing as elven slaves, nor would anyone dare even entertain such a thought. In a world with gods, attempting such an act would lead to a fate worse than death. Thinking about this, Ronan took out the Elven Chronicles and started reading it while walking through the streets of the royal capital, hoping to learn more about this foreign elven race. Perhaps he could discover something even more interesting? Moreover, deep in his heart, Ronan was already thinking, was there any chance he could check in at the elves' ancestral homeland? Chapter 214, World Tree. Secrets of the Elves. This world is also a universe-based setting. According to the Elven Chronicles, far away in a distant galaxy from this planet, was the ancestral homeland of the elves. It was from there that they migrated to this place. The history of the elven race spans as long as 200,000 years. From 200,000 years ago, when the elves had just been born from the world tree, their civilization had only just begun to develop. Throughout their journey, they had encountered several enemies, including the native civilization of that world, the goblin race. The goblins were a remarkably powerful race that had persistently oppressed the newly born elves. However, under the protection of the world tree and due to the fact that the goblins were not yet as powerful as they would later become, the elves managed to endure and push through. Another 10,000 years passed, and the goblin race expanded and developed, even cultivating technological power. With the power of technology, they nearly wiped out the elven race. Yet, during that time, Adelaide, the reigning elven king, who had already reached the rank of demigod after years of warfare, finally ignited his divine fire and ascended to godhood. Adelaide's divine ascension shook the entire planet. The elves celebrated joyously, while the goblins were terrified and fearful. However, the upper echelons of the goblins were not foolish. They immediately used their technological power to evacuate the new generations of goblins, transporting them away from the planet. The elves tried pursuing and slaying them, but could not kill many, as Adelaide himself was held back by powerful goblin warriors. Eventually, he slaughtered nearly all the mighty demigod goblins, securing dominance for the elven race across the world. After wiping out the remaining goblins, the elves also inherited the technological power left behind by the goblins. Yet, the elves were not as specialized in technology as the goblins had been, and over the course of 10,000 years, they did not advance their technological capabilities much, some even regressed. Today, ordinary elves in Elvenland still mainly use bows, longswords, and similar weapons in combat. As for why the elves came to this present planet, it was because 10,000 years ago, they were attacked by the descendants of the goblins who had grown for over 10,000 years. The attack was very strange, not a direct assault carried out in person by the goblins. No one knew exactly how those goblin descendants had done it, but from an unfathomable distance spanning countless light years, they launched an attack on the elves' homeworld, directly destroying the world tree upon which the elves relied for survival. The world tree was the greatest support for the entire elven race. Besides the world tree, the elves' most important figure was their patron deity, Adelaide. After the death of the world tree, their world was tainted by a strange, malevolent darkness, yet the elves had not even laid eyes on their enemy. While fighting against the strange dark forces, the elves also sought a means of escape. The elves suffered heavy casualties until finally, Adelaide found an escape route, this very world. The elves migrated en masse to this world using the same ancient technology of the goblins. Faced with the threat of annihilation, the elves constructed an enormous spacecraft, traveling to this world and beginning their new lives. The Elven Chronicles recorded all of this. What happened afterward was largely consistent with the history of this world, though it painted the elves' aid to humanity in a positive light and depicted the Soren, beastmen, race as barbaric and foolish. Huff. After finishing the Elven Chronicles, Luo Nen exhaled deeply. The elven race had really been quite unfortunate. Those goblins who had fled tens of thousands of years ago had somehow found a way to attack from such a distant location. The ability to strike from such a distance was no simple feat. Even Luo Nen today could not accomplish such a feat. It was likely even impossible for him even after reaching the divine ranks. Could it really be the power of technology? Yet, from what was recorded in the Elven Chronicles, the evil and eerie forces that had ravaged their world didn't seem to be the result of technological power. Rather, it resembled the actions of an ultimate individual at the peak of personal strength. Who knew what had happened to those escaped goblins during those tens of thousands of years? This world truly held some mysteries. Luo Nan's expression grew solemn. He felt that he might truly need to visit the elves' homeworld to personally witness what this so-called malevolent, eerie dark force really was. Moreover, if he were to complete a check-in at the elves' former homeworld, surely great rewards would await him? Lastly, he was deeply curious about what exactly had happened to those goblins and what sort of attack could reach across countless light years. Such an immensely powerful ability would be amazing if he could wield it himself. This kind of power cannot simply be achieved by reaching divine rank alone. Could it be, those goblins obtained the inheritance of an immortal being? Luo Nan's eyes flickered with curiosity as he silently resolved. However, if I want to visit the elves' homeworld, I'll need the elves' help first. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know where their planet is located. As for spacecraft, that's not a problem. I have some of my own. Although they're small, their speed is definitely much faster than the elves. Inside Luo Nan's personal space were numerous technological artifacts he had obtained from previous check-ins, including several warships and spaceships. Although these ships weren't as massive as the ones the elves had built, those capable of carrying over 1 million individuals, they were more than fast enough for interstellar travel. Closing the Elven Chronicles in his hand, Luo Nan lifted his head to look ahead. There, squadrons of fully armed soldiers were assembling and marching beyond the city walls of the capital. It appeared that the Beastmen had already launched an attack against the 4 great empires. These smaller kingdoms and duchies were providing military support at the demand of the empires. Their first priority was sending troops, followed by logistical supplies like provisions and weaponry, essentials under the pressure of the human god, who ensured no one dared to withhold effort. The temples would supervise compliance strictly, and anyone found slacking would suffer severe punishment. So the war has already begun. The 4th total war. I wonder how long this one will last. Maybe, with my involvement, it will end much sooner than expected. A faint smile appeared on Luo Nan's lips as his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. On the northern coastline of the Bari continent, the battlefield had become a vast war zone. This was the very sea region bordering the Beastmen's continent. For the 4th time, the Beastmen had crossed the ocean in large ships to invade. Naturally, humanity was already prepared. After all, they had fought 3 previous wars already. These were no longer mere small-scale naval skirmishes from the past, which rarely lasted more than a few years. The current full-scale conflicts, like the 3 before, were wars lasting over a decade each. After each war, hundreds of millions perished on both sides. Economies collapsed, and populations sharply declined. In the midst of the screaming and roaring battlefield, countless beastmen swung their weapons toward the humans, their eyes burning red with fury, chopping down every enemy in sight without mercy. Compared to the chaos of the beastmen, the human armies stood in disciplined formations, soldiers obediently following commands. While an individual human soldier might be significantly weaker than a beastman, in such large-scale warfare, the organized human ranks gave them a major advantage. Even though the beastmen were fierce and bold, they couldn't crush the humans quickly. Kill! A mighty beastman bellowed, launching into battle. He was a towering beastman with crimson skin, flying straight into the sky and charging toward the human lines. To prevent such powerful beastmen from shattering the human formation, humanity naturally sent forth a flying warrior of their own. A silver-armored human powerhouse soared into the sky, sword in hand, meeting the beastman head-on. With a thunderous crash, the two collided mid-air, swords clashing in a fierce, violent battle. Meanwhile, a shadow hovered far above the edge of the battlefield, silently observing the clash between the two powerhouses. Unexpectedly, both of them, one from the humans and one from the beastmen, are demigods. Chapter 215, Crazy Check-In. Top-tier divine artifact. The battle between the two demigods was extremely fierce. This was the first time Luo Nen had witnessed a life-and-death fight between two demigod-level xianxia. In the pirate world, there were no xianxia of this level to fight alongside Luo Nen. This time, it gave him the opportunity to observe. He was astonished to find that the battle experience of these two demigods was far superior to his own. Even though he had so many hidden cards at his disposal, if he didn't play his trump cards and relied solely on his own combat strength, he might really be no match for either of them. If I really have to fight them, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Luo Nen thought seriously in his mind. He didn't dare approach, as he could already feel that the two people engaged in battle hadn't even exerted their full strength yet. They had already sensed him, dozens of miles away. These two were demigods, so naturally they had this ability. After a moment of thought, Luo Nen didn't approach but instead turned around and left. After he left, the battle between the two demigods fully erupted, much more intense than before, and could even be described as a deadly fight. Earlier, they had been somewhat cautious about Luo Nen, an unfamiliar demigod. Both had assumed he was someone from the other side. After all, the aura Luo Nen exuded was quite unfamiliar. From dozens of miles away, during the battle, they couldn't see Luo Nen clearly, so this assumption wasn't strange. Then, each of them had true gods behind them, but battles between demigods usually didn't involve much intervention from the gods. In the previous 3 all-out wars, many demigods had died in battle. After Luo Nen left, in the rear camp of the human army at the battlefield, light suddenly shone in the air, and a figure emerged from the light, a man dressed in a mage robe. He first looked toward the fierce battle in the sky ahead, then turned his head toward the direction Luo Nen had departed, slightly frowning while murmuring. An unfamiliar aura from a demigod. Could it be? I know the aura of every beastman demigod under Tag's command, but the aura from that person earlier was very unfamiliar. Could the beastmen have another demigod arise? The beastman continent emphasized martial power even more than the human continent, and held an even stronger belief in might makes right. This could be seen from the fact that the individual strength of the beastmen far surpassed that of humans. This difference wasn't merely due to beastmen having stronger physiques, but was also the result of differences in their social structures. This matter needs to be reported to Tyrant Color. As the divine supervisor overseeing the human empire's response to the beastmen's invasion, Lane felt the matter was somewhat out of his expectation, so he said something to the human marshal below, then returned to the god realm. The human marshal also issued an order to tighten the defense to prevent attacks from the beastmen's army. At the same time, the battle between the two demigods in the sky above the battlefield was drawing to a close. After glaring at each other with bloodied injuries, the two quickly withdrew. After returning to the beastmen army's headquarters, the beastman demigod immediately issued an order to halt the attack to the beastmen's general. Then he returned to the main god realm of the beastmen and reported the information about the unfamiliar human demigod he had encountered to Tang Ning, just as Lane did. As Luo Nen left the battlefield, he knew his presence might have already been revealed to both the beastmen and humans, though he was not overly worried. Right now, he was wandering through the 4 great empires of the human continent, checking in at each capital city. No matter what happened later, it was most important to check in first. Even if the worst-case scenario happened, for example, if the primal gods of humans and beastmen came personally to hunt down Luo Nen as an uncertainty factor, he could simply activate the dimension-breaking device and leave this world. Can 2 common true gods chase him to the pirate world? That's completely impossible. True gods cannot do such a thing. Even that foreign elf primal god merely arrived here from another planet within the same cosmic world, not crossing through dimensions. There's a big difference between these 2 actions. To obtain the ability to cross dimensions, one must be at least in immortal rank, and not even ordinary immortals could accomplish it. It was only the civilizations of the Transcenders, an entire civilization of immortals who, by combining their wisdom, eventually developed the dimension-breaking device, a miraculous object that was a treasure of their entire race. Immortals belonged to a level beyond the divine. Though the difference in power between gods and demons could be quite large, they were still at the same basic level, just like how immortals were divided into earth immortals, heaven immortals, and golden immortals, while beings at the saint level had already transcended the level of immortals. They belonged to the true immortal beings. Immortal saints could withstand countless calamities, while ordinary immortals suffered from the 5 signs of decline and would eventually die. Immortal saints would not die so easily. Either being sealed or intervention from a higher level could only achieve the slaying of such immortal beings at the immortal saint level. Luo Nen went crazy checking in at the imperial capitals of the 4 great empires. These 4 locations were the most famous, prosperous, and densely populated cities on the human continent. One of these capitals was the site of the original empire created by the former human supreme god Akins. 10,000 years ago, when Akins ascended to the divine realm and no longer involved himself in mortal imperial affairs, the original human empire gradually decayed, giving rise to the current four-empire structure. Yet, the ancient capital known as the Holy City remained. The headquarters of the Akins Church was established here, and even in the midst of major internal conflicts among the four empires, this city remained free from tragedy. The empire controlling the territory where this holy city was located had wisely chosen it as its capital. Luo Nen had chosen this holy city as his final check-in destination. Perhaps checking in here would draw Akins' attention, but despite the risk, Luo Nen still decided to come. The check-ins in the capitals of the previous three empires gave me amazing rewards. I wonder what good things this so-called human holy city will bring me. Following the flow of people, Luo Nen entered the holy city, his face carrying a dangerous edge, with his spiritual sense extending through the Tsankue ring. Reviewing the rewards he had obtained from the previous three capitals, he called out mentally to the system in his mind. System, check in at this human holy city. Ding. Congratulations to the master. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. Supreme divine artifact, the eternal mask. As the system's voice rang out, a silver-white, semi-transparent, mysterious mask appeared within the system space, waiting for Luo Nen to claim it. Supreme divine artifact. Luo Nen's expression shifted in shock and delight as he gazed at the mask. A supreme divine artifact. This was truly a supreme divine artifact. After all, even the xuanhuan sword he had previously obtained through check-in was only a lower-tier divine artifact. Although the xuanhuan sword was once the personal weapon of the xuanhuan emperor from the xianxia world, its rank was still just that of a lower-tier artifact. If it were the xuanhuan sword from the primordial chaos world, it would at least start at the mid-tier. Yet now, Luo Nen had actually obtained a supreme-tier divine artifact. Normally speaking, divine artifact tiers were determined based on the world's level. There were divine artifacts that exceeded the world's tier, but they were extremely rare. In a world like the pirate world, even semi-divine artifacts were hard to come by, showing how difficult it was to obtain one. Luo Nen's system check-in function was beyond logic, though. Earlier, he'd even obtained a lower-tier divine artifact, a fairy artifact, the xuanhuan sword, in the pirate world through check-in. Therefore, Luo Nen's check-in method completely surpassed the restrictions of the world's tier. Now, again, in a lower-tier divine and demonic world, he successfully checked in and received a supreme-tier divine artifact, the Eternal Mask. Chapter 216, Shocking the Holy City. The Pope strikes. Immediately, Luo Nen claimed the high-tier divine artifact, Eternal Mask. As he looked at the silver-white, lightweight mask and especially considered its functions, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly that it was truly worthy of being a high-tier divine artifact. Eternal Mask, high-tier divine artifact. Function 1, hide one's aura. Function 2, alter one's appearance. Function 3, the mask contains a once-daily automatic divine shield, capable of blocking a full-powered attack from a high-tier true god. Function 4, truth-seeing eye, capable of piercing all illusions, deities, demons, and below. Function 5, nature's whisper, the ability to understand the languages of all intelligent beings, up to the level of true gods. With 5 major functions, this high-tier divine artifact indeed astonished Luo Nen greatly. Indeed, it was extremely powerful. Functions 1 and 2 were merely basic capabilities. Function 3, however, was absurdly strong, possessing a shield that could be used once per day to withstand a full-strength attack from a high-tier true god. With such a mask, even in this lower-tier world of gods and demons, Luo Nen now had the means to defend himself even against a true god. Though, admittedly, using such a powerful artifact for such a low-level situation was somewhat like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. As for Function 4, the true-seeing eye, which could pierce through all illusions, it meant that even if opponents possessed abilities to hide their auras or appearances or used magical spells involving illusions or dreamscapes, they would be rendered completely useless before the true-seeing eye. Although it might seem somewhat underwhelming at first glance, in reality, when Luo Nen actually encountered such techniques, it would play a very significant role. Function 5, the ability to understand the languages of all intelligent beings, was also an extremely important function. When Luo Nen had first arrived in this world, he had been able to quickly understand the local language because he had encountered 2 ordinary humans in a small town. Their mortal consciousness could not withstand his mental intrusion, and thus he easily obtained the language of this world. But what if he encountered stronger worlds? For instance, higher-tier divine demon realms, or higher-tier cultivation realms, or even directly to the immortal realm. Those realms were inhabited by beings of divine, demonic, or immortal levels. Having such a function as nature's whisper made communication extremely convenient. For an existence like Luo Nen's current level, understanding a language was equivalent to being able to speak it fluently. There would be no barriers to communication. As for the note following functions 4 and 5 stating that the effects were limited to deities and demons or lower tiers, that was perfectly normal. For beings beyond that level, naturally, this mask would be of little use. Those beings could obliterate a high-tier true god as effortlessly as drinking water. Even now, Luo Nen himself was still at the mortal level, albeit at the peak of that tier, and had not yet reached the level of true god. This made the gap in strength seem even more enormous. Luo Nen exhaled deeply. Then, just as he was about to take out the mask to start using it, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from the center of the holy city, emanating from the enormous, expansive cathedral that occupied a vast area right in the heart of the city. The sudden surge caused Luo Nan himself to startle briefly before comprehension crossed his face. Is that the earthly vessel of Akins? The Pope of the Akins Church, known as xuanhuan, was one of Akins' bloodline descendants. Though the divine blood within his body had long been diluted to the point of near invisibility, through sheer willpower, he had ascended all the way to the semi-god level, ultimately becoming the Pope of the Church. This Pope was not of the magical disciplines, but rather a genuine warrior. Yes, a warrior who had become the Pope. Within the 10,000-year history of the Akins Church, he was the only such instance. Every other Pope before him had belonged to a magical discipline. The moment Luo Nan stepped foot into the holy city, xuanhuan had sensed an anomaly. As a semi-god presiding over his home territory, he was intimately familiar with every detail of the holy city. Luo Nan's arrival was like a bright lantern in the dark, obvious and unmistakable. For another unknown semi-god of the same rank to suddenly appear within the holy city was a monumental event that compelled xuanhuan to take it with utmost seriousness. Instantly, xuanhuan's figure burst out from the study of the cathedral, surging straight up into the sky, and with piercing eyes gazed toward the northern gate, the direction from which Luo Nan had entered. Their gazes met, and with a sharp crackling sound, lightning erupted in midair, shaking the skies with a thunderous boom. The entire holy city trembled at that moment. What's happening? What's going on? Was that thunder? But the sky hasn't changed at all. Some citizens of the holy city cried in alarm. That's right. The weather was so nice today. Why would it suddenly thunder like that? Another nearby person said curiously. No, look. That's the Pope. Suddenly, one of the citizens shrieked, pointing up at the sky above the cathedral where his towering figure hovered, imposing and majestic. It really is the Pope. But what exactly is the Pope doing right now? Look closely. You guys, the Pope seems to be preparing for battle. Could it be that the holy city is under attack? Impossible. This is the holy city. Hard to say. We are currently at war with the orcs. Perhaps it's an orc changer coming to attack the holy city. Even more impossible. Even during the previous 3 orc invasions, none of them dared to attack the holy city. Why would this time be any different? Not knowing the situation, we should head home and hide. Look, the knights are already heading that way. Someone pointed down the street where a large group of solemn-faced church paladins rushed hurriedly toward the northern gate. Seeing this, nearly all the remaining civilians on the streets began hastily returning home for shelter. As for the safety of the holy city, they believed the Pope and the knights would surely handle it. Soon, while Luo Nan and xuanhuan were confronting each other, down the streets within the northern gate, a squad of dozens of fully armored holy knights hurried over. Each of them drew their swords and surrounded Luo Nan at the center, looking grim but not attacking recklessly. They knew that Luo Nan was an existence equal to the Pope, a semi-god level xianxia. Killing them would be as easy as crushing ants. However, as members of the Holy City Church's Paladin Order, they had no choice but to confront Luo Nan directly. If the Pope gave the order to attack, they would strike without hesitation, even if it meant death. At this moment, xuanhuan also flew to the northern gate, hovering high in the air, looking down upon Luo Nan. Seeing Luo Nan wearing a human face, his heart grew cold. Who exactly are you? I've never heard of a semi-god figure like you among the 4 great empires. Do you know the punishment for illegally entering the holy city? Even as a semi-god, you will still be punished by my lord. xuanhuan coldly demanded answers from Luo Nan. Is this how the Akins Church welcomes its guests? Luo Nan smiled slightly, then with a flash, he also soared into the air. The paladins below were too slow to react, and could only watch helplessly as Luo Nan rose to face xuanhuan in midair. Not only the paladins, but also some high-ranking or powerful individuals within the holy city were closely observing the situation. This was a confrontation between a semi-god and the Pope himself. If a battle were to erupt, a semi-god level clash might utterly destroy the holy city with its shockwaves. Naturally, since the holy city was the Akins Church's headquarters, Akins himself might already be watching. This was one of the reasons why the citizens still felt secure. Another was their immense confidence in the Pope. Moreover, as the church's headquarters, the holy city had been fortified for 10,000 years. Though not completely impregnable, it was nearly so. An outsider semi-god would find it difficult to completely destroy it, although massive casualties were likely inevitable. Everyone watched nervously as xuanhuan coldly snorted in midair. The church naturally treats guests with great courtesy and respect. However, you don't seem like a guest, but more like someone here to cause trouble. You're a semi-god. If you truly came in good faith, would you recklessly storm into the holy city like this? At the very least, you should have revealed your presence outside the city walls to announce your arrival. But you didn't. Instead, you charged directly into the holy city. Let me think. The orcs are at war with humans right now. Could it be that you, a human semi-god, have already allied with the orcs and now seek to disrupt the holy city to demoralize the human armies? xuanhuan suspected Luo Nan of many things, believing this to be the most likely explanation. He found it hard to imagine any other reason behind Luo Nan's sudden intrusion into the holy city. How could he know that Luo Nan had merely come here to check in? He hadn't planned to visit or make any friends because he had always been clear about his goals in this world. First, to complete check-ins for rewards, and second, to seek opportunities to ascend to godhood. The latter goal would eventually pit him against the true gods of this world. Knowing this, there was no need for false civility towards xuanhuan and his kind. The orcs? Those green-skinned beasts aren't worthy of my allegiance. Luo Nan smiled calmly. As for why I came here without permission, there's no need to explain it to you. My objective has already been achieved. I should be leaving now. If you want to stop me, why not try? Luo Nin arched his brow slightly, regarding the other man with faint amusement, before turning to leave. Want to leave? Do you truly think the holy city is a place you can just come and go from as you please? Ziyuwizi roared furiously. With a wave of his hand, a golden greatsword materialized in his grasp. He raised it high and slashed downward toward Luo Nan. The golden sword beam shone like the blazing sun, turning the once blue sky into a golden hue, fully displaying the awe-inspiring might of a semi-god. Chapter 217. The Divine Realm in the Starry Sky. The Mysterious Stranger. Hilravis, after all, was a demigod. Even after becoming the Pope, he had never abandoned his cultivation. Facing Ronan now, he unleashed his full power with this strike, in case Ronan attempted to escape. Ronan was also a demigod. Without using full strength, there was no guarantee of stopping him. It would be extremely difficult to chase down a demigod once he decided to flee. Hilravis strongly wished to capture this intruder who had dared to enter the holy city. However, although this sword strike was powerful, in Ronan's eyes, it was still insufficient to stop him. In fact, if he wished, he might even have the chance to counter and kill Hilravis himself. But this place was none other than the holy capital of Akens, the headquarters of the church. Perhaps even now, Akens was high above in his divine realm, observing everything unfolding here. Although it was unlikely that Akens would personally intervene, Ronan also dared not truly go wild inside the holy city. Provoking Akens directly would be no good. Even though Ronan had many hidden cards now, even holding a few divine artifacts, he could not be certain of escaping from a true god like Akens. The gap in power was simply too vast. Therefore, Ronan merely glanced back at Hilravis's attack, then smiled slightly, and said, "You think such an attack can stop me? You're daydreaming." Ronan turned his body and threw a punch. A crimson-red flaming fist appeared and Hunlong Yisheng slammed into the giant sword chi. It shattered the sword energy outright, and then his figure blurred, already speeding away rapidly. Hilravis stood silently, sheathing his sword with an expressionless face. He arrogantly hovered in the air above the holy city, watching Ronan's retreating figure. Internally, he frowned deeply. Where in the world did this demigod come from? And to think he was still a human. As the Pope, the leader of the largest religion in the human world, he was very clear. Nearly all human demigods had already been gathered under Akens's command, most of whom had ascended to Akens's divine realm. Only someone like himself, the Pope, remained in the mortal world, while someone like Ren had only descended from the divine realm due to the outbreak of total war between orcs and humans. Yet now, there was still a human demigod who slipped through the cracks, and furthermore, seemed to be plotting against the church. In the middle of the total war between humans and orcs, this was definitely no good omen. Hilravis coldly snorted, then turned and returned to the headquarters of the church. Immediately, he contacted Akens to report the incident. Although Akens might already have been aware of the confrontation, it was his duty as the Pope to report it himself. "I know. You continue managing the war against the orcs. I will handle this matter myself." The authoritative voice of Akens echoed in Hilravis's mind before vanishing. Upon hearing this, Hilravis exhaled in relief, then respectfully said, humbly bidding farewell to the Lord God. Meanwhile, deep within the starry sky, a small but beautiful planet floated quietly more than 10 light years away from this planet. This planet was tiny, only 1/10 the size of the human world. Strangely, it did not orbit within any star system, nor did it have a sun illuminating it, yet all kinds of flora and fauna still thrived here. In the sky, a glowing orb floated just like a real sun, and inside it stood a massive celestial city. This was the divine realm of Akens, or rather, not just the city, the entire planet belonged to Akens's divine realm. Akens's divine realm was extremely hidden, more than 10 light years away from the human planet, and even the Orcish god of war would need a long time to find it. However, Akens relocated his entire divine realm every so often, making it even harder to find in the vast, dark void of space. It was not only Akens's divine realm that was so elusive, the divine realm of the Orcish god Tag was similar. As for the divine realm of the elven god Adelaide, no one had ever seen it, so its specifics remained unknown. However, when Akens had once ascended to godhood, he had engaged in a divine war with the Orcish god. Their divine realms met in the void of space in a great battle that had nearly ended in mutual annihilation, only stopped by the mediation of Adelaide. Above the celestial city of Akens's divine realm, an endless expanse of magnificent palaces stretched out. Among them, one palace was particularly grand. This was Akens's residence. Inside the grand hall of the temple, Akens sat high upon his throne. On either side stood 12 radiant thrones, most of which were occupied by demigods. These were Akens's subordinate demigods, his divine vassals. What do you all think of this human demigod who suddenly appeared? Akens, seated solemnly on the throne, calmly spoke out. Below, on the left side, a muscular human man raised his head and spoke upon hearing the question. Lord God, this human demigod suddenly appearing clearly was not within our expectations. He must have hidden himself deliberately after becoming a demigod in the past. Now that he has emerged during the great war against the orcs, he must certainly have some sinister motive. Lord God, I agree entirely, added another thin, robed figure wielding a staff, an elderly man who also spoke up. Moreover, I suspect this is a scheme of Tag's doing. Just like how the elven god once helped us humans to betray the orc race in order to counter Tag, now Tag probably wants to do the same. to destroy us humans from within. Tagm is dreaming too much. A female demigod on the right side coldly sneered. A mere human demigod traitor, trying to collapse the human world from within? Absolutely impossible. We cannot underestimate our opponent. Another demigod beside her gravely remarked. That human demigod easily blocked Hilravis's full-force strike. His power must be formidable indeed. We should proceed with caution. Lord God, I sense that this war the orcs have launched may not be ordinary at all. Akins lowered his head in thought, then lifted his gaze and said, Indeed, the first 3 full-scale wars Tagm launched against humanity all failed. Now he is coming back once again, and judging from his current posture, it seems he truly intends to conquer the human world this time. I wonder what hidden cards he holds. His audacity is truly immense. By observing the progress of the war in the human world, Akins realized that this war the orcs had launched against the human continent was far greater in scale than the previous 3. Nearly all the orc continent's forces had been deployed. Tagm was clearly attempting to achieve final victory in one decisive blow. And for him to dare to act this boldly, he definitely had some trump card. Seeing Ronin's sudden appearance, Akins felt as if he had already glimpsed Tagm's intentions. This war is different from before. Ren has already descended, so all of you should prepare yourselves and go to the battlefield for reinforcement. Be careful, Akins said gravely. Understood, Lord God. The 10 demigods rose, and in unison, bowed deeply and replied. As his subordinates went to prepare to descend to the mortal realm, Akins sat silently on his throne for a while, then took a deep breath, and turned his gaze toward a direction outside the temple. Adelaide, will you intervene this time? Though they were allies, during the first 3 great wars against the orcs, Adelaide had not fully sided with humanity. That cunning one had apparently wanted to see both sides fight and exhaust each other's strength. Yet faced with Tagm's wrath, Akins still had to stand in opposition. The two of them could never truly reconcile. Meanwhile, in a faraway direction in the cosmos, another tiny planet also floated in the dark, endless void. This was the divine realm of Tagm, the Orcish god of war. Unlike Akins, who had a celestial city floating in the sky, Tagm's entire divine realm was based on solid ground. Across the land of this divine realm, countless savage beasts fought ferociously, while powerful orcs hunted them relentlessly. These were mostly descendants of Tagm and his numerous orc demigods. Born in the divine realm and blessed with unlimited resources, their strength was tremendous, far surpassing even the strongest orcs on the mortal world. Convey my orders. Have all the warriors in the divine realm prepare to descend to the mortal realm for battle. This time, I will conquer the entire human continent. Akins, your doom is near. From within a temple constructed entirely of giant beast bones, a savage, furious voice bellowed. This was none other than Tagm, the Orcish god of war. Understood, Lord God. Upon Tagm's words, the more than 30 orc demigods who stood below respectfully responded. As the Orcish god of war, Tagm had ascended to divinity far earlier than Akins, almost as early as Adelaide herself. Thus, the number of demigods he had accumulated was also far beyond what Akins could muster. Even though dozens had perished in the battle against Adelaide 10,000 years ago, he still retained more than 30 demigods today. A confident smirk formed on Tagm's lips, and deep in his heart, he had already sentenced Akins to death. This time, he possessed an overwhelming trump card, one powerful enough to eliminate that traitor Akins for good. Even Adelaide herself would be powerless to prevent it, and might even be destroyed herself during this war. Because more than 10 years ago, a mysterious being from the starry sky had contacted him. This entity claimed to have come from the elven ancestral lands, seeking to hunt down Adelaide. The other party agreed to cooperate with him to eliminate Akins, while Tagm needed to use this opportunity to force Adelaide out of hiding and discover the location of her divine realm. Only then would the mysterious being step in to deal with Adelaide once and for all. Before locating Adelaide's divine realm, the other party would certainly not stand idly by during his battle against Akins. Only by pushing Akins to the brink of destruction could Adelaide be lured out. Akins, and that cunning Adelaide. I'd like to see how you two die this time. Tagm sneered lowly, his laughter filled with madness. Chapter 2:18, Great Battle. Traces of the Evil God. The war between orcs and humans in the human world had fully erupted. It was no longer occasional skirmishes involving 1 or 2 demigods fighting in the skies above both armies, but massive battles involving numerous demigods clashing across the entire planet. In the skies above both the human continent and the orc continent, demigods from both sides were locked in fierce duels. The battle was extraordinarily intense. At the same time, the 2 principal gods of both sides had turned their attention toward this ultimate war. 2 piercing, majestic gazes collided in space above the planet, already affecting all living beings on the surface. The sky grew dark and murky, streaked with flashes of lightning and peals of thunder. Rumbling roared from the heavens, interwoven with tremors from deep space, such terrifying vibrations even shaking the entire planet itself. In the elven continent, the forests were far more dense than those of the human or orc lands. Deep within the lush wilderness stood an immense forest city, and within it loomed a grand and awe-inspiring palace. An elegant middle-aged elf man with a crown upon his head and a scepter in hand stood solemnly, gazing intently at the darkened sky. Your Majesty, this time the battle between the 2 sides seems far fiercer than before. Our elven continent has also suffered greatly from it. What should we do now? A female elf holding a bow stepped respectfully before him, bowing slightly as concern filled her eyes. She couldn't help but feel urgency. Along the coastal regions of the Elven continent, huge tsunamis had already struck. In the mountainous interior and deep forested areas, terrifying earthquakes had occurred, and with frequent lightning, many forests had caught fire from lightning strikes. Countless elves were desperately fighting the flames, and many had already perished in the infernos. Mobilize the army to provide relief across the land. The Elven King responded gravely. As for anything else, we simply cannot afford to handle. This war has already been foreseen by Lord Adelaide. Everything is under control, and in the final moment, Lord Adelaide will step forward to mediate. But from what I can see, humans and orcs are investing far more heavily into this war than ever before. Will they accept Lord Adelaide's mediation this time? The elf woman said anxiously. This time, Tagm's determination seems particularly resolute. He won't have a choice. If he refuses Adelaide's mediation, he will have to face the combined force of both Lord Adelaide and Akins. The Elven King snorted. All right, I'll go mobilize the troops. Go. The female elf left. Just as the Elven King was about to return to his study, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Kolinst, prepare yourself. I will be sending one of my subordinate deities to the mortal world, and you will be responsible for receiving him. Lord Adelaide. The Elven King Kolinst immediately grew serious, bowing respectfully as he replied, I shall obey Lord Adelaide's command. Kolinst. The voice continued gravely. This time in the war between humans and orcs, the elves must also join the battle and support the human side. Don't entertain any illusions. Tag must think I don't know. He actually has contact with the evil god. Truly despicable. What? The evil god? The Elven King's face instantly paled. His eyes briefly revealed an undeniable glint of terror. As a demigod who had ascended long ago in the ancient elven homeland and lived an exceptionally long life, he had personally witnessed the catastrophe that once devastated their world. He knew full well the terror of the evil god. Never had he imagined that Tag would make contact with the evil god. Instantly, an urge to flee welled up in Kolinst's mind, not out of cowardice, but because the evil god was truly horrifying. Kolinst, as if sensing the Elven King's fear, Lord Adelaide's voice suddenly boomed in his mind, sharp and commanding. We've been driven from our ancestral lands for 10,000 years, and still the evil god refuses to let us go. Now it has followed us here. Do you truly think we can keep running? Is there any better world for our race to thrive in? I have searched for 10,000 years, across hundreds of light years of starfields, and not found one single suitable planet. Where else can we run? Then what should we do? Lord Adelaide, that's the evil god we're talking about. Kolinst's forehead was drenched with cold sweat. Images of the devastation in their ancestral homeland flooded his mind. He could see the colossal world tree, rooted into the planet itself, corrupted by the evil god, transformed into a dead tree. Its sky-reaching branches writhed like terrifying tentacles of the evil god, tearing countless elves into bloody shreds, even demigods unable to escape their fate. For the world tree, the birthplace of the elven race, had essentially been a true god, although without consciousness of its own. Yet once corrupted by the evil god, it had become utterly deranged, transformed into a god-level subordinate under the evil god's command, an absolutely terrifying being. Only by fighting can we survive, Kolinst. After 10,000 years of cultivation, my strength has reached the peak of a low-tier god, almost on the verge of ascending to a mid-tier god. That evil god who corrupted the goblin race. I estimate his strength is around the level of a mid-tier god. I originally planned to ascend within another 100 years at most, but unfortunately, he didn't grant me that time. Adelaide's voice was filled with regret. Right now, he had no confidence in defeating that evil god. Time was simply not on his side anymore. The enemy had already come knocking. Can we even win this battle? Our entire race is here. Our very survival is at stake, Lord Adelaide. Kolinst replied in sorrow. There's no place to run. This battle must be fought. If we win, we shall return to our ancestral lands and leave this planet to the humans and orcs. If we lose, should we lose, this planet will fall into ruin under the evil god's corruption. Damn Tag. He will never know what terrifying existence he has truly provoked. Adelaide said darkly. I understand, Lord Adelaide. I'll begin organizing the troops immediately in preparation for war. Taking a deep breath, Kolinst suppressed his inner fear and steeled his gaze. You leave the war in the mortal realm to me. With me and your other subordinate deities, even if Tag has many demigods under his command, together with the human demigods we should be able to handle them. As for the rest, I entrust it to you. Good. I'm currently monitoring Akins and Tag. You simply focus on preparing our race for battle. Adelaide said grimly. I hope Akins can hold out a bit longer. I'm speeding up my breakthrough. Once I successfully ascend to mid-tier god, that evil god won't be able to defeat me so easily. May your ascension to mid-tier god proceed smoothly. It will. Ronan had no knowledge of the events unfolding among the three deities, nor did he even know of the existence of the evil god. At this moment, he had leisurely arrived at a small city. This city belonged to a kingdom, not a royal capital, just a small, ordinary town. Yet even a city like this had been affected by the war, its entire atmosphere brimming with tension. This war has too great an impact on all of humanity. Looking at the hurried civilians around him, Ronan couldn't help but shake his head. This world was far more brutal than the one he had previously experienced in Demon Slayer, even more so than the world of pirates. Perhaps by coincidence, he had arrived in this world just as an enormous war, spanning 2 entire continents, had erupted. If he knew the Elven continent had already prepared itself for battle, he would surely be even more astonished. But perhaps this war is exactly the opportunity one need to ascend to godhood. A faint smile appeared on Ronan's lips. Just then, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. He turned his gaze toward a dark corner of an alleyway. A strange gurgling sound was coming from there. Ronan stared with his demigod-level vision and immediately noticed the anomaly. What the hell is that thing? Ronan was momentarily stunned. Even he found the situation in that alley quite terrifying. Chapter 219, Devouring Flesh. Terrifying, evil creature. In the dark shadows of the alley, there existed a horrifying monster. This creature was formed from countless humans. Indeed, Luonan had witnessed with his own eyes a passerby at the mouth of the alley seemingly lured by strange sounds from within. The person turned his head for just a glance, then, eyes vacant and expressionless, walked straight into the alley, where he was subsequently swallowed and assimilated by the monster. Therefore, this was indeed a monstrous fleshly mass composed of dozens of humans. However, different from a mere amorphous mass, this creature had arms from dozens of humans combined into long, fleshy whips. These whip-like appendages occasionally lashed out from the alley's entrance, dragging in unsuspecting humans to be absorbed, further integrating into its being. Moreover, it possessed a strange and powerful ability, a highly effective power of bewilderment, making it utterly fearless of being detected. Luonan, being a demigod, possessed immense spiritual power and senses far beyond that of an ordinary human, which was why he was able to detect the creature. Yet, even he had only become aware of it when he approached within a few hundred meters. From farther away, not even he would have sensed the monster's existence. This world shouldn't have such creatures, monsters formed from the flesh of fused humans. Its combat ability doesn't seem impressive at first glance, but judging from the rise in its power after it just devoured a few people, its strength increases as it consumes more. Luonan's eyes flickered as he prepared to act, deciding that he must eliminate the creature immediately. He couldn't allow such a sudden threat to disturb his plans. He had intended to live in hiding in this city for a while, keeping an eye on the battle between the two deities, the god of humans and the god of beastkin. In an instant, Luonan's form blurred, and from hundreds of meters away, he instantly appeared at the alley's entrance, without bothering to conceal his aura. The monster inside detected his arrival immediately. Apparently sensing that this incoming human was of especially high quality, the fleshy whip-like appendages, formed from the monster's combined arms, waved excitedly and lashed out toward Luonan. It can sense my presence, but it doesn't consider whether I am someone it should not provoke. This implies its intelligence is extremely low. Looking at the surging tentacles, Luonan calmly pondered for a moment, then pointed a finger forward. A flame ignited and flew out, landing upon the monster's body. Instantly, the creature didn't even have time to scream before it was incinerated by the blazing inferno. One could imagine how terrifying Luonan's flame power had become. This was the power of the Phoenix Flame's rule fragment, enhanced to the limit of the flame fruit, plus the influence of the sun-breathing technique from the Demon Slayer world. Though in Luonan's view, this breathing method was not particularly advanced, it still enhanced his mastery of flame power. In the hands of a demigod like him, even a mere spark of such flame could casually burn an entire city to the ground. However, under Luonan's precise control, this fire had only affected the monster, and in the blink of an eye, the creature was gone. Luonan smiled faintly and nodded, turning to leave. But just then, an ear-piercing shriek rang out from the exact center of the city, waking the entire city with its terrifying sound. Looking up, Luonan saw the governor's mansion at the city center collapsing amidst a tremendous explosion. Countless tentacles shot up into the sky, flailing wildly and smashing into surrounding structures. The people died in droves. There's another one, and it has already grown this powerful. The aura of this monster is nearly reaching my own peak strength before I became a demigod. Luonan's expression changed, not from fear, but from shock at the creature's method of evolution through fusion. This was only the governor's mansion. Even if it housed the city's upper elite, their power had not been particularly great, nowhere near the realm of a demigod. Yet, through the assimilation of this monster, it had already risen to near demigod status. According to the standards of this world, it could now be considered a saint knight, class being. If it were to devour and assimilate the entire population of the city, would it immediately ascend to demigod status? Luonan's expression hardened. Such a monster doesn't belong in this world. From what I understand of the world's history, even 10,000 years ago, when beastkin ruled unchallenged, such monsters never appeared. And in the 10,000 years since, nothing like this has occurred either, meaning these creatures must have emerged recently. Luonan hadn't been traveling the continent aimlessly. He had visited libraries and other such places in various cities to learn about this world's culture and history. With his demigod-level intellect, he could now be considered one of the greatest historians in the world. Help me. God, run fast. My child. Where's my child? Mommy, help me. Hearing the ceaseless cries of the city's citizens echoing in his ears, Luonan had already taken flight toward the governor's mansion. There, a terrifying monster over hundreds of meters tall was wantonly destroying everything around it. At such a dreadful moment, Luonan's figure soaring into the sky was especially noticeable. Countless fleeing civilians, upon seeing him, lit up with hope. Anyone capable of flight was at least at the level of a saint knight, so they immediately fled toward the direction Luonan was coming from. The monster, having destroyed large sections of the area surrounding the governor's mansion and already devoured thousands, noticed the escaping crowd and roared furiously. Dozens of tentacles swung toward them, attempting to reel the escaping prey back in. This city wasn't very large. Its total population was only estimated at several tens of thousands. Along with the mansion's inhabitants, the monster had already consumed several thousand people and was still actively hunting and absorbing ordinary citizens. It was on the verge of devouring 10,000, and nearly half the city had already been destroyed. Boom, boom. Amidst continuous rumbling sounds, the monster swung its tentacles while sweeping through and consuming humans, crushing buildings in its path as it charged toward Luonan. One of its most powerful main tentacles lashed toward Luonan in the sky, as though it harbored no fear toward him at all. This creature possessed extremely poor intelligence, or perhaps it had no brain at all. It was clearly designed purely for the annihilation of ordinary humans. Whoosh! A fierce wind howled as the main tentacle struck downward toward Luonan. Disgusting monster, die! Luonan snorted, stretched out his right hand, and summoned a long blade. The sword's body shimmered red as flames rose around it. He slashed downward in one motion, and with a chi sound, the monster's primary tentacle was severed at the root. Roar! Intense pain shot through the monster's nerves. It roared furiously, its massive, mountain-like body rolling toward Luonan, crushing a path through half the city. Then with a bang, the entire flesh-covered mass launched into the air, straight at Luonan hovering in the sky. It can actually fly. Ah, right. It has now reached the level of a saint knight in this world, which is the ultimate strength just before becoming a demigod. Luonan raised his eyebrows, suddenly understanding. However, this monster clearly had no brains. Did it really think charging at him would pose any threat? Luonan held his blade horizontally in front of himself, his expression cold and indifferent, watching the hundreds of meters tall creature, truly resembling a mountain, rise into the air and crash toward him. Then, with a light and effortless motion, he swung the sword outward. Chapter 220, Dansa, the gaze of the evil god. One knife, just one knife, and this monster, whose power had already reached the level of a paladin, was cut in half by Luonan. Its gigantic and terrifying flesh body crashed down, destroying countless buildings, and causing people throughout the city to hear a massive roar. The earth itself trembled. Seeing Luonan behead the monster in one strike, the surviving humans in the city immediately broke into cheers. Finally, the monster was dead. But then, seeing the tragic scenes all around them, one by one, they fell into sorrow again. Too many people had been killed by this monster. Innumerable elders and children had perished in this disaster. Of course, many adults had also died, although comparatively fewer than the elderly and children. Looking at the two large chunks of monstrous flesh, Luonan frowned. In his eyes, the two pieces of flesh seemed not quite dead yet, continuing to squirm and crawl toward each other, trying to reunite and reform the monster. Is this monster really so resilient that even after I sliced it in half, it still hasn't completely died? This monster indeed surprised Luonan. What kind of power did he currently possess? He was a peak half-god, and not only that, he was using his Zanpakuto, a blade that could harm souls, with its edge imbued with the force of cosmic laws. Complete mastery of even a single law meant godhood. Although Luonan only had partial control over the law of flame, it was still far beyond what a monster weaker than a half-god could resist. Yet, as things stood, the monster clearly hadn't perished completely. Given time, the two pieces might indeed reunite and resurrect. This is not right. Luonan's face turned cold. Already, his figure had descended towards the monster. This creature truly seemed off. It wasn't merely about power. Being unaffected by his control of cosmic laws was the biggest problem. Even though he hadn't fully become a god, he understood that only laws could resist other laws. So, is the essence of this monster actually a law? Or perhaps it is a creation of some deity, imbued with the power of certain laws? As he thought, Luonan extended his hand. From afar, he grabbed the two chunks of flesh with his spiritual power. Then he rose into the sky, carrying the two massive lumps of meat away from the city. The city had already been destroyed. Naturally, he had no intention of lingering here any longer. He planned to find a new location. Before that, however, he still wanted to figure out exactly what this monster was. And just as Luonan left the small town with the two pieces of monster flesh, across the entire human continent, in other cities packed with people, events of flesh monsters attacking and killing began to erupt everywhere. Innumerable cities without powerful guardians were destroyed. Only the large cities that had paladin-level protectors barely managed to preserve their safety. Even then, among those paladin-level warriors and mages who fought the monsters, many were killed, bringing unexpected variables to the ongoing war between humans and orcs. Across the human continent, these monsters that appeared in cities and devoured flesh began rampaging, destroying and killing without restraint. Since the outbreak was sudden and affected many cities simultaneously, by the time the Pope Silreves of the Akins Church received the report, it was already too late. He was furious, but he could do little about it. The Holy City hadn't been affected, so he dispatched the church's direct night squads to hunt and eliminate the rampaging creatures, while also reporting the situation to Akins. Upon receiving the news, Akins was equally furious. Immediately, he recalled two half-gods from the front lines back to the human rear to suppress the outbreak of these monsters. He had to suppress them. A major crisis had occurred in the human heartland. Forget other issues. The soldiers on the main battlefield would no longer be able to focus entirely on fighting the orcs. Furthermore, the major human nations behind the lines were responsible for supplying the front lines with military resources. Now this had gone wrong, causing shortages in logistics. This was a major issue. Judging from the previous 3 great wars, this conflict clearly would not end soon. A war that would not conclude in less than 10 or 20 years was no small matter. This was a war between two continents, both sides continuously sending troops and supplies to fight, testing not only the strength of high-level warriors, but also determining the outcome of the common soldiers' battles. Both sides were doing their utmost to diminish each other's military forces. At this moment, Luonan was not paying attention to developments at the main battlefield. He had chosen a secluded valley to land, dropping the two lumps of flesh there and watching with his own eyes as the two pieces began to fuse again. Under Luonan's watchful gaze, the monster's two halves quickly fused back together. Almost instantly, it roared and lashed toward Luonan once more with its tentacles. Luonan's expression remained cold. As expected, it really came back to life. If this monster wasn't created by a god, I wouldn't believe it. Luonan acted again. This time, he swung his Zanpakuto and sliced the monster into dozens of pieces, then observed once more as it attempted to heal and fuse back together. This monster's vitality was terrifyingly strong. Even cut into dozens of fragments, it could still fuse and revive. However, Luonan noticed that after its resurrection, its strength had somewhat declined. Judging from its aura, it had dropped from the peak of paladin level to mid-paladin level. Good thing its revival isn't unlimited. This kind of fusion and resurrection must come at a cost. After all, energy conservation must apply. Luonan nodded slightly with a faint smile. As long as it wasn't an absurd, limitless revival like a bug in a game, it was fine. Even gods couldn't create something from nothing. Or rather, those who could achieve creation from nothingness had to consume divine power to do so. It was still a form of energy conversion. Luonan continued with his experiment. He captured several wild beasts and had them devoured by the flesh monster. Sure enough, the monster's power showed signs of increasing again. Flesh is the key. It's the most important method for this monster to grow stronger. Luonan nodded in realization. Then, he set the monster ablaze until it turned to ashes. Even as a being composed of laws, it couldn't withstand the burning flames imbued with laws. After being reduced to ashes, it could no longer revive. Flesh was its foundation. Without flesh, there was nothing left to resurrect. If that's the case, then my flame abilities are precisely the monster's weakness? A faint smile appeared on Luonan's lips. He clapped his hands together, soared into the sky, and flew toward the horizon. Meanwhile, at the exact moment Luonan burned the monster to death, deep within the distant starry sky, a mysterious figure hidden in the shadows of darkness suddenly raised his head, revealing a terrifying visage, insane and bloodthirsty. This power of laws, it's not of this universe's laws. Fire laws? No, this fire's energy level is too high. The power of a half-god's law has reached the destructive capability of a true god's law. Who exactly is this person? Could it be the supreme law? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But it might be possible. Find him. I must find him. Chapter 221, The Elven Continent. On the human continent, Luonan traveled forward without a specific destination. His main goal was to search for other flesh and blood monsters, eager to uncover the secrets hidden behind them. After conducting multiple studies and dissecting several creatures, he finally confirmed that behind these monsters, there was a controller, and this controller might not even belong to this world. Has an alien deity interfered in this battle between humans and beastmen? He mused with an enigmatic smile. The situation is getting more interesting. Luonan's lips curled into a strange smile as he burned the monster before him into ashes. At that moment, a figure flew rapidly through the distant sky toward him. It was a silver-armored knight exuding an aura of authority, gripping a long spear as he sped toward them from the far horizon, appearing incredibly imposing. However, when the knight arrived and saw Luonan in person, his expression suddenly changed. He first glanced at the monster's ashes on the ground, then at Luonan, his face filled with seriousness. Could it be? You are the mysterious human demigod who suddenly appeared. This wasn't difficult to deduce. As a demigod under Akins, he had personally participated in the meeting held by Akins in his divine domain. The only unfamiliar human demigod mentioned in the meeting could only be Luonan. He had originally come to eliminate the monstrous threat after receiving news about its rampage in this area, but to his surprise, the monster had already been dealt with by Luonan. Normally, this would have been a good thing. The earlier the monster was eliminated, the earlier the human rear could stabilize. Most of the other monstrous threats had been cleared already. However, faced with such an unfamiliar demigod, he still felt a deep sense of unease, because in the eyes of Akins demigods, Luonan could very likely be a backup agent placed by Tagmo. However, one peculiar question lingered. Why would Tagmo's agent actively assist the humans in clearing monsters? This simply didn't make sense. Yes. Hearing this, Luonan nodded slightly. Looks like you've come for nothing, as I've already dealt with this creature. Humph. The silver-armored man snorted, showing no gratitude for Luonan's action. Do you think lowering our guard is as easy as that? Unfortunately, your intrusion into the holy city has already increased our vigilance. What did Tagmo offer you to turn against the human faction, as a human demigod? Don't you know the consequence of opposing Lord Akins will be beyond your imagination? Well then, since you refuse to believe me, I see no point in further explanation, Luonan replied calmly, a faint smile on his face. Since the other party did not trust his words, there was no need for any justification. He never belonged to either the humans or the beastmen factions, and his entire intention was to fish in troubled waters. If the humans regarded him as an agent of the beastmen themselves might be equally confused, but Luonan didn't care. Regardless of how either side thought of him, they didn't affect him too much, as long as neither faction united against him. Of course, that was nearly impossible. Both sides had already become deeply entrenched in their battle, truly fighting tooth and nail. They had no time or attention to spare for him. At most, the humans were just watching him warily while focusing primarily on the beastmen. Or, perhaps, from Aiken's perspective, a single isolated demigod like Luo Nen wasn't worth serious concern, particularly since apart from the previous incident of sneaking into the holy city, Luo Nen hadn't yet committed any acts of destruction against the human race. Sure enough, the next words from the silver-armored knight confirmed this. Considering that you haven't caused any tangible harm to the human race yet, we shall let this incident pass, the knight said coldly. According to their intelligence and tracking Luo Nan's recent movements, Luo Nen indeed hadn't taken any actions damaging to human interests. Therefore, even if there were some unknown connections between Luo Nan and the beastmen, it would be unwise to recklessly provoke an enemy. After all, if a demigod wished to hide or flee, one demigod alone couldn't contain him. At least 3 to 4 demigods would be needed to fully subdue Luo Nan. Yet the current battlefield situation was extremely tense, and the fact that they had diverted manpower back to handle the monster threat had already placed the human armies on the defensive. Hence the knight did not wish to create further complications. After issuing his words, the silver-armored knight turned and left the scene. Luo Nen watched him go, his expression then hardening as he raised his head to gaze into the stars. There, it seemed, truly lay a daunting and piercing gaze that was watching over everything. Is that you, Aikens? I wonder if you're aware of the shadow lurking behind these flesh and blood monsters, he murmured. Luo Nen murmured with a slight smile, then turned and walked away. This time, his destination was no longer the human continent. Instead, he flew directly from the high sky toward the elven continent. Most of the major cities and famous mountains on the human continent had already been checked in by him. Now he was heading to the elven continent to perform another check-in. He hadn't forgotten that his main purpose in coming to this world was to check in and receive the rewards that came with it. Whether or not he could ascend as a god in this world, he wouldn't miss the opportunity if it arose. But if there really was no chance, he would not force it. Earlier, he thought the opportunity was great, but after learning about the shadow hidden behind the flesh and blood monsters, he began to sense that the situation was growing a bit complicated. He moved steadily, occasionally stopping, and after a day's travel, Luo Nen crossed the sea and finally arrived at the continent where the elves resided. This land was originally controlled by the native beastmen, but it had been occupied by the elves for 10,000 years already. Under elven care, the once desolate and wild continent had transformed into a lush, breathtaking forest, far more beautiful than the human continent. Indeed, the elves were a refined race. This was Luo Nan's first encounter with the appearance of the elves in a dense forest. Well, actually, the entire continent was almost entirely covered in forest, with nearly no barren wastelands. Within the forest, he saw groups of elves organizing efforts to extinguish fires and rescue various magical beasts and other creatures injured by the disasters. This was likely a permanent elven settlement. Luo Nen noticed the presence of many small elven wooden cottages. Young and elderly elves were helping to transport supplies, while the stronger, more capable elves were mostly busy holding various tools and equipment. Luo Nen did not reveal himself. After a brief observation and understanding of the elves, he completed his check-in, received the reward, and left the forest. His goal wasn't just these small settlements, but rather the great elven cities, especially the elven royal capital mentioned in human historical records. The elven royal capital had existed for 10,000 years, established by the ancient elves when they first arrived on this planet. It had been preserved until the present day. Even after 10 millennia, it remained extraordinarily prosperous. Luo Nen was certain he would obtain excellent rewards by checking in there, perhaps even better than the rewards he gained in the human holy city. Luo Nen was truly looking forward to it. Chapter 222: The Elf King's Invitation and Cooperation. System: check into this elven city. Standing within a beautiful city that resembled a garden, Luo Nan's presence was barely noticeable. The elves passing by had not discovered him, or rather, completely ignored his existence. This was already the 8th elven city he had checked into since arriving on the elven continent. Most cities here had been well preserved, unlike the cities on the human continent, which had been rebuilt countless times. Even the holy city had been renovated several times throughout the past 10,000 years. In contrast, most elven buildings were formed directly from ancient trees, and as a result, these cities were all extremely ancient. This was why Luo Nan's check-ins brought such rich rewards. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the master. You have received the reward, Divine Level Magic Talent, Water. This Divine Level Water Magic Talent meant that whoever fused with it would at least be able to cultivate up to the demigod level. With some luck, ascending to godhood wouldn't be a problem at all. Luo Nan himself had no need for such a thing, but it was still extremely valuable. In the future, he could pass it on to others, like the many women still in the pirate world. As Luo Nan walked out of the elven city, he reviewed the rewards accumulated during his time on the elven continent. Each reward from the 8 large cities he had checked into was impressive, all matching the divine level talent he had just received. There was the divine level wind magic talent, the divine level fire magic talent, and also several divine artifacts, such as the thunder scepter and the dark holy sword. What made his eyes shine most was one item in particular, high elf bloodline. This was a bloodline potion that, when directly injected, could transform one's bloodline into that of a high elf. One should note that most elves currently on this continent were ordinary elves. High elves were not referring to these common elves, but rather to the original elves directly born from the world tree back when it still existed. These were the true high elves. The elf king of this continent, the high elven elders, and even the chief deity of the elves were themselves all high elves. The majority of the other elves were simply descendants of the high elves, naturally possessing somewhat inferior talents from birth. Once these common elves reached adulthood, their innate cultivation talents could support them in progressing up to roughly levels 7 or 8. In this world's power system, the scale went from level 1 to level 9, followed by the sacred tier, comparable to a paladin rank, then the demigod tier, and finally the god tier. It was already quite difficult for ordinary elves to reach the sacred tier, with only those who diligently cultivated ever managing to do so. And within the elven kingdom, only the few remaining high elves could reach the demigod tier. No ordinary elf had achieved the demigod level in the past 10,000 years, clearly showing how influential bloodline was on one's cultivation potential. While elves possessed long lifespans, their natural limits were also quite considerable. Of course, even high elves had their limits, but despite that, their potential peak was at the god tier. For ordinary people, even reaching the demigod tier was a nearly impossible dream. Given such an opportunity, wouldn't this be truly blissful? Luo Nen felt that if someone were to combine this high elf bloodline with one divine level talent, then a mere mortal could literally be molded into a deity. The combination of the two would make godhood much smoother than relying solely on a divine level talent alone. Remember, Luo Nen himself had yet to reach the god tier and was only at the demigod level. It seems I've been noticed. Luo Nen lifted his eyes from the rewards menu and looked toward the sky in the distance. A dazzling light was approaching rapidly. The one arriving was none other than the ruler of the elven race, the elf king Keelinst, who now knew that what Lady Adelaide had said was true. Originally, he had been unwilling to believe it, that a human could secretly sneak into the elven continent and casually wander through so many cities without detection, until a divine gaze had scanned the area and revealed his presence. Carrying the request of Adelaide, the elf king had personally come to meet Luo Nan, hoping to reach an agreement. Thinking of the terrifying Xianxia, evil god, he frowned slightly. Could this human, who was only at the demigod level, actually have any influence over the coming battle? Human, greetings to you. I am the elf king, Keelinst. Although he didn't think much of it, since this was a mission personally ordered by Lady Adelaide, Keelinst simply needed to carry it out. You are the elf king, a half-god level elf, wearing a crown and holding a scepter. There was no other possibility. Luo Nen smiled as he politely returned the greeting. Since the other party was showing respect, he wouldn't act like he had with Akins, the Pope, who had attacked him the moment they met without even asking anything. He hadn't felt like talking much with that man. However, this elf king hadn't attacked him directly. Could it be that the elven god had sensed something? It was highly possible. Even that hidden evil existence might have come specifically for the elves. Your Majesty Keelinst, my name is Luo Nan. I hope my visit to the elven continent has not disturbed you. Luo Nan said politely. Not at all. King Keelinst smiled and said, the elven continent is known for its beautiful environment. If Mr. Luo Nan wishes to tour around, he's always welcome. However, right now humans and orcs are locked in a major war. Won't Mr. Luo Nan participate in the battle? I don't really have much to do with the human side. Let them fight their own wars while I attend to my own affairs. Luo Nan shrugged his shoulders. Since the humans never really accepted him, why would he go out of his way to suffer their hostility? If that's the case, Mr. Luo Nan, why not be my guest at the Elven Royal City? King Keelinst invited warmly. It would be my honor. Luo Nan didn't decline. He wasn't afraid of any ill intentions from Keelinst. Anyone below the true god level couldn't even harm him. Even if a true god personally attacked him, he could still handle one or two. Currently, the elven chief deity clearly had no time to bother with him. After the two arrived at the Elven Royal City, following a hearty meal offered by Keelinst's warm hospitality, Keelinst finally brought up the mission given to him by Adelaide. The chief deity sincerely hopes you will join in an upcoming battle. In return, we are willing to offer a portion of the water of life as a reward. Keelinst spoke solemnly. The water of life. Luo Nan raised his eyebrows. He wasn't particularly affected by Adelaide's invitation, but he became rather curious about this so-called water of life. Yes, the water of life is a treasure originating from the world tree. It was condensed by the world tree itself, possessing the miraculous ability to bring the dead back to life and heal even the gravest wounds. It even provides enormous benefits to gods themselves. Keelinst said with a slight expression of reluctance in his eyes. The water of life. There wasn't much left among the entire elven race. Only in Adelaide's divine realm was there still a small stock remaining, and even that was limited. Moreover, these waters were literally one of a kind since the world tree had long since perished. It was now practically impossible to obtain more. Each drop used was a drop permanently lost. He couldn't understand why Adelaide was willing to spend such a divine-grade treasure to attract just a demigod. May I know what kind of battle in advance? Luo Nan asked, stroking his chin. He wanted to understand what kind of enemy he would face before deciding whether to accept the offer. Such treasures were good, but one needed the fate to make full use of them. Besides, how come he hadn't received a divine treasure like this even once during all his previous check-ins? While thinking, Luo Nan's mind suddenly stirred. He realized he hadn't even checked into this royal elven city yet. He immediately summoned the system within his mind and proceeded to check in directly. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the master. You have received the reward. World Tree Fruit. World Tree Fruit. The fruit that the world tree uses to gear high elves. The fruit obtained by the master is already mature, and the master can allow the high elf within to be born at any time. Once born, it will immediately recognize the master as its owner, becoming his servant. Chapter 2:23, Dealing with the Evil God. The Fruit of the World Tree. Luonan found this somewhat interesting. After all, this was the fruit of the world tree, something that could directly give birth to a high elf with enormous potential. With his cultivation, there was a very high possibility, almost certain, that this being would ascend to godhood in the future. It could become a powerful aid. As Luonan felt pleased, Kolinst hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Since Mr. Luonan is asked, I naturally must inform you of some details first. Otherwise, how could Mr. Luonan possibly agree? Luonan nodded. That was obvious. If you didn't explain a thing, didn't even tell what enemy you'd be facing in battle, on what basis should he believe a few words? Just because of the water of life? Sure, it's a good item, but whether or not one could live long enough to keep it was another matter. It's like this, Kolinst said solemnly. I believe Mr. Luonan already knows that our elven race originated from another planet. 10,000 years ago, a tragic event occurred on our original world. A devil god corrupted the world tree that sustained our existence. The entire planet became uninhabitable, forcing us to migrate here. But that evil god continued to pursue us relentlessly. 10,000 years later, he has finally found this place. An evil god. A glint of understanding flashed across Luonan's eyes. So it was as he suspected. The shadow hiding behind the monstrous flesh creatures he discovered in the human lands was truly from beyond the stars. And worse, it was a great enemy of these elves, an ancient foe that had hunted them for 10,000 years until finally tracking them down here. The elves clearly bore deep hatred toward this enemy, and judging from things, Adeleid was no longer planning on fleeing. Still, Adeleid was reaching out to him for cooperation. Did he really believe a demigod could oppose a true god? Luonan found this perplexing. To be honest, he understood his own limits. But on what grounds did Adeleid think he could challenge a god? That didn't make sense at all. If any demigod could challenge a true god, then why were there so many demigods under Adeleid and Ekin's Tajum, yet only 3 true gods? The gap between a demigod and a true god was immense. A true god, backed by their divine realm, was practically invincible. Even outside of their divine realm, a true god could easily destroy dozens of demigods without effort. That was no exaggeration. Yet now Adeleid had actually sought him out for help against the evil god. What exactly was he thinking? Your Majesty the Elf King, you and I are both demigods. Do you truly believe a demigod can interfere in a battle between true gods? Could it be the noble god has overestimated me? Luonan gazed calmly at Kolinst as he spoke. Upon hearing Luonan's words, Kolinst's expression faltered. In truth, he himself questioned Adeleid's motives. On what grounds did he suppose a demigod could meddle in divine conflicts between gods? What made this Luonan so different? Even Kolinst did not know the answer. How could he respond to Luonan's question? I too am confused about Lord Adeleid's decision. However, Lord Adeleid has great confidence in Mr. Luonan. He says with your involvement, we stand a strong chance against that evil god. Kolinst could only say this. Luonan was at a loss for words. This Adeleid was really pulling stunts. Did he know something about him? But that didn't seem right either. He hadn't been in this world for long, and had only set foot in the elven continent a few days prior. How much could Adeleid actually know about him? Just how strong is that evil god? Luonan asked. About this potential evil god hidden behind the flesh monsters, he knew little, merely catching hints during his probing of the monstrous creatures. Yet the elves, having battled the evil god 10,000 years ago, even though they had been defeated and forced to flee their ancestral planet, surely knew much more about it than he did. This evil god is a mid-tier deity. According to Lord Adeleid's intelligence, the one appearing this time is not its true body, but rather a lower-tier avatar. However, as a true god, in critical moments, it could summon its actual form. Lord Adeleid has also made some preparations, so please, Mr. Luonan, don't feel too uneasy. Kolinst spoke, somewhat embarrassed at how unreasonable this all was. A demigod fighting a true god? If it were him, he'd definitely refuse, even though refusing a true god might provoke divine wrath. But surely, nothing mattered more than one's own life. Luonan felt speechless again. He was a mere demigod, yet Adeleid expected him to confront a mid-tier god. True, perhaps only an avatar of lower-tier strength, but as Kolinst had said, in critical situations, the enemy could summon its true form at any moment. This was just too much to ask. Should I refuse? Luonan pondered. Refusing would have been completely reasonable. It simply wasn't something a demigod should get involved in. Was Adeleid trying to get him killed? He wasn't related to or particularly close with the elven race, so why should he risk his life for them? Yet, Luonan found himself wanting to accept. It wasn't just for the water of life. It was the evil god's lower-tier avatar. Even as an avatar, it was still a divine manifestation. If he could kill this avatar, he could obtain the divine laws within it, along with its divine blood and godly power. These were treasures beyond measure. Luonan felt that the opportunity to ascend to godhood lay right here. He had originally believed that his chance would come from the war between the humans and orcs, planning to wait until Ekins and Tajum had weakened each other before stepping in to claim the spoils. But now, with Adeleid proposing cooperation against the evil god, he realized the true opportunity for ascension had fallen into his lap, an evil god. If that's the case, then he'd have to beat Adeleid in the end, though he should still be cautious, prepared for the possibility that Adeleid might discard him like a bridge after crossing the river. Luonan checked the items in his Sanxiong ring, making sure all his hidden trump cards were ready. There were no issues. He made up his mind. Fine, I accept. Go tell Adelaide that I agree. Luonan looked at Kolinst and spoke solemnly. Kolinst was momentarily stunned. You really dared to accept? That was an evil god they were talking about. He had expected Luonan to refuse outright. After all, how could a mere demigod dare to challenge a true god? This wasn't even a matter of being bold or reckless. It was practically suicide. Kolinst gazed deeply at Luonan. Now, he felt certain that this Luonan was definitely no ordinary person, no simple demigod. How else could he dare to defy a true god? No wonder Lord Adelaide held him in such high regard. Could it be that this time, there was actually a chance to defeat that evil god? If Lord Adelaide were to break through to the mid-tier divine rank and slay the evil god's primary mid-tier divine form, that would be truly incredible. Once a true god fell, the world tree corrupted by its influence might return to normal. Then, perhaps their race could finally return to their ancestral planet. Thinking of this, Kolinst became Jidong, excited, once more, treating Luonan with even greater courtesy. Chapter 224, The Battle of the Stars. Confronting the Evil God. Just 2 days after Ronan and Callister had reached an agreement together on behalf of Adelaide, the most terrifying battle of the war between the human and orc continents erupted. This battle did not take place on any continent, but in outer space, where massive numbers of demigods from both sides engaged. If such a battle had taken place on the continent, neither the human nor the orc continent could have possibly survived such devastation. This was a life-and-death battle involving dozens of demigods. In the vast zone, the number of human demigods was relatively fewer, and they were heavily pressured by the orc demigods. Fortunately, at this moment, the elven demigods arrived, relieving some of the pressure on the human side. The two factions continued their fierce battle across the Shin, fighting nonstop for an entire day and night, while the ground forces ceased fighting altogether, waiting for the outcome of the Celestial War. The major empires understood that the result of this battle would likely influence the strategic direction of the armies on the ground, even possibly determining the victory or defeat of either side. It was clear that the intensity of this battle far exceeded any previous conflicts, although the duration would likely be significantly shorter. The battle in the Xinhong was still ongoing when Ronan, in the Elven continent, received a message from Callister, informing him that Adelaide requested Ronan to head to the Xinhong, to an asteroid belt within a certain star system, where traces of an evil god had appeared. Finally found it. Ronan nodded slightly, his body shifting upwards, soaring high into the sky, and heading toward the Xinhong. As he flew, he examined the many hidden strengths he had at his disposal. After all, this time he would be facing a true god, one who could descend into the world at any moment with his true form. Fortunately, he had plenty of hidden weapons, and it was Adelaide who would be engaging the evil god head-on, while Ronan's job was to support him, looking for opportunities to strike from the shadows. In the asteroid belt marked by Adelaide, countless meteorites floated through the void. A handsome figure dressed in white stood proudly atop a massive meteorite, looking across at another large meteorite suspended in space, upon which stood a dark-cloaked, shadowy form. Adelaide, I didn't expect you to have the courage to show yourself again. This is only your avatar. No wonder you dare face me directly. The dark figure chuckled deeply and spoke toward Adelaide. Evil god Guler, you actually followed us here. After defiling our world tree and ancestral planet, will you still not let our race go? Adelaide said, his face darkening. How could I rest easy without completely wiping out your entire elven race? Especially you, Adelaide. It seems you are nearly ascended to mid-tier god status already. Good thing I arrived in time. Otherwise, once you ascend, you might actually be a bit of a problem. The evil god Guler laughed eerily, then raised his hand, unleashing a wave of dark power filled with malevolence toward Adelaide. Darkness light. Such petty tricks are useless against me. Adelaide huffed, raised a finger, and in midair a green barrier appeared, blocking the incoming wave of darkness. Boom. The green barrier wavered slightly, but still withstood the attack of the darkness light. Impressive, Adelaide. Looks like you haven't been idle these years. Your power level has improved greatly. I remember when you fled back then, you were nearly killed by the evil tree. And now you can actually withstand my attack head-on. Guler smirked, watching Adelaide with a calm and composed gaze, without any sign of disappointment over his attack being blocked, because that had indeed been just a light test strike. If his opponent couldn't even handle such a simple move, then there would be no need for further words. He could just march straight into their divine realm. You're underestimating me too much, Guler. Adelaide glared coldly at the enemy. His heart burned with anger and hatred toward Guler. In his divine realm, his true form was already in a critical stage. These days, he had been striving for ascension at all costs, sparing no valuable resources to push forward with his breakthrough. Now was the crucial moment, and he needed to stall Guler to buy himself time. Thinking this, his gaze shifted slightly toward another direction. A figure was rapidly approaching, none other than Ronan. As for Ronan, originally Adelaide hadn't paid much attention to him, just another demigod. But when he happened to glance toward the elven continent and noticed Ronan's presence, he detected a terrifying power radiating from him, an intense flame-based law force. Moreover, the divine artifacts on Ronan's body had greatly surprised him. A demigod who possessed multiple divine artifacts. Though Adelaide didn't know the exact functions of these artifacts, he could clearly tell they were definitely nothing inferior. Thus, Adelaide continued to probe Ronan's strength, only to discover that Ronan's power had definitely transcended the limits of an ordinary demigod and had even reached the level of a common god. The gap between a demigod and a god was supposed to be insurmountable, yet from Ronan, he felt a terrifying sense of defiance capable of slaying gods. This forced him to take Ronan seriously. Coincidentally, he also needed to stall Gular, so he thought of forming an alliance with Ronan. Since his avatar had to hold back Gular while his true form worked on ascending, he sent a message to Callister, instructing him to represent himself and strike a deal with Ronan. For this purpose, he even offered the precious water of life as leverage. Indeed, Ronan had agreed, and now he had arrived here as well. This was his battlefield against Gular. Originally, he had little confidence in holding back his enemy with only an avatar, but now with Ronan's assistance, he should be able to contain him, at least unless Gular's true form descended into this world. Still, considering Gular's arrogance, it was unlikely that he would personally descend to deal with only a low-tier god like himself, an avatar at that, and a demigod like Ronan. Indeed, upon seeing Ronan's arrival, Gular almost burst into laughter. "Ha, Adelaide, you've truly fallen. Look at your eyes, you're actually pinning your hopes on a mere demigod? Ha, how utterly ridiculous." Under the vibration of divine power, even in the vacuum of space, Gular's laughter echoed far and wide. Ronan flew silently to a nearby meteorite not far from Adelaide, landing upon it with a calm expression. Hearing Gular's laughter, he made no reaction, no anger, no irritation. After all, his opponent was a true god. He had every right to sneer disdainfully at a demigod. The three stood in a triangular formation. Ronan glanced at Adelaide, gave a slight nod, and Adelaide nodded in return. Although this was their first time meeting, they had already communicated through Callister earlier and were not strangers. "Gular, today, your avatar won't leave this place alive," Adelaide said coldly before suddenly launching forward, rushing straight toward Gular with a deadly intent. "Dare to strike first? You're asking for death." Gular snarled in anger, then charged toward Adelaide as well, completely disregarding Ronan standing at the side. Chapter 225, Ascension to Godhood. Boom, boom, boom. Even in the vastness of space, where true gods were engaged in battle, the cosmic expanse itself rumbled with roaring echoes. These were sounds that struck directly into the soul, reverberations that sent shockwaves through the spirit. As Adelaide and Gular fought, Ronan's eyes flickered. His figure gradually faded before reappearing at Gular's side behind him. A sudden chill surged through Gular's mind. This human was merely a demigod, yet his speed was nearly on par with the true gods. He had no choice but to divert part of his focus to defend against Ronan. Although Gular's true form was a mid-rank god, this incarnation was merely of low-rank divinity. Fortunately, Adelaide's incarnation was also barely at the level of a low-rank god, so Gular was able to overpower his opponent. While the three engaged in this intricate battle amidst the stars, within the elven divine realm, Adelaide's true form had already begun ascending to mid-rank godhood. Buzz. A strange resonating buzz filled the entire divine realm. It was as if heaven and earth themselves were vibrating, as if the entire universe was singing its approval. Adelaide had begun his ascension to mid-rank godhood. His divine core, which resided within his mind, was ascending from low-rank to mid-rank divinity, causing tremors within the fundamental essence of the cosmos. Adelaide's divine core possessed the natural law. Thus, the cosmic fundamental law of nature was stirred and began granting him greater authority over natural laws. Divinities, in essence, were administrators of the cosmos, with the laws they wield acting as permissions. Lower-rank gods, mid-rank gods, single-system upper-rank gods with full authority in their domain, and ultimate gods who possessed total cosmic jurisdiction. These were the sovereign rulers of the universe. Ultimate gods were essentially rulers of the cosmos, while gods of all other ranks served as their subordinates, assisting in the management of the universe. And that was just a single universe among the countless multiverse, an individual sky and realm within the boundless expanse. Furthermore, it was only of the god-monster tier, and above that existed even higher realms. Breaking past the cosmic limits was the most difficult challenge of all. At the moment when Adelaide began his ascension, Gular, still locked in combat within the asteroid belt, suddenly changed expression. "Damn it, Adelaide. So your true form has hidden in the divine realm solely to ascend to mid-rank godhood at this crucial moment. How despicable." Gular roared furiously. "Ha, Gular, don't get so angry. It won't be long now. Soon, my true form will personally come to pay you a visit. Don't be so impatient." Adelaide's incarnation laughed heartily, presenting a sharp contrast to the furious Gular. Meanwhile, Ronan, who had continuously moved around to pressure Gular from the side, also wore a dangerous smile. "Adelaide, do you really think you can truly ascend to mid-rank godhood?" Gular's face darkened as he glared venomously at Adelaide. "Since you're courting death, I'll oblige you." Boom. An absolutely terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Gular's divine incarnation transformed, forcibly shifting from a humanoid shape into a monstrous being covered with writhing tentacles. This was his true form. A monstrous creature resembling a gigantic octopus. Though unlike an ordinary octopus, his body stretched hundreds of thousands of kilometers long. Each of his tentacles could casually crush an entire planet. And as he floated among the starry cosmos, he looked like a black, pulsating sun, only without radiating any light. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers in length. Upon his appearance, he immediately compressed the entire asteroid belt. Countless asteroids were drawn toward him by the massive gravitational pull created by his colossal form, converging upon his body. Upon touching him, they were shattered into cosmic dust. Tisk, so this is the true form of this evil god, absolutely terrifying. Ronan, resisting the horrifying gravitational pull emanating from the giant octopus's divine body, rapidly retreated while staring at that monstrous figure, visibly shaken. Ronan could retreat, but Adelaide could not. He understood that Ronin had to fall back. For a demigod to pressure the enemy in battle as he had done was already extremely rare. In fact, several strikes from Ronin had even thrown Guler's incarnation into disarray, enabling Adelaide to regain some ground. However, now that Guler's true form, an incarnation of mid-rank godhood, had appeared, clearly, a mere demigod was no longer a match. Adelaide's expression turned savage. His true body's ascension had reached its final critical stage, and he absolutely could not allow Guler to ruin it. You wish to stop my ascension? Absolutely impossible. Adelaide's incarnation snarled, before suddenly rushing toward Guler's true form and screaming, "Explode!" With a tremendous boom, the divine incarnation of low-rank godhood exploded violently. Even Guler, the mid-rank god, had one of his limbs blown clean off by the terrifying explosion. "Damn you, Adelaide. I will definitely kill you." Guler roared in pain and fury, and the severed arm quickly regenerated. He had no time to hunt down the retreating Ronin anymore. To him, Ronin, merely a demigod, was like a tiny insect, annoying for a while, but now irrelevant. His utmost priority was Adelaide. He must stop Adelaide's ascension. Otherwise, the emergence of a mid-rank god at the same level as himself, and his deadly enemy, was definitely not good news. Who? Guler swung his tentacles, his colossal body flashing like lightning as he sped toward a specific direction, the location of Adelaide's divine realm, which he had detected. In the vastness of space, after losing sight of Guler, Ronin's figure reappeared. Watching Guler vanish into the distance, Ronin smiled faintly. Clearly, the opponent hadn't even deemed him a minor bug, worth noticing. That was exactly his opportunity. He gazed at the massive tentacle Guler had left behind, eyes flickering. Could he perform a sign-in on this thing? The severed tentacle was gigantic. Ronin swiftly descended onto its surface, landing as if stepping onto a vast continent of flesh. But this land trembled violently, for it was still part of a god's divine body, far from dead. Given time, even this severed limb could potentially transform into a monster. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, Master, sign-in successful. Reward obtained, Fatal Strike. Fatal Strike, power level of a supreme god. Contains only one strike, capable of killing any life form below the level of supreme god. Only one strike, but at the level of a supreme god. Wow, so powerful. Ronin's eyes lit up. This reward was terrifyingly strong. But it made sense. His sign-in had been performed on a part of a mid-rank god's divine body. This level of reward was justifiable. Haha, with such a secret trump card, I no longer fear a mid-rank god. Chuckling, Ronin turned his gaze toward the direction of Adelaide's divine realm. Before Adelaide's divine realm, Guler had already arrived. With a thunderous boom, he crashed straight into the realm, nearly shattering it entirely. Inside the realm, Adelaide, already in the midst of ascension, suffered a sudden violent impact that immediately shattered his ascension process. After the earlier explosion of his incarnation had already injured him, this attack had been unavoidable, a last-ditch effort to delay Guler's arrival. In the end, Adelaide's true form had failed to complete his ascension to mid-rank godhood before Guler reached his divine realm. He had only been half an hour away. Just half an hour, mere seconds for an immortal being. Yet now, it was Adelaide's greatest regret. Gnashing his teeth, Adelaide glared at the colossal presence outside his divine realm. Even though his divine domain was exceptionally sturdy, how could it possibly withstand a direct collision from a full-bodied true god of such unimaginable size? Thousands upon thousands of divine realms combined couldn't even compare to the size of Guler's true form. There was no way it could survive his impact. Just as despair was overtaking Adelaide, a figure appeared behind Guler, Ronin. Compared to Guler's body, which rivaled a massive planet, Ronin was like a single drop in the ocean. But even so, Guler still detected Ronin's arrival. "Damn you, little insect. You dare show your face again?" Guler's booming voice was filled with mockery. "Ha! I've already interrupted Adelaide's ascension. Instead of fleeing, you come back to me? Are you desperate? Are you surrendering? Knowing escape is impossible? Well, I won't give you the chance to live. So dot." Guler's voice thundered in arrogant triumph. After all, he had successfully halted Adelaide's ascension. He remained the most powerful god in this starry sky. A mere demigod like Ronin wasn't even worth his notice. Yet, recalling the previous disturbances Ronin had caused to his incarnation, he still intended to kill him. One of his tentacles surged forward, filled with malicious, dark divine power, lashing directly toward Ronin. "Die." As Guler attacked, Ronin's expression remained calm. He merely uttered a single word, "Die." Instantly, the universe fell silent. Bang! Guler's colossal body trembled, then exploded into a rain of blood and flesh, scattering across the entire starry sky. He died. Adelaide, who had closed his eyes in despair, suddenly sensed Guler's presence vanishing. Opening his eyes in shock, he saw Guler had truly perished. Staring at Ronin, terror filled his gaze. At this moment, after killing Guler, a mid-rank god, Ronin spotted the divine core left behind upon Guler's death. A smile broke across his face. Snatching it into his hand, he watched as its divine laws were instantly devoured by flame. The fire laws deepened and perfected. Cosmic authority steadily rose. Ronin had officially ascended from demigod to true god. A fire element deity core was condensed by him. Just a fire element deity core, I still need to advance further to become a saint, developing both divine and saintly paths simultaneously. The journey is long, and there's still much to do in the future. As for now, how about a sign-in at Adelaide's divine realm? Ronin, now a low-rank god, wore a confident smile as he descended into Adelaide's divine realm. System. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the master. Reward obtained. A supreme deity core. The end.